Lu Chen, a high school student who tragically succumbed to exhaustion on the eve of his crucial entrance examination, unexpectedly finds himself transported to the illustrious Douluo continent. At the outset, he awakens the astonishing blessing of many children's system and is granted a delightful surprise package. Armed with intimate knowledge of the narrative and bolstered by the system's support, he stirs a tempest in the Douluo world. He wields a shadow as his martial soul, ascending from the ranks of a mere soldier within the spirit hall to the esteemed position of elder. With cunning and remarkable finesse, he confronts Tang San, engaging in a protracted and enthralling battle of wits. In a covert operation, he assassinates Pope Bibi Dong, successfully seizing her position, claiming the domain of the god of slaughter and the sea god's trident, leading to the tragic demise of Tang San's father at his hands. Consequently, Tang San descends into darkness, his path to divinity abruptly severed, his divine status usurped, ultimately fading into oblivion. Lu Chen ultimately ascends to godhood, accompanied by a cadre of heroines, as they embark upon a blissful chapter in the divine realm. Witness how he navigates the tumultuous waters of the Douluo continent, crafting a legendary saga. Chapter 1. The journey of a high school student's untimely death and transcendence. Lu Chen, a high school student on the verge of his entrance examination, immersed himself in a sea of books and practice papers, driven by the ambition to secure excellent results and gain admission to his dream high school. Each day, he toiled relentlessly, his body and mind burdened by immense pressure. On a tranquil night, the glow of a desk lamp illuminated his cluttered study, where various review materials lay strewn about. His eyes, bloodshot from fatigue, danced across the pages as he feverishly scribbled answers. However, the toll of prolonged exhaustion and sleep deprivation proved insurmountable. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced his head, and the world around him began to blur. He attempted to rise, only to find his legs unresponsive, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Desperate to call for help, his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. His consciousness gradually faded, and darkness enveloped him. When Lu Chen regained awareness, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him was a lush forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns upon the ground. Confused, he stood up, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to comprehend his situation. Where am I? How'd I end up here? Lu Chen murmured to himself. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that his attire had transformed into an unfamiliar garb, a far cry from his accustomed school uniform. A wave of bewilderment and trepidation washed over him as he grappled with the reality of his predicament. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Welcome to the Douluo continent, host. Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Chen scanned his surroundings warily and inquired, Who is speaking? The voice replied, I am the blessing of many children's system. You have traversed to the Douluo continent, and from now on, I shall assist you in navigating and thriving in this world. Lu Chen's heart raced at the revelation of his transcendence. This was a scenario he had only encountered in novels and television dramas. The Douluo continent? Isn't that a world from a book? Lu Chen strained to recall the plot lines he had previously absorbed. Indeed, this is the Douluo continent, a wondrous realm teeming with martial souls and soul power. Here, you possess boundless possibilities the system elucidated. Gradually, Lu Chen regained his composure. Now that he had arrived in this world, he resolved to find a way to survive. System, can you enlighten me about the rules of this world? He inquired. The system began to expound on the intricacies of the Douluo continent. In this realm, every individual awakens their martial soul at the age of 6. The varieties of martial souls are diverse, encompassing animals, plants, and artifacts. Upon awakening, one can enhance their strength through the cultivation of soul power. The higher the soul power rank, the greater the strength. Captivated, Lu Chen felt a surge of anticipation for the future. When will I awaken my martial soul? He pressed. Shortly, you shall awaken your martial soul at the opportune moment. Prior to that, you must familiarize yourself with the environment and survival rules of this world, the system responded. Nodding in understanding, Lu Chen cautiously began to explore the forest. Following a narrow path, he encountered an array of peculiar flora and fauna. Suddenly, a small rabbit darted past him, and instinctively, he lunged to catch it, only to realize he was unable to keep pace. It seems that lacking strength in this world is untenable. Lu Chen resolved silently, vowing to diligently enhance his abilities. As he continued on his journey, Lu Chen stumbled upon a quaint village. The villagers, clad in simple garments, busily attended to their agricultural tasks. Entering the village, he approached a local to inquire about his situation. The villager regarded Lu Chen with curiosity. Young man, where do you hail from? I seem to have lost my way and inadvertently ended up here, Lu Chen replied. The villager warmly offered, then you should stay in our village until you find your way home. Gratefully, Lu Chen responded, thank you, kind sir. During his stay in the village, Lu Chen assisted the villagers with their farm work while gleaning further insights into the Douluo continent. He learned of a nearby spirit hall where individuals could awaken their martial souls. At long last, the day of his martial soul awakening arrived. Anxious yet hopeful, Lu Chen accompanied the villagers to the spirit hall. Within the spirit hall, an attendant was responsible for facilitating the awakening process for the children. As Lu Chen stood in line, he felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn. Taking a deep breath, he approached the attendant, who placed a crystal orb atop his head, reciting an incantation. Moments later, Lu Chen sensed a mysterious energy surging from within him, and a shadow materialized behind him. The attendant furrowed his brow upon witnessing Lu Chen's martial soul. A shadow martial soul? Quite rare indeed. Now, let us assess your soul power. Placing his hand on another crystal orb, Lu Chen watched as it emitted a faint glow. The attendant remarked, soul power level 1, average talent. However, with dedicated training, there remains a chance for you to become an exceptional soul master. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in Lu Chen's heart, he remained resolute that he silently vowed to carve out a remarkable destiny through sheer perseverance in the Douluo continent. Having awakened his martial soul, Lu Chen bid farewell to the villagers and embarked on his path of cultivation. Chapter 2, Douluo Continent. I have arrived. Lu Chen, harboring a blend of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown world, embarked on his journey through the Douluo continent alone. After departing from his village, he traversed a winding path, flanked by picturesque scenery. Lush green mountains undulated like the spine of the earth, while crystal-clear streams trickled melodiously. Their sounds akin to a captivating symphony. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the fresh aroma of flora that playfully stirred his hair. As Lu Chen walked, he marveled at the breathtaking landscape, his initial anxiety gradually dissipating. Occasionally, he encountered peculiar little creatures, vibrant birds flitting through the air and lively squirrels bounding about. These beings thrived freely within the natural splendor of the Douluo continent, imbuing Lu Chen with a sense of the world's vitality and exuberance. Continuing on, Lu Chen arrived at a bustling town. At the entrance, the streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of vendors hawking an array of goods and travelers rushing by. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he gazed around in wonder. As he entered the town, the shops lining the streets dazzled him with their variety. In a weapon shop, an assortment of blades glimmered in the sunlight, while a pharmacy exuded the rich fragrance of herbs, with rare medicinal ingredients neatly displayed on the shelves. Stopping at a snack stall, the vendor warmly beckoned him. Young man, do try our local delicacies. I assure you, they will leave you yearning for more. Unable to resist, Lu Chen purchased a serving, savoring the unique flavors that elicited a satisfied smile upon his face. In the heart of the town lay a central square where a group of children joyfully played. Some chased each other in playful antics, while others showcased their newly awakened martial spirits. Watching them, Lu Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the moment he awakened his own spirit, silently vowing to strengthen his shadow spirit. After leaving the town, Lu Chen pressed onward. As evening descended, he found himself at the foot of a mountain. The setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange and red, a breathtaking spectacle. He decided to rest for the night at the mountain's base, intending to continue his journey come dawn. Finding a sheltered cave, he gathered some twigs to kindle a fire. Sitting beside the flames, Lu Chen's thoughts drifted far away. He recalled his parents and friends from his previous world, wondering if they were concerned about his sudden disappearance. Yet he resolved that now, having arrived at the Douluo continent, he must face everything with courage. The night in the forest was exceptionally tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of birds and the rustle of insects. Lying on the ground, gazing at the star-studded sky, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lu Chen was awakened by the melodious calls of birds. Stretching languidly, he rose, feeling invigorated. After a modest breakfast of dry rations, he began his ascent of the mountain. The rugged path posed challenges, yet Lu Chen showed no signs of retreat. Utilizing both hands and feet, he steadily climbed higher. At last, Lu Chen reached the mountain summit. Standing atop, he surveyed the vast expanse below, feeling an unprecedented sense of openness and liberation. The distant mountain stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of fairy tales. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, Douluo continent, I have arrived. I shall undoubtedly carve out my own brilliance in this world. With his spirits lifted, Lu Chen continued along the ridge, hoping to discover a place conducive to further enhancing his abilities. Before long, he stumbled upon a mysterious cave hidden within a valley. The entrance was obscured by vines and underbrush, rendering it difficult to notice without careful observation. Curiosity welled within him as he cautiously parted the foliage and stepped inside. The cave was permeated with a damp atmosphere, and the walls sparkled with an otherworldly glow. Proceeding with vigilance, Liu Chen was suddenly startled as a massive spider descended from the cave's ceiling. Reacting swiftly, he dodged to the side as the spider lunged aggressively at him. Gathering his composure, Liu Chen unleashed some of the simple soul techniques he had recently acquired, engaging in a fierce battle with the arachnid. After a strenuous confrontation, he ultimately triumphed over the spider. Continuing deeper into the cave, he discovered an ancient tome of soul techniques concealed within. Ecstatic, Liu Chen picked up the manuscript and began to study it meticulously. The techniques inscribed within were immensely powerful, yet exceedingly challenging to master. Undeterred by the difficulties, he resolved to enter a period of seclusion within the cave until he could fully grasp the techniques detailed in the tome. In the days that followed, Liu Chen practiced diligently, experimenting with his soul power and delving into the mysteries of the techniques. At times, he suffered injuries from improper training, yet he remained undaunted, gritting his teeth and persisting. Finally, after several days of relentless effort, Liu Chen succeeded in mastering the techniques outlined in the tome. Emerging from the cave, he felt a surge of newfound strength and confidence, awakening the multitude blessing system. After leaving the enigmatic cave, Liu Chen continued his journey across the Douluo continent. Armed with his newly acquired skills, he felt a newfound assurance. One day, Liu Chen arrived in a bustling city, alive with the clamor of traffic and throngs of people. The streets were lined with shops, teeming with life. Filled with curiosity, Liu Chen gazed around, eager to explore this extraordinary world. He entered an inn, seeking a moment of respite. Settling into a corner, he ordered some food and tea, contemplating the path that lay ahead. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the multitude blessing system." Startled by the sudden voice, Liu Chen nearly spilled his tea. Glancing around, he realized that those nearby exhibited no signs of surprise, indicating that the voice was resonating directly within his thoughts. Multitude blessing system? What could this possibly be? Liu Chen pondered in confusion. The system's voice continued. "Host, this system will aid you in achieving greatness within the Douluo continent. By fulfilling the system's requirements and completing tasks, you will be rewarded handsomely, allowing you to continuously enhance your strength." Excited yet anxious, Liu Chen inquired, "What must I do to complete these tasks?" The system replied, "Your primary task is to seek a partner, establish a family, and bear offspring. Each new descendant will yield corresponding rewards." Liu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a task from a system. Initially, his plan had been to focus on enhancing his strength to become a formidable soul master. However, having activated the system, he resolved to give it a try. Liu Chen began to inquire around the city regarding potential partners. He approached passers-by for information, visited marriage agencies to learn more, and even participated in matchmaking events. Yet, his endeavors proved less fruitful than he had hoped. During these matchmaking events, Liu Chen encountered a variety of women. Some were overly delicate and pretentious, while others seemed solely interested in wealth and status, leaving Liu Chen feeling rather disheartened. He came to realize that finding a true soulmate was no easy feat. Just as Liu Chen began to feel disheartened, he fortuitously met a woman named Lin Yu. Lin Yu was gentle and kind, strikingly beautiful, with long black hair and bright, expressive eyes. From the moment Liu Chen first beheld her, he was captivated by her charm. Summoning his courage, Liu Chen approached Lin Yu, and they began to converse about their interests and life experiences. They discovered a wealth of common ground, enjoying each other's company immensely. As time progressed, Liu Chen and Lin Yu's affection for one another gradually blossomed. They strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets, reveling in the beautiful scenery, indulging in delectable cuisine, and sharing moments of joy. Liu Chen found himself profoundly enamored with Lin Yu. At last, on a starlit evening, amidst a sea of flowers, Liu Chen declared his love to Lin Yu. Blushing, she gently nodded in agreement, accepting his heartfelt proposal. Their wedding took place in the heart of the city, a vibrant affair filled with merriment. Friends and family gathered to extend their warmest congratulations and blessings. At the wedding, Liu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, realizing that he had finally found a warm home in the Douluo continent. However, married life proved to be more than just sweetness and romance. Liu Chen understood that to ensure a blissful and harmonious family, he had to diligently enhance his strength and create better living conditions for his loved ones. Guided by the system's prompts, Liu Chen began to undertake various tasks to earn gold and resources. He helped villagers fend off invading soul beasts, safeguarding their homes, and assisted the city guard in combating criminal factions to maintain public order. With each task completed, Liu Chen received rewards from the system, including precious soul rings, formidable soul skills, and various cultivation resources. In his training, Liu Chen exhibited unwavering dedication, devoting substantial time and energy to elevate his soul power. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly supported him, preparing 3 meals a day and attending to his daily needs. Before long, Lin Yu announced her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Liu Chen was overwhelmed with joy, dancing with excitement. He worked even harder, preparing for the arrival of their child. During Lin Yu's pregnancy, Liu Chen showered her with care, massaging her swollen feet and sharing amusing stories to uplift her spirits. He even took to the kitchen, cooking her favorite dishes. Finally, on a sun-drenched day, Lin Yu successfully gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. Cradling the child in his arms, Liu Chen's eyes brimmed with tears of joy and exhilaration. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with 1 Super Soul Ring, a top-tier soul skill manual, and an increase of 2 levels in soul power. Liu Chen felt an immense surge of strength, realizing that this was all thanks to the more children, more blessing system. As their child grew, Liu Chen recognized that his responsibilities had intensified. Not only did he need to care for his family, but he also had a plan for his child's future. To provide a better education, Liu Chen resolved to relocate his family to a larger city. In this new urban environment, he made numerous friends and forged partnerships. Together, they formed an adventure team, undertaking perilous and challenging missions. Throughout these adventures, Liu Chen continually pushed his limits, striving for self-improvement. Simultaneously, his bond with Lin Yu deepened, as they supported one another through life's myriad challenges. In Liu Chen's heart, Lin Yu would forever be his steadfast pillar, while their child served as his motivation to forge ahead. In Chapter 4, The Mystery Gift of the Surprise Package. Life on the Douluo continent was fulfilling and busy. The birth of their son filled Liu Chen with the joy of first-time fatherhood and the reward from the more children. More blessings system significantly enhanced his strength. Just as he believed life would continue in this tranquil and joyful manner, the system presented him with another unexpected surprise. One day, after completing a particularly arduous task, Liu Chen was preparing to return home to reunite with his wife and child when he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Host, due to your outstanding completion of a series of tasks and the successful establishment of a family with offspring, we present you with a surprise package. Elated, Liu Chen eagerly inquired, what treasures lie within this package? The system replied enigmatically, open it to find out. I am certain it will bring you satisfaction. With a heart full of anticipation, Liu Chen mentally commanded the package to open. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, revealing several extraordinary items. The first item that caught his eye was an ancient tome, emanating a sense of antiquity, with the words Chaos Divine art inscribed on its cover. As Liu Chen gently turned the first page, he was greeted by an overwhelming surge of power. The system explained, this Chaos Divine art is a premier cultivation technique. Mastering it will elevate your strength beyond that of your peers. Liu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing this as an invaluable opportunity to enhance his abilities. Next, he beheld a gemstone radiating brilliant hues. The system introduced it as a soul gem, capable of amplifying one's soul power, granting heightened perception and formidable mental assault capabilities in battle. Liu Chen carefully stowed the soul gem, his heart brimming with anticipation for future confrontations. The surprise package also contained a bottle of mysterious elixir, shimmering a deep azure and exuding an unusual fragrance. The system informed him this is a cleansing elixir, capable of fundamentally transforming your body, purging impurities, and enhancing your innate talents and potential. Without hesitation, Liu Chen uncorked the vial and consumed the elixir in one swift motion. Instantly, a powerful heat surged within him, as if his meridians were ablaze. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense anguish. After a moment, the pain subsided, and Liu Chen was elated to discover his body felt lighter and imbued with newfound strength, his senses heightened. Lastly, the package contained a resplendent cloak. The system elaborated. This is the Phantom Cloak, capable of rendering you invisible and accelerating your movements, allowing you to escape perilous situations or launch surprise attacks on foes. As Liu Chen donned the Phantom Cloak, he felt a mysterious force merge with his being. With these precious gifts in hand, Liu Chen resolved to seek a tranquil location for focused cultivation, eager to master his newfound powers. He ventured to a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city, where he began to delve into the chaos divine art. Immersed in the tome, he meticulously studied each character and illustration, striving to grasp the profound cultivation methods within. After several days of intense study, Liu Chen began to comprehend the secrets of the chaos divine art. Following its guidance, he channeled his soul power and commenced his training. As he progressed, the surrounding soul power coalesced into a massive vortex, continuously flowing into his being. His aura grew increasingly potent, causing cracks to form in the cave's stone walls from the sheer pressure. Upon completing his training in the chaos divine art, Liu Chen endeavored to harness the soul gem to amplify his soul power. Closing his eyes, he held the gem in his hand, concentrating on the power it contained. With the soul gem's assistance, Liu Chen felt his soul detach from his body, entering a mysterious realm filled with countless lights and symbols that continually morphed and combined, unveiling the mysteries of soul power. After a period of cultivation, Liu Chen's soul power saw tremendous enhancement, allowing him to perceive subtle changes in his surroundings and even discern the thoughts of his adversaries. Next, he utilized the cleansing elixir. Under its influence, his body expelled dark impurities, with every cell undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. Once the effects of the cleansing elixir fully manifested, Liu Chen experienced a qualitative leap in his physical condition, with notable improvements in strength, speed, and endurance. Finally, Liu Chen familiarized himself with the capabilities of the Phantom Cloak. He donned the cloak and practiced its invisibility and acceleration features within the confines of the cave. After numerous practices, he finally mastered the art of wielding the power of the Phantom Cloak, enabling him to launch surprise attacks and catch his adversaries off guard during battles. Upon concluding his retreat, Liu Chen emerged from a cave, having undergone a remarkable transformation, with his strength experiencing a qualitative enhancement. He resolved to return to the city to share his newfound insights with his family, while continuing to inscribe his own legend upon the Douluo continent. Upon his return to the Liu family, Lin Yu and their son were utterly astonished and elated by the formidable aura emanating from him. Liu Chen recounted his experiences in the deep mountains, expressing his confidence in creating a brighter future for them. Soon thereafter, Liu Chen received a new assignment, an exceptionally arduous task that required confronting a powerful group of soul beasts. Yet, armed with the strength acquired from an unexpected bounty, he faced the challenge with unwavering resolve. In the ensuing battle against the Soul Beast Gang, Liu Chen exhibited an unprecedented level of power. He unleashed the Chaos Divine technique, his soul power surging forth like a tidal wave towards the enemy, employing his formidable spiritual strength to disrupt the minds of the soul beasts. Utilizing the stealth and acceleration capabilities of the Phantom Cloak, he delivered a sudden and lethal strike to his foes. After an intense confrontation, Liu Chen triumphed over the Soul Beast Gang, safeguarding the peace of the region. His heroic deeds quickly spread throughout the Douluo continent, earning him the admiration of the populace as a hero. However, Liu Chen did not allow pride to cloud his judgment. He understood that countless challenges and opportunities awaited him on the Douluo continent, and he would persist in his efforts, striving towards even loftier goals alongside the multi-child blessing system. Chapter 5. An initial acquaintance with the rules of the Douluo world. With a grand bounty and a significant boost in strength, Liu Chen increasingly recognized the importance of comprehending the rules governing the Douluo world. After all, only by deeply understanding the operational principles of this vast continent could he venture further into its expanse. One morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Liu Chen's face, he slowly opened his eyes, resolved to embark on a journey to explore the rules of the Douluo world. He bid farewell to his wife and child, setting forth alone on this path laden with uncertainty. Liu Chen first arrived at an ancient library, a majestic and mysterious edifice standing in the heart of the city. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Towering bookshelves brimmed with a myriad of books, resembling a boundless ocean of knowledge. He gently traced his fingers over the yellowed pages, as if he could feel the weight of time itself. Selecting a book titled A Brief History of Douluo Continent, he found a quiet corner to sit and began to study intently. The book chronicled the origins and development of the Douluo continent, and Liu Chen felt as though he were traversing through time, witnessing the gradual formation of this land from its chaotic inception, the awakening of various martial souls, and the rise and fall of soul masters throughout history. He learned that the quality and type of martial soul determined a soul master's starting point. Yet hard work and opportunity could also alter one's destiny. Immersed in the world of the book, Lu Chen lost track of time until the sun began to set. Upon closing the book, he gained a clearer understanding of the past of the Douluo continent. Yet he realized this was merely the beginning. After leaving the library, Lu Chen resolved to seek the counsel of a seasoned soul master named Xianfeng, who resided in a tranquil valley outside the city. After some effort, he finally located Xianfeng's abode, a simple yet elegant wooden house surrounded by a beautiful garden. Gently knocking on the door, he was soon greeted by an elderly man with white hair but a vibrant spirit. "Young man, what brings you here?" Xianfeng inquired in a resonant voice. Lu Chen respectfully bowed and replied, "Senior, I yearn to comprehend the rules of the Douluo world, and I have come to seek your guidance." Xianfeng smiled slightly and invited Lu Chen inside. The interior was simply adorned, with walls adorned by illustrations of various soul beasts and diagrams of soul techniques. Seated comfortably, Xianfeng began to elucidate. In the Douluo world, power reigns supreme, yet this power transcends mere soul power levels. It also encompasses one's understanding and application of martial souls, as well as strategy and wisdom in combat. Lu Chen listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. Xianfeng continued, "Acquiring soul rings is crucial. Each soul ring bestows new skills and abilities upon a soul master, yet the process of obtaining them is fraught with peril. One must select appropriate soul beasts based on their own strength and the characteristics of their martial soul." Lu Chen inquired, "Senior, how does one determine if a soul beast is suitable for oneself?" Xianfeng patiently explained, "This requires a profound understanding of your own martial soul. For instance, if your martial soul is a shadow, you may find resonance with soul beasts that excel in stealth and ambush, thereby acquiring their soul rings." Realization dawned upon Lu Chen as he continued to listen attentively. Xianfeng added, "Moreover, the Douluo world is rife with various factions and organizations. The Spirit Hall, various sects, and families, each with intricate and intertwined relationships. Navigating this landscape demands caution. One must not offend others lightly." Lu Chen furrowed his brow and queried, "Senior, how can one establish a foothold among these factions?" Xianfeng smiled gently and replied, "Maintain neutrality, remain unbiased, and continuously enhance your own strength, ensuring that others dare not underestimate you. Yet, one must also possess the wisdom to gauge circumstances and forge connections with like-minded allies." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Under Xianfeng's guidance, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the Douluo world. However, he recognized that theory must be tested through practice. After bidding farewell to Xianfeng, Lu Chen resolved to participate in an exchange conference for soul masters. This gathering attracted soul masters from all corners, serving as an excellent opportunity for learning and practical application. At the venue, the atmosphere was vibrant. Soul masters showcased their martial souls and techniques, exchanging insights on cultivation. Lu Chen navigated through the crowd, meticulously observing each soul master's performance and listening to their discussions. He witnessed one soul master wielding a fire martial soul effortlessly reducing a boulder to ash, eliciting gasps of amazement from the onlookers, while another soul master, with agile movements and unique techniques, easily defeated their opponent in a simulated battle. Lu Chen actively engaged as well, exchanging techniques and insights with fellow soul masters. In one encounter, he faced an opponent with slightly superior soul power. Initially, the adversary dominated Lu Chen with sheer strength. However, Lu Chen employed the combat strategies learned from Xianfeng, cleverly utilizing the qualities of his shadow martial soul to maneuver and execute surprise attacks, ultimately turning the tide in his favor. This exchange conference proved immensely rewarding for Lu Chen. He not only forged new friendships, but also deepened his understanding of the subtle intricacies of the rules governing the Douluo world through practical experience. As he grew increasingly familiar with these rules, Lu Chen realized that in this world brimming with challenges and opportunities, only through relentless learning and exploration could he truly seize his destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Chen embarked on his journey home. His stride was resolute, and his gaze brimmed with anticipation for the future. He understood that the road ahead might be fraught with thorns, yet he was fully prepared to confront every challenge that lay in wait. Chapter 6. The Initial Awakening of the Shadow, Martial Soul. Having concluded his exploration of the rules of the Douluo world, Lu Chen returned home, filled with eager anticipation to share his invaluable experiences with his wife and child. Yet, he understood that the true trials lay ahead, and his shadow martial soul would be the key to navigating the challenges that awaited him on the Douluo continent. On a tranquil night, As moonlight cascaded like water upon the courtyard of Lu Chen's home, he sat alone on a stone bench, reflecting on his prior learnings and insights. He resolved to attempt awakening his shadow, martial soul. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, centering himself and calming his mind. Everything around him seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the sound of his breath and the gentle rustle of the wind. Lu Chen gradually concentrated his soul power at the core of his being, meticulously guiding this force to surge deep into the essence of his martial spirit. He could sense the power akin to a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering against an invisible barrier. Initially, progress was excruciatingly slow. The flow of soul power encountered considerable resistance within his body. Yet, Lu Chen remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and channeling his focus, steadily amplifying the output of his soul power. Just as he felt on the brink of exhaustion, a sudden, intense tremor coursed through the depths of his being. In an instant, a dark force erupted from the depths of his soul, enveloping him in its shadowy embrace. Startled, Lu Chen opened his eyes wide to find a colossal, profound shadow at his feet, seemingly intent on devouring all surrounding light. This was his shadow martial spirit, manifesting before him with an unprecedented clarity and strength. The shadow martial spirit exuded an aura that was both mysterious and uncanny, continuously twisting and morphing in form. Lu Chen extended his hand, yearning to touch this martial spirit intricately connected to him. The moment his fingers brushed against the shadow, a frigid and potent energy coursed through his entire being. He felt as if the shadow martial spirit had awakened its own consciousness, resonating with his mind. Lu Chen endeavored to control the martial spirit, urging it to transform according to his will. Under his mental guidance, the shadow martial spirit began to elongate, morphing into a long, black ribbon that danced gracefully through the air. A surge of joy filled Lu Chen's heart as he intensified his control over the martial spirit. The shadow ribbon swiftly lengthened and thickened, then abruptly lashed out toward a massive stone in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the stone was engulfed by the shadow, crumbling into countless fragments amid an agonizing crunch. Lu Chen was taken aback by the formidable power displayed by the shadow martial spirit, yet exhilaration coursed through him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The shadow martial spirit held much more potential waiting to be unearthed. In the ensuing days, Lu Chen persistently sought deeper communion and integration with the shadow martial spirit. He discovered that the calmer and more focused his mind became, the more precise and powerful his control over the martial spirit grew. He commanded the shadow martial spirit to take various forms. At times it transformed into a sharp black sword, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, at other times into a sturdy black shield capable of withstanding formidable assaults, and occasionally into a pair of magnificent black wings that gently lifted him skyward. Through relentless practice and experimentation, Lu Chen gradually mastered some fundamental characteristics of the shadow martial spirit. He realized that it not only possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, but could also conceal its presence, rendering it nearly undetectable by foes. While immersed in his exploration of the shadow martial spirit, an ominous aura suddenly emanated from the nearby forest. A chill ran down Lu Chen's spine. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to test both himself and the shadow martial spirit in real combat. Without a moment's hesitation, he raced toward the source of the malevolent energy. Upon penetrating deeper into the forest, he encountered a massive, fearsome, dark demon wolf. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Lu Chen, while it unleashed plumes of black flames from its maw. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen summoned the shadow martial spirit before him, bracing for the fierce battle ahead. The demon wolf was the first to strike, lunging at Lu Chen with astonishing speed. Lu Chen swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously commanding the shadow martial spirit to transform into a long whip, which lashed violently at the demon wolf's back. The creature howled in pain, pivoting to attack once more. Remaining composed, Lu Chen directed the shadow martial spirit to form an immense cage, ensnaring the demon wolf within. However, the demon wolf's strength was formidable. It relentlessly battered against the shadow cage, striving to break free. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen poured every ounce of his soul power into maintaining the integrity of the cage. After an intense standoff, Lu Chen finally discerned a flaw in the demon wolf's defenses. Channeling all his strength, he commanded the shadow martial spirit to morph into a sharp spear, which pierced through the demon wolf's heart in an instant. The dark demon wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash, while Lu Chen, drained from the exertion of his soul power, sank to the ground. Yet, a victorious smile illuminated his face. This battle had deepened his understanding and command of the shadow martial spirit. Bathed in the moonlight, Lu Chun embarked on his journey home, exhaustion mingling with satisfaction. He was acutely aware that the road ahead with his shadow martial spirit was long, but he brimmed with confidence and courage. Chapter 7. Life in the depths of the martial spirit hall. Having successfully established a preliminary rapport with the shadow martial spirit and endured the crucible of battle, Lu Chun understood that to distinguish himself in the land of Douluo continent, where power reigned supreme, aligning himself with a formidable faction was of utmost importance. After careful consideration, he set his sights on the renowned Martial Spirit Hall. This institution, with its vast influence and abundant resources, undoubtedly offered an exceptional platform for his growth. With aspirations for the future ignited within him, Lu Chun bid farewell to his wife and child and embarked on his journey to the Martial Spirit Hall. Along the way, he endured the elements, traveling day and night. After several days of arduous trekking, a magnificent structure finally came into view. It was the branch hall of the Martial Spirit Hall, its towering spires piercing the heavens, constructed from immense stone blocks, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Chun stepped through the grand entrance of the Martial Spirit Hall. Inside, a stern-faced steward sat at a table, scrutinizing the gathered individuals. Lu Chun approached respectfully, stating, "Esteemed sir, I yearn to join the Martial Spirit Hall and serve its cause." The steward appraised him with a discerning gaze, his expression revealing a hint of skepticism. "What skills do you possess?" The Martial Spirit Hall does not admit just anyone. Undaunted, Lu Chun summoned the shadow martial spirit. The shadow instantly enveloped a small area, demonstrating its unique aura of intimidation. The steward raised an eyebrow, a flicker of acknowledgement crossing his eyes. The shadow martial spirit is indeed rather special. However, to officially become a member of the Martial Spirit Hall, you must first undergo rigorous trials. Begin from the ground up, report to the auxiliary department. Thus, Lu Chun commenced his life at the foundational level of the Martial Spirit Hall. The tasks within the auxiliary department were both tedious and laborious. Each day before dawn, he would rise to clean every corner of the Martial Spirit Hall, meticulously polishing the precious martial spirit artifacts on display. Working alongside him were a group of young individuals, all sharing dreams, yet forced to commence from humble beginnings. Among them was a spirited youth named Xiao Hu, who quickly became friendly with Lu Chun. As he vigorously polished a weapon, Xiao Hu remarked, "Lu Chun, when do you think we'll rise above this? Every day spent doing these menial tasks makes it feel like our dreams of becoming powerful soul masters are slipping further away." While sweeping the floor, Lu Chun smiled and replied, "Xiao Hu, do not lose heart. This is merely temporary. In the Martial Spirit Hall, as long as we work hard, opportunities will arise. Every experience is a step toward growth." Xiao Hu nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, Lu Chun. Let us strive together." Days turned into weeks, although the work was strenuous. Lu Chun never wavered in his dedication. He seized every spare moment to cultivate his soul power and delve into the intricacies of the shadow martial spirit's application. However, tranquility did not last long. One day, while Lu Chun and Xiao Hu were transporting supplies in the back courtyard, a group of flamboyantly dressed soul masters swaggered towards them. Leading the pack was a tall, arrogant young man named Wang Ba, the nephew of a mid-level steward in the Martial Spirit Hall. Wang Ba, emboldened by his uncle's influence, often bullied those of lower status within the hall. Upon spotting Lu Chun and Xiao Hu, a mocking glint flickered in his eyes. "Look at these two lowly underlings, toiling away. Come, entertain this young master with a display of your martial spirits." Lu Chun furrowed his brow, halting his actions, and coolly remarked, "We still have work to do. We cannot afford to indulge you in play." Wang Ba, taken aback by Lu Chun's audacity to refuse him, was instantly consumed by rage and humiliation. "You little servant, dare you disregard my authority?" he exclaimed. "Today, you shall learn the consequences of offending me within the Spirit Hall." With that, he waved his hands, summoning his martial spirit, a fierce avian creature emanating flames. The fiery bird circled in the air before abruptly diving toward Lu Chun. Reacting swiftly, Lu Chun sidestepped and summoned his shadow martial spirit. The shadow transformed instantaneously into a black shield, successfully blocking the fiery bird's assault. The collision of fire and shadow produced a sizzling sound, and the acrid scent of scorched air filled the surroundings. Wang Ba, witnessing this, snorted disdainfully, "You possess some skill, but this is where it ends." He rapidly formed hand seals, muttering incantations, causing the flames on the avian creature to surge violently, becoming even more ferocious. With a mighty flap of its wings, Two colossal pillars of fire erupted toward Lu Chen. Fully aware of the impending threat, Lu Chen dared not confront the attack head-on. He manipulated the shadow martial spirit to morph into a pair of wings, propelling himself swiftly into the sky. The flaming columns narrowly missed his garments, scorching the ground beneath and creating two massive craters. In midair, Lu Chen hesitated not for a moment. He concentrated his soul power, transforming the shadow martial spirit into a multitude of sharp black darts, launching them toward Wang Ba. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily commanded the fiery bird to return, forming a wall of flames to counter the incoming darts. Sparks flew as the darts collided with the firewall. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu, filled with anxiety, wished to assist Lu Chen despite his limited soul power. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a pile of debris and, acting on impulse, hurled it toward Wang Ba. Unprepared for such a tactic, while focusing on Lu Chen's assault, Wang Ba was struck directly by the debris, finding himself in a disheveled state. Furious, he roared, "You two little brats dare to join forces against me. If I don't make you kneel and beg for mercy today, I shall not bear the name Wang." With reckless abandon, he summoned his martial spirit, igniting the feathers of the fiery avian, which transformed into a massive vortex of flames that surged toward Lu Chen and Xiao Hu. Sensing the overwhelming force, Lu Chen realized he could no longer hold back. He channeled all his soul power into the shadow martial spirit, which swelled into a gigantic black figure, charging toward the fiery vortex. The collision between the shadow giant and the flame vortex erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire courtyard as powerful energy waves caused surrounding structures to crack. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, straining to maintain the shadow giant's form as it stalemated against Wang Ba's fiery vortex. Just as the two forces were locked in combat, a stern voice cut through the chaos. "Cease this at once. What is happening here?" The onlookers turned to see a senior steward approaching with a grim expression. Wang Ba, spotting his uncle, seized the opportunity to complain. "Uncle, these two servants dared to attack me. You must uphold justice." The senior steward cast a cold glance at Wang Ba before scrutinizing Lu Chen and Xiao Hu, inquiring, "What transpired here?" Lu Chen recounted the events with composure. Upon hearing his account, the steward's expression darkened further. He chastised Wang Ba. "As a member of the Spirit Hall, you should not bully others. You have brought shame upon the Spirit Hall. Return to your quarters and reflect upon your actions." Wang Ba, unwilling to defy his uncle's orders, shot a venomous glare at Lu Chen and Xiao Hu before departing in disgrace. The senior steward then turned to Lu Chen, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. "You have demonstrated commendable courage in the face of adversity and a clever approach to conflict. Continue your efforts, and you shall surely achieve great things in the future." Following this incident, Lu Chen's reputation within the lower echelons of the Spirit Hall soared, further solidifying his resolve to carve out a name for himself. Moreover, the bond between him and Xiao Hu deepened through the shared struggle. Within the depths of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen was akin to a raw gem undergoing refinement, awaiting the day he would shine brilliantly. Chapter 8. The grueling training regimen. In the wake of his confrontation with Wang Ba, Lu Chen's life in the Spirit Hall did not settle into tranquility. Rather, it ignited a fiercer determination within him. He understood that only by attaining formidable strength could he secure his place in this world governed by the strong and protect his loved ones. Thus, he embarked on a more arduous training routine. Each day, before the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen would quietly rise, carefully donning his clothes so as not to awaken the still slumbering Xiao Hu. He gently pushed open the door, stepping into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply and savoring the tranquility and hope of the moment. Lu Chen made his way to a secluded corner of the Spirit Hall, where an open space surrounded by towering trees resembled a natural training ground. He closed his eyes, gradually channeling his soul power, feeling the warm energy coursing through his meridians. As his soul power flowed, his shadow martial spirit materialized, the dark silhouette spreading across the ground as if merging with the darkness itself. Today, he resolved to enhance his control over the shadow martial spirit. Encouraging himself inwardly, he focused intently, attempting to shape the shadow martial spirit into more intricate forms. Initially, the shadow merely quivered, seemingly resistant to Lu Chen's commands. However, undeterred, he continually adjusted the output of his soul power and the direction of his intent. Eventually, the shadow began to stretch, transforming into a lifelike black eagle that soared above Lu Chen's head. "Lu Chen, starting your training this early?" Xiao Hu's voice called from behind. Lu Chen retracted his martial spirit and turned with a smile. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. What brings you here? Xiao Hu, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, replied, seeing your dedication inspires me. I cannot fall behind. Training together motivates me further. Very well, let us strive together. Lu Chen encouraged, patting Xiao Hu's shoulder. The two positioned themselves and commenced their practice. Lu Chen resumed his focus on controlling the shadow martial spirit, attempting to make the eagle perform various complex maneuvers, from rapid dives to hovering in midair. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu diligently worked to enhance his soul power, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Before they knew it, the sun had risen high in the sky, its scorching rays filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting both to turn. They beheld a robust soul master, the instructor responsible for foundational training at the Spirit Hall, known as Iron Tiger. You two are training quite diligently, Iron Tiger boomed, a hint of approval gracing his features. Greetings, instructor. Lu Chen and Xiao Hu promptly bowed respectfully. Iron Tiger approached, assessing the two of them, and remarked, hard work alone is insufficient. Effective training methods are equally vital. Lu Chen, demonstrate your martial spirit, so I may observe. Nodding, Lu Chen summoned the shadow martial spirit once more. The black eagle soared under the sunlight, prompting Iron Tiger to furrow his brow as he scrutinized it closely. After a moment, he stated, Lu Chen, your control over your martial spirit is commendable, yet your application of soul power lacks precision. Notice how, during the eagle's turn, there is a momentary fluctuation in your soul power, which affects its speed and stability. Lu Chen, eager to learn, asked, instructor, how might I improve? Iron Tiger pondered briefly before advising. Focus more on the details as you channel your soul power, guiding every thread precisely to where you desire it to go. It is akin to manipulating a puppet with fine strings. Every movement must be meticulously coordinated. With closed eyes, Lu Chen followed the instructor's guidance, reasserting control over the shadow martial spirit. This time, he attentively sensed the flow of soul power, striving for each transformation to be smooth and exact. The shadow eagle indeed soared with greater fluidity, its movements becoming increasingly agile. Yes, just like that, maintain the momentum, encouraged Mentor Iron Tiger. After providing guidance to Lu Chen, Mentor Iron Tiger turned his attention to Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu, your soul power has improved commendably during this period, yet your combat skills require enhancement. Cool, let's exchange a few blows. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hu felt a surge of excitement mixed with nervousness and promptly assumed a fighting stance. Mentor Iron Tiger lightly stomped his foot, propelling himself towards Xiao Hu like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Xiao Hu's heart raced as he hastily summoned his martial soul, conjuring a wall of earth that erupted from the ground in an attempt to obstruct the Mentor's assault. A slight smile graced Mentor Iron Tiger's lips as he deftly sidestepped the earthen barrier and unleashed a straight punch toward Xiao Hu. Caught off guard, Xiao Hu was struck on the shoulder, stumbling back several paces. Yet, he refused to concede, swiftly regaining his composure. With a flourish of his hands, the wall of earth rose once more, and from it, several sharp stone spikes emerged, aiming directly at Mentor Iron Tiger. A flicker of approval glinted in the Mentor's eyes as he evaded the stone projectiles with ease, then, with a sudden burst of force, delivered a powerful kick to the wall of earth. The wall crumbled spectacularly, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Xiao Hu coughed amidst the dust. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he heard Mentor Iron Tiger call out, Stop! Xiao Hu, your reaction speed and adaptability are commendable, but there remains ample room for improvement in both power and speed. In actual combat, you must learn to utilize your surroundings, rather than relying solely on your martial soul's abilities. Mentor Iron Tiger imparted his wisdom patiently. Xiao Hu nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mentor, I understand. Under Mentor Iron Tiger's tutelage, both Lu Chen and Xiao Hu reaped significant benefits. In the days that followed, apart from fulfilling their menial duties, they devoted themselves entirely to their training. As time progressed, Lu Chen's mastery over the shadow martial soul became increasingly adept. He could now command the shadow martial soul to instantaneously assume various forms, seamlessly transitioning between them in battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu's strength saw a remarkable enhancement. His soul power grew denser and his combat techniques more refined. However, the tranquil routine of training did not persist for long. One day, news arrived from the Spirit Hall announcing an impending competition among low-ranking soul masters, with victors earning the chance to acquire precious cultivation resources and opportunities for advancement. This announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the lower echelon of Soul Masters, each eager to demonstrate their prowess. Chen and Xiao who exchanged determined glances, recognizing the resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. Chen, we must give our all in this competition, Xiao declared, clenching his fists tightly. Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is our opportunity. We cannot afford to let it slip away. In preparation for the competition, Chen and Xiao who trained with even greater fervor. They not only engaged in sparring sessions with one another, but also sought guidance from more experienced soul masters. Chen continually refined his combat techniques, maximizing the stealth and ambush capabilities of his shadow martial soul. Xiao Hu, on the other hand, focused on enhancing his explosive power and defensive strength, aiming to establish a solid footing during the competition. At last, the day of the tournament arrived, and the arena of the Spirit Hall teemed with spectators. Low-ranking soul masters gathered, eagerly anticipating the fierce confrontations that lay ahead. Chen and Xiao who stood amidst the crowd, their excitement palpable as they awaited the commencement of the matches. The first match, Zhanglong versus Li Hu. The referee's voice resonated, and the two combatants ascended the arena. After exchanging courteous bows, they swiftly summoned their martial souls, plunging into an intense battle. Zhanglong's martial soul manifested as a sharp longsword, its blade glinting ominously, while Li Hu's martial soul took the form of a massive black bear, its muscles bulging with power. Zhanglong moved with agility, circling the black bear in search of an opportunity to strike. He swung his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy toward the bear. With a furious roar, the bear slammed its massive paws together, causing the ground to fracture and sending a torrent of earth surging towards Zhanglong. Reacting swiftly, Zhanglong utilized his agility to leap aside and evade the onslaught. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Zhanglong lunged forward, driving his sword towards the bear's chest. Yet the bear remained steadfast, blocking the attack with its robust arm. The sword merely left a superficial mark on the bear's forelimb. In retaliation, the bear swung its other arm, sending Zhanglong flying. He managed to stabilize himself mid-air, landing gracefully, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Undeterred, he raised his sword again, preparing for the next round of assault. However, just then, the bear surged forward at an astonishing speed, catching Zhanglong off guard and hoisting him high into the air. With a mighty roar, the bear slammed Zhanglong to the ground. Zhanglong struggled to rise, but his strength had waned. Li Hu wins, the referee announced loudly. The arena erupted in cheers. Subsequent matches unfolded with equal intensity, and Chen and Xiao who watched each bout with bated breath, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents in preparation for their own confrontations. Finally, it was Chen's turn to compete. His opponent was a soul master named Zhao Gang, whose martial soul was a swift leopard. Zhao Gang was athletic and sharp-eyed, clearly a formidable adversary. "Please be gentle," Chen said with a respectful bow. Zhao Gang scoffed. "Spare me the pleasantries. Defeat me first." With that, he launched a sudden attack, his leopard martial soul enhancing his speed to a blinding flash as he charged at Chen. Anticipating this, Chen swiftly summoned his shadow martial soul, transforming it into a black shield that absorbed Zhao Gang's assault. The leopard's claws scraped against the shield, producing a jarring sound. Chen pushed back forcefully, creating distance between them. Zhao Gang regained his footing and charged again, this time circling Chen rapidly in search of an opening. Chen remained vigilant, his shadow martial soul poised for action. Suddenly, Zhao Gang altered his direction, lunging at Chen from aside. A smile crept onto Chen's lips. This was precisely the opportunity he had awaited. He commanded his shadow martial soul, which instantaneously morphed into countless black spikes, launching toward Zhao Gang. Caught off guard, Zhao Gang was struck by the spikes, letting out a grunt as his momentum faltered. Seizing the moment, Chen transformed his shadow martial soul into a longsword and lunged toward Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang hastily sidestepped but was still grazed by the blade, a flash of anger igniting within him. Recklessly, he charged at Chen, intent on a mutually destructive clash. Chen maintained his composure, skillfully evading Zhao Gang's strikes while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. In the midst of their fierce exchange, Chen gradually gained the upper hand. He recognized the moment to strike, condensing his shadow martial soul into a colossal battle axe, raising it high before bringing it down toward Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The axe crashed into the ground beside him, the force of the impact knocking him off balance. Chen wins. The referee's voice rang out. The arena erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Lu Chen's friends cheered him on. He exhaled deeply, aware that this was merely the first step, with even stronger opponents awaiting him. Xiao Hu, standing nearby, felt elated for Lu Chen while silently motivating himself for the challenges that lay ahead. As the competition continued, Xiao Hu successfully advanced to the next round as well. Both Lu Chen and Xiao Hu drew closer to their aspirations. Yet they understood that the ensuing battles would be increasingly arduous. In this arduous journey, intertwined with rigorous training and fierce competition, would Lu Chen and Xiao Hu realize their dreams and secure advancement opportunities? What challenges awaited them in the upcoming matches? All remained uncertain, yet they were prepared, resolutely facing the trials fate had in store. Chapter 9. Forming New Friendships at the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen and Xiao Hu navigated through the ranks of the low-ranking Soul Master competition at the Spirit Hall, their names gradually echoing throughout the halls. As the two individuals began to shine, a number of young Soul Masters, equally driven by dreams and aspirations to make their mark within the Spirit Hall, actively sought to befriend them. Following the conclusion of a competition, Lu Chen and Xiao Hu found themselves encircled by a group of enthusiastic young Soul Masters during a celebratory gathering. Among them was a tall and slender young man named Lin Yu, whose lively eyes sparkled as he spoke first. Lu Chen, Xiao Hu, your performance in the competition was truly spectacular. Especially you, Lu Chen, with that elusive shadow spirit. There were moments when I thought you were on the verge of losing, only for you to instantaneously reverse the situation. Impressive indeed. Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You flatter us. It was all due to everyone's efforts." He continued, "Moreover, Xiao Hu's prowess is not to be underestimated. Each match he fought was a blend of valor and strategy." Xiao Hu scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and remarked, "Hee, I still have much to learn from Lu Chen. He always seems to devise brilliant strategies at critical moments." At that moment, a robust young man named Wang Dali stepped forward, thumping his chest with a resounding declaration. "From now on, we shall be friends. In the Spirit Hall, we will look out for one another. I, Wang Dali, may not possess many talents, but I am strong. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Lu Chen and Xiao Hu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with mirth, and replied in unison, "Very well, from now on, we are brothers." In the days that followed, Lu Chen, Xiao Hu, Lin Yu, and Wang Dali gradually grew closer, training together daily and exchanging insights on spirit cultivation. One afternoon, as was customary, the group gathered in the training grounds of the Spirit Hall. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. "My wind blade spirit is swift in execution, yet I always feel that its attacking power is somewhat lacking. I struggle against opponents with formidable defenses. What do you think I should do?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen suggested, "Lin Yu, have you considered concentrating your soul power more on the edges of the wind blade, making it thinner and sharper? This might enhance its offensive capability. It's akin to carving a wooden plank into a blade. Though it becomes smaller, its cutting ability is amplified." Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly attempted the technique. He focused his soul power, manipulating the wind blade spirit, which transformed from a flat form into a razor-thin edge. Glinting menacingly under the sunlight, Lin Yu swung the wind blade towards a massive rock at the edge of the training grounds, and with a swift whoosh, the blade sliced effortlessly into the stone, leaving a deep mark. "Wow, it really works. Lu Chen, I can't thank you enough," Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Wang Dali, joining in, expressed his own frustration. "My spirit is solely based on brute strength. Whenever I spar with others, I feel my techniques are too simplistic, relying only on raw power." Xiao Hu chuckled and advised, "Dali, you could incorporate some tactics. For instance, before attacking, you might feign a strike to the left to draw your opponent's attention, then suddenly shift to the right, catching them off guard. Coupled with your immense strength, it would surely yield greater results." Wang Dali nodded thoughtfully and immediately found a wooden post to practice. He feigned a leftward strike, then swiftly shifted to the right, his massive fist crashing down with a gust of wind, causing the post to shake violently and splinters to fly. As the group trained vigorously, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the other side of the training ground. Lu Chen and the others turned to see a group of elaborately dressed soul masters surrounding a frail young boy. One of the sneering soul masters, with a sharp face, mocked, "With your scrawny frame, you think you can compete? Don't be surprised if you end up crying for help, bringing shame to our Spirit Hall." The boy's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, yet he dared not respond. Lu Chen frowned and said, "Let us go and see what's happening." The group quickly approached the scene. Lu Chen regarded the sharp-faced soul master coldly and asked, What is the meaning of this? Bullying the weak is nothing to boast about. The sharp-faced Soul Master glanced Lu Chen up and down, disdainfully retorting, "Oh, isn't this just a lowly lackey? What give you the right to meddle? Just because you've won a few matches, do you think you're something special?" Wang Dali stepped forward, glaring at the sharp-faced Soul Master, and shouted, "Mind your words. Bullying the weak only brings disgrace to the Spirit Hall." The sharp-faced Soul Master's followers erupted in laughter, one of them sarcastically chiming in, "Oh, are you trying to play the hero? This kid is nothing but a waste. Only you lowly ones would come to his aid." The bully boy's eyes flashed with anger and defiance as he declared, "I am not a waste. I will prove myself." Lu Chen looked at the boy encouragingly and asked, "What is your name?" Standing tall, the boy replied, "My name is SoulLand. I will achieve great results in the competition and make them see me in a new light." Lu Chen nodded and addressed the sharp-faced Soul Master. "Listen well. SoulLand is our friend. Anyone who dares to bully him will have to reckon with us." The sharp-faced Soul Master snorted, "Fine. We shall see who prevails in the arena. Just don't be begging for mercy when I defeat you." With that, he and his followers swaggered away. SoulLand looked at Lu Chen and the others with gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. In the Spirit Hall, we should support one another. From now on, let's train together and aim for success in the competition." Thus, SoulLand joined Lu Chen's small group. As the competition progressed, their training intensified. When the next round of matches arrived, Lu Chen found himself pitted against an opponent named Zhou Yin, a skilled soul master specializing in earth-type spirits. As the match commenced, Zhou Yin swiftly summoned his earth spirit, causing the ground beneath him to rise dramatically, forming a towering earthen wall that shielded him securely. Lu Chen refrained from attacking recklessly, instead observing the wall's movements with keen interest. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes emerged from the wall, hurtling towards Lu Chen at alarming speed. Reacting quickly, Lu Chen commanded his shadow spirit to manifest a massive black barrier, successfully blocking the stone spikes. They shattered upon impact with the barrier. Seeing his attack thwarted, Zhou Yin rapidly formed hand seals, causing the earthen wall to collapse into countless stones that rained down on Lu Chen like cannonballs. Lu Chen vanished in a flash, utilizing the shadow spirit's stealth ability to disappear from sight just as the stones landed where he had been standing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yin scanned the area warily, searching for Lu Chen's whereabouts. At that moment, Lu Chen surged forth from the shadow behind Zhou Yin, transforming his shadow spirit into a sharp blade aimed at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin reacted swiftly, manifesting a thick layer of earthen armor just in time to block the strike. The blade left only a faint mark upon the armor. Observing this, Lu Chen immediately altered his attack strategy, morphing the shadow blade into countless tiny dark shadows that swarmed towards Zhou Yin's vital areas, his eyes and throat. Zhou Yin hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself, simultaneously channeling his soul power to reinforce the earthen armor. Seizing the opportunity created by Zhou Yan's defense, Lu Chen again concentrated his shadow spirit, transforming it into a colossal battle axe, which he raised high and brought crashing down towards Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin braced himself with all his might, but the force of the blow was overwhelming, causing the ground beneath him to crack and forcing him to stagger back several steps. Lu Chen pressed his advantage, swinging the shadow axe once more, and Zhou Yin found himself unable to evade, helplessly watching the axe descend. Just as the axe was about to strike Zhou Yin, Lu Chen halted his attack mere centimeters from him. The referee, witnessing this, announced loudly, "Lu Chen wins." The arena erupted in thunderous applause as Lu Chen's friends cheered for him. Xiaohu also emerged victorious in his match that day, demonstrating his tenacity and clever strategy. Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran likewise performed admirably, all advancing to the next round. After the competition concluded, the group gathered, excitedly discussing their performances. Lin Yu exclaimed, "Lu Chen, your match was absolutely thrilling, especially that surprise attack from the shadows. It was utterly unpredictable." Little Tiger smiled and said, "Everyone is doing wonderfully. We have taken another step closer to our goal. The upcoming matches will be more challenging, but as long as we unite our hearts, we will surely achieve even better results." Wang Dali nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Let us give it our all and show those who look down on us what we are capable of." Su Ran's eyes sparkled with determination. "I will certainly strive to ensure I do not hold anyone back." In the Spirit Hall, a place brimming with opportunities and challenges, Lu Chen and his friends, supported by one another's efforts, steadily advanced on the path toward their dreams. What formidable opponents will they face in the forthcoming matches? How will they join forces to tackle these challenges? All of this awaits their pen to inscribe. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Brilliance in Battle. As the competitions among the lower-tier soul masters at the Spirit Hall intensified, Chen and his friends attracted numerous gazes with their outstanding performances. Each battle bore witness to their strength and served as a solid stepping stone toward loftier aspirations. In this round, Chen's opponent was Chen Yu, a soul master of considerable repute within the Spirit Hall. Tall and with a stern countenance, Chen Yu wielded the Ice Phoenix as his martial spirit, possessing formidable ice-based powers, and had already garnered a modest fame among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Before the match commenced, the arena was surrounded by spectators, all curious about this seemingly unequal contest. Chen, do you think you can win this match? Chen Yu's Ice Phoenix is no easy foe, Little Tiger remarked anxiously, his eyes betraying a hint of tension. Chen smiled gently, patting Little Tiger's shoulder. I will do my best. I have faith in my abilities and in the results of our training over this period. Lin Yu clenched his fist beside him, cheering Chen on. Chen, forget about his background or his Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Let's give it our all. We all support you. Wang Dali chimed in loudly, yes. Chen, just go for it. Show him our might. Su Ran quietly handed Chen a potion for soul power recovery. Brother Chen, take this potion for emergencies. Chen gratefully accepted the potion, looking at his friends. Thank you all. With you by my side, I am filled with confidence. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out, and Chen and Chen Yu took their positions at opposite ends of the arena. Chen Yu cast a disdainful glance at Chen, sneering. You think you can impede my progress? Today, you will learn the consequences of opposing me. Chen remained silent, calmly summoning his shadow martial spirit. Shadows spread beneath his feet, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Chen Yu quickly formed hand seals, chanting, Ice Phoenix descends. All things encased in ice. Instantly, a colossal shadow of the Ice Phoenix appeared in the sky, accompanied by a biting cold wind, as it dove down towards Chen, laden with countless sharp ice shards. Chen's expression sharpened as he swiftly transformed his shadow martial spirit into a massive black shield, guarding himself closely. The ice shards collided with the shield, creating a crisp sound as they shattered into icy fragments. However, the ferocity of the Ice Phoenix's assault was overwhelming, and the shield began to show fine cracks under the intense impact. Knowing that mere defense was insufficient, Chen seized the moment when the Ice Phoenix attacked, manipulating the shadow martial spirit to form a gigantic black claw that lunged at the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix screeched, flapping its wings to erect an ice wall, blocking the claw's advance. The claw struck the ice wall, leaving only deep scratch marks. Is that all you've got? Chen Yu mocked, urging the Ice Phoenix once more. The radiance surrounding the Ice Phoenix intensified, and with a powerful flap of its wings, two stout ice pillars shot toward Chen. Chen hastily evaded, the ice pillars narrowly missing him and crashing into the arena, creating two massive ice craters. Seizing the opportunity during Chen Yu's assault, Chen concentrated all his soul power, transforming the shadow martial spirit into countless tiny black shadows that surged toward Chen Yu like a swarm of locusts. Chen Yu's expression shifted as he quickly conjured a thick ice shield in front of him. The shadows collided with the ice shield, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as the surface of the shield became riddled with fissures. Pathetic struggle, Chen Yu scoffed, pushing forcefully with both hands, causing the ice shield to shatter into a myriad of sharp ice shards that rebounded toward Chen. Simultaneously, the Ice Phoenix launched another attack, shooting a massive ice spear straight at Chen. Immersed in a flurry of assaults, Chen remained unperturbed. He swiftly recalled his shadow martial spirit, forming a swirling black vortex in front of him. The ice shards and ice spear were drawn into the vortex, instantly being shredded to pieces. Interesting, Chen Yu noted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, realizing that Chen was not as easily defeated as he had presumed. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Ice Phoenix domain. A brilliant light radiated from Chen Yu as a vast azure ice domain unfurled, enveloping Chen within. Inside this domain, the temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of ice rapidly formed around Chen's body, hindering his movements. The Ice Phoenix danced within the domain, and with each flap of its wings, countless ice blades rained down upon Chen. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, Chen gritted his teeth, silently chanting, I cannot surrender like this. He focused all his spirit, attempting to break free from the Ice Phoenix domain's constraints. He summoned his internal soul power to pit the shadow martial spirit against the forces of the Ice Phoenix domain. Lu Chen, you can do it. Little Tiger shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Brother Lu Chen, you got this. SoulLand clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on the arena. Lin Yu and Wang Dali yelled at the top of their lungs to encourage Lu Chen. Lu Chen, break through. Show him your strength. Fueled by the encouragement of his friends, Lu Chen unleashed unprecedented power. He poured all his soul power into the shadow martial spirit, which instantaneously expanded into a colossal black giant. The giant stomped forcefully, causing the ground to fracture as its immense strength battered against the Ice Phoenix domain. Break for me! Lu Chen roared, the black giant launching a powerful punch that struck the Ice Phoenix directly. The Ice Phoenix let out a mournful cry as the domain's strength waned. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen once again summoned his soul power, and the black giant unleashed a flurry of punches, ultimately shattering the Ice Phoenix domain. Chen Yu's face turned pale. He had not anticipated Lu Chen would breach his Ice Phoenix domain. Before he could react, Lu Chen transformed the shadow martial spirit into a black spear, darting toward him like lightning. Chen Yu attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spear pressed against his throat. I concede, Chen Yu admitted reluctantly. The referee announced loudly, Lu Chen wins. A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Lu Chen's friends rushed onto the arena, surrounding him in jubilant celebration. Lu Chen, you were incredible. Little Tiger exclaimed, excitedly hugging Lu Chen. Indeed, that battle was spectacular. Lu Chen, you are truly our pride. Lin Yu said, admiration radiating from his expression. Wang Dali patted Lu Chen's back heartily. Lu Chen, I knew you could do it. Let us see if Chen Yu dares to underestimate us again. SoulLand added with a smile, Brother Lu Chen, the moment you shattered the Ice Phoenix domain was so impressive. Lu Chen looked at his friends, a victorious smile illuminating his face. This victory is not solely mine. It is the encouragement from all of you that empowered me. Moving forward, we must continue to strive together toward even greater heights. This battle elevated Lu Chen's reputation within the Spirit Hall, further solidifying the bond among him and his friends. They understood that in this challenge-filled Spirit Hall, only through unity could they advance further. Awaiting them were even more formidable opponents and daunting challenges, yet they stood fearless, for they believed in one another and their shared dreams. What remarkable tales will they weave on the stage of the Spirit Hall next? Everything was brimming with uncertainty and anticipation. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the System Task. Lu Chen and his companions advanced triumphantly in the Soul Masters sparring competition held in the depths of the Spirit Hall, their strength and team cohesion continuously on the rise. However, the tranquility of their training and competitive life was soon shattered by the announcement of a new task from the Multitude of Blessings system. That night, Lu Chen, as usual, was practicing in his small yet tidy room. While he was immersed in the flow of soul power, the familiar voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Host, please take note. A primary task has been issued. Assist the Spirit Hall in completing a crucial material escort mission. The Spirit Hall has recently acquired a batch of precious soul guide materials that must be transported back to headquarters from a secret base located at the border. However, reliable intelligence indicates that a formidable band of bandits will attempt to intercept during transit. You are required to lead a small team to ensure the safe delivery of the materials. Task success rewards. A top-tier soul guide design blueprint, significantly enhancing your equipment's capabilities. A random advanced soul skill book to further elevate your strength, and a substantial quantity of soul power enhancement elixirs for rapid augmentation of your soul power. Task failure penalties, deduction of half your current soul power, and a random ceiling of one ability of your martial soul for a week. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock as he felt a mixture of exhilaration and immense pressure. The rewards for the task were exceedingly generous, yet the penalties for failure were indeed severe. He understood that he must give his all. The following morning, Lu Chen summoned his friends to a corner of the training ground. With a serious expression, he relayed the details of the system task to them. Xiao Hu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, the rewards are enticing, but the penalties are rather harsh. However, Lu Chen, we cannot let fear deter us. Together, we can surely accomplish this mission. Lin Yu frowned slightly, contemplating before saying, Lu Chen, this task is no trifling matter. Since the bandits dare to intercept the Spirit Hall's materials, they must be well prepared. We need to strategize meticulously. Wang Dali thumped his chest and boldly declared, What is there to fear? No matter how many bandits come, I, Wang Dali, can knock them all away with a single punch. SoulLand, though silent, exhibited a resolute expression and nodded firmly. Lu Chen gazed at his comrades, warmth swelling in his heart, and spoke, "Brothers, this task bears great significance. It involves not only our own interests, but also presents an excellent opportunity to serve the Spirit Hall. We must prepare diligently. Linyu, you excel in intelligence gathering and analysis. Please investigate the specifics of this bandit group, including their numbers, strength distribution, and potential ambush locations. Xiaohu, you and Wang Dali should focus on enhancing team coordination during training, aiming to unleash maximum combat effectiveness in battle. Su Ran, you will handle logistical support, ensuring we have ample supplies for the journey." Everyone acknowledged their assignments and set off to prepare. In the ensuing days, Lu Chun and his companions were busily occupied. Lin Yu scoured various sources, gathering substantial intelligence about the bandits from the Spirit Hall's information network and some informants from the martial world. Lu Chun. This bandit group is called the Black Wind Stronghold, numbering around 50 individuals, including several powerful soul masters. Their leader, known as Black Wind, is a four-ring soul master proficient in wind-type martial souls, boasting incredible speed. They typically prefer to lay ambushes in treacherous valley terrains. Lin Yu detailed the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun fell in a deep thought. After a moment, he remarked, "It seems we must exercise extra caution while traversing the valley. We can set up some traps in advance to disrupt their attacking rhythm." Wang Dali at that time, use your formidable martial soul to carve a path ahead, drawing their primary attacks. Xiaohu, coordinate with Wang Dali, providing him support while ensuring the safety of the transport team. Lin Yu, scout from the air. The moment you detect any signs of the bandits, notify us immediately, and utilize your wind blades to disrupt their movements. Su Ran, stay in the middle of the convoy, safeguarding the materials, should any stragglers approach. Use your martial soul to block them with all your might. Everyone nodded, committing their tasks to memory. Finally, the day of the material escort arrived. Lu Chen led Xiaohu, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran, along with a contingent of ordinary soldiers from the Spirit Hall. As they set out with a cart laden with precious soul guide materials, slowly making their way to the border stronghold. Throughout the journey, the group maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Upon reaching the valley, Lu Chun signaled, and everyone immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Wang Dali took the lead, his muscles taut, soul power circulating, poised for the impending enemy assault. Xiaohu closely followed, weapon in hand, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings. Lin Yu spread his wings of wind, soaring into the air, meticulously searching for traces of the bandits. Meanwhile, Su Ran stood guard beside the supply cart, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Yet his expression remained steadfast. Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted from above, "They're here." From both sides of the valley, approximately 30 of them. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of dark figures surged forth from the woods on either side of the valley, revealing themselves as the bandits of the Black Wind Stronghold. They howled like wolves as they lunged towards the escort team. Wang Dali bellowed and charged at the bandits. His martial soul activated, his hands grew immense, delivering a devastating punch to the foremost bandit. The bandit barely had time to react before being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaohu followed closely behind, wielding his long sword as he engaged in combat with other bandits. His movements were agile, and his swordplay fierce, rendering him an equal match against his opponents. Lu Chun manipulated his shadow martial soul, transforming into numerous dark figures that shot towards the bandits like lethal projectiles. The shadows struck with precision, and several bandits were caught off guard, letting out pained cries. In the air, Lin Yu waved his hands, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that howled towards the bandits. Wherever the wind blades passed, branches shattered, and the bandits scrambled to evade them. However, the bandits of the Black Wind Stronghold were no mere pushovers. They quickly regained their composure and encircled Wang Dali and Xiaohu. A three-ring soul master brandished a large blade, aiming a strike at Wang Dali. Undaunted, Wang Dali caught the blade with his massive palm, the edge merely leaving a white mark on his hand. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Wang Dali mocked, then retaliated with a punch that sent the soul master flying. At this moment, the encirclement of the bandits began to tighten, and the situation grew increasingly precarious for the escort team. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun commanded his shadow martial soul to coalesce into a colossal black vortex, drawing in the surrounding bandits. The bandits struggled within the vortex, their terrified cries echoing. "Everyone, do not relax. This is merely temporary," Lu Chun shouted. Indeed, before long, a figure burst forth from the vortex, Black Wind, the leader of the stronghold. Clutching a black long knife, He radiated the unmistakable aura of a four-ring soul master. "You insolent fools! How dare you thwart my plans?" Black Wind roared. Then, with a flash, he dashed towards Lu Chen like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Chen promptly summoned his shadow shield to block Black Wind's assault. The long knife struck the shield with a thunderous clang, the force resonating through Lu Chen's arm. "You have some skill, but this is where it ends." Black Wind sneered, his wind-type soul power surging violently as the air around him ignited, forming fiery wind blades that shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen hastily manipulated his shadow, martial soul, expanding the shield to deflect all the wind blades. Yet Black Wind seized this moment to launch another attack, his long knife striking towards Lu Chen's throat like a venomous serpent. Lu Chen sidestepped, the blade grazing his cheek and leaving a shallow cut. Just as Lu Chen and Black Wind were locked in fierce combat, Xiao Hu seized the moment, charging from the side and thrusting his long sword at Black Wind's back. Black Wind sensed the impending attack and swiftly turned, blocking Xiao Hu's long sword with his long knife. "With just you lot, you think you can stop me?" With a powerful fling, Black Wind hurled Little Tiger into the air. Little Tiger deftly adjusted his posture mid-flight, landing steadily, though a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. "Little Tiger," Lu Chen shouted, a surge of fury swelling within him. He channeled all his soul power into his shadow, martial soul, which instantly expanded, transforming into a colossal black giant that charged towards Black Wind. A flicker of fear flashed in Black Wind's eyes, but it quickly morphed back into ferocity. He plunged his long blade into the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and massive columns of wind surged skyward, hurtling towards the black giant. The black giant collided with the wind columns, unleashing a deafening explosion that reverberated through the valley, shaking the very ground and sending dust swirling into the air. While Lu Chen engaged in a fierce battle with Black Wind, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran were also valiantly resisting the other bandits. Lin Yu unleashed a flurry of wind blades from the air, suppressing the movements of the marauders. Wang Dali, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, barreled through the ranks of bandits, sending them reeling in defeat. Su Ran, undeterred, transformed his martial soul into sturdy earthen walls, safeguarding the supply carts from any bandit who dared approach. After a tumultuous battle, Lu Chen finally seized his chance. The black giant delivered a powerful punch that struck Black Wind. Black Wind was sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the bandits' morale shattered, and they scattered in disarray. Lu Chen and his companions refrained from pursuing and swiftly assessed the casualties and the safety of their supplies. "Lu Chen, we did it!" Little Tiger exclaimed with exhilaration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Everyone worked hard. Our success in this mission is entirely due to our collective efforts." The group erupted in cheers, knowing that their triumph not only fulfilled the system's mission, but also elevated their standing within the Martial Soul Hall. What legendary tales would they inscribe on the stages of the Martial Soul Hall and the Douluo continent next? Chapter 12. Exploring the mysterious Martial Soul ruins, Lu Chen and his companions showcased remarkable prowess in the Martial Soul Hall's lower-level Soul Master competitions, garnering the attention of the higher-ups. As a reward, they were granted a precious opportunity to explore the enigmatic Martial Soul ruins. Upon hearing the news, the group was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly preparing for the journey filled with uncertainties. On the eve of their departure, they gathered at Lu Chen's residence to discuss their strategies. Wang Dali rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "I've heard that the Martial Soul ruins are brimming with treasures. We might discover divine artifacts to enhance our martial souls. We must seize this chance." Lin Yu shot him a knowing glance, teasing, "All you think about are treasures. The ruins are shrouded in mystery and may harbor significant dangers. We should exercise caution." Little Tiger nodded in agreement. "Lin Yu is right. We cannot afford to be careless." "What do you think, Lu Chen?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen replied slowly, "Given the ruins' mystique, they undoubtedly conceal countless opportunities and challenges. We must remain vigilant while adeptly seizing opportunities. Everyone should familiarize themselves with their martial soul abilities to ensure we can unleash their full potential at pivotal moments." Su Ran, listening intently, clenched his fists and declared, "I will stay close to everyone and not hold anyone back." The following morning, sunlight bathed the Martial Soul Hall's plaza as Lu Chen and his companions stood tall, invigorated, awaiting directives alongside other teams also granted exploration qualifications. An elder ascended the platform, gravely stating, "The exploration of the Martial Soul ruins is a rare opportunity. but fraught with peril. Exercise utmost caution, and should you encounter insurmountable danger, withdraw immediately. Here is a map marking the general area of the ruins and known danger zones. With that, his aides distributed the maps to the teams. Chen received the map, scrutinizing it carefully, and began to strategize with his teammates. Soon, they embarked on their journey. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the mountains housing the ruins. The peaks were enveloped in swirling mists, exuding an air of mystery that evoked reverence. As they entered the ruins' vicinity, the atmosphere grew ominously foreboding. Ancient stone tablets and dilapidated remnants of structures lay scattered, whispering tales of former glory and decay. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a faint, eerie laughter. Su Ran, feeling uneasy, whispered, "What is that sound?" "It's quite frightening." Chen reassured him, "Stay calm and remain vigilant. It could be a mechanism or a soul beast within the ruins." No sooner had he spoken than the ground ahead cracked open, and massive vines erupted from below, slithering towards them like serpents. Wang Dali shouted, "Watch me." He summoned his martial soul, his muscles bulging as he struck the nearest vine with a powerful punch. The vine splintered under the force, yet the others remained undeterred. Continuing their advance, Lin Yu swiftly unleashed his wind blades, slicing through the vines with precision. However, the severed vines healed rapidly, regrouping for another assault. Observing this, Chen declared, "This won't suffice. We need to locate the source of these vines." With that, he transformed his shadow martial soul into a blackbird, soaring above to scout. Soon, he spotted a faintly glowing formation beneath the ruins nearby, the origin of the vines. "Follow me. The source lies ahead," Chen commanded, urging his companions towards the formation while fending off the encroaching vines. Just as they neared the formation, a horde of skeletal soul beasts surged forth from all directions. Encircling them, one of the skeletal beasts screeched, "Intruders! You dare invade the ruins? Prepare to perish. Everyone back to back. Stay calm," Chen shouted. Little Tiger quickly erected a circle of earthen walls around them, temporarily halting the skeletal beast's assaults. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dali unleashed a powerful barrage, shattering the nearest skeletal beasts. Lin Yu continued to unleash wind blades from within the earthen walls, targeting the distant skeletal foes to alleviate the pressure on his comrades. Su Ran summoned his courage, releasing his martial soul, a flickering bolt of lightning that struck down several skeletal beasts in an instant. Chen, seizing the moment, commanded his shadow martial soul to transform into a multitude of sharp spears, launching them towards the formation. The spears pierced through the skeletal horde, striking the formation. The formation flickered with light, and the vine's onslaught immediately diminished. Taking advantage of this, the group launched a concerted attack, ultimately dismantling the formation and causing the vines to vanish. Though fatigued from the fierce battle, they understood that even greater challenges lay ahead. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they approached a grand palace. The massive doors stood resolutely closed, adorned with mysterious runes. Wang Dali stepped forward, pushing against the door with all his strength, yet it remained immovable. "How do we open this door?" He scratched his head, puzzled. Chen meticulously examined the runes, searching for a way to unlock them. Suddenly, he noticed that the arrangement of the runes seemed to resonate with a specific frequency of his shadow martial soul. He attempted to channel his soul power, guiding the energy of his shadow martial soul in a rhythmic pattern to resonate with the runes. As he infused his soul power, the runes began to glow, and the doors creaked open slowly. Inside lay a vast hall, at the center of which floated a crystal ball radiating a soft glow. Just as the group prepared to approach the crystal ball, colossal figures materialized on the hall's walls, powerful soul beasts guarding the crystal. One, resembling a Chen, roared, "Foolish youngsters, daring to covet the treasures of the ruins, prepare to meet your doom." The Chen soul beast launched the first attack, a scorching pillar of flame shooting towards the group. Chen swiftly summoned his shadow martial soul, transforming it into a massive shield to block the flames. The fire clashed against the shield, emitting a hissing sound as waves of heat surged towards them. Little Tiger manipulated the earthen walls, erecting an additional defense behind their shields, while calling out, "Everyone, attack together and divert its attention." Lin Yu unleashed his blades of wind, Wang Dali delivered powerful punches, and Su Ran summoned bolts of lightning, all targeting the Chen soul beast. The creature swiped with its claws, effortlessly dispersing some of the assaults, yet a few strikes found their mark, eliciting an enraged roar from it. At that moment, several other soul beasts joined the fray. A white tiger soul beast lunged like a flash of lightning, and Wang Dali met it head-on, engaging in close combat. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continually shifted positions in the air, searching for the beast's vulnerabilities to launch his wind blades. Lu Chen maintained the Shadow Shield's defense while observing the battlefield. He noticed that before the Qilan Soul Beast unleashed its fiery assault, the scales on its body would tremble slightly. Seizing the moment, he controlled his Shadow Martial Soul to morph into a sharp blade, precisely targeting the area where the scales quivered. The Qilan Soul Beast, in pain, misdirected its fiery breath, which narrowly missed the group. Taking advantage of the beast's distraction, Little Tiger fully activated the earthen walls, temporarily trapping the Qilan Soul Beast. Wang Dali seized the opportunity to break free from the White Tigress entanglement and joined Lu Chen and the others to concentrate their efforts on the Qilan Soul Beast. Under the combined assault, the Qilan Soul Beast finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. The remaining Soul Beasts, witnessing this, lost their resolve to fight and fled in disarray. The group exhaled in relief, gradually approaching the hovering crystal ball. As Lu Chen drew near, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant light, merging with his Shadow Martial Soul. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a remarkable enhancement to his Shadow Martial Soul, its power becoming more robust and its manipulation more intuitive. Lu Chen, how are you? Little Tiger inquired with concern. Lu Chen beamed with joy. I'm fine, and it appears my Shadow Martial Soul has grown even stronger. This crystal ball must be a treasure specifically for enhancing Shadow Martial Souls. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. This exploration has yielded tremendous rewards. Wang Dali laughed heartily, patting his chest. Indeed, our efforts along the way have been worthwhile. Su Ran chimed in cheerfully. Absolutely. It's all thanks to everyone's collaboration. With their hearts brimming with accomplishments, Lu Chen and his companions embarked on their journey home. This exploration of the enigmatic Martial Soul ruins not only augmented their strength, but also deepened their bonds of friendship. Upon returning to the Martial Soul Hall, what new challenges and opportunities awaited them? Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet they were prepared to forge ahead with courage. Chapter 13. Perilous Encounters in the Ruins. Lu Chen and his newly forged friendships shone in the Soul Master sparring matches at the base of the Martial Soul Hall, catching the attention of the higher-ups. Shortly thereafter, they received a special mission to explore a mysterious Martial Soul ruin. It was said that this ruin concealed powerful Martial Soul manuscripts and precious cultivation resources, but to obtain them, they must navigate through numerous dangers. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, they set forth on their journey to the ruins. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at their destination. An ancient and mysterious structure loomed in the valley, shrouded in a faint mist that imparted an eerie and ominous feeling. This is the legendary Martial Soul Ruin. It looks formidable, Lin Yu gulped, revealing a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Wang Dali slapped Lin Yu on the shoulder and boisterously declared, "What is there to fear? With so many of us, how can we possibly fail to conquer this ruin?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow, meticulously observing the surroundings as he cautioned, "Everyone, stay vigilant. This place exudes an unusual aura, and we must not let our guard down." The group cautiously entered the ruin, where the dimly lit interior revealed walls adorned with flickering, peculiar runes that emitted a faint glow. They navigated through a narrow passage, the sound of their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal monsters appeared ahead, their hollow eye sockets glimmering with ghostly green flames, brandishing rusted blades as they charged at the group. "Be careful, skeletal warriors," Lu Chen shouted, swiftly summoning his Shadow Martial Soul. The shadow instantly transformed into a massive shield, standing resolutely before the group. The skeletal warrior's blades clanged against the shield, producing a metallic resonance. Little Tiger was undeterred. His martial soul harnessed the power of earth, and with a sweep of his hands, a wall of soil erupted from the ground, further obstructing the skeletal warrior's advances. Lin Yu wielded his wind blade Martial Soul, launching razor-sharp gusts toward the skeletal warriors. Though the blades sliced through, leaving gashes on their bodies, the relentless creatures continued their frenzied assault. Wang Dali roared, charging forward. His martial soul endowed him with tremendous strength, and a single punch obliterated one skeletal warrior into fragments. However, more skeletal warriors surged forth. "This isn't sustainable. They keep coming," Suran exclaimed anxiously. Lu Chen, with unwavering resolve, proposed, "Listen up, everyone. Concentrate your attacks on their leg joints to incapacitate them." Heeding his words, the group adjusted their tactics. Lu Chen directed his Shadow Martial Soul to morph into sharp blades, expertly slicing at the skeletal warrior's legs. Little Tiger used earthen spikes to impale the joints of their limbs, while Lin used wind blades targeted the same area. Wang Dali took a more direct approach, seizing a skeletal warrior and forcefully tearing off its leg. Through their collective efforts, the skeletal warriors began to topple. After vanquishing this wave of monsters, they ventured deeper into the ruins. As they continued, they entered a vast circular hall. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a manuscript radiating light. Just as the group excitedly prepared to approach it, the ground of the hall suddenly cracked open, and countless tendrils emerged from below, reaching out to ensnare them. "What is this?" Wang Dali shouted in alarm, desperately swinging his arms to break free from the tendrils' grasp. Lu Chen wielded his shadow martial soul to sever the tendrils, but they seemed endless. As soon as one batch was cut, more would emerge. "Everyone back to back. Stay calm," Lu Chen commanded. Little Tiger summoned his earth martial soul once more, raising a thick layer of rock beneath them to temporarily fend off the tendrils. Lin Yu relentlessly sliced through the tendrils with his wind blades, attempting to carve a path for the group. Su Ran anxiously scanned their surroundings, and suddenly he noticed peculiar patterns on the hall's walls that seemed to convey a message. "Lu Chen, look at the patterns on the wall. Could they be the key to breaking this predicament?" Su Ran exclaimed, while fending off the tendrils. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the wall. He scrutinized the patterns and discerned that they depicted a specific route for soul power circulation. "I believe I know what to do. Everyone, follow my lead and channel your soul power as I instruct," Lu Chen shouted. The group complied with Lu Chen's guidance, channeling their soul power. In an instant, a powerful force emanated from them, enveloping the entire hall in radiant light. The tendrils gradually retreated back underground under the illumination. With a collective sigh of relief, they approached the stone pedestal. Lu Chen cautiously lifted the manuscript from the pedestal, revealing the title 9 Transformations of Shadows emblazoned on the cover. "This must be the martial soul manuscript we were seeking. It appears immensely powerful," Lu Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, a low growl echoed from a corner of the hall. A colossal dark magic bear emerged slowly, its ebony form glistening ominously, eyes shimmering with a blood-red glow, exuding an imposing sense of oppression. "Looks like this is the final boss guarding the manuscript." Little Tiger clenched his fists, bracing himself for battle. The dark magic bear roared ferociously and charged towards the group. Its speed was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. Wang Dali stepped forward, attempting to use his strength to block the bear. However, with a mere swipe of its paw, the bear sent Wang Dali flying. "Duh!" Lu Chen and the others shouted in alarm. Lu Chen swiftly summoned his shadow martial soul, transforming it into countless black spears that hurled towards the bear. A dark radiance enveloped the bear, and the spears struck, leaving only faint marks upon its formidable body. Lin Yu manipulated blades of wind in an effort to obscure the bear's vision, while Xiao employed his earth-based martial soul to create traps beneath the bear's feet, hoping to ensnare it. Su Ran continuously unleashed his martial soul skills to assist in their attack. Yet, the dark magic bear proved overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their assaults nearly ineffective. The bear retaliated, unleashing a wave of black energy that surged towards them. Observing the imminent danger, Lu Chen immediately coalesced his shadow martial soul into a massive shield, positioning it in front of the group. The energy wave collided with the shield, erupting in a blinding flash, and Lu Chen felt his arm nearly buckle under the strain. "Everyone, lend your strength to Lu Chen," Xiao urged. The group collectively infused their soul power into Lu Chen's shield, barely managing to withstand the bear's onslaught. "We can't continue like this. We must find its weakness." Lu Chen gritted his teeth. While fending off the bear's attacks, they diligently observed its movements. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that before the bear unleashed its powerful strikes, a faint glow flickered from its chest. "I believe I've found its weakness. Listen to my command. I will draw its attention, and you all take the opportunity to strike its chest with all your might," Lu Chen declared. He commanded his shadow martial soul to morph into a colossal black phoenix and soared towards the bear. Indeed, the bear was distracted, turning to pounce on the phoenix. At that critical moment, Lu Chen shouted, "Now!" Xiao, who manipulated massive earth spikes to erupt from the ground, targeting the bear's chest. Lin Yu's wind blades rained down upon the bear's chest like a storm. Wang Dali, disregarding his injuries, charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the bear's chest. Su Ren utilized his martial soul skills to enhance their collective attack. The dark magic bear emitted a pained roar as it was struck in the chest, its glow flickering. Seizing the opportunity, Chen transformed his shadow martial soul into a sharp blade and plunged it into the bear's vulnerable spot. The bear staggered before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The group exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Finally dealt with it. Xiaohu wiped the sweat from his brow. Chen picked up the Shadow 9 Transformations manual and remarked, "This time, we've gained much, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. We should study this manual thoroughly. I believe our strength will surely ascend to new heights." They exchanged smiles, laden with the spoils of their adventure. As they departed from the perilous martial soul relic, they understood that this experience was merely a beginning. In the future, the Douluo continent held even greater challenges awaiting them. Chapter 14. Acquiring the precious martial soul manual. Chen and his friends navigated through the fierce competitions at the martial soul temple's lower levels, garnering significant attention. As the contests progressed, the rivalry intensified, and they were acutely aware that to advance further, they needed to seek new breakthroughs. One day, after concluding an intense training session, Chen was preparing to return to his quarters for rest. While passing by the library of the Martial Soul Temple, he inadvertently overheard two attendants engaged in a hushed conversation. "Have you heard? The library has recently discovered an ancient martial soul manual, purportedly related to the cultivation of an exceptionally rare martial soul," one attendant whispered. "Is that true? It must be safeguarded. If it falls into the right hands, it could potentially forge a formidable warrior," the other attendant responded. Intrigued, Chen felt a surge of curiosity about the manual. He pondered that acquiring it might aid him and his friends in achieving superior results in the upcoming competitions. That evening, Chen shared this news with Xiaohu, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran. They gathered together, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Chen, this is a rare opportunity. If we can obtain that manual, our strength might soar to new heights." Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yu furrowed his brow with concern, saying, "But the library is heavily guarded. How can we possibly gain entry? Even if we do, we may not find the manual." Wang Dali thumped his chest boldly, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? With so many of us, we'll surely devise a plan. Worst case, I'll just knock out the guards and charge in." Su Ran quickly interjected, "Dali, that is not a viable option. The Martial Soul Temple has strict rules. If we're caught trespassing in the library, the consequences will be dire. We need a more prudent approach." Chen contemplated for a moment and said, "I've heard that the library undergoes periodic organization, during which the guards may relax their vigilance. We can seize this opportunity to slip in. However, once inside, we must scatter and search quickly, ensuring we remain undetected." Everyone nodded in agreement, beginning to meticulously devise their plan. After thorough preparation, they finally awaited the day of the library's organization. Under the cover of night, when all was silent, Chen and his companions stealthily approached the library. As anticipated, the number of guards was noticeably diminished, and the intervals between their patrols had lengthened. Chen signaled to the group, and they crouched low, cautiously advancing towards the library under the cloak of darkness. Just as they neared the entrance, a guard suddenly halted, alertly scanning their direction. The group felt a rush of anxiety. They dared not even breathe. In a moment of inspiration, Chen picked up a small stone and threw it into the distance. The sound of the stone hitting the ground drew the guard's attention, who moved to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Chen and his friends swiftly slipped into the library. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged parchment, and towering bookshelves loomed mysteriously in the dim light. "According to the plan, we'll split up to search. Remember, make no noise. Once you find the manual, signal immediately," Chen whispered, lowering his voice. The group nodded and darted in different directions. Chen navigated between the shelves, his eyes scanning the ancient tomes. As time ticked by, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Then suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching. Alarmed, Chen ducked behind a bookshelf. Through the gaps, he glimpsed an attendant walking slowly, holding an oil lamp. The attendant paused before a shelf, seemingly searching for something. Chen held his breath, intently watching the attendant's every move. After a while, the attendant found the book he sought and turned to leave. Chen exhaled in relief and resumed his search for the manual. Time stretched on, and just then, a faint glow flickered from a corner of the library. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen. He recognized it as the signal for finding the manual. He hurried towards the light. Upon arrival, he found Su Ran joyfully holding an ancient tome that emitted a soft glow, her eyes brimming with delight. "Chen, I found it. This is the one." Chen took the tome, and on the cover, he read the title Shadow Transformation Technique. Precisely the martial soul manual they had been seeking. Just then, A commotion erupted outside. "This is bad. We might have been discovered. Quickly, we must leave," Lu Chen urged in a hushed tone. The group wasted no time, racing towards the back door of the library. However, upon reaching it, they found the door had been locked tight. "What do we do now?" Lin Yu asked, panic evident in his voice. Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and spotted a small window nearby. "Let's escape through that window," he exclaimed. Wang Dali, a towering figure, stepped forward, saying, "I shall assist you first. Once you are outside, pull me through." Following Wang Dali's instructions, the group took turns climbing out of the window. Just as it was Wang Dali's turn, torches suddenly flared to life outside, revealing a group of guard from the spirit hall before them. "How dare you trespass into the library? Such audacity!" bellowed the head guard. Lu Chen discreetly tucked away the secret manual and replied, "We merely sought methods to enhance our strength in service of the spirit hall. Please, kind sirs, show us leniency." The head guard scoffed. "Do you think you can flout the rules of the spirit hall? Come with us and await your punishment." Just as tensions heightened, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. The group focused, and to their astonishment, it was their mentor, Iron Tiger, who had previously trained Lu Chen. "Iron Tiger!" Lu Chen and the others exclaimed in delight. Iron Tiger assessed the situation, glancing between Lu Chen's group and the head guard. "They are under my instruction," he declared. "With the competitions intensifying, I wish for them to gather useful materials from the library to bolster their strength. I did not anticipate this disturbance." The head guard looked at Iron Tiger, puzzled. "Iron Tiger, this..." Iron Tiger waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I will explain to the higher-ups. You may continue your patrol." After a moment of hesitation, the head guard ultimately led his men away. Lu Chen and his companions expressed their gratitude to Iron Tiger. "Thank you, mentor. Without your intervention, we would have been in serious trouble." Iron Tiger regarded them sternly. "You all acted recklessly. The library is not a place one can enter without caution. I have shielded you this time, but do not repeat such folly. Take this manual. I hope you utilize it wisely to bring glory to the spirit hall." Lu Chen and the others nodded earnestly. "We will, mentor," upon returning to their quarters. The group eagerly opened the shadow transformation technique. The manual contained unique techniques for cultivating martial spirits, exhibiting a remarkable compatibility with Lu Chen's shadow martial spirit. He began to meticulously study the manual, attempting the prescribed methods. As his soul power flowed, he felt a profound enhancement in his control over the shadow martial spirit. What once could only assume simple forms now transformed into more intricate and lifelike manifestations. Rising to his feet, Lu Chen summoned his martial spirit. In an instant, the shadow morphed into a colossal black qilin, which let out a resounding roar that seemed to reverberate through the walls. The qilin emanated a formidable aura, causing the surrounding air to quiver. "Wow, Lu Chen, your martial spirit has grown immensely powerful." Xiahou marveled. Lu Chen, brimming with excitement, remarked, "This manual is truly remarkable. Everyone, take a look. You might discover suitable cultivation methods for your own martial spirits." Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran gathered around, deeply engrossed in the manual. Lin Yu attempted to combine his wind blade martial spirit with light and shadow elements, rendering his attacks more covert and significantly enhancing their speed. Wang Dali gleaned insights on the application of strength from the manual, concentrating his soul power into a single point before unleashing a punch against the wall, leaving a deep imprint that was several times more powerful than before. Su Ran, whose martial spirit was the spirit butterfly, drew inspiration from the manual, enabling her spirit to emit a dazzling light that confounded foes, resulting in a marked increase in her capabilities. With the aid of the shadow transformation technique, Lu Chen and his friends experienced significant growth in their strength. They faced the upcoming competitions with renewed confidence, ready to shine on the battlefield and strive towards loftier goals. Yet, what challenges and opportunities awaited them? Chapter 15, Cultivation Manual, Strength Enhancement. Lu Chen and his newly formed companions progressed triumphantly through the Soul Master sparring matches at the Spirit Hall's lower level. Their outstanding performances not only garnered accolades, but also attracted the attention of a seasoned elder from the Spirit Hall. This elder had observed them in secret for some time and decided to bestow upon Lu Chen a precious martial spirit cultivation manual as a reward for his exceptional performance in the competitions, hoping he would further elevate his strength and contribute even more to the Spirit Hall. As Lu Chen received the manual from the elder's hands, his hands trembled slightly. The cover of the manual, crafted from ancient beast hide, was embossed with intricate and mysterious patterns. Merely holding it, Lu Chen could sense the immense power contained within. This is an ancient manual passed down for shadow martial spirit cultivation. I hope you will delve into it with diligence and not squander its potential, the elder said, his gaze earnest. Lu Chen promptly bowed in respect, declaring, "Rest assured, Elder, I shall devote myself fully to this task and not disgrace it." Once back in his quarters, Lu Chen eagerly opened a manual. The first page revealed several robust characters that leapt into view. To cultivate this skill, one must first comprehend the path of shadows. Shadows are hidden in darkness, take form in light, adapt to circumstances, and harness power. Lu Chen pondered these words, contemplating their deeper meaning. At that moment, Xiao Hu, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran, having learned of Lu Chen's acquisition of the manual, rushed over. "Lu Chen, what does the manual say? Quickly, enlighten us." Xiao Hu urged impatiently. Lu Chen looked up and replied, "The manual begins by emphasizing the understanding of the path of shadows, but I have yet to fully grasp its profound implications." Lin Yu, contemplatively, suggested, "Perhaps it encourages us to delve deeper into the characteristics of shadows. For instance, shadows always follow objects, manifesting through light. Could we not use our surroundings and light to either conceal ourselves or launch attacks during combat?" Wang Dali scratched his head. "That sounds rather profound. I still believe that sheer strength is the most straightforward way to defeat opponents." Su Ran softly added, "I find Lin Yu's perspective valid. Lu Chen's shadow martial spirit excels in stealth. If we can integrate it with the environment and light, its potential will surely be amplified." Hearing his friend's discussions sparked a flash of inspiration in Lu Chen. He resolved to experiment based on their ideas. Thus, he made his way to the training ground, where the sun blazed brightly. Standing in an open area, Lu Chen summoned his shadow martial spirit while channeling his soul power. Initially, the shadow martial spirit emerged as it always did. Closing his eyes, Lu Chen endeavored to feel the surrounding light, attempting to forge a connection between the shadow martial spirit and the light. Suddenly, he noticed that when he concentrated his soul power on the edges of the shadow, it seemed to merge seamlessly with the light on the ground, becoming increasingly elusive. "Look, it seems to be working," Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly to his friends. Xiao Hu and the others gathered around, observing intently. Lin Yu exclaimed in delight, "Indeed, in combat, your opponents would find it exceedingly difficult to detect your presence." Encouraged, Lu Chen continued his training, attempting to launch an attack while in this state of shadow-light fusion. He manipulated the shadow martial spirit to transform into a blade, propelling it towards a target at the edge of the training ground. However, this attack's force was significantly diminished, leaving only a faint mark on the target. "It seems that while the concealment has improved, the attack power has waned," Lu Chen remarked, somewhat disheartened. Wang Dali patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. "Don't lose heart. Lu Chen, perhaps you have yet to master the balance. Give it another try." Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen made another attempt. He continuously adjusted the distribution of his soul power within the shadow martial spirit, striving to maintain the fusion with the light while ensuring the force of his attack. After several failed attempts, Lu Chen finally discovered balance. When he launched his attack again, the shadow blade shot forth from the light with remarkable speed, striking the target with a resounding thud. Success! The group cheered. In the days that followed, Lu Chen devoted himself to the study of the ancient tome, relentlessly unearthing its profound secrets. He stumbled upon a unique cultivation method that enabled him to separate a portion of his shadow spirit, allowing it to conceal itself within the surrounding environment, thereby forming a shadow trap. To validate the efficacy of this trap, Lu Chen enlisted the help of Xiao Hu. Standing in the center of the training ground, Xiao Hu awaited Lu Chen's signal as the latter stealthily set up the shadow trap. Then, feigning nonchalance, he approached Xiao Hu and suddenly activated the trap. Instantly, the shadow beneath Xiao Hu morphed grotesquely, extending numerous black tendrils that ensnared Xiao Hu's legs tightly. Startled, Xiao Hu struggled desperately, yet the tendrils proved remarkably resilient, and it took considerable effort for him to extricate himself. "Lu Chen, this move is formidable. In a real battle, an adversary would surely be caught off guard," Xiao Hu exclaimed, still shaken. As Lu Chen delved deeper into his studies, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. However, just as he reveled in the fruits of his labor, news arrived regarding his next opponent in the upcoming competition, a formidable soul master from the Spirit Hall named Chen Feng. Renowned for his spirit, the sky-splitting blade, famed for its speed and striking power. On the day of the competition, the martial arena was teeming with spectators, all eagerly anticipating this clash of titans. Lu Chen and Chen Feng took to the arena, exchanging formal greetings before the match commenced. Chen Feng launched an immediate assault, his figure flickering like a gust of wind as he surged toward Lu Chen, the sky-splitting blade glinting ominously as it aimed for Lu Chen's throat. Prepared, Lu Chen swiftly merged with his shadow spirit, vanishing from sight. Chun Feng's strike met only empty air, and he furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings warily. Quit hiding. If you have the courage, come out and face me directly. Chun Feng bellowed. Lu Chen remained silent, maneuvering his detached shadow closer to Chen Feng. The moment Chen Feng turned, the shadow sprang into action, multiple black tendrils erupting from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. Quick to respond, Chen Feng brandished the sky-splitting blade, severing the tendrils with precision. Such trivial tricks are hardly noteworthy. Chen Feng scoffed, charging toward the location where Lu Chen might be concealing himself. Observing this, Lu Chen emerged from another angle, his shadow spirit transforming into a colossal battle axe aimed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng sidestepped nimbly, swinging his blade to unleash a stream of sword energy directed at Lu Chen. Reacting swiftly, Lu Chen raised the battle axe to block, the resulting impact sending him staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes with the sky-splitting blade. Lu Chen dodged and weaved, sustaining several cuts in the process. This won't do. I must change my strategy, Lu Chen thought, quickly adapting as he once again concealed himself within the shadows, directing a substantial amount of soul power into the shadow trap. Chen Feng, growing impatient as he searched for Lu Chen's whereabouts, suddenly sensed something amiss with the shadows beneath him. Before he could react, the shadow trap activated, countless tendrils surging forth to ensnare him. Struggling valiantly, Chen Feng swung his sky-splitting blade in a desperate attempt to sever the tendrils, yet they multiplied and tightened their grip. Lu Chen, seizing the moment, emerged from the shadows, raising his shadow axe high, ready to strike down upon Chen Feng. With tremendous effort, Chen Feng managed to free himself from some of the tendrils, evading the lethal blow just in time. The axe cleaved the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of Lu Chen's momentary distraction, Chen Feng unleashed his most powerful attack, the sky-splitting slash. A massive wave of sword energy shot forth from the blade, hurtling toward Lu Chen. Aware of the devastating force behind this strike, Lu Chen concentrated all his soul power, transforming his shadow spirit into an indomitable shield. The sword energy collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Lu Chen was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. However, he refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, once more summoning his shadow spirit. At that moment, his gaze hardened, emanating an indomitable will. Chen Feng, witnessing Lu Chen's resilience, felt a flicker of respect. Yet the match was far from over. He raised the sky-splitting blade once more, preparing for another onslaught. Lu Chen took a deep breath, channeling his understanding of the shadow spirit and the techniques from the tome to their fullest potential. The shadow spirit no longer merely transformed into a weapon or shield. It enveloped his body, forming a fluid layer of dark mist that shifted shape as if imbued with life. Chen Feng launched his attack, the sky-splitting blade cutting through the air with lethal intent aimed at Lu Chen. Unflinching, Lu Chen directed the black mist to precisely grasp the blade's hilt. Chen Feng, attempting to withdraw his blade, found it ensnared by the shadow, rendering him unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen exerted his power, the shadow creeping up the blade and swiftly enveloping Chen Feng's arm. Alarmed, Chen Feng struggled to break free with his soul power, but the grip of the shadow only tightened. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lu Chen exerted a powerful throw, hurling Chen Feng away. Chen Feng crashed heavily to the ground, incapacitated. Lu Chen wins, the referee announced loudly. The arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Chen's friends rushed onto the field, lifting him high in celebration. Lu Chen, you are magnificent. This is true strength. Their praises rang out in unison. Lu Chen, gazing at his ecstatic friends, bore a contented smile. He understood that this journey was made possible by their unwavering support and encouragement. The Cultivation tome not only enhanced his power, but also deepened his understanding of the mysteries of the spirit in battle. As he looked toward the future, he vowed to carry this newfound strength and the bonds of friendship, continuing to shine brightly on the stage of Douluo continent. What challenges lay ahead? What thrilling stories would he and his friends experience together? All was shrouded in mystery and anticipation. Chapter 16. The Internal Assessment of the Spear Hall. As Lu Chen and his companions began to make their mark in the lower echelons of the Spear Hall, the annual internal assessment quietly approached. This assessment represented a rare opportunity for soul masters at the grassroots level, encompassing soul power testing, demonstrations of spirit skills, and practical combat scenarios. Those who excelled in the assessment would not only gain access to enhanced cultivation resources, but could also secure promotions. Lu Chen, Xiaohu Linyu Wang Dali, and Su Ran were all filled with anticipation for this assessment, knowing it was a crucial stepping stone toward reaching higher levels. On the day of the assessment, long before dawn, the assessment arena buzzed with activity. The expansive square was adorned with various instruments and props for testing, surrounded by a throng of soul masters, each wearing serious expressions as they made final preparations. Lu Chen and his friends arrived early at the assessment venue. Xiaohu adjusted his attire, eyeing the eager crowd, and whispered, "Lu Chen, do you think we will pass the assessment smoothly? It feels like the competition will be fierce." Lu Chen patted Xiaohu's shoulder confidently, declaring, "Worry not. Our hard work has not been in vain. As long as we perform at our usual level, we will surely succeed." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we've trained together for so long, and everyone's strength has significantly improved. Trust in ourselves and our team." Wang Dali waved his arm exuberantly, proclaiming, "What is there to fear? It's just an assessment. Let us channel the energy from our training, and we'll surely prevail." Though Su Ran remained silent, her eyes radiated unwavering determination. The first phase was the soul power testing. One by one, the soul masters approached a colossal soul power testing device, placing their hands upon it and channeling their soul power. The device would evaluate the strength and purity of their soul power, providing corresponding ratings. When it was Lu Chen's turn, he took a deep breath, steadily placed his hand on the testing device, and gradually began to channel his soul power. As the energy flowed continuously, the device's radiance intensified, and the needle swiftly spun before finally resting on a considerably elevated scale. The attendant in charge of the testing nodded slightly and remarked, "The strength and purity of your soul power are commendable." Next, Little Tiger promptly stepped forward, concentrating intently as he unleashed his soul power. The brilliance emitted from the device was equally dazzling, and his results were quite impressive. Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran also successfully completed their soul power tests. Although their scores varied, they all achieved commendable levels. Next was the segment for showcasing martial soul skills. Lu Chen ascended the demonstration platform and summoned his shadow martial soul. The dark silhouette instantaneously enveloped the entire stage, which he manipulated into a colossal black phoenix that soared and danced above the platform. Each feather of the phoenix appeared lifelike, emanating an aura of mystery. Subsequently, Lu Chen transformed the shadow phoenix into myriad tiny shadows, which darted like meteors toward the targets surrounding the stage, instantly piercing through them. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Little Tiger showcased his enhanced Earth-type martial soul skill. He pressed both hands against the ground, causing the surface of the demonstration platform to rise rapidly, forming a massive rock fortress. The walls of the fortress bristled with sharp stone spikes. He then commanded the fortress to split off several boulders, which spun through the air at great speed, striking a distant target with explosive force, shattering it into fragments. Lin Yu displayed his wind blade martial soul skill with equal flair. He gently waved his hands, conjuring numerous wind blades that appeared from thin air, swirling rapidly around him to form a massive vortex of cutting winds. He then propelled the vortex toward a towering stone pillar, which was instantly reduced to dust under the relentless slicing of the wind blades. Wang Dali demonstrated his immense strength through his martial soul skill. He grasped a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, bellowed mightily, and hoisted it high, before hurling it like a cannonball several dozen meters away, crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, he empowered himself with his martial soul and delivered a powerful punch to a nearby hillock, creating a massive crater in an instant. Su Ren exhibited his water-type martial soul skill. He summoned a gigantic water dragon, which roared and thrashed upon the demonstration platform with lifelike vigor. He then transformed the water dragon into countless droplets, which coalesced in midair into various shapes, ultimately converging into a formidable stream of water that surged toward a distant target, leaving it in disarray. Following the martial soul skill demonstrations was the most intense segment, the practical combat confrontation. Lu Chen was assigned to a group with formidable opponents, one of whom was a soul master named Zhao Hu, whose martial soul was a blazing flame tiger, noted for its exceptional prowess. As the match commenced, Zhao Hu launched the first attack. He summoned his flame tiger, its entire body ablaze as it charged toward Lu Chen like a bolt from crossbow. Lu Chen swiftly conjured his shadow martial soul, forming a black shield to deflect the tiger's assault. The clash of flames and shadows produced a sizzling sound and billowed thick smoke. Taking advantage of the smoke cover, Lu Chen commanded the shadow martial soul to morph into countless tiny shadows that darted toward Zhao Hu. In response, Zhao Hu directed the flame tiger to open its mouth wide, unleashing a massive pillar of fire that incinerated the shadows. Observing this, Lu Chen promptly altered his strategy. He concentrated the shadow martial soul into a sleek black spear and, leveraging the stealth of the shadows, silently maneuvered behind Zhao Hu, thrusting the spear forward. Zhao Hu sensed the movement and swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow, though the spear's tip grazed his arm. Fuming with anger, Zhao Hu summoned all his strength, causing the flame tiger to grow even more ferocious, its flames surging to an alarming intensity. The tiger lunged at Lu Chen once more, this time with greater speed and force. Lu Chen understood that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Thus, he adeptly evaded the tiger's strikes while searching for an opening. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhao Hu would slightly pause before launching his powerful attacks to gather soul power. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen charged toward Zhao Hu just as he prepared to strike again, the shadow spear transforming into a bolt of black lightning aimed at Zhao Hu's chest. Caught off guard, Zhao Hu was struck by the spear and propelled backward. He struggled to rise, but found himself too weak to continue the fight. The referee, witnessing this, announced loudly, "Lu Chen wins." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Little Tiger's match was equally fierce. His opponent, a soul master named Lin Sun, specialized in wood-type martial souls. From the very start, Lin Sun summoned numerous vines that ensnared toward Little Tiger. Acting swiftly, Little Tiger deployed his earth-type martial soul skill, erecting a wall of soil around himself to block the incoming vines. The vines relentlessly battered against the earth wall, striving to breach the defenses. Little Tiger concentrated his soul power within the wall, preparing to counterattack. Seizing the moment, he detonated the wall, sending a barrage of rocks hurtling toward Lin Sr. Lin Sun hastily manipulated the vines to intercept the stones. Taking advantage of Lin Sun's distraction, Little Tiger charged at him. Lin Sun, realizing the imminent threat, summoned a massive wooden pillar to crash down upon Little Tiger. Little Tiger sidestepped and simultaneously created a large pit beneath Lin Sun, using his earth martial soul. Caught off guard, Lin Sun stumbled into the trap. Little Tiger wasted no time, channeling his soul power to transform the soil at the pit's bottom into sharp stone spikes that jutted up toward Lin Senator in a desperate attempt. Lin Sun unleashed his wood-type martial soul skill, erecting a thick wooden shield around him to fend off the spikes. A fierce struggle ensued within the pit, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At that moment, Little Tiger devised a clever ruse. He feigned depletion of his soul power and ceased his assault. Believing Little Tiger had surrendered, Lin Sun leaped from the pit. However, at that instant, Little Tiger unleashed his attack, causing a colossal wall of earth to rise from beneath Lin Sun's feet, ensnaring him tightly. Lin Sun struggled valiantly, but could not escape the wall's confines. The referee, witnessing this, declared Little Tiger wins. Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran also exerted themselves in their respective matches. Lin Yu utilized the speed and agility of his wind blade martial soul to outmaneuver his opponent, ultimately seizing the opportunity to secure victory. Wang Dali, relying on his immense strength, bulldozed through his match. Though the process was somewhat arduous, he ultimately triumphed over his adversary. Su Ran cleverly employed the unpredictable nature of his water-type martial soul, baffling his opponent and securing his win. Upon the conclusion of the assessments, Lu Chen and his friends congregated, their faces aglow with excitement. They understood that they had all performed exceptionally well, with the prospect of advancement tantalizingly close at hand. Little Tiger exclaimed, "Lu Chen, we owe our success to our collective efforts. We all passed the assessment." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is a testament to our shared endeavor. From here on, our path in the Spirit Hall will broaden immensely." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "Absolutely. I believe we will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future." Wang Dali pounded his chest, affirming, "That is certain. Let's continue to strive." Su Ran added cheerfully, "Thank you all. Without you, I could not have achieved such results." At that moment, an attendant approached, smiling as he addressed them. "You all performed exceptionally well, ranking among the top in your assessments. It won't be long before you receive your advancement notifications. I hope you continue to work hard in the days to come and contribute even more to the Spirit Hall." Lu Chen and his friends promptly bowed respectfully, responding, "Yes, we will certainly strive to do our best." As they watched the attendant depart, a sense of anticipation for the future filled their eyes. They understood that this was merely the nascent beginning of their illustrious journey within the Spirit Hall, with myriad challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. They were thoroughly prepared to embrace this unknown yet hopeful destiny. Chapter 17. The Fierce Competition of the Assessment. The assessment of the Spirit Hall had finally arrived, enveloping the entire establishment in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Lu Chun, Xiao Hu, and their companions were all eager and ready to confront this pivotal examination that would determine their standing within the Spirit Hall. The assessment venue was situated within the vast martial arena of the Spirit Hall, which was already thronged with disciples eager to witness the contest. Standing at one side of the arena, Lu Chun and his friend surveyed their equally resolute rivals, their hearts filled with both anticipation and a tinge of apprehension. "Hey, Lu Chun, do you think we will pass this assessment smoothly?" Xiao Hu leaned closer and whispered, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Lu Chun clapped Xiao Hu on the shoulder and replied with conviction, "Do not worry, Xiao Hu. Our hard work during this time has not been in vain. As long as we perform at our usual level, we will be just fine." Lin Yu chimed in, "Absolutely. We have come this far, enduring countless trainings and competitions. Why should we fear this assessment? Everyone, have a little faith in yourselves." Wang Dali flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "What is there to fear? If anything, we'll just give it our all. I've got plenty of strength left to unleash." Su Ran clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. "I will give it my all to prove myself." At that moment, the judge stepped into the center of the arena and announced the rules of the assessment loudly. This assessment consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a knockout tournament, where the victors advance. The second round will be a free-for-all, with rankings determined based on overall performance. Now, let the first round commence. Contestant number 1, please step forward. Lu Chun drew the 5th number and observed the ongoing matches intently, scrutinizing each opponent as spirit and combat style. The first match featured a spirit master with a flame wolf spirit battling against another who wielded a vine spirit. The flame wolf spirit master launched an aggressive assault as soon as he entered the arena, gesturing with his hands to summon 2 massive flame wolves that roared towards his adversary. The ground scorched beneath their path, and the air filled with a pungent odor of charred earth. The vine spirit master, however, remained unperturbed, swiftly channeling his spirit power to conjure a multitude of robust vines that intertwined to form a formidable barrier. The flame wolves collided with the vine barrier, igniting sparks. Yet the barrier held firm. Subsequently, the vine spirit master directed the vines toward the flame wolf spirit master. Observing this, the latter stomped his feet, igniting a ring of blazing fire around him that incinerated the encroaching vines into ash. The battle escalated into a fierce contest, with both combatants exchanging blows. Suddenly, the flame wolf spirit master spotted a flaw, concentrating all his spirit power to merge the 2 flame wolves into a colossal one, which surged with immense force towards the vine barrier. This time, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and crumbled under the pressure, allowing the flame wolf to pounce on the vine spirit master, forcing him out of the arena. The first match is won by the flame wolf spirit master, the judge proclaimed with vigor. Lu Chun analyzed the battle from the sidelines, noting that while the flame wolf spirit master exhibited fierce attacks, he lacked sustained spirit power, whereas the vine spirit master had been overly cautious, failing to seize the opportune moment to strike. Soon, it was Lu Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a spirit master named Zhao Feng, who possessed a gale leopard spirit. Zhao Feng was athletic, with a glint of sharpness in his gaze. "Lu Chun, I have heard of your esteemed reputation. Allow me to test you today," Zhao Feng declared, summoning his gale leopard spirit, which enveloped him in a whirlwind, enhancing his speed as he charged at Lu Chun like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Chun remained vigilant and promptly summoned his shadow spirit. The shadow swiftly transformed into a black shield, positioning itself before him. Zhao Feng's attack rained down upon the shield like a tempest, producing a series of thunderous impacts. Seizing the opportunity amidst Zhao Feng's assault, Lu Chun manipulated the shadow shield to morph into countless black tendrils that reached out to ensnare Zhao Feng. The latter evaded with agility, simultaneously unleashing razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the black tendrils. Although the tendrils were severed, they quickly reformed. "Interesting," Zhao Feng smirked, propelling himself into the air and executing a rapid spin to create a colossal tornado that surged towards Lu Chun. The tornado whipped up debris, and the surrounding air felt as if it were being vacuumed away. Feeling the magnitude of this force, Lu Chun inhaled deeply and channeled all his spirit power into the shadow spirit. The shadow expanded, transforming into a gigantic black titan that charged headlong into the tornado. The clash between the Black Titan and the tornado erupted into an earth-shattering explosion, sending shockwaves that rattled the entire arena and prompting spectators to retreat. Chen gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the Titan's form, while Zhao Feng, equally determined, sought to break through Chen's defense. In the midst of their standoff, Chen suddenly devised a clever ruse. He feigned weakness, allowing the Black Titan to wobble slightly. Zhao Feng, mistaking this for fatigue, intensified the tornado's power, pressing forward with all his might against the Titan. Just as the tornado was about to envelop the Black Titan, Chen summoned his strength, and the Titan abruptly reached out, grasping the edge of the tornado and forcefully hurling Zhao Feng and the tornado away. Zhao Feng crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could regain his footing, Chen commanded the shadow spirit to morph into a flurry of sharp darts that flew towards Zhao Feng. The latter attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The darts surrounded him, forming a deadly perimeter that would strike if he made even the slightest move. I concede. Zhao Feng shouted in resignation. Chen wins, the judge announced, as the arena erupted in resounding applause. Chen exhaled in relief, aware that this was merely the first step of the assessment, with even greater challenges looming ahead. Xiao also showcased exceptional performance in the subsequent matches. His opponent was a spirit master wielding a rock puppet spirit. The gigantic rock puppet charged at Xiao, its colossal fists roaring through the air. Xiao nimbly dodged the rock puppet's assaults while seeking its vulnerabilities. As he ran, he summoned his own spirit, a long sword of earthy hue materializing in his grasp. "Watch this," Xiao exclaimed, seizing the moment to dash towards the rock puppet, the sword gleaming with light as he struck at its arm. However, the rock puppet's body was impervious, leaving only a shallow mark on its surface. With a powerful swing of its arm, the rock puppet sent Xiao flying. He adjusted his posture mid-air and landed gracefully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His resolve only strengthened. "Is that all you've got?" Xiao taunted, charging at the rock puppet once more. This time, he refrained from reckless attacks, instead darting around the rock puppet, continuously targeting its joints with his sword. The rock puppet grew increasingly agitated by Xiao's movements, swinging its arms in an attempt to capture him. But Xiao's agility kept him a step ahead. Suddenly, Xiao spotted a slender crack forming at the joint of the rock puppet's leg. Elation surged within him as he concentrated all his spirit power, driving the sword into the fissure and prying it with all his might. With a resounding crack, the leg joint of the rock puppet shattered, causing its massive form to crash thunderously to the ground. Seizing the moment, Little Tiger leaped onto the rock puppet's back, brandishing his long sword at its head. "You have lost. Victory belongs to Little Tiger," the referee declared, as Little Tiger exuberantly waved his sword, having successfully advanced to the next round of the assessment. Linyu Wangdali and Su Ran also triumphed over their opponents, progressing smoothly through the trials. After the conclusion of the first round, Chen and the others gathered together, exchanging experiences and insights from the competition. "Chen, your strategy of feigning weakness before launching a counterattack was simply brilliant," Linyu exclaimed. Chen smiled, replying, "It was a necessity. My opponent was formidable, so I had to rely on wits." "Little Tiger, you were impressive as well, discovering the rock puppet's flaw and defeating it," he added. Little Tiger scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "I was merely fortunate. It was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Wang Dali pounded his chest, declaring, in the next round of chaos, "We must unite and look out for one another. Let us strive for excellent results." Indeed, the group echoed in unison. After a brief respite, the second round of assessments commenced, plunging into a chaotic melee. Chen and his companions entered the arena, where 20 qualified soul masters had already gathered. They exchanged glances filled with vigilance and determination. "The assessment begins," the referee commanded, prompting everyone to summon their martial souls. Igniting a fierce battle, a soul master wielding the Ice Phoenix, martial soul, initiated the first strike, sweeping his arms to unleash a colossal Ice Phoenix that soared into the crowd. As the Ice Phoenix passed, the ground froze instantly, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Chen swiftly commanded his shadow martial soul to form a black protective barrier around himself and his friends, blocking the Ice Phoenix's onslaught. The Ice Phoenix collided with the barrier, shattering into countless ice shards scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Wang Dali bellowed and charged at the Ice Phoenix Soul Master. His martial soul, the mighty diamond fist, imbued each punch with tremendous force. The Ice Phoenix Soul Master, sensing the threat, directed the Ice Phoenix to attack Wang Dali. Undeterred, Wang Dali met the Ice Phoenix head-on with a powerful punch, causing it to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of punches, reducing the Ice Phoenix to mere fragments. However, at that moment, a Soul Master with a Scorpion Martial Soul launched a surprise attack from behind. With a swift motion, the Scorpion Soul Master summoned several venomous scorpions from the ground, sending them scuttling toward Wang Dali. "Dali, watch your back," SoulLand shouted, quickly summoning his martial soul. A spiritual bow, and firing several spirit arrows at the scorpions, sending them flying. Grateful, Wang Dali glanced back at SoulLand before turning to confront the Scorpion Soul Master. The Scorpion Soul Master, realizing his ambush had failed, summoned a gigantic scorpion to shield himself. Chen, seizing the moment, transformed his shadow martial soul into a sharp blade and stealthily infiltrated the Scorpion Soul Master's shadow. Just as Wang Dali was locked in a standoff with the scorpion, Chen suddenly sprang from the shadow, the blade aimed at the Scorpion Soul Master. Sensing danger, the Scorpion Soul Master attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade grazed his arm. "Ah!" The Scorpion Soul Master cried out in pain, glaring angrily at Chen. Just as he was about to counterattack, Wang Dali landed a punch, sending him flying out of the arena. Meanwhile, the battle intensified. Little Tiger was locked in a fierce struggle with a Soul Master wielding a lightning martial soul. The Lightning Soul Master unleashed bolts of electricity, while Little Tiger dodged and weaved, sustaining several hits that left him slightly trembling. Noticing this, Lin Yu commanded his Wind Blade martial soul to strike at the lightning wielder. The Lightning Soul Master was compelled to divert some of his focus to fend off Lin Yu's assault, allowing Little Tiger to counterattack with a surge of energy. His brown sword glowing brilliantly as he struck the Lightning Soul Master. The Lightning Soul Master grunted, staggered back by Little Tiger's blow. After dealing with the Scorpion Soul Master, Chen joined Little Tiger and Lin Yu in their battle. The three united to force the Lightning Soul Master out of the arena. As time passed, the number of combatants dwindled. Through their harmonious cooperation and exceptional prowess, Chen and his friends gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the assessment concluded with Chen, Little Tiger, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and SoulLand all emerging victorious, achieving splendid results. "We have succeeded," Little Tiger shouted in jubilation as the group embraced tightly, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. They recognized that this assessment paved the way for a brighter future within the Martial Soul Palace, and that their friendship had deepened amidst the fierce competition. What opportunities and challenges await them next? They brimmed with anticipation, ready to face whatever the future held. Chapter 18, Rising to Prominence. As the competition among the lower-tier Soul Masters of the Martial Soul Palace progressed, the events grew increasingly intense, with only the most exceptional Soul Masters remaining. Chen, Little Tiger, and their newly forged friendships persevered through determination and unique martial soul abilities, successfully advancing to the crucial stages of the elimination rounds. On this day, the elimination rounds officially commenced. The Martial Soul Palace's arena was meticulously prepared, with the surrounding stands filled to capacity with spectators and attendants eagerly whispering about the thrilling confrontations about to unfold. Chen and his companions stood in the preparation area at the side of the arena, exchanging glances that conveyed encouragement and confidence. "Chen, I feel quite the pressure for this match," Little Tiger remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the impending battle roster. Chen patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, Little Tiger. Our training has not been in vain. As long as we perform at our usual level, we will be fine. Look at Lin Yu, Dali, and SoulLand. They are also well prepared. We can do this." Lin Yu flicked his wind blade, grinning with ease. "Exactly, Little Tiger. We've come this far. What is there to fear? If necessary, we'll give it our all." Wang Dali clenched his fists, muscles taut, letting out a deep growl. "Exactly. Let's do this. Let them witness our strength." SoulLand inhaled deeply, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Let us all give it our best. I believe in us." Soon, the first match commenced. The combatants swiftly ascended the platform, bowing respectfully before instantly unleashing their martial souls. One side featured a Soul Master with a martial soul of a blazing lion, engulfed in flames that warped the air around the arena, while the opposing side showcased a Soul Master with a martial soul of an ice-armored crab, its massive pincers glinting coldly, covered in a thick layer of ice that radiated a chilling aura. The blazing lion initiated the attack, roaring as it expelled a robust pillar of fire that surged like a raging dragon towards the ice-armored crab. Unperturbed, the ice-armored crab slammed its pincers onto the ground, instantly freezing the arena. The flames met the icy surface, sizzling into a cloud of white mist. Immediately after, the ice-armored crab swung its pincers, launching sharp ice shards like hidden weapons toward the blazing lion. The blazing lion adeptly leaped to evade, while its flames shifted direction, attempting to breach the ice shards blockade. Seizing the opportunity, the ice-armored crab swiftly maneuvered to the edge of the arena, carving tracks on the icy surface with its legs. It swung its pincers again, sending a massive wave of ice crashing toward the blazing lion. With a fierce roar, the blazing lion intensified its flames several-fold, forming a colossal fire shield that withstood the ice wave's onslaught. The collision of the ice wave and fire shield generated a deafening roar, enveloping the arena in a misty vapor. As the audience struggled to discern the unfolding events upon the arena, the fiery lion suddenly erupted from a mist, dashing forth like a crimson bolt of lightning towards the ice-armored crab. The ice-armored crab attempted to defend itself, but it was too late. The fiery lion sank its teeth into its icy carapace, flames swiftly eroding the armor. The ice-armored crab writhed in agony, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault of the flames, gradually collapsing. The fiery lion's spirit master emerged victorious. The referee's voice rang out, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd below. Chen and his companions attentively observed this match, gleaning valuable insights from it. Soon, it was time for Xiao Hu to take the stage. His opponent was a spirit master wielding the windstorm leopard, a figure lithe and swift. As the contest commenced, the windstorm leopard spirit master charged at Xiao Hu like a whirlwind. Anticipating the assault, Xiao Hu swiftly summoned his spirit, causing a formidable earthen wall to rise abruptly from the ground. The windstorm leopard, moving at breakneck speed, collided with the wall, leaving fissures in its wake. Seizing the fleeting moment of disorientation, Xiao Hu quickly formed hand signs, causing sharp stone spikes to protrude from the wall, aiming at the windstorm leopard spirit master. Reacting with remarkable agility, the windstorm leopard spirit master executed a side roll, evading the spikes, and, using the wall as cover, swiftly maneuvered behind Xiao Hu. Sensing movement behind him, Xiao Hu pivoted, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow racing past. The windstorm leopard spirit master was already before him, claws poised to strike. Alarmed, Xiao Hu summoned his spirit power, conjuring an earthen shield before him. The claws scraped against the shield, sending sparks flying. The windstorm leopard spirit master, having missed his strike, launched another attack, circling around Xiao Hu in search of a weakness. Xiao Hu remained vigilant, fixated on the figure, unwilling to relent. Suddenly, the windstorm leopard spirit master altered his trajectory, lunging towards Xiao Hu's left side. Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao Hu raised the earthen wall once more, trapping the windstorm leopard spirit master within. The latter began to batter against the wall, desperately attempting to break free. Xiao Hu intensified his spirit power, reinforcing the wall's fortitude. At that critical juncture, he noticed a fine crack forming in the wall. He understood that the windstorm leopard spirit master was concentrating his strength to break through. Swiftly, he manipulated the wall to thicken and reinforce the crack. Realizing that escape was futile, the windstorm leopard spirit master abruptly changed tactics. Instead of continuing to batter the wall, he crouched low, gathering his spirit power. Xiao Hu, sensing the impending danger, braced himself for an unknown skill. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy erupted from the windstorm leopard spirit master, shattering the earthen wall. Xiao Hu was thrust back several paces by the force, but he quickly regained his footing. Seizing the opportunity, the windstorm leopard spirit master launched a final assault, darting towards Xiao Hu like a streak of black lightning. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Hu concentrated all his spirit power into a massive earthen shield before him. Boom! The windstorm leopard spirit master collided forcefully with the shield, the tremendous impact pushing Xiao Hu's feet deep into the ground. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he held firm against the onslaught. The windstorm leopard spirit master, dazed from the force of his own attack, found himself momentarily disoriented. At this critical moment, Xiao Hu seized the opportunity, slamming his hands against the ground, causing the earth to surge upward, propelling the windstorm leopard spirit master high into the air. Next, Xiao Hu concentrated his spirit power, conjuring a colossal rock in midair, which hurtled down towards the windstorm leopard spirit master. Unable to evade in mid-flight, the spirit master was struck heavily by the rock and plummeted to the ground. Xiao Hu triumphed. The referee's voice echoed through the arena. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Hu beamed with victory. Chen and the others cheered exuberantly from the sidelines. Following this, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran each took their turns in the arena. Lin Yu, utilizing the agile and versatile wind blade spirit, cleverly outmaneuvered his opponent. Wang Dali, relying on his immense strength and refined combat techniques, overwhelmed his adversary. Although Su Ran was relatively weaker in power, his indomitable spirit and strategic acumen led him to victory as well. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn to compete. His opponent was a formidable spirit master wielding the Thunder Giant Eagle, radiating a potent aura. Standing upon the arena, the Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Chen, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lu Chen, today marks your end, he proclaimed loudly. Lu Chen smiled gently, responding with composed confidence that remains to be seen. Only by engaging can we know. As the match began, the Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master initiated the assault. Raising his hand skyward, dark clouds swiftly gathered and bolts of thunder rained down towards Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen promptly summoned his shadow spirit, manifesting a colossal black shield to absorb the lightning strikes. The relentless thunderclaps battered against the shield, producing dazzling flashes and deafening roars, causing the shadow shield to tremble under the pressure. Understanding that mere defense would not suffice, Lu Chen focused intently, commanding his shadow spirit to extend numerous black tendrils from the shield, launching them at the Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master. In a flurry of swift movements, the Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master conjured a lightning barrier, warding off the tendrils. As the tendrils collided with the barrier, crackling sounds erupted, engulfing the arena in black smoke and electric sparks. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, aware that remaining in this stalemate would be disadvantageous. Thus, he withdrew the tendrils and, seizing the moment when the lightning barrier flickered, transformed the shadow spirit into a pair of wings, propelling himself swiftly into the air. The Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master, taken aback by Lu Chen's maneuver, hastily summoned his own spirit, transforming into a colossal Thunder Giant Eagle, pursuing Lu Chen. The two avian forms engaged in a fierce aerial chase, the Thunder Giant Eagle surrounded by crackling lightning and moving at incredible speed, while Lu Chen adeptly maneuvered with his shadow spirit wings, evading the eagle strikes. Suddenly, the Thunder Giant Eagle accelerated, appearing behind Lu Chen, its sharp claws poised to strike. Sensing the impending attack, Lu Chen executed a swift sidestep, narrowly avoiding the blow. Without hesitation, Lu Chen commanded the shadow spirit to morph into countless black spikes, launching them at the Thunder Giant Eagle. The eagle flapped its wings, stirring a tempestuous wind that scattered the spikes. Yet, Lu Chen remained undeterred, continuing his offensive while meticulously searching for a flaw in the Thunder Giant Eagle's defense. In the midst of their aerial duel, Lu Chen suddenly noticed a brief moment of spirit power stagnation following the Thunder Giant Eagle's lightning attack. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He recognized his opportunity. Lu Chen swiftly descended, enticing the Thunder Giant Eagle to pursue. As the eagle drew near, Lu Chen pivoted abruptly, channeling all his spirit power into the shadow spirit, transforming it into a massive black battle axe, aimed at the eagle's neck. The Thunder Giant Eagle attempted to evade, but the prior depletion of spirit power and the momentary pause hindered its movements. The axe struck its neck, inflicting significant injury despite not severing it entirely. The Thunder Giant Eagle let out a pained cry, plummeting towards the ground. Lu Chen followed suit, landing as he observed the fallen Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master, breathing heavily. The Thunder Giant Eagle Spirit Master struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Lu Chen wins. The referee's voice resonated throughout the venue. The arena erupted into a fervor, the audience applauding Lu Chen's spectacular performance. His friends rushed onto the stage, embracing him tightly in celebration. In this elimination round, Lu Chen, Xiaohu, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran all emerged victorious, successfully distinguishing themselves within the Spirit Hall. Their names began to circulate among the halls, garnering attention. Yet they understood that graver challenges awaited them. But they remained undaunted, for they firmly believed that united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Chapter 19. Attracting high-level attention. As the fierce competition among the lower-ranked soul masters of the Spirit Hall intensified, Lu Chen and his companions, through their remarkable performances, triumphantly advanced to the finals. Their names, akin to brilliant new stars, swiftly spread throughout the Spirit Hall, earning them immense renown not only among the lower-tier soul masters, but also capturing the attention of the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall. On this day, Lu Chen, along with Xiaohu, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran, was engaged in their daily training at the training grounds, making final preparations for the impending finals. While manipulating his shadow spirit to transform into various forms for attack drills, Chen called out to his comrades, "Everyone, be vigilant. Our opponents in the finals will undoubtedly be formidable. We must continuously refine our tactics and maximize the advantages of our respective spirits." Xiaohu nodded in agreement, responding, "Chen is right. I have been strengthening my defensive capabilities during this period, aiming to leave no openings for our adversaries in the finals." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and remarked, "I have been attempting to combine my wind blade spirit with speed to create a more lethal assault, though I still require some time to master it." Wang Dali, swinging his massive fist with confidence, declared, "Rest assured, my strength is not to be underestimated. I will take on a frontline assault, drawing the opponent's attention and creating opportunities for you all." Su Ran, equally determined, added, "I will utilize the agility of my spirit to identify our opponent's weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow." Just as the group fervently discussed their strategies, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the training grounds. They turned to see a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, exuding an air of authority, slowly approaching amidst a retinue of attendants. His sharp gaze swept across the training ground, emanating an invisible pressure. "Isn't this Elder Feng of the Spirit Hall?" Xiaohu exclaimed in astonishment. Chen and the others felt a shiver run down their spines, quickly adjusting their attire and bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Feng." Elder Feng nodded slightly, his gaze settling upon Chen as he spoke. "Chen, I have heard of your commendable performance in the competition. It is indeed rare to see a shadow spirit wielded with such finesse." Chen humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Elder. There is still much for me to improve." Elder Feng then turned his attention to the others, saying, "You all have performed admirably as well, showcasing a strong sense of teamwork in the competition. It is precisely young soul masters like you, brimming with potential and determination, that the Spirit Hall needs." Lin Yu mustered his courage to ask, "Elder, may I inquire if you have any instructions for us during your visit?" Elder Feng smiled gently. "There are no specific instructions. I merely wish to see such promising talents as yourselves. With the finals approaching, I hope you will give your all to bring glory to the Spirit Hall. Should you achieve outstanding results in the finals, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Wang Dali, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "You can count on us, Elder. We will give it our all." Elder Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "However, your opponents in the finals are no ordinary foes. They consist of a select group of elite soul masters cultivated by the Spirit Hall, possessing formidable strength and exceptional coordination. You must be thoroughly prepared." After a moment of contemplation, Chen spoke up, "Elder, could you share some information about our opponents? This would greatly assist us in formulating targeted strategies." Elder Feng hesitated briefly before responding. "Among them is a soul master named Ling Feng, who wields the Ice Dragon spirit, excelling in long-range attacks and extensive ice control. There is also a female soul master named Yi Ro, whose spirit is vines, capable of silently ensnaring her opponents and restricting their movements. The other members possess their own distinctive spirits, so you must exercise caution in your approach." Chen and his companions listened intently, committing this information to memory. Elder Feng continued, "I have high hopes for you all. I trust you can create miracles. Now, continue with your training." With that, he turned and departed with his attendants. Once Elder Feng left, the atmosphere at the training grounds grew more solemn. Chen looked at his companions with determination, stating, "You all heard that our opponents are formidable. But we are not to be underestimated either. We must devise detailed strategies based on their characteristics." Xiaohu was the first to speak. "Chen, I believe I can utilize my defensive spirit to withstand Ling Feng's ice dragon attacks, buying you all some time." Chen nodded. "That's a solid plan, Xiaohu. Just ensure you maintain your defense and avoid being easily ensnared by his ice control. Lin Yu, your wind blade spirit is swift. Try to breach their defenses and target Yi Ro to disrupt their rhythm." Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with resolve. "No problem. I will seize the opportunity for a critical strike." Chen then turned to Wang Dali. "Dali, you shall continue with the frontal assault, drawing their firepower. But be vigilant and avoid falling into their traps. Su Ran, leverage your agility to pinpoint their vulnerabilities and deliver a lethal blow. As for me, I will exploit the unique attributes of my shadow spirit for a surprise attack at the crucial moment." The group nodded in agreement, expressing their support. In the ensuing days, they practiced tirelessly, refining their tactics to ensure they could perform at their best during the finals. At last, the day of the finals arrived. The arena was teeming with spectators, as numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall gathered in anticipation of this climactic showdown. Chen and his companions, clad in coordinated attire, stepped onto the stage with invigorated spirits. Across from them stood Ling Feng, Yi Rou, and their team, exuding confidence and a palpable thirst for victory. As the bell signaling the start of the match rang, Ling Feng launched the first assault. With a flourish of his hands, a colossal ice dragon materialized behind him, roaring as it charged towards Lu Chen and the others. As the ice dragon surged forward, the ground froze instantaneously, a frigid aura enveloping the arena. Xiaohu bellowed, summoning his defensive spirit, conjuring a massive rock shield before the team. The ice dragon collided with the shield, shattering ice shards around them, yet the shield remained steadfast. "Is that all you've got?" Xiaohu taunted. Ling Feng sneered, "Don't be hasty. This is merely the beginning." With that, the ice dragon roared again, unleashing a massive icicle from its maw, aimed directly at the shield. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohu strained to maintain the shield's defense. At that moment, Yi Rou stealthily maneuvered her vine's spirit from below, attempting to ensnare Xiaohu's feet. Lin Yu, with keen eyes, noticed Yi Rou's intentions and swiftly deployed his wind blade spirit, launching several blades toward her. Yi Rou hastily retracted her vines to evade the wind blades. "You think you can ambush us that easily?" Lin Yu shouted. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dali charged forward, resembling a raging bull as he barreled towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng commanded the ice dragon, swinging its massive claws toward Wang Dali. Without flinching, Wang Dali unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with the ice dragon's claws. A thunderous sound erupted as cracks appeared on the ice dragon's claws, while Wang Dali staggered back several steps. Such formidable strength, Ling Feng thought, startled. Meanwhile, SoulLand, utilizing the agility of his spirit, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the opposing formation, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Lu Chen, concealed within the shadows, awaited the perfect moment for a surprise assault, closely monitoring the battlefield for any openings. Suddenly, it seemed that Ling Feng sensed SoulLand's intentions. He directed the ice dragon to turn and unleash a blast of icy mist towards SoulLand. Caught off guard, SoulLand was enveloped in the icy mist, his movements becoming sluggish. Not good. Lu Chen felt a surge of urgency, realizing he could wait no longer. He surged forth from the shadows, his shadow spirit transforming into a massive black spear aimed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng quickly attempted to defend himself, commanding the ice dragon to open its enormous jaws in an effort to block the spear. The spear collided with the ice dragon's jaws, producing a shrill sound of friction. Lu Chen exerted force, pushing the spear past the ice dragon's defenses, continuing its trajectory towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly sidestepped. It still felt the sharp edge of a spear slice through his sleeve. "Now!" Lu Chen shouted. Taking this opportunity, Xiaohu shattered the shield and charged towards Ling Feng. Lin Yu intensified his wind blades, sending a barrage of sharp gusts towards Yi Rou and the other opponents. Wang Dali launched another powerful attack, his fist aimed squarely at Ling Feng. SoulLand had also broken free from the icy mist constraints and joined the fray. Under the relentless onslaught from Lu Chen and his companions, Ling Feng and his allies gradually found themselves in dire straits. Ultimately, as Lu Chen's shadow spear pressed against Ling Feng's throat, the bell signaling the end of the match tolled. The referee announced loudly, "Victory goes to Lu Chen's team." The arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Chen and his companions embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, as their hard work and dedication had finally been rewarded. Following this match, Lu Chen and his friends became renowned figures within the Spirit Hall, earning the admiration of many young spirit masters. What future awaited them, now that they had captured the attention of the Spirit Hall's higher-ups? Would they continue to ascend within the Spirit Hall, or would they face new challenges? All was shrouded in uncertainty, but they were resolute in their preparedness to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 20, assigned a new mission. Lu Chen and his friends excelled in the Spirit Hall's lower-tier Spirit Master competition, garnering the attention of the Spirit Hall's higher-ups. With the competition concluded, they were granted the opportunity for promotion, no longer relegated to the status of mere auxiliary Spirit Masters. However, this elevation came not only with an increase in status, but also with greater responsibilities and new challenges. One day, Lu Chen, Xiaohu Linyu Wang Dali, and SoulLand were summoned to a conference room within the Spirit Hall. The atmosphere was solemn as a stern-faced senior steward, clad in a black robe with golden trim, occupied the head seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembly like that of a hawk surveying its prey. "Your performance in this competition has not gone unnoticed by the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall," the senior steward began, his voice deep and commanding. After careful deliberation, We have decided to assign you a crucial task. A chill ran through the group, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Lu Chen stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed steward, what is the nature of this task? We will exert ourselves to fulfill it." The senior steward nodded slightly and replied, "A band of formidable bandits has recently emerged in the Black Wind Mountains, located 100 miles from here. They have been raiding the surrounding villages, plundering the inhabitants of their possessions and provisions, and even targeting children with spirit master potential, severely undermining the spirit hall's reputation in the area. Your mission is to proceed to the Black Wind Mountains and eradicate this band of brigands." Xiaohu furrowed his brow and asked, "Sir, what is the strength of these bandits? How many are there?" The senior steward's expression grew grave as he responded, "According to intelligence reports, this band of thieves comprises over 50 individuals, including several powerful leaders with soul power exceeding the fourth ring. Although you performed admirably in the competition, this mission remains perilous, and you must not underestimate it." Wang Dali clenched his fists and declared loudly, "Rest assured, sir, we are not afraid. These brigands have committed heinous acts. We will capture them all." The senior steward regarded Wang Dali with seriousness, saying, "Courage is commendable, but recklessness is ill-advised. In this operation, you must collaborate effectively, leveraging each of your strengths. Lu Chen, your strategic acumen is unparalleled. You will lead this mission." Lu Chen felt a jolt of responsibility surge within him and resolutely responded, "Yes, sir. I will not let you down." Upon receiving their orders, the five immediately began their preparations. They checked their spirit master equipment, replenished essential supplies, and set forth on their journey to the Black Wind Mountains. Along the way, a heavy mood enveloped them, yet their eyes radiated determination. "Lu Chen, how do you propose we proceed? There are quite a few bandits, and some possess fourth-ring soul power. We must tread carefully," Lin Yu expressed his concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, "We cannot confront them head-on. The terrain of the Black Wind Mountains is complex. First, we should visit the nearby villages to gather information, ascertain the bandits' patterns and the layout of their hideout, and then devise a detailed plan." Everyone nodded in agreement. After a day of travel, they arrived at the nearest village to the Black Wind Mountains. The village lay desolate, its inhabitants gaunt and filled with fear. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his companions in their spirit hall attire, an elderly man approached them, trembling. "Are you gentlemen sent by the spirit hall?" he asked, his voice quivering. Lu Chen quickly assisted the elder, saying, "Good sir, we are from the spirit hall, here to eliminate the bandits in the Black Wind Mountains. Could you tell us about their activities?" A glimmer of hope ignited in the elder's eyes as he replied, "Yes, yes. These bandits are ferocious. They descend from the mountain every few days to plunder. Their hideout is situated halfway up the Black Wind Mountain, surrounded by traps. The leader, known as Black Bear, is a fourth-ring spirit master, immensely strong and particularly difficult to deal with." Lu Chen expressed his gratitude to the elder and convened with his companions in a secluded spot. "It seems that Black Bear is a formidable opponent. We must devise a way to confront him," Xiaohu suggested. Wang Dali cracked his knuckles, declaring, "What is there to fear? I will face him head-on while you all look for an opportunity to ambush." Lu Chen shook his head. "That approach is too risky. Given that Black Bear is a fourth-ring spirit master, his strength is not to be underestimated, and a direct confrontation could lead to injury. We can use traps to lure him into a vulnerable position." "Lure him? How we do that?" Su Ran asked curiously. Lu Chen smiled faintly and outlined his plan. "We shall send someone to provoke him at the entrance of the hideout, drawing Black Bear out. Meanwhile, the rest of us will lie in ambush at a preset location with traps. Once he pursues, we will activate the traps. If we can ensnare him, we will have the chance to defeat him." After considering Lu Chen's strategy, everyone felt it was feasible and began preparations. As night fell, Lu Chen and Wang Dali arrived at the bandits' hideout. Wang Dali bellowed, "Listen up, you scoundrels in the hideout. Your grandfather Wang Dali has arrived. Come out and face me if you dare." Chaos erupted within the hideout, and soon a burly man with a face full of scars emerged, flanked by a group of henchmen. This man was none other than Black Bear, who roared, "Which little brat dares to cause trouble on my turf?" Unfazed, Wang Dali taunted, "So you're Black Bear? From the looks of you, you are nothing special." Black Bear's face flushed with rage as he swung his large axe and charged at Wang Dali. Wang Dali swiftly turned and sprinted towards the direction of the preset traps, with Black Bear hot on his heels, cursing, "You little brat. Let's see how far you can run." After Black Bear had pursued for some distance, Lu Chen discreetly signaled. The already lying in wait Xiaohu, Lin Yu, and Su Ran immediately activated the traps. Suddenly, the ground beneath Black Bear gave way, and he fell into a deep pit surrounded by sharp wooden spikes. Although he managed to mitigate most of the damage with his formidable soul power, he still sustained some injuries. "Ha, Black Bear, you've fallen for our trick," Wang Dali exclaimed, as he and Lu Chun jumped to the edge of the pit. Furious, Black Bear roared, attempting to climb out of the pit. At that moment, Xiao Hu, Lin Yu, and Su Ran surrounded the pit, and the five launched their coordinated assault. Lin Yu wielded his wind blades, sending a flurry of sharp gusts towards Black Bear, while Xiao Hu transformed his spirit into a flaming spear aimed directly at him. Su Ran conjured illusionary smoke with her spirit to obscure Black Bear's vision. Black Bear dodged left and right within the pit, yet suffered several cuts from the wind blades. With a furious roar, he summoned his soul power, forcefully breaking through the illusionary smoke, and with a powerful push, leapt out of the pit. "You little rascals dare to scheme against me. Today, I shall tear you all to shreds." The Black Bear swung its massive axe and charged towards the crowd. Lu Chun quickly shouted, "Everyone be cautious, do not engage directly, maintain your distance, and deplete its soul power." The group dispersed, surrounding the Black Bear and launching continuous attacks. Lu Chun manipulated his shadow martial soul, transforming it into countless black tendrils that ensnared the bear's legs, attempting to restrict its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dali rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the bear's back. The bear, in pain, retaliated with a swift swing of its axe towards Wang Dali. He narrowly dodged, the axe grazing the edge of his clothing. Little Tiger, spotting an opening, hurled a fiery spear at the bear. The bear swung its axe, deflecting the spear, but the flames splattered onto its body, igniting its clothing. As the bear frantically swatted at the flames engulfing it, it charged towards Little Tiger. Lin Yu, witnessing this, commanded the wind blades to focus their assault on the bear's eyes. The bear was forced to lift its hand to shield itself, its pace slowing. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Ran unleashed a sheet of ice beneath the bear's feet, causing it to slip and nearly fall. Just as the bear struggled to regain its footing, Lu Chun concentrated all his soul power, transforming his shadow martial soul into a colossal black sword, and struck fiercely at the bear. Sensing the overwhelming force, the bear attempted to evade, but it was too late. The giant sword cleaved into its shoulder, blood splattering. With an anguished roar, the bear summoned its last ounce of strength and lunged at Lu Chun. Yet, Lu Chun remained composed. Just as the giant sword was about to hit the ground, he directed his shadow martial soul to change course and thrust again towards the bear's chest. The bear collapsed heavily onto the ground, motionless. With the bear vanquished, the remaining minions scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Chun and his companions pursued the retreating foes, swiftly dismantling the bandits' hideout and rescuing the imprisoned villagers and children. Observing the liberated villagers, a profound sense of accomplishment filled Lu Chun and his friends. One villager, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Lu Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you. You are our saviors." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "It is our duty. With the Spirit Hall here, you shall not suffer oppression again." After completing their mission, Lu Chun and his friends returned to the Spirit Hall, elated with victory. Their heroic deeds spread throughout the hall, earning them admiration and respect from all. They understood that this was merely a small chapter in their long journey with the Spirit Hall, with many more challenges awaiting them. Chapter 21. Undertaking a dangerous hunting mission. Lu Chun and his friends excelled in the Soul Master sparring competition at the lower levels of the Spirit Hall, drawing the attention of the higher-ups. On this day, a solemn elder approached them, bearing a perilous yet honorable task, to hunt down a formidable soul beast that had been wreaking havoc along the border. "You have demonstrated exceptional potential and teamwork in your previous matches." The elder surveyed Lu Chun, Little Tiger, Lin Yu, Wang Dali, and Su Ran, and continued currently. "A millennium-old soul beast, known as the cracked rock rhinoceros, is causing chaos at the imperial border, posing a grave threat to the safety of the local populace. The Spirit Hall has decided to dispatch you to eliminate it and protect the citizens." Lu Chun stepped forward without hesitation, declaring, "Elder, rest assured, we shall not fail our mission." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. The elder nodded slightly and elaborated. "This soul beast possesses a tough hide, immense strength, and the ability to manipulate rock, making it quite formidable. Exercise extreme caution and do not underestimate it." "Understood," the group replied in unison. After thorough preparations, they embarked on their journey to the imperial border. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, yet silence enveloped them as each contemplated strategies to confront the cracked rock rhinoceros. Finally, they arrived in the area afflicted by the soul beast. The devastation was apparent. Villages were left in ruins, and the people were displaced, their eyes filled with terror. Lu Chen gazed at the grim scene, a surge of anger igniting within him. They must swiftly eradicate this soul beast to restore peace to the populace. Little Tiger clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Indeed, it must not be allowed to continue its tyranny. At that moment, a deep roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "It's here," Lin Yu warned, alert. A colossal cracked rock rhinoceros emerged, its body clad in heavy rocky armor, with two massive horns glinting ominously like blades. Upon spotting Lu Chen and his companions, it let out a furious roar, pawing the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged towards them. "Prepare for battle," Lu Chen shouted, swiftly summoning his shadow martial soul. Shadows spread out, transforming into numerous black spikes that shot towards the cracked rock rhinoceros. However, the beast did not flinch. Its rocky armor grew even sturdier, causing the spikes to shatter upon impact. Wang Dali bellowed and charged at the beast, his martial soul activating, his arms swelling with muscle. "Watch this," he roared, delivering a powerful punch towards the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros swung its foreleg, colliding with Wang Dali's fist, resulting in a tremendous crash. Wang Dali was pushed back several steps, his arms slightly numbed. "This soul beast possesses immense strength," he exclaimed. Little Tiger seized the moment to approach from his side, wielding his Gale sword that shimmered with a cerulean light. He darted forward, aiming for the joint of the rhinoceros's leg. Sensing danger, the rhinoceros abruptly turned, its tail sweeping towards Little Tiger like a steel whip. Little Tiger swiftly dodged, but the tail grazed his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through him. "Little Tiger, are you all right?" Lin Yu called out, immediately unleashing his wind blades towards the cracked rock rhinoceros to divert its attention. Su Ran, not to be outdone, utilized his healing martial soul, life light, sending gentle green rays from his hands that enveloped Little Tiger, hastening his recovery. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating their approach. He noted that while the cracked rock rhinoceros had formidable defenses, it was relatively slow in its movements. "Listen to me, everyone. We must not engage it head-on. Let's exploit its sluggishness and attack with agility," Lu Chen shouted. Heeding his words, the group promptly adjusted their tactics. Lin Yu manipulated the wind blades to continuously harass the cracked rock rhinoceros, preventing it from focusing. Wang Dali stood by, awaiting the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. Little Tiger circled the rhinoceros swiftly, searching for weaknesses in its defenses, while Su Ran remained vigilant, ready to provide timely healing. Lu Chen concentrated his soul power, coalescing his shadow martial soul into a massive black spear. He waited for the opportune moment, as the rhinoceros was distracted by Lin Yu's wind blades. Lu Chen swiftly appeared behind it like a wraith, thrusting the spear towards its neck. The rhinoceros felt the attack from behind and attempted to turn in defense. But it was too late. The spear pierced its neck, not fully penetrating but inflicting considerable pain. The cracked rock rhinoceros roared in fury as its rocky armor began to shed, crashing down towards Lu Chen. He quickly evaded while shouting, "Everyone be cautious, it's gone berserk." The rhinoceros charged at Wang Dali, who this time did not meet it head-on but cleverly sidestepped. The rhinoceros barreled past Wang Dali, unable to stop due to its momentum. Little Tiger seized the opportunity, leaping onto the rhinoceros's back and plunging his Gale sword into its flesh. The rhinoceros thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge him. Lin Yu, seeing Little Tiger in peril, intensified his wind blade attacks aimed at the rhinoceros's eyes. The beast was forced to shut its eyes, momentarily halting its violent thrashing. Wang Dali, spotting the opening, charged again at the rhinoceros, leaping high into the air, his fists imbued with tremendous force, crashing down towards the rhinoceros's head. With a thunderous impact, the rhinoceros was struck, reeling from the blow and staggering forward, nearly losing its balance. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, once again summoning his shadow spear, exerting all his strength to thrust it towards the neck of the shattering rock rhino. This time, the spear successfully pierced through the creature's neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. The shattering rock rhino let out a pained roar and, after a few desperate struggles, collapsed to the ground. The onlookers exhaled in relief at the sight of the fallen beast. Xiao Hu leapt down from the back of the rhino, exclaiming with excitement, "We did it!" Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, "Indeed, this victory is the result of our collective efforts." The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing the defeat of the spirit beast, gathered around them, casting grateful glances. An elder stepped forward, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, brave spirit masters. for saving our home." Chen and his companions exchanged smiles, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Upon their return to the spirit hall, they meticulously reported the details of their hunt for the shattering rock rhino to the elder. The elder nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You have performed admirably. This mission was executed exceptionally well. Here is your reward, and I hope you will continue to strive for greater contributions to the spirit hall." Chen and his companions accepted their rewards, hearts brimming with joy and motivation. "What shall we do next?" Xiaohu inquired. Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "We must continue to enhance our strength, for more challenges await us in the future. Moreover, we must assist more people and safeguard the peace of Douluo continent." The others nodded in agreement. During their time at the spirit hall, Chen and his friends, armed with courage and wisdom, overcame numerous adversities. Their tales began to circulate within the spirit hall, inspiring a new generation of young spirit masters to pursue their dreams with unwavering determination. And so, they would continue to etch their legendary saga upon this land filled with wonder and adventure. Chapter 22, A Life-and-Death Duel with a Powerful Spirit Beast. As Chen and his friends began to make their mark in the spirit hall, they were assigned a perilous yet opportunity-laden mission to venture deep into the Sunset Forest and hunt a formidable spirit beast to obtain a precious spirit ring. The Sunset Forest, a realm shrouded in mystery and danger, was permeated with an eerie aura, concealing countless potent spirit beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Yet for Chen and his companions, who yearned to augment their strength, this was an opportunity not to be missed. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon the determined faces of Chen and his friends. Clad in lightweight yet sturdy combat attire, their eyes revealed a resolute spirit. Chen addressed his companions solemnly. "This mission is fraught with danger. The spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest are not to be trifled with. Everyone must remain vigilant and heed my commands. We must complete our task and return safely." Xiaohu nodded vigorously, gripping his weapon tightly. "Don't worry, Chen. We'll face it together. We won't falter." Linyu, with unwavering determination, brandished his wind blade spirit. "Yes. We'll cover for each other, and we will succeed." Wang Dali stretched his muscles and grinned. "If those spirit beasts dare to approach, I'll send them flying with a single punch." Ran took a deep breath, striving to calm his nerves. "I'll keep pace with everyone. I won't hold you back." The group exchanged knowing glances and stepped into the Sunset Forest. Upon entering the forest, a damp and eerie atmosphere enveloped them, the stillness causing a sense of unease. Chen led the way, quietly releasing his shadow spirit to sense the movements around them. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the bushes to their right. Chen raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt, and whispered, "There's movement, stay alert." Instantly, the group assumed a defensive stance, weapons at the ready. A lithe black panther sprang from the underbrush, its eyes gleaming with an ominous green light, emitting a low, menacing growl. This spirit beast was formidable, its strength comparable to that of a spirit elder. Wang Dali murmured, "Leave this to me. I'll divert its attention." With that, he bellowed and charged towards the panther like a raging bull. The panther, responding swiftly, lunged at Wang Dali. Utilizing his immense strength, Wang Dali engaged the panther in close combat. The panther's speed was remarkable, weaving around Wang Dali, seeking an opportunity to strike. Chen seized the moment, instructing the others. "Linyu, use your wind blade to disrupt its movements. Xiaohu, prepare to deliver a decisive blow at the right moment. Ran, provide support to ensure Wang Dali isn't seriously injured." The group nodded in unison and sprang into action. Linyu twirled his arms, launching multiple wind blades towards the panther. The beast was forced to split its focus, limiting its mobility. Meanwhile, Xiaohu stealthily circled behind the panther, waiting for the opportune moment. Ran concentrated his spirit energy, casting a protective shield around Wang Dali to bolster his defenses. As Wang Dali awaited the right opening, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the panther's back. The blow struck true, and the panther roared in fury, its fur bristling with rage. It pivoted, attempting to bite Wang Dali's arm, but the shield flared to life, absorbing some of the impact. Nevertheless, the panther's teeth grazed his skin, drawing blood. "Dali, hang in there," Xiaohu shouted, seizing the chance to attack from behind. His weapon glimmered coldly as it struck towards the panther's hind leg. The creature yelped in pain, releasing Wang Dali and turning its wrath upon Xiaohu. Xiaohu nimbly evaded the panther's assault while delivering counterattacks with his weapon. Seeing the opportunity ripe for the taking, Lu Chen summoned his shadow spirit, transforming it into a colossal spear. Channeling his entire spirit energy into the spear, he hurled it at the panther. The spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the panther's body. It let out a haunting wail before collapsing to the ground, its life force fading. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they understood this was merely a prelude to the greater dangers lurking within the Sunset Forest. After a brief respite, they pressed deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a mighty bolt of lightning struck nearby. Following this, a colossal thunder eagle spirit beast swooped down from the clouds. Its wings spanned over 10 meters, crackling with blue electricity, exuding an overwhelming pressure, indicating it was a creature of power far surpassing that of the panther, at least at the rank of a spirit king. Be cautious. This thunder eagle won't be easy to handle. Lu Chen shouted. The eagle let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings to unleash bolts of lightning that shot towards the group like arrows. Lu Chen swiftly commanded his shadow spirit, transforming it into a massive black shield to deflect the lightning. However, the force of the strike still pushed him back several steps, leaving his arms slightly numb. Lin Yu frowned at the Thunder Eagle. Its speed is too great, and its attack power is formidable. A direct confrontation is not viable. Xiaohu contemplated for a moment before suggesting, Lu Chen, use your shadow spirit to draw its attention. Dali and I will flank it from the sides, looking for a chance to strike its weak points. Lin Yu, you will use wind blades from a distance to disrupt it, while SoulLand provides us with spirit energy support. The group swiftly executed the plan. Lu Chen summoned his shadow spirit, allowing it to morph into various shapes in the air to captivate the Thunder Eagle's focus. As anticipated, the eagle became fixated on the shadow, turning to pursue Lu Chen. He adeptly dodged the eagle's attacks while countering with his shadow spirit. Xiaohu and Wang Dali stealthily approached the Thunder Eagle from either side. Just as the eagle was preoccupied with Lu Chen, Xiaohu seized the moment, leaping forward and thrusting his weapon towards the eagle's leg. The eagle sensed the impending danger and, with a powerful flap of its wings, generated a fierce gust that sent Xiaohu flying. Wang Dali seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch aimed at the abdomen of the Thunderhawk. Struck by the blow, the Thunderhawk emitted a furious roar, its body crackling with even more intense electricity. From a distance, Lin Yu continuously launched wind blades, attempting to disrupt the Thunderhawk's movements. The collision of wind blades and lightning produced a series of crackling sounds. SoulLand, meanwhile, exerted all his soul power to replenish the energy of his comrades. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Lu Chen, watching his struggling companions, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He observed the Thunderhawk closely and noticed that before it unleashed a powerful lightning attack, the feathers on its head would stand erect. Lu Chen shouted, "Everyone, take note. The Thunderhawk's feathers will change before it launches a powerful attack. Let us strike with all our might during its moment of vulnerability." Just as the Thunderhawk prepared to unleash another lightning assault, Lu Chen seized the moment, condensing his shadow martial spirit into a sharp spear, hurling it toward the creature's head. Simultaneously, Xiaohu and Wang Dali charged forward, disregarding the danger to launch their attacks. Lin Yu concentrated all his soul power into a colossal wind blade, slicing toward the Thunderhawk. Sensing the imminent peril, the Thunderhawk attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Lu Chen's shadow spear struck first, piercing the Thunderhawk's head, followed closely by the assault from Xiaohu and Wang Dali. Lin Yu's wind blade further slashed through the Thunderhawk's wing. The creature let out a pained cry, crashing heavily to the ground. The group dared not lower their guard. Encircling the Thunderhawk, they watched as it struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed, lifeless on the ground. After this fierce battle, everyone felt utterly exhausted, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Lu Chen looked at his companions and remarked, "This victory is thanks to our collective efforts. We have triumphed over a formidable soul beast." Xiaohu smiled. "Indeed, as long as we unite, no challenge is insurmountable." Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. "Absolutely. This experience has enhanced our synergy." Wang Dali grinned widely. "Ha! Should we encounter another powerful soul beast, we shall not fear." SoulLand also bore a confident smile. "Yes. I feel my strength has significantly improved." The group took a brief respite in the Sunset Forest before embarking on their journey back to the Spirit Hall with the fruits of their hunt. This life-and-death confrontation not only granted them precious soul rings, but also deepened their friendship and teamwork. What challenges awaited them in the days to come? And how would Lu Chen leverage the gains from this encounter to take more resolute steps on the Douluo continent? All remain to be unveiled. Chapter 23. The System's Assistance at a Critical Moment. Lu Chen stood firm, wielding his blade against the colossal soul beast before him. This creature resembled a black panther. It was engulfed in an eerie purple flame, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming ominously. Each breath it took was accompanied by a low growl, stirring a wave of scorching air. The beast exuded an overwhelming aura, indicating that this mission would prove far more daunting than anticipated. Sweat beaded on Lu Chen's forehead, dampening his somewhat disheveled black hair. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated on the creature's every movement. His grip on the blade trembled slightly, a physiological response to the prolonged tension. The expressions of his teammates mirrored his seriousness. They fanned out in a semicircle, encircling the beast, yet each felt an intangible pressure, as if a great mountain pressed down upon their hearts. Among them was Lin Yu, a steady friend Lu Chen had made in the spear hall. Holding a long halberd, with its tip pointed at the soul beast, he spoke in a low voice, "Lu Chen, this beast is formidable. We must proceed with caution and adhere to our previously devised strategy. Coordinated efforts may yield a glimmer of hope." Lu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes never leaving the beast. Indeed, everyone listened closely, maintain formation and remain composed. "Lin Yu, you will spearhead the frontal assault to draw its attention while the rest of us seek opportunities to exploit its weaknesses from the flanks. I will look for a moment to deliver a decisive blow." His teammates murmured their agreement, their eyes reflecting a resolute determination. The soul beast, sensing the threat posed by the humans, suddenly howled to the heavens, causing the purple flames to surge dramatically, transforming into fiery blades that hurtled toward them. Lu Chen shouted, "Quick evade!" As he rolled to the left. The fiery blades grazed the edge of his clothing, singeing a small patch of fabric, releasing a pungent scent of charred cloth. Lin Yu shouted as well, launching himself like a bolt of black lightning toward the beast, his halberd slicing through the air with a fierce wind, targeting the creature's throat. In response, the beast slammed its forepaw against the ground, leaping high into the air to effortlessly dodge Lin Yu's strike, and then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a thick stream of purple flame toward him. Lin Yu's expression changed, and he hastily crossed the halberd in front of him, attempting to shield himself from the searing heat. However, the purple flame was intensely hot, instantly turning the halberd crimson and burning Lin Yu's hands, causing him to emit a muffled groan of pain. At that critical moment, Lu Chen seized the opportunity, dashing up from the side of the beast, his blade glinting coldly as he aimed for its flank. The beast sensed the attack from the side, twisting its body in midair, its thick tail striking towards Lu Chen like a steel whip. Unable to evade in time, Lu Chen was struck hard, sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. His teammates, witnessing this, felt an urgent pang of anxiety and launched their own assaults to divert the beast's attention, hoping to alleviate the pressure on Lu Chen. A flurry of soul skills illuminated the air as they soared toward the soul beast. Yet, the creature's defenses were astonishing. Most attacks merely sparked against its body, failing to inflict any substantial damage. "This cannot continue. We shall all perish here." Lu Chen struggled to rise, desperation gnawing at him. Just then, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Host is facing a life-or-death crisis. Activating emergency assistance function." The system detected the host's current power level and could provide a temporary attribute boost and a random skill. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly commanded, "System, grant me the boost and skill." The attribute boost activated, enhancing strength, speed, and defense by 50. The random skill was Shadow Assault, allowing him to instantly enter a shadow state, increasing his speed and stealth, and dealing double damage to his target for 1 minute. The system's voice was clear and concise. Lu Chen felt a powerful force flooding into his body. His once weary form was instantly revitalized, as if molten lava coursed through his veins, continuously replenishing his strength. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he whispered, "Shadow Assault." In an instant, a layer of black mist enveloped Lu Chen, causing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows, rendering him invisible. The soul beast seemed to sense the threat, warily turning its head in search of Lu Chen. Yet it found nothing. Lin Yu and the others were momentarily stunned by Lu Chen's sudden transformation, but they quickly realized this was Lu Chen's last chance, their hope for survival. Thus, they launched even more fervent attacks, drawing the beast's attention. Lu Chen, moving like a wraith in the shadows, was nearly impossible to catch. He targeted the creature's neck, the area where its defenses were relatively weak. In a flash, he surged forth from the shadows, his blade glinting with a chilling light, thrusting toward the soul beast's neck with the force of a thunderous tempest. The soul beast detected the lethal threat and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The razor-sharp blade accurately pierced the creature's neck, and the formidable force, coupled with double damage, carved a deep wound into the soul beast, causing blood to spout forth like a gushing spring. The soul beast let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly in agony. Its massive body convulsed violently, shaking the ground beneath it. Lu Chen gripped the blade tightly, resisting the urge to be thrown off. At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Now is the time to attack together." His teammates, roused from their stupor, unleashed their most powerful soul skills upon the beast. Lin Yu, in particular, infused every ounce of his soul power into his spear, shouting, "Soul, shatter, slash." A dazzling beam of light erupted from the spear, resembling a vast crescent moon as it cleaved toward the soul beast. Under the concerted assault of the team, the soul beast could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its colossal form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Chen released his grip on the blade and sat heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. The preceding battle had been fraught with peril. Had it not been for the system's timely assistance, they would likely have met their demise today. Lin Yu stepped forward, helping Lu Chen to his feet, a look of relief gracing his features. "Lu Chen, we owe you our gratitude. If it weren't for your sudden strike, we would have been in grave danger." Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a weak smile. Everyone contributed. If you hadn't drawn its attention, I wouldn't have had the chance to strike. Moreover, it was sheer luck that the system aided us at a crucial moment. The other teammates gathered around, casting admiring glances at Lu Chen. This life and death battle had forged an even deeper bond among them. After resting for a brief moment, Lu Chen rose to his feet, gazing at the fallen soul beast. "All right, let us complete our mission and acquire the soul ring. This is the primary objective of our expedition." His teammates nodded in agreement, bustling about to fulfill their task. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed the battlefield, illuminating their weary yet resolute figures. This harrowing battle not only solidified Lu Chen's prowess, but also rendered him even stronger. Chapter 24. Successful Hunt, Harvesting the Soul Ring. Clad in the specially designed black attire of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen navigated the dense thickets of the Star-Dove forest with agility. His eyes, sharp as those of an owl, remained vigilant to the sounds around him. At this moment, he bore the weight of a hunting mission assigned by the Spirit Hall, targeting a millennium-old soul beast that matched his current strength. This would be a pivotal step in enhancing his abilities. "System, in which direction is the soul beast located?" Lu Chen whispered, slightly sidestepping a protruding branch. The system's mechanical, cold voice resonated in his mind. According to scans, the target, a millennium iron-backed demon bear, is approximately 3 kilometers ahead in a valley and currently at rest. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a flicker of excitement and determination crossing his gaze. "Good. Let us hasten our pace." With that, he lightly stepped forward, his figure darting ahead like a wraith. Before long, Lu Chen reached the edge of the valley. Cautiously, he peered inside. There lay a massive iron-backed demon bear, sprawled beside a colossal rock in the valley center. Its mountainous body was cloaked in a layer of glossy black fur, each strand as hard as steel needles. The enormous paws rested on the ground, imprinting deep grooves into the earth beneath. Lu Chen took a deep breath, swiftly devising a combat strategy in his mind. He understood that the iron-backed demon bear possessed formidable defense. A direct confrontation would be unwise. He needed to find its weakness for a decisive strike. "Let us test my shadow bind," Lu Chen silently resolved, releasing his martial spirit. The shadows behind him slithered forth like living entities, silently creeping toward the iron-backed demon bear. However, just as the shadows were about to make contact with the bear, the astute soul beast seemed to sense danger, abruptly opening its blood-red eyes and unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar! The sound resonated like rolling thunder, causing leaves within the valley to rain down. The iron-backed demon bear forcefully propelled itself forward with its front limbs, charging toward Lu Chen with an astonishing speed that belied its massive size. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He darted aside, evading the bear's charge like a shadow. The bear's colossal paw grazed his clothing, generating a fierce gust of wind. That was close. This beast's speed and strength exceed my expectations, Lu Chen thought, quickly gathering his soul power to prepare for the next attack. "Behold my shadow blades." With a sweeping motion of his hands, numerous black blades formed from condensed soul power shot forth from a shadow, pelting toward the iron-backed demon bear like a torrential downpour. The bear, seemingly unfazed by the shadow blades, let out another roar, its fur bristling as it formed a sturdy defense. The blade struck its form, only sparking a shower of embers, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Damn it, its defense is indeed astonishing. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of urgency. He knew that prolonged combat would not bode well for him. He had to quickly devise a breakthrough strategy. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Host, the eyes of the iron-backed demon bear are one of its weaknesses. Attacking its eyes may provide an opportunity for a breakthrough. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lu Chen, and he swiftly made his way toward the iron-backed demon bear once more. Sensing his approach, the bear roared in anger, swinging its gigantic paw toward him. Lu Chen seized the moment, crouching low to evade the bear's strike, and somehow, a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. Using the momentum of the bear's attack, he swiftly climbed up its arm, aiming directly for its eyes. The iron-backed demon bear sensed the threat above and attempted to shake Lu Chen off by flinging its head. Yet, Lu Chen clung tightly to its fur, refusing to let go, no matter how violently it shook. Lu Chen shouted, plunging the dagger into the bear's left eye. The bear howled in agony, issuing a chilling scream. It thrashed violently, its massive body careening through the valley. Lu Chen was violently thrown off by the sudden tumult, crashing to the ground and tasting blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he paid no heed to his own pain. His gaze fixated on the wounded iron-backed demon bear. Blood streamed from the bear's left eye, plunging it into a frenzy of rage and madness. Ignoring everything, it charged toward Lu Chen once more, faster and more ferocious than before. Come on, watch how I end you. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he unleashed his martial spirit once again. This time, he concentrated all his soul power into the shadow, which rapidly expanded into a colossal black barrier, standing resolutely before him. The iron-backed demon bear collided with the black barrier, producing a deep, resounding thud. The tremendous impact caused the barrier to tremble violently, and Lu Chen felt a numbing sensation in his arms. Yet, he understood that this was his final opportunity. He could not falter. Break! Lu Chen bellowed, channeling his soul power to its utmost limit. Suddenly, numerous sharp spikes emerged from the black barrier, thrusting toward the iron-backed demon bear. The bear was immediately pierced by countless bloodied holes, blood gushing forth in torrents. Its immense body swayed several times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Chen gazed at the fallen iron-backed demon bear, releasing a long breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At last I've succeeded. However, before he could catch his breath, a rustling noise erupted around him. Lu Chen's heart raced, and he warily scanned his surroundings. A pack of smaller, yet agile soul beasts, resembling wolves and exuding a sinister aura, encircled him from all directions. It seems they were attracted by the commotion earlier. This is troublesome. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting his plight. After an arduous battle with the iron-backed demon bear, his soul power was nearly depleted, and his physical strength had waned significantly. Confronted by this horde of soul beasts, he found himself in a precarious situation. System, is there any way out? Lu Chen anxiously inquired within his mind. After a brief silence, the system responded. The host may utilize the corpse of the iron-backed demon bear to intimidate them. Perhaps this will deter the group of soul beasts. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he promptly rose to his feet, positioning himself beside the carcass of the iron-backed demon bear. Striving to exude an imposing presence, he summoned his martial soul, allowing shadows to dance menacingly behind him, and bellowed, "Begone. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as this demon bear." The pack of wolf-like soul beasts seemed to sense the perilous aura emanating from Lu Chen. They prowled at a distance, emitting low growls, yet hesitated to advance. Just as the standoff persisted, a larger wolf soul beast suddenly howled at the sky, seemingly issuing a command to attack. The remaining soul beasts lunged toward Lu Chen, oblivious to their doom. Lu Chen scoffed, gripping his dagger tightly, preparing for a desperate fight. At that critical moment, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from the heavens. A brilliant crimson light streaked across the sky like a meteor, descending into the valley. As the radiance dissipated, a magnificent phoenix engulfed in flames appeared before them. This majestic bird was colossal, its wingspan extending several dozen meters. It emanated an overwhelming pressure, warping the air around it. The wolf soul beasts, feeling the formidable aura, were struck with terror, cowering to the ground, unable to move. Lu Chen was equally astonished. He was unsure whether this sudden phoenix was friend or foe. He regarded the creature with caution, tightening his grip on the dagger. The phoenix's gaze lingered on Lu Chen for a moment before letting out a gentle call. It slowly descended before him, lowering its massive head as if inviting him to climb onto its back. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen, observing the predatory wolves surrounding him, steeled his resolve and clambered onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix let out a triumphant cry, flapping its wings powerfully and soaring into the sky. On the back of the phoenix, Lu Chen gazed down at the receding star-doe forest, filled with mixed emotions. This hunting expedition had been fraught with challenges. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the phoenix, he might have met his end at the jaws of beasts. "Thank you, Phoenix. But why do you assist me?" Lu Chen inquired, gently stroking the phoenix's feathers, puzzled. The phoenix turned its head, meeting Lu Chen's gaze with its luminous eyes, and conveyed a message into his mind. "I sensed a unique aura within you, one that resonates with me. Furthermore, your battle against the ironback demon bear impressed me, prompting my intervention." Lu Chen nodded slightly, filled with gratitude. "I understand. Regardless, I shall remember your kindness, Phoenix. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." The phoenix emitted a pleased cry, seemingly satisfied with Lu Chen's response. It accelerated its flight toward the spirit hall. Before long, the phoenix landed in the plaza of the spirit hall. Lu Chen dismounted, and the disciples of the spirit hall gathered around him, casting admiring glances. After all, successfully hunting a Millennium Soul beast was no trivial feat. "Lu Chen, you've finally returned. How did the hunting mission go?" A spirit hall steward approached, concern etched on his face. Lu Chen smiled slightly, gesturing towards the corpse of the ironback demon bear behind him. "I have fulfilled my duty and successfully hunted it." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the steward's eyes. "Excellent. Well done. This is a significant achievement. The Lord will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Lu Chen humbly replied, "This is a collective effort. Without the support of the Spirit Hall and the assistance of my fellow disciples, I could not have completed this mission." At that moment, the phoenix emitted a call, capturing everyone's attention. It nodded towards Lu Chen and then took off into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Lu Chen watched the phoenix's retreating figure, silently offering his blessings. Subsequently, he followed the steward to the Spirit Hall's treasury to select his reward. Inside the treasury, a dazzling array of treasures and tomes dazzled Lu Chen's eyes. Yet, he already had a target in mind and headed straight for the section housing soul-guiding devices. After careful selection, he chose an item known as the Shadow Cloak. This cloak would not only enhance his stealth capabilities, but also provide a layer of defense in critical moments. Having selected his reward, Lu Chen returned to his quarters to absorb the soul ring from the ironback demon bear. He understood that this was a pivotal opportunity for his strength enhancement. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he summoned the soul ring. It radiated a soft glow, swirling gently around him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, beginning to guide the soul ring into his body. As the soul ring drew nearer, a powerful force surged against Lu Chen's consciousness. He felt as though he were submerged in a dark ocean, surrounded by tumultuous waves that threatened to engulf him at any moment. "I cannot give in. This is my chance to grow stronger." Lu Chen gritted his teeth, battling against the force with unwavering determination. Sweat streamed down his forehead, soaking his garments. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Chen finally succeeded in integrating the soul ring into his body. A formidable soul power surged through his meridians, and he felt subtle changes within himself. He sensed that his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities had significantly improved. "I did it." Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up, testing his body, reveling in the surging power within him. "I have ascended to a new level of strength. Now, I must continue to improve myself and carve out my path on this Douluo continent." Lu Chen clenched his fists, filled with fervor. After absorbing the soul ring, Lu Chen did not rush to rest. Instead, he began to study the new soul skill he had acquired. Through exploration, he discovered that the skill was named Shadow Guardian, capable of forming a shield of shadows around him at critical moments to withstand powerful attacks. This soul skill should prove invaluable in battle, Lu Chen mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the following days, Lu Chen fortified his strength while awaiting the Spirit Hall's commendation. At last, on a sunlit day, the Spirit Hall held a grand awards ceremony. Clad in pristine Spirit Hall attire, Lu Chen stood gallantly on stage. The Lord personally bestowed upon him an honor medal and substantial rewards, while the disciples below erupted in applause, casting admiring and envious glances his way. "Lu Chen, You have successfully hunted a Millennium Soul beast, bringing great honor to the Spear Hall. We hope you will continue to strive and contribute further to its growth." The Lord smiled warmly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Following the conclusion of the award ceremony, Lu Chen's reputation within the Spear Hall soared. Many young disciples regarded him as a role model, eagerly seeking his insights and experiences in cultivation. Lu Chen generously shared his knowledge with them, always patient in his explanations. Meanwhile, Lu Chen secretly set new goals for himself. He understood that this was merely the first step in his ascent within the Douluo continent. Greater challenges and opportunities lay ahead. With the aid of the multi-fortune system and his own diligence, he would steadily strive toward the pinnacle, crafting a legend that belonged solely to him. Chapter 25. The Opportunity for Advancement. Lu Chen's existence at the depths of the Spirit Hall resembled a solitary journey through darkness, where each step was fraught with hardship and challenges. However, with the assistance of the bountiful offspring system and his own tenacious spirit, he gradually began to shine amidst the harsh environment. On this particular dawn, while the sky was still shrouded in twilight, the training grounds of the Spirit Hall echoed with the sounds of fervent shouts. True to his routine, Lu Chen arrived early at the training field, clad in the slightly faded uniform of a Spirit Hall soldier. He stood tall, his gaze resolute, and every movement exuded a sense of strength. Unlike his fellow soldiers, he devoted his spare time to secretly studying the martial soul manuals bestowed by the system, which significantly accelerated his path to power. "Hey, Lu Chen, you're here bright and early again." A robust soldier with dark skin and a hearty build greeted him with a smile. His name was Iron Bull, one of the few friends Lu Chen had within the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen ceased his punching, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and grinned. "The early bird catches the worm, right? Iron Bull, you've made it here quite early yourself." Iron Bull scratched his head and chuckled. "I'm not as driven as you. I'm just trying to avoid getting scolded by the instructor." As they conversed, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting all soldiers to assemble promptly. A commanding officer clad in black attire approached with a piercing gaze, surveying the assembly before announcing, "Today, I have an important announcement. The Spirit Hall will conduct an internal assessment. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity for promotion. This is your chance to alter your fate. So keep your spirits high." Upon hearing this news, the soldiers erupted into eager discussions, their eyes alight with anticipation and excitement. Lu Chen's heart stirred as well. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for advancement. In the days that followed, Lu Chen trained with even greater diligence. He rose before dawn each day to practice the utilization of his martial soul and various combat techniques. Under his mastery, the shadow martial soul became increasingly agile and unpredictable, at times drifting like a specter, and at others solidifying to deliver a lethal strike. By night, while other soldiers succumbed to slumber, Lu Chen ventured alone to a secluded corner of the Spirit Hall. Bathed in moonlight, his silhouette elongated as he closed his eyes, silently channeling the techniques from the system's manuals, feeling the soul power coursing through his body, coalescing. As his soul power steadily increased, his body quivered slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "I must seize this opportunity. I cannot let it slip away." Lu Chen grit his teeth, silently vowing. Days passed, and the day of internal assessment finally arrived. The testing grounds were set within the grand arena of the Spirit Hall, surrounded by members eager to witness the event. The assessment comprised 3 segments. The first was a fundamental demonstration of martial souls, including the speed of release and the concentration of soul power. The second involved practical combat, with soldiers paired off for duels. The final segment was a team collaboration task, testing the soldiers' ability to work cohesively. Standing in line for the assessment, Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart roiled with anticipation. He understood that this battle was pivotal for his advancement within the Spirit Hall. "Next, Lu Chen," the examiner called out, his voice ringing across the arena. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen stepped onto the assessment stage. Clenching his fists, his soul power surged, and the shadow martial soul emanated from beneath him like a plume of black smoke. In an instant, he transformed, the martial soul swirling around him in a rapid dance, its speed rendering him nearly invisible. This kid's control over his martial soul is astonishing. An onlooker gasped from the crowd. Indeed, the concentration of his soul power surpasses that of ordinary soldiers, another chimed in. A surge of joy filled Lu Chen's heart as he continued to showcase his martial soul abilities. The shadow suddenly split into several entities, darting towards the four corners of the assessment stage before swiftly returning to coalesce behind him. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, demonstrating his exceptional mastery over the martial soul. Upon conclusion of the first segment, Chen attained the highest score among all participants. Shortly thereafter, the second segment of practical combat commenced. His opponent was a towering soldier with bulging muscles named Bear Big, whose martial soul was the mighty bear, known for its incredible strength. "Kid, don't go crying like a baby after I'm done with you," Bear Big taunted with a derisive grin. Chen remained unfazed by the provocation, standing resolutely with a calm and confident demeanor. With the examiner's signal, Bear Big launched the first strike. He roared, his martial soul manifesting, transforming him into a formidable figure akin to a true black bear. He charged at Chen, raising a massive paw to deliver a crushing blow. Chen swiftly evaded the attack, his form flickering like a wraith. Bear Big's paw struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. "Is that all you've got?" Chen taunted from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. Enraged, Bear Big charged again, unleashing a flurry of attacks like a tempest. Chen adeptly navigated through the openings between his strikes, seeking a moment to counter. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Chen commanded his shadow martial soul to transform into a razor-sharp blade, thrusting it towards Bear Big's arm. Taken by surprise, Bear Big felt the sting of the cut, blood oozing from the wound. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, momentarily halting his assault. Chen capitalized on this moment, launching a powerful strike as the shadow surged like a bolt of black lightning, striking Bear Big squarely in the chest. Bear Big was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "I concede," Bear Big groaned, lying on the ground with a look of reluctant acceptance. Chen approached and extended a hand to help him up, saying, "Well fought. Your strength is formidable, but you could use a bit more finesse." Bear Big regarded Chen, the disdain in his eyes replaced by a glimmer of respect. "You truly are impressive. I yield." With another effortless victory in the second segment, Chen advanced to the final team collaboration task. His team comprised 5 members, and the objective was to breach numerous obstacles within a set time frame to seize a flag placed at the center of the arena. Chen quickly assessed the environment and addressed his teammates. "Listen up. I'll use my shadow martial soul to draw the enemy's attention. You all should maneuver from the sides to find an opportunity to seize the flag. Remember, teamwork is essential. Do not act independently." His teammates nodded in agreement, expressing their support. When the match commenced, Chen executed the plan, unleashing his shadow martial soul and darting towards the enemy's main force. His shadow danced through the crowd, capturing their focus entirely. Meanwhile, his teammates stealthily flanked from the sides as planned. However, the enemy soon discerned their intent and dispatched a portion of their forces to intercept. "This is bad. They've spotted us. Everyone, be careful." Chen's heart raced as he quickened his attack pace, striving to buy his teammates more time. Just as both sides found themselves in a stalemate, Chen had a sudden inspiration. He manipulated his shadow martial soul to create a disturbance behind the enemy, leading them to believe they were under ambush from the rear. The enemy's ranks faltered, scattering their forces to address the perceived threat. "Now is our chance. Charge!" Chen shouted. Seizing the moment, his teammates surged towards the flag at the center of the arena. Ultimately, they successfully claimed the flag, completing their mission. Upon the conclusion of the assessment, Chen's exceptional performance across all 3 segments earned him the highest score of the day. Chen, due to your outstanding achievements in this internal assessment, I hereby announce your promotion to Intermediate Soul Master of the Spirit Hall. I hope you will contribute even more to the Spirit Hall in the future." The examiner regarded Chen with eyes brimming with admiration. With one knee gently touching the ground, Chen respectfully declared, "Thank you, my lord. I shall not disgrace my mission." The surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Tainyo, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Chen, well done." Rising to his feet, Chen surveyed his surroundings, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his heart. This was merely the first step of his ascent within the Spirit Hall. The path ahead was long, with grander aspirations yet to be realized. Amidst the cheers, Chen walked out of the assessment arena with his head held high and chest out, his gaze resolute and bright, as if he could already envision a more glorious future within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 26. The pivotal struggle for promotion. Clad in a simple, yet tidy Spirit Hall training uniform, Chen stood at one corner of the training ground, the gentle breeze tousling the few strands of hair that fell across his forehead. At that moment, his eyes radiated determination and focus as he fixated on the cherished Spirit Cultivation manual in his hands. The pages fluttered softly in the wind, whispering the ancient secrets of the spirits. During his time in the spirit hall, Liu Chen had begun to distinguish himself among the rank-and-file soldiers, thanks to the unique advantages of his shadow spirit and his relentless diligence. Yet, he understood that mere talent and hard work were insufficient for true advancement within the spirit hall. Liu Chen, what are you daydreaming about? The promotion assessment is about to begin. His friend Lin Feng rushed over, patting Liu Chen on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting both concern and anticipation. Liu Chen looked up, revealing a confident smile, carefully stowing away the manual. Fear not, Lin Feng, I am prepared. This time, victory is mine. With that, he stretched his limbs, the joints emitting a series of crisp sounds. Lin Feng gazed at Liu Chen with quiet admiration. He knew that since Liu Chen had traversed to the Douluo continent and awakened the abundant fortune system, he had embarked on an extraordinary journey. From his initial bewilderment upon entering the spirit hall to his current unwavering determination for promotion, each step Liu Chen took was firm and purposeful. I believe in you, Liu Chen. However, this assessment is no simple matter. I've heard that several formidable contenders are also in the fray. You must tread carefully, Lin Feng cautioned. His brow furrowed. Liu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the training ground where numerous soldiers were amassing, all preparing for the assessment. Some were meditating, seemingly gathering strength, while others wielded their weapons, demonstrating their prowess in an attempt to intimidate their opponents. No matter who they are, I shall not yield, Liu Chen clenched his fists, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Soon, the time for the assessment arrived. The soldiers lined up neatly in the center of the training ground, awaiting the arrival of the examiners. Before long, 3 examiners adorned in resplendent black robes and donning golden masks approached, their steps steady and powerful, each movement exuding an aura of unspoken authority. This promotion assessment will comprise 2 parts, practical combat and theoretical knowledge. In the combat segment, you will face off in pairs, with the victors advancing, while the theoretical assessment will test your knowledge of spirit lore and tactical strategies. I hope each of you will give your utmost effort to showcase your best abilities, the lead examiner announced in a deep, resonant voice that echoed throughout the training ground. Liu Chen took a deep breath, silently reviewing the fruits of his training and tactical skills during this period. He knew this was the crucial struggle for his promotion and that he could not afford to be careless. As the practical combat commenced, Liu Chen was assigned to the second match. He stood aside, meticulously observing the first duel. The 2 combatants were a burly figure wielding a heavy sword, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and a nimble opponent adeptly evading the sword-ass strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The swordsman possessed great strength, yet his movements were somewhat cumbersome. Should the agile fighter seize the right moment, a fatal blow was not out of reach. Liu Chen analyzed the situation in his mind. Indeed, after a fierce exchange, the nimble soldier spotted the swordsman's brief moment of vulnerability and dashed forward, pressing a dagger against his opponent's throat. The first match goes to Li Fei, the examiner proclaimed loudly. Liu Chen nodded slightly, unperturbed by the outcome, having gleaned valuable insights from the duel, which further solidified his own battle strategy. Before long, it was Liu Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a sharp-eyed man named Wang Hu, rumored to possess a cheetah's spirit, granting him remarkable speed. Liu Chen, I've heard you've been quite the sensation lately, but today your luck runs out, Wang Hu sneered coldly, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Liu Chen remained silent, standing still with a calm demeanor, yet a subtle, restrained aura emanated from him. As the examiner gave the signal, Wang Hu launched the first attack. He darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, his hands morphing into claws aimed directly at Liu Chen's throat, the speed so swift it left little room for reaction. Liu Chen had anticipated this. He sidestepped gracefully, retreating like a specter, effortlessly evading Wang Hu's fierce strike. Simultaneously, his shadow stirred, appearing as another entity detached from the ground, coiling around Wang Hu. Mere parlor tricks. Wang Hu scoffed, twisting in midair to evade the shadow as grasped and lunging toward Liu Chen once more. This time, Liu Chen did not retreat. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. Instantly, the surrounding light dimmed, and countless black shadows surged forth from all directions, encircling Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt a jolt of alarm as he sensed the formidable power within those shadows. Yet, being a formidable opponent himself, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing a roar as a faint yellow glow enveloped him, signaling the activation of his first spirit ring skill. His speed surged again as he maneuvered through the encircling shadows, attempting to break free. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he could not afford to give Wang Hu a moment's respite. He concentrated, commanding the shadows to constrict while infusing them with more soul power, rendering them more resilient. You think you can trap me that easily? Wang Hu shouted, straining against the shadows as his eyes turned crimson, his aura escalating once more as he forcefully tore through a shadow's defense, charging at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he advanced to meet Wang Hu head-on, his hands morphing into phantoms as they engaged in close combat. Each clash resonated with a dull thud, the air thick with tension. You got some skill, but it's still not enough. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, executing a newly learned technique from the manual, the Shadow Blade Slash. His hands moved rapidly, unleashing a flurry of black blade shadows that shot forth like a volley of sharp daggers aimed at Wang Hu. Caught off guard, Wang Hu was struck by several of the blade shadows, leaving him with wounds that bled profusely, staining his garments red. Yet, he refused to yield, gritting his teeth against the pain and launching another attack. Amidst their fierce clash, Lu Chen suddenly devised a cunning tactic. He deliberately exposed a flaw, luring Wang Hu into a trap. Wang Hu, falling for the bait, charged recklessly forward. A subtle smile played on Lu Chen's lips as he activated the hidden skill of his shadow spirit, shadow binding. Wang Hu felt a sudden constriction at his feet, the shadows ensnaring him tightly, rendering him immobile. You've lost, Lu Chen calmly stated as he approached Wang Hu, his demeanor collected. Wang Hu's face contorted with frustration. Yet he had no choice but to concede his defeat. The second match goes to Lu Chen. The examiner's voice rang out, marking the conclusion of this intense confrontation. Lu Chen let out a faint sigh of relief and turned to leave the arena. Lin Feng immediately approached him, exclaiming with excitement, Lu Chen, you were incredible. Those moves were simply dazzling. Lu Chen chuckled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, responding, it was merely luck. We still have the theoretical assessment ahead, so we must not let our guard down. After a brief respite, the theoretical assessment commenced. The soldiers entered a spacious hall and took their seats. The examiner distributed the examination papers, and Lu Chen quickly perused the questions. The topics encompassed various aspects, including the types and characteristics of martial souls, cultivation methods, as well as diverse combat strategies and tactical applications. A surge of delight filled Lu Chen's heart, for these questions posed no challenge to him. Before his transmigration, he had been an academic prodigy, and upon arriving in the Douluo continent, he had acquired extensive knowledge regarding martial souls through the blessings of the multitude blessing system. Thus, he picked up his pen and began to write fervently. During the examination, Lu Chen encountered a question regarding how to counter attacks from martial souls of differing attributes. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated on his viewpoints in detail, analyzing the characteristics of various attribute martial souls and proposing targeted counter-strategies. His handwriting neat and his logic clear. As time slipped away in the midst of the intense examination, the assessment soon concluded. The soldiers submitted their papers, awaiting the final results. Stepping out of the hall, Lu Chen felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. He knew he had performed admirably in both practical and theoretical assessments, and the prospects for advancement looked promising. Lu Chen, how do you think the assessment went? Lin Feng inquired, leaning closer. It should be fine, Lu Chen replied confidently. Days later, the results of the assessment were finally announced. Standing before the announcement board, Lu Chen's face broke into a gratifying smile as he beheld his name prominently atop the promotion list. I've succeeded, he murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He understood that this was merely the first step in his ascent within the Martial Soul Hall, with broader horizons awaiting his conquest in the future. Meanwhile, in the high-level conference room of the Martial Soul Hall, several elders were reviewing Lu Chen's assessment records and battle videos, nodding in approval. This Lu Chen possesses both strength and wisdom. He is a rare talent, remarked an elderly elder with white hair. Indeed, given time, he will undoubtedly make significant contributions to our Martial Soul Hall, another elder concurred. Thus, through his strength and dedication, Lu Chen successfully took a pivotal step towards promotion within the Martial Soul Hall, embarking on a more illustrious chapter of his journey. Chapter 27. Encountering provocation, Lu Chen's days within the Martial Soul Hall became increasingly prosperous. With the unique advantages of his shadow martial soul and the assistance of a multitude blessing system, he excelled in various tasks and training, gradually emerging from the ranks of low-level soldiers and capturing the attention of numerous higher-ups. However, as the saying goes, the taller the tree, the harder it falls, and his rise also attracted the envy and discontent of some individuals. One day, As usual, Lu Chen was engaged in his daily training at the Martial Soul Hall's training ground. Sunlight bathed his resolute face, accentuating his chiseled features and prominent nose. Dressed in a sleek black uniform, he showcased his athletic physique. At that moment, he was intently manipulating his shadow martial soul, which danced across the ground with an almost lifelike agility, transforming into blades and shields with seamless fluidity in the transition between offense and defense. As Lu Chen immersed himself in his training, a cacophony of mocking laughter emerged from a distance. "Oh, isn't that Lu Chen, the rising star of our martial soul hall? Just a stroke of luck with a strange martial soul, and he thinks he's something special." Lu Chen slowly retracted his martial soul and turned to see a group of soul masters clad in martial soul hall attire approaching him. Leading them was a tall, muscular man named Zhao Hu, a mid-level soul master within the hall. Zhao Hu often took pleasure in using his slightly superior soul power to bully lower-ranked soul masters. Upon witnessing Lu Chen, once of equal or even lesser standing, now garnering attention, the flames of jealousy ignited within him. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze, but he soon regained his composure and replied coolly, "Zhao Hu, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Hu crossed his arms and approached with an air of disdain, circling Lu Chen while scrutinizing him from head to toe, clicking his tongue derisively. "What do I mean? I simply cannot stand your self-satisfied demeanor. You think completing a few minor tasks makes you impressive? If you truly have the ability, let's have a spar." Lu Chen inwardly scoffed, fully aware that Zhao Hu was deliberately seeking trouble. However, he did not wish to engage in conflict, recognizing that causing a scene within the Martial Soul Hall would benefit neither party. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he replied, "Zhao Hu, I have no intention of fighting you. We are all serving the Martial Soul Hall and should support one another in mutual progress." "Support one another? Progress together? Ha ha!" Zhao Hu erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. His followers joined in the ridicule, and after a moment, Zhao Hu ceased his laughter, his eyes glinting with derision as he looked at Lu Chen. "Spare me your pretentiousness. Who do you think you are? The future star of the Martial Soul Hall? Dream on. If you're too cowardly to spar with me today, crawl under my legs, and I'll consider you a coward. From now on, avoid me." Lu Chen's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching involuntarily, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The fury within him felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Nevertheless, he restrained himself and coldly retorted, "Zhao Hu, do not push your luck." "Push my luck? I'm already pushing it. What can you do?" Zhao Hu taunted, stepping closer and provocatively poking Lu Chen's chest with his finger. This gesture ignited Lu Chen's fury. His gaze sharpened like an eagle's, and he seized Zhao Hu's finger, twisting it with force. With a sickening crack, Zhao Hu's finger dislocated, his face paling in pain as he let out a cry, "Ah, you dare to fight back." Lu Chen released Zhao Hu's hand, taking a step back as he coldly stated, "It was you who repeatedly provoked me. Do not mistake me for someone easy to bully." Zhao Hu, clutching his dislocated hand, glared at Lu Chen with malice, shouting, "Very well, you have guts. Brothers, let us teach this arrogant brat a lesson." With Zhao Hu's command, his followers unleashed their martial souls, and the training ground was suddenly illuminated with a dazzling array of martial soul forms. Some took the shape of fiery red leopards radiating intense flames, while others wielded black whips that sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. And yet others bore enormous shields inscribed with arcane runes. Lu Chen, witnessing this, felt no fear. His expression remained calm as he summoned his shadow martial soul once more. The shadow rose from the ground, enveloping him like a black barrier, shielding him from harm. "Umph, you think your peculiar martial soul can withstand us? Attack!" Zhao Hu snarled through gritted teeth. The fiery red leopard was the first to strike, launching itself at Lu Chen like a streak of crimson lightning, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, aiming to sever Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he commanded his shadow martial soul to morph into a massive black claw. Meeting the leopard's charge, with a resounding crash, the two forces collided, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. The leopard was struck by the shadowy claw, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground with a mournful cry. Simultaneously, the black whip lashed toward Lu Chen's waist with lightning speed, cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Lu Chen's form flickered as he evaded the strike effortlessly, moving like a wraith. The long whip lashed against the ground, creating a profound crater. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen counterattacked, his shadow martial spirit transforming once more into countless black spikes that shot towards the Soul Master wielding the whip. The Soul Master's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his whip to defend, but several spikes still pierced his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Meanwhile, another Soul Master, brandishing a massive shield, charged at Lu Chen, intent on using the shield's force to knock him down. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. He stomped fiercely on the ground, launching himself high into the air, performing a somersault to evade the shield's impact. Almost instantaneously, he directed his shadow martial spirit to coalesce beneath his feet, as though he were treading upon a cloud of darkness, swiftly advancing towards the shield-wielding Soul Master. As he closed in, the shadow martial spirit morphed into a sharp longsword, striking fiercely at the shield master. The shield master quickly raised his shield in defense. With a resounding clang, the sword collided with the shield, sending sparks flying, yet ultimately failing to penetrate it. However, Lu Chen's attack was merely a feint. Utilizing the recoil, he soared into the air once again, landing behind the shield master. Before the latter could react, the shadow martial spirit transformed into a binding rope, tightly ensnaring the shield master's legs. Losing his balance, the shield master fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Hu, witnessing his subordinates falter, felt a mix of shock and fury. He understood that if he did not intervene personally, he would likely meet his downfall today. Thus, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his martial spirit. A colossal rock bear. Towering at 3 meters, the rock bear was encased in hard stone, akin to armor. Its eyes glowed with a fierce light as it slammed its paw against the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Lu Chen, today marks your demise. Zhao Hu bellowed as he rode atop the rock bear, charging toward Lu Chen. The very ground trembled beneath the bear's weight. Lu Chen regarded the oncoming Zhao Hu and his rock bear with no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination. He was acutely aware that Zhao Hu surpassed him in strength, and thus, if he wished to emerge victorious, he would need to rely on his wits. Just as the rock bear was about to reach him, Lu Chen suddenly vanished, darting behind a nearby stone pillar. Zhao Hu sneered, "Hiding? Do you think it will save you? Smash that pillar." At his command, the rock bear raised its massive paw and struck down upon the pillar. With a deafening crash, the pillar was reduced to dust, a cloud of debris enveloping the area. However, when the dust settled, Zhao Hu found that Lu Chen had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, he quickly ordered the rock bear to search. "Lu Chen, come out. Don't be a coward," Zhao Hu shouted. Suddenly, he felt a stir beneath his feet. Realizing the impending danger, he attempted to direct the rock bear to evade, yet it was too late. Lu Chen emerged from the shadows, wielding a longsword forged from his shadow martial spirit, and thrust it fiercely toward Zhao Hu. Instinctively, Zhao Hu raised his arm in defense, but the sword pierced through, blood gushing forth. Zhao Hu screamed in agony. The rock bear, sensing its master was wounded, roared furiously and turned to pounce on Lu Chen. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed, slipping back into the shadows. The rock bear missed its target, crashing into a nearby wall with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole. Zhao Hu, realizing that this could lead to his inevitable defeat, began to contemplate retreat. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, he shouted, "Lu Chen, you got guts today. We shall see what comes next." With that, he commanded his injured rock bear to retreat, hastily leading his subordinates away in disgrace. Lu Chen watched their departing figures, breathing heavily, a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction reflected in his smile. This battle, though fraught with peril, had been won through his intellect and the unique abilities of his shadow martial spirit, successfully warding off Zhao Hu's provocations. He understood that in the spirit hall, establishing himself would invariably entail facing various challenges, yet he felt no fear, for he possessed unwavering conviction and a resolute determination to enhance his strength. After this tumultuous encounter, Lu Chen became acutely aware that his journey within the spirit hall would be long, filled with thorns and trials. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that with diligence and the assistance of the multifaceted blessing system, he would carve out his own domain in this Douluo continent. He straightened his attire, inhaling deeply, and immersed himself once more in his training. Sunlight bathed him, as if cloaking him in a golden armor, heralding the extraordinary path that lay ahead. Chapter 28, Defying the Odds and Demonstrating Strength. Lu Chen's days in the Spirit Hall passed swiftly, through his own efforts and the support of the multifaceted blessing system. He had begun to stand out among the lower-ranking soldiers. However, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and some envious individuals began to stir. One day, after completing his training, as usual, Lu Chen prepared to collect his rations. Upon entering the supply distribution courtyard, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The soldiers typically responsible for dispensing supplies stood at a distance, their gazes averted, unwilling to meet his eyes. In the center of the courtyard stood a group of people, led by a burly man named Wang Meng, a squad leader from another team within the Spirit Hall, who harbored dissatisfaction over Lu Chun's growing prominence. With arms crossed and a sinister smile plastered on his face, Wang Meng addressed Lu Chun slowly. "Oh, if it isn't our Spirit Hall's rising star, Lu Chun. I've heard you've been quite the sensation lately." Lu Chun furrowed his brow, fully aware of the ill intent behind Wang Meng's words. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor and replied coolly, "Captain Wang Meng, what do you imply by that?" Beside Wang Meng, a tall, lanky individual interjected with a mocking tone. "What do you mean by doing your job? Don't think we're unaware of the underhanded tactics you've employed to gain favor." Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, surveying the group with disdain. "Tactics? I rely on my own hard work and strength, unlike some who merely speak empty words." Wang Meng's expression darkened as he stepped forward, unleashing his martial spirit, a massive black bear apparition that loomed behind him. With a mighty swing of its paw, the air trembled, and he roared, "Lu Chun, today you'll learn that in the Spirit Hall, mere words won't keep you afloat. Brothers, let us show him what we're made of." At Wang Meng's command, his cohorts unleashed their martial spirits, filling the air with a dazzling display of various powers: wolves, leopards, and other beastly manifestations, along with blades and swords encircling Lu Chun. Yet, Lu Chun exhibited no sign of fear. His expression remained serene as he raised his hands, summoning his shadow martial spirit. His shadow surged like a living entity from the ground, transforming into black blades that surged toward the surrounding foes. "Oomph! Is that all you've got?" Wang Meng scoffed, launching himself toward Lu Chun like a cannonball, his massive paw slicing through the air toward Lu Chun's head. Lu Chun evaded the attack with a swift movement, akin to a specter, as the shadow blades accurately struck the assailants. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, causing the soldiers to scatter in disarray. "Everyone don't panic. Charge together. Yes, just one person. We can wear him down," Wang Meng shouted, attempting to stabilize his ranks. The group rallied and coordinated their assault once more. Lu Chun pondered silently. With their overwhelming numbers, if he remained on the defensive, he would surely be worn down. He needed to strike swiftly. His eyes glinted as he focused intently, channeling the power of his shadow martial spirit into a single point, conjuring a black shield before him. Meanwhile, Wang Meng launched another assault, his black bear martial spirit unveiling its cavernous maw. A beam of dark soul power erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun raised his shadow shield, bracing himself with all his might. Boom! The soul power beam collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound, the formidable impact forcing Lu Chun to stagger back several steps. Yet, with unyielding determination, he managed to stabilize his stance. Seizing the opportunity during Wang Meng's attack, Lu Chun darted forward like a bolt of lightning, targeting Wang Meng with precision. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the power of his shadow martial spirit into a black spear. "Perish!" Lu Chun bellowed, as the spear lunged toward Wang Meng like a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. Taken aback by Lu Chun's rapid counterattack, Wang Meng hastily raised his bare paw in defense. Thud! The spear struck the bare paw. The clash of black soul power and Wang Meng's martial spirit energy erupting into a shower of sparks. Wang Meng felt a tremendous force coursing through the spear, sending tingles of numbness through his arm. In that instant, Lu Chun deftly flicked his wrist, causing the spear to elegantly sidestep the bare paw and thrust toward Wang Meng's chest. Wang Meng's heart raced with alarm, and though he attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the spear approached. "Captain!" The surrounding soldiers gasped in unison. However, just as the spear was about to pierce Wang Meng's chest, Lu Chun abruptly halted his force, the spear coming to a stop just an inch away from its target. Wang Meng's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from the spear's tip. Lu Chun regarded Wang Meng coldly and stated, "Today, I spare your life, not out of fear, but because I refuse to engage in internal strife within the Spirit Hall. Should you dare to provoke me again, you may not be so fortunate next time." With that, Lu Chun retracted the spear, casting a slow, sweeping glance over the assembled onlookers. The soldiers, caught in his gaze, instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Wang Meng, biting his teeth in frustration, acknowledged his inferiority today, snorting disdainfully, "Lu Chun, you're formidable. We shall see what the future holds." With that, he retreated with his subordinates in defeat. Lu Chen watched their retreating figures, furrowing his brow as he understood that today was merely a prologue. The path ahead within the Spirit Hall would likely be fraught with challenges. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, a resolute determination glimmered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that only by continually enhancing his strength could he secure his place in this brutal world. At that moment, the soldiers responsible for distributing supplies, who had been observing from the sidelines, began to converge around him. One slightly older soldier, his face brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chen, you are truly incredible. That scene earlier frightened us all." Lu Chen smiled gently and replied, "As long as everyone is unharmed, that's what matters. In the future, should we face similar situations, let's unite." A younger soldier, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Lu Chen, your shadow martial spirit is astonishing. How did you cultivate it? Could you teach us?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen responded, "In truth, there are no shortcuts in martial spirit cultivation. The essence lies in diligence and understanding of one's martial spirit. My shadow martial spirit requires relentless honing in darkness, sensing the power of shadows to unleash its fullest potential. However, each martial spirit possesses its own uniqueness. You must discover a cultivation method that suits you." The soldiers nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in Lu Chen's words. Following this upheaval, Lu Chen's reputation among the soldiers in the Spirit Hall soared. Yet, he remained humble, dedicating himself to rigorous training in preparation for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. He knew that in this Douluo continent, countless formidable adversaries awaited him. Only by growing stronger could he protect all that he cherished. Chapter 29. Encountering the nobility of the Spirit Hall. Having navigated the depths of the Spirit Hall for some time, Lu Chen, leveraging the unique advantages of his shadow martial spirit and the occasional assistance from the Fortunate Progeny system, had distinguished himself in various missions, gradually emerging as a prominent figure within the Spirit Hall. One day, the Spirit Hall hosted a grand celebration banquet to honor those soul masters who had demonstrated exceptional prowess in recent soul beast hunts and confrontations against rival factions. Lu Chen was invited to this banquet due to his outstanding performance in a perilous hunting mission. The banquet took place in the magnificent central hall of the Spirit Hall, where opulence reigned supreme. The hall was adorned with gold and exquisite crystal chandeliers that cast a soft, luminous glow, illuminating the space as if it were a dreamscape. Precious gems embedded in the walls reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, harmonizing with the elegantly attired soul masters who moved gracefully throughout, epitomizing luxury. Clad in a black ensemble that exuded simplicity yet valor, Lu Chen entered the hall, immediately drawing numerous gazes. Indeed, it was a matter of curiosity how a young soul master from the lower ranks could achieve such prominence in such a brief period. "Look, that must be Lu Chen, right? I've heard he hails from the lower ranks, yet he's accomplished so much in such a short time. Truly remarkable," a soul master whispered to his companion. "Oomph. Perhaps it's merely a stroke of luck," another soul master scoffed dismissively. Lu Chen caught wind of their murmurs, but maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by their judgments. He understood well that in a world where strength reigned supreme, power was the most effective silencer of dissent. At that moment, a tall, distinguished middle-aged man approached Lu Chen. Dressed in an ornate purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, he exuded an aura of authority. His face bore strong features, and his penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's heart. "You're Lu Chen?" the middle-aged man inquired, his voice deep and commanding, laced with the weight of authority. Lu Chen promptly bowed respectfully, responding, "Yes, my lord. May I inquire as to your identity?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly, introducing himself. "I'm one of the deacons of the Spirit Hall, Salus. I have heard of your recent commendable achievements, hunting several formidable soul beasts and holding your ground against the spies of the Star Luo Empire. Is this true?" Lu Chen was taken aback, realizing that his every action had garnered the attention of this esteemed deacon. He replied with composure, "Indeed, esteemed elder, it is true. However, it was the Spirit Hall's guidance and the support of my teammates that enabled me to successfully complete the tasks." A flicker of appreciation shone in Salus's eyes as he remarked, "To remain humble and courteous is a rare virtue. I see you are young, yet your strength is not to be underestimated. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Spirit Hall." Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, he respectfully stated, "You flatter me, elder. I am willing to dedicate myself to the glory of the Spirit Hall, regardless of the challenges that may arise. I hope you will guide me in the future." Salus nodded slightly, scrutinizing Lu Chen for a moment before continuing. While your cultivation method is commendable, there remains room for improvement. Would you be interested in learning more advanced martial spirit cultivation techniques? Lu Chen's heart raced at the prospect of acquiring advanced martial spirit cultivation techniques, coveted treasures for countless soul masters. Without hesitation, he responded, "If I could receive such a gift from you, Elder, I would be profoundly grateful." Sala smiled gently. "Do not be too quick to thank me. While this technique is indeed valuable, it is not easily obtained. Recently, the Spirit Hall has discovered a mysterious relic in the far north, rumored to contain powerful soul beasts and precious treasures. I plan to assemble an elite team to explore it. Would you be interested in joining?" Lu Chen contemplated this. The mysterious relic in the far north would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, yet it also represented an exceptional opportunity. Should he glean rewards from such an expedition, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Moreover, accompanying this esteemed deacon might yield further benefits. Upon contemplating this, he resolutely declared, "Elder, Lu Chen is willing to join." Saras smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Good, you possess courage. I shall personally lead this expedition, accompanied by several core disciples of the Spirit Hall. You must perform admirably and not let me down." Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy. The opportunity to act alongside Elder Saras and the core disciples was a splendid chance to forge connections with the powerful and expand his network. He promptly affirmed, "Lu Chen will certainly live up to the Elder's expectations." At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing red gown approached. Her beauty was breathtaking, her skin as radiant as snow, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief. "Elder Saras, what are you discussing? It seems quite lively," she inquired with a voice as melodious as silver bells. Upon seeing her, Elder Saras wore a gentle smile and said, "Ah, it is you, Nana. I was just conversing with this young friend, Lu Chen, about the exploration of the relics in the far north." The woman cast a curious glance at Lu Chen and remarked, "Lu Chen? Is he not the soul master of humble origins who has recently made quite a name for himself in the Spirit Hall?" Lu Chen, slightly embarrassed, nodded and replied, "Indeed. That is me." She appraised him from head to toe, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes as she said, "I did not expect someone so youthful to have achieved such accomplishments. My name is Ulaina. I look forward to your guidance in the future." With that, she playfully winked. Lu Chen hastily responded, "Miss Ulaina, you are too kind. I hope you will offer your guidance in the days to come." Elder Saras interjected with a smile, "Nana, you should join us on this relic exploration. Young Lu Chen possesses remarkable strength. You two can spar and progress together." Hulaina exclaimed, "Absolutely. I have long wished to see the far north. I have heard it is a land of ice and snow, home to many peculiar soul beasts." As Lu Chen observed Hulaina's excitement, he found himself harboring a growing fondness for the charming and vivacious woman. Just then, several other soul masters approached. Leading them was a tall, stern-looking man clad in a white robe, exuding an aura of icy detachment, reminiscent of a solitary pine atop a snowy peak. "Elder Saras, Miss Hulaina," he greeted, slightly bowing, his gaze lingering on Lu Chen for a fleeting moment, tinged with a hint of disdain. Elder Saras introduced Lu Chen. "This is Yin, a core disciple of the Spirit Hall. Yin, meet Lu Chen. You'll be companions on this relic exploration, so you must cooperate." Yin nodded slightly, his tone frosty as he remarked, "I hope you do not hinder us." Lu Chen felt a twinge of displeasure but maintained a smile, replying, "Rest assured, Brother Yin. You shall do me utmost." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Hulaina swiftly intervened. "All right, everyone, we are all companions here. If we work together, we are sure to reap great rewards from the relic." Elder Saras concurred with a smile. "Indeed, this relic exploration is of great significance. Should we acquire treasures that can benefit the Spirit Hall, it will undoubtedly enhance our strength. Everyone must give their all." The group nodded in agreement. Following this, Elder Saras engaged in a detailed discussion with everyone regarding the exploration plans and precautions. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the banquet began to draw to a close. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chen found his mind tumultuous. His acquaintance with Elder Saras and the esteemed Hulaina marked a significant turning point for him. The impending exploration of the far north brimming with opportunities and challenges loomed ahead. He understood that he must seize this chance to elevate his strength, solidifying his position on the Douluo continent and fulfilling his ambitions. He settled cross-legged on his bed, channeling his soul power to commence his training. The shadow martial soul flowed gently within him, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Lu Chen's gaze was resolute. He envisioned himself navigating the treacherous paths of the far north relic, reaping abundant rewards, and gradually ascending to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 30. Recognition and support from the powerful Lu Chen's life at the base of the Spirit Hall began to transform. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the internal assessments, he successfully distinguished himself, attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the Spirit Hall. Today, he received a special directive to meet with a figure of considerable influence within the Spirit Hall, Elder Mo Yun. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Lu Chen meticulously adjusted his attire, ensuring every detail was immaculate. He understood that this could be a pivotal opportunity on his path to advancement within the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the opulently adorned council chamber, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, and the walls were adorned with grand murals depicting the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. Elder Mo Yun sat at the head of the table, his imposing stature and piercing gaze exuding an air of authority that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Clad in a black robe with golden trimmings, embroidered with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, he radiated an enigmatic glow in the candlelight. As Lu Chen stepped into the chamber, he respectfully knelt on one knee and said, "Lu Chen pays his respects to Elder Mo Yun." The elder inclined his head slightly, scrutinizing Lu Chen with keen interest before saying, "Rise, young one. I have heard of your performance in the assessments. Your shadow blade strike was quite exquisite. To wield your shadow martial soul so adeptly in such a short time is no small feat." Lu Chen stood, humbly replying, "Thank you for your praise, elder. It is all due to my diligent training and the guidance of the esteemed seniors of the Spirit Hall." A faint smile of approval graced Elder Mo Yun's lips. Ah, a child who understands gratitude. However, within the Spirit Hall, mere strength is insufficient. Loyalty and wisdom are equally paramount. Now tell me, what is your perspective on the current situation of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo continent? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before responding. Elder, while the Spirit Hall is indeed powerful on the continent, it faces numerous challenges. For instance, Shrek Academy has cultivated many exceptionally gifted soul masters who may pose a hindrance to the Spirit Hall in the future. Moreover, the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires appear respectful toward the Spirit Hall, yet they remain vigilant behind the scenes. Should they unite, they would be a formidable force. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall has profound foundations. If we can strategically utilize resources and enhance the training of young soul masters while sowing discord between the two empires, we can undoubtedly solidify the Spirit Hall's dominance on the continent. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Elder Mo Yun's eyes. Impressed by the young man's astute analysis of the situation, he nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis is quite reasonable. It seemed you possess not only strength but also intellect. How do you propose that the Spirit Hall strengthen the training of young soul masters? Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy, recognizing that his answer had garnered approval. He quickly suggested, "Elder, we could establish a selection mechanism in each sub-hall to attract talent. For those young soul masters with potential, we could concentrate them at the headquarters for focused training, providing superior resources and guidance. Additionally, we should organize practical exercises, allowing them to grow through real combat experience." Elder Mo Yun stroked his beard, contemplatively stating, "That is a commendable idea. However, implementing it may prove challenging. The interests of various sub-halls are often entangled, and such a proposal would likely face opposition." Lu Chen pondered briefly before responding, "Elder, we could initially trial this in select sub-halls. Once results are demonstrated, we can promote it to others. For those who oppose, we can persuade them with reason and emotion, and if they remain obstinate, we may need to set an example to establish authority." Elder Mo Yun could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, a splendid method of setting an example. I did not anticipate such decisiveness from one so young. I have high hopes for you. Henceforth, you shall follow me. I will provide you with more opportunities to showcase your talents." Lu Chen's heart soared with joy, and he promptly knelt once more, saying, "Thank you for your support. Elda Montak Yun. Lu Chen shall serve diligently and strive not to disappoint your expectations." Elder Mo waved his hand and said, "Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple, and I shall impart to you some advanced techniques and practices from the Spirit Hall. However, you must remember that all that you possess originates from the Spirit Hall. Should you ever commit acts that tarnish its reputation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lu Chen resolutely replied, "Rest assured, Elder. I, Lu Chen, am willing to defend the honor of the Spirit Hall with my life." Elder Mo nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to attend an important meeting which will be attended by several core figures of the Spirit Hall. Stay close to me, observe keenly, and speak little. This is a rare opportunity for you to learn and to allow the higher-ups to become acquainted with you. Lu Chen promptly acknowledged, yes, Elder. I understand. Elder Mo gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Your shadow spirit is unique. Cultivate diligently, and you shall surely become a pillar of the Spirit Hall in the future. Now, I shall teach you an advanced technique suitable for your spirit, the Shadow 9 transformations. This technique comprises 9 levels, and with each level you cultivate, the power of your shadow spirit will significantly increase. When mastered to perfection, it can transform shadows into blades, eliminating foes unseen. Having spoken, Elder Mo raised his hand, and a beam of black light shot forth from his fingertips, gently drifting towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly concentrated, receiving this stream of information. Instantly, the methods and techniques of the Shadow 9 transformations flooded his mind. Lu Chen closed his eyes, deeply contemplating the subtleties of the technique. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement and determination shining within them, and declared, Elder, I have grasped the basics, and shall devote myself to rigorous training. Elder Mo smiled and replied, good. While this technique is indeed excellent, it is not without its challenges in practice. You may return now and familiarize yourself with the foundational aspects of the technique. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time. Lu Chen bowed once more. Thank you, Elder. I take my leave. Upon exiting the conference hall, Lu Chen's emotions were tumultuous. Becoming Elder Mo's personal disciple was something he had never dared to imagine. This not only meant access to superior training resources and guidance, but also signified a substantial elevation in his status within the Spirit Hall. Returning to his quarters, Lu Chen immediately sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation of the Shadow 9 transformations. He channeled his soul power, guiding it through his meridians along a specific path. As the soul power flowed, he sensed the shadows around him becoming more animated, almost as if they were alive. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties. When Lu Chen attempted to infuse his soul power into the shadows, hoping to shape them, he faced challenges. The shadows merely quivered slightly, failing to coalesce into the desired form. Frowning, Lu Chen carefully recalled the key points of the technique. He realized he might have been too impatient, not fully grasping the harmony between his soul power and the shadows. Thus, he calmed his mind, re-evaluating the flow of his soul power and attempting to communicate with the shadows in a gentler manner. After numerous attempts, Lu Chen finally found the right sensation. His shadow gradually solidified into a black blade, hovering before him. Gazing at this shadow blade, Lu Chen was filled with joy. This marked the successful first step in his cultivation of the Shadow 9 transformations. Lu Chen understood that the forthcoming training would be even more arduous, yet he remained confident. With not only his own efforts, but also the assistance of the fortunate multiplication system, he believed that through relentless effort, he would one day master the Shadow 9 transformations to its fullest extent. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in the elation of his training, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. He retracted the shadow blade and rose to open the door. Standing outside was Lin Feng, a friend he had made in the Spirit Hall. Lin Feng entered with an expression of excitement, exclaiming, Lu Chen, I heard that Elder Mo has taken a liking to you and is accepting you as his personal disciple. This is a monumental occasion. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, Elder just informed me. My path of cultivation may become smoother from now on. Lin Feng expressed his envy. I truly envy you for earning the Elder's recognition. But do not forget about your brother. Lu Chen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Fear not. How could I forget? If opportunities arise, I will certainly assist you. How has your own cultivation been progressing? Lin Feng sighed. Still the same. Progress is slow. My spirit is decent, but compared to your shadow spirit, it falls short. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying, Lin Feng, cultivation is not solely determined by the spirit. The methods and one's own efforts are equally vital. Perhaps you could try adjusting your training approach, and you might achieve new breakthroughs. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Really? Do you have any good suggestions? Lu Chen replied, you might want to visit the Spirit Hall's library to seek out techniques suitable for your spirit. Additionally, participating in practical combat exercises could provide insights into the application of soul power, potentially sparking inspiration. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, that makes sense. I will give it a try. By the way, do you know why Elder Mo values you so highly? Lu Chen chuckled. Perhaps it is due to my performance during the assessments and my analysis of the Spirit Hall situation, which gained the Elder's approval. However, I am aware that this is both an opportunity and a challenge. The path ahead must be navigated step by step. Lin Feng looked at Lu Chun with admiration. Lu Chun, you are always so clear-headed and diligent. I believe you will surely become a significant figure in the Spirit Hall. Lu Chun humbly replied, no need for flattery. We all must strive. By the way, tomorrow the Elder will take me to an important meeting attended by several core figures of the Spirit Hall. I still feel a bit nervous. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Wow, such an important meeting. You must perform well. But don't be too anxious. Just handle it with the calmness you usually exhibit. This might be another splendid opportunity for your advancement. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Yes, you are right. I will seize the opportunity. Now, enough about me. You should hurry and try the cultivation methods I suggested. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. All right, I shall take my leave. When I make a breakthrough, I will return to celebrate with you. After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, Lu Chun returned to his training state. He understood that tomorrow's meeting was of paramount importance, and he must prepare himself to face this challenge in the best possible condition, seizing this rare opportunity. In the world of Douluo continent, where strength reigns supreme, every chance could alter his destiny, and he, Lu Chun, would not allow himself to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Chapter 31. Advanced Soul Master Training. After Lu Chun began to shine within the Spirit Hall, he attracted the attention of numerous high-ranking officials. With his unique shadow spirit and the advantages provided by the fortunate multiplication system, he performed exceptionally well in several missions. Soon, he received a notification to participate in advanced soul master training. On that day, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the plaza of the Spirit Hall, where elite soul masters selected from various branches had gathered. Clad in a black combat outfit, Lu Chun stood tall, his eyes radiating confidence and determination as he strode into the plaza. His short black hair danced slightly in a breeze, his face both stern and handsome. Not far away, a robust soul master, muscles bulging as if ready to tear his shirt, was loudly conversing with those around him. In this training, I will secure the top spot and show those so-called geniuses my prowess. This individual, known as Man Hu, was a power-type soul master being heavily nurtured by a branch of the Spirit Hall, with a spirit known as the Earth Violent Bear, possessing immense strength. Beside Man Hu stood a slender woman, her brows raised in disdain as she remarked, "You don't end up crying for your mother." The young woman's name was Lingyue, and her martial soul was the illusory dream butterfly, adept in mental assaults. Her appearance was exceedingly enchanting, with a pair of captivating eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Lu Chun approached slowly, extending a courteous greeting. Greetings to all. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Lu Chun. Man Hu scrutinized Lu Chun from head to toe, grinning widely as he remarked, Lu Chun, I haven't heard of you. With that slight frame of yours, can you hold your own? Lu Chun offered a faint smile, unperturbed by the comment, and calmly replied, whether I can or cannot will be revealed in due course. Lingyue stifled a giggle. Oh, quite self-assured. I hope you possess more than mere bravado. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a golden robe and adorned with a golden crown ascended the podium with a measured pace. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and he proclaimed in a resonant voice, welcome to this advanced soul master training camp. This training will span 3 months, aimed at enhancing your abilities and cultivating elite talent for the Spirit Hall. Throughout these 3 months, you will encounter various high-intensity training sessions and rigorous assessments. Those who endure until the end will not only experience a qualitative leap in strength, but will also be rewarded generously by the Spirit Hall. As his words echoed, whispers erupted among the crowd. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenges and opportunities this training would present. Man Hu, brimming with excitement, rubbed his fists together and bellowed, rest assured, Elder, I will not disappoint the Spirit Hall. Lingyue chimed in with a sweet voice, Elder, I too shall give my utmost effort. Subsequently, the Elder guided the group to a vast valley. The cliffs on either side were steep, and a thin mist enveloped the valley. The Elder declared, this will be your training ground, the Blood Soul Valley. It is inhabited by many formidable soul beasts, their powers far exceeding those you might have encountered outside. Here, you must learn not only how to battle soul beasts, but also how to survive in harsh environments. As they entered Blood Soul Valley, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Suddenly, a colossal blood wolf sprang forth from a mist, lunging at the nearest soul master. The soul master, stricken with fear, paled and hastily summoned his martial soul, a dusty yellow pangolin, shimmering with defensive soul techniques. Witnessing this, Lu Chun moved like a wraith, instantly appearing beside the blood wolf. A blade forged from soul power appearing in his hand, aimed at the beast's neck. The blood wolf sensed danger and attempted to evade. But Lu Chen's speed was too swift. The blade nicked its fur, drawing forth a few droplets of blood. In pain, the blood wolf abandoned its attack on the Soul Master and turned its fury towards Lu Chen. Manhu roared, "Lu Chen, I shall assist you." His muscles bulged as his martial soul manifested. He transformed into a towering behemoth, reminiscent of a true earth-shattering bear. He strode forward, charging at the blood wolf, delivering a powerful punch that stirred the air. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, slipping behind the blood wolf and thrusting the blade once more, this time piercing its hind leg. The blood wolf howled in agony, pivoting to retaliate against Lu Chen, only to be struck on the head by Manhu's fist, collapsing to the ground. Lingyue was not idle. She danced her hands, sending waves of mental energy toward the blood wolf, disrupting its movements. Under the combined might of the trio, the blood wolf gradually lost its will to resist, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Impressive coordination. It appears we ought not to underestimate the soul beasts here." Manhu clapped Lu Chen on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Who would have thought you were quite formidable?" "I underestimated you," Lingyue echoed with a smile. "Indeed, it seems our team has the potential to stand out." After vanquishing the blood wolf, they ventured deeper into Blood Soul Valley. Suddenly, the mist thickened, shrouding their surroundings in low visibility. Lu Chen, on high alert, surveyed the area and whispered, "Everyone, be cautious. There may be stronger soul beasts nearby." No sooner had he spoken than a deep growl reverberated, and a massive two-headed magic python emerged from the fog. Its heads were held high, radiating a chilling, murderous intent, and exuded a formidable wave of soul power. Manhu's expression shifted. That is a Millennium Soul Beast, the two-headed magic python. It will be challenging to deal with. Lu Chen took a deep breath and instructed, "Everyone remain calm. Manhu, you will be the primary attacker." Drawing its attention, Lingyue, utilize your mental attacks to disrupt it, while I will look for an opportunity to strike at its weakness. With that, Lu Chen summoned his shadow martial soul, his presence becoming eerily enigmatic, his form flickering in and out of visibility within a mist. Manhu charged at the two-headed magic python with a fierce roar, his fists glowing with a dusty yellow light as they slammed into the creature's body. One of the python's heads opened its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of black venom aimed at Manhu. Manhu swiftly sidestepped, though some venom splattered onto his arm, corroding the skin and leaving several small wounds. Lingyue hastily formed seals with her hands, directing waves of mental energy towards the python's brain in an attempt to hinder its actions. The two-headed magic python seemed to sense the psychological pressure, its head thrashing back and forth as it emitted enraged roars. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen darted forward, aiming for the python's vital spot. Just as he neared, the other head suddenly swung around and lunged at him. Startled, Lu Chen swiftly dodged, but the python's teeth grazed his arm, inflicting a deep wound that stained his sleeve with blood. Seeing this, Manhu launched another assault, landing a punch on the body of the two-headed magic python, momentarily diverting its attention. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, Lu Chen's blade surged with brilliance as he timed to strike perfectly, plunging it into the python's vital area. The creature howled in agonizing fury, its massive body thrashing violently. Lingyue intensified her mental assault, and under the relentless onslaught of the two-headed magic python gradually succumbed to exhaustion. Finally, with Lu Chen's blade piercing deeply once more, the python's enormous form collapsed. Motionless. After dispatching the two-headed magic python, Lu Chen and his companions exhaled in relief. Manhu, eyeing the wound on Lu Chen's arm, inquired, "Lu Chen, how is your injury?" Lu Chen shook his head. "It's nothing, just a minor scratch." Lingyue retrieved a small vial from her pocket and handed it to Lu Chen. "This is my specially formulated healing ointment. Apply it quickly to prevent any lingering effects." Lu Chen accepted the vial, casting a grateful glance at Lingyue. "Thank you." Through these two battles, the synergy among Lu Chen, Manhu, and Lingyue grew increasingly harmonious. They persevered in their journey through Blood Soul Valley, continually battling various soul beasts, their strengths gradually escalating with each encounter. As time progressed, a month of training had elapsed. During this period, Lu Chen, utilizing the unique cultivation method provided by the multiple blessing system, experienced a remarkable enhancement in his soul power. He not only mastered several new martial soul skills, but also gained a deeper understanding of the shadow martial souls application. Manhu made significant strides in his command of strength. his attacks becoming more ferocious and his defenses more robust. Lingyue excelled in her mental assaults, gaining greater precision in controlling her mental waves to disrupt her foe's actions. However, the perils within Blood Soul Valley showed no signs of abating. One day, they encountered a horde of iron-toothed wild boars in the valley. Although these boars were not particularly large, their sheer numbers and thick hides made them exceedingly formidable. Manhu surveyed the dense throng of iron-toothed wild boars, his brow furrowing. This multitude of boars presents quite a challenge. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and stated, "We cannot confront them head-on. Lingyue, begin by using your mental attacks to disrupt their formation. Then, Manhu, you launch a frontal assault to draw their attention. I will take the opportunity to maneuver around and target their weaknesses." Lingyue nodded, her hands moving gracefully as waves of mental energy cascaded toward the swarm of iron-toothed wild boars. Instantly, the boars became disoriented, colliding into one another. The fierce and imposing Manhu charged forward with a thunderous roar, his martial spirit enveloping him, enabling each of his punches to send several iron-toothed boars flying. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, capitalizing on the unique characteristics of his shadow martial spirit, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the boar swarm. He fixated on a particularly large iron-toothed boar, presumably the leader of the pack. With a blade glimmering ominously in his hand, Lu Chen swiftly lunged toward the joint of the leader's leg. The leader let out a pained howl, attempting to turn and retaliate against Lu Chen, but he adeptly evaded the attack. Deprived of their leader's command, the boar herd descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen, Manhu, and Lingyue unleashed a more ferocious assault, ultimately driving the entire group of iron-toothed boars away after an intense battle. After 2 months of rigorous training, Lu Chen and his companions had made significant strides in their abilities. However, the true test lay ahead. On this day, the elder reappeared before them, declaring, "Next, we shall commence the final assessment of this training session. You will be divided into teams for combat, and the victorious team will receive the highest honors from the Spear Hall." Lu Chen, Manhu, and Lingyue formed one team, facing off against a squad composed of several formidable soul masters. The competition took place in a colossal arena, surrounded by enthusiastic Spirit Hall students and elders who had come to witness the event. As the match commenced, Lu Chen's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, utilizing the unique attributes of his shadow spirit to burrow underground. Manhu, on the other hand, charged boldly toward their opponents, his martial spirit manifesting a formidable presence. Lingyue remained in the rear, her hands coalescing spiritual energy, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Their adversaries had evidently prepared thoroughly. A control-type soul master initiated the assault, sending tendrils sprouting from the ground to ensnare Manhu. With a fierce roar, Manhu exerted his strength, breaking free from the vines. Simultaneously, an assault-type soul master charged at Manhu, brandishing a weapon that shimmered with light. Lingyue seized the moment, launching a powerful mental attack directed at the opposing control-type soul master, who suddenly experienced a wave of pain, causing a brief lapse in his control over the vines. Taking advantage of this opening, Manhu delivered a crushing blow to the assault-type soul master, who hastily raised his weapon in defense, but was still pushed back several steps by Manhu's overwhelming strength. At that instant, Lu Chen erupted from the ground behind the enemy team, his blade aimed at a support-type soul master. The support-type soul master's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a swift attack-type soul master dashed forward, intercepting Lu Chen's strike with a dagger. Intense close-quarters combat ensued between Lu Chen and the attack-type soul master, while Manhu and Lingyue continued their struggle against the remaining opponents. The atmosphere was charged with tension, each side exchanging blows and refusing to yield. Suddenly, Lu Chen discerned a flaw in the attack-type soul master's defense. With a flicker, he maneuvered behind him, positioning his blade at the enemy's throat. Simultaneously, Manhu triumphed over the opposing assault-type soul master, and Lingyue's mental assault incapacitated the control-type soul master. Recognizing the impending defeat, the enemy support-type soul master conceded. Lu Chen and his allies emerged victorious, eliciting a fervent applause from the audience. The elder approached with a smile, stating, "You have all performed exceptionally well throughout this training. Each of you has achieved remarkable results. Ahead of you lies a more significant mission and greater opportunities within the Spirit Hall." Lu Chen, Manhu, and Lingyue exchanged knowing smiles. aware that this was merely another new beginning in their illustrious journey across the Douluo continent. More challenges and opportunities awaited them in the future. Chapter 32. The Storm of Training Arises. Lu Chen stepped into the spacious training ground, imbued with an air of solemnity, as sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the dust particles on the ground. Surrounding him stood numerous young soul masters from the spirit hall, each exhibiting sharp gazes and composed demeanors, clearly not to be underestimated. His presence instantly drew a mixture of scrutinizing and dismissive glances. Is that Lu Chen, who has been making waves in the spirit hall lately? He doesn't seem all that impressive, remarked a tall, muscular soul master to his companion, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. His companion frowned slightly, cautioning, "Do not underestimate him. I've heard his martial spirit is unique, and he possesses remarkable skills. To rise so quickly in such a short time, he must have exceptional qualities." Lu Chen feigned ignorance to their remarks, calmly finding an empty spot to stand. Clad in a sleek black outfit that accentuated his tall and athletic form, his raven hair was tied back, revealing a sharply defined visage, with deep-set eyes exuding a sense of steadfastness and determination. At that moment, a middle-aged soul master adorned in a black robe with golden trimmings, donning a high crown, strode onto the platform. His piercing gaze surveyed the crowd as he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "This training session is a crucial opportunity for you to ascend to greater heights. In the days to come, you shall face unprecedented challenges. Only the most resilient and powerful individuals will emerge victorious." The audience wore serious expressions, many eager to prove themselves. This training would unfold in 3 phases. The first phase focused on extreme physical endurance, the second on combat simulations, and the third on the exploration of a mysterious location. Those who excelled in each phase would receive generous rewards, and those with the highest overall scores would have the chance to obtain precious soul bones from the Spirit Hall. The middle-aged soul master's voice echoed like a thunderclap in the hearts of every soul master present. Soul bones. The mere mention ignited the fervor of all in attendance, and Lu Chen could not help but feel his gaze sharpen. The enhancement that soul bones provided to a soul master's power was immense. Acquiring a suitable soul bone would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. Now, the first phase of extreme physical training begins. You are to run 100 laps around this field with added weight. You have 3 hours to complete it. Failure to do so will result in immediate elimination. With a commanding shout, the middle-aged soul master signaled to the attendants, who promptly distributed heavy black iron blocks, secured with chains to each soul master's limbs. Lu Chen grasped the iron block, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. He estimated it to be nearly 100 pounds. However, his expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath, limbered his limbs, and began to run alongside the others. Initially, the group maintained a relatively uniform pace, but as time progressed, disparities began to emerge. The tall soul master who had previously scoffed at Lu Chen surged ahead, glancing back to see Lu Chen maintaining a steady pace in the middle of the pack. He sneered, "I thought you were impressive. Turns out you were just an average contender." Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no reply, instead focusing on regulating his breathing, his strides steady and powerful. He understood that this physical training tested not only endurance, but also resilience and pacing. To accelerate recklessly now would only lead to premature exhaustion. An hour passed, and many soul masters began to falter, their steps growing heavier as anguish creased their faces. Sweat beaded on Lu Chen's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soaking his collar. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, his posture still erect. "I can't go on. I can't run anymore," cried a slight soul master, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with frustration. Attendants immediately rushed forward to escort him from the field. As time slipped away, more and more were eliminated. After 2 hours, less than half of the original group remained. Lu Chen felt as though lead filled his limbs. Each step demanded immense willpower. Yet he gritted his teeth, continually motivating himself within. The tall soul master now appeared to be struggling, his speed noticeably diminishing. He turned to see Lu Chen still firmly positioned behind him, a look of surprise washing over him, igniting a competitive spirit within. He forcibly quickened his pace. Lu Chen observed his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, silently concluding, "Now is not the time to exert my strength. Revealing my capabilities too early would be unwise. However, since you desire to compete, so be it." As the final quarter hour of the 3 hours approached, Lu Chen felt his stamina nearing its limits. Yet he understood that this was the crucial moment of the final sprint. He took a deep breath, channeling his soul power within, attempting to alleviate the fatigue coursing through his body. Concurrently, he called upon the system within his mind. System, can you lend me your strength? The mechanical voice of the system responded. Host detected to be in distress. It is possible to expend 100 points to gain a temporary boost of 20 stamina, lasting for 15 minutes. Without hesitation, Chen declared, use. In an instant, a warm current surged throughout his body, and his once heavy limbs felt remarkably lighter. His speed surged, resembling a black lightning bolt as he swiftly overtook one soul master after another. The tall soul master, straining towards the finish line, caught a glimpse of Chen pursuing him like a specter, his heart sinking in astonishment. How did this kid suddenly unleash such power? Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, determined to maintain his lead. Yet, bolstered by the system's assistance, Chen was an unstoppable force. As he approached the final lap, he successfully surpassed the tall soul master, crossing the finish line first. Chen, first place, announced the middle-aged soul master, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Chen stood at the finish line, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat, yet a content smile graced his face. Soon, other soul masters followed across the finish line, while those who failed to meet the time limit could only depart in silence. After the tall soul master crossed the finish line, he glared at Chen with unyielding resentment, muttering, "Don't get too smug, kid. In the practical combat drills, I will make you pay." Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, calmly regarding him, ready for any challenge. With the first phase of physical endurance training concluded, the group took a brief respite before the middle-aged soul master spoke again. Next, I shall announce the rules for the practical combat drill. You will be paired off into duos for one-on-one battles. Each match is limited to the duration of a stick of incense. The victor advances to the next round, while the defeated are eliminated. Ultimately, the top 3 will receive additional rewards. Now, let the drawing for pairings commence. Attendants approached the crowd with a container of bamboo slips, and Chen reached in to draw one, discovering it bore the number 17. He scanned the area, searching for his opponent, who had also drawn the number 17. At that moment, a lithe female soul master approached him, dressed in a form-fitting azure battle suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long blue hair was tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. She too held a bamboo slip marked with the number 17, her enchanting eyes assessing Chen as she greeted him. "Hello, I am Lan Yao. I hope we can engage in a spectacular duel." Chen nodded slightly, assuring her, "It will certainly be a memorable match." He noted the absence of hostility in her gaze, replaced instead by an anticipation for battle. Soon, all soul masters completed their pairings. With a grand gesture, the middle-aged soul master declared, "The practical combat drill begins." The arena erupted with energy as soul masters unleashed their martial souls. A spectacle of flickering lights and surging soul power. Chen gradually raised his hands, a shadow spreading from beneath him, enveloping him entirely as his shadow martial soul awakened quietly. Lan Yao summoned a blue spirit bird, which soared high, emitting a melodious cry and radiating powerful waves of soul energy. "Here it comes." Lan Yao initiated the attack, her spirit bird transforming into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards Chen. In a flash, Chen vanished from sight like a black phantom, causing the spirit bird to miss its target. What incredible speed, Lan Yao thought, startled, as she quickly maneuvered her spirit bird to turn around for another assault. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of blue light arrows from her fingertips towards the spot where Chen had just disappeared. Chen darted through the shadows, deftly evading the light arrows. Seizing the moment, he burst forth from the shadows, his hands clawing towards Lan Yao like an eagle's talons. Lan Yao reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time, while her spirit bird attacked from behind. Sensing the impending strike from behind, Chen chose not to look back but instead leaned forward, accelerating towards Lan Yao. Caught off guard, Lan Yao hadn't anticipated such audacity from him, disregarding the assault from behind. Just as the spirit bird was about to strike Chen, he suddenly vanished once more, merging back into the shadows. The spirit bird, moving too swiftly, could not halt in time and careened directly towards Lan Yao. Panic seized her. She desperately commanded her spirit bird to change direction, but it still grazed her shoulder, sending a surge of pain through her. "This is bad," Lan Yao thought. But before she could react, Chen emerged from the shadows behind her, locking her arms. "You have lost," Chen murmured softly. Lan Yao, resigned, replied, "You certainly have a plethora of techniques. I concede." Just then, the incense stick burned out, and the middle-aged Soul Master announced, Lu Chun wins, advancing to the next round. Lu Chun released Lan Yao, apologizing, I beg your pardon, I did not intend to offend. Lan Yao rubbed her shoulder, shooting him a look. It's fine. Your strength is indeed formidable. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I look forward to your upcoming performance. Lu Chun smiled faintly, turning to the side to prepare for the next challenge. Meanwhile, battles and other matches concluded as well, with victorious Soul Masters displaying their unwavering determination. Ready to strive further in the forthcoming contests. A tempest of even fiercer battles was silently brewing within this training ground. Chapter 33. A life-and-death struggle in training. Lu Chun donned a black combat suit that clung to his well-defined physique, accentuating his athletic build. The depths of his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, embodying a thirst for power and confidence in the future. At this moment, he found himself within the elite Soul Master training camp of the Martial Soul Hall, a crucible for the strong and a battleground of brutal competition. Lu Chun, today is the practical assessment. Do not falter, cautioned Cassius, a burly Soul Master with bulging muscles that seemed to harbor boundless strength. He patted Lu Chun on the shoulder, his gaze laced with a hint of jest, yet underscored by anticipation for the forthcoming evaluation. Lu Chun's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, Cassius, I shall not disappoint you. He flexed his wrists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as if to warm up for the impending battle. The training camp's arena was an expansive stretch of sandy ground, encircled by towering walls inscribed with enigmatic runes, effectively preventing the aftermath of combat from wreaking havoc on the surroundings. At this moment, numerous Soul Masters had gathered at the center of the sand. Some engaged in hushed conversations, while others meditated in solitude, making final preparations for the imminent assessment. Lu Chun, today I shall see what you're truly capable of. A sharp voice cut through the air. The speaker was Rex, tall and slender, his flaming red hair resembling a burning inferno, his eyes betraying a palpable animosity. Rex had long harbored jealousy towards Lu Chun's rapid rise within the Martial Soul Hall, viewing this practical assessment as an opportune moment to undermine him. Lu Chun slowly turned his head, his gaze calm as he regarded Rex. Rex, mere words will not suffice. Let us see the truth of our abilities on the battlefield. His voice was low, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. With a crisp whistle, the practical assessment officially commenced. The rules were straightforward. Within the confines of this sandy arena, pairs would duel, with the defeated facing elimination while the victors would vie for the precious cultivation resources offered by the Martial Soul Hall. Lu Chun's first opponent was a Soul Master named Locke, who, though diminutive in stature, was remarkably agile. His martial soul was the Gale Cheetah, boasting incredible speed. As the competition commenced, Locke surged towards Lu Chun like a bolt of black lightning, his hands transforming into sharp claws that glimmered with a chilling light, aimed directly at Lu Chun's throat. Unperturbed, Lu Chun slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Locke's onslaught. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out with the precision of an eagle's talon, firmly grasping Locke's arm. Surprised, Locke attempted to break free from Lu Chun's grip, only to discover that Lu Chun's hand was like a vice, firmly restraining him, rendering him utterly immobile. You have lost, Lu Chun declared coldly, and with a powerful flick of his arm, he sent Locke hurtling through the air like a kite with its strings severed, landing heavily on the sandy ground. Locke struggled to rise, but it felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away in that moment, leaving him helplessly staring at Lu Chun, his eyes brimming with resentment. Well done, Lu Chun, Cassius shouted from the sidelines, enthusiastically waving his arms to cheer on Lu Chun. Lu Chun nodded in acknowledgement towards Cassius, and then scanned the surroundings in search of his next opponent. At that moment, his gaze met Rex's, who approached with a glint of malice in his eyes. Lu Chun, let us see how you evade this time. Rex roared, a powerful surge of soul power erupting from his body. Rex's martial spirit was the thunder-radiant Qilin, a tremendously potent manifestation capable of wielding the power of lightning. As he unleashed his soul power, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lu Chun felt the formidable pressure emanating from Rex, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. His martial spirit materialized subtly, releasing a mysterious and frigid aura that enveloped him. Lu Chun's form gradually became indistinct, as though merging with the shadows on the ground. Thunder-radiant Qilin claw, Rex bellowed, his hands morphing into colossal claws of a Qilin, crackling with purple lightning as they lunged towards Lu Chun's position. The immense power of the lightning instantly carved a deep pit into the sand, sending debris flying and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Rex was shocked to find Lu Chen had vanished from his original location. Where is he? Rex thought, alarmed, as he scanned his surroundings warily. Suddenly, he sensed a chill creeping up from behind and instinctively turned to defend himself, but it was too late. Lu Chen appeared behind Rex like a specter, his right hand coalescing into a blade of soul power that thrust fiercely toward Rex's back. Rex felt a searing pain shoot through him as he let out a cry. Stumbling forward a few steps, "You!" Rex turned angrily, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Chen. Yet he was already significantly injured, his combat effectiveness severely diminished. "Rex, I told you, mere words are of no use," Lu Chen stated coldly, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. Just as Lu Chen prepared to deliver the final blow to Rex, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Lu Chen's heart raced, sensing an overwhelming threat. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly activated his martial spirit skill, merging once more into the shadows. A poison projectile whizzed past the spot where Lu Chen had just stood, embedding itself deeply into the sand, the tail of the dart still quivering, a testament to its previous speed and force. "Who is it?" Lu Chen shouted furiously, emerging from the shadows, his gaze alert as he scanned the direction from whence the projectile had come. A figure descended slowly from above the wall, cloaked entirely in a black cape, obscuring their features. "Lu Chen, today is your demise." The cloaked figure intoned coldly, their voice deep and gravelly, as if uttered from the depths of hell. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable power of this cloaked individual, coupled with an undeniable hostility directed toward him. "Who are you? Why do you target me?" Lu Chen demanded. The cloaked figure did not respond, instead swiftly forming hand seals while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, an array of black vines erupted from the sand, writhing like living creatures as they lunged toward Lu Chen with reckless abandon. Lu Chen quickly retreated, simultaneously employing his martial spirit skills, sending forth shadows that slashed at the encroaching vines. Yet, these vines seemed to possess an eerie power, leaving only shallow marks where the shadows struck, failing to sever them. "Ha! Lu Chen, prepare to meet your end." The cloaked figure cackled triumphantly. Just as the vines were about to ensnare Lu Chen, Cassius charged forward. "Lu Chen, I'm here to help," Cassius roared, activating his martial spirit, the power of the earth, which solidified the sand into an iron-like firmness, firmly pinning the black vines to the ground. Lu Chen cast a grateful glance at Cassius. "Thank you, Cassius." Then he focused all his soul power, unleashing his most potent attack. A massive wave of black sword energy erupted from his hand, cleaving the black vines in two. Realizing the peril, the cloaked figure attempted to flee, but Lu Chen would not allow such an escape. He flickered into position before the cloaked figure. "Trying to run? Not so easily." Lu Chen grasped the figure by the collar, lifting him up. When Lu Chen finally discerned the cloaked figure's features, he was taken aback. "It's you?" Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that this cloaked figure was a minor nobleman whom Lu Chen had humiliated previously in the martial spear hall. Harboring a deep-seated grudge and seizing this opportunity during the practical assessment to hire an assassin to eliminate Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, go ahead and kill me. I will not let you off easily even in death." The minor nobleman spat venomously. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with disgust as he hurled the minor nobleman roughly to the ground. "You think you can kill me? Today, I shall spare your life. But should you dare to provoke me again, I will show no mercy." After this tumultuous incident, the practical assessment neared its conclusion. With his own strength and the assistance of Cassius, Lu Chen successfully passed the evaluation. Holding the precious cultivation resources in his hands, his heart swelled with joy. Yet, he understood that this was merely a small step in his rise on the Douluo continent, with many more challenges awaiting him. "Cassius, I owe you a great deal today," Lu Chen said sincerely, gazing at Cassius. Cassius chuckled, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. "We are brothers. Why say such things? If you ever need anything, just ask." Lu Chen nodded, knowing how invaluable it was to have a friend like Cassius in this harsh world of Douluo. They exchanged a smile, then departed the training camp's sandy grounds, filled with their gains and dreams for the future. Chapter 34. The Emergence of New Skills. Clad in a striking black attire, denoting his status as a soldier of the martial spirit hall, adorned with silver patterns symbolizing his gradual ascension, Lu Chen immersed himself in the advanced Soul Master training grounds of the martial spirit hall. Around him, fellow trainees, also donned in their training garb, wielded weapons. energetically practicing their techniques, while others closed their eyes in meditation, striving to commune with the soul power of the universe. The air was thick with a palpable tension and fervent competitive spirit. Hey, Lu Chun, during this training session, you must share some of your insights with us. Your shadow martial spirit is elusive and enviable, spoke Lin Yu, a friend he had met in the lower tiers of the martial spirit hall. He stood tall and robust, his bronze skin gleaming in the sunlight, his short hair spiked with vigor, his eyes filled with admiration and anticipation for Lu Chun. A confident smile graced Lu Chun's lips as he lightly patted Lin Yu's shoulder. There's no secret to it. It's all about practice and truly feeling the connection between the martial spirit and soul power. Once you master your fiery martial soul, its might cannot be underestimated. At this moment, the instructor overseeing the training session, a tall and imposing middle-aged soul master with hawk-like eyes, strides confidently into the center of the arena. Clad in a deep blue robe adorned with the golden emblem of the Martial Soul Hall, it glimmers brilliantly under the sunlight. Cease all activities. Today's training will entail new content. You will be paired off into duos for practical combat, where you shall test the fruits of your training through battle. The instructor's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the venue. Lu Chun squinted slightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. For him, every skirmish represents a splendid opportunity for self-improvement, especially as this training session was designed to foster rapid growth amidst fierce competition. Soon, the pairing results were announced. Lu Chun's adversary was a soul master named Li Hao. Tall and with a stern visage, Li Hao's gaze exuded an air of aloofness. His martial soul, the Gale Cheetah, is renowned for its incredible speed and agility. Lu Chun, I have heard that you have made a name for yourself in a martial soul hall with your shadow martial soul. Today, I shall see for myself whether the rumors hold true, Li Hao remarked coldly, his soul power already surging, a fierce wind swirling around him, rustling his attire ominously. Lu Chun maintained a calm demeanor, gently flexing his wrists as he replied, "Let us see who prevails beneath the surface." As his words fell, a torrent of black shadow soul power erupted from his being, enveloping him like black flames, accentuating his enigmatic presence. Begin. At the instructor's command, Li Hao launched the first assault. His body shot forward like a cheetah, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Chun, his right fist cutting through the air with a sharp gust, aimed directly at Lu Chun's face. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed, and with a slight shift of his foot, he evaded Li Hao's fierce strike by gliding back several meters, almost ghost-like. In the same breath, he swiftly formed hand seals and chanted shadow binding. Suddenly, black shadow tendrils erupted from the ground, writhing like living entities seeking to ensnare Li Hao's legs. Reacting with remarkable speed, Li Hao sensed the impending danger and leapt into the air, narrowly evading the grasp of the shadow tendrils. "Is that all you've got?" He scoffed midair, executing a somersault and diving towards Lu Chun like a bolt of black lightning. Remaining unfazed, Lu Chun's focus remained locked on Li Hao as he moved his hands once more. Instantly, the surrounding shadows seemed to respond to an unseen force, converging to form a substantial black shadow shield before him. Bang! Li Hao's attack crashed against the shadow shield with a resounding thud, causing it to tremble violently, yet steadfastly withstand the onslaught. This is rather interesting, Li Hao mused, landing lightly on the ground, adopting a crouched stance reminiscent of a cheetah poised to strike again. A flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. Clearly, Lu Chun's strength exceeded his expectations. Seizing the moment while Li Hao was still stabilizing his footing, Lu Chun initiated a counterattack. His figure flickered, merging into the shadows beneath him, disappearing from sight. Li Hao scanned his surroundings warily, searching for Lu Chun's whereabouts. Suddenly, a black arm shot forth from the shadows behind him, gripping his ankle tightly. Not good, Li Hao thought, struggling fiercely to break free from the shadowy grip. However, the strength of that shadow arm was unexpectedly formidable, and no matter how he strained, he could not escape its clutches. Just then, Lu Chun emerged slowly from the shadows, standing behind Li Hao. A determined gleam flickered in his eyes as he conjured a sphere of black soul power, directing it towards the back of Li Hao's heart. "It's over," Lu Chun whispered. Just as the black soul power was about to strike Li Hao, a faint silver glow emanated from Li Hao's body, rippling like water and effectively nullifying Lu Chun's blow. "What is this?" Lu Chun was taken aback, not anticipating Li Hao's hidden card. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Chun was momentarily distracted, Li Hao forcefully kicked, breaking free from the shadowy arm's grasp. He then turned to face Lu Chun, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Lu Chen, you underestimate me. This ability was granted by a soul guide I stumbled upon, allowing me to briefly withstand a powerful attack. Now, it's my turn to retaliate. With that, Li Hao's soul power surged wildly, and blades of wind began to swirl around him, whirling rapidly and emitting a sharp whistling sound. Tempest Dance, Liu Shota. Unleashing the wind blades like arrows aimed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He realized that evasion was no longer an option. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his soul power before him, summoning a thicker shadow shield. Boom! The wind blades fell like rain upon the shadow shield, igniting bursts of black soul power sparks. The shield swayed precariously under the onslaught, yet Lu Chen gritted his teeth, holding firm. Lu Chen, hang in there. Lin Yu shouted anxiously from the sidelines, his fists clenched, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as if he were the one battling. Don't let us down. Lu Chen. Other students chimed in, rallying their support. Amidst the cacophony of encouragement, Lu Chen felt an invisible force bolstering him. A resolute determination surged within him as he silently vowed, I cannot afford to lose. He poured every ounce of his mental strength into his shadow martial soul, searching for a flaw in Li Hao's assault. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He observed that while Li Hao was controlling the multitude of wind blades, a brief gap in his defense had emerged. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Chen melded once again into the shadows. When Lu Chen reappeared, he was directly behind Li Hao, who was entirely focused on directing the wind blades towards him, oblivious to the peril lurking behind. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Chen formed a black shadow blade, thrusting it towards the nape of Li Hao's neck. Li Hao felt a sudden chill at his neck, an icy sensation spreading throughout his body. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The shadow blade pressed gently against his nape. With the slightest exertion, Lu Chen could end the battle. I concede, Li Hao declared reluctantly, his eyes filled with frustration. He never anticipated that his meticulously crafted assault would ultimately reveal a vulnerability to Lu Chen. Lu Chen sheathed the shadow blade, breathing heavily, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Thank you for the match. Lu Chen, you have an uncanny ability to exploit your opponent's weaknesses at critical moments. It's truly impressive. Lin Yu exclaimed, rushing over to clap Lu Chen on the shoulder enthusiastically. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. It was merely luck. Li Hao is also quite formidable. I barely triumphed. At that moment, the instructor approached, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Lu Chen, your performance was commendable. The ability to remain calm and analyze your opponent's techniques during battle, seeking out their flaws, is an essential quality for an outstanding soul master. I hope you continue to uphold this standard. Thank you for the praise, master. I will strive to improve. Lu Chen replied respectfully. Well then, today's training concludes here. Everyone, take time to reflect on the lessons learned from today's combat, and we shall resume tomorrow, the instructor announced before departing the arena. As Lu Chen watched the instructor's retreating figure, he silently vowed, I will become stronger, carving out my own destiny on this Douluo continent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he and Lin Yu strolled out of the training grounds, the twilight casting a warm glow upon them and stretching their shadows long behind. Chapter 35. Infiltrating the enemy camp, Lu Chen stood within the imposing and somber assembly hall of the Spirit Hall, surrounded by a cadre of high-ranking spirit masters, their expressions grave. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. The flickering candlelight distorted their silhouettes against the walls. Lu Chen, this mission is of paramount importance. You must infiltrate the secret intelligence stronghold of the Heaven Do Empire and procure evidence of their clandestine collusion with the Star Luo Empire. Intoned a high-ranking spirit master clad in a black robe, his gaze as piercing as that of a hawk, fixed intently upon Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Yes, Elder, I shall not fail in my mission. His fists clenched, radiating an undeniable resolve. This endeavor is fraught with peril. The intelligent stronghold of the Heaven Do Empire is bound to be heavily fortified. You must exercise utmost caution. Should you be discovered, not only will the mission fail, but your life will also be at stake, cautioned another elder, his white hair framing a face etched with worry as he stroked his beard, concern evident in his gaze. A confident smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Elder, rest assured, with my shadow spirit, I am adept at stealth and shall return unscathed. With that, he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Days later, Lu Chen quietly arrived at a quaint town bordering the Heaven Do Empire. Beneath its unassuming facade, currents of intrigue swirled. For within lay the Empire's hidden intelligence stronghold. Cloaked in a plain black robe and a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his features, he blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd. His keen eyes scanned the vicinity, quickly identifying several suspicious individuals. These figures exhibited a vigilant demeanor, occasionally surveying their surroundings while exchanging cryptic signals. A flicker of realization ignited within Lu Chen. He had discerned the right path and discreetly trailed them. After a time, he observed these individuals entering what appeared to be a nondescript tavern. Rather than follow them inside, he circumnavigated to the rear, employing the unique attributes of his shadow spirit to silently ascend to the rooftop. Cautiously, he lifted a tile to peer inside. In the tavern's basement, a group was gathered, deep in discussion. At the helm was a burly middle-aged man, his face lined with excess flesh. He slammed his hand upon the table, proclaiming loudly, "Our collaboration with the Douluo Empire must accelerate. The Spirit Hall has been unusually active of late, and we must swiftly ascertain their movements to devise a counter-strategy." "Indeed, my lord. However, the Spirit Hall's defenses are formidable, and our spies find it challenging to infiltrate," a tall, slender figure replied cautiously. "Useless. If you cannot manage this simple task, what worth do you possess?" The middle-aged man erupted, rising angrily and kicking over a nearby stool. Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy. It was evident this was indeed a crucial intelligence hub for the Douluo Empire. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to find an opportunity to penetrate the basement. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. "Not good. The Spirit Hall's people are here." A lookout rushed in, panic-stricken. Chaos ensued in the basement. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, bellowing, "What are you panicking for? Remain calm. Our defenses are solid. They will not breach us easily." He quickly organized a defensive posture, urging everyone to take their positions. Lu Chen's heart raced. He had not anticipated the sudden arrival of the Spirit Hall's personnel. Aware that being discovered could lead to being labeled as a spy for the Douluo Empire, he decided to observe the situation, seeking an opportunity to fulfill his mission. The Spirit Hall forces swiftly surrounded the tavern. Leading them was a young spirit master wielding a long sword, who proclaimed loudly, "Douluo Empire scum, you are surrounded. Surrender at once." In the basement, the middle-aged man scoffed, "Humph, you think we will surrender so easily? Men, charge." With that, he led his comrades into the fray. The tavern erupted into a cacophony of shouts and clashing steel. Seizing the moment of confusion, Lu Chen stealthily slipped into the basement. The air was thick with a musty scent, and the space was cluttered with shelves and filing cabinets. He swiftly began his search, hoping to uncover evidence of the Douluo Empire's collusion with the Douluo Empire. As he frantically rifled through the documents, a sudden scream echoed from outside. A chill ran down his spine. The Spirit Hall's forces had likely breached the defenses. He hastened his search and, at last, discovered a file hidden within a concealed drawer. The document detailed the collaborative plans between the Douluo Empire and the Douluo Empire, outlining their strategies for partitioning the Douluo continent and a series of conspiracies against the Spirit Hall. Elation surged within Lu Chen as he carefully stowed the file away. Just as he prepared to exit, the basement door burst open. A bloodied spirit master from the Douluo Empire charged in. Upon spotting Lu Chen, he hesitated for a moment before roaring, "Who are you? How dare you steal here?" With that, he lunged at Lu Chen, weapon raised. Lu Chen inwardly cursed his luck. He had not anticipated encountering an enemy at this juncture. Swiftly, he activated his shadow spirit, evading the attack with a deft movement. The spirit master, enraged by his failure, attacked again. Knowing he could not afford a prolonged confrontation, Lu Chen evaded the onslaught while seeking an opening. Finally, during a misstep from the spirit master, Lu Chen seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to his chest. The spirit master cried out in pain, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Without pausing, Lu Chen made his escape from the basement. Outside, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The forces of the Spirit Hall had gained the upper hand, with most of the Douluo Empire's personnel defeated. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Chen slipped away from the town, his heart racing until he was certain no one pursued him. He retrieved the document, examining its contents, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This mission has been successfully accomplished. Days later, Lu Chen returned to the Spirit Hall, presenting the document to several elders. Their expressions turned grave as they perused its contents. "Lu Chen, you have achieved a remarkable feat. This document is of utmost importance to our Spirit Hall," the black-robed elder remarked with approval. Lu Chen humbly replied, "This is all due to the trust and support of the elders. I merely fulfilled my duty." Splendid. From this day forth, you are promoted to an intermediate spirit master within the spirit hall. We hope you will continue your service, the white-haired elder said with a smile. Overjoyed, Lu Chen knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, elder. I, Lu Chen, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the spirit hall." The elders exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing Lu Chen's boundless potential, certain he would become a pillar of the spirit hall in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Chen understood that his journey across the Douluo continent had only just begun. Chapter 36. The underlying crisis clad in a dark robe. Lu Chen concealed himself within the shadows, akin to a specter, as he silently infiltrated the enemy camp. This clandestine mission marked his first undertaking of a high-level classified operation since emerging in the Spirit Hall, aimed at delving deep into enemy territory to extract critical intelligence, thereby fortifying the strategic maneuvers of the Spirit Hall. With utmost caution, he navigated through the tents, each step as light as a feather, producing not a whisper. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Lu Chen's sharp gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings, vigilant for any lurking dangers. At this moment, his heartbeat was steady and strong, his calm mind functioning like a finely tuned instrument, constantly analyzing the environment. A sudden gust of night wind swept by, prompting Lu Chen to instinctively halt. Pressing himself against the shadow of a tent, he narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the approach of two patrolling soldiers not far ahead. The soldiers ambled along, their long rifles swaying loosely in their hands as they engaged in hushed conversation. "Hey, do you think the higher-ups have caught wind of something recently? Why else would they suddenly intensify the patrols?" remarked one lanky soldier in a low voice. The other, slightly portly, grunted in response. "Who knows? Perhaps the winds of change are stirring. But let us just stick to our duties and refrain from prying." Lu Chen's heart stirred, though their exchange was brief. It suggested that there was an awareness within the enemy camp. He held his breath, and as the two soldiers drew nearer, he seized the opportune moment to strike with the swiftness of lightning. His hands, akin to eagle talons, swiftly covered their mouths and noses, twisting with force, accompanied by two dull cracks. Before the soldiers could react, they crumpled to the ground lifelessly. Lu Chen swiftly dragged their bodies into the shadows, adjusted his dark cloak, and continued his stealthy advance deeper into the enemy camp. At last, he arrived before a tent that bore the semblance of great importance. The exterior was heavily guarded, with 4 soldiers wielding sharp blades vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lu Chen concealed himself behind a nearby stack of wooden crates, meticulously observing the guards' patrol patterns. After a period of scrutiny, he discerned that the 4 sentinels exchanged brief glances at regular intervals, which presented the ideal moment for him to infiltrate the tent. Time ticked away in tense anticipation until the moment finally arrived. Lu Chen erupted from behind the crates like a shadow, effortlessly breaching the guards' defenses and silently slipping into the tent. Inside, the flickering candlelight illuminated a large table cluttered with various documents and maps. A surge of delight coursed through him as he hurried to the table, rapidly sifting through the papers, just as he was fully engrossed in his search for intelligence. A cacophony erupted from outside the tent. "Who goes there? Halt!" followed by the sound of clashing weapons. Lu Chen's heart sank. It seemed he had inadvertently left a trace when dealing with the bodies of the 2 patrolling soldiers, alerting the enemy. He hastened his search through the documents and finally located a parchment marked with vital strategic deployments. No time to waste. He swiftly tucked the scroll into his cloak and turned to exit. However, at that moment, the tent flap was violently yanked open, revealing a burly commander, his face a mask of fury, flanked by a cadre of soldiers. "You little brat, where do you think you're going? How dare you infiltrate our tent?" he bellowed, brandishing his long knife at Lu Chen. Though trepidation gnawed at Lu Chen's insides, he maintained an air of composure. He raised his chin slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You think you can stop me?" With a wave of the commander's hand, the soldiers surged forward like a tide, intent on capturing Lu Chen alive to uncover the mastermind behind his intrusion. Unfazed, Lu Chen's figure vanished from sight. He unleashed his shadow martial soul, blending seamlessly into the darkness, weaving effortlessly between the soldiers. Shadows flickered, and the soldiers fell in agony, blood splattering within the tent. The commander's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated the prowess of this infiltrator and felt a pang of regret for underestimating him. But with no choice left, he roared and charged at Lu Chen, knife raised high. Lu Chen deftly evaded the commander's attack, seizing the opportunity to kick the knife from his grasp. Before the commander could react, Lu Chen's iron grip clamped around his throat. "Speak. What schemes do you harbor?" Lu Chen demanded coldly, tightening his hold. The commander's face flushed red, struggling to utter, "You'll get nothing from me." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he applied more pressure, eliciting a series of cracking sound from the commander's throat. At that moment, a shout erupted from outside. "Fire! The camp is ablaze." Everyone in the tent froze momentarily, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity, forcefully tossing the commander towards the nearby soldiers before darting through the rear of the tent. Outside, the camp was indeed engulfed in roaring flames. Cries for help and alarm resonating. Lu Chen understood that this chaos had been orchestrated by his comrades as a diversion for his escape. Without hesitation, he sprinted away from the inferno, swiftly vanishing into the night. When Lu Chen finally reunited with his companions, dawn's light began to break upon the horizon. Upon seeing the parchment in his possession, his comrades beamed with satisfaction. "Lu Chen, splendid work. This mission's success hinged on your efforts," one of them remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled faintly. Everyone played a part. The fire was perfectly timed and greatly aided my escape. They exchanged knowing smiles, buoyed by the thrill of victory, and promptly departed from the perilous site. The success of this mission not only solidified Lu Chen's standing within the martial soul hall, but also provided crucial intelligence for its future strategic decisions. Lu Chen would continue to etch his legend upon the stage of Douluo continent. Chapter 37. The Perils of Stealth. Dressed in an ordinary gray outfit, Lu Chen had smeared his face with specially formulated camouflage paint, rendering his features coarse and unremarkable. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the enemy camp, suffused with an air of mystery. His heartbeat was steady and strong, his eyes reflecting determination and calm. This mission represented a pivotal step in his path to promotion, an exceptional opportunity to demonstrate his worth to the upper echelons of the martial soul hall. Within the enemy camp, soldiers patrolled in measured, heavy strides. Lu Chen moved like a nimble black panther, weaving through the shadows and skillfully evading their gazes. His footsteps were light, nearly soundless, each step landing with precision. "Captain, I think I heard something over there." A patrolling soldier suddenly halted, tightening his grip on his rifle and peering suspiciously in Lu Chen's direction. Lu Chen's heart raced as he instinctively froze, pressing against the wall and merging into the darkness. He held his breath, his eyes fixated on the soldier, while his right hand stealthily reached for the dagger at his waist, poised to strike if necessary. The captain frowned and stepped a few paces towards the soldier's indicated direction. After a careful examination, he spat, cursing, "Are you seeing ghosts? There's nothing there. Get your act together and stop jumping at shadows." "Yes, Captain," the soldier responded quickly, refraining from further comment as he rejoined the patrol. Lu Chen exhaled softly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He silently admonished himself, resolutely vowing that no mistakes could be afforded. Once the patrol had moved on, he continued his stealthy advance. Eventually, he arrived before a seemingly ordinary, yet heavily guarded tent. According to intelligence, it housed documents of utmost importance to the martial soul hall. 2 guards stood sentinel, their eyes sharp and vigilance unwavering. Lu Chen concealed himself behind a nearby stack of wooden crates, observing the guards' patrol routine. After meticulous watching, he noted that the guards exchanged positions every 15 minutes, creating a brief moment of visual obscurity, his chance. As seconds ticked by, Lu Chen's focus remained locked on the guards, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. At last, the 15-minute mark arrived, and the guards began to shift positions. In that fleeting instant of visual overlap, Lu Chen surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. His movements were swift and fluid, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the tent. Before the guards could react, Lu Chen's hands moved like lightning, striking precisely at the throats of the 2 men. The guards' eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a sound before they crumpled to the ground. Lu Chen dared not linger for a moment, swiftly slipping into the tent. Inside, a massive table dominated the center, strewn with a multitude of documents. Lu Chen hurriedly began to search, his eyes darting over each sheet of paper. "Found it!" A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he uncovered the crucial confidential document. Just as he prepared to tuck it into his clothes, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the tent. "Not good. I've been discovered." Lu Chen's heart sank as he quickly secured the document, drew the dagger from his waist, and pressed his back against the wall of the tent, vigilantly watching the entrance. "Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unexamined. We cannot allow the spy to escape." A rugged voice boomed from outside. Suddenly, the tent flap was flung open, and a group of armed soldiers stormed in. Leading them was a burly commander. His fierce gaze locked on Lu Chen as he bellowed, "You, the spy, dare to infiltrate my military camp? Today shall be your last." With that, he swung his large blade and lunged toward Lu Chen. Unfazed, Lu Chen deftly evaded the commander's attack. At the same time, his dagger struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming for the commander's throat. The commander quickly sidestepped, but the blade still grazed his sleeve. "Brothers, attack together. Kill him," the commander shouted in a fit of rage. The soldiers surged forward, surrounding Lu Chen. Though encircled, Lu Chen remained composed. He darted left and right, his dagger glinting menacingly, each thrust finding its mark on a soldier. A chorus of screams erupted, blood splattering across the tent. However, the enemy continued to flood in, and Lu Chen gradually found himself fatigued. He bore multiple wounds, his garments stained crimson, yet his gaze remained resolute, fueled by a singular belief. He must escape with a confidential document. Let's see how long you can hold out." The commander, sensing victory, wore a smug smile. He raised his sword once more to strike at Lu Chen. Just then, a tumult of battle cries resonated from outside the tent. Reinforcements from the Spirit Hall had arrived. "Lu Chen, hold on. We're here to rescue you." A familiar voice, his friend Lin Feng from the Spirit Hall, pierced through the chaos. A surge of energy revitalized Lu Chen, seizing the moment. He kicked a soldier aside and lunged at the commander. Taken aback by Lu Chen's audacity in such dire circumstances, the commander faltered. Lu Chen capitalized on this, pressing his dagger against the commander's throat. "Everyone, stand down, or I will kill him," Lu Chen shouted with authority. The soldiers, witnessing the standoff, hesitated, glancing at one another in confusion. At that moment, Lin Feng and the soldiers from the Spirit Hall burst into the tent. Upon seeing Lu Chen unharmed, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Chen, thank goodness you're safe." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I am unscathed. I owe my safety to your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger today." Subsequently, Lu Chen held the commander hostage and, alongside Lin Feng and the others, made a successful retreat from the enemy camp. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen presented the confidential document to his superiors. They expressed great satisfaction with his mission, bestowing upon him commendations. "Lu Chen, you have performed admirably and achieved a significant victory for the Spirit Hall," a superior praised. Patting him on the shoulder, Lu Chen humbly replied, "It is my duty. It is an honor to serve the Spirit Hall." Following this encounter, Lu Chen's prestige within the Spirit Hall soared, and his name became known to an ever-growing number of people. He continued to tread further along the path of ascendance. Chapter 38. The power of intelligence. Having completed his secret mission and successfully acquired vital intelligence from the enemy camp, Lu Chen hastened back to the Spirit Hall without delay. He understood the crucial nature of this information for the Spirit Hall's forthcoming strategic maneuvers, leaving no room for procrastination. At this moment, Lu Chen bore the remnants of his mission's perils. His attire was tattered, and he bore several wounds, but his unwavering gaze radiated an indescribable exhilaration and confidence. He swiftly traversed the grand and majestic corridors of the Spirit Hall, his hurried steps stirring a gentle breeze. The torches lining the corridor flickered in response to the wind, emitting a soft, rustling sound, as if heralding his return. At last, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the high-level conference hall. He inhaled deeply, straightened his disheveled clothing, and gently tapped on the heavy door. "Enter." A voice of authority resonated from within. Lu Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The conference hall was brightly lit, with several core members of the Spirit Hall seated around a large circular stone table. Their expressions varied. Some appeared grave, while others bore traces of fatigue. However, upon Lu Chen's entrance, all eyes swiftly turned to him. "Lu Chen, you have returned. How did the mission go?" An elderly figure, white-haired yet vigorous, was the first to speak, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, kneeling respectfully on one knee. "Esteemed elders, I am honored to report that I have successfully acquired vital intelligence." With that, he carefully retrieved a sealed bamboo tube from his garments and presented it with both hands. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, one of the actual power holders of the Spirit Hall, slightly raised his hand, signaling a servant to take the bamboo tube. The servant accepted it and presented it to him. He gently opened it, extracting the scroll of intelligence and gradually unfolding it for review. As he delved deeper into the contents, a look of surprise began to surface on his otherwise stern face. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Lu Chen, you have achieved a remarkable feat." The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table. rising with admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Lu Chen. The other elders, witnessing this, quickly gathered around to peruse the intelligence. Upon finishing, satisfied smiles adorned their faces. Lu Chen, please elaborate on how you obtained this intelligence. Was the process smooth? Another elder inquired with curiosity. Lu Chen stood and cleared his throat, beginning to recount the details of his intelligence acquisition. Esteemed elders, the location of this mission was a clandestine military stronghold within the Xingluo Empire. The defenses were formidable, and conventional methods were utterly inadequate. I first employed the invisibility skill granted by the system to silently infiltrate the perimeter. At this juncture, Lu Chen paused briefly, recalling the perilous scenes from that moment. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if he were transported back to that treacherous place. During my infiltration, I discovered that their patrols changed shifts every incense stick interval. Seizing this brief window, I ghosted past the first line of defense. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once inside the stronghold, I found that the intelligence was secured within a heavily fortified loft. The area was rife with traps, and a moment's carelessness could trigger an alarm. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. I cautiously maneuvered along the exterior walls of the loft, each step taken with utmost caution, my eyes constantly scanning for any signs of movement. Just as I was nearing the room where the intelligence was stored, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. I quickly ducked into shadows. 2 patrolling soldiers were making their way toward his hiding spot, conversing as they walked. One remarked, "The situation has grown tense lately. Orders from above demand we safeguard that intelligence. If it goes missing, we're all in trouble." The other replied, "Rest assured, with such heavy defenses, who could possibly breach it?" Lu Chen mimicked the tone of the soldiers, vividly recounting his tale, immersing everyone present in the experience. Once they had departed, I pressed onward, finally arriving at the entrance to the room where the intelligence was stored. The door was tightly shut, fortified with a powerful soul energy barrier. I attempted various methods to breach it, yet all my efforts proved futile. Just as anxiety began to creep in, I suddenly recalled a certain item available in the system shop that could temporarily dispel the soul energy barrier. Without hesitation, I expended my points to acquire it. A flicker of relief crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he observed the barrier gradually dissipate upon using the item. Gently, I pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit interior. In the faint light, I spotted an exquisite box placed in the center of the room, and my heart stirred with the intuition that the intelligence lay within. I hastened forward, opened the box, and indeed, I discovered the invaluable intelligence. However, just as I prepared to depart, an unforeseen incident transpired. The noise from breaching the barrier must have attracted the attention of the enemy, as a group of soldiers rushed towards the room. With no time for hesitation, I steeled myself to confront them. I unleashed my strongest martial soul skill, engaging them in a fierce battle. At this juncture, Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves, revealing a wound on his arm that had yet to fully heal. Esteemed elders, please observe, this is the mark I bore at the time. Fortunately, I ultimately succeeded in breaking through, returning with the intelligence. Upon hearing Lu Chen's account, the elders nodded in approval. Lu Chen, you have not only displayed exceptional wisdom and courage, but have also shown unwavering loyalty to the martial soul hall. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our hall to have someone of your caliber. A middle-aged man exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Lu Chen, we shall remember your contributions. Speak, what reward do you desire? As long as it is within the capacity of the martial soul hall, you shall not be deprived, another elder added with a smile. Lu Chen slightly bowed, humbly replying, I am grateful for the elder's generous regard. I have merely done what was expected of me. If a reward must be granted, I hope to receive more cultivation resources, enabling me to serve the martial soul hall better. Haha, splendid. The matter of cultivation resources shall be taken care of. From today onward, your monthly allocation will triple. Moreover, upon the intelligence proving fruitful and your contributions expanding further, even greater rewards await you. The middle-aged man proclaimed with a sweeping gesture, displaying his generosity. Thank you, elders. Lu Chen shall not disappoint. A glimmer of excitement danced in Lu Chen's eyes as he knelt once more in gratitude. Subsequently, the elders engaged in a fervent discussion surrounding the intelligence. They meticulously analyzed the military deployments, strategic plans, and potential action directions of the Xingluo Empire revealed within the intelligence, each offering their insights and counter-strategies. Standing by, Lu Chen quietly listened to the elders' discourse. He understood that this intelligence was merely the beginning. A more intense confrontation between the martial soul hall and the Xingluo Empire was inevitable. Furthermore, he would play an increasingly pivotal role in the forthcoming tempest. He clenched his fists quietly, his gaze filled with determination and anticipation, ready to face the challenges ahead. As the discussion deepened, the daylight gradually faded. Yet, the atmosphere within the conference hall grew increasingly fervent, as the attendees seemed tireless in their efforts, strategizing every move for the future of the martial soul hall and striving for dominance on the Douluo continent. In this process, Lu Chen felt the profound cohesion and ambition of the martial soul hall. He knew he had become deeply integrated into this vast organization and would contribute to penning a new legend alongside it. Chapter 39, Renowned Far and Wide. Lu Chen stood upon the expansive training grounds of the martial soul hall, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, its rays unreservedly illuminating his upright figure, rendering him all the more resolute. Clad in a black combat outfit, his garments fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of valor. His raven hair was tied back, and his deep-set eyes sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, radiating steadiness and wisdom. At this moment, he slightly tilted his head, surveying the jubilant crowd surrounding him, a confident smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The training ground was densely packed with disciples of the martial soul hall. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and admiration, akin to devotees gazing upon their deity. Among the throng, a young disciple, flushed with excitement, waved his arms vigorously, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Lu Chen is incredible. His prowess is simply unparalleled." His companion echoed enthusiastically, his voice trembling with excitement. "Indeed, I had no idea Brother Lu Chen was so formidable. Today, we have truly witnessed his capabilities." At that moment, several high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Hall rose slowly from the VIP seats. Among them, a venerable elder with white hair yet a vigorous spirit regarded Lu Chen with admiration, stroking his beard as he remarked to those beside him, "This young man possesses boundless potential. Given time, he shall undoubtedly become a pillar of our Martial Soul Hall." Another middle-aged man, clad in splendid attire, nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Not only does he possess exceptional strength, but his cunning is equally remarkable. The earlier battle was masterfully orchestrated, relentlessly pressing the opponent, leaving them with no room to retaliate. In a corner of the crowd, a few disciples with complex expressions were engaged in hushed conversation. One tall, slender disciple, with a sullen demeanor, snorted disdainfully if it's merely luck. What is there to boast about? Beside him, a stocky disciple frowned and retorted, "One cannot speak so lightly. Brother Lu Chen has always relied on his genuine abilities. You're simply envious." The tall disciple glared at the stocky one, but fell silent, his jealousy intensifying in his eyes. The match that had stirred such excitement among the crowd was none other than the confrontation between Lu Chen and Zhao Yang, another well-known disciple within the Martial Soul Hall. Zhao Yang was equally formidable, standing out among his peers. At this moment, he stood across from Lu Chen, his expression one of unwillingness, biting his lip, hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with the pressure. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dampening his temples, his eyes filled with frustration and anger. Noticing Zhao Yang's gaze, Lu Chen turned slightly, meeting his eyes with calmness and a hint of a smile, softly saying, "Zhao Yang, you are indeed strong. This match has pushed me to give my all." Zhao Yang gritted his teeth, lifting his head to meet Lu Chen's gaze, his voice hoarse. "Lu Chen, I may have lost this time, but I shall not be disheartened. One day, I will reclaim my victory." Lu Chen nodded slightly, his expression earnest. "I look forward to that day. I hope our next encounter will be even more thrilling." With the conclusion of the match, Lu Chen's reputation within the Martial Soul Hall spread like wildfire. Whether in the training grounds, the dining hall, or the disciples' dormitories, discussions invariably centered around Lu Chen. In the library of the Martial Soul Hall, several disciples sat together, fervently discussing. One bespectacled disciple, appearing scholarly, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "What do you think Brother Lu Chen's future holds? With his current strength and renown, he is bound to receive more resources and opportunities." A female disciple with a ponytail chimed in excitedly, "I believe Brother Lu Chen might soon enter the core circle of the Martial Soul Hall, participating in more significant matters." Nearby, a burly disciple nodded vigorously. "Indeed, and given Brother Lu Chen's character, he is sure to achieve great things within the Martial Soul Hall. Perhaps he could even change some of the hall's current circumstances." Meanwhile, in a tranquil courtyard of the Martial Soul Hall, Lu Chen sat quietly on a stone bench. contemplating his upcoming cultivation plans. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the fragrance of flowers, refreshing his spirit. At that moment, his friend Lin Feng hurried into the courtyard. Lin Feng, tall and handsome, wore an expression of pure joy. He hastened to Lu Chen's side, plopping down on the stone bench with a grin, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, your reputation has truly spread far and wide. The entire spirit hall is abuzz with talk of you." Lu Chen lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Reputation is a double-edged sword. While it can bring certain advantages, it also invites a fair share of troubles." Lin Feng paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. "You are right. A tall tree attracts the wind. There will undoubtedly be those envious of you, scheming in the shadows. However, with your strength and wit, you will surely navigate through it all." Lu Chen sighed softly, his gaze drifting into the distance. "I merely wish to focus on my own training, enhancing my strength and fulfilling my system tasks, without being burdened by trivial matters." Lin Feng patted Lu Chen's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not overthink it. What comes, comes. As long as we remain cautious, their petty schemes shall not stir up any significant waves. By the way, what are your plans moving forward?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, "I intend to enter seclusion for a while, consolidating the insights I gained from the recent competition regarding my martial soul, striving to elevate my power to new heights. Moreover, the system has recently issued several new tasks that require me to possess greater strength to accomplish." A flicker of concern crossed Lin Feng's eyes. "Seclusion? Is that not a bit reckless? Given your current notoriety, what if someone takes advantage of your retreat?" Lu Chen interrupted with a confident smile. "Rest assured, I have made arrangements. I will set up concealed mechanisms and traps in my secluded area, and I will enlist a few trustworthy friends to guard it. Besides, I will not enter without precautions. I shall leave some contingencies." Seeing that Lu Chen had considered everything thoroughly, Lin Feng ceased his persuasion and nodded, "Very well. Just be careful. When you emerge from seclusion, you may very well experience a qualitative leap in power, and the entire Douluo continent will tremble at your name." Lu Chen shook his head with a chuckle. "It is not that exaggerated. The Douluo continent is teeming with formidable individuals, and I still have a long way to go. However, I shall strive diligently. One day, I aim to stand at the pinnacle of this land." After conversing for a while longer, Lin Feng rose to take his leave. "You focus on your seclusion. I shall not disturb you further. I hope your retreat goes smoothly and leads to a breakthrough." Lu Chen stood to see Lin Feng to the door. "Indeed, take care with your training as well. Let us progress together." Once Lin Feng departed, Lu Chen returned to the courtyard, settling once more onto the stone bench. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every detail of the recent competition, contemplating how to further enhance his martial soul skills. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him, as if draping him in a veil of dreams. As time passed, Lu Chen's fame within the spirit hall burgeoned, even reaching beyond its confines. Spies from various other factions began to take note of this suddenly ascendant talent. In a dimly lit corner, a man clad in black reported to a grim-faced, middle-aged individual. "My lord, there is a young man named Lu Chen who has recently emerged in the spirit hall, displaying extraordinary strength and achieving consecutive victories, gaining widespread acclaim. It is said that he has also caught the attention of the higher-ups within the spirit hall." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a ruthless light. "Humph. A mere brat, daring to be so arrogant. Keep a close watch on his movements, and seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Do not let him jeopardize our grand designs." The black-clad man bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling outside, immersing himself fully in the preparations for his impending seclusion. He understood well that in this world, where strength reigns supreme on the Douluo continent, only through relentless self-improvement could he seize control of his destiny and realize his aspirations. Several days later, with all preparations complete, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lin Feng and his other friends, entering the secluded chamber that had been meticulously arranged. The chamber, though modest in size, exuded tranquility. Gemstones embedded in the walls radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Lu Chen positioned himself at the center of the chamber, took a deep breath, and gradually closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his soul force, entering a state of focused cultivation. Outside the chamber, Lin Feng and a few of Lu Chen's friends took turns standing guard. They were acutely aware of the significance of Lu Chen's seclusion and dared not let their vigilance waver. Days turned into weeks, and while the outside remained tranquil, The group silently anticipated Lu Chen's successful retreat and his return with newfound strength. Meanwhile, in other corners of the Douluo continent, a storm brewing around Lu Chen, spurred by his soaring renown, was quietly taking shape. Chapter 40, Undercurrents. In a serene courtyard of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen was in deep meditation, the soft glow of soul force swirling around him. After a period of struggle and growth, he had gained considerable acclaim within the Spirit Hall. However, this newfound fame also attracted a more complex array of gazes and intentions from various factions. Creak! The wooden door of the courtyard was gently pushed open, and Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he instantly focused on the newcomer. It was Lin Yu, a friend he had made within the Spirit Hall. Typically nonchalant, Lin Yu now wore a furrowed brow and hurried steps. Lu Chen, something has happened, Lin Yu said as he approached, lowering his voice. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm demeanor. Do not rush. Take your time. What has caused you such distress? He stood, patting Lin Yu's shoulder to encourage him to compose himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu slowly explained, I have just received word that those you defeated in the assessment are resentful and have allied with some envious individuals, plotting to sabotage you from the shadows. It seems they are devising a conspiracy against you. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. Is that so? They are nothing but clowns. He crossed his arms, exuding confidence and composure. What specific actions are they planning? Lin Yu frowned, worry etched on his face. I've heard they intend to disrupt your next task covertly, ensuring your failure, and then use that to report you to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, claiming you are incompetent. Moreover, they plan to contact external forces to ambush you during your mission. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened like an eagle's. Humph. How dare they scheme against me? It seems my recent low profile has led them to mistakenly believe me to be an easy target. He clenched his fist, soul force surging within, emitting a faint hum. Lu Chen, this is no small matter. Those external forces are not to be trifled with. You may face a fierce battle. Lin Yu expressed his concerns, his gaze filled with apprehension. Patting Lin Yu's shoulder, Lu Chen reassured him, Do not worry, Lin Yu. If I have come this far, I will not fear their petty tricks. Thank you for bringing this information to me. A warmth flickered in his eyes. Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation. No need for pleasantries with me, but how do you plan to respond? He gazed at Lu Chen curiously, eager to learn of his friend's strategy. A cunning glint crossed Lu Chen's eyes as his lips curled into a smile. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. Not only will I ensure their conspiracy fails, but I will also make them pay for their foolishness. His voice was low and resolute, as if he had already devised a comprehensive plan. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, and the two exchanged glances. Lu Chen signaling Lin Yu to remain calm. A servant from the Spirit Hall entered respectfully, announcing, Lord Lu Chen, the Pope requests your presence in the Great Hall for an important task discussion. A spark of realization ignited in Lu Chen's mind as he glanced at Lin Yu, pondering, could their actions have progressed so swiftly that they are already impacting task arrangements? He nodded at the servant. I shall head there at once. Lu Chen adjusted his attire and followed the servant to the Great Hall, his mind racing as he contemplated his strategy. As he stepped into the Grand Hall, he beheld the Pope seated majestically above, surrounded by the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall below. The gazes of the assembly converged upon Lu Chen, a mixture of admiration, envy, and ill intent evident among them. The Pope regarded Lu Chen with an expression imbued with both authority and expectation. Lu Chen, I entrust you with a significant mission. In the far north, a mysterious force has emerged, seemingly plotting something detrimental to the Spirit Hall. You are to lead a contingent to investigate and resolve this matter. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, respectfully replying, Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will not fail in this mission. He understood that this was likely the task those plotting against him had prepared. The Pope nodded, stating, This mission is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. You may select your team as you see fit. Rising, Lu Chen scanned the faces of those present, beginning to select his most trusted subordinates, individuals who had fought alongside him. Their strength and loyalty beyond question. Once his selection was complete, the Pope commanded, You are to depart immediately. Do not delay. Lu Chen led his companions from the hall. After they exited, one subordinate approached Lu Chen, whispering, My Lord Lu Chen, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with this mission. Could someone be scheming behind our backs? Lu Chen glanced at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is good that you are perceptive. There are indeed those who wish us ill in this endeavor. However, they shall be sorely disappointed. Listen closely, everyone, We shall proceed according to the original plan, but remain vigilant and alert to any suspicious signs. The group nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in another shadowy corner of the spirit hall, a few figures conspired together. With Lu Chen accepting this task, he is surely doomed. We have made arrangements with external forces. If they ambush him along the way, the reward shall be theirs. Sneered a gaunt-faced man. Lu Chen has become too prominent within the spirit hall. It is high time he is suppressed. This time, we must ensure he is left with no grave to call his own, growled a rotund man. Nonetheless, we must proceed with caution. Lu Chen is not easily trifled with. We cannot afford to fail, warned an elder, furrowing his brow. What is there to fear? Our plans are meticulously laid. Lu Chen will find it impossible to escape. The gaunt man declared confidently. After departing the spirit hall, Lu Chen and his team pressed onward, journeying day and night towards the far north. Throughout their travels, Lu Chen remained alert, his shadow spirit manifesting silently to survey their surroundings. Upon entering a dense forest, Lu Chen abruptly raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. Furrowing his brow, he whispered, "Everyone be cautious. I sense an unusual presence." The group immediately fell into a combat-ready stance, their spirit power surging, prepared for any sudden developments. Just then, a swarm of cloaked figures surged from the trees, surrounding them completely. "Lu Chen, today is your day of reckoning," the leader of the black-clad assailants shouted, brandishing a long blade and leading the charge towards Lu Chen and his team. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's face. So they have indeed come. In a blur, he darted into the enemy ranks. His shadow spirit unleashed a tremendous power, shadowy blades slicing through the fray, causing the black-clad assailants to scream in agony as they fell. Lu Chen's subordinates, refusing to be outdone, unleashed their own formidable spirit skills, engaging in fierce combat with their adversaries. The air was thick with cries of battle and the clash of spirit powers. Amidst the fray, Lu Chen keenly observed that while the black-clad attackers coordinated well, their strengths varied significantly, indicating they were not from a single faction. A realization struck him. This was undoubtedly a motley crew assembled by those with nefarious intentions. To think you wish to kill me with such paltry skills is laughable. Lu Chen bellowed, his spirit power erupting to its zenith. He formed intricate seals with his hands, conjuring a massive shadow barrier that shielded his comrades from the onslaught of their enemies. "Listen to my commands, remain calm, and concentrate your spirit power," Lu Chen called out, his voice resonating with conviction, instilling confidence in his followers. Under his guidance, they responded systematically to the black-clad attackers, collaborating to unleash combined spirit skills, gradually gaining the upper hand. As the battle raged on, the black-clad assailants began to falter, showing signs of disarray. The leader, sensing defeat, attempted to flee. But Lu Chen was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. His gaze sharpened as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind the fleeing leader. "Did you think you could escape?" Lu Chen's icy voice resonated in the air. Startled, the black-clad leader turned to retaliate, only to find Lu Chen's hand gripping his throat like a vice. "Speak. Who sent you?" Lu Chen's piercing gaze bore into the man. The assailant's face flushed crimson as he struggled futilely against Lu Chen's grip. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "You think I would betray my master? Dream on." With that, he bit down, a trickle of blackened blood escaping his lips as he took his own life. Lu Chen frowned, discarding the lifeless body to the ground with a cold snort. A tough one, indeed. Yet even without your confession, I can't surmise who orchestrated this. Having dealt with the black-clad attackers, Lu Chen led his team onward. After several days of travel, they finally reached the far north. In this desolate expanse of ice and snow, the biting wind howled mercilessly. As they entered the region, the chilling atmosphere enveloped them. "Everyone, be alert. This place is not only harsh in its environment, but may also conceal hidden dangers," Lu Chen cautioned, simultaneously releasing his spirit power to envelop his companions in a protective shield against the cold. They proceeded with caution, discovering peculiar markings in a valley. Lu Chen knelt to examine them closely, his expression turning grave. It appears that the mysterious force mentioned by the Pope is indeed active here. These markings must be their handiwork. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The group turned to see a horde of soul beasts charging towards them. These creatures were massive, their eyes fierce, evidently agitated by some unseen stimulus. "Trouble. It's a pack of ice-field savage bears. Prepare for battle," Lu Chen shouted, summoning his spirit first. His shadow spirit appeared eerily against the wintry landscape, the dark form spreading across the snow. His subordinates followed suit, readying their spirits. The Icefield savage bears soon reached them, roaring and swinging their colossal paws as they lunged at Lu Chen and his team. Lu Chen evaded one bear's attack, simultaneously conjuring a shadow longsword that pierced another bear's flesh. As he fought, he observed the surroundings, sensing something amiss about the bear's aggressive behavior. Everyone, be cautious. These beasts seem to be under some form of control. We must swiftly uncover the puppet master behind this, Lu Chen commanded. Amidst the fierce combat, Lu Chen noticed that for every group of bears they repelled, another wave surged forth as if endless. A thought struck him. He devised a plan. Listen closely. Concentrate our spirit power and focus our assault on the left flank of the Icefield savage bears. We will create an opening, Lu Chen directed. The team complied, channeling their spirit power to unleash potent attacks. Under their coordinated efforts, a gap finally emerged on the left side of the bear horde. Lu Chen led his companions swiftly towards the breach, and after breaking through the encirclement, they pursued the direction from which the spirit beasts were surging. Following a period of tracking, they stumbled upon a concealed base hidden within an ice cavern. Cautiously infiltrating the base, Lu Chen and his companions discovered a group of individuals engrossed in their activities. Indeed, it's them. What mischief are they concocting? Lu Chen murmured, signaling to his comrades to refrain from acting rashly and to observe the situation carefully. Within the base, a man cloaked in black stood before a colossal magical array, murmuring incantations. The array emanated an eerie glow, seemingly summoning something. This is dire. They're calling forth powerful spirit beasts. We must thwart them. Lu Chen recognized the gravity of the situation and, without hesitation, led his companions into action. Upon noticing Lu Chen and his group intruding, the black-robed man's expression changed. How could you find this place? You've ruined my plans. You all must perish. With a wave of his hand, a horde of subordinates lunged towards Lu Chen and his allies. A fierce battle erupted between Lu Chen and the black-robed man's henchmen, while he simultaneously kept a vigilant eye on the man's movements. During the fray, he realized that the black-robed man was formidable. Dispatching him would not be an easy feat. Hold steady. Do not linger in battle. We must first dismantle the magical array, Lu Chen commanded, engaging in combat while advancing towards the array. He ultimately broke through the fray and arrived at its forefront. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his spirit power against the magical array. With a resounding explosion, the array detonated under Lu Chen's assault, radiating blinding light. The black-robed man, witnessing the destruction, turned ashen. You dare to disrupt my plans. I shall fight you to the end. Ignoring everything else, he charged at Lu Chen, conjuring a sphere of black flames in his hand. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, unperturbed, as he activated the ultimate skill of his shadow spirit, preparing for the final confrontation. Shadow Devour, he bellowed, as darkness surged like a tide towards the black-robed man. The man's black flames gradually extinguished under the shadow's engulfing embrace. Ultimately, the black-robed man was consumed by Lu Chen's shadow spirit, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. After vanquishing the black-robed man, Lu Chen led his comrades in clearing the remnants of the base's forces. Within the premises, they uncovered vital clues regarding the enigmatic power at play. It appears that the conspiracy behind this is far more intricate than we had imagined. We must expeditiously relay these clues back to the Spirit Hall and present them to His Holiness the Pope, Lu Chen stated, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, Lu Chen guided his companions on their return journey. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived back at the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen meticulously reported his discoveries and encounters in the far northern lands to the Pope. Upon concluding, the Pope's countenance grew grave. I had not anticipated such a force scheming against the Spirit Hall from the shadows. Lu Chen, you have rendered a great service. Kneeling on one knee, Lu Chen replied, It is merely what I ought to do, Your Holiness. However, during this mission, there were individuals colluding with external forces to ambush me. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Pope's gaze intensified as he responded, Rest assured, I will conduct an investigation into this. The Spirit Hall shall not overlook any traitor. After expressing his gratitude to the Pope, Lu Chen exited the Grand Hall. Following these events, his standing within the Spirit Hall solidified further, and his reputation spread far and wide. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead, fraught with challenges and conspiracies. Undaunted, armed with his multitude blessing system and his own strength, he would continue to etch his own legend upon the Douluo continent. Chapter 41. The first encounter with Tang San in the Spirit Hall. After a series of struggles and endeavors, Lu Chen gradually emerged as a prominent figure. One day, he received a mission from the Spirit Hall to travel to Heaven-Do City to execute a clandestine intelligence-gathering task. Dressed in a sleek black outfit, his stature was tall, and his gaze was deep and piercing, with his shadow spirit exuding a subtle yet mysterious aura. Upon entering Heaven-Do City, the bustling scene unfolded before him. The streets were teeming with vehicles and pedestrians. Mingling within the crowd, Lu Chen appeared to casually survey his surroundings while meticulously absorbing every detail. As he passed by a tavern, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Curiosity piqued, and wishing to remain inconspicuous while gathering intelligence, Lu Chen stepped inside. The tavern was suffused with the rich aroma of alcohol and the clamor of patrons. Having settled in a secluded corner, Lu Chen overheard a group of burly men at the neighboring table animatedly discussing a certain topic. "Hey, have you heard? That Tang San is quite a formidable character," boomed a man with a thick beard, taking a swig of his drink. "Who doesn't he know? The genius of Haotian school, rumored to wield the blue-silver grass spirit with extraordinary skill, and he possesses twin spirits." Another lean fellow chimed in. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Twin spirits? This piqued his interest. In Douluo continent, possessing twin spirits was exceedingly rare, and those who did were often exceptionally gifted, destined for remarkable achievements. Just then, the tavern door swung open with a bang, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Boss, bring us 2 jars of fine wine." Lu Chen lifted his gaze to see a tall young man entering, clad in light blue garments, with sword-like brows and sparkling eyes, exuding an air of confidence and nonchalance. Behind him trailed several companions, all brimming with youthful vigor. Lu Chen's intuition stirred. He sensed that this was Tang San, the topic of discussion. Tang San settled into an empty seat and, noticing Lu Chen's gaze, turned to meet his eyes. In that instant, Lu Chen felt the sharpness and vigilance within Tang San's stare. Lu Chen offered a slight smile, raising his cup in a gesture of acknowledgement. Tang San nodded in return, then resumed conversing with his companions. Although Lu Chen could not discern their exact words, the laughter and expressions conveyed a warm camaraderie. Before long, it seemed Tang San suddenly recalled something, rising to approach Lu Chen's table. His steps were steady, each stride imbued with a unique rhythm, as if he harmonized with the surrounding space. "Brother, I see you possess an extraordinary aura. You are not from around here, are you? May I inquire where you hail from?" Tang San inquired, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, a friendly smile adorning his face. Lu Chen stood and returned the gesture, replying with a smile, "I am merely a wandering spirit master, passing through Heaven-Do City for a brief respite and a drink. You, I presume, must be the illustrious Tang San?" A flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's eyes, taken aback that his reputation had reached this tavern. "Just a name? Nothing to boast about. May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Lu Chen," he replied succinctly, maintaining a steady gaze with Tang San. "Lu, may I inquire about the spirit you cultivate? You seem to possess a restrained aura, suggesting substantial strength," Tang San continued, appearing casual while subtly assessing Lu Chen. Internally, Lu Chen smirked, yet outwardly remained composed as he responded, "My spirit, you see, is the shadow spirit. Nothing remarkable. Yet, your twin spirits, Tang San, are truly astonishing." Upon hearing the term twin spirits, pride illuminated the faces of Tang San's companions. Tang San humbly waved his hand. Though twin spirits are rare, they merely signify a higher starting point. The path of cultivation relies on one's own efforts. Lu Chen, harboring disdain within, replied, "You speak wisely, Tang San. However, the advantages brought by twin spirits are not easily rivaled. I trust you will achieve unparalleled success in the future." Tang San scrutinized Lu Chen, sensing an underlying implication in his words, yet unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. "You flatter me, Lu. By the way, since you're wandering, have you encountered any intriguing tales or events?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen responded, "Indeed, I do have a tale to share. Not long ago, I found myself amidst an ancient forest where whispers of a mysterious relic reached my ears. It is said to be a repository of unparalleled treasures and miraculous opportunities that could enable one to transcend their limitations. However, the vicinity of this relic is fraught with peril, guarded by formidable soul beasts, and to this day, no one has succeeded in gaining entry." Upon hearing this, not only Tang San, but even his companions displayed expressions of keen interest. "Oh, is this truly the case? Might you elaborate on the location of this relic, Brother Lu?" A glimmer of eagerness flickered in Tang San's eyes. Lu Chen, amused internally, deliberately held back, saying, "The location of this relic is exceedingly obscure, and I stumbled upon it by mere chance. Moreover, even if we were to ascertain its whereabouts, with our current capabilities, venturing forth rashly would likely lead to our demise." Tang San furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. One of his companions could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Brother San, our strength is not to be underestimated. Perhaps we could give it a try." Tang San shot him a warning glance, signaling him to temper his impulsiveness. He then turned to Lu Chen, acknowledging, "Your words hold merit, Brother Lu. It would indeed be unwise to act recklessly. Yet, such an opportunity is truly hard to resist." Lu Chen smiled reassuringly. "There's no need for haste, Brother Tang. My knowledge of the relic is merely hearsay, and its veracity remains uncertain. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until our strength has increased before we embark on such an expedition." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Someone shouted, "The spirit hall has arrived. Everyone be cautious." A shiver ran down Lu Chen's spine. Although he was affiliated with the spirit hall, he was currently on a covert mission in Heaven-Do City and could not afford to reveal his identity. Tang San and the others also wore wary expressions. A group of soul masters clad in spirit hall attire strode into the tavern, led by a burly middle-aged man whose expression radiated arrogance. "Silence!" the man bellowed, and the tavern fell into an immediate hush. His gaze swept over the patrons, finally landing on Lu Chen. "You come here," he commanded, his tone far from cordial. Lu Chen felt a surge of displeasure, but obliged, rising to approach. "Sir, what is your command?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Chen, snorting derisively. "You seem rather furtive. Are you plotting something detrimental to the spirit hall?" Internally, Lu Chen scoffed, recognizing this as a deliberate test orchestrated by the spirit hall, considering he was on a confidential mission that required strict discretion. Yet, he feigned trepidation. "Sir, I am wronged. I am merely an ordinary soul master, here to enjoy a drink." The middle-aged man was relentless. "An ordinary soul master? I find your behavior suspicious. Come with us to the spirit hall for a thorough investigation." Tang San frowned. Despite his lack of fondness for the spirit hall, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Chen's predicament. "Esteemed sir, I do not believe Brother Lu to be a villain. I implore you to reconsider." The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. "And who might you be? Mind your own business. Do you wish to oppose the spirit hall?" Tang San and his companions immediately glared, and tension thickened in the air. Witnessing this, Lu Chen felt a flicker of gratitude for Tang San's loyalty, but remained intent on preserving his anonymity. He addressed Tang San, "Brother Tang, this matter does not concern you. There's no need for you to intervene. Since this esteemed sir desires to take me, I shall comply." With that, Lu Chen followed the middle-aged man and his entourage out of the tavern. Tang San watched their retreating figures, a nagging sense that Lu Chen was far from ordinary gnawing at him. "Brother San, are we just going to let him be taken?" one companion inquired. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly. "This man's identity is unclear, yet it diverted our attention earlier, and his account of the relic bore credibility. We shall observe quietly for now and assess the situation." Meanwhile, Lu Chen trailed the spirit hall officials to a secluded alley. The middle-aged man abruptly halted, the arrogance on his face vanishing as he respectfully addressed Lu Chen. "Lord Lu Chen, I apologize for the earlier affront. It was a test arranged by the higher-ups. Please forgive me." Lu Chen's expression hardened. "In the future, be more mindful of your methods. You nearly compromised a significant matter. How goes the intelligence gathering?" The middle-aged man quickly assured, "Rest easy, my lord. Everything is proceeding according to plan. We have obtained critical intelligence regarding Heaven-Do City, awaiting your directives upon your return." Lu Chen nodded. "Very well. You may return now. I have other matters to attend to. Remember, do not disclose my identity." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man and his subordinates departed swiftly. Lu Chen adjusted his attire, contemplating his next course of action. His initial encounter with Tang San had revealed that the latter was no ordinary adversary and would likely pose a significant obstacle in his endeavors on the Douluo continent. However, he felt no trepidation. Armed with the blessings of his unique system and his own cunning, he was confident in facing any challenge. The mission in Heaven-Do City must be completed promptly to secure greater benefits and advantages for the spirit hall. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen strode forth with resolute steps, disappearing once more into the throng of Heaven-Do City. Chapter 42, A Clash of Wills. Amidst the clamor and conflict of the Douluo continent, Lu Chen's reputation spread like wildfire, and his entanglements with Tang San grew increasingly intense with each encounter. On this day, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the spirit hall square as brightly as day. The The square was bustling with the elite disciples of the Spear Hall, animatedly discussing an impending special competition. Dressed in a sleek black uniform, Lu Chen stood tall like a pine tree, his attire billowing slightly in the breeze. With arms crossed and an expression of calm confidence, his deep-set eyes radiated assurance and composure. The surrounding disciples gazed at him with a mixture of reverence and admiration. Lord Lu Chen will surely leave Tang San humiliated once again, whispered a young disciple, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, Lord Lu Chen possesses formidable strength. Bolstered by his extraordinary system, Tang San can hardly be his match, another disciple concurred, confidence evident in his tone. At that moment, a blue figure darted into view from the distance, none other than Tang San. His strides were steady, his demeanor resolute, and his tightly pursed lips betrayed his inner defiance and determination. Beside him, Xiao Wu frowned, her eyes clouded with concern. Brother San, be cautious during this competition. Lu Chen is not to be underestimated. She spoke softly, her small hand clutching Tang San's sleeve tightly, her voice imbued with worry. Tang San nodded slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Chen ahead. Xiao Wu, have no fear, I will not falter again. This time, I shall make it clear that I, Tang San, am not so easily defeated. As Tang San approached, a faint smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips, hinting at a playful mockery, as if proclaiming his assured victory. Ah, Tang San, you truly possess courage. Has the lesson from our last encounter not been sufficient? Lu Chen remarked, his voice low yet resonant, clear to all present. A flicker of anger ignited in Tang San's eyes as he retorted, Lu Chen, do not be so arrogant. My previous lapse was merely a moment of oversight. Today, I shall decisively show you our differences. Oh, is that so? Then I look forward to witnessing the source of your so-called superiority, Lu Chen replied, arms crossed. His head tilted provocatively as he regarded Tang San. As the competition drew near, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The disciples of the Spear Hall retreated, creating ample space for the impending confrontation. The referee stepped forward, clearing his throat before announcing loudly, in this competition, the match shall be limited to points. Lethal force is strictly prohibited. Competitors, prepare yourselves. The contest begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a radiant blue glow enveloped Tang San. As he unleashed his blue-silver grass soul spirit, robust tendrils of blue-silver sprang forth from the earth, sweeping toward Lu Chen like a mighty dragon. Each strand shimmering with a faint luminescence, brimming with latent power. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he lightly stepped back, gliding away like a wraith. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. Before long, the shadow behind him expanded rapidly, transforming into a dark barrier that repelled the surging blue-silver grass. Is that all you've got, Tang San? It seems your progress is rather meager, Lu Chen taunted while fending off the onslaught. Tang San gritted his teeth, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his eyes. He danced his hands, amplifying the assault of the blue-silver grass, which not only surged in quantity, but also accelerated in speed and power. Concurrently, the soul rings adorning his body flickered with brilliance, indicating his intent to unleash more formidable soul skills. Lu Chen, receive my attack, blue-silver tyrant spear. Tang San roared, as a colossal blue-silver grass coalesced into the shape of a spear, hurtling towards Lu Chen with the ferocity of a cannonball. The spearhead glimmered ominously, as if capable of piercing through anything. Observing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed with seriousness. He was well aware that this move could not be underestimated. At that moment, he ceased holding back, fully unleashing his shadow, martial soul. A black mist billowed from beneath his feet, rapidly enveloping his form. As the blue-silver tyrant spear pierced the black mist, it suddenly seemed ensnared in a quagmire, its speed drastically diminishing. Following this, a massive black hand emerged from the fog, seizing the blue-silver tyrant spear. Humph, you lack the qualifications to break through my defenses. Lu Chen's voice emerged from the mist, laced with an icy disdain. Tang San was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his full-force strike would be so effortlessly neutralized by Lu Chen. Anxiety gnawed at him as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Tang San, it's my turn now. Lu Chen's voice resonated from the black mist, and with a swift motion, the black hand flung the blue-silver tyrant spear back at an even greater speed. Tang San's expression changed dramatically. He hastily sidestepped to evade. The spear grazed past him, embedding itself deeply into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Third brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to contain her alarm, covering her mouth with trembling hands, her eyes brimming with worry. Tang San steadied himself, his inner fury blazing. He knew he could no longer remain passive. Drawing a deep breath, the light from his third soul ring intensified. Underworld assault, he shouted, vanishing from his original position, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next instant, he materialized behind Lu Chen, summoning a blade of soul power aimed directly at Lu Chen's back. A slight smirk graced Lu Chen's lips, as though he had anticipated Tang San's maneuver. He subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the fatal strike. In one fluid motion, he countered with a palm thrust aimed at Tang San's chest. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck by Lu Chen's palm, sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Third brother, Xiaowu could no longer hold back. Rushing to Tang San's side, she crouched down, supporting him with tears of concern glistening in her eyes. Xiaowu, I'm fine, Tang San managed to say, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he persevered to reassure her. His gaze was filled with defiance, fixed intently on Lu Chen. Lu Chen approached slowly, surveying the fallen Tang San with the faintest hint of a victorious smile. Tang San, I told you, you're not my opponent. Not now, nor in the future. Tang San clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from strain. Lu Chen, do not rejoice too soon. I will surely repay today's grievances. With a derisive laugh, Lu Chen replied, I am always at your service. However, I advise you to recognize reality sooner rather than later, and cease your futile struggles. With that, he turned it apart, his figure towering magnificently in the sunlight. The disciples of the Spirit Hall parted to create a path for him, casting admiring glances in his wake. Xiaowu watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, her heart filled with hatred. Gently, she caressed Tang San's face, whispering, Third brother, we will become stronger, and we will defeat him. Tang San nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he stared in the direction Lu Chen had gone, silently vowing that one day he would make Lu Chen pay for his actions today. This contest had further elevated Lu Chen's reputation, and the entire Douluo continent became aware of the formidable figure named Lu Chen from the Spirit Hall, whose remarkable prowess left even Tang San in his shadow. Meanwhile, Tang San found himself plunged into profound self-doubt and anguish due to the duel. Yet, his inner conviction remained unshaken, intensifying his resolve to grow stronger. The tides of Douluo continent became ever more unpredictable, stirred by the entanglement of these two individuals. Chapter 43. The Public Confrontation. As the Spirit Hall's renown burgeoned, the conflict between Lu Chen and Tang San ignited like an undercurrent, leading to a public confrontation. On this day, elite soul masters from across the Douluo continent gathered at the Soto Great Soul Arena for a grand soul master exchange competition, with various factions sending representatives. Particularly the teams from the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy drawing significant attention. Lu Chen, a key rising star nurtured by the Spirit Hall, was naturally among the participants. Dressed in a sleek black outfit adorned with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, he stood tall and composed, his deep-set eyes radiating confidence and determination. On the Shrek Academy side, Tang San was equally striking. He was tall and slender, clad in a blue and white academy uniform, his long black hair tied behind his head, his handsome face tinged with youthful vigor. Despite his numerous battles, he felt an indescribable complexity when facing Lu Chen, part apprehension of Lu Chen's strength and part fierce competitive spirit. The rules of the exchange competition dictated that participants would face off in pairs, with the victors advancing. By mere coincidence, Lu Chen and Tang San drew each other as opponents, inciting a wave of excitement among the audience. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd, eager to predict the outcome of this confrontation. I heard that Lu Chen hails from the Spirit Hall and is exceptionally formidable, a portly spectator remarked, munching on a roasted chicken leg, his words slightly garbled. Tang San is no pushover either. He has the core of the Shrek 7 monsters, with twin martial souls and boundless potential, retorted a bespectacled scholar nearby. The commentator at the arena was nearly trembling with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe it, but this exchange competition has kicked off with such a monumental clash. Lu Chen from the Spirit Hall versus Tang San from Shrek Academy. Who will emerge victorious? Let's await the spectacle. Lu Chen strode onto the arena, his steps steady and powerful, each footfall seeming to resonate in the hearts of the onlookers. He lifted his chin slightly, casting a glance at Tang San, a faint smile playing on his lips, exuding both provocation and confidence. Tang San inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the blue silver grass, and steadily advanced to the center of the arena. The moment their eyes locked, the air crackled with palpable tension. Tang San, today is the day you recognize the disparity between us, Lu Chen declared first, his voice low yet resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. Tang San's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within his gaze. Lu Chen, don't be so arrogant. The victor is yet to be determined. The referee, standing nearby, raised the flag high, calling out the match begins. As the words left his lips, Tang San launched the first strike. The blue-silver grass in his hands darted towards Lu Chen like a serpent, its barbs glinting with a chilling light. Simultaneously, the brilliance of his first soul ring surged, and he activated his first soul skill, Bind. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, unfazed as he sidestepped gracefully, evading the assault of the blue-silver grass with ease. In the blink of an eye, shadows flared beneath his feet, and he surged towards Tang San like a spectral apparition. Is this all you can do? As Lu Chen advanced, he taunted mockingly. Tang San's expression darkened as he swiftly retracted his blue-silver grass, weaving it into a verdant barrier before him. Simultaneously, his second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Parasitism. Suddenly, numerous slender strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, sprawling towards Lu Chen's feet in an attempt to ensnare him. A glint of realization flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he recognized the potency of this technique. Should he fall victim to its grasp, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, he unleashed the unique ability of his shadow, martial soul, melding into the shadows and vanishing from sight. Where has he gone? Tang San was taken aback, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. At that moment, a black arm surged forth from the shadows behind him, seizing his ankle. This is bad, Tang San thought, attempting to break free, only to discover the arm's grip was surprisingly strong. Almost immediately, Lu Chen erupted from the shadows, coalescing a sphere of black soul power in his other hand, which he aimed at Tang San's back. Gritting his teeth, Tang San forcibly twisted his body, using his arm to block the blow. With a resounding crash, the tremendous impact left his arm tingling, compelling him to stagger back several steps. Not bad. You managed to withstand my strike. Lu Chen clapped his hands, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Tang San steadied himself, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. His third soul ring shone brightly as he activated his third soul skill, web binding. Countless resilient threads of silk shot forth from his hands, enveloping Lu Chen in a torrent. Noticing this, Lu Chen refrained from a head-on confrontation. He once again invoked his shadow martial soul, transforming into a black silhouette, seamlessly weaving through the gaps of the silk threads. Simultaneously, he murmured incantations, activating a special skill bestowed upon him by the system. Suddenly, a multitude of shadows surged forth from the arena's ground, resembling a tide of darkness rushing towards Tang San. Where the shadows passed, the ground was tainted black, exuding a chilling aura. What is this skill? Tang San was astounded, sensing the formidable power contained within the shadows. He hastily commanded his blue-silver grass and threads to erect defenses before him. The shadows collided with his defenses, producing a sizzling sound as the blue-silver grass and threads began to dissolve under the shadows' encroachment. Tang San, your defenses are futile before me. Lu Chen stood amidst the shadows, his gaze icy as he regarded Tang San. Tang San gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. He understood that he must remain calm and composed. Quickly, he circulated his soul power, merging the strengths of his blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer martial soul, searching for a flaw in Lu Chen's assault. Just as the shadows were on the verge of breaching his defenses, Tang San suddenly discerned a pattern in their movements. An idea sparked within him, and, concentrating all his energy, he leapt forward, breaking free from the shadow's confinement. Trying to escape? Not so easily. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he swiftly pursued. Summoning a black blade of energy in his hand, he thrust it towards Tang San's back. Tang San sensed the impending attack and instinctively lunged forward. In that instant, his Haotian hammer martial soul erupted forth, and he spun around, swinging the hammer at Lu Chen. With a tremendous roar, the collision between Lu Chen's blade and the Haotian hammer sent powerful waves of soul energy reverberating outward, causing the surrounding audience to tremble slightly. Both combatants staggered back a few paces, both breathing heavily. This clash showcased the prowess of each fighter, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Lu Chen, I did not expect you to possess such skill. Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Oomph. You two have surprised me somewhat. However, this is far from sufficient." Lu Chen shook his slightly numbed arm, an even greater murderous intent glinting in his eyes. At this moment, the audience outside the arena was in an uproar. The battle was truly exhilarating. Both combatants exhibited remarkable strength. Indeed, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. The members of Shrek Academy watched anxiously from the sidelines, Xiao Wu gripping her fists tightly, her eyes filled with concern. "Brother San, you must win." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, analyzing. Tang San and Lu Chen are evenly matched, but Lu Chen's skills seem more enigmatic. Tang San must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the team from the Spirit Hall exuded confidence in Lu Chen. A young soul master declared, "Senior Lu Chen will undoubtedly triumph. He is a key focus of our Spirit Hall's training." Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lu Chen and Tang San charged at each other once more, igniting an even more intense duel, a public confrontation destined to leave an indelible mark on the annals of soul masters in the Douluo continent. Chapter 44. Lu Chen slightly prevails. In the vast and wondrous land of Douluo continent, Lu Chen, through his own efforts and the aid of the multi-child blessing system, ascended to prominence within the Spirit Hall, his reputation gradually spreading across the continent. His repeated encounters with Tang San had become a topic of lively discussion among the populace. On this day, sunlight streamed down like golden threads, illuminating the majestic square of the Spirit Hall. Surrounding the square, a bustling crowd gathered, eager to witness the imminent clash between Lu Chen and Tang San. Clad in a blue uniform, Tang San stood tall, his expression revealing resilience and determination. Yet, the tightness of his lips and slight furrow of his brow betrayed his anxiety regarding this confrontation. He was acutely aware that Lu Chen had become a formidable adversary. With each encounter, he felt the depth of Lu Chen's ever-growing power. However, the innate pride and stubbornness within Tang San forbade him from retreating easily. In contrast, Lu Chen, draped in a flowing black robe, exuded calmness and composure, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if the outcome of this duel was already within his grasp. With arms crossed, he stood serenely in the center of the square, his steady demeanor drawing the attention of those around him. "Tang San, today, I shall see what other techniques you possess." Lu Chen spoke first, his voice resonant and clear, echoing throughout the square. Tang San scoffed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do not be complacent. Last time, I was careless. Today, I will make you aware of my might." With that, Tang San's aura surged dramatically as his blue-silver grass martial soul erupted forth, the vibrant green leaves swirling around him like agile serpents, emanating a refreshing yet perilous energy. Observing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his figure vanishing like a wraith. Tang San's heart raced as he quickly channeled his soul power, commanding the blue-silver grass to spread wildly in search of Lu Chen's whereabouts. Just then, he keenly sensed a powerful wave of soul energy above him. Looking up, he saw Lu Chen descending like a black meteor, a sphere of black soul power coalescing in his hand, resembling a miniature black hole ready to devour the surrounding light. "Come at me," Tang San shouted, quickly forming seals with his hands as the blue-silver grass converged into a massive shield positioned above him. Boom! Lu Chen's attack struck heavily against the blue-silver grass shield, the sheer force shattering the shield's surface into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Tang San was also jolted by the impact, his feet sinking into the ground, leaving two deep impressions. "Is that all you can do?" Lu Chen landed steadily, a hint of derision in his words. Tang San gritted his teeth, a glimmer of fierceness flashing in his eyes. With a fierce motion, he pressed down with both hands, causing the scattered fragments of blue-silver grass on the ground to suddenly surge with rapid growth. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp blue-silver thorns had formed, raining down upon Lu Chen like a relentless barrage of arrows. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed. He deftly moved his hands, conjuring black soul power barriers that quickly materialized before him. The blue-silver thorns collided against the barriers, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks, akin to the sound of blacksmithing. Yet they could not breach Lu Chen's defenses. Seizing the opportunity amidst Tang San's assault, Lu Chen flickered and instantly appeared before Tang San, delivering a fierce straight punch aimed squarely at his face. The force of the punch whistled through the air, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Tang San hastily sidestepped, the punch grazing his cheek and leaving behind a stinging sensation. Startled by Lu Chen's rapidity, Tang San's reaction was nonetheless swift, leveraging his momentum. He executed a spinning kick aimed at Lu Chen's waist. With a slight smile upon his lips, Lu Chen did not flinch or evade. His right hand seized Tang San's ankle with the grip of an iron vice. Tang San was struck with terror, attempting to break free, only to find Lu Chen's grip as unyielding as steel. "Let me throw you," Lu Chen roared, channeling his strength as he hoisted Tang San high into the air before slamming him down onto the ground with tremendous force. Bang! The earth was cratered by the impact, dust swirling into the air. Tang San lay in the pit, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. The surrounding spectators erupted in awe and cheers, stunned by the fluidity and ferocity of Lu Chen's assault, their perception of his strength newly transformed. "Tang San, you have lost," Lu Chen stated calmly, standing at the edge of the pit and looking down at him. Tang San slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, his gaze unwavering as he met Lu Chen's eyes. "Indeed, I have lost this time, but I shall not surrender. One day, I will overcome you." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "I look forward to that day, but I hope you won't keep me waiting too long." Just then, an elder from the spirit hall approached, announcing loudly, "In this duel, Lu Chen is the victor." With the elder's proclamation, the square erupted once more into fervent cheers. In that moment, Lu Chen's name rang out like a resounding bell, echoing far and wide, etching his legacy into the annals of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Tang San turned away under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his silhouette tinged with solitude, yet his steps remained resolute. He understood that the chasm between himself and Lu Chen required immense effort to bridge. Deep within, he vowed to train diligently, determined to reclaim his lost glory by defeating Lu Chen. As Lu Chen watched Tang San's departing figure, a measure of respect for his rival blossomed within him. He recognized that Tang San's tenacity and resilience were extraordinary, and future encounters would undoubtedly be more intense. Yet, Lu Chen felt no trepidation, for he was confident that, bolstered by his strength and the blessings of his system, he would remain undefeated on the Douluo continent. With the conclusion of this duel, Lu Chen's renown soared to new heights, reverberating across every corner of the Douluo continent. Both soul masters and ordinary folk alike were filled with curiosity and admiration for this rising star of the spirit hall. Lu Chen was on the cusp of embarking upon a grander chapter in his life on the Douluo continent, where more challenges and opportunities awaited him. Chapter 45. Tang San's Resentment and Jealousy. At the edge of a vast forest on the Douluo continent, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground. Tang San, clad in blue attire, his long black hair billowing in the wind, furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with resentment and jealousy as he fixated on Lu Chen, who was engaged in battle with a soul beast in the distance. In that moment, Lu Chen moved like a specter among the throng of soul beasts, his shadowy martial spirit behaving as a living entity, sometimes elongating to ensnare the limbs of the beasts, and at other times morphing into blades to strike at their vital points. Each of his strikes was precise and ruthless, sending the surrounding soul beasts crashing to the ground. Beside Tang San, Xiaowu watched him with concern, her voice gentle as she said, "Brother, don't take it too hard. Lu Chen is merely lucky." Tang San clenched his teeth, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white, and he coldly scoffed, "Luck? Xiaowu, spare me your consolation. He relies on underhanded tactics. If we speak of true strength, how could I ever lose to him?" Xiaowu gently grasped Tang San's arm, urging him, "Brother, let us return and train diligently. One day we will surpass him." Tang San gradually relaxed his fists, inhaling deeply, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lu Chen. "Indeed, Xiaowu, I will ensure he knows that Tang San is not so easily defeated." At that moment, Lu Chen had vanquished the last soul beast. He brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and looked up to see Tang San and Xiaowu not far off. A provocative smile danced on his lips as he approached them slowly. "Oh, if it isn't Tang San, what brings you here to observe my battle once more?" Tang San's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "Lu Chen, don't get too smug. Winning this time doesn't guarantee your victory next time." Lu Chen laughed heartily, stepping closer to Tang San. "What's the matter, Tang San? Can't handle a loss? I remember how you used to look down on me." Xiaowu stood protectively in front of Tang San, glaring at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, don't be excessive. Brother merely had a moment of inattention, allowing you to take advantage." Lu Chen cast a dismissive glance at Xiaowu, scoffing, "Humph, Xiaowu, perhaps you should keep a closer eye on your brother Tang San, lest he ends up defeated again, searching for excuses." Tang San pulled Xiaowu behind him, stepping forward to lock eyes with Lu Chen, anger blazing in his gaze. Lu Chen, if you have the ability, let us have a true contest, one-on-one, without any external interference, relying solely on our martial spirits and our own strength. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling. Oh, is that so? Tang San, I fear you might suffer a devastating defeat again, unable to withstand the blow. Enough with the chatter. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Tang San shouted, his blue-silver grass martial spirit already stirring, the very air around them seeming to tremble under the weight of his resolve. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's smile faded, and he replied earnestly, very well, Tang San. If you seek punishment, I shall oblige. However, do not seek excuses should you lose. Both retreated a few paces and assumed their stances. The blue light emanating from Tang San intensified as blue-silver grass surged from the ground, sweeping toward Lu Chen. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he vanished like a wraith, evading the onslaught of blue-silver grass. Is this all you can muster? Tang San, it appears you have made little progress. Lu Chen's voice resonated from behind Tang San. Startled, Tang San swiftly turned to see Lu Chen's shadowy martial spirit morph into a blade, lunging toward his throat. Tang San hastily sidestepped, the shadow blade grazing his cheek and leaving a shallow scar. You! Tang San was both astonished and furious, not anticipating Lu Chen's speed to be so formidable. What's the matter, feeling anxious? Tang San, I've told you, you are no match for me. Lu Chen taunted, launching another wave of attacks. His shadow martial spirit shifted forms relentlessly, morphing into spears, shields, and more, an unending tide of assault directed toward Tang San. Tang San fought back with all his might. The clash of blue-silver grass against Lu Chen's shadow spirit, creating powerful gusts of wind that sent nearby trees swaying perilously. Xiao Wu watched anxiously from the sidelines. Her hands clenched tightly as she silently cheered for Tang San. Brother, you can do it. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shout. Hearing her voice ignited a surge of strength within Tang San. He took a deep breath, and within him the soul power surged wildly, causing the blue-silver grass to suddenly thicken and sprout sharp barbs. Lu Chen, taste my blue-silver tyrant spear. Tang San bellowed, as a robust blue-silver grass shot forth like a spear towards Lu Chen. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He could not afford to be careless. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, and his shadow martial soul transformed into a massive shield, positioned defensively in front of him. The blue-silver tyrant spear collided with the shadowy shield, producing a resounding metallic clang that sparked a flurry of sparks. Quite interesting, Tang San, but this is hardly sufficient, Lu Chen declared, suddenly intensifying his soul power. With a forceful push, the shadow shield shattered the blue-silver tyrant spear. Tang San's heart sank at the sight. Before he could react, Lu Chen had closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to Tang San's chest. Tang San soared backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing to support Tang San. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Tang San's mouth as he gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes now burning with resentment and jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, Lu Chen, I will not let you off the hook. Lu Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes, approaching Tang San with an air of superiority. Tang San, face reality. You will never surpass me. I hope you remember today's lesson. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave, leaving behind a furious Tang San and a worried Xiao Wu. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Wu asked, her concern palpable as she looked at Tang San. Slowly rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute. Xiao Wu, I'm fine. This humiliation shall be repaid. I will enter seclusion for training. I will not emerge until I reach a stronger realm. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, saying, Brother, I will always be by your side. Together, we will surely defeat Lu Chen. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Very well, Xiao Wu, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Let's return. The two supported each other, gradually vanishing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's name spread further across the continent due to this battle. Many soul masters, upon hearing the news of Lu Chen's victory over Tang San once more, expressed their awe and reverence for his prowess. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Lu Chen immediately stirred a commotion. Numerous soul masters from the spirit hall gathered around him to express their congratulations and admiration. Master Lu Chen, you are truly remarkable. To have defeated Tang San once again is a source of pride for our spirit hall, exclaimed a young soul master, his face alight with adoration. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. This was merely an ordinary battle. At that moment, a senior figure from the spirit hall approached, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Chen, you have performed admirably. Tang San has always posed a potential threat to our spirit hall, and your repeated victories over him have greatly benefited us. The Pope will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. A flicker of excitement surged within Lu Chen as he replied. Thank you for the praise, my lord. However, I aspire to contribute even more to the spirit hall and enhance my own strength for its greater glory. The senior figure nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, having talents like you is a boon for the spirit hall. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to the spirit hall, rewards will certainly come your way. Lu Chen bowed slightly, affirming, I shall not disappoint you or the Pope's expectations. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Chen returned to his room alone. Sitting on the bed, he reflected on the battle with Tang San, contemplating deeply. Although Tang San had lost again, his potential was not to be underestimated. I must not grow complacent. I need to continue enhancing my own abilities. With that thought, Lu Chen retrieved the precious cultivation manual obtained from the system, diligently immersing himself in its teachings. In his room, only the sound of pages turning and his steady breathing filled the air. He was engulfed in the world of cultivation, tirelessly striving to grow stronger. Chapter 46, A Confrontation Once More. In a bustling town on Douluo continent, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The streets were teeming with people, and a myriad of stalls displayed their wares, with vendors calling out their offers. Lu Chen, clad in a sleek black outfit adorned with the golden emblem of the spirit hall, stood out strikingly. His tall stature and steady gait drew the attention of many passers-by. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead, and the crowd began to part. There stood Tang San, dressed in a blue robe with a white ribbon tied at his waist, brandishing his blue silvergrass as he confronted a group of unruly ruffians. Tang San's gaze was sharp, fixated on the troublemakers, emanating an invisible pressure. A smirk crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he approached Tang San with an air of mockery. Well, if it isn't Tang San, what brings you to play the hero once more? He said, crossing his arms with a tone laced with derision. Tang San turned to face Lu Chen, his eyes flashing with disdain. Lu Chen, this is none of your business. It would be best if you did not interfere. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a scoff escaping his lips. Ah, quite the righteous one, aren't you? However, your supposed heroics seem rather lackluster to me. One of the ruffians, a burly man with a face full of rough features, shouted at Lu Chen, Hey kid, mind your own business, or you'll get dealt with too. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chen vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of the ruffian. He grasped the man's collar effortlessly, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? Lu Chen's gaze was icy, as if it could freeze the very air. The ruffian's face paled in terror, his legs trembling. Be brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Lu Chen casually tossed the ruffian aside, who landed on the ground like a discarded sack, wincing in pain. The remaining ruffians, witnessing the scene, turned tail and fled in fear. Tang San frowned, stepping forward. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Is such violence necessary to handle them? Lu Chen shot Tang San a disdainful look. Violence? For people like them, such methods are warranted. Your approach of gentleness, in my view, is merely a sign of weakness. Tang San took a couple of steps forward, locking eyes with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, do not overstep your bounds. I have never understood why you always target me. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Target you? Tang San, you are far too full of yourself. Do you really believe yourself to be the embodiment of justice? You are nothing more than a self-righteous fool. Tang San clenched his fists, the blue-silver grass quivering slightly. Lu Chen, I do not wish to engage in futile arguments with you, but if you continue to provoke me, I will not back down. Lu Chen's smile faded, his expression sharpening. Oh, you wish to fight? I am eager to see how much you have improved since our last encounter. The crowd around them began to retreat, creating a space as they sensed a confrontation was imminent between these two formidable figures. Tang San made the first move, sending forth the blue-silver grass like a striking serpent towards Lu Chen. A cold smile curled on Lu Chen's lips as he evaded the attack with an agile movement, drawing a black dagger from his waist that glimmered with a chilling light. With the dagger in hand, Lu Chen charged at Tang San. Reacting quickly, Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass to form a barrier before him. Lu Chen showed no fear, thrusting the dagger fiercely against the barrier. With a sharp sound, the blue-silver grass shield was pierced. Tang San's heart raced. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's assault to be so fierce. He quickly retreated a few steps and summoned more blue-silver grass to encircle Lu Chen. Trapped amidst the blue-silver grass, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within. He plunged the dagger into the ground, murmuring incantations. In an instant, the ground began to tremble, and a myriad of dark shadows erupted from the earth, ruthlessly shredding the blue-silver grass. These shadows darted through the blue-silver grass like blades, and soon, Tang San's blue-silver grass was utterly annihilated. Observing this, Tang San's expression darkened considerably. He was acutely aware that Lu Chen's strength had notably increased, and in this confrontation, he feared he would struggle to gain the upper hand. Yet, the stubbornness ingrained in his very being compelled him not to retreat. Lu Chen, do not revel in your triumph. Even if I am defeated today, I shall not allow you to have it easy, Tang San declared, his aura surging dramatically as he unleashed a more resplendent radiance from his blue-silver grass martial soul. Lu Chen regarded Tang San with a gaze brimming with provocation. Then come forth. Let me see what further tricks you possess. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the sky. A colossal golden eagle descended gracefully, upon which stood a woman clad in a flowing white robe. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her demeanor exuded elegance. She was none other than Shui Yao, a significant figure within the spirit hall and a close friend of Lu Chen. Upon witnessing the scene below, Shui Yao furrowed her brow slightly. With a gentle leap, she descended from the eagle's back, landing amidst the two combatants like a celestial being. Cease this at once. What are you two doing? Shui Yao's voice was melodious, yet carried an undercurrent of authority. Lu Chen, taken aback at the sight of Shui Yao, momentarily froze before sheathing his weapon, a smile gracing his face. Shui Yao, what brings you here? Shui Yao shot him a reproachful glance. I just received word of a disturbance in the spirit force here and rushed over to investigate. I did not expect to find you and Tang San embroiled in conflict. Tang San, perplexed, could not comprehend the close relationship between Lu Chen and this prominent figure from the spirit hall. Miss Shui Yao, this matter does not concern you. It is a personal grudge between Lu Chen and myself. Turning to face Tang San, Shui Yao maintained a calm demeanor. I understand there are conflicts between you. However, engaging in combat here will only harm the innocent. Furthermore, the situation in Douluo continent is complex. Such internal strife benefits no one. Lu Chen scoffed. Shui Yao, do not meddle in this. Today, I must give him a thorough lesson. Shui Yao approached Lu Chen, her voice low and earnest. Lu Chen, you must listen to me. The spirit hall has more pressing tasks requiring your attention. Do not let personal grievances hinder greater matters. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen glanced between Shui Yao and Tang San before reluctantly lowering his stance. I shall let you off today out of respect for Shui Yao. But Tang San, we will settle this score another time. Tang San responded with a cold snort. Lu Chen, I am always ready to accompany you. With that, he retracted his martial soul and turned to leave. Watching Tang San depart, Shui Yao sighed softly before turning to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, do not be too impulsive. Although your strength is on the rise, Tang San is not someone to underestimate. Moreover, your position within the spirit hall is becoming increasingly significant. Every action you take must be weighed for its consequences. Lu Chen nodded. I understand, Shui Yao. Seeing him earlier, I simply could not restrain myself. Shui Yao smiled gently. I empathize with your feelings. But remember, our goal is for the spirit hall to dominate Douluo continent. We cannot afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Lu Chen met Shui Yao's gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, Shui Yao, I will not forget our objective. Consider this a warning to Tang San. Should I encounter him again, I shall show no mercy. Shui Yao patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Very well, let not your thoughts dwell too long on this. By the way, the task assigned to the spirit hall is of utmost importance and pivotal to our next steps. Prepare yourself and set off promptly. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, Lu Chen replied, I shall get ready at once. Shui Yao, you may rest assured that I will accomplish the task with distinction. With that, the two made their way toward the spirit hall, while the street conflict subsided temporarily under Shui Yao's intervention. However, the unresolved animosity between Lu Chen and Tang San smoldered like an ember, poised to ignite into a more intense confrontation at any moment. Chapter 47. Lu Chen's Overwhelming Power. 1. A renewed encounter with Tang San, escalating provocation. On the edge of an ancient forest in Douluo continent, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Clad in a sleek black outfit with a golden belt adorned with glimmering gemstones, Lu Chen strode purposefully, preparing to enter the forest to fulfill a special task entrusted by the spirit hall. to seek out a rare celestial herb that would enhance the strength of several core spirit masters within the hall. At that moment, a hearty yet somewhat arrogant laughter echoed from nearby. Oh, if it isn't Lu Chen of the Spirit Hall. What is this? Back toiling away for the Spirit Hall again? Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he turned to see Tang San, garbed in simple attire woven from blue silvergrass. Wielding the blue-silver emperor, accompanied by Xiao Wu, both of whom regarded him with a mocking expression. Tang San's hair retained its characteristic deep blue hue, his eyes exuding confidence and disdain as he raised his chin, seemingly dismissive of Lu Chen. Xiao Wu stood beside him, her pink hair dancing in the breeze, her gaze laced with vigilance as her fists clenched instinctively, ready to respond to any sudden developments. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he replied in a leisurely manner. Tang San, I wondered who it might be. Turns out to be you. It seems the lesson from last time was not sufficiently ingrained, and you seek another round of punishment? He crossed his arms, his posture upright, his demeanor replete with calm assurance. 2. Tang San strikes first. At Lu Chen's words, Tang San's expression darkened instantly. With a huff, he retorted, Humph, Lu Chen. Do not be so arrogant. Last time was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Today, I shall ensure you know who the true strong one is. With that, Tang San wielded the blue-silver emperor, which surged towards Lu Chen with lightning speed, the thorns on the blue-silver grass glinting ominously like countless daggers, aimed directly at Lu Chen's vitals. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a slight step, he evaded swiftly, his figure retreating like a wraith. As he dodged, he muttered, Is this all you can muster? It appears your recent training has yielded little results. As he spoke, a dark aura enveloped him, the shadow martial soul subtly manifesting. And the shadow behind him began to twist and writhe as if animated by life. Xiao Wu watched the battle anxiously, confident in Tang San, but unable to shake her concern at Lu Chen's composed evasion of the assault. She whispered, Third brother, be cautious. Lu Chen is no ordinary opponent. Without turning back, Tang San replied resolutely, Xiao Wu, do not worry. Today, I shall make him kneel and beg for mercy. 3. Lu Chen strikes back, revealing his edge. After evading Tang San's initial onslaught, Lu Chen swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Shadow, binding. The shadows on the ground surged forth, wrapping around Tang San's feet. Realizing the sudden shift beneath him, Tang San leapt high to avoid this unexpected attack. However, Lu Chen would not allow him such ease. With a flick of his hands, the shadows transformed into whips, curving through the air to continue their assault on Tang San, now suspended in midair. Tang San hesitated in the air, a flicker of panic crossing his features as he hastily commanded the blue-silver emperor to shatter the encroaching shadows. The clash between the blue-silver grass and the shadows produced a sizzling sound as the dark soul power intertwined with the blue leaves, resulting in a moment of fierce contention. Observing Tang San's struggle in the air, Lu Chen chuckled mockingly. Tang San, were you not brimming with confidence? How is it that you cannot withstand even one of my moves? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with derision. Gritting his teeth, Tang San's temples throbbed with tension as he bellowed, Lu Chen, do not let your pride blind you. Witness my technique. Blue-silver tyrant spear. With a forceful shout, the blue-silver emperor coalesced rapidly, transforming into a robust spear, its tip glimmering menacingly as it surged toward Lu Chen with overwhelming force. 4. The disparity in power becomes apparent. Lu Chen's expression grew solemn, fully aware of the formidable power behind this strike. He dared not hold back any longer. With a forceful clap of his hands against the ground, he melded seamlessly into the shadows, just as the blue-silver emperor spear was about to pierce him. Lu Chen unexpectedly emerged from the shadows behind Tang San, delivering a powerful punch infused with immense soul power, striking fiercely at Tang San's back. With a thunderous crash, Tang San was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Wu gasped in shock, Third brother, and hurriedly rushed to his side to help him up. Tang San, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was filled with disbelief and rage. Pointing at Lu Chen and shouting, Lu Chen, you are deceitful. If you have the ability, fight me fairly. Brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, Lu Chen replied languidly, On the battlefield, there are only victors and vanquished. Notions of fairness hold no weight. If you cannot grasp this, how can you aspire to become strong? Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with concern, tears shimmering in her eyes, and yelled at Lu Chen, you have gone too far. Third brother is already injured. What more do you want? Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze, yet it quickly returned to calm as he stated. This is of his own making. I merely helped him confront reality. As Tang San gradually rose to his feet, he wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve, his eyes ablaze with fury. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly summoned his soul power, attempting to launch another assault. Lu Chen, even if it cost me my life today, I will not let you off, he declared, as the blue-silver grass surged violently around him, this time shimmering with a faint golden light, indicating that Tang San had tapped into a more formidable strength. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of caution. He could sense that Tang San's next strike was more potent than the last. It was clear he was truly cornered. Yet, rather than fear, his fighting spirit intensified. Bring it on. I shall see what further skills you possess. The shadowy soul power enveloping Lu Chen thickened, forming a swirling vortex of darkness that devoured the surrounding light. With a sudden stomp, Tang San propelled himself toward Lu Chen like an arrow released from a bow, wielding a massive battle axe forged for blue silvergrass. Striking down fiercely, the air split with a piercing howl as the axe descended. Lu Chen's gaze hardened, and with swift movements, he conjured a black shadow shield before him. Boom! The blue-silver battle axe collided violently with the shadow shield, sending a powerful shockwave that whipped the surrounding trees wildly. Lu Chen's feet carved deep grooves into the ground, yet his shadow shield remained steadfast before him. As he observed Tang San's desperate assault, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Knowing it was time to conclude this battle, his eyes turned icy, and he suddenly exerted his strength. The shadow shield expanded outward, shattering Tang San's blue-silver battle axe to pieces. In the same instant, Lu Chen flickered and appeared before Tang San, gripping his throat with one hand and lifting him high into the air. With his feet dangling, Tang San struggled to pry Lu Chen's iron grip from around his neck, his face reddening with despair and indignation. Lu Chen looked at Tang San and calmly stated, Tang San, you have lost. Your arrogance blinds you to the chasm between us. May today's lesson remain etched in your memory. With that, he casually tossed Tang San aside. Xiao Wu rushed over, cradling Tang San in her arms, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you will face retribution. Third brother will not concede so easily. Lu Chen regarded them, shaking his head slightly. I hope that next time, you possess the strength that warrants my serious attention. With that, he turned and strode into the depths of the forest, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu behind. Tang San watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hatred and determination. Clenching his fists, he murmured, Lu Chen, I will settle this score. One day, you will know the consequences of crossing me. Xiao Wu gently patted Tang San's back, offering comfort. Third brother, do not lose heart. We will become stronger. Together, they supported each other, slowly departing from this place filled with humiliation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's victory further elevated his reputation across the Douluo continent, instilling awe and curiosity in many regarding this powerful figure from the Spear Hall. Chapter 48, Tang San's Humiliation. In the realm of Douluo continent, a land rich in fantasy and conflict, Lu Chen's renown soared to great heights, while Tang San seemed shrouded in gloom. On this day, the Spirit Hall hosted a grand Soul Master Exchange event, drawing numerous young talents and influential factions. What began as a gathering for skill refinement and a sharing of insights was destined to stir controversy due to the impending clash between Lu Chen and Tang San. The martial arena of the Spirit Hall was vast, paved with solid black stone, surrounded by tiered seating that was already filled to capacity. Sunlight poured onto the arena, reflecting dazzling rays. Lu Chen, clad in a sleek black ensemble, stood tall at one side of the arena, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes radiated confidence and determination. Opposite him, not far away, Tang San donned a blue and white outfit, his lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched unconsciously, his face betraying a mix of frustration and indignation. Lu Chen, last time I was careless. Today, I will show you my true strength. Tang San hissed under his breath, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? I am eager to see what progress you have made. He crossed his arms, exuding an air of undeniable authority. With a command from an elder of the Spirit Hall, the exchange began. The highly anticipated duel officially commenced. Tang San was the first to strike. He moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Chen. As blue-silver grass erupted from beneath his feet, coiling around Lu Chen like resilient ropes. Simultaneously, his blue-silver emperor martial spirit manifested, surging his aura dramatically. Chen remained unfazed, shifting his feet with ghostly grace, easily evading the entangling blue-silver grass. A cold smile graced his lips. Is that all you can muster? With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, releasing his shadow martial spirit, which seemed to devour the very light around him. The shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, darting toward Tang San like a bolt. Tang San's expression shifted, hastily sidestepping to evade. The shadow grazed his clothing, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Damn it! Tang San gritted his teeth, raising his hand to send several strands of blue-silver grass flying toward Chen like javelins. Chen remained composed, waving one hand to conjure a black barrier that instantly materialized before him. The blue-silver grass struck the barrier with a series of thuds. It could not penetrate even a fraction. Tang San, you are still insufficient. Chen's voice was icy, tinged with disdain. Stomping his foot, the ground cracked open, shadows erupting from the fissures and sweeping toward Tang San. Tang San hastily summoned his soul power, weaving the blue-silver grass into a sturdy shield to withstand the onslaught of shadows. However, the shadow's force surpassed his expectations. Within moments, the shield began to fracture. Break! Chen commanded, and the shadows surged forth, shattering the blue-silver grass shield with a resounding crash. Tang San was forced back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. Chen is incredibly powerful. Tang San is utterly defenseless. Indeed, I thought Tang San was formidable, but compared to Chen, the disparity is staggering. The murmurs of the audience reached Tang San's ears, darkening his expression further. No, I shall not be defeated. With bloodshot eyes, Tang San bellowed as the brilliance of his blue-silver emperor martial spirit surged forth. He charged recklessly towards Chen, the Haotian hammer martial spirit manifesting in his grasp. Observing the frenzied advance of Tang San, a glint of cold determination flickered in Chen's gaze. Since you remain obstinate in your folly, you shall have no one to blame but yourself. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, causing his shadow martial spirit to swirl around him, forming a colossal black vortex. As Tang San closed in, he raised the Haotian hammer and struck fiercely at Chen. Unperturbed, Chen allowed the black vortex to pivot sharply, absorbing the impact of the Haotian hammer's assault. In the next moment, a shadow shot forth from the vortex, akin to a lethal blade, piercing directly towards Tang San. Unable to evade in time, the shadow struck his shoulder, eliciting a pained cry as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang San, Xiao Wu exclaimed in dismay from the stands, instinctively wanting to rush down, but was restrained by the others from Shrek Academy. Chen approached Tang San slowly, looking down upon him. You have lost, and quite decisively. Tang San struggled to rise, yet fell back down weakly, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Why are you so strong? Chen regarded him with a frigid stare. Because you are overly arrogant, while I have been tirelessly striving. With that, he turned away, making his way back to the stands, leaving Tang San to lie alone on the ground, enduring the agony of defeat and the peculiar gazes of the crowd. At that moment, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheering for Chen's brilliant display. Chen. The chants echoed throughout the martial arena. The members of Shrek Academy wore solemn expressions. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, astonished at how far Chen's strength had ascended, realizing that the gap between them was widening. Oscar sighed helplessly. Indeed, this defeat for Tang San was devastating, a significant blow to his confidence. Xiao Wu looked on with deep concern at the fallen Tang San, tears welling in her eyes. Sanji. Meanwhile, on the high stands of the martial soul palace, several elders nodded in approval. This Chen is indeed a rare talent for our martial soul palace, given time. He shall lead us to new heights, remarked an elderly elder, stroking his beard. Another elder chimed in with a smile. Precisely. Not only is he powerful, but his intellect is astute, his tactics impressive. This humiliation of Tang San also serves as a significant achievement for our martial soul palace. Pope Bibi Dong sat in the principal seat, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Chen is truly worthy of cultivation. Her gaze fell upon Chen, as if she could envision the future hope of the martial soul palace within him. Returning to the stands, Chen tilted his head slightly, absorbing the adulation and admiration of the crowd, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. He understood that this was merely a minor milestone on his path to ascendancy in the Douluo continent, with countless challenges yet to await him. Following this confrontation, his renown in the Douluo continent would surely soar, yet it would also attract more jealousy and animosity. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for he possessed the strength to confront all adversities. At that moment, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the martial arena, casting a warm glow over the entire venue. Chen's silhouette appeared particularly imposing against the backdrop of the twilight, while Tang San, amidst this fading light, savored the bitter taste of failure alone, with the flames of vengeance quietly igniting within his heart. Chapter 49. Tang San's reflection and scheming under the relentless pressure from Chen. Tang San sat solitary upon a massive rock at the rear mountains of Shrek Academy, his gaze blankly fixed upon the horizon. The setting sun's rays fell upon him, yet could not dispel the gloom within his heart. Tang San's fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the force, his lips quivering as he muttered softly, "How could I continue to lose to that Chen? I, Tang San, should not be reduced to this." His mind replayed the scenes of their clashes, each moment piercing his heart like a sharp dagger. Xiao Wu approached gracefully from the woods, her steps gentle, as if to avoid disturbing the contemplative Tang San. She quietly sat beside him, resting her head lightly on his shoulder, and softly spoke. "Sanji, do not be too disheartened. Everyone experiences downturns, and that Chen seems to possess some hidden means." Tang San turned slightly to meet Xiao Wu's concerned gaze, warmth spreading through him, yet swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, "Xiao Wu, I know you're trying to comfort me, but I understand that the gap between us is not mere coincidence. His strength and cunning surpass my expectations. I cannot simply concede defeat." Xiao Wu lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she grasped his arm firmly, saying, "Sanji, I believe in you. Whatever challenges arise, we will face them together. You will surely find a way to overcome him." Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's hand, standing with renewed determination gleaming in his eyes. He paced back and forth, contemplating aloud. Chen's position within the martial soul palace is rising, and he has that mysterious system backing him. Confronting him head-on, I lack absolute confidence. I must strategize, enhance my strength, and identify his weaknesses. Xiao Wu stood as well, tilting her head in thought, then suggested, "Sanji, do you think his system may have some limitations? Or that his path to power within the martial soul palace is fraught with obstacles? Perhaps we can find a breakthrough in those aspects." Tang San's eyes lit up, halting his steps to regard Xiao Wu. "You are right, Xiao Wu. I cannot focus solely on his strength. I must also consider his surroundings and relationships. The internal power struggles within the martial soul palace are complex. He cannot be without enemies. I can seek to connect with those who oppose him and gather intelligence about him." At that moment, Oscar and Ma Hongjun approached. Seeing Tang San's demeanor, Oscar laughed. "Little San, do not wear such a gloomy face. Losing a few times is nothing. When have we, the Shrek 7 monsters, ever feared difficulties?" Ma Hongjun chimed in, Exactly. Sanji, if you have any plans, just say the word. We brothers will wholeheartedly support you." Tang San gazed at them, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. "Thank you all. Having you by my side bolsters my confidence immensely. Currently, I intend to gather intelligence on Chen, understand his standing within the martial soul palace, and simultaneously enter seclusion to enhance my strength." Oscar stroked his chin thoughtfully, for gathering intelligence. "I can utilize my sausage martial spirit to visit places where information brokers gather. Perhaps I can glean some useful news." Ma Hongjun thumped his chest. "Sanji, I can help too. I'll visit towns on the fringes of the martial soul palace's influence. Listening to the common folk's views on the palace and Chen, perhaps I'll discover something." Tang San nodded. "Good. I appreciate your efforts. Remember, exercise caution. Chen is not an easy opponent now." After arranging their intelligence gathering plans, Tang San resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation. He made his way to the training chamber designated for students at Shrek Academy. Inside the chamber, the walls were inscribed with ancient runes, exuding an aura of mystery. It was said these runes could stabilize a cultivator's mindset and enhance training efficiency. Tang San sat cross-legged at the center of the chamber, inhaling deeply and activating his Xiantian gong. He felt the soul power within him surge like a raging river, swiftly coursing through his meridians. As his soul power flowed, the image of Chen's shadow martial spirit surfaced in his mind, its eerie yet formidable power sending a chill down his spine. To defeat him, I must develop more powerful soul techniques, Tang San resolved inwardly. He concentrated his mind, endeavoring to amalgamate the blue-silver grass martial soul with the secret weapon techniques of the Tang sect from his former life. The blue-silver grass gradually emerged from his palm, initially manifesting as slender stems. However, as Tang San infused his soul power, the blue-silver grass flourished rapidly, becoming robust and resilient. Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass, attempting to guide its movements in accordance with the trajectory of the Tang sect's weaponry techniques. Yet, this proved to be no simple feat. The flexibility of the blue-silver grass stood in stark contrast to the rigidity of the weapons, necessitating an exceptionally high level of soul power manipulation to achieve precise control. After numerous attempts, the blue-silver grass either strayed from its intended path or lacked sufficient force. Beads of sweat adorned Tang San's forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet he harbored no thoughts of surrender. He gritted his teeth, continuously adjusting the output and control of his soul power. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until at last, a single strand of blue-silver grass shot forth like a sharp arrow, embedding itself deep into the wall of the secret chamber. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Tang San's face, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. During his days of seclusion in the secret chamber, Tang San devoted himself tirelessly to training and experimenting with new combinations of soul skills. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun embarked on their journey of intelligence gathering. Oscar arrived at an underground tavern in Heavendoe City, a murky den teeming with a mlang of characters, a hotspot for various information brokers. Cloaked in a black cape that obscured his face, he cautiously entered the tavern. The air was thick with the pungent odor of alcohol and smoke, and the cacophony of voices created a chaotic din. Oscar settled into a corner, ordered the cheapest drink, and feigned indifference as he listened to the conversations around him. Before long, he overheard a nearby table discussing the Spirit Hall. "I've heard that a formidable figure named Chen has recently risen through the ranks of the Spirit Hall, achieving great heights in a short span," remarked a sharp-faced man. "Indeed," replied a portly fellow, "but his ascent has not been without controversy. It is said he has offended many of the Hall's veterans." Intrigued, Oscar pretended to be casual as he leaned closer and inquired, "Gentlemen, could you enlighten me about this Chen and his dubious methods? I find myself quite fascinated by such matters." The sharp-faced man eyed Oscar warily and retorted, "Who are you? Why do you ask?" Oscar quickly smiled apologetically. "I am merely a humble merchant with a penchant for gossip. I found this matter intriguing, and if you are willing to share, I would be delighted to buy you both a drink." With that, he produced several silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. The portly man's eyes gleamed at the sight of the coins, and he urged the sharp-faced man, "It wouldn't hurt to share. This lad doesn't appear to be a nefarious character." After a moment's hesitation, the sharp-faced man acquiesced. As for Chen, it is said that his rise within the Spirit Hall relies on suppressing other potential soul masters, and he has secretly plotted against numerous seniors. Many within the Hall harbor resentment towards him, yet dare not voice their displeasure. A surge of excitement coursed through Oscar as he probed further about the specific individuals Chen had offended, meticulously committing the information to memory. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had arrived at a small town on the fringes of the Spirit Hall's influence. Disguised as an ordinary traveling merchant, he meandered through the town, engaging in casual conversations with street vendors and passers-by. At a fruit stall, he halted, picked up an apple, and while peeling it, struck up a conversation with the vendor. "Do Spirit Hall members frequent this place?" The vendor sighed. "They do quite often. However, there has been a fellow named Chen who has been causing quite a stir. His policies have led to excessive enforcement, making life difficult for us common folk." Feigning curiosity, Ma Hongjun asked, "In what way excessive? Please enlighten me." The vendor glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "To gather resources for Chen's plans, those beneath him have been extorting us small traders mercilessly. Life has become increasingly arduous." Ma Hongjun silently absorbed this information, continuing his inquiries around the town. He discovered that Chen's reputation was equally poor outside the Spirit Hall, as his policies strained relations between the Hall and the surrounding towns. After a period of diligent intelligence gathering, Oscar and Ma Hongjun returned to Shrek Academy with their findings, sharing the details with Tang San. Upon hearing their accounts, Tang San fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "It appears that Chen has cultivated numerous enemies both within and outside the Spirit Hall. This presents an opportunity for us. We can attempt to connect with these disgruntled factions, forming an alliance to apply pressure from both sides. Simultaneously, I have made progress in my cultivation, Given a little more time, I am confident I can surpass him in strength. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San, her eyes brimming with expectation and trust. Brother San, you can do it. We all believe in you. Tang San clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. This time, I will not be defeated. Lu Chun, await your reckoning. I shall ensure you pay for your deeds. As night descended, Shrek Academy was enveloped in a serene stillness. Yet beneath this tranquility, a plot against Lu Chun was quietly unfolding. Chapter 50, Lu Chen's Rising Fame. In the enchanting and tumultuous realm of Douluo continent, Lu Chun, through his prowess and cunning, repeatedly humiliated Tang San in their encounters. The series of events unfolded like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred the entire Douluo world, propelling Lu Chen's name to unprecedented heights, resonating throughout every corner of the continent. 1. The spread of news. Across Douluo continent, the intelligence networks of various factions sprawled like intricate webs. Each confrontation between Lu Chun and Tang San became a prized piece of information for these informants. Under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen's strategic maneuvers and his overwhelming superiority over Tang San were vividly disseminated. In a bustling tavern within a flourishing city of the Star Luo Empire, patrons gathered in animated discussion about these events. A burly man with stubble raised his goblet and boomed. Have you heard? A remarkable figure has emerged from the Spirit Hall, named Lu Chun, who has repeatedly bested Tang San, leaving him with no face to show. A slender young man, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, eagerly queried, "Is that true? Isn't Tang San reputed for his extraordinary talent? How could he lose to this Lu Chun?" The burly man, puffing with pride, took a hearty gulp of his drink and retorted, "Humph. Lu Chun is no pushover. It is said his martial soul is unique and his wits sharp." The last time they clashed publicly, Tang San attempted to intimidate him, only to have Lu Chun effortlessly defuse the situation, leaving Tang San humiliated before all. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, igniting a fervent buzz within the tavern. Such scenes played out incessantly across towns and villages throughout Douluo continent, with Lu Chun's name sweeping through like a tempest, reaching every nook and cranny. 2. Reactions from various factions. 1. Within the Spirit Hall. In the grand and majestic main hall of the Spirit Hall, several elders gathered, their faces illuminated with satisfaction and pride. An elderly elder with a shock of white hair, but a vigorous spirit, stroked his beard and remarked, "Lu Chun is truly a boon for our Spirit Hall. His confrontations with Tang San not only showcase his strength, but also significantly elevate the prestige of our hall." Another elder, clad in a black robe with a stern expression, nodded in agreement. Indeed, at such a young age, he has achieved remarkable success. He is destined to make significant contributions to our Spirit Hall in the future. Perhaps, he could lead our Spirit Hall to accomplish the grand unification of the Douluo continent. At this moment, Pope Bibi Dong sat prominently on her throne, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. She spoke slowly. Lu Chun is indeed a remarkable talent. However, we must be wary of his potential arrogance stemming from his abilities. Dispatch orders to keep a close watch on him, while also bestowing appropriate rewards and support, enabling him to serve our Spirit Hall more effectively. In Shrek Academy, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Tang San sat alone by the lakeside, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and fury. His fists were clenched tightly, nails embedded deep into his palms, leaving behind trails of blood. "Damn Lu Chun," he muttered under his breath. "How can I, Tang San, repeatedly fall victim to his prowess?" Just then, Dai Mubai and Oscar approached. Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder, offering solace. "Little San, do not be too disheartened. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. We shall reclaim our honor next time." Tang San lifted his gaze towards Dai Mubai, his eyes brimming with determination. "Mubai, rest assured, I will not let this slide. I shall train diligently, uncover Lu Chen's weaknesses, and one day, he will pay for his actions today." Oscar nodded in agreement. "Little San, we all support you. However, Lu Chen's repeated victories over you suggest he is not to be underestimated. We must strategize carefully and avoid rash actions." Taking a deep breath, Tang San gradually rose to his feet, declaring, "I understand. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion for training, until I achieve a new level of mastery. I will not emerge." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the training room, his resolute silhouette seemingly proclaiming his determination to the world. Beyond the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy, other prominent forces also expressed significant interest in Lu Chen's rise. Members of the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire engaged in secret discussions within the palace, deliberating on the implications of Lu Chen's emergence for the empire's stability. Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, convened senior members to analyze the potential ramifications of the conflict between Lu Chen and Tang San. Meanwhile, Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire, upon hearing of Lu Chen's exploits, felt a flicker of concern. He turned to his advisor, saying, Lu Chen's reputation is soaring. If we allow him to continue developing within the Spirit Hall, it may pose a significant threat to our Star Luo Empire. Do you have any strategies? The advisor pondered for a moment before responding. Your Highness, given Lu Chen's current standing with the Spirit Hall, direct confrontation may not be wise. Perhaps we should discreetly reach out to him and see if we can win him over to our side. Even if he cannot serve us, we may glean valuable insights into his capabilities. Davis nodded slightly. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Arrange for this. Exercise utmost caution to ensure the Spirit Hall remains unaware of our intentions. At this moment, Lu Chen remained undeterred by the external discussions and scrutiny. In the training chamber of the Spirit Hall, he was fully engrossed in honing his shadow spirit. Clad in a sleek black outfit, his stature was tall and commanding. His eyes were firmly shut, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his expression was resolutely steadfast. With each breath, the surrounding soul power flowed into him like tangible threads. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, a chilling light flashing within. Swiftly forming hand seals, he intoned, Shadow Clone. Instantly, dozens of identical shadow clones materialized within the training room. These clones moved with agility, swirling around Lu Chen to create a vortex of darkness. Observing his shadow clones, a satisfied smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He directed the clones to execute a series of intricate offensive and defensive maneuvers. At that moment, the door to the training room creaked open, and a stunningly beautiful woman entered. Her name was Shui Yao, a close confidant Lu Chen had met within the Spirit Hall. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she moved gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Watching Lu Chen engrossed in his training, she spoke softly. Filled with affection and concern, Lu Chen, take a break. Do not exhaust yourself. Lu Chen paused, turning to Shui Yao with a gentle smile. Shui Yao, what brings you here? I am fine. This is a crucial time for my training, and I wish to elevate my strength as swiftly as possible. Shui Yao approached him, delicately wiping the sweat from his brow. I understand your lofty ambitions, but you must also care for your health. Your reputation is now widespread, and various factions are watching you. There may be those with ill intentions. Only by maintaining your peak condition can you face the challenges ahead. Lu Chen grasped Shui Yao's hand, speaking earnestly. Shui Yao, thank you for your concern. I will remain vigilant. However, the situation on the Douluo continent is intricate, and strength reigns supreme. If I do not swiftly enhance my abilities, how can I protect what I cherish and carve out my own realm in this tumultuous world? Shui Yao nodded slightly, resting her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. I understand. Whatever you pursue, I will always support you. I merely hope that in your quest for power, you do not forget to take care of yourself. Lu Chen embraced Shui Yao tightly, assuring her, rest assured, with you by my side, I will cherish every moment. Once I achieve great things, I will not disappoint your deep affection. The two shared a heartfelt embrace, their surroundings enveloped in warmth and sweetness. Yet, both were acutely aware that in this ever-changing Douluo continent, tranquility was but a fleeting illusion, and greater storms might be on the horizon. Lu Chen understood he must continually advance and grow stronger to etch his own legend in this world filled with challenges and opportunities. As Lu Chen and Shui Yao reveled in their warmth, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Lu Chen released Shui Yao, straightened his attire, and called out, enter. A disciple from the Spirit Hall respectfully entered, kneeling on one knee. Elder Lu, a mysterious envoy, seeks an audience. He claims to hail from a clandestine organization and has important matters to discuss with you. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering. A clandestine organization? Who could it possibly be? He glanced at Shui Yao, who subtly nodded, urging him to exercise caution. Lu Chen instructed the disciple, take him to the reception hall. I shall arrive shortly. The disciple complied and departed. Shui Yao looked at Lu Chen with concern. Lu Chen, this envoy's origins are unclear. Please be careful. Lu Chen smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Shui Yao, I will exercise discretion. This may also present an opportunity to discern the intentions of this mysterious force. With that, he turned and made his way to the reception hall. Upon entering, Lu Chen saw a man clad in a black robe and hood standing quietly. The man bowed slightly as Lu Chen approached, saying, I have long heard of Elder Lu's esteemed reputation. Today, I see it truly lives up to its name. Lu Chen scrutinized the man, calmly inquiring, Who are you? What business do you wish to discuss with me? The man lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Elder Lu, to speak candidly, I represent an ancient and secretive organization. We have been closely monitoring the situation on the Douluo continent and recognize you as a figure of both valor and wisdom. We wish to collaborate with you to accomplish a significant endeavor. Lu Chen felt a stir of intrigue and asked, Oh, what endeavor could be so significant? Why choose to collaborate with me? The man smiled faintly. The matter is of great importance and cannot be divulged at this moment. However, I assure you, should we succeed, the benefits you will reap are beyond imagination, potentially even surpassing your current achievements. We have chosen you because we see your potential and strength, believing only you are capable of fulfilling this role. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, Your Excellency, your enigmatic nature and reluctance to disclose specific matters leave me questioning how I can place my trust in you. Furthermore, I currently reside within the Spirit Hall, where all is well. Why would I risk collaborating with an organization of unknown origins? The man, noticing his hesitation, produced a black token from his bosom and handed it to Lu Chen, stating, Elder Lu, this is the insignia of our organization. You may retain it to investigate our background. We sincerely hope to join forces with you to forge a splendid future together. Please consider it. I shall return in 3 days to hear your response. With that, the man turned and departed. Lu Chen gazed at the token in his hand, lost in contemplation. Was this mysterious organization's invitation a boon or a bane? How should he decide? Moreover, how would it impact his future? The situation on the Douluo continent had become increasingly intricate due to Lu Chen's rising fame, and a more significant storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 51. The various factions' persuasions. In a series of encounters with Tang San, Lu Chen emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance, delivering a resounding blow to Tang San's reputation. This sequence of events rapidly swept through the Soul Master community on the Douluo continent like a tempest. His name became the focal point of public discourse, piquing the interest of various factions in this prodigious Soul Master who had risen from the depths of the Spirit Hall. One day, having just concluded his training in the Spirit Hall's secluded chamber, Lu Chen prepared to return to his quarters. Clad in a sleek black outfit, his tall, slender figure exuded an air of confidence and composure, and his already handsome visage appeared even more composed and resolute after his training. His eyes resembled a profound cold pool, gleaming with a sharp light. Each step he took radiated an innate self-assuredness. Lord Lu Chen, upon stepping out of the secluded chamber, a junior soul master of the Spirit Hall approached him respectfully, kneeling on one knee, head bowed, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen offered a slight nod, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. What is it? Esteemed elder, several distinguished guests await you at your residence, claiming they have matters of great importance to discuss. The soul master replied hastily, his tone filled with reverence. Lu Chen's heart stirred as he contemplated, distinguished guests? It seems the recent events have compelled various factions to take action. He maintained an impassive expression, simply instructing, Understood, you may leave now. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chen found several groups already assembled in the living room. At the forefront was a rotund man adorned in a resplendent robe, his face beaming with smiles. Wang Fu, the envoy of the Tiando Empire. Upon spotting Lu Chen, he promptly rose and approached with an eager gait, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Lord Lu Chen. Seeing you today, I must say, you are indeed striking and exceptional. Lu Chen slightly turned aside to evade Wang Fu's overt bow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Envoy Wang, you honor me, but may I ask the purpose of your visit today? A flicker of awkwardness crossed Wang Fu's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as he gestured for Lu Chen to take a seat. To be candid, I come on behalf of His Majesty of the Tiando Empire, extending a sincere invitation for you to join us. His Majesty has long recognized your talents and capabilities, should you deign to assist us. A high position and wealth beyond measure shall certainly await you. Lu Chen arched an eyebrow, refraining from an immediate response. Instead, he picked up a teacup from the table, savoring the warmth of the tea as it spread in his mouth. After a moment, he set the cup down, fixing a calm gaze upon Wang Fu as he replied, Envoy Wang, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of His Holiness the Pope and the elders of the Spirit Hall, where I currently enjoy stability and focus on my training. I have no intentions of departing. Please convey my sentiments to His Majesty. I am honored. Wang Fu's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he hastily implored, "Lord Lu Chun, I urge you to reconsider. The Tiando Empire is vast and rich in resources. Within the empire, you would undoubtedly receive greater support for your cultivation and development, which would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, His Majesty has promised to procure rare soul beasts and soul rings to aid you in breaking through your bottleneck." Lu Chun shook his head gently, his demeanor unwavering. "Envoy Wang, I appreciate your good intentions. However, I have always acted according to my heart. The Spirit Hall has bestowed upon me great favors. How could I easily depart?" Wang Fu, realizing Lu Chen's resolve, sighed inwardly, recognizing that persuading him would not be straightforward. He reluctantly stated, "If your mind is set, I cannot press further. I merely hope that should you ever reconsider, you will not forget the sincerity of the Tiando Empire." Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, another group stood up from the side. At the forefront was a tall woman clad in a flowing blue gown, her demeanor cool and her gaze resolute. She was Ning Shuang, the representative of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Shuang inclined her head respectfully and spoke with a clear voice, "Lord Lu Chun, having just heard Envoy Wang's words, I presume you have given considerable thought to the various factions vying for your allegiance. However, unlike other forces, our school is deeply rooted in tradition and prides itself on the support of auxiliary soul masters. Should you choose to join us, we can tailor a cultivation plan uniquely suited to you, while also granting you access to our array of precious resources." Lu Chun surveyed Ning Shuang, recognizing the sincerity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, he refrained from an immediate agreement and replied, "Miss Ning, I have long heard of your esteemed school's reputation. Being favored by your sect is indeed an honor. However, as I mentioned to Envoy Wang, my connection with the Spirit Hall runs deep, making it hard for me to part." Ning Shuang's brows furrowed slightly, her demeanor tinged with disappointment as she said, "Lord Lu Chun, you must understand that the Spirit Hall has become increasingly aggressive in recent years, deepening its conflicts with various factions. Aligning with us may prove more advantageous for your future development." Lu Chun smiled faintly, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Miss Ning, I understand your perspective. However, to me, strength is paramount, regardless of where one stands. Despite the controversies surrounding the Spirit Hall, it has granted me opportunities for growth. I believe that as long as I'm strong enough, external factors cannot sway my path." Ning Shuang, recognizing Lu Chen's steadfastness, understood that further discussion would bear no fruit. She concluded, "In that case, I hope that should you ever require assistance, you will think of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." With that, she turned and led her companions away. After Wang Fu and Ning Shuang departed, another group remained in the living room, their attire shrouded in mystery, cloaked in black robes that concealed their faces. The leader, somewhat stooped, rose and spoke in a raspy voice, "Lu Chun, we hail from a clandestine organization, one that possesses resources and power beyond the imagination of even the Spirit Hall and the great empires. Should you choose to join us, you will gain endless wealth, formidable techniques, and even the power to surpass deities." A glimmer of wariness flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he replied coldly, "What organization are you? Why do you seek to recruit me? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The mysterious figure chuckled eerily, their voice grating like sandpaper. "Lu Chun, you need not know the specifics of our organization. Simply understand that we can fulfill all your desires. Moreover, we operate discreetly and will impose no excessive constraint upon you." Lu Chun scoffed inwardly at the prospect of such an enticing offer. Without hesitation, he responded, "I am sorry, but I have no interest in your proposal. Please leave and do not return." A flash of resentment crossed the mysterious figure's eyes, quickly masked as they ominously remarked, "Lu Chun, you shall come to regret your decision." With that, they departed swiftly with their followers. Once everyone had left, Lu Chun remained seated alone in the living room, lost in contemplation. The allure of these factions, while seemingly a recognition of his strength, conceals a labyrinth of intricate interests. He is acutely aware that every decision made in the Douluo continent could profoundly affect his future. Lord Lu Chun, at this moment, a personal guard from the Spirit Hall, entered, kneeling on one knee. "What is the matter?" Lu Chun snapped back to reality. "The elders have learned of the various factions seeking to court your favor and have instructed you to proceed to the conference hall." Stating that there are important matters to discuss, the guard respectfully informed. Lu Chun nodded, rising to his feet and adjusting his robes, contemplating the elder's intentions behind this summons as he walked steadily toward the conference hall. Upon entering, he noticed several elders of the Spirit Hall already seated in their respective positions. At the head of the table sat a venerable old man with silver hair and sharp eyes, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, the Grand Elder raised his hand slightly, gesturing for him to take a seat. Lu Chen, we are aware of the various factions attempting to win you over today. Lu Chen bowed slightly and replied, I am grateful for the concern of the Grand Elder and all esteemed elders. I have firmly declined their advances. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, saying, well done. Your stature within the Spirit Hall is increasingly significant, and these factions naturally wish to draw you to their side for their own purposes. Yet, remember, the Spirit Hall is your true sanctuary. At this moment, the second elder interjected, Lu Chen, although you have turned them down, these factions are unlikely to relent easily. You must exercise greater caution in your future endeavors and avoid providing them with any opportunities. Lu Chen gravely nodded, responding, thank you for the reminder, second elder. I understand. The Grand Elder continued, in recognition of your loyalty, the Spirit Hall has decided to grant you additional training resources, along with more opportunities to participate in significant missions. We hope you will continue to serve the Spirit Hall diligently and contribute greatly to our cause. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within and hastily expressed, I am deeply grateful for the generosity of the Grand Elder and all esteemed elders. I shall endeavor with all my might and not betray your trust. After the meeting concluded, Lu Chen exited the conference hall. The waning sunlight cast a warm glow upon him, elongating his shadow. He understood that rejecting the overtures of various factions was merely the first step. In the future, he would face even greater challenges and opportunities on the Douluo continent. However, he felt no fear, for he possessed the formidable multi-fortune system and the steadfast support of the Spirit Hall. Clenching his fist, he gazed resolutely into the distance, envisioning the magnificent future he would create on this land. Chapter 52. Upholding the Spirit Hall. Dressed in a specially tailored black outfit adorned with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen shone brilliantly under the sunlight. His stature was tall, and his gaze was unwavering and sharp, exuding an air of composure and confidence. At that moment, he stood in a tranquil garden of the Spirit Hall, surrounded by vibrant flowers and fragrant blossoms, yet his thoughts were far removed from the beauty of the scene. Lord Lu Chen, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire and wearing an exquisite crown, approached with graceful strides. This man was Carter, an influential noble within the affiliated forces of the Spirit Hall. A sycophantic smile adorned Carter's face, but his eyes glinted with a barely perceptible cunning. Lu Chen slightly turned to acknowledge Carter, offering a polite nod as a greeting. Seeing this, Carter hastened forward, bowing slightly and saying, Lord Lu Chen, I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, your presence is indeed extraordinary. Your rapid rise within the Spirit Hall is truly astonishing. Your future prospects are boundless. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he replied, with measured humility, you flatter me, Lord Carter. I have merely been doing my part under the guidance of the Spirit Hall. Carter, feeling a surge of delight at Lu Chen's seemingly amicable demeanor, seized the opportunity to press on. Such humility from you, Lord Lu Chen, is rare. The current situation on the Douluo continent is complex and ever-changing, with various factions vying for dominance. With your talents and abilities, should you seek greener pastures, you would undoubtedly acquire greater resources and support, achieving remarkable feats. Lu Chen instantly grasped Carter's ulterior motives. He sought to recruit him for their own faction. A cold smile flickered within him, yet his face remained impassive as he responded slowly. Lord Carter, what do you mean by seeking greener pastures? I am deeply indebted to the Spirit Hall, having received much care from His Holiness the Pope and the esteemed elders. I could never act in treachery. Carter, sensing Lu Chen's reluctance to outright reject him, leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Lord Lu Chen, to speak candidly, our faction possesses formidable strength far surpassing that of the Spirit Hall. If you were to join us, we could offer you top-tier training resources, along with immeasurable wealth and beauty. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly become a central figure among us, wielding great influence. Lu Chen frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He stepped back, creating distance between himself and Carter, and said sternly, Lord Carter, I urge you to choose your words carefully. The Spirit Hall's kindness weighs heavily upon me. I am not one to forsake loyalty for personal gain. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is dedicated to maintaining peace and order on the Douluo continent, and I am willing to contribute my efforts. Seeing Lu Chen's resolute stance, Carter felt a pang of urgency, and his smile grew somewhat strained. Yet he persisted. Lord Lu Chen, I implore you to reconsider. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful now, It faces numerous challenges. Our faction is on the rise, with limitless potential for future development. By aligning with us, you could truly realize your ambitions. Lu Chen's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Carter. Coldly, he declared, "Lord Carter, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. My resolve is unyielding and will not waver. I kindly ask that you refrain from mentioning this matter again, or else do not blame me for being ungracious." As he spoke, a potent aura of soul power emanated from him, causing the very air around them to seem to freeze. Carter was taken aback, feeling the pressure radiating from Lu Chen. Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, he sighed, his face displaying an awkward smile as he replied, "Lord Lu Chen, please do not take offense. I was presumptuous. Let's consider my previous words forgotten. I hope you do not hold it against me." Lu Chen retracted his aura, his tone softening somewhat as he said, "Lord Carter, we are all intelligent individuals. I hope you understand that loyalty and camaraderie are of utmost importance on this Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall is my home. I will not depart lightly." Carter nodded repeatedly, saying, "You are right, Lord Lu Chen. I was indeed foolish. I shall take my leave now, and I apologize for the disturbance." With that, he turned and hurriedly departed, his back appearing somewhat disheveled. Watching Carter's retreating figure, Lu Chen gently shook his head. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows of the garden, revealing one of Lu Chen's trusted confidants, Shadow Guard Zero. Clad in a tight black suit and masked, only a pair of sharp eyes were visible. He knelt on one knee, stating, "My lord, this Carter harbors ill intentions. Shall I take action?" He made a gesture across his throat. Lu Chen waved his hand, replying, "There is no need. He is but a minor character. Undoubtedly, there is a mastermind behind him. We should refrain from making hasty moves for now to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Investigate discreetly to uncover which faction is pulling his strings." Zero nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. I shall fulfill my mission without fail." With that, he vanished into the shadows once again. Lu Chen took a deep breath, turning his gaze towards the main hall of the Spirit Hall, contemplating silently. It seems that the Spirit Hall is not as united as it appears. The infiltration of various factions has already begun. I must exercise greater caution, safeguarding both the Spirit Hall and my own future. At this moment, in another part of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong sat upon her resplendent throne, her brow slightly furrowed. Below her stood an elder clad in a crimson robe, who respectfully reported, "Your Holiness, we have just received word that other factions are attempting to woo Lu Chen. However, he has firmly declined their advances." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. This Lu Chen certainly does not disappoint. His performance in the Spirit Hall has been nothing short of exemplary. Not only is he remarkably powerful, but he is also unwaveringly loyal to the Spirit Hall. Such talent must be nurtured with utmost care. The elder in the crimson robe bowed deeply, affirming, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. In a short span, Lu Chen has achieved remarkable feats, given time. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Spirit Hall. Yet, those factions attempting to lure him may not relent easily." Bibi Dong's lips curled into a confident smile as she replied, "No matter. The Spirit Hall has stood firm on this continent for many years. It is not within the power of those minor factions to shake our foundations. As long as we pay close attention to and support Lu Chen, I doubt they will cause any significant upheaval." The elder nodded in agreement, stating, "Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. I shall arrange for enhanced protection for Lu Chen and keep a close eye on the movements of those factions." Bibi Dong waved her hand, saying, "Go forth. Ensure Lu Chen's safety. He is one of the hopes for the future of the Spirit Hall." Once the elder departed, Bibi Dong leaned back against her throne, her gaze drifting into the distance as she pondered, "Lu Chen, I hope you can maintain this loyalty and walk alongside the Spirit Hall towards greatness." Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned to his quarters, seeking tranquility to engage in his cultivation. He sat cross-legged upon his bed, his palms facing the heavens, channeling his inner soul power. As the soul power coursed through him, a faint black radiance enveloped his form, the manifestation of his shadow spirit's might. While cultivating, he contemplated Carter's recent words. Although he had unhesitatingly rejected Carter's propositions, he was acutely aware that similar temptations would undoubtedly arise in the future. He must continuously elevate his strength to secure his place in the intricate Douluo continent and protect all that he cherished. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in his cultivation, a subtle rustling outside the window broke his concentration. Alert, he opened his eyes instantly, condensing his soul power. In a blink, he appeared at the window like a wraith and flung it open, only to see a small black bird fluttering away, leaving a single black feather on the windowsill. Frowning, Chen picked up the feather for a closer examination. It emanated a faint ripple of soul power, indicating it was no ordinary feather. He realized that it was likely a means of surveillance from some faction. It seems they remain undeterred, Chen scoffed, gripping the feather tightly and infusing it with his soul power in an attempt to uncover its secrets. However, the moment his soul power made contact, the feather ignited spontaneously, transforming into a plume of black smoke that vanished into thin air. Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the intent behind this action. It was a precautionary measure against tracking, indicating that this faction was quite cautious. He silently resolved to be more vigilant in his future actions. Returning to his bed, Chen resumed his cultivation, but this time with an added sense of wariness. He cultivated while extending a portion of his soul power to sense the surrounding atmosphere, preparing for any similar occurrences. As time flowed quietly during his training, nightfall approached. Chen gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. After an afternoon of cultivation, he felt a slight enhancement in his soul power. Rising to stretch his limbs, he decided to take a stroll to ease his tense nerves. As he stepped out into the corridor of the Spear Hall, he encountered a familiar figure, Hulaina. Upon seeing Chen, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with surprise as she quickly approached him, saying, Chen, are you out for a walk too? Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her graceful figure was accentuated by cascading golden locks, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Chen smiled and nodded, responding, Indeed, I needed a breath of fresh air after my training. And you? Hulaina gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, replying, Same here. I've been feeling quite pressured lately, and thought a walk might help clear my mind. The two strolled side by side down the corridor, bathed in moonlight that cast their elongated shadows. After a moment, Hulaina hesitated before speaking, Chen, I heard about today's events. Those factions attempted to sway you. Did you really refuse them? Turning to face her, Chen replied earnestly, Of course. I, Chen, would never betray the Spirit Hall for personal gain. The Spirit Hall has shown me kindness, and I will remain steadfast here. A hint of admiration flickered in Hulaina's eyes as she remarked, Chen, I truly admire you. In this world brimming with temptation, few possess the ability to remain true to their convictions. Chen chuckled softly, replying, It's not a grand feat. Everyone has their own principles and boundaries. I am merely following my heart. By the way, you mentioned feeling pressured lately. Have you encountered any difficulties? Hulaina sighed lightly, confessing it's the cultivation. I feel as though I've hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard I try, I struggle to make any breakthroughs. After pondering for a moment, Chen suggested, encountering a bottleneck in cultivation is quite common. Perhaps you could try a different training method or venture to some unique locations for experience. You might find a breakthrough. Hulaina's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, You're right. How did I not think of that? Chen, thank you. Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for thanks. As members of the Spirit Hall, we should support one another. If you ever need assistance, feel free to ask. Hulaina gazed at Chen, a peculiar light dancing in her eyes as she softly remarked, Chen, you are truly wonderful. The two continued their leisurely stroll beneath the moonlight, exchanging insights on cultivation and dreams for the future. The Spirit Hall, illuminated by the moon's glow, appeared exceptionally serene. Yet beneath this tranquility, turbulent currents surged. Chapter 53. Tang San's Diligent Training. In a secluded valley on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, a thin veil of mist lingered, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden beams of light. Tang San sat alone upon a massive rock, his brow furrowed, sweat soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious to his discomfort. Beside him, blue-silver grass grew wildly, swaying gently in the breeze. As if trembling in response to his determination, Tang San bit his lip resolutely, his gaze reflecting a fierce determination. He recalled his previous encounters with Chen, each defeat striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Chen, I will not forever be in your shadow. He silently roared, his voice echoing within the valley. In pursuit of greater strength, Tang San had devised an exceedingly rigorous training regimen. At this moment, he was endeavoring to intricately fuse the blue-silver grass spirit with the power of the newly acquired soul rings. With swift hand seals, peculiar lights emanated from his palms, merging with the surrounding blue-silver grass. Instantly, the grass thickened, its leaves shimmering with a mysterious luster. This isn't enough. Tang San grunted, intensifying his soul power output. Suddenly, a tendril of blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around him. Tang San did not evade it, allowing the grass to bind him tightly. He could sense the formidable energy coursing through the blue-silver grass, as if it sought to rend his very skin. Is this all the strength you possess? Break free. Tang San unleashed a surge of powerful soul energy, shattering the binding blue-silver grass into fragments. He rose to his feet, gasping for breath. Yet a trace of contentment graced his face. It seemed progress had indeed been made. At that moment, Xiao Wu's figure emerged from the thicket, her expression laden with concern as she hurried to his side. With a tender voice, she implored, "Brother San, you mustn't push yourself so hard. Your body won't withstand it." Tang San lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Wu's worried eyes, a warm surge of emotion flooding his heart. He gently grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, "Xiao Wu, I'm fine. You know that Lu Chan's strength is growing ever more formidable. I cannot afford to lose to him again. I must become stronger to protect you and everyone else." Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, fully aware of Tang San's unwavering dedication and resolve. She urged him, "Brother San, I believe that one day you will surpass him, but you must also take care of your health. I truly worry about you training day and night." Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Tang San smiled and replied, "Do not fret, Xiao Wu. I am well aware of my limits. Look, I am perfectly fine." He deliberately moved his body to demonstrate his condition. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Wu remarked, "Brother San, you are simply too determined. What do you plan to do next?" Tang San fixed his steadfast gaze upon the horizon and declared, "I intend to seek out more powerful soul beasts for real combat. Only through life-and-death battles can I grow more swiftly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's anxiety heightened. "No, Brother San, that is far too perilous. Those formidable soul beasts are not to be trifled with. What if something were to happen to you?" Tang San interrupted her, offering comfort. "Xiao Wu, I will be fine. I have gained considerable strength, and I will be cautious. You know, this is the fastest way for me to enhance my abilities." Biting her lip, Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, Brother San. But you must promise me, no matter the danger you face, return at the first opportunity." Tang San embraced Xiao Wu tightly, affirming, "I promise you, Xiao Wu. Rest assured, I will return safely." He then began to pack his belongings, preparing for the journey to find powerful soul beasts. He meticulously checked his hidden weapons, ensuring each would serve him well in critical moments. While Xiao Wu quietly assisted him in organizing his attire, her eyes filled with worry. "Brother San, take this," she said, producing an exquisite sachet from her pocket and handing it to him. "I made it myself. Carrying it will be as if I am by your side." Tang San accepted the sachet, inhaling its delicate fragrance that lingered at his nostrils. A warmth enveloped his heart as he carefully placed the sachet within his bosom, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Wu. I will cherish it." With all preparations complete, Tang San bid farewell to Xiao Wu and turned toward the depths of the Stardew Forest. His steps resolute and powerful, Xiao Wu stood rooted in place, watching his receding figure with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and concern. "Brother San, you must return safely," she whispered softly, tears once again blurring her vision. As Tang San delved deeper into the Stardew Forest, he remained ever vigilant. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scoured the dense foliage for signs of potent soul beasts. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from a distant valley. "Finally, I have found it." A surge of exhilaration coursed through Tang San as he swiftly made his way toward the sound. Upon reaching the valley, he beheld a colossal soul beast resting at its center. This creature resembled a black panther, its body adorned with ebony scales that shimmered with a chilling gleam. Its eyes blazed like twin flames, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. It must be a 10,000-year soul beast, just the adversary I need to hone my skills. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling his soul power begin to surge. The Black Panther soul beast seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning its head to lock its gaze onto Tang San, letting out a furious roar that sent tremors through the surrounding trees, snapping some branches in the process. Undeterred, Tang San swiftly unleashed his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Countless tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, surging toward the Black Panther soul beast. The beast scoffed derisively, flicking its tail to unleash a wave of dark energy that severed the blue-silver grass effortlessly. What incredible strength! Tang San was taken aback, but remained composed. He quickly adapted his strategy, leveraging the flexibility of the blue-silver grass to propel himself onto a branch of a towering tree. The Black Panther soul beast, enraged by Tang San's evasion, launched itself at him like a streak of black lightning. Seizing the moment, Tang San produced a hidden weapon and hurled it with all his might. The weapon whistling through the air toward the Black Panther Soul Beast. Sensing the danger, the beast deftly maneuvered in midair to dodge the projectile. It then opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black flames aimed directly at Tang San. Tang San quickly employed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, nimbly weaving between branches to evade the fiery assault. Wherever the flames touched, trees ignited instantaneously, the inferno rapidly spreading. I cannot continue to be on the defensive, Tang San thought, concentrating fiercely as he gathered his soul power into his hands. Suddenly, he thrust his arms forward, a powerful blue-silver Overlord spear shooting forth, aimed at the Black Panther Soul Beast. Seeing the blue-silver Overlord spear approaching, the beast ceased its evasion and braced itself for the impact. Its black scales suddenly stood erect, forming a formidable armor. The spear struck the scales with a piercing metallic screech, failing to penetrate its defenses. Curse be it! Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing that this Black Panther Soul Beast was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, rather than surrendering, his fighting spirit ignited. It seems I have no choice but to unleash that technique. Taking a deep breath, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit underwent a transformation. The blue-silver grass began to grow wildly, enveloping everything around it to form a massive blue-silver prison, ensnaring the Black Panther Soul Beast within. Trapped in the blue-silver prison, the Black Panther Soul Beast roared in fury, repeatedly slamming its body against the prison's walls. The structure trembled violently under its assault, but Tang San exerted all his strength to maintain its stability. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San leaped from the branch, manifesting a long sword forged from the condensed blue-silver grass in his hand. He surged toward the Black Panther Soul Beast with incredible speed. The sword aimed directly at its throat. Sensing the imminent threat, the Black Panther Soul Beast summoned all its might to unleash a thunderous roar. The sound wave shattered the blue-silver prison, momentarily halting Tang San's advance. At this critical juncture, Tang San steadied himself, continuing to thrust the sword toward the Black Panther Soul Beast. The beast, unable to evade in time, felt the blade pierce its shoulder, blood gushing forth in an instant. In agony, the Black Panther Soul Beast retaliated, swinging its claws and sending Tang San crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, he swiftly regained his footing, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. This is not over. Tang San once more summoned his soul power, preparing to launch a new wave of attack. The Black Panther Soul Beast regarded him, an unmistakable flicker of wariness flashing in its eyes. It recognized that this human was no easy foe. Continuing the battle could very well lead to its own downfall. Thus, the Black Panther Soul Beast emitted a low growl and retreated deeper into the forest. Tang San watched as the beast vanished into the distance, refraining from pursuing. He understood that today's battle had already fulfilled its purpose. It seems there is still vast potential for my growth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang San pondered quietly to himself. He was acutely aware that in order to surpass Lu Chen, he needed to exert even greater effort. After enduring the fierce battle, Tang San returned to the rendezvous point he had arranged with Xiao Wu, dragging his weary body. Upon seeing Tang San return safely, the weight of worry lifted from Xiao Wu's heart. She hurried over to support him, her voice laced with concern as she asked, "Sangu, how are you? Are you injured?" Tang San smiled gently, shaking his head as he replied, "I'm fine, Xiao Wu. This experience was immensely rewarding. I feel my strength has improved." Observing Tang San's fatigued appearance, Xiao Wu tenderly urged, "Sangu, please rest for a while. Your relentless efforts are truly distressing to me." Tang San nodded appreciatively, and with Xiao Wu's assistance, he found a suitable spot to sit down. He closed his eyes, recalling every detail of his recent battle with the Black Panther Spirit Beast, reflecting on his shortcomings during the confrontation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu quietly stood vigil beside him, her heart filled with both pride and concern as she watched Tang San's focused demeanor. She understood that he was determined to relentlessly pursue his goals, and she vowed to always be by his side, supporting and protecting him. Chapter 54. Undercurrents in Leisurely Times. In the high-level training area of the Spirit Hall, tranquility and serenity prevailed. The gentle glow of soul power shimmered around like stars, permeating every inch of space with a rich essence, as if one could grasp that tangible energy with a mere stretch of hand. Lu Chen, clad in a black outfit adorned with golden embroidery at the collar and cuffs, signified his rising stature within the Spirit Hall. At this moment, He reclined comfortably on a massive, smooth rock, his hands clasped behind his head, eyes half closed, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Beside him, an unusual spiritual plant exuded a faint fragrance, its leaves glimmering softly, an acquisition from a recent mission, reputed to possess remarkable effects on the condensation and recovery of soul power. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, allowing the refreshing aroma to permeate his lungs, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Lord Lu Chen, how refined your taste is. A melodious voice interrupted the tranquility. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes to find a young woman before him, tall and graceful. She wore a light purple servant's attire of the spirit hall, her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze. Her features were enchanting, her eyes sparkling with vivacity and playfulness. As she held a delicate tray with a steaming cup of spiritual tea, Lu Chen sat up slightly, accepting the tea and savoring a sip, exclaiming, "Your tea is always to my liking, Linger." A blush crept onto Linger's cheeks as she replied softly, "It is an honor to receive praise from Lord Lu Chen. However, your recent fame is widespread. The entire spirit hall is abuzz with your deeds. Are you not concerned?" She furrowed her brow, hesitating to continue. Lu Chen set down his cup, a confident smile gracing his lips. "What is there to fear? I have fulfilled my obligations. A bit of relaxation is necessary. Do you think I would become reckless due to mere reputation?" Linger quickly waved her hands. "I do not dare. It is just that your rising prominence may incite jealousy and discontent among some. Caution is advisable." Lu Chen gently tapped her forehead with his finger, chuckling, "Your little mind is quite active. Yet, I am well aware of the situation. Those trifling clowns do not concern me." Just then, the sound of steady footsteps approached from a distance. Lu Chen and Linger exchanged glances, and she discreetly stepped aside. A knight in golden armor from the spirit hall strode forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully announced, "Lord Lu Chen, several elders request your presence in the council hall for an important matter." Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the unexpected summons. Rising, he straightened his attire and instructed the knight, "Lead the way." Following the winding corridor, Lu Chen soon arrived at the council hall. The spacious chamber featured a lofty, circular dome embedded with countless luminous pearls, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. At the center stood a massive, round stone table. Surrounded by several elders of the spirit hall, their expressions varied, some smiling, others frowning. Upon entering, Lu Chen bowed respectfully. "Elders, may I inquire why I have been summoned?" The elder seated at the head, with flowing white hair, stroked his beard and spoke slowly. "Lu Chen, your recent performance in the spirit hall has been commendable, and you have contributed significantly to our cause. However, there are many rumors circulating about you, fueled by those with ulterior motives." Lu Chen felt a jolt of unease but maintained his calm demeanor. "Elder, may I ask what rumors you speak of? I have dedicated myself to serving the spirit hall and believe I have acted without reproach." Another burly elder scoffed. "Some say your achievements overshadow your superiors, aspiring to usurp the authority of the spirit hall. Others claim you are forging alliances with various factions for nefarious purposes." A flicker of anger surged within Lu Chen, but he swiftly suppressed it, replying, "Elders, this is clearly malicious slander." Since his arrival at the spirit hall, he had been wholly devoted, ascending from a lowly soldier to his current position, all for the honor of the spirit hall. Such rumors are mere fabrications. At this moment, a kindly elder interjected, "Lu Chen, we believe you harbor no ill intentions. However, these rumors have spread like wildfire. If not quelled, they could disrupt the internal stability of the spirit hall. What are your thoughts?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen suggested, "Elder, I believe that the innocent will emerge unscathed. However, to avert unnecessary complications, I am willing to take on some challenging missions to demonstrate my loyalty and thereby dispel these rumors." The white-haired elder nodded slightly. "That is indeed a strategy. Yet, these tasks are perilous. You must gauge your own capabilities." Lu Chen smiled confidently. "Thank you for your concern, elder. I assure you, I will not disappoint." Just as they were discussing the details of the missions, the large doors of the council hall were suddenly flung open, and a flustered disciple of the spirit hall rushed in, exclaiming, "It's bad, elders. We have just received news that Tang San from Shrek Academy has suddenly increased in strength and severely injured one of our students during a soul master duel." The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the elders' faces paling. The white-haired elder shouted furiously, "Tang San? How dare he act so brazenly? Does he truly think the spirit hall is without defenders?" The burly elder rose, growling, "This Tang San has repeatedly opposed the spirit hall. He was previously taught a lesson by Lu Chen. Yet he dares to act with such impudence. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself, this Tang San truly is persistent. It seems I must find an opportunity to resolve this matter once, and for all to prevent future troubles. He addressed the elders, I am willing to confront this Tang San and make him aware of the consequences of provoking the spirit hall. The white-haired elder regarded Lu Chen's resolute expression, nodding. Very well, Lu Chen, you shall handle this matter. But remember to exercise caution. The forces behind Tang San should not be underestimated. Lu Chen clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes, elder. I will not fail my mission. After departing the council hall, Lu Chen returned directly to his training quarters. Sitting on a mat, he closed his eyes, beginning to mobilize his soul power in preparation for the impending battle. At that moment, Ling entered, carrying a basin of warm water, softly suggesting, My lord, wash your face and relax for a moment. I have heard about the events in the council hall. This Tang San has truly overstepped his bounds. Lu Chen opened his eyes, took the towel, and dried his face, stating, It is of no consequence. Since he dares to provoke, I shall ensure he pays the price. Linger, please prepare some potions for soul power recovery. I need to attain my optimal condition swiftly. Linger nodded eagerly. Yes, my lord. I will prepare them at once. After Linger departed, Lu Chen rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the sky, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Tang San, last time you managed to escape by sheer luck. This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity. I intend to make it known to all that opposing me. Lu Chen, on this continent, leads only to a path of demise. He clenched his fists tightly, emanating a formidable aura that caused the branches outside to rustle ominously. Before long, Linger entered carrying a jade box. My lord, the elixirs have been prepared. This is the resurrection pill cherished by our spirit hall, renowned for its exceptional efficacy in restoring soul power. Lu Chen accepted the jade box and, upon opening it, discovered 3 pills radiating a gentle glow, their surface adorned with intricate patterns and exuding a delightful fragrance. He took one, placing it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, a warm current flowing down his throat and invigorating his entire being with a surge of soul power. Sensing the transformation within, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is an excellent elixir. Linger, as I set off to confront Tang San, I am uncertain when I shall return. You must take care of yourself. Should any matters arise, seek assistance from the trusted elders. A flicker of concern passed through Linger's eyes, but she quickly steadied herself, declaring, Rest assured, my lord. I will take good care of myself. May you return safely. Lu Chen gently stroked Linger's hair, smiling as he reassured her, Do not worry, I will surely return. With that, he secured the jade box and turned to exit the room, his figure gradually fading into the night, leaving Linger behind to silently pray. Meanwhile, on the Douluo continent, a storm brewing from the conflict between Tang San and Lu Chen was quietly taking shape. Chapter 55, Another Unexpected Conflict. On the Douluo continent, sunlight poured over the grand and majestic plaza of the Spirit Hall, the marble floor reflecting a shimmering glow. Clad in a black uniform embroidered with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen stood tall, like a blade drawn from its sheath. His gaze sharp and composed as he engaged in conversation with several high-ranking soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Lord Lu Chen, the mission we are undertaking is of utmost importance concerning the influence of the Spirit Hall in this region, stated a burly soul master bearing a menacing scar across his face, his head slightly bowed in reverence to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. In this mission, it is imperative that we proceed with caution. If our adversaries have the audacity to openly challenge the authority of the Spirit Hall, they must possess some form of support. However, we need not tremble in fear. With our strength, if we collaborate effectively, we shall ensure they understand the consequences of opposing the Spirit Hall. His voice resonated deeply, echoing like a bell in the ears of those present. At that moment, a sudden clamor arose from a distance. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with the others before striding purposefully towards the source of the commotion. In one corner of the plaza, Tang San found himself encircled by a group of lower-tier soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Clad in blue attire, his hair neatly tied back, Tang San's eyes reflected defiance and indignation. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening with the effort, emanating a faint aura of soul power. What kind of valor is it for the Spirit Hall to overwhelm the few with the many? Tang San shouted, his voice laced with anger and disdain. Spare us your idle chatter. You have repeatedly opposed the Spirit Hall. Today marks your end. One of the lower-tier soul masters brandished his long blade menacingly. Lu Chen stepped forward, coldly observing the scene before him. What transpires here? The blade-wielding soul master, upon seeing Lu Chen, hastily sheathed his weapon and respectfully replied, Lord Lu Chen, this insolent brat dares to spew slander near the spear hall. My brothers could no longer bear it, and sought to teach him a lesson. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Tang San, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Tang San, I was wondering who it was. I see it's you. What is this? Haven't you learned your lesson from our last encounter? Have you come here seeking more trouble? Tang San glared at Lu Chen, gritting his teeth as he replied. Lu Chen, do not revel too much in your triumph. The spirit hall's tyrannical deeds will inevitably lead to retribution. Lu Chen scoffed, advancing a few steps to confront Tang San directly. Retribution? I believe you fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. Here on the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. If you possess the capability, let your prowess speak, rather than engaging in futile verbal sparring. Tang San tightened his fists, his soul power surging forth as his blue-silver grass spirit materialized around him. He shouted, Lu Chen, today I shall challenge you and seek justice for those oppressed by your spear hall. Lu Chen regarded Tang San's actions with a serene demeanor, slowly raising his right hand as a shadowy soul power coalesced within his palm. Is that all you can muster? Such arrogance is laughable. However, since you are so eager for punishment, I shall oblige. The surrounding soul masters of the spirit hall retreated, clearing a wide space for the impending clash. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to witness the outcome of this renewed confrontation between Lu Chen and Tang San. Tang San initiated the assault, stomping the ground with ferocity, causing it to fracture as numerous blue-silver grass tendrils erupted like dragons, charging towards Lu Chen with feral speed. The grass shimmered with a faint green light, its sharp thorns poised to shred Lu Chen to pieces. Unfazed, Lu Chen's figure flickered like a wraith, vanishing from sight as the blue-silver grass struck the earth in vain. Tang San furrowed his brow, aware of Lu Chen's swiftness, and remained vigilant. At that moment, Lu Chen reappeared behind Tang San, a shadowy blade materializing in his hand as he lunged towards Tang San's back with lethal intent. Tang San sensed the incoming threat, rolling forward just in time to narrowly evade the deadly strike. You possess some skill, but that is where it ends, Lu Chen taunted, launching another barrage of attacks. His figure danced around Tang San, shadow blades raining down upon him like a tempest. As Tang San dodged the onslaught, he sought an opportunity to counter. He timed his movements precisely, forming hand seals and chanting blue-silver cage. Instantly, thick blue-silver grass surged from the ground, coiling into a massive cage that ensnared Lu Chen. Let us see where you can run this time. Tang San panted, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Though trapped within the blue-silver cage, Lu Chen remained unfazed. His shadowy soul power surged violently, and he murmured, break. The shadow energy sliced through the blue-silver cage with ease, reducing it to mere fragments. Such trivial tactics, and you dare to present them? Lu Chen scoffed, vanishing once more to launch another assault on Tang San. This time, his strikes were more ferocious and swift. Tang San struggled to withstand Lu Chen's relentless offense, gradually feeling the weight of despair. Lu Chen's strength had evidently amplified since the previous encounter, each strike pressing down upon him like a mountain. Am I truly destined to perish here today? A flicker of hopelessness coursed through Tang San's mind, yet it was quickly overshadowed by his indomitable spirit. No, I cannot die. I have unfinished missions. Just as Tang San was on the verge of collapsing, a familiar figure burst onto the scene. Stop! Xiao Wu cried urgently, dashing forward like a pink lightning bolt, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang San. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, her hair billowing in the wind. Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with urgency and fury. She gazed at Lu Chen defiantly and exclaimed, Lu Chen, do not go too far. Tang San holds no grudge against you. Why do you relentlessly pursue him? Lu Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden appearance, before a playful smile spread across his face. Xiao Wu, I did not expect to see you here as well. Tang San has repeatedly opposed me. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will truly believe that I, Lu Chen, am easy to bully. Xiao Wu tightly shielded Tang San, glaring at Lu Chen, and proclaimed, as a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, how can you resort to such tyranny? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Lu Chen scoffed, replying, ridiculed? In this Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme. If he dares to challenge my authority, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Slowly rising behind Xiao Wu, Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Xiao Wu, you must leave. It is dangerous here. Lu Chen is ruthless and will not spare us." Xiao Wu turned to Tang San, her resolve unyielding. "No, Tang San, I will not abandon you. If we are to perish, let us perish together." Lu Chen observed this scene with growing impatience, exclaiming, "Humph, you pitiful lovebirds are truly nauseating. If that is the case, then let us die together." With that, his shadow soul power surged once more, coalescing into an enormous shadowy hand that descended fiercely upon Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu's expression shifted drastically. She understood the power of this strike and realized that both she and Tang San would likely be unable to withstand it. Yet she did not falter, embracing Tang San tightly, her eyes filled with determination. In that moment of imminent peril, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, intercepting Lu Chen's attack. As the brilliance dissipated, an elderly man clad in a golden robe appeared before them. The elder, with hair as white as snow and eyes sharp as a hawk, exuded an imposing aura of soul power that instilled fear in those present. "Lu Chen, cease this at once," the elder commanded with authority. Startled by the elder's presence, Lu Chen quickly retracted his soul power and respectfully inquired, "Elder, what brings you here?" The elder cast a discerning gaze over Lu Chen, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, slowly articulating, "To engage in such a fierce altercation on the territory of the Spirit Hall is utterly unbecoming. Lu Chen, as a core figure of the Spirit Hall, you ought to lead by example and not act impulsively." Bowing his head, Lu Chen replied, "You are right, elder. However, Tang San has repeatedly opposed our Spirit Hall, and I could no longer endure it." The elder then turned his attention to Tang San and Xiao Wu, stating, "You two should also refrain from causing disturbances near the Spirit Hall. Let today's events be forgotten. But remember, the situation on Douluo continent is intricate, with various factions embroiled in conflict. Do not provoke greater disputes due to momentary impulses." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances but remained silent. Though Lu Chen felt a pang of discontent, he dared not defy the elder's decree. Noticing the absence of dissent, the elder nodded slightly, declaring, "Very well, you may disperse." With that, he vanished from sight in a flash. Lu Chen shot a fierce glare at Tang San and Xiao Wu before turning to leave with the Spirit Hall's Soul Masters. As Tang San and Xiao Wu watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, their hearts brimmed with anger and helplessness. "Tang San, we cannot let this go unchallenged. Lu Chen and the Spirit Hall are far too arrogant. We must devise a way to confront them," Xiao Wu asserted through gritted teeth. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Fear not, Xiao Wu. I will exact vengeance for today's grievances. I will make Lu Chen and the Spirit Hall pay for their transgressions." As the crowd dispersed, the square returned to its former tranquility. Yet, this unexpected clash was merely a prelude to the tempest, heralding an escalation in tensions across Douluo continent. And the animosity between Lu Chen and Tang San would undoubtedly stir greater turmoil in the future. Chapter 56. A second slap in the face to Tang San. In the city of Star Luo, a grand gathering for Soul Masters was in full swing. The city seemed to pulse with boundless vitality, as streets and alleys overflowed with Soul Masters from all corners, each adorned in distinctive attire and bearing emblems that signified their status, all driven by a thirst for power and a quest for glory. The Spirit Hall had extended substantial support for this event, and Lu Chen, as a rising star of the Spirit Hall, naturally received an invitation. Clad in a sleek black ensemble embroidered with the golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, he shimmered under the sun's rays. With steady strides, each step seemed to resonate with the hearts of those around him, drawing the attention of fellow Soul Masters. "Look, there is Lu Chen. I have heard his strength is unfathomable," a young Soul Master whispered to his companion, eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. "Indeed, it is said that he ascended through the ranks of the Spirit Hall due to his shadow martial spirit, earning the admiration of even the Pope," the companion replied, their gaze fixated on Lu Chen's figure. At the same time, Tang San also received an invitation. He donned a blue robe, cinched with a white jade belt, his expression steely. Beside him, Xiao Wu looked on with concern, softly advising, "Brother San, this gathering is teeming with powerful individuals. You must be cautious, especially of Lu Chen. I sense hostility from him." Tang San nodded slightly, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. "Do not worry, Xiao Wu. I, Tang San, shall not be bested by anyone. I was careless last time. This time, I shall reclaim my honor." The main venue of the exchange was constructed in the heart of Star Luo City, a massive arena forged from resilient black iron stone, surrounded by packed stands. At this moment, Every seat was filled to capacity. The host stood at the center of the arena, holding a magical megaphone, and boomed, "Esteemed Soul Masters, welcome to this Soul Master Exchange Conference. Today, we shall witness a series of spectacular battles and admire the prowess of each Soul Master." As the host's words faded, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. First, let us welcome Chen of the Spirit Hall and Tang San from Shrek Academy to the stage. The host announced with enthusiasm. Chen's lips curled into a confident smile as he leapt onto the arena like a bolt of black lightning. Tang San ascended the stage at a measured pace, his gaze locked onto Chen, his eyes aflame with a desire for vengeance. "Chen, last time I was careless. This time, I will not be defeated." Tang San grit his teeth, his hands unconsciously tightening into fists, knuckles turning pale. Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Tang San, I advise you to concede. The gap between us will only widen." The audience erupted in excitement at their exchange. Wow, it seems these two share a deep-seated enmity. Indeed, I wonder who will emerge victorious this time. I believe Chen has the upper hand. His reputation has soared recently. As the battle loomed, Tang San initiated the first attack, his feet glowing with blue light as his first soul ring illuminated rapidly. Behind, countless resilient blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, like verdant ropes rushing towards Chen. Chen remained composed, unfazed as he raised his right hand, instantly releasing his shadow martial spirit. A black curtain of light spread from beneath him, engulfing the blue-silver grass entirely. "Is that all you've got?" Chen taunted. Tang San's expression darkened as he activated his second and third soul rings simultaneously. Parasitic, blue-silver prison. More blue-silver grass surged from all directions, attempting not only to restrain Chen's movements, but also to unleash a sinister parasitic force aimed at infiltrating his body. Chen let out a cold snort, his figure suddenly vanishing from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. Tang San's heart raced with alarm as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Just then, Chen reappeared behind Tang San, raising his hand to conjure a black soul power blade aimed at Tang San's back. Sensing the impending attack, Tang San swiftly sidestepped, but was still a moment too late. The blade sliced through his clothing, leaving a shallow wound on his shoulder. "Oof," Tang San grunted, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Tang San, you are too slow." Chen's voice echoed provocatively in Tang San's ears. No longer engaging in dialogue, Tang San took a deep breath, channeling his soul power with fervor as the brilliance of his fourth soul ring surged forth, summoning the blue-silver piercing array. The arena floor instantaneously became a tapestry of chaos, with sharp blue-silver grass spears lunging towards Chen from every angle. Observing this, Chen stomped the ground with force and leapt high into the air. In mid-flight, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring shadow clones. In an instant, dozens of Chen's shadowy replicas materialized on the stage, encircling Tang San completely. "Do you think these clones can ensnare me?" Tang San bellowed in fury, commanding the blue-silver grass to thrash violently towards the shadow clones. Yet, as the blue-silver grass made contact with the replicas, it merely passed through as if striking empty air. "This is bad." Tang San's heart sank as he prepared to defend himself, but a genuine Chen had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch squarely into his back. Tang San was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Third brother, Xiao Wu below the stage gasped, her eyes brimming with concern. Chen slowly approached Tang San, looking down at him with a mocking expression. "Tang San, I told you, you're no match for me. Your so-called genius title is merely a joke in my presence." Tang San struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he glared defiantly at Chen. "Chen, do not rejoice too soon. I will not concede so easily." With that, his aura abruptly intensified as the Haotian hammer martial spirit quietly manifested in his grasp. "Oh, finally revealing your Haotian hammer. But what difference does it make?" Chen responded with disdain. With a roar, Tang San swung the Haotian hammer towards Chen. The hammer, imbued with tremendous soul power, distorted the very air in its wake. Yet, Chen stood unfazed, conjuring a black soul power shield with his hands to absorb Tang San's full force strike. Boom! The colossal impact caused the arena to tremble violently, dust swirling in the air. As the dust settled, Chen remained firmly rooted in place while Tang San staggered back from the recoil. "Impossible!" Tang San exclaimed in disbelief, a wave of defeat washing over him. There is nothing impossible. Tang San, your arrogance is your downfall, Chen remarked, launching his next assault. His figure moved like a specter, appearing before Tang San in an instant, unleashing a flurry of attacks like a tempest upon him. Though Tang San fought valiantly to resist, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by Chen's formidable prowess. Ultimately, a powerful surge of soul power sent Tang San flying off the stage. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each spectator stunned by the breathtakingly one-sided battle. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Chen, Chen, the audience chanted, lauding his incredible strength. Standing atop the arena, Chen gazed skyward, a triumphant smile gracing his features. He understood that this battle would further amplify his renown across the Douluo continent, and his legend was only just beginning. Tang San lay on the ground, his gaze hollow as he stared at the stage, his heart filled with bitterness. Xiao Wu rushed to his side, helping him up, her voice laced with concern. "Third brother, do not lose heart. We will surely have the chance to defeat him." Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Xiao Wu, I will not give up. Chen, I will settle this score." Meanwhile, several elders from the Spirit Hall observed the proceedings from below. One elder, with white hair, smiled and remarked, "This Chen has truly not disappointed us. With him, the future of the Spirit Hall is bright." Another elder nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, he possesses not only immense strength, but also a ruthless cunning and an acute sense for seizing opportunities. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Spirit Hall." In a distant corner, a mysterious figure watched Chen, a glint of coldness flickering in their eyes. Chen, do not revel in your triumph for too long. Your existence has already threatened the interests of certain individuals, and someone shall not let you off easily. Chapter 57, Tang San's Mental Collapse. Amidst the clamor of the Douluo continent, a storm was quietly brewing. Chen, the transmigrant who had ascended through the Spirit Hall with a multitude blessing system, found his conflict with Tang San intensifying. In a bustling square of the Spirit Hall, the throngs of people surged. Today marked the day of high-level Soul Master exchanges, drawing representatives from various factions, Soul Master students, and numerous eager spectators, all tightly packed into the venue. The sun cast its rays down, illuminating the excited and expectant faces of the crowd. Chen donned a black outfit, its edges adorned with golden embroidery that signified his rising status within the Spirit Hall. Standing tall with an air of confidence, his chiseled features bore a cool demeanor as he stood with arms crossed, surveying the surroundings with piercing eyes. Not far away, Tang San, clad in a blue and white uniform, bore a handsome visage now clouded with despondency. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, while Xiao Wu looked at him with concern, gently tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "Third brother, do not take it too hard. This exchange is merely an opportunity, and we have ample room for improvement." Tang San turned slightly to face Xiao Wu, the darkness in his eyes softening a fraction as he replied, "Xiao Wu, I understand. But that Chen has humiliated me time and again. How can I swallow this indignation?" With the host Soul Master's commanding shout, the exchange officially commenced. The atmosphere ignited instantly. Numerous pairs of Soul Masters clashed in fierce duels, their soul powers illuminating the arena with dazzling brilliance and explosive sounds. Soon, it was Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a formidable Soul Master from the Spirit Hall named Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was a burly figure, muscles rippling, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Wielding a massive battle axe that glimmered ominously, he strode towards Chen, proclaiming loudly, "Chen, today I will ensure you realize that the Spirit Hall cannot thrive on luck alone." Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, displaying a hint of disdain. "Then bring it on, do not merely boast." With a roar, Zhao Yang unleashed his soul power, a radiant display of yellow and purple soul rings swirling around him. He stomped the ground, launching himself at Chen like a cannonball, his battle axe raised high, slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed directly at Chen's head. Remaining calm, Chen deftly sidestepped, moving with an ethereal grace. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, summoning his martial spirit shadow, which mirrored his movements, enveloped in an eerie black mist. As Zhao Yang's strike missed, he did not falter. Using his momentum, he swung the axe horizontally, targeting Chen's waist. A cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes as the shadow lunged at the axe. The axe struck the shadow, but it was as if it had cleaved through nothingness, creating only a ripple of darkness. Seizing the moment, Chen darted forward like lightning, his right hand clawing towards Zhao Yang's shoulder. Zhao Yang's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw his axe for defense, but Chen's speed was overwhelming. He managed only to slightly turn aside, allowing Chen's hand to grasp his shoulder like a vice, applying pressure. Ah! Zhao Yang cried out in pain, sent sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, gazing coolly at Zhao Yang. With such limited skills, you dare to boast before me? Zhao Yang's face flushed crimson as he struggled to rise for a rematch, only to find his shoulder throbbing with agony, rendering him powerless. At that moment, the host's soul master hurried forward to declare Chen the victor. The audience erupted into a fervent cheer, chanting Chen. Chen, in a rising chorus. Tang San observed the scene, his clenched fists creaking with tension. Xiao Wu gazed at him with a hint of concern and said, "Third brother, why don't we return first and focus on our training? Next time, we will surely prevail." Tang San remained silent, his gaze fixated on Chen, as jealousy and resentment surged within him like a tempestuous tide. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, "Chen, do not bask in your triumph for too long. I shall ensure you pay the price." Just then, Chen seemed to sense Tang San's intense stare and turned to face him. Their eyes met, igniting sparks in the air. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Chen's lips as he gently shook his head at Tang San. This gesture incited Tang San's fury, and he could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. Ignoring Xiao Wu's protests, he strode directly toward Chen. Xiao Wu anxiously chased after him, exclaiming, "Third brother, please calm down." Tang San reached Chen in just a few strides, glaring at him with fury, demanding loudly, "Chen, why do you always target me? What is your intention?" Chen regarded Tang San with a glint of mockery in his eyes, replying, "Target you? Tang San, you overestimate yourself. It is merely that you lack the skill while insisting on confronting me. I did not mind repeatedly helping you come to terms with reality. You." Tang San trembled in anger, his soul power surging uncontrollably. The blue-silver grass martial spirit instantly unfurled beneath him, rapidly coiling toward Chen. With a cold snort, Chen summoned his martial spirit once more, conjuring a black longsword in his shadowy hand, and began to slash at the encroaching blue-silver grass. The black sword energy sliced through the tendrils, reducing them to mere fragments scattered across the ground. "Tang San, your meager strength is hardly worth my concern," Chen stated disdainfully. Tang San, shocked and furious, never anticipated he could be so effortlessly subdued by Chen. Realizing that continuing this impulsive confrontation would only lead to humiliation, he suppressed his anger and turned to leave. "What, planning to walk away?" Chen's voice rang out again. "Next time, remember to assess your own worth before you embarrass yourself." Tang San halted, his body quivering slightly, yet ultimately, with Xiao Wu's support, he slowly exited the square. Throughout their departure, Xiao Wu continuously comforted him, saying, "Third brother, do not be disheartened. We will return to Shrek Academy and seek the teacher's guidance to enhance our strength. We will surely defeat Chen." Tang San nodded silently, yet the hatred in his eyes intensified. Meanwhile, Chen watched Tang San's retreating figure, his smile gradually fading. He understood that the conflict with Tang San had escalated irreversibly, and further troubles were likely on the horizon. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. With the blessings of the multitude blessings system, he was confident in facing any challenge. As this bout of sparring concluded, Chen's reputation soared across the Douluo continent. Tales of his might and dominance spread like wildfire, while the enmity between him and Tang San became a topic of lively discussion among the populace. In a tranquil training room at Shrek Academy, Tang San sat alone on a mat, emanating an oppressive aura. He reflected on the scenes from the square, Chen's derisive gaze and words echoing incessantly in his mind. "Chen, I will not be defeated by you, absolutely not." Tang San suddenly opened his eyes wide, a resolute glimmer shining within. He understood that to conquer Chen, he must transcend his own limitations. Thus, Tang San devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. He practiced tirelessly with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, striving to merge its resilience with explosive soul power. Sweat drenched his clothes, yet he remained oblivious to it. Xiao Wu, meanwhile, silently watched over him, her heart aching with both sorrow and helplessness. She knew that only when Tang San overcame his inner obsessions could he truly find peace. Simultaneously, Chen did not let his guard down. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he began to study the newly released tasks from the system. This particular task seemed linked to a significant operation that the Spirit Hall was about to undertake, with rewards that included precious items to enhance martial spirit quality. It appears another fierce battle awaits. Lu Chen mused as a slight smile graced his lips. He recognized that every task presented an exceptional opportunity to elevate his strength. In the ever-shifting tides of the Douluo continent, Lu Chen and Tang San, two destined adversaries, were each striving tirelessly toward their respective goals. An even more intense clash was quietly brewing. Chapter 58. Lu Chen's triumphant ascendancy in the enchanting and tumultuous land of the Douluo continent. Lu Chen, bolstered by his formidable prowess and the multitude blessings system, surged forth within the spirit hall, his fame soaring to unprecedented heights. He had become a dazzling new star within the spirit hall, commanding unmatched attention. On this day, the spirit hall was festooned with lights and brimming with revelry. The occasion was a grand celebration banquet held to honor Lu Chen's exceptional accomplishments in numerous critical tasks. Tables laden with exquisite food and fine wine adorned the hall, the aroma of delicacies wafting through the air. Many high-ranking officials from the spirit hall and notable figures from various factions had gathered, casting admiring and awestruck glances toward Lu Chen. Dressed in a resplendent black outfit embroidered with golden patterns, Lu Chen strode into the banquet hall, his figure tall and imposing. His countenance was stern, yet exuded an air of confidence and dominance, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The previously boisterous conversations in the hall quieted momentarily, all eyes converging on him. Lord Lu Chen, your presence today eclipses all previous appearances. A middle-aged soul master clad in a crimson robe, his visage round and jovial, approached with an ingratiating smile, bowing respectfully. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips in acknowledgement. You flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duties. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. At that moment, another tall, muscular soul master stepped forward, clasping his fists in admiration. Your prowess in the recent tasks has truly opened our eyes, Lord Lu Chen, especially during the last mission. Infiltrating the enemy camp to acquire vital intelligence and returning unscathed was nothing short of remarkable. Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, humbly responding, that mission's success was largely due to the cooperation of my comrades. It was a collective effort that yielded such results. Despite his words, a subtle glimmer of pride still flickered in his eyes. As Lu Chen exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, the doors of the banquet hall swung open once more. A young and stunningly beautiful woman entered gracefully, adorned in a light blue gown that swayed gently with her movements. She resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Her exquisite features and snow-like skin, paired with vibrant, expressive eyes, were fixed intently upon Lu Chen, filled with admiration. This woman was Lu Shiyao, the granddaughter of an elder within the Spear Hall. Having heard of Lu Chen's renown, she was utterly captivated by his presence upon seeing him in person. With graceful steps, Lu Shiyao approached Lu Chen, bending slightly in a courteous greeting, her voice melodious as she said, Lord Lu Chen, I have long admired your esteemed name. Meeting you today, I find your reputation truly well-deserved. Lu Chen, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and smiled. Miss Lu, you are too kind. May I inquire how your training has been progressing of late? He lingered on Lu Shiyao for a moment, secretly admiring her beauty. Lu Shiyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, Thank you for your concern, Lord Lu Chen. My training has been relatively smooth, though I still grapple with certain insights and would be grateful if you could enlighten me. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Chen felt a stirring in his heart and responded with a smile. I would be honored to assist. If Miss Lu has any questions, please feel free to share, and we can explore them together. Lu Shiyao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise upon hearing the news, prompting her to recount the difficulties she encountered during her cultivation. As Lu Chen listened, a slight frown creased his brow as he delved into contemplation. After a brief pause, he began to elucidate her queries in detail. His voice was steady and resonant, his explanations both profound and accessible, illuminating Shiyao's understanding as if she were touched by divine insight, causing her to nod repeatedly in agreement. Truly, Lord Lu Chen was remarkable. After his thorough explanation, Shiyao felt an exhilarating clarity wash over her. Filled with admiration, she expressed her gratitude. Lu Chen smiled and remarked, Miss Lu, your intelligence is exceptional. You grasp concepts with ease. Should you encounter further questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, a few discordant glances were cast toward them. These were several once prominent young talents from the Spirit Hall, who, filled with arrogance, found themselves consumed by jealousy at Lu Chen's overshadowing presence. It's merely good fortune. What is so impressive about that? Sneered a youth clad in a purple robe, his expression dark and forbidding. Indeed, if it weren't for that so-called blessing of many offspring system, would he be where he is today? Another, shorter and more simian-faced youth chimed in. We cannot allow him to revel in this success unchecked. We must devise a way to temper his arrogance, declared the leader of the group, a burly youth with a face full of brutish features. The group exchanged glances, a flicker of malicious intent passing between them as they began to conspire quietly. At that moment, Lu Chen remained blissfully unaware of the hostile gazes directed his way, fully immersed in his conversation with Lu Shiyao, basking in the accolades and admiration of others, feeling elated. As the banquet reached its midpoint, an elder from a spirit hall ascended the dais, clearing his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, we gather here to hold a celebration in honor of Lu Chen, who has displayed remarkable prowess in recent missions, contributing significantly to the spirit hall." He continued, "Now, may I invite His Holiness the Pope to present the award to Lu Chen." As the elder's words fell, the hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward the stage, where Pope Bibi Dong, adorned in resplendent papal robes and crowned regally, approached with an elegant and solemn stride. Her gaze was frosty and authoritative, surveying the assembly before ultimately resting upon Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, step forward to receive your honor." Her voice, though not loud, resonated like a bell throughout the hall. Lu Chen adjusted his attire, confidently ascended the dais, knelt on one knee, and said, "Thank you, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, producing a delicate box and handing it to Lu Chen. "This is a high-grade soul guide, known as the Star Amulet. It may save your life in critical moments. I hope you will continue to serve the Spirit Hall and contribute to our grand endeavors." As Lu Chen accepted the box with both hands, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he declared, "I shall not disappoint Your Holiness's expectations." In that instant, a derisive snort erupted from the crowd below. It's merely luck. What merit is there in such ostentatious commendation?" The audience gasped, turning their heads in unison to find the envious youths gazing at Lu Chen with disdain. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of displeasure rising within him. He rose slowly, casting a cold glare at the youths, and inquired, "Oh, what insights do you have? Gentlemen, pray enlighten us." The burly youth stepped forward, locking eyes with Lu Chen as he boldly declared, "Lu Chen, do not think yourself impressive merely for achieving a few merits. Were it not for that mysterious system, would you be where you are today? We have all dedicated ourselves to the Spirit Hall, yet we have never received such lavish rewards. Is this fair?" Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, responding, "Fairness? In this Douluo continent, strength is the only fairness that matters. If you possess the ability, go and achieve similar merits. His Holiness would undoubtedly reward you as well, instead of standing here like jealous harpies. You." The burly youth's face flushed crimson with rage, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lu Chen. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Lu Chen stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura that left the youths struggling to breathe. "Perhaps we should have a match? Let everyone see whether I, Lu Chen, am merely a name, or if you're simply causing a ruckus." The youths' expressions shifted, though they were envious of Lu Chen. They knew full well that they were no match for him. They stood frozen, caught between advancing and retreating, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that tense moment, Pope Bibi Dong interjected, "Enough. Lu Chen's contributions are evident to all. Everything he has done for the Spirit Hall warrants this recognition. You should spend less time in jealousy and instead focus on honing your own skills." Bibi Dong's words carried the weight of authority, and the youths dared not utter another word, lowering their heads in defeat as they retreated. Lu Chen glanced at the departing youths, a look of disdain in his eyes. He then turned to face Pope Bibi Dong, respectfully stating, "Thank you, Your Holiness, for standing up for me." Bibi Dong nodded subtly, advising, "I hope you do not become arrogant. Continue to strive. The future of the Spirit Hall requires the efforts of talented youths like you." "Yes, I understand," Lu Chen affirmed resolutely. Despite the momentary tension, the atmosphere of the banquet soon returned to its lively state, with praises for Lu Chen echoing throughout the hall. He navigated the gathering with ease, engaging in spirited conversations with various attendees. He understood that in the swirling vortex of power within the Douluo continent, only by continually solidifying his position could he aspire to greater heights. Today's celebration was merely another stepping stone in his illustrious journey. After the banquet concluded, Lu Chen returned to his quarters. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. The day's splendid events fortified his resolve to carve out a legendary path unique to himself in this Douluo continent. Those who envied him and sought to hinder his progress would merely become stepping stones on his journey forward. Tang San, and all others who dare to obstruct me, await your fate. I, Liu Chen, shall surely stand at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Liu Chen murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and fervor, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Chapter 59. The Rising Storm of the Spirit Hall. Liu Chen stepped into the spacious yet subtly oppressive conference hall of the Spirit Hall, where flickering candlelight distorted the shadows of those present, elongating their figures. The marble floor gleamed, reflecting his steady strides. At that moment, several high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall had already gathered within, some seated while others stood. Their expressions varied but tinged with gravity. Hulaina was engaged in a hushed conversation with the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon spotting Liu Chen's entrance, her eyes brightened, and she rushed to greet him. Brother Liu Chen, you have finally arrived. The situation has grown increasingly complex. Her brows knitted in concern, her beautiful eyes clouded with worry. Her usual vivacity dimmed. Liu Chen gently nodded, reassuringly patting Hulaina's shoulder. Do not worry, I am here. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to a mighty bell, instilling an inexplicable sense of comfort. He then cast his piercing gaze across the assembly, locking eyes with several elders, his expression resolute and confident, as if he could see through their innermost thoughts. At that moment, the ghost Da snorted derisively, speaking in a mockingly sinister tone. Humph, Liu Chen, you have been basking in the limelight lately, but matters of the Spirit Hall cannot be resolved merely through fame. His form was ghostly and ethereal, his black robe swaying slightly with his movements, the half-masked visage glinting ominously in the candlelight. Liu Chen's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a faint smile as he responded with measured dignity. Esteemed Ghost Douluo, I am acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. My presence here today is to address the pressing challenges faced by the Spirit Hall. If you have any insights to share, please do so. I am all ears. With that, he inclined his body slightly, adopting a posture of humble inquiry, though his eyes sparkled with an undeniable confidence. Enough of this bickering. A venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, yet his spirit as vigorous as ever, rose to his feet. He gestured gently with his hands, urging the assembly to quiet down. He was one of the most esteemed elders in the Spirit Hall, held in high regard within its ranks. Currently, the Spirit Hall faces both internal strife and external threats. With His Holiness the Pope in seclusion, we must urgently devise a strategy to confront these challenges. Liu Chen stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect as he spoke. The elder's words ring true. In my view, the internal discord stems from a discontent among certain soul masters regarding the new policies, leading to unrest. Externally, other factions are eyeing us with ill intent, seeking to exploit our turmoil. We must adopt a dual approach to pacify our ranks internally by reinforcing our interpretation and execution of the new system, while simultaneously demonstrating our strength externally to deter any would-be aggressors. Such words are easily spoken. Another elder frowned, his countenance betraying his displeasure. How simple it is to suggest calming the unrest. Those old-timers are notoriously obstinate and resistant to reason. And as for displaying our strength, what if it provokes war? How shall we manage the aftermath? This elder, somewhat portly, spoke with a quivering jowl, his eyes filled with worry and skepticism. Liu Chen smiled gently, unperturbed, and replied, There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. To address the dissenting voices, we can dispatch respected individuals to engage in dialogue, appealing to reason and emotion alike. As for showcasing our strength, it need not incite conflict. Rather, we could organize a grand tournament for soul masters, inviting various factions to witness. This would not only display the prowess of our Spirit Hall soul masters, but also serve as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. The assembly fell into contemplation upon hearing Liu Chen's proposal. Hulaina was the first to voice her support. Brother Liu Chen's plan is excellent. A grand tournament would unify our internal community and allow the outside world to perceive our Spirit Hall's might. It may even uncover some remarkable soul master talents, breathing new vitality into our hall. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, this idea has merit, nodded Douluo, gently caressing the chrysanthemum in his hand. However, hosting such a tournament requires substantial manpower, resources, and finances. I wonder if it is feasible. His voice was soft, imbued with a touch of elegance, though his gaze revealed a hint of caution. Lu Chen turned to Zhu Douluo, his confidence unwavering as he responded. Esteemed Zhu Douluo, we can seek sponsorship from various merchant associations. Given the influence of the Spirit Hall, I believe they would be eager to support us. Moreover, during the tournament, ticket sales and peripheral merchandise could yield considerable profits, sufficient to offset any expenses. Douluo remained skeptical, his expression unchanged. Are you truly so confident? What if those merchant associations refuse to cooperate? Or if unforeseen circumstances arise during the tournament? Can you bear the consequences? He crossed his arms, leaning back slightly, his gaze scrutinizing. Lu Chen met Douluo's gaze with unwavering resolve and declared, Esteemed Douluo, I am willing to pledge my word. Should this tournament fail to meet our expectations, I shall accept any punishment. He straightened his posture, his expression grave, radiating a sense of unwavering determination. Just as the debate continued, the door to the hall was suddenly thrust open, and a guard rushed in, dropping to one knee, breathless. My lords, urgent news. It has come to our attention that the Heaven Do Empire is secretly mobilizing troops, seemingly intending to take action against our Spirit Hall. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The elderly elder's expression turned grave. The situation was even more dire than they had anticipated. Lu Chen, what do you propose we do in light of this unexpected turn of events? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. There is no need for panic. The Heaven Do Empire's actions are likely a test of our response. On one hand, we can dispatch scouts into their territory to ascertain their true intentions and military deployments. On the other hand, we must expedite preparations for the Soul Master Tournament to showcase our strength and resolve. Concurrently, we should discreetly gather a contingent of elite forces to be ready for any unforeseen developments. Hulaina clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. Indeed, we cannot allow the Heaven Do Empire to underestimate us. Brother Lu Chen, I am willing to lead a team to delve into their territory for reconnaissance. Lu Chen quickly interjected. No, it is far too perilous for you. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Allow me to personally select a trusted group of scouts instead. He looked at Hulaina with gentle concern in his eyes. Douluo scoffed. Ah, Lu Chen, you are quite the protector of flowers. But this is not the time for sentimentalities. If your indecision jeopardizes our mission, you will bear the consequences. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he addressed Douluo sternly. Esteemed Douluo, I fully understand the gravity of the situation. However, Hulaina's unique identity poses significant risks. Should it be revealed, it could lead to greater complications. This is for the greater good of the Spirit Hall, and I hope for your understanding. The elderly elder nodded slightly. Lu Chen's reasoning was sound. This operation must be approached with utmost caution. Prior to the scouts' departure, we must ensure meticulous arrangements to guarantee success. Thus, the assembly engaged in a detailed discussion regarding Lu Chen's proposed strategy. They deliberated on the criteria for selecting scouts, preparations for the Soul Master Tournament, and the covert mobilization of forces. Each detail was scrutinized with great care. Before they knew it, several hours had slipped by, and the sky outside the council hall had grown dim. Lu Chen observed the weariness yet determination in the eyes of those around him, feeling a surge of emotions. He understood that the Spirit Hall stood at a pivotal juncture, and he bore a tremendous responsibility. Esteemed colleagues, let us conclude our discussions for today. Please return and rest well, gathering your strength for the challenges ahead. In the coming days, we must work together, united in our resolve. The elderly elder rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, filled with hope. One by one, the members stood and prepared to depart. Just as Lu Chen reached the door, Hulaina discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Brother Lu Chen, please take care. No matter the challenges you face, I will always support you. Her voice was soft, like a gentle spring breeze, laced with concern. Lu Chen turned to look at Hulaina's worried expression, gently pinching her nose as he smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will be fine. You must take care of yourself as well, so as not to cause me concern. Hulaina nodded, her cheeks flushed, watching as Lu Chen's silhouette gradually vanished into the night, silently praying for his safety. As Lu Chen exited the Spirit Hall, he gazed up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, taking a deep breath. He understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet he felt confident that with his wisdom, courage, and the support of his companions, he could lead the Spirit Hall out of adversity and toward a new era of glory. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chen did not immediately rest. He sat at his desk, unfurling a map to meticulously study the terrain and troop distribution of the Heaven Do Empire. His brush danced across the map, making circles and annotations as he contemplated strategies. The flickering candlelight cast a shadow of his focused and resolute figure upon the wall, making him appear especially grand. Chapter 60. Entangled in the struggles for power. Having just returned from a mission, Liu Chen sensed an unusual atmosphere as he stepped through the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Masters, who typically moved with respectful demeanor, now exhibited a cautiousness in their eyes, whispering in hushed tones, as though fearful of being overheard. "What is happening?" Liu Chen inquired, gripping the arm of a familiar Soul Master, his brow furrowed in concern. The Soul Master glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was paying attention, before leaning closer to Liu Chen and whispering, "My Lord Liu Chen, you may not be aware, but there's been a significant rift among the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall recently. Two factions are at odds over the candidate for the next pope, and tensions have escalated to a perilous extent." A chill ran through Liu Chen in merely a few days since his departure from the Spirit Hall. Such a momentous event had unfolded. Releasing the Soul Master's arm, he pondered silently. With his current standing within the Spirit Hall, he knew it would be difficult to remain unscathed amidst this power struggle. Just then, a middle-aged Soul Master clad in opulent attire, adorned with golden embroidery, approached. His sharp gaze landed on Liu Chen, and a slight, inscrutable smile graced his lips. "Liu Chen, you have finally returned," he said in a deep, resonant voice. Liu Chen recognized him as Elder Herbert, one of the influential figures within the Spirit Hall, who had always held him in high regard and acted as a supporter among the upper echelons. "Elder Herbert, I have just returned and already heard whispers of some unrest. What exactly is the situation?" Liu Chen inquired earnestly. Herbert sighed softly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Alas, it is all about the papacy. Although the current pope, Bibi Dong, possesses immense power and prestige, her vision for the next pope's development has caused a serious schism with several elders. One faction advocates for the cultivation of young, exceptionally gifted soul masters, individuals like you are within their purview, while the other insists on selecting from the ranks of seasoned, experienced elders. Both factions are adamant in their positions, and the atmosphere has become exceedingly charged." Liu Chen weighed the implications swiftly in his mind. He understood that choosing the wrong side could lead to catastrophic consequences, even endangering his life. Yet, with his current capabilities and ambitions, he could not afford to miss this potential opportunity for advancement. "Elder Herbert, which faction do you lean towards?" Liu Chen asked tentatively. Herbert narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing toward the distant Pope's palace, and replied slowly, "As for me, I naturally favor the younger generation. Only through the continuous infusion of fresh blood can the Spirit Hall maintain its absolute dominance in the future of the Douluo continent. Liu Chen, your extraordinary talent and numerous accomplishments mean that if you align with the right faction in this conflict, your prospects are boundless." Liu Chen felt a stir of intrigue within him. Herbert's intentions were unmistakably clear. He was attempting to recruit him into the faction supporting young soul masters as candidates for the papacy. However, Liu Chen refrained from making an immediate commitment and continued to inquire, "And who leads the opposing faction? What is their power like?" Herbert scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his features. "The leader is Elder Calder, who has spent many years within the Spirit Hall and certainly has amassed considerable connections. However, he is excessively conservative, content only to maintain the status quo, lacking any ambition for progress. Most of the elders in his faction are entrenched in their outdated ways. While they possess some power, they are not invincible." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the distance, drawing their attention. A group of soul masters surrounded a tall, stern-faced elder striding toward them, dressed in a black robe embroidered with golden runes. Each step he took exuded an invisible aura of oppression. "It is Elder Calder," Herbert muttered in a low voice, his eyes flashing with caution. Calder appeared to have noticed Herbert and Liu Chen as well. He halted his approach, his icy gaze settling on Liu Chen. Herbert, is this the young prodigy you have taken a liking to? What can a mere youth like him possibly achieve? Do not drag yourself down with him." Calder's voice sliced through the air like a chilling dagger. Herbert stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Liu Chen, and retorted defiantly, "Calder, spare us your mockery. The strength of Liu Chen is evident for all to see. Meanwhile, what progress can you bring to the Spirit Hall while clinging to your antiquated rules?" A soul master by Calder's side could not restrain himself from speaking up. "Herbert, do not go too far. Elder Calder has served the Spirit Hall diligently for many years. You cannot tarnish his reputation so easily." The atmosphere grew tense, the two sides on the brink of confrontation. Liu Chen inhaled deeply and stepped out from behind Herbert. With a smile gracing his face, he slightly bowed to Calder, saying, "Elder Calder, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have always held you in high esteem, and it is indeed a privilege to encounter you today. Calder seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a reaction from Lu Chen. He scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe before snorting dismissively. "Umph. Do not attempt to be clever here. I am not swayed by your flattery. If you have any sense, you will not meddle with Herbert and instead align yourself with us. I assure you, you will not be left wanting." Lu Chen suppressed a smirk, maintaining a respectful smile. "Elder Calder, I appreciate your goodwill. However, I believe the future of the Spirit Hall requires not only the guidance of experienced elders like yourself, but also the infusion of vigor from the younger generation. I do not wish to become embroiled in any factional disputes. My sole desire is to contribute to the advancement of the Spirit Hall." Calder frowned, evidently dissatisfied with Lu Chen's response. "Well spoken. But neutrality is not so easily maintained. Within the Spirit Hall, you must make a choice." Herbert interjected Calder. "Do not press him too hard. Lu Chen's perspective is not misguided. What the Spirit Hall needs is unity, not infighting." Calder glared at Herbert. "Herbert, do not feign concern for unity. You think I am unaware of your ulterior motives?" Watching the two elders bicker, Lu Chen felt a pang of urgency. He recognized that continuing down this path would yield no benefits for him. A solution was necessary to temporarily diffuse the escalating tension. "Gentlemen, if I may interject." Lu Chen raised his voice, attempting to restore calm. Both elders ceased their quarrel, their gazes once more fixed on Lu Chen. Clearing his throat, he continued. "The current situation on the Douluo continent is fraught with complexity, with various forces stirring. If the Spirit Hall descends into chaos, we would only be providing an opportunity for external threats to exploit our vulnerability. I propose we temporarily set aside the debate regarding the papal candidate and focus our energies on addressing external challenges. Once the situation stabilizes, we can deliberate on our future course of action." Calder and Herbert exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of hesitation in the other's eyes. Lu Chen's argument had merit. Despite the Spirit Hall's strength, it was not without adversaries. If internal discord were to sap their vitality, the consequences could be dire. After a moment of silence, Calder spoke first. "I will entertain your suggestion for now, but this matter is far from resolved." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave with his accompanying soul masters. Herbert watched Calder's departing figure with a slight frown before turning to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, your performance today was commendable. However, be aware that this is merely a temporary reprieve. This power struggle will ultimately yield a winner and a loser. Do you truly not intend to align yourself with me?" Lu Chen met Herbert's gaze earnestly and replied, "Elder Herbert, it is not that I do not wish to stand by your side. It is simply that the current situation is uncertain, and a hasty decision could bring you trouble. I aim to prioritize the greater good of the Spirit Hall and gather strength in silence. When the time is ripe, I shall undoubtedly declare my position." Herbert nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his expression. "Ah, I knew I did not misjudge you. You possess both vision and strategy. Very well, I shall await your decision. But do remain vigilant. Calder will not easily let this matter rest." Lu Chen felt grateful for Herbert's understanding. "Thank you for your warning, Elder. I will exercise caution. From this moment forth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, enhancing my prowess for the service of the Spirit Hall." Herbert patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Very well, go ahead. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lu Chen bowed once more and then turned to depart. He understood that from this instant, he was irrevocably entwined in the power struggles of the Spirit Hall. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he felt no trepidation. Armed with the multitude blessing system and his own intellect, he was confident that amidst this tempest, he would carve out a domain uniquely his own. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chen sat upon his bed, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that although the conflict between the two factions had momentarily subsided, it was merely the calm before the storm. To emerge victorious in this struggle for power, he must swiftly elevate his capabilities. "System, is there any method to expedite my enhancement?" Lu Chen called out mentally. "Host, this system possesses several approaches to assist you in augmenting your strength. Firstly, by completing special tasks issued by the system, you can earn substantial rewards, including rare soul skills and soul rings. Secondly, you can utilize system points to exchange for items that bolster your power in the system shop. Thirdly, activating the system's training acceleration feature will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort during your training." The system's voice resonated within Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Are there any special tasks available at the moment?" Ding! Detecting the host's current situation, a special task has been issued. Investigate potential actions that other factions may undertake amidst the unrest in the Spirit Hall and thwart them. Task completion rewards: 1 advanced soul skill manual, 1 Millennium Soul Ring, and 5,000 system points. Task failure penalty: deduction of half your current soul power and a random seal of 1 soul skill for 3 days. Liu Chen clenched his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Though the task was perilous, the rewards were exceedingly generous. Should he succeed, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. I accept this task, Liu Chen declared without hesitation. Very well, host. The task has been confirmed. Please be aware that the actions of other factions may have already commenced, and you need to investigate promptly, the system advised. Liu Chen rose, tidied his belongings, and prepared to set off. He understood that this would be a formidable challenge. But to gain the upper hand in the power struggles of the Spirit Hall, he had no alternative. Just as Liu Chen was about to leave his quarters, he suddenly heard a faint rustling of footsteps outside the door. Alert! He immediately halted his movements and held his breath, focusing intently. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open. A figure slipped inside, and upon closer inspection, Liu Chen was surprised to find that it was his friend, a female spirit master named Alicia. Seeing Liu Chen, Alicia's face lit up with surprise, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Liu Chen, I heard that you have become embroiled in the power struggles of the Spirit Hall. Is that true? How could you be so careless? Liu Chen, warmed by Alicia's worried gaze, reassured her, do not fret. I know my limits. This situation arose suddenly, and I have only just become aware of it. I will not recklessly place myself in danger. Alicia furrowed her brow anxiously, saying, you must not take this lightly. This power struggle is notoriously brutal. Elder Calder's faction employs unscrupulous tactics. You must be cautious. Gently grasping Alicia's hand, Liu Chen replied, I understand. However, this also presents an opportunity. If I can navigate this well, my position within the Spirit Hall will be unparalleled. By the way, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Alicia's cheeks flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand, saying, I heard you had returned, and upon learning of this matter, I couldn't help but come and check on you. What are your plans moving forward? Liu Chen briefly outlined the task issued by the system. Upon hearing this, a flicker of worry crossed Alicia's eyes. This task is too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Why don't I accompany you? Liu Chen shook his head firmly. No, that would be too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Stay in the Spirit Hall and keep an eye on the situation here. If anything arises, notify me immediately. Alicia bit her lip, reluctantly nodding. All right, but you must be careful. If you encounter danger, do not be reckless. Liu Chen smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. You must also be cautious of Elder Calder and his faction. Do not let my matters bring you trouble. Alicia looked into Liu Chen's determined eyes and understood that her counsel would not sway him. Taking a deep breath, she said, very well, go ahead. I shall await your safe return. Liu Chen cast one last glance at Alicia before turning and striding out the door. He was acutely aware that daunting challenges and dangers awaited him, yet he was prepared for his future and to carve out his name upon the Douluo continent. He would advance fearlessly, undeterred. Chapter 61. Choosing a faction, weighing the pros and cons. In the spacious yet oppressive assembly hall of the Spirit Hall, candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Clad in a black outfit adorned with the Spirit Hall insignia intricately embroidered in gold thread, Liu Chen stood tall. His gaze was sharp, as if capable of piercing through the thick mist to discern the unfolding situation. At the long table in the hall sat several high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. At the forefront was a stern-faced, middle-aged man named Heron, the core figure responsible for intelligence gathering and covert operations within the Spirit Hall. At present, he was toying with a black token inscribed with mysterious runes that glimmered ominously in the candlelight. Beside Heron sat the voluptuous and alluring Lena, who held sway over the Spirit Hall's finances. Every gesture of hers exuded charm. Yet Liu Chen was acutely aware that her heart was more venomous than that of a viper. Liu Chen, the Spirit Hall, is currently divided into 2 factions. One advocates for an alliance with the Heaven Do Empire to jointly combat the burgeoning influence of the Star Luo Empire, while the other believes we should covertly collude with the Star Luo Empire, first devouring the Heaven Do and then gradually addressing the others. What are your thoughts? Heron broke the silence first, his voice deep and powerful, striking Liu Chen like a heavy hammer. Liu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. Forming an alliance with the Heaven Do Empire seemed honorable and would grant a moral high ground, Yet the Heaven-Do Empire had always regarded the Spirit Hall with suspicion, making deep cooperation difficult. Conversely, colluding with the Douluo Empire, though ruthless, could yield substantial short-term gains, but should their scheme be exposed, the Spirit Hall would become a target of universal scorn. Lord Heron, Lady Lena, this matter pertains to the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall. Allow me to deliberate carefully, Chen replied, cupping his fists respectfully, yet maintaining his composure. Lena rose with a light laugh, gracefully moving to stand in front of Chen, her delicate hand resting lightly on his shoulder as she cooed, Chen, I have high hopes for you. The Douluo Empire is growing in strength. Collaborating with them could bring us considerable benefits. As long as you stand with us, I assure you a future of wealth and glory beyond measure. As she spoke, her fingers gently traced down Chen's arm, her gaze filled with temptation. Chen subtly evaded Lena's hand, reflecting on the directness of her allure. Maintaining his composure, he replied, Lady Lena's goodwill is appreciated. But this matter bears great significance and must consider the long-term interests of the Spirit Hall. While collaboration with the Douluo may offer immediate benefits, should we be discovered, the Spirit Hall's reputation on the continent would be irrevocably tarnished, complicating our future endeavors. Heron snorted derisively, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Reputation? In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength is paramount. With the support of the Douluo, we can first obliterate the Heaven-Do. And then who on the Douluo continent could possibly contend with the Spirit Hall? Chen, do not be overly benevolent. Chen felt a stir within, recognizing that Heron's words were not without merit. However, he was acutely aware that overly aggressive strategies often came with significant risks. He pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. What Lord Helong has stated is indeed accurate. Strength is of paramount importance. However, the foundation of the Tiando Empire is profoundly deep, and even with the alliance of the Douluo Empire, swallowing it will not be a trivial endeavor, not to mention whether other factions will remain passive. The resistance from the Tiando Empire alone could severely deplete our strength. At that moment, a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow and previously silent, gradually spoke up. Chen, your youthfulness and insight are truly commendable. Yet, the Spirit Hall is now in a position where it must act decisively. Should you choose to support our collaboration with the Douluo Empire, you will undoubtedly reap substantial benefits in the future. Otherwise, the elder's words trailed off. Yet the implicit threat in his gaze was unmistakable. A chill ran down Chen's spine. He understood that his choice at this juncture would determine the future trajectory of the Spirit Hall. Taking a deep breath, he declared with unwavering resolve, Esteemed lords, I have only recently joined the Spirit Hall, and all that I have achieved today is owed to your esteemed support. However, regarding the life and death of the Spirit Hall, I believe we must not act recklessly. An alliance with the Tiando Empire, though fraught with difficulties, can be approached gradually, allowing us to dismantle its internal factions step by step, while simultaneously preserving the Spirit Hall's prestige across the continent. Helong abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and glared at Chen with fury. Humph, you young man are rejecting our goodwill. Do not presume that a modicum of ability grants you license to act arbitrarily within the Spirit Hall. Should you refuse to align with us today, do not blame us for being ungracious. As he spoke, a powerful wave of soul power emanated from him, causing the very air around them to tremble. Chen's expression turned grave. He knew Helong was not merely posturing. Yet, he was reluctant to concede easily, should he choose the wrong camp. All his years of effort within the Spirit Hall could be rendered futile, even jeopardizing his life. He gradually summoned his own soul power to counter Helong's imposing aura, saying, Lord Helong, my intentions are solely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall, and I harbor no intention of offense. I implore you to remain calm and reconsider this matter. Lena, sensing the tension in the air, hurriedly interjected, Oh dear Lord Helong, is there truly a need for such anger? Chen, think carefully. This is a matter that pertains to your future and destiny. Sister will give you some time. Please respond to us once you have pondered it thoroughly. With that, she signaled for Helong to take a seat. With a cold snort, Helong gradually complied, but continued to fixate his gaze upon Chen as if attempting to see through him. Chen's mind raced, contemplating a strategy that would allow both sides to weigh their options while ensuring his own safety. Esteemed lords, Chen has a proposal, he stated, clasping his fists and speaking once more. All eyes turned to him, anticipating his next words. Let us maintain communication with both parties without hastily committing to a clear alliance. We can observe the movements of both the Tiando and Star Luo empires from the shadows while sowing discord and friction between them, causing them to deplete one another. When the time is ripe, we can then decide which side to ally with or take advantage of the situation for our own benefit. In this manner, we can mitigate the risks associated with premature allegiance while securing the greatest advantage for the spirit hall. Luching articulated his thoughts in a measured manner, his gaze steadfast upon the assembly. Helong furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Your suggestion does possess some merit. However, navigating between two sides is no simple task. Any misstep could lead to exposure, and the spirit hall could find itself in dire straits. Luching smiled faintly, confidence radiating from him as he replied, Rest assured, Lord Helong, I am willing to undertake this heavy responsibility. I am confident in my ability to accomplish this without raising suspicion from either side. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lena's eyes as she remarked, Luching, if you can truly achieve this, it would be splendid. But should you falter, you are well aware of the consequences. Luching nodded affirmatively, stating, Fear not, Lady Lena. I am prepared to pledge my oath. Should this endeavor fail, I shall willingly accept any punishment from the Spirit Hall. The assembly exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the feasibility of Luching's proposal. After a lengthy pause, Helong finally spoke, Very well, Luching, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, you must exercise utmost caution. Should there be any sign of trouble, report to us immediately. A surge of elation coursed through Luching's heart as he clasped his fists, saying, Thank you for your trust. Lord Helong, I shall not disappoint your expectations. As he exited the conference hall, Luching let out a long breath. Every word spoken within those walls, every decision made, was a matter of life and death. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet in his pursuit of solidifying his position within the Spirit Hall and realizing his ambitions, he had no alternative. Gazing up at the sky, where the moonlight flowed like water, a resolute glimmer sparkled in Luching's eyes, as if proclaiming to the world that he would etch his own legend upon the Douluo continent. Chapter 62. Scheming in the Shadows for Profit. Luching sat poised in the opulent yet solemn confines of the Spirit Hall's secret chamber, where a soft and enigmatic glow of soul power emanated from the embedded soul crystals in the walls, casting the entire space in a dreamlike ambience. Dressed in a long black robe adorned with golden embroidery, the intricate golden threads outlined the ancient emblem of the Spirit Hall, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the interplay of light and shadow. A black belt, inlaid with a red soul stone that appeared to harbor flickering flames, added an air of authority and enigma to his presence. At that moment, Luching furrowed his brow slightly, the depths of his eyes shimmering with contemplation as his slender fingers lightly tapped against the obsidian table before him, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound. He was acutely aware that within the vortex of power that was the Spirit Hall, each step required meticulous caution. Any miscalculation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Now was the crucial moment for him to seize greater benefits and further fortify his standing. Knock, knock, knock. A faint yet rhythmic sound echoed in the stillness of the chamber. Enter, Luching's deep voice commanded, imbued with an undeniable authority. The door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man with a sinister gaze who stealthily entered, clad in a form-fitting dark gray suit adorned with silver patterns, which signified his special status within the Spirit Hall as an intelligence officer. The man approached Luching and knelt respectfully on one knee, his head bowed slightly, not daring to meet Luching's piercing eyes. Lord, the matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded some insights. The man's voice was low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Luching slightly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he addressed the man. Speak. Yes, my lord. Recently, several elders within the Spirit Hall have been conspiring to unite and propose to the Pope a reduction in our faction's resource allocation, seeking to suppress our influence within the Spirit Hall. They believe our rapid development poses a threat to their positions, the man divulged, all the while discreetly gauging Luching's reaction. A slight smirk crept on Luching's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Humph, do they think they can undermine me? They are merely a gaggle of fearful old fools. What specific plans do they have? According to our informants, they intend to submit a detailed report to the Pope during the high-level Spirit Hall meeting in 3 days, enumerating our recent alleged misdeeds as justification for reducing our resources. The man quickly replied. Luching leaned back against a chair, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes betraying a sense of scorn. Do they truly believe this will topple me? How naive. Make arrangements for our people to gather evidence of these elders abusing their power and oppressing subordinates, especially any connections they have with external forces. The evidence must be irrefutable. Lu Chen commanded, I want detailed materials within 3 days. Yes, my lord. I will attend to it immediately, the man replied, rising swiftly and preparing to exit. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly called out, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. This matter must be conducted with utmost secrecy. They must not catch wind of it. Should even a hint of information leak, you know the consequences. The man trembled slightly, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead, and he quickly bowed, saying, Rest assured. My lord, I understand and will not betray your trust. With that, he hurriedly left the chamber. Lu Chen gazed at the tightly shut door, lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, he rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth within the confines of the secret chamber. Suddenly he halted, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in a grand game. At that moment, another door in the chamber was gently pushed open, and a woman of enchanting stature stepped gracefully inside, clad in a delicate lavender gown adorned with exquisite butterfly embroidery. The hem of her dress seemed to flutter like butterflies in flight with each step she took. Her hair cascaded down her back in a waterfall of ebony, casually tied with a light purple ribbon, with a few strands cascading alluringly beside her fair cheeks. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with charm, and beneath her elegantly arched nose, her slightly upturned lips perpetually bore a captivating smile. As she approached Lu Chen, she lightly entwined her arm with his and playfully chided. Brother Chen, are you fretting over those troublesome matters again? Do take care not to exhaust yourself. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the gentle visage of the woman, the shadows in his eyes dissipating slightly. He tenderly grasped her hand and replied, Inger, I must resolve these issues. The situation within the spirit hall is exceedingly intricate. A moment's carelessness could plunge us into an abyss from which there is no return. I must plan for our future. Yingye nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she contemplated before suggesting, Brother Chen, I believe we might turn their schemes against them. Since they intend to create trouble during the meeting, why not catch them off guard at that very moment? Lu Chen paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he looked at Inger and inquired curiously, Oh, pray, elaborate. Inger gently released Lu Chen's arm and made her way to the desk, picking up a quill. As she began to sketch on a piece of parchment, she explained, Brother Chen, observe, we shall remain inactive, feigning ignorance of their plans. When they present their report to accuse us at the meeting in 3 days' time, we will suddenly reveal their incriminating evidence. Not only will this utterly dismantle their conspiracy, but it will also incite the Pope's disdain towards them, significantly elevating our standing in her eyes. Lu Chen regarded the simple layout Inger had drawn on the parchment, admiration swelling within him. He stepped beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, and exclaimed with excitement, Inger, you are truly brilliant. We shall proceed as you suggest. This time, I will ensure they comprehend the consequences of provoking me. Nestled in Lu Chen's arms, Inger beamed with happiness, saying, Brother Chen, I am willing to do anything to assist you. However, we must remain vigilant and meticulous, leaving no room for error. Lu Chen tenderly caressed Inger's long hair, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I understand. In the days to come, we must closely monitor their every move, ensuring that everything remains firmly within our control. The 3 days flew by in an instant, and the day of the high-level meeting at the Spirit Hall finally arrived. Lu Chen arrived early at the conference hall, donning a brand-new black robe intricately embroidered with mysterious runes in gold thread, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. With a confident stride, he entered the hall, surveying the assembly of individuals present. The scheming elders, upon seeing Lu Chen, exchanged glances filled with hostility, though their demeanor quickly returned to calm. Lu Chen approached his designated seat and gracefully sat down, patiently awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Before long, Pope Bibi Dong entered the hall, surrounded by a retinue of attendants. She wore a resplendent red papal robe and a crown encrusted with countless jewels, exuding an aura of authority that enveloped the entire hall. The attendees rose in unison, bowing in respect. Please be seated. Bibi Dong's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an unspoken power that deterred any dissent. As the meeting commenced, routine matters were discussed initially. Lu Chen contributed only a few succinct remarks, spending most of his time observing the expressions of the elders. Finally, halfway through the proceedings, an elderly elder rose to his feet. Clearing his throat, he cast a smug glance towards Lu Chen before addressing Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, I have a matter to report. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, regarding the elder with curiosity, "Speak." The elder produced a scroll from his robe, unfurling it to declare, "Your Holiness. A certain faction within the Spirit Hall has been expanding at an alarming rate, engaging in numerous improper actions. They are misappropriating resources and unlawfully consolidating power, severely disrupting the balance and stability of the Spirit Hall. Several elders and I have jointly petitioned for the reduction of their resource allocation to rectify the order of the Spirit Hall." Upon finishing, he handed the scroll to an attendant, who presented it to Bibi Dong. With each passing moment, Bibi Dong's expression tightened as she perused the document. After reading, she fixed a cold gaze on Lu Chen, demanding, "Lu Chen, what is your explanation regarding this matter?" Unfazed, Lu Chen rose with a confident smile. After bowing to Bibi Dong, he declared, "Your Holiness, I believe this is utterly baseless. These elders are clearly envious of my achievements within the Spirit Hall, fabricating falsehoods in an attempt to suppress me." Lu Chen, do not try to wriggle out of this. Every accusation here is substantiated. Another elder could no longer contain himself, rising to accuse Lu Chen vocally. Lu Chen scoffed, directing his gaze at the elder. "Is that so? Then pray tell, what evidence does this elder possess? Let's see it for ourselves." As the standoff escalated, Lu Chen's expression suddenly shifted, and he proclaimed loudly, "Your Holiness, I too have materials to present. These elders have been abusing their power within the Spirit Hall, oppressing subordinates, and even colluding with external forces for personal gain. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence I have gathered in recent days." With a wave of his hand, several attendants entered bearing boxes filled with documents. Lu Chen personally opened the boxes, meticulously displaying the contents for all to see. The attendees gasped in shock upon witnessing the incontrovertible evidence. Bibi Dong's countenance darkened considerably, her gaze fixing on the elders as she bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Explain yourselves." The elders turned pale, falling to their knees in supplication, "Your Holiness, we deserve the gravest punishment. We beseech you for mercy." Lu Chen observed the elders' desperate pleas with a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He bowed once more to Bibi Dong, stating, "Your Holiness, I have always been unwaveringly loyal to the Spirit Hall, harboring no selfish intent. These elders' attempts to slander me are driven by ulterior motives. I implore you to see the truth." Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, regaining her composure as she addressed Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, your timely revelation of their conspiracy is indeed a commendable feat. As for these elders, their audacity in committing such treasonous acts shall not go unpunished. Guards, take them to the dungeons and await their fate." "Yes." The guard stepped forward, escorting the elders away. Lu Chen watched this unfold with a sense of triumph in his heart, knowing that this incident would solidify his standing within the Spirit Hall, propelling him further in his quest for greater influence. After the meeting concluded, Lu Chen returned to his quarters. Inger had been waiting for him, and upon seeing him arrive, she rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "Brother Chen, how did it go? Was everything smooth?" Lu Chen enveloped Inger in his arms, excitement radiating from him as he declared, "Inger, everything transpired as we anticipated. Those old fools have been utterly defeated. From now on, no one within the Spirit Hall will be able to easily obstruct our path." A smile of relief blossomed on Inger's face. "That is wonderful, Brother Chen. However, we must not let our guard down. We must continue to approach various situations with caution." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, I understand. Inger, I am immensely grateful to have you by my side, assisting me with your wisdom and strategies. With your companionship, I am certain I will carve out a remarkable legacy on this Douluo continent." The two embraced and laughed, their joyous echoes lingering in the room. At this moment, Lu Chen stood at a new starting point, his gaze set upon the horizon, his heart brimming with aspirations and ambitions for the future, ready to embrace further challenges and continue penning his own legend. Chapter 63, Consolidating Power Under Current Surge. Following the successful exposure of several elders' conspiracies, Lu Chen's standing within the Spirit Hall soared to unprecedented heights. On this day, golden sunlight streamed through the grand stained glass windows of the Spirit Hall, casting a radiant glow upon Lu Chen's spacious and opulent office, illuminating the marble floor with a dazzling brilliance. Seated upon a massive chair encrusted with precious spirit crystals, Lu Chen maintained an upright posture, his black robe adorned with golden trim, accentuating his authority and confidence. Before him stood a row of middle-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall, each displaying a demeanor of reverence, standing with their hands clasped. Lu Chen's piercing gaze swept over them, and he spoke with unwavering composure. I trust everyone is well aware of the recent events. Those who sought to undermine the stability of the Spirit Hall have received their just deserts. Yet, we cannot afford to grow complacent. The development of the Spirit Hall necessitates the dedication of each and every one of us. A slightly portly official clad in a brown robe bowed slightly and smiled, saying, Elder Lu, your decisive intervention has truly opened our eyes. Under your leadership, our Spirit Hall is destined for even greater prosperity. Lu Chen nodded subtly, his expression remaining neutral as he replied, Focus on your respective duties. Those who contribute will certainly not go unrewarded. His voice, though not loud, conveyed an undeniable authority. At that moment, a young and stern-faced official stepped forward, clasping his fists and stating, Elder Lu, while we have successfully quelled the influence of those elders, it is inevitable that some remnants may harbor discontent and plot in the shadows. We should take precautions early. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. You are correct. In the coming days, closely monitor every movement within the hall. Should you detect any disturbances, report to me immediately. With that, he waved his hand gently, dismissing them. Once the others had departed, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, plunging into contemplation. He understood well that, although he had outwardly triumphed in this power struggle, the undercurrents within the Spirit Hall continued to churn. At that moment, the door to the secret chamber opened quietly, and Inger entered with graceful steps, dressed in a light blue silk gown that flowed like gentle waves, cinched at the waist with a white ribbon. She appeared even more enchanting. Her fair countenance bore a look of concern as she approached Lu Chen and softly said, Brother Chen, I see you frowning deeply. Are you still troubled by those remnants? Lu Chen lifted his gaze to meet Inger's, fatigue flickering in his eyes, though it quickly transformed into resolve. Yes, those individuals will not easily relent. We must strategize in advance and deny them any opportunity. Inger gently sat beside him, reaching out to tenderly grasp his hand. Brother Chen, I believe we should begin by calming the hearts of the people. Those factions that were previously indecisive will surely feel a sense of awe after witnessing your decisive actions. We can offer them certain benefits to ensure their complete allegiance to us. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of approval glimmering in his eyes. You make a valid point. Inger, let us commence with the allocation of minor resources, allowing them to savor the sweetness of our generosity. Concurrently, we must also fortify our own influence by selecting loyal and reliable talents to fill vital positions. Inger tilted her head thoughtfully and after a moment said, Brother Chen, I have heard that a new group of young soul masters has recently joined the Spirit Hall, some of whom possess exceptional talents. Perhaps we could focus on nurturing them to become our right-hand allies. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he straightened in his seat. Oh, please elaborate. Inger cleared her throat and continued. There is one named Lin Feng, who possesses a mutated martial soul with formidable wind-type soul power, exhibiting a combat style that is both agile and versatile. Then there's a girl named Su Yao, whose martial soul is a top-tier healing type, proving immensely beneficial in team battles. Additionally, there's a fellow named Zhao who wields a power-type martial soul and boasts exceptional physical prowess. As Lu Chen listened, he nodded in agreement, a pleased expression forming on his face. These individuals indeed sound promising. Arrange for me to meet them at a suitable time. I wish to ascertain if they are as you describe. If they prove suitable, we shall incorporate them into our core circle for cultivation. Inger smiled and nodded, of course. Brother Chen, I will see to it right away. With that, she rose to leave. Lu Chen gasped Inge's hunt, gazing in her eyes as he spoke with deep affection. Inge, having you by my side brings me great peace. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently withdrew her hand. Playfully chiding, Brother Chen, I must go tend to my tasks now. We shouldn't delay important matters. With that, she turned and exited the secret chamber. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure, a small smile gracing his lips. He then fell into contemplation once more, mentally plotting his next steps. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the Spirit Hall, several figures huddled together, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. At the forefront stood a tall man with a grim visage, a grotesque scar slashing across his face from his eye to his mouth, rendering him particularly fearsome. He slammed back a drink, forcefully casting his cup onto the table as he growled. That scoundrel Lu Chen has ruined our plans. Several elders have been imprisoned because of him. We cannot let this slide. Seated beside him, a lanky individual with shifty eyes cautiously suggested, Scarface, Lu Chen is currently riding high. Any rash action could lead to disastrous consequences. Perhaps we should bide our time until he lowers his guard? The man known as Scarface shot a glare at the lanky fellow, retorting, bide our time? Until when? Until he fully controls the spirit hall and wipes us out? At this juncture, a middle-aged man sporting a goatee slowly interjected, Scarface, the thin monkey has a point. Lu Chen has undoubtedly heightened his defenses. Confronting him head-on would be unwise. However, we can strategize for the long term, clandestinely reaching out to other factions dissatisfied with Lu Chen to unite against him. Scarface furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. The old goat makes a fair point. However, other factions are not easily contacted. They are surely also observing the situation. We must devise a means to demonstrate our strength and capability to topple Lu Chen. The goateed man stroked his beard, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I have heard that Lu Chen is currently recruiting talent to expand his influence. We could exploit this to undermine his plans, causing his standing within the spirit hall to falter. Scarface's eyes narrowed with a fierce glint, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that plan. Thin Monkey, keep a close watch on Lu Chen's movements. Should you detect any new developments, report back immediately. The lanky individual nodded eagerly. Yes, Scarface. The group continued to confer quietly for a while before dispersing, vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was in his meditation chamber, immersed in rigorous training. Seated atop a massive spirit crystal, his soul power surged around him, forming a vortex of darkness. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet his expression remained intensely focused. Having experienced a series of events, he was acutely aware that, despite his current phase of victory, he required even greater strength to secure his position within the spirit hall. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes, two beams of black light shooting forth from his gaze. He exhaled deeply and gradually rose to his feet. Following this session of cultivation, he felt a subtle enhancement in his soul power. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Brother Chen, are you inside? Lin Feng, Su Yao, and Zhao have been brought here and are waiting in the hall. Lu Chen adjusted his attire and called out loudly, All right, I shall come at once. With that, he exited the cultivation chamber and strode with measured steps toward the hall. Upon entering, he beheld three young individuals standing in the center. Lin Feng, tall and slender, was clad in a flowing azure robe that danced with the wind, his eyes reflecting a lively and untamed spirit. Su Yao, adorned in a white gown, possessed a delicate visage, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Zhao Hu, robust in stature, resembled a small mountain, emanating an aura of formidable strength. Lu Chen approached them, appraising them from head to toe, a satisfied smile gracing his features. You must be Lin Feng, Su Yao, and Zhao Hu. I have heard of your exceptional talents, and upon meeting you today, it is evident that the rumors hold true. The trio exchanged glances before bowing in unison, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Elder Lu. Lu Chen raised his hand slightly, gesturing for them to rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. I ask you, are you willing to follow me and contribute your strength to the grand cause of the Spirit Hall? Lin Feng stepped forward first, his gaze unwavering. Elder Lu, Lin Feng, am willing to follow you, to brave fire and water without hesitation. Su Yao softly added, I am willing. Though her voice was soft, it conveyed an undeniable determination. Zhao Hu boomed, I am also willing. As long as Elder Lu gives the command, I, Zhao Hu, will not flinch. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good. From this day forth, you shall be my trusted confidants. I will provide you with the finest cultivation resources to aid your swift growth. However, I also expect your absolute loyalty. The trio bowed again, responding in unison. We shall not fail to meet Elder Lu's expectations. As Lu Chen gazed at them, he envisioned them as his future stalwart allies, his heart brimming with anticipation. Little did he know, a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding, and the undercurrents within the Spirit Hall were growing increasingly turbulent. Chapter 64. The Emergence of Crisis and Countermeasures. Within the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen's reputation soared, and wherever he went, people regarded him with awe. He strolled through the opulent and spacious garden of his estate, sunlight filtering through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows. Clad in a deep blue brocade robe, the golden embroidery shimmered in the sunlight, while a jade belt at his waist signified his extraordinary status. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, urgency evident in his tone. My lord, we have just received news that the Xing Luo Empire appears to be amassing troops at the border, indicating unusual activity. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he halted his steps, his gaze piercing. Is it confirmed that this is aimed at our spirit hall? The servant trembled slightly, acknowledging that while there was no concrete evidence, The troop deployments at the border strongly suggested a focus on the territory around the Spirit Hall within the Xing Luo Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling the servant to withdraw. He paced to a stone table in the garden and sat down, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface as he pondered countermeasures. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Ing Er, resembling a blooming purple lotus, gracefully made her way toward him. Today, she donned a pale purple gauze dress, intricately embroidered with delicate petals, her attire fluttering gently in the breeze. "Brother Chen, I have heard about the situation at the border. What shall we do?" Ing Er's beautiful eyes held concern as she seated herself across from Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his gaze to meet hers, his expression softening. "Ing Er, do not panic. The actions of the Xing Luo Empire may merely be a test. However, we must not lower our guard." Ing Er nodded slightly, her brow furrowed in thought. "I wonder if their sudden movements are connected to the previous power struggles within the Spirit Hall. Perhaps there are forces colluding with the Xing Luo Empire, seeking to strike us from within." Lu Chen's expression sharpened. "You make a valid point. It seems there may be deeper implications behind this matter." He rose and began to pace in the garden. "I must send someone to ascertain the true intentions of the Xing Luo Empire, while simultaneously strengthening our defenses at the border." With that, Lu Chen immediately summoned a trusted subordinate. This individual, robust in stature and clad in black attire, bore an unwavering gaze. "You are to lead a team of elite intelligence operatives to infiltrate the Xing Luo Empire and uncover the true purpose behind their troop mobilization, as well as any potential traitors within the Spirit Hall colluding with them. Exercise utmost caution and ensure your movements remain undetected." "Yes, my lord." The burly man responded before swiftly departing. Lu Chen then turned to another servant. "Convey my orders to the commander stationed at the border to enhance vigilance and elevate the alert level. Additionally, prepare an emergency response plan to ensure a swift reaction should conflict arise." Once arrangements were made, Lu Chen resumed his seat. Ing Er gently grasped his hand. "Brother Chen, I hope this is merely a false alarm." Lu Chen clasped her hand in return. "Regardless, I will not allow you or the Spirit Hall to fall into peril." Days later, the intelligence operatives returned with news. The robust man hurried back, his expression grave. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he immediately knelt on one knee. "My lord, it has been confirmed that the Xing Luo Empire is indeed colluding with a remnant faction within the Spirit Hall. This faction has promised that should the Xing Luo Empire apply pressure, they will incite chaos from within the Spirit Hall, working in tandem to undermine your authority." Lu Chen's eyes widened in fury as he slammed his hand on the stone table. "These wretches dare act thus. What is the status of the troop deployments on the Xing Luo Empire side?" "My lord, the Xing Luo Empire has gathered 50,000 elite troops at the border, all well-trained, along with several powerful soul masters leading them," the burly man reported truthfully. Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, pondering countermeasures. "Notify the senior officials of the Spirit Hall and convene an emergency meeting." His gaze firm, he declared, "It is time to show these disruptors of the Spirit Hall's peace a taste of our resolve." Soon, the senior officials of the Spirit Hall gathered in the conference hall. Lu Chen, clad in a solemn black robe, strode into the hall with purpose, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembly as he took his seat at the head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the troop movements of the Xing Luo Empire at the border. Their collusion with the remnants of traitors within the Spirit Hall aims to undermine us." Lu Chen's voice resonated, filled with authority. An elderly elder, with a furrowed brow, spoke up. "Lu Chen, what countermeasures do you propose? The Xing Luo Empire approaches with great force. We must not act recklessly." Lu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. "However, we cannot remain idle. I propose we first dispatch a team of powerful soul masters to secretly infiltrate the rear of the Xing Luo Empire's army, sowing discord and creating panic among their ranks. Simultaneously, our stationed troops at the border will feign an offensive to draw their attention. Once their formation is in disarray, we shall launch a full-scale counterattack." Another elder expressed concern. "While your plan is clever, infiltrating the enemy's rear is exceedingly perilous. If discovered, it would spell doom." Lu Chen's gaze remained resolute. "Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one capture the cub? I have selected a team of capable and cautious soul masters. They will undoubtedly accomplish the task. Moreover, this is a crucial step in turning the tide." After a vigorous discussion, the assembly ultimately agreed to Lu Chen's plan. Following the meeting, Lu Chen immediately set about arranging the necessary matters. He personally selected 20 formidable soul masters, each possessing exceptional strength, their eyes reflecting determination and courage. This mission pertains to the safety of the Spirit Hall. We must succeed without fail. You are to secretly infiltrate the rear of the Xing Luo Empire's army and strike at the opportune moment. Remember, do not linger in battle. The primary objective is to disrupt the enemy's morale. Lu Chen regarded the group with seriousness. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not fail in our mission. The 20 Soul Masters declared in unison, their voices echoing with resolve. Meanwhile, the stationed troops of the Spirit Hall at the border began to prepare for battle with palpable tension. Generals hurried back and forth, commanding soldiers to inspect their weaponry and reinforce defensive structures. Lu Chen arrived at the border camp to bolster morale. Soldiers, the Star Luo Empire dares to encroach upon our territory, colluding with traitors within the Spirit Hall. We must not allow them to succeed. Today, we shall ensure they return without a trace. Lu Chen's voice resonated powerfully throughout the camp. We shall defend the Spirit Hall with our lives. The soldiers echoed in unison, their spirits soaring. Lu Chen gazed upon the fervent soldiers, his heart swelling with confidence. Yet, he was acutely aware that this operation was fraught with uncertainties. Each detail was of paramount importance. He silently prayed that everything would proceed as planned. As night fell, the Soul Masters infiltrating the rear of the Star Luo army set out. Clad in black night gear, they vanished into the shadows like phantoms. Lu Chen stood atop the camp, watching their departing figures with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Brother Chen, have faith. They will undoubtedly succeed, Ing Er whispered softly. Having appeared by his side, Lu Chen nodded slightly, hoping so. Should we resolve this crisis, I shall ensure all hidden traitors are apprehended. Time dragged on in anxious anticipation, each moment stretching into eternity. Lu Chen paced restlessly within the camp, closely monitoring incoming reports. Finally, just as dawn was approaching, news arrived. Chapter 65, Sudden Changes and Counterattacks. The darkness before dawn loomed like a heavy curtain over the Spirit Hall's border camp. Lu Chen paced within the tent. Each step weighted as if he were trying to stamp a hole into the earth beneath him. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the entrance of the tent, as though his gaze could penetrate the darkness and reach the Soul Master squad executing their mission. Brother Chen, don't be too anxious. Wait a little longer. News may arrive at any moment. Ing Er, seated nearby with a steaming cup of tea, comforted gently, though her face bore a tender smile. Her furrowed brow betrayed her inner concern. Lu Chen nodded slightly, accepting the tea Ing Er offered, but merely held it in his hands without taking a sip. Yingye, this operation is of utmost importance. If we cannot successfully disrupt the enemy forces, facing them head-on will inevitably result in heavy casualties, even if we manage to win. Just then, a messenger burst into the tent like a whirlwind, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. My lord, news from the front. The Soul Master squad that infiltrated the enemy's rear has been ambushed. What? The cup in Lu Chen's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. He lunged toward the messenger, gripping his shoulders tightly, his eyes wide with alarm. What happened? Speak clearly. The messenger trembled under Lu Chen's fierce demeanor, but managed to stammer. According to the Soul Master who returned with the report, they had just infiltrated the designated location and were preparing to launch their assault when a large number of Soul Masters from the Star Luo Empire suddenly surged forth. Clearly having been prepared in advance, the squad is now engaged in fierce combat. Their leader ordered him to break through and inform you. Lu Chen released the messenger's shoulders, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Damn it. It seems our plan has been compromised. There must be an insider leaking information. Inyar also rose, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. Brother Chen, what we do now? The enemy is prepared, and our plans are in disarray. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen forced himself to calm down, pacing rapidly within the tent as his mind raced. After a moment, he stopped abruptly, a renewed determination igniting in his gaze. There is no time to investigate the traitor now. Our immediate priority is to address the current situation. Notify the stationed troops at the border to immediately alter their strategy to full defense. Do not engage unless I give further orders. Yes. The messenger responded and hurriedly exited. Lu Chen turned to Ing Er. You remain at the camp to help stabilize the troops' morale. I must personally assess the front line. Brother Chen, it's too dangerous. You cannot go. Ing Er exclaimed, grasping his arm with deep concern. Lu Chen gently held her hand, speaking with both tenderness and resolve. Yingye, the soldiers are fighting valiantly at the front. As their commander, I cannot falter. Only by being there can I better grasp the situation and make the right decisions. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Ing Er bit her lip, realizing she could not dissuade Lu Chen at this moment. and reluctantly released her grip. Then you must be careful. I will await your safe return. Lu Chen nodded, donning a black cloak before striding out of the tent. The night remained dark. The camp thick with a tense atmosphere. The soldiers stood ready, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear for the impending battle and a yearning for victory. Reaching a high point in the camp, Lu Chen gazed into the distance, where the star Luo Empire's encampment blazed with light. Faint sounds of battle cries and war drums echoing, like ferocious beasts poised to pounce upon the Spirit Hall's camp. My lord, what should we do now? The enemy outnumbers us and seems well prepared. If we defend, we may not hold out for long. A vice-general approached Lu Chen, anxiety etched upon his face. Lu Chen contemplated the enemy for a moment, then declared, while the enemy may have numerical superiority, they have penetrated our borders, stretching their supply lines. This is our opportunity. Relay my orders. Send a small elite cavalry unit to circle around the enemy's rear and cut off their supply lines. But my lord, the enemy's rear is sure to be heavily guarded. This cavalry unit may face dire consequences, the vice-general expressed hesitantly. Lu Chen placed a reassuring hand on the vice-general's shoulder. I understand the risks, but this is crucial for turning the tide of battle. Select the most elite cavalry. Tell them that despite the dangers, if they succeed, they will be heroes of the Spirit Hall. I believe they will fight for the honor of the Spirit Hall. The vice-general, inspired by Lu Chen's unwavering gaze, felt a surge of determination. Yes, my lord. I shall make the arrangements immediately. As the vice-general departed, Lu Chen turned to another officer beside him. You take a contingent of archers and position them along the sides of the path the enemy will take. When the enemy draws near, at my signal, unleash a volley of arrows to catch them off guard. Understood. The officer acknowledged before swiftly departing to execute the orders. With preparations complete, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the distant enemy, awaiting the dawn and the commencement of this life-and-death struggle. Finally, as the horizon began to lighten, the star Luo Empire's forces launched their assault. They surged toward the Spirit Hall's camp like a tidal wave, their battle cries shaking the very ground. Lu Chen stood at the front of the camp, sword in hand, his gaze steady as the enemy approached. Fire! As the enemy entered range, Lu Chen commanded. Instantly, the archers hidden on either side released a rain of arrows, striking the enemy with ferocity. The ranks of the star Luo army fell into disarray, their frontline soldiers collapsing under the barrage. Charge! Slay these dogs of the Spirit Hall! The enemy general shouted, brandishing his sword in an attempt to rally his troops. Under his command, the enemy pressed forward. Watching the enemy draw nearer, Lu Chen calculated the perfect moment. When the enemy was merely dozens of meters away, he shouted, "All soldiers, heed my command, attack!" In an instant, the soldiers of the Spirit Hall surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the sounds of battle and cries of agony intertwined, staining the morning ground with blood. Lu Chen, wielding his sword, plunged into the fray as if entering an uninhabited realm. His swordsmanship was both swift and lethal, each strike infused with potent soul power, sending foes crashing to the ground wherever he went. For the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen swung his long sword with fervor, his voice echoing across the battlefield as if it could pierce through the very air. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, a sudden blaze erupted in the rear of the enemy camp. The cavalry, dispatched to sever the enemy supply lines, had succeeded. The supplies are ablaze. A wave of panic swept through the ranks of the enemy. Observing this, Lu Chen's heart surged with joy. Soldiers, the enemy supplies have been cut off. They will surely descend into chaos. If we do not strike now, when shall we? He commanded. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall, invigorated by his words, surged forward with renewed vigor, as if they had been injected with a potent elixir. The army of the star, Luo Empire, thrown into disarray by the destruction of their supplies, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the Spirit Hall troops and began to retreat in disorder. Pursue. Leave no enemy unscathed. Lu Chen rallied, leading his men in a relentless chase. After a fierce confrontation, the forces of the star Luo Empire were left in disarray, fleeing in utter defeat. As he watched the enemy's retreating figures, Lu Chen exhaled deeply, slowly lowering his sword. The sun had fully risen, casting golden rays upon the battlefield and illuminating the grim scene. His black cloak, now stained crimson with blood, clung to him, and his face bore the marks of battle. Yet his eyes shone with the light of victory. "My lord, we have triumphed," exclaimed the vice-captain, rushing to Lu Chen's side, excitement evident in his voice. Lu Chen smiled faintly. "This victory is but a temporary reprieve. We have yet to uncover the traitors behind this incident. We must remain vigilant. At that moment, a soldier approached, escorting a disheveled man. My lord, we have apprehended a suspicious individual. He was lurking around the camp, seemingly attempting to escape amid the chaos. Chen focused intently on the man, recognizing him as a lowly steward from the spirit hall, who usually appeared quite unassuming. What brings you here? Did you betray our plans? Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the man's facade. The man trembled in fear, collapsing to his knees. My lord, spare me. I was bewitched by greed and divulged our plans to the Douluo Empire. I realize my folly. I beg for your mercy. Chen's expression hardened. For your own selfish gain, you have betrayed the spirit hall. Your crimes are unforgivable. Take him away and prepare him for judgment. Yes, the soldiers responded, dragging the man away. After addressing the matter, Chen returned to the camp, where Inger had been anxiously awaiting at the entrance of the tent. Upon seeing Chen return safely, her eyes glistened with tears as she rushed into his embrace. Brother Chen, you are finally back. I was so worried. Chen gently held her. I am safe. I apologize for causing you concern. While we have repelled the enemy, the hidden dangers within the spirit hall have not yet been eradicated. We must continue our efforts. Inger lifted her head to gaze at Chen, her voice resolute. Brother Chen, I will always stand by your side, no matter the challenges we face. Chen smiled softly, embracing her tightly, his heart swelling with warmth and strength. In this ever-changing Douluo continent, he understood that greater challenges awaited him. Yet as long as Inger stood beside him, supported by the soldiers of the spirit hall, he would fear nothing and stride towards the pinnacle, penning his own legend. Chapter 66. Aftermath of battle and new schemes following the successful repulsion of the Douluo Empire's offensive, a wave of jubilation swept through the spirit hall. The sun bathed the magnificent spirit hall complex in golden light, the brilliant tiles reflecting a dazzling glow, as if celebrating their victory. Chen stood atop the high platform of the spirit hall, surveying the jubilant crowd below, draped in a specially crafted golden cloak. Adorned with intricate spirit patterns embroidered in silken threads, he exuded an air of majesty. His black attire fit snugly against his athletic frame, emphasizing his noble bearing and authority. Though fatigue lingered in his features, the determination and confidence in his gaze shone ever brighter. My lord, this remarkable victory is largely due to your leadership, proclaimed a senior soul master beside him, admiration evident in his expression. Chen turned slightly, a humble smile gracing his lips. This is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective efforts. The soldiers fought valiantly, and all soul masters coordinated seamlessly, leading to this triumph. At that moment, a servant hurried over and whispered urgently in Chen's ear. Furrowing his brow, Chen addressed those around him. I have pressing matters to attend to. Please ensure the soldiers are comforted and that rewards are distributed without delay. With that, he swiftly followed the servant. Chen was led into a secluded chamber. Within, Inger awaited him, dressed in a flowing light blue gown, its hem cascading like gentle waves, adorned with delicate white lace at the neckline and cuffs, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing Chen, she hurried forward, her face etched with concern. Brother Chen, I heard we captured several traitors colluding with the Douluo Empire. Is that true? She inquired softly. Chen nodded, settling at the table and rubbing his temples. Indeed, we have apprehended a few low-level accomplices, but I suspect there are more significant players behind them. Inger's eyes sparkled with thought. Brother Chen, perhaps these traitors could prove useful. We might extract clues about their masterminds from them. Chen raised his gaze, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. I share your sentiment. Let us detain these traitors for questioning. I shall personally interrogate them. Soon after, several tightly bound traitors were brought into the chamber, their expressions bleak and filled with dread. Among them was a short, shifty-eyed fellow who furtively glanced at Chen before quickly lowering his gaze, trembling uncontrollably. Chen stood and approached them, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak. Who is your mastermind? Who instructed you to collude with the Douluo Empire? Silence filled the room, save for the quivering lips of a short man, who seemed on the verge of speaking but lacked the courage. Chen snorted disdainfully, stepping closer to the diminutive figure and gripping his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. If you confess truthfully, I may spare your life. Otherwise, Chen's eyes glinted with menace. The short man turned pale, stammering, My lord, I will speak. We were merely following orders. We never met the higher-ups. Our instructions came through a mysterious figure. Chen frowned. A mysterious figure? What did he look like? He always wore a mask, tall and broad, with a deep, gravelly voice. We truly do not know who he is, but we transmitted intelligence about the Spirit Hall to the Douluo Empire, and we agreed to create chaos when they attacked. The short man spilled his confession in haste, as if fearing every second might cost him his life. Liu Chen released his grip, and the short man collapsed to the floor. Liu Chen paced thoughtfully, mulling over the clues. This mysterious figure was evidently cautious. Yet since they left a trail, the mastermind behind them would surely be uncovered. Inger stepped forward, speaking softly, "Brother Chen, could it be that the remnants of the previously suppressed factions are behind this?" Liu Chen nodded slightly. "It is quite possible. They are unwilling to accept defeat and wish to leverage the Douluo Empire to undermine me and regain their standing within the Spirit Hall." Liu Chen turned to the traitors on the floor. "You lot, if you assist me in identifying that mysterious figure, not only will I spare your lives, but I shall also grant you wealth and power. Otherwise, you will face certain death." The traitors, upon hearing this, prostrated themselves, pleading, "My lord, rest assured, we will cooperate fully." Liu Chen ordered his subordinates to take the traitors away for strict custody, then continued to strategize with Inger. "Yingya, we will use these traitors as bait to lure out that mysterious figure. Simultaneously, we must covertly investigate the movements of the remnants of the suppressed factions. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough." Inger nodded in agreement. "Brother Chen, this matter requires utmost caution. Since that mysterious individual is so vigilant, he will surely not fall into our trap easily." Liu Chen's gaze was resolute. "No matter how cunning he might be, I shall unearth him and eradicate this menace entirely." In the days that followed, Liu Chen orchestrated a meticulous surveillance of the traitors' every move while discreetly investigating the remnants of their forces. He traversed the various corners of the Spirit Hall, engaging with diverse factions to gather intelligence. One day, while studying the gathered information in his study, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. "My lord, we have discovered suspicious individuals in clandestine contact with the imprisoned traitor." Liu Chen immediately rose, commanding, "Take me to them." The two arrived at a secluded corner, and through a narrow gap, Liu Chen beheld a figure clad in a black robe, whispering to the traitor. The robed figure was tall, his face obscured by a dark cloth, revealing only a pair of menacing eyes. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Should you dare utter a single word, your families shall pay the price." The voice of the robed man was deep and hoarse, laced with a chilling undertone. Liu Chen signaled to his subordinate, and they stealthily maneuvered behind the black-robed figure. Just as the figure prepared to depart, Liu Chen struck with sudden ferocity, seizing the robed man's shoulder. "At last, you reveal yourself." The cloaked individual was startled, swiftly turning to engage Liu Chen. After a few exchanges, Liu Chen discerned that the robed man's martial spirit was exceedingly peculiar, imbued with a corrosive force. Undaunted, Liu Chen drew upon his formidable strength and extensive combat experience, gradually gaining the upper hand. "Who are you? Who is the mastermind behind this?" Liu Chen demanded, unleashing his fury through each strike. Yet the robed man remained silent, desperately attempting to escape. At that moment, more experts from the Spirit Hall arrived to provide support, encircling the black-robed figure. "Humph, today you shall not escape." Liu Chen scoffed, intensifying his assault. Ultimately, under the barrage of attacks, the robed man began to falter, succumbing to Liu Chen's prowess. Liu Chen tore off the mask, revealing a mid-ranking spirit master from the Spirit Hall. Liu Chen gazed at him with a mix of rage and disdain, inquiring, "Who is the mastermind behind this?" The spirit master gritted his teeth, a look of defiance etched upon his face. "You think I would betray my master? Dream on." Liu Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing that this individual would not yield easily. "Take him to the dungeons. I have my methods to make you talk." Just as Liu Chen prepared to conduct further interrogation, another subordinate approached, reporting, "My lord, during the investigation of the remnants, we have uncovered that they appear to be plotting a larger conspiracy, seemingly connected to a mysterious organization." Liu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating. "It seems this matter grows increasingly complex. What is the nature of this mysterious organization? What do they seek in collusion with the remnants within the Spirit Hall?" He understood that the crisis was far from over, and he must unravel these enigmas swiftly, lest the Spirit Hall confront an even greater threat. Watching the captured black-robed figure being led away, Liu Chen silently vowed, "No matter the schemes that lie behind you, I shall dismantle them utterly." Subsequently, Liu Chen returned to his study to confer once more with Inger. "Inger, the situation is becoming increasingly intricate. The emergence of this mysterious organization complicates the scenario further. We must recalibrate our strategy." Inger furrowed her brow. "Brother Chen, Given that this mysterious organization has managed to collude with the remnants within the Spirit Hall, their strength cannot be underestimated. We need to extract more clues from this black-robed figure, while simultaneously bolstering the defenses of the Spirit Hall to prevent another surprise attack. Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall arrange for the experts of the Spirit Hall to enhance patrols and vigilance. At the same time, I will intensify the interrogation of the black-robed figure. I refuse to believe that I cannot extract the truth from him. In the days that followed, Chen devoted himself entirely to investigations and defensive preparations. He frequently conferred with the senior members of the Spirit Hall, devising various contingency plans. The interrogation of the black-robed figure was conducted with relentless intensity. After enduring severe coercion and psychological pressure, the black-robed man finally succumbed, confessing, "I will speak." The mastermind behind this is a confidant of an elder you previously suppressed. They are unwilling to accept defeat and have allied with a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Sect, intending to overthrow the Spirit Hall and reclaim power. A chill gripped Chen's heart at the mention of the Shadow Sect. What is the nature of this organization? The black-robed man hesitated before continuing. The Shadow Sect is exceedingly enigmatic. It is said they specialize in various dark methods, secretly expanding their influence across the continent, and have existed for a considerable time. They have long sought to dominate the Douluo continent, and their alliance with us is merely a ploy to exploit the internal strife of the Spirit Hall to fulfill their ambitions. Chen inhaled deeply, realizing he had uncovered a vast and mysterious organization lurking behind scenes. He understood that a far greater storm was brewing, and he must lead the Spirit Hall in thorough preparation to face this formidable challenge. Chapter 67. Escalating Conflict and the Emergence of a Turning Point. Chen's influence within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly solidified. However, the situation at the borders of the Douluo Empire was taut as a drawn bow, ready to snap at any moment. In the early morning, sunlight struggled to pierce the thick clouds, casting a cold glow upon the icy ground of the Spirit Hall's border camp, clad in black armor adorned with dark red gemstones that shimmered with an ominous light. Chen stood atop the watchtower, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance toward the Douluo Empire's forces. "My lord, the Douluo Empire's troops are making moves again. It appears they are redeploying their forces." A young aide hurriedly ascended the watchtower, kneeling with urgency to report. Chen turned slightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Elaborate on their deployment." The aide quickly rose, pointing towards the horizon. "My lord, observe. They have concentrated their cavalry on the left flank, thickened the infantry lines in the center, and it seems they have positioned numerous ranged spirit masters on the right, as if preparing for a full-scale assault." Chen studied the aide's indication, pondering momentarily before stating, "They aim to breach our left flank with cavalry, advancing with infantry, while the spirit masters on the right provide fire support. They possess some cunning." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the blade vibrating faintly with a low hum. At that moment, another soldier rushed up the watchtower. "My lord, we have received word from the front that several villagers claim to possess vital intelligence and wish to meet with you." Chen's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating, what crucial information could villagers possibly have at such a critical juncture? Yet he hesitated not for a moment. Bring them forth, but exercise caution to guard against deception. Shortly thereafter, several plainly dressed villagers, weathered by hardship, were brought before Chen. Leading them was a gray-haired elder, stooped yet emanating an air of determination. Upon seeing Chen, the elder hastily knelt, and the villagers followed suit. "My lord, we beseech you to save us." The elder's voice trembled, laden with desperation. Chen stepped forward to assist the elder. "Kindly rise and speak. What has transpired?" The elder wiped his tears. "My lord, we are merely ordinary villagers at the border. But since the arrival of the Douluo Empire's forces, they have burned, killed, and pillaged, committing unspeakable atrocities. They have also captured many of our kin, using them as hostages to coerce the Spirit Hall into retreating." Chen's eyes turned icy in an instant. "Those brutes." "Elder, you mentioned vital intelligence. What is it?" The elder swallowed hard. "We managed to escape while they were distracted and overheard their commander stating that their assault was in collusion with a mysterious faction within the Spirit Hall, which has promised to provide them with the Spirit Hall's defensive weaknesses and internal layouts. Moreover, they plan to launch a full-scale attack in 3 days." A chill ran through Chen's heart. It was evident that there were indeed traitors at work. He clasped the elder's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for taking the risk to warn us. Please, rest in the camp for now. I shall ensure justice for you and the villagers. Once the villagers were escorted to safety, Chen promptly summoned the generals to deliberate strategies. The atmosphere within the tent was heavy with tension as the leaders gathered together. Gentlemen, Chen began, his voice steady. I trust you are all aware of the situation. The Xinghua Empire has colluded with traitors and plans to launch a full-scale assault in 3 days. We must devise a countermeasure without delay. As he surveyed the assembly, a robust general rose, cupping his fists in salute. My lord, since we are aware of their attack schedule, why not take the initiative and launch a surprise assault on their camp tonight, catching them off guard? However, another general shook his head in dissent. That would be unwise. We do not fully comprehend the situation within their camp. A reckless attack could lead us into a trap, resulting in significant losses. The tent erupted with varied opinions as each individual asserted their stance. Chen listened intently, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It was then that Er, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Brother Chen, esteemed generals, I propose a strategy. Since they intend to acquire our intelligence through internal treachery, why not turn the tables on them? Her eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination. All eyes turned to Er as Chen offered her an encouraging gaze. Er, please elaborate. Clearing her throat, she continued, we can intentionally leak false defenses and deployment maps to the traitors, enticing the Xinghua Empire to attack according to our design. Meanwhile, we can lay numerous ambushes along their path, ensnaring them once they are deep within our trap. Upon hearing her suggestion, Chen's eyes lit up with admiration. What a brilliant idea. Er, your intellect is truly exceptional. He then turned to the other generals. What say you? The generals nodded in agreement, and thus they commenced a thorough discussion of every detail of the plan, from the design of the false intelligence to the selection of ambush locations, and the division of responsibilities among the troops. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen maintained an outward calm while secretly intensifying preparations. He directed soldiers to excavate traps and set obstacles at the chosen ambush sites, mobilizing a large number of spirit masters to conceal themselves nearby. Concurrently, he allowed a few seemingly reliable soldiers, who had already been compromised by the traitors, to learn of the false intelligence, facilitating its transmission. Within the Xinghua Empire's camp, the generals received the intelligence from the traitor, their excitement palpable as they discussed their offensive strategy. With this information regarding the Spirit Hall's defense weaknesses and deployment maps, our assault is sure to succeed. Once we breach the Spirit Hall's defenses, we will make a name for ourselves across the continent. Boomed a tall general with a thick beard. Hold your celebrations, cautioned another with a grim countenance. The Spirit Hall is not to be underestimated. However, with the traitor's intelligence, our odds have significantly improved. We shall launch our total assault at dawn in 3 days, striking decisively. At last, the eve of the grand assault arrived. Clad in a black cloak, Chen patrolled the camp alone, observing the soldiers as they diligently completed their final preparations. He felt both anticipation and a tinge of apprehension for the impending battle. This confrontation would determine the fate of the Spirit Hall and the lives of countless individuals. Brother Chen, Er appeared at his side, her eyes filled with concern. Do not fret too much. Our plan is meticulously crafted and will surely succeed. Chen nodded slightly, taking her hand in his. Er, I fear any oversight could lead to the needless sacrifice of our brothers. Yet, having you by my side brings me great comfort. As they stood embraced in the moonlight, it felt as though the world had narrowed to the rhythm of their heartbeats. Nonetheless, they both understood that dawn would bring a brutal conflict. The following morning, before the first light of day had fully emerged, the troops of the Xinghua Empire surged towards the defenses of the Spirit Hall like a tidal wave. Armed with the traitor's intelligence, they confidently advanced towards the so-called weak points in the defense. Charge! Take the Spirit Hall! Shouted the bearded general, brandishing his sword. The battle cries of the Xinghua soldiers resonated, their fervor palpable. However, as they stepped into the ambush set by the Spirit Hall's troops, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. Kill! The soldiers of the Spirit Hall emerged from all directions, triggering traps that sent the Xinghua cavalry tumbling, while the infantry formations fell into chaos. Damn it, we've been deceived. The bearded general's face turned ashen as he swung his sword, attempting to regain control. At that moment, Chen, clad in battle armor and wielding a long sword, charged into the fray like a god of war. His figure wove through the enemy ranks, each strike accompanied by the anguished cries of foes. Today marks your end. Chen roared, exuding a formidable aura. The Xinghua troops, caught off guard, faltered momentarily. Yet, They were seasoned warriors, and after a brief disarray, began to organize a counterattack. The battlefield erupted into fierce combat, the earth stained with blood. The air filled with the clash of steel and the cries of the fallen. Chen fought valiantly, his gaze resolute and merciless, each blow striking true against the enemy's vital points. "My lord, the enemy's right flank is launching an attack," shouted the aide beside him. Chen turned to see the spirit masters of the Xingluo Empire unleashing formidable spirit abilities upon the forces of the Spirit Hall. "Inform our spirit masters to hold the line with all their strength," he commanded. The spirit masters of the Spirit Hall surged forward, engaging in a breathtaking duel of spirit abilities against their adversaries. In that tumultuous clash, Chen suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, a spirit master clad in a black robe, lurking in the rear, orchestrating the assault of the Xingluo Empire's forces. A realization struck him. This individual might very well be the traitor colluding with the Xingluo Empire. In a swift motion, he darted towards the black-robed spirit master. Sensing Chen's approach, the figure's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly regained composure. "Chen, today you shall meet your demise," the black-robed spirit master bellowed, releasing a surge of dark energy directed at Chen. With a disdainful snort, Chen swung his sword, unleashing a golden blade of energy that shattered the dark attack in an instant. "You wish to kill me? Today, I shall bring you to justice for your treachery." Chen pressed forward, his aura growing increasingly potent. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the black-robed spirit master attempted to flee. Yet, Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. With a powerful leap, he pursued him like an arrow loosed from a bow. "Not so fast," Chen shouted, lunging forward and piercing the black-robed spirit master through the back. "Ah!" The black-robed spirit master cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Chen kicked him over, fixing him with a steely gaze. "Speak. Who else are the traitors?" Blood trickled from the corners of the black-robed spirit master's mouth as he sneered. "Do you think I will tell you? Even in death, you will not find peace." Chen's eyes narrowed. "It seems you will not weep until you see the grave." He tightened his grip on the sword, causing the black-robed spirit master to wince in pain. "I will speak. I will speak." The black-robed spirit master finally relented, divulging the names of several other traitors. Chen ordered for him to be taken away, returning to the fray. At that moment, the forces of the Xingluo Empire found themselves cornered, retreating under the relentless assault of the Spirit Hall's troops. "Brothers, pursue them relentlessly. Leave no enemy unaccounted for," Chen shouted, rallying his comrades. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall surged forth with exuberant morale, charging at the enemy like ferocious tigers descending a mountain. The army of the Star Luo Empire could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to flee in disarray. This fierce battle persisted until dusk, culminating in the near annihilation of the Star Luo Empire's forces. Standing amidst the battlefield, Chen gazed at the countless corpses and tattered banners, his heart brimming with complex emotions. "Brother Chen, we have won," Inger exclaimed as she dashed towards him, her face radiant with the joy of victory. Chen looked at Inger and offered a comforting smile, replying, "Indeed, we have triumphed. Yet, this victory is but temporary. The crisis facing the Spirit Hall is far from over. We must continue our efforts to root out all traitors and safeguard our domain." The setting sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows. This victory was merely a chapter in Chen's legendary journey across the Douluo continent, with many more challenges awaiting him in the future. Chapter 68, The Counterattack from Desperation. Following the successful thwarting of the conspiracy between the Star Luo Empire and the traitors within the Spirit Hall, a brief tranquility enveloped the latter. Chen's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. However, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that calm often concealed deeper crises. One day, as was his custom, Chen was consolidating his strength in the Spirit Hall's secluded training chamber. The air was thick with soul power, and the embedded soul crystals on the walls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the space with an ethereal radiance. Sitting cross-legged on the jade platform at the chamber's center, Chen's soul power radiated outward in ripples. His eyes were shut tightly, occasionally furrowing and relaxing, clearly engrossed in profound cultivation. Suddenly, the stone door of the chamber was knocked upon urgently. Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Yet, years of training instilled a sense of caution within him, prompting him to quickly regain composure and inquire in a deep voice, "What is it?" The attendant outside spoke with a trembling voice, clearly panicked. "My lord, it is not good." His Holiness the Pope has urgently summoned all high-ranking officials to the conference hall, claiming that a grave matter has arisen. A tightness gripped Lu Chen's heart. He swiftly rose, adjusted his attire, and opened the stone door. Before him stood the attendant, pale as a ghost, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Lu Chen placed a reassuring hand on the attendant's shoulder before hastening towards the conference hall. As he walked, Lu Chen pondered the nature of the alarming situation that could prompt the usually composed Pope to summon everyone so anxiously. Upon entering the conference hall, he found the atmosphere heavy with tension, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Pope Bibi Dong sat at the head of the table, her expression dark and foreboding, her usually imposing eyes betraying a rare anxiety. The other high-ranking officials appeared equally flustered, whispering among themselves. Taking a seat, Lu Chen had scarcely settled when Bibi Dong slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. She glared at the assembly and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, I have just received news that the Tiando Empire has allied with several affiliated kingdoms, openly declaring war against the Spear Hall. And they have begun to amass significant forces at the border, preparing to launch an assault upon us." At this revelation, the conference hall erupted into chaos. How can this be? Do they not understand the consequences of opposing the Spear Hall? The Tiando Empire must be out of their minds. The crowd exclaimed in dismay. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He understood that the Tiando Empire's actions were not impulsive. There must be more complex reasons and formidable support behind this move. He raised his gaze to Bibi Dong and asked, "Your Holiness, do you know why the Tiando Empire has suddenly taken this course of action?" Bibi Dong scoffed, a flash of resentment in her eyes. "It is said that our previous suppression of certain factions within their ranks has incited their dissatisfaction. Moreover, a mysterious force has been fanning the flames, manipulating them into believing that now is the opportune moment to confront us." Lu Chen nodded slightly, rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. At that moment, an elder rose, expressing his concerns. "Your Holiness, the Tiando Empire's alliance with the affiliated kingdoms cannot be underestimated. They are well prepared. How shall we respond?" Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, you are known for your wisdom. Please share your thoughts." Standing up, Lu Chen surveyed the assembly and spoke with calm assurance. "Your Holiness, esteemed colleagues, though the Tiando Empire approaches with great force, the Spirit Hall is not without its chances of victory. First, we must swiftly stabilize the morale within our ranks to avoid disarray. Secondly, we need to send someone deep into the enemy's camp to ascertain their troop deployments, battle plans, and the nature of that mysterious force. Simultaneously, we must reinforce our border defenses, establishing various fortifications and leveraging the terrain to counter their assault." A high-ranking official voiced skepticism. "Lu Chen, that is easier said than done. Who could we possibly send into the enemy camp? It is tantamount to seeking death." Lu Chen smiled faintly, his confidence unwavering. "I have a trusted confidant skilled in intelligence gathering who operates with utmost caution. I trust he can accomplish this task." Bibi Dong nodded slightly, stating, "Very well. We shall proceed as Lu Chen suggests. Let's swiftly ascertain the enemy situation and then formulate a detailed battle plan." After the meeting, Lu Chen returned to his residence and immediately summoned his trusted confidant. The individual, named Lin Feng, was a lithe young man, exuding cleverness and determination in his gaze. Upon reaching Lu Chen, he knelt on one knee and said, "My lord, what are your orders?" Lu Chen regarded Lin Feng with a serious expression. "Lin Feng, I have an exceedingly perilous mission for you. You must infiltrate the allied forces of the Tiando Empire and ascertain their troop deployments, battle plans, and details regarding the mysterious force behind them. This task is crucial for the survival of the Spear Hall. Do you have the confidence to succeed?" Lin Feng raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, my lord, Lin Feng vows to fulfill this mission with my life." Lu Chen patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "I have faith in you. However, exercise caution, prioritize your safety above all else. Should you acquire vital intelligence, find a way to relay it back immediately." Lin Feng nodded and promptly departed. Lu Chen watched his retreating figure, silently praying for his safe return. In the ensuing days, Lu Chen devoted himself entirely to preparations for the border defenses. He personally arrived at the frontier, directing soldiers in constructing fortifications and setting traps. Under the blazing sun, clad in battle armor, sweat soaked his garments, yet he remained undeterred, meticulously inspecting every defensive detail. This trap needs to be deepened, and the camouflage must appear more natural. Lu Chen instructed the soldiers, pointing at a specific trap. The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Just as Lu Chen was engrossed in his tasks, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, Lin Feng has returned." A surge of joy filled Lu Chen's heart, and he swiftly turned to head back to the tent. There, he found Lin Feng, dirty and disheveled, his garments torn in several places and scratches marring his face, yet his eyes remained bright. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, I have returned, and I have acquired the intelligence." Lu Chen urged, "Quickly, tell me everything in detail." Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reported, "My lord, the Tiando Empire, in alliance with its affiliated kingdoms, has amassed a total of 200,000 troops, led by the Imperial Army of the Tiando Empire. They plan to divide their forces into 3 fronts, launching assaults against our Spirit Hall's borders from the east, west, and central directions. The mysterious force behind them is said to be an ancient Soul Master family, providing formidable Soul Master support to the Tiando Empire, intending to weaken our Spirit Hall and rise again on the continent." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. After a moment, he declared, "It appears we are in for a tough battle. However, since they're dividing their forces, we can exploit this by concentrating our superior strength to defeat them one by one." Lu Chen promptly organized the intelligence brought back by Lin Feng and dispatched it to the Spirit Hall at full speed, presenting it to Pope Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, he commenced gathering the generals at the border camp, preparing to formulate a detailed battle plan. The commanders congregated within the tent, where Lu Chen stood before a map at its center, gesturing toward it as he spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, according to our intelligence, the coalition forces of the Tiando Empire are divided into 3 routes. The Eastern Army, led by a marquis from the Tiando Empire, comprises 50,000 troops and will traverse a valley, where we can lay an ambush. The Western Army, numbering 60,000 and commanded by a duke, will follow a river. We can sever their water supply upstream and strike when they are parched and disoriented. The Central Army, the main force, consists of 90,000 troops, commanded directly by the Grand Marshal of the Royal Guard. We shall feign weakness, enticing them deeper, then encircle them from both flanks to annihilate them in one fell swoop." A general expressed concern, saying, "My lord, while this strategy is indeed clever, it carries considerable risk. If any route encounters a setback, we may find ourselves in a precarious position." Lu Chen gazed steadfastly at the assembly, declaring, "I am acutely aware of the risks involved. However, we have no alternative but to take the initiative. Provided that we coordinate each phase effectively, we shall surely achieve a resounding victory over the enemy. Now, return to your posts and prepare for my command. We shall strike at any moment." The generals responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." As the coalition forces of the Tiando Empire advanced relentlessly, a monumental conflict loomed on the horizon. Lu Chen stood outside the tent, gazing into the distance, silently vowing to protect the Spirit Hall and thwart the enemy's insidious schemes. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Chapter 69. The undercurrents of power intertwined and new strategies formulated. After successfully averting the crisis of collusion between the Douluo Empire and traitors within the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen's prestige within the Spirit Hall had ascended to new heights. On this day, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating Lu Chen's exclusive study deep within the Spirit Hall, where shelves brimmed with precious tomes and soul skill scrolls, emanating a faint glow of soul power. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with golden dragon embroidery, he appeared as if poised for flight under the sunlight's embrace. Seated at his desk, he held a quill pen, meticulously reviewing reports concerning recent affairs of the Spirit Hall. Occasionally furrowing his brow, he marked the reports with circles and annotations, pausing momentarily to contemplate, his focused demeanor suggesting that the entire world was irrelevant to him. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door of his study. "Come in." Lu Chen did not lift his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the report in his hands. The doors slowly creaked open, and Inger glided in with a light step. Today, she donned a pale pink dress, its layers cascading like petals, cinched at the waist with a white ribbon, accentuating her slender figure. Balancing a tray in her hands, she presented a steaming cup of fragrant tea. "Brother Chen, having seen you toil for so long, why not take a moment to sip some tea and rest?" Inger spoke gently, placing the cup before Lu Chen. Lu Chen lifted his head, a hint of a smile breaking through his fatigued expression. "Thank you for your kindness, Inger." He raised the cup, taking a delicate sip, and the rich aroma of the tea instantly invigorated him. Inger settled into the chair beside him, gazing at him as she said, "Brother Chen, Although this crisis has been resolved, I cannot shake the feeling that the atmosphere within the spirit hall remains rife with undercurrents. Chen set down his cup, nodding slightly. You're correct. Those forces we have suppressed will not yield easily. They are undoubtedly scheming in shadows. Moreover, our recent actions have drawn the attention of other factions, who may also be poised for action. Ingner's brows knitted in concern. What shall we do? We must prepare in advance. Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute as he replied. First, we must strengthen our control over the spirit hall. We need to place more of our loyalists in key positions and closely monitor the movements of various factions. Should we detect any anomalies, report to me immediately. Ingner nodded in agreement. That is feasible. I will make the necessary arrangements. What else? Chen rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant architecture of the spirit hall. Secondly, we must enhance our own strength. Not only I, but you and our trusted subordinates must diligently cultivate. Only with sufficient power can we respond to unforeseen circumstances. I will exchange some suitable cultivation resources and manuals from the system for you. Yes, Brother Chen, I will strive to improve my cultivation, Ingner affirmed with determination. Chen turned to her, his eyes filled with affection and trust. Ingner, I have full confidence in your capabilities. Additionally, we must engage diplomatically. Building amicable relations with neutral forces will expand our influence. Thus, even in the face of crises, we shall have additional support. My understanding of diplomacy is limited, Brother Chen. You must exert yourself in this regard, Ingner replied with a hint of helplessness. Chen returned to his desk, sitting down as he stated, I will assign some adept subordinates to liaise with those neutral factions. However, before we proceed, we must first comprehend their needs and weaknesses to tailor our approach effectively. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Suddenly, the study door was flung open, and a servant rushed in, kneeling on one knee, panic etched on his face. My lord, dire news. I have just received word that the remnants of the elders you previously defeated have allied with discontented lower-ranked soul masters within the spirit hall, inciting dissatisfaction among the other soul masters against you and spreading detrimental rumors. Chen's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. These fools truly know no bounds. What rumors have they been disseminating? The servant trembled as he replied. They claim that you monopolize power, resorting to unscrupulous means for your own gain, and that your resolution of the crisis was merely to elevate your own prestige, rather than genuinely caring for the spirit hall. Ingner, enraged, stood up. Such utter nonsense. How can they so shamelessly invert the truth? Chen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the servant, summoned the individuals responsible for intelligence and public opinion management. I have matters to discuss. Yes, my lord. The servant promptly rose and exited in haste. Moments later, two serious-looking men entered the study. They were Zhang Biao, responsible for intelligence work, and Li Yang, in charge of public opinion management. Upon seeing Chen, they bowed respectfully. My lord. Chen regarded them with a stern expression. Zhang Biao, immediately investigate the hiding places and specific action plans of these residual forces. I want to know if they have any other factions backing them. Understood, my lord. I will act forthwith. Zhang Biao replied, turning to leave. Wait. Chen called after him. This matter must be handled discreetly. Do not alert the enemy. Understood, my lord. Zhang Biao nodded and swiftly departed. Chen then turned his attention to Li Yang. Li Yang, what strategies do you propose to counter these rumors? Li Yang furrowed his brow in thought before responding. My lord, we can initially issue an official statement within the spirit hall to clarify the facts. Simultaneously, we can arrange for trusted soul masters to dispel the rumors in various regions, exposing their falsehoods. Additionally, we could employ certain means to identify those leading the rumor-mongering and publicly deal with them to serve as a deterrent. Chen nodded in approval. Proceed as you suggest. However, during the process of dispelling these rumors, be cautious not to be overly forceful, as it may provoke resentment among the other soul masters. We must persuade them with reason, allowing them to understand the truth. Furthermore, for those lower-ranked soul masters who have been incited, we should attempt to win them over. If they resist, do not press too hard, lest they act out of desperation. Yes, my lord, I understand, Li Yang affirmed. Very well, you may go. Ensure this matter is resolved swiftly. Chen waved his hand. After their departure, Ingner approached Chen's side, expressing her concern. Brother Chen, these issues are truly vexing. What further tricks do you think they will devise against us? Chen gently clasped Ingner's hand, offering comfort. Do not worry, regardless of the tactics they employ. I am confident in my ability to confront them. We merely need to remain calm, and respond appropriately. However, matters were far more complex than Lu Chen had anticipated. Just as Liang commenced his efforts to dispel the rumors, mysterious leaflets suddenly emerged within the spirit hall, detailing the alleged crimes of Lu Chen in vehement and incendiary terms. These leaflets rapidly circulated within the spirit hall, inciting considerable panic. Upon learning of this development, Lu Chen summoned Liang to his study once more. Liang, what is the meaning of this? Why have these leaflets appeared so suddenly? How is your management of public opinion proceeding? His tone was laced with anger. Liang, kneeling with a look of deep remorse, replied, My lord, I have been remiss. These leaflets originated from outside the spirit hall, likely the work of those remnants colluding with external forces. We are diligently tracking the source of these leaflets and will provide you with an explanation as swiftly as possible. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, rise. It seems our adversaries are well prepared this time. Intensify the investigation and deploy more personnel to patrol the spirit hall to prevent any disturbances. Furthermore, continue to strengthen our efforts to dispel these rumors. We must ensure the spirit masters within the hall understand that this is all part of the enemy's scheme. Yes, my lord. Liang stood, determination gleaming in his eyes. I shall not betray your trust. After Liang departed, Lu Chen sat in contemplation. He realized that this crisis was far more intricate than he had imagined. The enemy was not only inciting unrest internally, but also collaborating with external forces to exert pressure through public opinion. He needed to devise a comprehensive countermeasure swiftly. Otherwise, the situation within the spirit hall would become increasingly dire. At that moment, Inger approached from behind and gently began to massage his shoulders. Brother Chen, do not be too anxious. Let us brainstorm together. We shall surely navigate through this difficult time. Lu Chen grasped Inger's hand, feeling a sense of reassurance in her presence. I am contemplating that perhaps we can exploit the alliance among our enemies to sow discord among them. If rifts arise within their ranks, we can strike them down one by one. Inger's eyes brightened. Brother Chen, that is a splendid idea. But how do we instigate this division? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It will depend on the intelligence from Zhang Biao. Once he uncovers the forces backing our enemies, we can formulate a strategy to exploit their conflicting interests. Just then, Zhang Biao hurried back into the study, excitement evident on his face. My lord, I have made a significant discovery. The remnants are not only supported by the Xinglua Empire, but also by a clandestine faction from the Tiando Empire. Moreover, there is no complete trust between these two factions. They are merely united by mutual interests for the time being. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. This is our breakthrough. Zhang Biao, continue your in-depth investigation. See if you can identify any disparities in their profit sharing or other points of contention. Inger, we must prepare for our next move. Lu Chen rose, pacing the study as his mind rapidly crafted a detailed plan to fracture their enemies. A new confrontation was on the horizon, ready to unfold within the turbulent power dynamics of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 70, A Shift in the Winds. As Lu Chen led the Spirit Hall's members in addressing the threat from the Xinglua Empire, the situation appeared to be progressing as they had anticipated. Yet, just as the Spirit Masters infiltrating the rear of the Xinglua Empire's forces were poised to launch their surprise attack, the winds shifted dramatically. The liaison Spirit Master rushed before Lu Chen, kneeling breathlessly, panic etched across his face. My lord, there is trouble. Our operational plan has been leaked, and the Xinglua Empire's forces seem to be on guard. The infiltrating team is in peril. At this news, Lu Chen's countenance darkened, his eyes widening with fury. Grasping the collar of the Spirit Master, he barked, What is happening? Were you not instructed to act with utmost caution? How could this have been compromised? The Spirit Master's voice trembled with fear. My lord, we were unaware. Everything was proceeding smoothly until just before the attack, when the Xinglua Empire suddenly altered their deployment and conducted a thorough search of our infiltration zone. The Spirit Master team was caught off guard and is now engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. Lu Chen released his grip, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He began to pace rapidly, his mind racing as he contemplated a counter-strategy. At that moment, Inger hurried in, noticing Lu Chen's grave expression, her heart sinking. Brother Chen, what has transpired? Inger asked anxiously. Lu Chen briefly relayed the situation to her. Upon hearing it, a flicker of worry crossed her beautiful eyes, but she quickly steadied herself. Brother Chen, we must prioritize rescuing our Spirit Master team. We cannot allow them to be annihilated. Furthermore, we must ascertain how the plan was leaked. Lu Chen nodded, determination restored in his gaze. You are correct. I will personally lead an elite squad to their rescue. You remain here, closely monitoring developments. Should anything new arise, alert me immediately. With that, Lu Chen swiftly assembled a team of 30 elite spirit masters, all distinguished members of the Spirit Hall, renowned for their formidable strength and experience. Clad in uniform silver armor adorned with the unique runes of the Spirit Hall, they shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Brothers, our comrades are in danger. In this mission, we shall spare no effort to bring them back. Lu Chen commanded, and like a tempest, they surged towards the location where the Spirit Master team was trapped. Meanwhile, in the rear of the Xinglua Empire's troops, the beleaguered Spirit Master team fought valiantly, leading them with a robust middle-aged man named Lei Yao, wielding a spear that crackled with electric light. Each swing sent shockwaves through the air. Brothers, we cannot give up. We must hold on until Lord Lu Chun arrives to rescue us. Lei Yao shouted, his voice infused with defiance and tenacity. However, the Xinglua Empire's forces, numerous and well-prepared, surrounded the Spirit Master team. A golden-armored general on horseback, wielding a long blade, sneered at the encircled Spirit Masters. You fools from a Spirit Hall thought you could launch a stealthy attack on us? Today marks your demise. The golden-armored general commanded his soldiers to unleash wave after wave of assaults. The members of the Spirit Master team formed a circle, utilizing their spirit abilities to resist fiercely. Among them was a young Spirit Master named Lin Feng, whose spirit was the Gale Eagle. At that moment, enormous wind-based wings unfurled from his back, creating a tempest that sent approaching enemies reeling. Brother Lei Yao, we cannot sustain this. Our spirit power is depleting too rapidly. Lin Feng shouted amidst the onslaught. With gritted teeth, Lei Yao's eyes gleamed with resolve. Listen up, conserve your spirit power, and look for an opportunity to break through. We cannot simply wait for our end. Just as the Spirit Master team was enduring, Lu Chen's rescue squad arrived. Leading the charge, Lu Chen unleashed his shadow spirit, enveloping the area in darkness as if light itself had been consumed. In an instant, he darted into the enemy ranks like a specter. Attack! Lu Chen roared, summoning black soul power blades in his hands, cutting through the enemy lines. The other Spirit Masters in the rescue squad unleashed their formidable abilities, and chaos erupted, blending battle cries with anguished screams. The army of the Star Luo Empire was caught off guard by this sudden assault. The golden-armored general's expression shifted upon spotting Lu Chen. Oh no, it's Lu Chen from the Spirit Hall. Everyone, remain calm and prepare to intercept with all your might. Lu Chen's gaze was fixated on the golden-armored general, a cold smirk gracing his lips. So you are the one who dares to seek our annihilation? Today, you shall not escape. With that, Lu Chen darted forward like lightning, charging at the general. The golden-armored general, refusing to back down, spurred his horse and raised his blade to meet Lu Chen head-on. In an instant, the two clashed, powerful waves of soul power radiating outward, causing surrounding soldiers and soul masters to stagger back. The soul power blade in Lu Chen's hand collided with the general's long sword, producing a sharp metallic clang. The general felt an overwhelming force coursing through his weapon, numbing his arm. You're not so formidable after all, Lu Chen scoffed, unleashing the power of his shadow spirit once more, darkness surging like a tide toward the golden-armored general. The general's face turned pale with terror as he desperately channeled his soul power to resist. But under Lu Chen's formidable assault, he gradually found himself at a loss. No, this can't be. How can you be this strong? The general cried out in despair. Lu Chen paid no heed to his pleas, swinging his blade to unleash a black wave of soul power that cleaved the general from his mount. After dispatching the golden-armored general, Lu Chen turned and rejoined the fray, fighting alongside his comrades to rescue the besieged Soul Master Squad. Under the fierce onslaught of Lu Chen and his allies, a gap began to tear through the encirclement of the Star Luo Empire. Lei Yao, lead the squad to break through with us, Lu Chen shouted. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lei Yao's heart soared with joy. Brothers, charge with me. The morale of the Soul Master Squad surged as they fought valiantly alongside Lu Chen to escape. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in breaking free from the siege. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Chen cast a somber gaze over the group. This operation has failed, and our plans have been compromised. We must identify the traitor among us, or we shall face endless repercussions. At that moment, Lei Yao stepped forward, a look of self-reproach on his face. Lord Lu Chen, it was my poor command that led us into this predicament. Please, punish me as you see fit. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. This is not your fault. The enemy was simply too cunning. What is paramount now is to uncover the traitor. Shadow, standing nearby, added, Brother Chen, I believe we should investigate the personnel involved in this operation. Narrowing down the scope may allow us to find clues more swiftly. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Lei Yao, you are tasked with investigating all individuals connected to this operation, especially those who had the opportunity to access the operational plans. Report any suspicious findings to me immediately. Yes, my lord, Lei Yao responded, promptly setting off to fulfill his mission. Watching Lei Yao's departing figure, Lu Chen silently vowed to unearth the traitor and hold them accountable to the Spirit Hall, while also ensuring the Star Luo Empire pays for their actions. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within the camp grew tense and oppressive. Lu Chen fortified the camp's defenses to prevent another assault from the Star Luo Empire, while anxiously awaiting Lei Yao's investigative results. Finally, Lei Yao rushed in, his expression grave. My lord, after thorough investigation, we have identified a suspicious individual. He is a small soul master responsible for relaying information, and he has recently made frequent contacts with the outside world. Moreover, he had left the camp for a period before the operational plans were leaked. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Bring him to me at once. Soon, the small soul master was brought before him, his frame slight, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lu Chen's eyes. Do you understand your crimes? Lu Chen glared fiercely at the small soul master, his voice resonating like thunder. The small soul master fell to his knees, trembling. And my lord, I realize my mistake. I was bribed by the Star Luo Empire to leak the operational plans. I was momentarily blinded by greed and agreed to their demands. Lu Chen seethed with rage, shaking with anger. For a mere sum of money, you betrayed the Spirit Hall and disregarded the lives of your comrades. What use is there for someone like you? With that, Lu Chen raised his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. My lord, spare me. I am willing to atone for my sins. The small soul master cried out in despair. Lu Chen scoffed. Do you truly believe you still have a chance? Your actions have already inflicted tremendous losses upon the Spirit Hall. Just as Lu Chen's hand was about to descend, Shadow stepped forward, blocking him. Brother Chen, hold on. Perhaps we can use him to set a trap for the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 71. The Results of Reform and New Challenges. The reforms instituted by Lu Chen within the Spirit Hall, after experiencing numerous challenges, finally began to manifest significant results. The previously disorganized management system within the Spirit Hall had transformed into a well-ordered framework, with Soul Masters training more systematically and efficiently, and resource allocation becoming increasingly rational and equitable. As the morning sun streamed through the grand glass windows of the Spirit Hall, illuminating the spacious and bright conference hall, Lu Chen sat at the head of the table, adorned in an opulent, deep purple robe, intricately embroidered with the Spirit Hall's emblem in gold thread, glimmering under the sunlight. His expression was focused as he surveyed the mid-level officials standing below. In recent times, everyone has witnessed the changes brought about by our reforms. The strength of our Soul Masters has notably increased, and the efficiency of task completion has significantly improved. Lu Chen's voice was steady and authoritative, imbued with confidence and gravitas. A robust, muscular middle-aged Soul Master stepped forward, clasping his fists. Elder Lu, the results of this reform are indeed remarkable. Take our training department, for instance. The new training methods have accelerated the soul power growth of our young Soul Masters by nearly 30%, and their practical skills have become increasingly adept. His face flushed with excitement, his eyes reflecting admiration for Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This is the result of our collective efforts. However, we must not rest on our laurels. There are still many areas that require further refinement. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe, with a refined demeanor, stepped forward. Adjusting his crystal glasses, he remarked, Elder Lu, while the reforms are commendable, there are still some remote branches that are somewhat lacking in resource allocation, hindering the development of certain Soul Masters. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Contemplating for a moment before responding, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to reassess the allocation. We cannot allow any potentially gifted Soul Master to be limited by resource issues. Each branch is the foundation of the Spirit Hall and must be given due attention. Just as the discussion continued, the doors of the conference hall were abruptly flung open, and a young attendant rushed in, panic written across his face. Breathless and sweating profusely, he knelt on one knee. Elder Lu, it's bad. A group claiming to be from the Soul Masters Alliance is causing a ruckus outside, demanding that we cease our reforms, claiming we are disrupting the balance within the Soul Master community. Lu Chen's expression turned cold in an instant. The Soul Masters Alliance? I have never heard of such an organization. How many are they? Who leads them? The attendant swallowed nervously, responding, there are about 100 of them. And their leader is a burly man named Quang Dao, wielding a massive battle axe, looking quite fearsome. He has been shouting outside, saying if you do not come out to address them, they will force their way into the spirit hall. Lu Chen snorted. What audacity! How dare they wreak havoc at the gates of the spirit hall? Let's go and see. With that, he rose, striding confidently toward the entrance, followed closely by the officials of the spirit hall. Upon reaching the grand entrance, Lu Chen beheld a group of individuals standing menacingly in the square. Leading them was Quang Dao, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, his muscles bulging like small hills. He donned a black beast-hide armor, his battle axe shimmering with a cold gleam, engraved with enigmatic runes along its blade. Are you Lu Chen? Roared Quang Dao upon catching sight of Lu Chen, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating through the surrounding air. Lu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze icy as he regarded Quang Dao. I am indeed Lu Chen. What brings you to cause a disturbance before the gates of my spirit hall? Quang Dao stepped forward, driving his battle axe heavily into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lu Chen, the reforms you're implementing have severely disrupted the balance within the Spirit Master community. You have hoarded resources within the Spirit Hall, rendering other free-spirited Soul Masters and smaller factions incapable of survival. Today, you must provide us with an explanation and cease these so-called reforms. Lu Chen snickered coldly. I had expected a more substantial reason. It seems you are merely the unreasonable beneficiaries protesting against change. The reforms of my Spirit Hall are designed to enhance the strength of the entire Spirit Master realm, allowing Soul Masters to flourish. The consolidation of resources is intended for more judicious utilization, rather than squandered as they were in the past. Your claims of impacted interests are nothing but your resistance to change, a desire to remain ensconced in the comforts of the past. Quang Dao's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed, do not attempt to argue here. If you do not acquiesce to our demands today, we shall raise your spirit hall to the ground. With that, his followers brandished their soul weapons, a myriad of lights flashing ominously, their energy palpable. One of Lu Chen's aides, witnessing the unfolding chaos, whispered, Elder Lu, their strengths are varied, yet their numbers are considerable. Should we not? Lu Chen raised his hand, interrupting him, his eyes resolute. There is no need for fear. Since they dare to come, we must demonstrate that the spirit hall is not a place for their reckless antics. With that, Lu Chen slowly raised his hands, a powerful soul force surging from within him, the air around them growing heavy with tension. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's display of soul power, Quang Dao let out a furious roar, raising his battle axe and charging at Lu Chen. Behind him, his followers echoed his battle cry, rushing forward. A smirk of disdain graced Lu Chen's lips as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, propelling himself toward Quang Dao like a cannonball. In the instant he approached Quang Dao, Lu Chen's form flickered, deftly evading the forceful blow, while his right hand shot out like lightning. Seizing Quang Dao's arm and twisting it with force, Quang Dao felt an overwhelming surge of power, agony coursing through his arm as he nearly lost grip on his axe. With such meager skill, you dare challenge the spirit hall? Lu Chen remarked coldly. Quang Dao, astonished and infuriated, wrenched free from Lu Chen's grasp, retreating several steps, then clenched his battle axe tightly, murmuring incantations. The runes on the axe glowed fiercely, conjuring a massive shadowy axe that descended upon Lu Chen with ferocity. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a purple shield of soul power before him. The shadowy axe collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, the force of the impact fracturing the ground beneath them. Steadying himself, Lu Chen regarded Quang Dao, saying, You do possess some strength, yet it is far from sufficient. Now, if you choose to withdraw, I shall overlook this transgression. Otherwise, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Undeterred, Quang Dao charged forward once more, his followers launching their assault against Lu Chen and the defenders of the spirit hall. In an instant, the square erupted with the clamor of battle, soul power weaving a tapestry of light and chaos. Lu Chen skillfully countered Quang Dao's onslaught while keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding conflict. He noted that despite being outnumbered, the personnel of the spirit hall, bolstered by systematic training and formidable strength, held their ground. It seems only by demonstrating our strength will they relent, Lu Chen thought to himself. Drawing a deep breath, he allowed the soul power within him to swell like a roaring tide. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, a colossal shadowy spirit manifesting behind him. The shadowy spirit extended its massive arm toward Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao felt a powerful pull, struggling in vain to escape as the shadowy spirit's arm seized him, lifting him high into the air. "Stop! Everyone, cease at once!" Kuang Dao shouted, his voice booming. His followers halted, gazing in terror at their leader suspended above them. Chen looked at Kuang Dao, his tone icy. "Do you still believe you can overthrow the spirit hall?" Kuang Dao's complexion paled, fear flickering in his eyes. Yet he forced himself to reply, "Chen, do not revel in this victory. Though you may have triumphed today, the Soul Master Alliance will not relent." With a cold snort, Chen released Kuang Dao, letting him crash to the ground. "Return and inform your backers not to foolishly challenge the authority of the Spirit Hall. Should you dare to disturb our peace again, next time you shall not escape so easily. Begone!" Kuang Dao gritted his teeth. Rising from the ground and retreating with his followers, their departure marked by a sense of defeat. Chen watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowed. He understood that this so-called Soul Master Alliance was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges awaited him and the Spirit Hall in the future. "Elder Liu, are you unharmed?" One of the aides inquired with concern. Chen shook his head. "I'm fine. This incident serves as a reminder that the path of reform will inevitably encounter various resistances. We must be thoroughly prepared." With that, he turned and strode into the Spirit Hall, his steps resolute and powerful, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 72. The turbulent winds of power intertwined. Chen stood atop the towering spire of the Spirit Hall, surveying the ebb and flow of soul masters and attendants below. The morning sunlight bathed him, accentuating his upright form and imbuing him with an air of unwavering resolve. Clad in a resplendent black robe adorned with golden trim, the intricate golden embroidery at the cuffs and collar shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, narrating the weighty significance of his position within the Spirit Hall. With his hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze exuding an aura of confidence and composure that suggested he commanded the entire situation. However, this confidence was short-lived, as hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, shattering the tranquility of the moment. "My lord!" A flustered attendant rushed up, kneeling on one knee, breathless. Chen frowned slightly, turning to face the attendant with a hint of displeasure in his tone. "What causes such alarm?" The attendant looked up, anxiety etched across his features. "My lord, it is grave. His Holiness, the Pope, has just issued a decree to redefine the power dynamics within the Spirit Hall, and it seems your jurisdiction has been significantly affected." A tightness gripped Chen's heart, yet he maintained his composure. "Elucidate the specifics," the attendant hurriedly explained. "The decree states that several key resource locations under your command have been reassigned to other elders, and moreover, your contingent of soul masters has been reduced." Chen's expression turned icy, a cold snort escaping his lips. "It appears someone is scheming behind the scenes, seeking to undermine my power." He pondered in silence, contemplating who possessed the audacity to act against him at such a crucial juncture. At that moment, Er also arrived in haste. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown that fluttered in the breeze like a celestial being, she approached Chen with a worried expression. "Brother Chen, what has transpired?" Chen glanced at her, his gaze softening slightly as he recounted the Pope's decree. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of indignation ignited in Er's eyes. "This is intolerable. Brother Chen, we cannot remain idle." Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, we shall uncover who is orchestrating this turmoil." Having spoken, he promptly resolved to seek an audience with the Pope to ascertain the true nature of the unfolding events. Chen, accompanied by Er, strode purposefully towards the papal palace. Throughout their journey, Chen's countenance bore a heavy gloom, and he remained silent, while Er closely followed him, her heart equally filled with uncertainty and trepidation. Upon arriving at the papal palace, Chen conveyed his intentions to the guards. The guards exhibited reluctance, yet upon perceiving the steely gaze of Chen, they proceeded to relay the message within. Shortly thereafter, a guard emerged and respectfully announced, "Lord Chen, His Holiness the Pope summons you." Taking a deep breath, Chen adjusted his robes and, with Er in tow, entered the palace. The interior was adorned opulently, with grand crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow and the walls embedded with various precious gems that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors. Pope Bibi Dong sat imperiously upon a lofty throne, clad in his iconic red papal robe, a crown encrusted with countless jewels resting upon his head, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Chen and Er as they entered. Lu Chen approached the Pope, bowing deeply, and addressed him, "Your Holiness, I have heard of your decree regarding the changes in my assigned territory. Might I inquire as to the intent behind your decision?" Bibi Dong raised a brow slightly, diverting his gaze from Lu Chen to elsewhere. "Lu Chen, the decisions of the Spirit Hall are made with careful consideration. While your designated region has seen some development, issues have arisen which necessitate a reallocation of resources to ensure the stability and growth of the Spirit Hall as a whole." Lu Chen understood that this was merely a pretext from Bibi Dong. He lifted his gaze to meet the Pope's eyes resolutely. "Your Holiness, since my induction into the Spirit Hall, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly, contributing significantly to its expansion. This sudden change may jeopardize the stability and progress of my region. I implore you to reconsider." Bibi Dong let out a cold chuckle. "Lu Chen, your words are unnecessary. The decree is final and will not be altered. You need only focus on your duties and comply with the arrangements." At that moment, Ying Er could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to bow gracefully. "Your Holiness, Brother Chen has toiled tirelessly for the Spirit Hall, and the current state of this region is a testament to his efforts. I beseech you to rescind your command and grant him another chance." Bibi Dong's gaze shifted to Ying Er, an expression of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "And who might you be? This is not a matter for you to speak on." Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly shielded Ying Er behind him. "Your Holiness, please do not take offense. Ying Er merely expresses concern for the affairs of the Spirit Hall and means no disrespect. However, this matter is of great significance, and I hope you may reconsider." Rising from his throne, Bibi Dong slowly descended to stand before Lu Chen, looking down at him imperiously. "Lu Chen, your standing within the Spirit Hall is considerable. Do not be greedy. Some matters are beyond your influence." Lu Chen recognized that further argument would be futile. Suppressing his rising anger, he bowed once more. "Since your will is resolute, I shall comply with your decree. However, I kindly request a brief period to facilitate a smooth transition." Bibi Dong inclined his head slightly. "Very well, you shall have 3 days. After that, a new overseer will take charge." After departing the papal palace, Lu Chen and Ying Er bore heavy hearts. Ying Er gazed at Lu Chen, concern evident in her eyes. "Brother Chen, what shall we do? Shall we allow them to prevail?" Lu Chen clenched his fists, fire flickering in his eyes. "Of course not. There are hidden motives behind this. I shall uncover the truth. In these 3 days, we cannot remain idle. We must devise a way to expose the puppeteer behind this scheme and see if we can salvage the situation." Upon returning to his residence, Lu Chen immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. These loyal followers expressed their willingness to serve him upon hearing the news. "My lord, what shall we do? Command us," exclaimed a burly man, his gaze resolute and determined. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "You will immediately investigate who has been in close contact with the Pope in recent days, particularly focusing on those elders who harbor discontent towards me. Additionally, gather information on their recent activities and any unusual behaviors. I must ascertain their true intentions." "Understood, my lord." The group chorused in unison before quickly dispersing to fulfill their tasks. Lu Chen then turned to another astute subordinate. "You will reach out to our informants within various factions and ascertain if there are any insider details regarding this shift in territorial influence. Remember, proceed with caution and do not reveal your identity." "Understood, my lord," the subordinate replied before hastily departing. In the following 2 days, Lu Chen and Ying Er anxiously awaited news. Lu Chen paced back and forth within the residence, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, at other times exhibiting a steadfast gaze, as if orchestrating a grand counterattack. Ying Er silently accompanied him, serving tea and water while quietly praying for favorable news to arrive. Finally, on the evening of the second day, the subordinates who had gone out to investigate began to return with clues. The burly man reported first, "My lord, our investigation has revealed that Elder Hades has been in frequent contact with the Pope. It is said that he's been advising the Pope that your rapid expansion of influence threatens the balance of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, he has secretly colluded with other elders, seemingly plotting a more significant conspiracy." Lu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. "Hades? So it is he, this old curmudgeon. I've had no quarrel with him. Why does he target me so?" Just then, the subordinate responsible for contacting informants returned as well. "My lord, our sources within other factions have informed us that Hades appears to have dealings with a noble from the Star Luo Empire. They seem to have reached some form of agreement, and this alteration in the Spirit Hall's territorial scope is likely part of that pact." A realization dawned upon Lu Chen. "So that is it. He seeks to leverage the power of the Star Luo Empire to suppress my influence within the Spirit Hall, thereby securing greater gains for himself. Ing Er, listening intently, exclaimed in indignation, "This Hades is utterly despicable. Brother Chen, we must find a way to expose his conspiracy." Lu Chen nodded slightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. He thinks he can manipulate me so easily? Now that we know the puppet master, the path forward is clear. Tomorrow marks the deadline. Before then, we must gather sufficient evidence to unveil Hades' true nature and reveal his sinister ambitions to the Pope. Thus, Lu Chen and his subordinates worked tirelessly through the night, compiling the evidence they had gathered, preparing for a thrilling confrontation with Hades on the third day, a clash that would determine Lu Chen's fate within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 73. New Challenges Amidst the Tapestry of Power. Lu Chen's standing within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly solidified. And with the successful resolution of the crisis along the borders of the Star Luo Empire, he had become a pillar of strength in the eyes of his peers. On this day, sunlight streamed through the grand arched windows, illuminating the spacious and opulent deliberation chamber of the Spirit Hall. Clad in a newly tailored dark golden robe, the emblem of the Spirit Hall embroidered in silver thread shimmered with a cold brilliance in the sunlight as he strode confidently into the chamber, each step resonating with authority and self-assurance. Inside, a multitude of officials and elders from the Spirit Hall awaited his arrival. Lu Chen surveyed the assembly, offering nods of acknowledgement. He noted that some elders regarded him with a gaze filled with reverence and flattery, while others concealed a barely perceptible hint of jealousy and resentment. Yet, Lu Chen paid them little mind. In his eyes, these were merely the commonplace spectacles encountered along the path of power. "I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter of great importance." Lu Chen's voice rang out, rich and powerful, echoing through the expansive chamber. He approached the massive, circular stone table at the center of the hall, resting his hands upon its surface, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the crowd. "Recently, I have received intelligence indicating that the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire seem to be conspiring behind the scenes. Though the specifics remain unclear, numerous indications suggest that they may unite to take action against our Spirit Hall." Lu Chen spoke gravely, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. An elderly elder, his hair as white as snow, furrowed his brow and slowly rose, leaning on a staff adorned with a blue gemstone. Clearing his throat twice, he addressed Lu Chen. "Elder Lu Chen, is it not hasty to conclude that the two nations will join forces against us based solely on some signs? After all, the Tiando and Xing Luo have always been at odds. It is no simple task to expect them to set aside their grievances and ally together." Lu Chen offered a slight smile, unfazed by the elder's concerns, and patiently elaborated. "Elder, unusual occurrences often herald deeper machinations. Recently, our intelligence operatives within both nations have reported an alarming frequency of high-level exchanges, alongside unusual military mobilizations along the borders. These are no mere coincidences. Our Spirit Hall's burgeoning strength poses a significant threat to them, and uniting against us aligns with their interests." Another, younger elder rose, his expression troubled. "If this is indeed the case, how shall we respond? The combined might of Tiando and Xing Luo, bolstered by numerous spirit masters, could be formidable, and we might." His voice trailed off, concern evident in his demeanor. Lu Chen gently raised a hand, signaling him to sit, and surveyed the room before declaring, "There is no need for alarm. Our Spirit Hall has weathered countless storms. We shall not fear their alliance. However, we must remain vigilant and prepare adequately. I propose that we intensify our intelligence-gathering efforts to uncover the precise plans and timelines of this potential union." Lu Chen continued, directing his gaze toward the official responsible for intelligence, his eyes conveying an unequivocal command. "You are to reinforce your team, infiltrate both nations, and acquire information by any means necessary. Report any findings to me immediately." The official trembled slightly, but nodded vigorously. "Yes, Elder Lu Chen, I shall exert every effort. Moreover, we must fortify our own defenses," Lu Chen added, turning to the military commander in charge of deployments. "Immediately reassess the stationed troops along the borders, strengthen our defensive installations, and deploy various defensive, soul-guided devices. Additionally, organize soldiers for rigorous combat drills to enhance their fighting capabilities." The commander stood tall and replied, "Understood, Elder. I shall not fail in my mission. Furthermore, we cannot remain passive in our defense," Lu Chen said, a confident smile gracing his lips. "We must take the initiative to disrupt their plans." At this moment, Ing Er, who had remained silent, stood up, dressed in a delicate pink gown that flowed like clouds. She complemented her exquisite features perfectly. She glanced at Chen, her eyes brimming with trust and support, then addressed the assembly. Everyone, I believe we can exploit the discord between the two nations by dispatching adept strategists among our spirit masters into their territories to instigate friction and misunderstandings, sowing seeds of distrust to undermine their alliance. Chen regarded Ing Er with approval, nodding. What you say holds great merit, Ing Er. We can approach this with a dual strategy, preparing our defenses while also actively seeking to divide them. What do you all think? The assembly nodded in agreement, and a hushed discussion ensued within the council chamber. Just then, a servant hurried into the room, whispering urgently into Chen's ear. His expression shifted momentarily before regaining composure. He addressed the group, stating, I have just received news that one of our secret outposts within the Tian-Do Empire has been compromised, with all intelligence operatives reported missing. This likely signifies a probing action by the Tian-Do Empire. It appears they have already begun their maneuvers. Upon hearing this, the members' expressions changed dramatically. The elder with white hair could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Elder Chen, it seems the situation is even more dire than we anticipated. We must accelerate our actions. Chen nodded gravely. Indeed, from this moment forth, we shall enter a wartime state. All departments must coordinate closely. There must be no mistakes. After the meeting concluded, Chen returned to his study, with Ing Er following closely behind. The study was lined with shelves filled with tomes on spirit souls, history, and tactics. Chen approached the window, gazing out at the scenery, his brow furrowed in thought. Brother Chen, do not worry too much. We will surely devise a solution, Ing Er said gently, taking his hand in hers. Chen turned to her, fatigue and gratitude evident in his eyes. Ing Er, thank you. Having you by my side brings me great solace. Yet this situation is indeed challenging. The alliance of Tian-Do and Luo may well have other forces stirring the pot behind the scenes. Ying a fool here slightly. Contemplating for a moment before responding, Brother Chen, I believe we could seek to ally with some neutral forces to bolster our strength. For instance, the smaller sects that exist between the two great empires and our spirit hall. Though individually weak, together they could prove formidable. Chen's eyes lit up. Ing Er, that is an excellent idea. I shall dispatch someone to make contact with them. Gaining their support could significantly enhance our odds in the impending contest. He then summoned a trusted aide, instructing, take my personal letter and visit those neutral sections. Explain the current situation and the advantages of allying with our spirit hall. Remember, while sincerity is crucial, we must not compromise the dignity of our spirit hall. The aide departed promptly, and Chen returned to his desk, unfurling a map to meticulously study the terrain and military deployments of both the Tian-Do and Luo nations. Ing Er stood quietly beside him, observing Chen's focused profile, silently praying for their success. Days later, the intelligence officer rushed back with news. Elder Chen, after our efforts, we have uncovered critical information. The Tian-Do and Luo nations indeed plan to launch a joint assault against our spirit hall in 1 month's time, intending to strike from both the east and west simultaneously to catch us off guard. Chen scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression growing increasingly grave. A month? Time is of the essence, but we are not without preparation. He clenched his fist, determination glinting in his eyes. Immediately informed the military commander to expedite our defensive preparations according to our previously established plans. At the same time, instruct the infiltrating spirit masters to commence their operations at once, creating discord to delay their offensive. Chen swiftly issued his orders. After the officer departed, he fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the impending war would serve as a monumental test for the spirit hall, and as one of its pivotal figures. He bore a heavy responsibility, yet he would not retreat. He would confront the challenge with his intellect and courage, defending the honor and dignity of the spirit hall. Brother Chen, I believe in you. We will surely overcome this crisis, Ing Er said softly, approaching Chen and infusing her words with unwavering trust and support. Chen smiled at her, reassured. With you by my side, I feel emboldened. No matter the obstacles ahead, we shall face them together. As time progressed, preparations within the spirit hall unfolded with urgency and organization. Chen traversed between departments, personally overseeing the advancement of every preparatory task. He knew their time was limited, and every detail could determine the outcome of the impending conflict. Chapter 74. The response to the sudden storm. Chen's position within the spirit hall grew, increasingly solidified. Yet the situation across the Douluo continent resembled the calm before a storm. seemingly tranquil, yet rife with underlying turbulence. One day, while Lu Chen was solidifying his soul power in a secluded training chamber, his surroundings glowed with a rich aura of soul energy, enveloping him like a vibrant tapestry. His visage was resolute, and beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his long lashes occasionally fluttered slightly. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Suddenly, the door to the secret chamber was flung open with a loud crash, a gust of wind sweeping in, interrupting Lu Chen's cultivation. His brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of displeasure and vigilance flashing in his eyes as he instantly opened them, the radiance surrounding him abruptly retracting. Who dares to be so reckless? Lu Chen's voice was deep, laced with unmistakable ire. Before him knelt a messenger from the spirit hall, panic etched across his face, breathless as he exclaimed, "My lord. Grave news. The Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have suddenly declared an alliance and issued a joint statement condemning our spirit hall for disrupting the peace of the continent, threatening to amass their forces for a full-scale war against us." Lu Chen's heart sank, his complexion darkening like turbulent waters. He rose slowly, adjusting his slightly wrinkled black robe, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. "Is the information confirmed?" The messenger nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, my lord. This news has already spread throughout the Douluo continent, and all nations are closely monitoring the situation." Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen suppressed the fury and worry swirling within him and began to pace the chamber, his mind racing with strategies. After a moment, he halted, turning to the messenger. "Immediately summon all core members of the Spirit Hall to the conference hall, without fail." The messenger, receiving his orders, darted away like an arrow released from a bow. Lu Chen followed suit, striding purposefully towards the conference hall. As he walked, his expression grew grave, contemplating silently. The sudden alliance between these two empires must harbor some insidious conspiracy. Their timing suggests they aim to strike a lethal blow while our spirit hall is still unsteady. Upon entering the conference hall, he found the core members anxiously awaiting him. As they saw Lu Chen arrive, they all rose, their expressions laden with concern. Lu Chen strode to the main seat and, surveying the assembly, spoke with solemnity. "I trust you are all aware of the alliance and declaration of war between the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires. I have gathered you here today to discuss our countermeasures. Please share your thoughts." An elderly elder, his hair as white as snow, was the first to speak, leaning on his cane and trembling slightly. "Lord Lu Chen, the alliance possesses formidable military strength. Should a full-scale war erupt, while we in the Spirit Hall do not fear confrontation, the losses would be catastrophic. In my humble opinion, we should first send envoys to negotiate, to see if we might avert this war." Lu Chen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. "Elder, while your suggestion is commendable, I fear these two empires have long plotted this. Negotiation may yield little fruit. Since they have openly declared war, they must be well prepared and unlikely to relent easily." At that moment, a fiery young spirit master stood up, fists clenched and indignation radiating from his features. "What do we have to fear? Our spirit hall is teeming with powerful warriors. We need not cower before their coalition. I volunteer to lead an elite team and strike them down without mercy." Lu Chen regarded the young spirit master, admiration mingling with concern in his gaze. "Your courage is commendable, but we must not act impulsively. Once war is unleashed, it is the innocent populace that will suffer. Moreover, the Allied forces will undoubtedly have meticulous plans in place. A rash attack would play directly into their hands." Silence enveloped the hall as everyone pondered the situation deeply. Lu Chen observed them, inhaling deeply before asserting, "We cannot remain passive, nor can we charge blindly into battle. Our immediate priority is to prepare for dual contingencies. On one hand, we must bolster the defenses of the Spirit Hall, rallying soul masters and troops for various regions to safeguard key strongholds. On the other, we need to dispatch intelligence operatives to infiltrate both nations, clarifying their troop deployments, combat strategies, and whether any other forces are covertly supporting them." The assembly nodded in agreement. Lu Chen continued, "Additionally, we should strive to sow discord within their alliance. These two empires have historically been at odds with one another. This alliance is likely motivated by competing interests. We can exploit their internal conflicts, sending agents to covertly engage with them, attempting to undermine the foundation of their coalition." At that moment, Ying Er stepped forward from the crowd, clad in a flowing pale blue gown that fluttered like a blooming flower with her every step. Her enchanting eyes turned to Lu Chen as she suggested, "Brother Chen, I believe we could also seek to ally with other neutral factions. The Douluo continent is home to several smaller kingdoms and forces that, while reluctant to engage in war, might be persuaded to support us if we offer them sufficient benefits and assurances. Lu Chen's eyes brightened with approval as he gazed at Ing'er. You speak wisely. Ing'er, this is indeed an excellent approach. We can send envoys to these neutral factions, reasoning with them and appealing to their emotions in hopes of securing their assistance. Thereafter, Lu Chen meticulously began assigning various tasks. He appointed commanders, delegating responsibilities for defense fortifications, intelligence gathering, fracturing the alliance, and securing support from neutral forces. Once the members received their orders, they swiftly departed the hall to execute their tasks. After they left, Lu Chen remained alone in the hall, lost in contemplation. He understood that the crisis they faced was unprecedentedly dire. A single misstep could plunge the Spirit Hall into irretrievable peril. No matter what, I must protect the Spirit Hall and ensure that those conspiracies do not come to fruition. Clenching his fists, he felt a resolute spark in his eyes. In the days that followed, Lu Chen was relentlessly occupied. He traversed various defense strongholds of the Spirit Hall daily, personally inspecting the construction of fortifications and boosting the morale of the soldiers. Clad in black battle armor, he stood tall atop the high walls, bellowing down to the soldiers below, warriors. The Heaven Do and Star Luo seek to invade our homeland. We must not falter. The glory of our Spirit Hall is ours to defend. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating with fervor. Defend the Spirit Hall. Defend our honor. Their cries echoed through the skies, infused with indomitable spirit. Simultaneously, Lu Chen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the intelligence reports. One day, an informant rushed in with urgent news. My lord, we have discovered that the grain supplies of the Heaven Do Empire are primarily concentrated at the borders Qingfeng Valley. Moreover, the forces guarding the supplies are relatively weak, as they seem to rely on support from the Star Luo Empire, making us hesitant to launch an attack. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This presented an opportunity. If we could incinerate their grain supplies, it would undoubtedly disrupt their battle plans. He immediately summoned several capable spirit masters to deliberate on a plan for a surprise raid on the supplies. This operation is crucial. We must select the most elite soul masters to form a strike team. The action must be swift and covert, ensuring we incinerate their supplies without being detected. Lu Chen stated, his gaze unwavering. One of the spirit masters inquired, My lord, how do we avoid their patrols? Qingfeng Valley is surely heavily guarded. Lu Chen smiled slightly, pointing to the map. Observe, there lies a hidden mountain path to the west of Qingfeng Valley, seldom traversed. You can infiltrate through there, circumventing their frontline defenses. Additionally, I am aware that the vigilance along this path is relatively lax. The group studied the map closely, nodding in understanding. Lu Chen cautioned, exercise utmost caution during the operation. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Once you succeed, retreat immediately. I will arrange for another team of soul masters to assist you outside. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the land. The strike team, clad in black stealth attire, set forth like phantoms. Lu Chen stood atop the ramparts of the Spirit Hall, gazing into the distance where they had departed, silently praying for their success. Meanwhile, within the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire, two generals were engaged in a strategic discussion. Rumor has it that the Spirit Hall has fortified their defenses. If we launch a direct assault, our casualties may be substantial. A burly general furrowed his brow and spoke. Another general scoffed, what is there to fear? With our alliance with the Star Luo Empire, our forces outnumber theirs by several folds. Moreover, do they dare to launch a preemptive strike? As long as we proceed steadily, step by step, we will undoubtedly annihilate the Spirit Hall. Despite these words, caution was still warranted. Recently, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something ominous were about to transpire. The burly general expressed with a sense of foreboding. You are simply overthinking it. Rest well. We still have to continue planning our operations tomorrow. The other general replied dismissively. Meanwhile, the raiding team was stealthily approaching the Qingfeng Valley. They carefully navigated along a hidden pathway, encountering no obstacles along the way. Upon sighting the mountain of supplies, a flicker of excitement and determination crossed their eyes. Prepare for action, the captain whispered sharply. The team members quickly dispersed, each seeking flammable materials to ignite. However, just as they were about to make their move, a faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. Chapter 75. The Raid's Tempest and the shift in circumstances. Upon hearing the soft footfalls, the raiding team instantly tensed, muscles coiled like springs, their soul power quietly circulating. A glint of vigilance flashed in the captain's eyes. He subtly raised a hand, signaling the team to remain silent, and cautiously peered in the direction of the sound. Beneath the moonlight, several shadowy figures were slowly approaching the pile of supplies. At the forefront was a tall man clad in the uniform of the Tiando Empire, holding a lantern that cast a dim, swaying light, illuminating a fearsome scar on his face, rendering him particularly terrifying. Strange. Why does this Qingfeng Valley feel so eerily foreboding today? The scarred man murmured, to which a soldier beside him concurred. Chief, don't frighten yourself. Those from the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to wreak havoc here, especially with the Douluo Empire backing us. The captain felt a surge of relief. It appeared to be merely a squad of ordinary patrol soldiers who had not detected their presence. He exchanged a knowing glance with his comrades, and they silently prowled forward like hunters of the night. When they were merely steps away from the patrol, the captain suddenly gestured sharply, and the team pounced like tigers descending from the mountains. Before the patrol soldiers could react, several blades were already poised against their throats. Make no sound, or it will cost you your lives, the captain hissed, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. The patrol soldiers widened their eyes in terror, wanting to call for help, but too frightened to do so. They could only surrender meekly. Speak, how many defenses are around these supplies? The captain demanded. The scar man stammered. Just our squad on patrol. There are no others. Please spare us. We are merely following orders. The captain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then deemed the man's words credible. He waved his hand, signaling for his team to act. The team swiftly bound the patrol soldiers, gagging them with scraps of cloth and tossing them into the nearby bushes. Time is of the essence. Ignite the fire, the captain commanded urgently. The team members produced pre-prepared torches, setting the surrounding supplies ablaze. In an instant, a towering inferno erupted, illuminating the entire Qingfeng Valley. The dry supplies ignited upon contact with the flames, the fire rapidly spreading, the crackling of burning resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. Quickly, let us retreat, the captain urged, leading his team to swiftly withdraw along their original path. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Empire's military camp, soldiers observed the towering flames rising from the direction of Qingfeng Valley, instantly descending into chaos. Not good, the supplies are on fire. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Shouts echoed as soldiers rushed towards Qingfeng Valley. The two generals also burst from their tents, their faces paling upon witnessing the raging fire. What on earth is happening? How could the Spirit Hall's forces infiltrate here? The burly general bellowed in anger. The other general wore a look of frustration. We must have overlooked something. It's outrageous they dare to be so bold. In the midst of the turmoil within the Tiando Empire's camp, Lu Chen stood atop the Spirit Hall's tower, observing the distant glow of flames in Qingfeng Valley with a hint of satisfaction. Well done, he murmured to himself. This conflagration not only incinerated a significant amount of the Tiando Empire's supplies, but, more importantly, disrupted their battle plans. The joint forces of Tiando and Douluo had initially intended to launch a comprehensive offensive in the near future. Now, with their supplies ablaze, they would be compelled to temporarily delay their advance and reassess their strategy. Elsewhere on the Douluo continent, neutral factions, who had previously maintained a stance of observation, were now compelled to regard the Spirit Hall with newfound respect upon witnessing their audacity to strike back under such unfavorable circumstances, delivering a heavy blow to the coalition. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen dispatched envoys to expedite negotiations with the neutral forces. One envoy arrived at the Blue Moon Kingdom, where the king sat upon a resplendent throne, contemplating the Spirit Hall envoy before him with a hint of hesitation. Your nation is at war with the Tiando and Douluo coalition. Should I ally with you now? I fear it may bring calamity upon myself. The king spoke slowly. The envoy smiled slightly, respectfully replying, Your Majesty, while the Tiando and Douluo may appear formidable, they're driven by ulterior motives. This alliance is merely a matter of convenience, devoid of sincerity. In contrast, the Spirit Hall possesses substantial strength and is wholly committed to the peace and stability of the Douluo continent. This coalition's unprovoked declaration of war is nothing short of hegemonic behavior. If they are allowed to prevail, even the smaller nations may struggle to protect themselves. Your Majesty, consider whether the Blue Moon Kingdom might be next. Upon hearing this, the king fell into deep contemplation. Noticing his demeanor, the envoy continued, Furthermore, the Spirit Hall guarantees that should the Blue Moon Kingdom ally with us, we will bestow numerous benefits upon your nation post-war, including resource sharing, guidance from our soul masters, and assistance in elevating your standing within the Douluo continent. The king lifted his gaze, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Can a spirit hall truly deliver on such promises? The envoy nodded vigorously. Rest assured, your majesty. Our lord Lu Chen is a man of his word and will never renege. After weighing his options, the king finally made his decision. Very well. I shall ally with the spirit hall. I hope you will not let me down. Concurrently, several other envoys were engaged in arduous negotiations with various neutral factions. Some leveraging the spirit hall's strength as a deterrent, others appealing to reason or emotion, and some offering substantial incentives. Under Lu Chen's meticulous planning, an increasing number of neutral factions chose to align themselves with the spirit hall. Within the spirit hall, Lu Chen remained vigilant, undistracted by the successes he had achieved. He understood that the true test lay ahead. On that day, while discussing the next strategic steps with several elders, an intelligence officer rushed in, breathless. Sir, it's bad. The Douluo Empire has somehow acquired a formidable batch of soul-guided devices, rumored to possess extraordinary power. They plan to leverage these devices to launch a large-scale offensive in a short time to counter the disadvantage caused by the destruction of their supplies, the officer gasped. Lu Chen's expression turned grave at once. He was well aware of the power of soul-guided devices. If utilized effectively, they could indeed alter the tide of war. Do we know where they obtained these devices? Lu Chen inquired. The intelligence officer shook his head. We are currently investigating, but the source remains unclear. Lu Chen stood up, pacing the room. The elders shared his concern. Lord Lu Chen, what shall we do? The might of the soul-guided devices cannot be underestimated. We must devise a countermeasure swiftly. One elder remarked. Lu Chen halted in his tracks, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, since they intend to deploy soul-guided devices. We shall find a way to counter them. Relay my orders and summon all soul masters within the spirit hall who possess expertise in the research of soul-guiding devices. They'll meet with me post-haste. Additionally, accelerate the construction of our defensive fortifications, particularly those designed to counteract attacks from soul-guiding devices. Before long, a group of soul masters was presented before Lu Chen. Each bore an expression of intense focus, their eyes gleaming with a fervent thirst for knowledge and an insatiable desire for discovery. Lu Chen regarded them with a serious demeanor and spoke gravely. Esteemed colleagues, we now find ourselves confronting a formidable crisis. The Douluo Empire has acquired a batch of exceptionally powerful soul-guiding devices, with intentions to launch an assault upon us. I require you to devise countermeasures against these devices in the shortest possible time. An elderly soul master with silver hair stepped forward, adjusting his spectacles as he spoke. My lord, while soul-guiding devices are indeed formidable, they are not without vulnerabilities. We can investigate their energy sources and modes of attack to formulate a method of counteraction. However, this endeavor will necessitate both time and resources. Lu Chen nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. You have 3 days. Whatever resources you require, do not hesitate to request them. The Spirit Hall shall provide its full support. Upon receiving their orders, the Soul Masters immediately immersed themselves in urgent research. Lu Chen observed their industrious figures, silently praying for their success in uncovering a solution within the stipulated time frame. Meanwhile, within the military camp of the Douluo Empire, a general reveled in the sight of rows upon rows of soul-guiding devices displayed before him. These devices varied in design. Some resembled diminutive cannons, while others appeared as sharp long swords, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Spirit Hall, let's see how you would stand this. The general laughed maniacally. Once these soul-guiding devices are unleashed upon the battlefield, you should be utterly vanquished. Beside him, a strategist frowned slightly and cautioned, General, while these soul-guiding devices are indeed powerful, the Spirit Hall is not to be underestimated. They may have already sensed our plans and are likely devising countermeasures. We should exercise caution. The general scoffed at the strategist's words. You are far too timid. The Spirit Hall is currently beset by its own troubles. They lack the capacity to formulate any effective responses. As long as we act swiftly and catch them off guard, victory will be ours. The strategist shook his head in resignation, recognizing that the general had become intoxicated by the prospect of impending triumph and was unwilling to heed any counsel. 3 days swiftly passed, and Lu Chen anxiously awaited the results of the Soul Master's research. At last, the silver-haired Soul Master hurried in, his face alight with excitement. My lord, we have succeeded. After 3 days and nights of rigorous study and experimentation, we have discovered that the energy core of these soul-guiding devices exhibits a brief interval of energy fluctuation. If we strike during this interval, we can disrupt their energy supply, rendering them ineffective. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Excellent. Elaborate on how we can exploit this interval to launch our attacks. The silver-haired Soul Master produced a model and pointed to the marked areas. My lord, observe here. When the soul guiding device launches an attack, energy accumulates in this region before being released. At the moment of energy discharge, the energy core experiences an exceedingly brief fluctuation interval, lasting no more than a fraction of a second. We must train a cadre of agile soul masters to accurately detect this interval and unleash their soul power attacks simultaneously. Lu Chen nodded slightly, contemplating the strategy before responding. Very well. Immediately select a group of elite soul masters to undergo training as per your method. Ensure they master the technique of capturing the interval for launching attacks. Additionally, notify the entire army to prepare for the impending assault from the Douluo Empire. With preparations underway, Lu Chen stood atop the walls of the Spirit Hall, gazing into the distance with resolute determination shining in his eyes. He was acutely aware that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon, yet he felt entirely prepared and unafraid of any challenge that awaited. The fate of the Douluo continent was poised to shift due to the forthcoming confrontation. Chapter 76. The undercurrents before the battle. Lu Chen paced back and forth in the main hall of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Several days had passed since the declaration of war by the alliance of the Heaven Do and Douluo empires, and the specter of war hung heavily in the air, with every minute decision bearing profound implications for the survival of the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen's brows were furrowed in concentration, his deep-set eyes glimmering with contemplation. His hands clasped behind his back, the black and gold robe he wore swaying gently with his movements. Report. A messenger burst in, kneeling on one knee with urgency in his voice. My lord, scouts have relayed that the alliance has completed their preliminary assembly and is steadily advancing towards our defensive lines. Expected to arrive in 3 days. Lu Chen halted, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. Do we have specific intelligence on their troop deployment? The messenger swallowed nervously, responding with tension. The Heaven Do Empire has mobilized approximately 80,000 troops, while the Douluo Empire has around 70,000, totaling 150,000 soldiers. Among them are a significant number of soul masters, at least 500, and several title-level powerhouses leading the charge. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, mentally assessing the gravity of the situation. 500 soul masters and several title duo, he murmured, it appears the enemy is indeed going all out. At that moment, Inger entered the hall, her expression fraught with concern. Clad in a flowing lavender garment, her light steps now seemed laden with gravity. Brother Chen, this situation is highly unfavorable for us. What shall we do? Her voice carried a note of urgency, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen. Lu Chen approached Inger, gently grasping her hand in a gesture of comfort. Fear not, Inger. While the circumstances are dire, the Spirit Hall is certainly not a lamb to the slaughter. He turned to the messenger and commanded, immediately inform all elders and corps commanders to convene in the conference hall. The messenger complied and departed swiftly. In the conference hall, elders and commanders took their seats, each face etched with seriousness. Lu Chen stood before them, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he declared loudly, I trust you're all aware of the movements of the alliance. We face an unprecedented crisis, yet I believe that as long as we stand united, we shall repel the enemy. An elderly elder rose slowly, his voice trembling as he spoke. My lord Lu Chen, the alliance is formidable. While the Spirit Hall possesses deep roots, a direct confrontation will undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. I suggest we consider attempting negotiations with both nations once more, seeking a peaceful resolution. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before responding. Elder, we have previously sent envoys, but both nations have remained resolute. Negotiations yielded no fruit. Their singular aim is to eradicate the Spirit Hall to eliminate future threats. Further discussions at this juncture would likely be a futile endeavor. Another impetuous young general sprang to his feet, fists clenched as he proclaimed, What need do we have to fear them? Our soul masters are all valiant and unyielding. What do we have to dread from this mere alliance of 150,000? I am willing to lead the vanguard and engage the enemy in a decisive battle. Lu Chen regarded the general with a mix of admiration and concern. Your valor is commendable. However, we must not act impulsively. The alliance boasts several title duo and numerous soul masters. A rash assault would play directly into their hands. We must devise a meticulous strategy. As the discussion unfolded, A strategist among them rose respectfully, suggesting, "My lord, I propose we leverage the terrain surrounding the Spirit Hall. This area is replete with mountains and gorges, featuring complex topography. We could lay ambushes in strategic locations, and, once the Alliance enters our encirclement, launch a surprise assault to disrupt their formation." Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. This plan is indeed viable, yet we must also consider the Soul Masters within the Alliance. Their ability to fly may render conventional ambushes less effective. At this moment, the usually reticent Grand Elder slowly began to speak, his voice deep and resonant. "Chen, we can deploy the hidden forces of the Spirit Hall, specifically the Soul Guidance Device Legion. This batch of Soul Guidance devices has been meticulously crafted over many years, and their formidable power is undeniable. Should we introduce them to the battlefield at a critical juncture, they will certainly inflict significant damage upon the Allied forces." Chen's eyes brightened. The Grand Elder's words resonated profoundly. With the Soul Guidance Device Legion at our disposal, our chances of victory have markedly increased. After an intense discussion, the group finally formulated a comprehensive battle plan. Chen stood up, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, this battle is pivotal to the survival of the Spirit Hall. Each of us must fulfill our roles diligently and adhere strictly to the plan. I have faith that we will safeguard the Spirit Hall." The crowd echoed in unison, "Defend the Spirit Hall." Their voices reverberated throughout the conference hall. Following the meeting, Chen immediately set about organizing various affairs. He personally visited the Soul Guidance Device Workshop to assess the readiness of the devices. Inside the workshop, craftsmen were bustling with urgency and order as various strange lights flickered and the hum of machinery filled the air. Chen approached an elderly craftsman. His hair is snowy white, yet his spirit vibrant. With genuine concern, he inquired, "How is the preparation of the Soul Guidance devices? Will they be ready for deployment on time?" The old craftsman looked up, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Rest assured, my lord, the Soul Guidance Device Legion is fully prepared and ready for battle. This batch has been enhanced, their might significantly greater than before, and they will surely cause the Allied forces considerable distress." Chen nodded with satisfaction, patting the elder's shoulder. "Your hard work is greatly appreciated. This battle hinges on the Soul Guidance Device Legion, and your efforts will determine the fate of the Spirit Hall." After departing the workshop, Chen proceeded to the construction site of the defensive fortifications. Soldiers were laboring tirelessly to reinforce the city walls, dig trenches, and set traps. Chen ascended the battlements, surveying the industrious soldiers, and called out, "Warriors, the storm of battle approaches. This is our moment to defend our homeland. Let us exert ourselves to ensure the Allied forces are met with no return." Upon hearing Chen's rallying cry, the soldiers paused their work and responded in unison. "No return, no return." Their morale surged instantly. Meanwhile, in the Allied camp, Emperor Shuiyi of the Tiando Empire and Emperor Dai Yutian of the Xinglua Empire were engaged in discussions regarding their battle strategy. Dressed in an ornate dragon robe and crowned regally, Emperor Shuiyi sat with an air of authority and confidence. "Brother Dai, with our two nations united and bolstered by numerous spirit masters, the annihilation of the Spirit Hall is but a matter of time." Dai Yutian nodded slightly, his imposing figure clad in dark battle armor, exuding a fierce aura. "Indeed. However, we must not underestimate the deep-rooted strength of the Spirit Hall. Caution is imperative. We must advance with care." At that moment, a general stepped forward respectfully. "Your Majesty, reports from our scouts indicate that the Spirit Hall is reinforcing their defenses and appears prepared to resist to the end. Emperor Xue Yiskov Derizividi. Ah, they are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With our 150,000 strong army at their doorstep, how long can they hold out?" Dai Yutian furrowed his brow. "Brother Xue, we must not underestimate them. The Spirit Hall may possess hidden means. Our troops must remain vigilant as we advance. Perhaps you are overly cautious, but your point is valid. Issue orders for all units to heighten their vigilance and intensify patrols to prevent any surprise attacks from the Spirit Hall," commanded Emperor Shuiyi. The Allied generals promptly complied. However, unbeknownst to them, Chen and the Spirit Hall had already laid numerous traps, awaiting their arrival. On the eve of war, both sides were fervently preparing. The air over Douluo continent seemed ignited as a breathtaking clash loomed on the horizon. Standing atop the walls of the Spirit Hall, Chen gazed into the distance, his expression resolute, silently vowing, "No matter the cost, I shall protect the Spirit Hall and uphold peace across this continent." Meanwhile, within the distant Allied camp, Emperor Shui and Dai Yuqian eagerly anticipated the victory of this impending conflict, their ambitions swelling amidst the flames of war. Chapter 77. A turn of events amidst crisis and undercurrents. Lu Chen remained on high alert in the face of the impending war against the Tianduo and Xinghua allied forces. On this day, the atmosphere within the Spirit Hall's conference room was tense, the grand crystal chandelier casting a dim yellow light that illuminated the serious faces of those gathered. Lu Chen sat at the head of the table, clad in a deep black uniform adorned with the golden insignia of the Spirit Hall, his stern visage appearing even more resolute in the interplay of light and shadow. His gaze swept over the core members of the assembly as he spoke. The current situation remains unfavorable for us. The Tianduo and Xinghua allied forces are pressing forward relentlessly. Though we have secured a few minor victories, we have yet to alter the overall tide of battle. I invite your candid thoughts. An elderly elder, his white hair a testament to his years, stood with the aid of a beautifully carved cane, trembling slightly. My lord, the allied forces are formidable. A direct assault would be unwise. Might we attempt to communicate with other neutral factions for additional support? Lu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's wisdom. You are correct. However, our previous envoys have reported that most neutral forces remain hesitant, unwilling to embroil themselves in this conflict. Our efforts in this regard must not wane. We must continue to engage them. At that moment, a young spirit master rose eagerly, hands clenched. My lord, we cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. I propose we concentrate the Spirit Hall's top-tier elites and launch a surprise attack on the enemy's command center. Capture the leader to defeat the enemy. Lu Chen regarded the young spirit master with a glimmer of admiration. Your idea is indeed bold, but the enemy will undoubtedly fortify their command center. A rash assault would entail considerable risk. We must deliberate further. As the assembly shared their insights, a guard rushed into the conference room, kneeling on one knee. My lord, urgent news from the front. Lu Chen's expression hardened. Speak. The guard presented the battle report, his voice tinged with urgency. My lord, the vanguard of the Tianduo Empire has breached our left flank, and they are less than 100 miles from the main hall of the Spirit Hall. A wave of alarm surged through the assembly. Lu Chen sprang to his feet, his hands pressed against the table, his gaze piercing. What are we waiting for? Immediately relay orders for the left flank to organize a counterattack and reclaim the defensive line. Simultaneously, dispatch reinforcement from the right flank to bolster our defenses. The guard obeyed without delay, and Lu Chen swiftly orchestrated a series of deployments, instructing all Spirit Master teams to be prepared for battle. We cannot allow the enemy to advance any further. However, the situation proved to be far more dire than Lu Chen had anticipated. The left flank's counterattack faced fierce resistance from the Allied forces, suffering heavy losses, and the defensive line teetered on the brink of collapse. Outside the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen paced restlessly, his brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, hands clasped behind his back as he occasionally gazed toward the distant horizon, where the sounds of battle faintly echoed. Her complexion pale, and her eyes filled with concern. Seeing Lu Chen, she rushed forward and grasped his arm. Brother Chen, what is the situation? Lu Chen turned to Air, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing his face before he adopted a determined demeanor. Air, do not fret. I will ensure the Spirit Hall stands strong. However, the situation is grim, and we must devise a solution. Air nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes swirling with thought. After a moment, she spoke. Brother Chen, I have heard that the Xinghua Empire's military is currently stretched thin. Moreover, the alliance with the Tianduo Empire is not without its fissures. They are merely united by mutual interests. Could we not exploit this? Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he halted in his tracks. Air, please continue. Perhaps we could send someone to covertly infiltrate the Xinghua Empire and connect with the domestic opposition forces, inciting internal discord. In doing so, the Xinghua Empire would inevitably have to divert troops for defense, thereby weakening the Allied offensive, Air suggested, her gaze imbued with intelligence and resolve. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a long-lost smile. Air, you truly are my fortunate star. This plan is exceedingly clever. However, we must exercise utmost caution in selecting the individual to execute this task. After considerable deliberation, Lu Chen resolved to appoint a seasoned and meticulous intelligence expert, Shadow. Tall and slender, Shadow was perpetually clad in a form-fitting black attire, with a mask concealing his face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. He excelled in stealth and intelligence gathering, making him one of the foremost experts within the Spirit Hall. In a secret chamber, Lu Chen summoned Shadow. His expression grave as he spoke. Shadow, you are tasked with infiltrating the Douluo Empire. The mission is formidable and fraught with peril. You must establish contact with the internal opposition forces, inciting them to create chaos and divert the coalition's military strength. Remember, all actions must remain clandestine. Your identity must not be revealed. Shadow knelt on one knee, his voice low yet resolute. Rest assured, my lord, Shadow will not fail in this mission. After receiving his orders, Shadow quietly departed the spirit hall under the cover of night. Chen watched his retreating figure, silently praying for the success of this operation. Simultaneously, within the military camp of the Douluo Empire, Marshal Gao Zhengxiong was engaged in discussions with the coalition leaders from the Douluo Empire regarding their next combat strategy. Gao Zhengxiong was a towering figure, clad in heavy silver armor, with a long scar running from the corner of his eye to his chin, lending him an intimidating presence. We have breached the left flank of the spirit hall. If we press our advantage, we shall undoubtedly seize control of it, he proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement and avarice. The Douluo Empire's generals furrowed their brows. Marshal, we must not be complacent. The spirit hall possesses deep-rooted strength and likely has contingencies in place. Moreover, I am increasingly concerned about potential upheaval within our own borders. We have deployed too many troops, leaving domestic defenses vulnerable. Gao Zhengxiong scoffed dismissively. The general is overly anxious. The spirit hall is on its last legs. What contingencies could they possibly have? As for your nation, what is there to fear? Those minor factions cannot stir significant trouble. Yet, as their deliberations continued, news arrived from within the Douluo Empire. Uprisings by opposition forces had erupted in multiple locations, plunging the situation into chaos. The coalition leaders' faces paled. This is dire. Something has indeed gone awry. Marshal, I must immediately redeploy troops to quell the unrest. Gao Zhengxiong's expression darkened like stormy waters. This must be the spirit hall's scheme. But if you withdraw your forces now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. The coalition general shook his head helplessly. Marshal, the domestic situation is critical. I cannot turn a blind eye. If chaos erupts at home, the Douluo Empire is doomed. I hope for your understanding. Gritting his teeth, Gao Zhengxiong relented. Very well. You return to restore order at home, while I continue the assault on the spirit hall. But you must resolve the domestic affairs swiftly and rejoin me. Thus, the Douluo Empire's troops began their gradual withdrawal from the front lines to address the turmoil at home. Upon receiving this news, Chen's heart soared with elation. The opportunity has arrived. He immediately convened the commanders of the spirit hall. With the Douluo Empire's withdrawal, the coalition's strength has significantly diminished. We shall launch a counteroffensive and reclaim our lost defenses, delivering a crushing blow to the Douluo Empire. The morale within the spirit hall surged. Soldiers eagerly prepared for battle. Chen personally led an elite team of soul masters as the vanguard, charging towards the defenses of the Douluo Empire. On the battlefield, the clamor of combat echoed thunderously. Clad in black armor and wielding a long sword that emitted a ghostly glow, Chen resembled a god of war descending upon the earth. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he swung his sword, swiftly dispatching several enemy soldiers. For the spirit hall, kill! Chen roared, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. Inspired by Chen's fervor, the soldiers of the spirit hall valiantly engaged the enemy. The troops of the Douluo Empire were caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, their formation descending into disarray. Steady! Do not panic! Gao Zhengxiong shouted amidst the fray, striving to maintain morale. Yet, the spirit hall's counteroffensive was relentless, gradually tearing apart the defenses of the Douluo Empire. As the battle raged on, Chen spotted Gao Zhengxiong among the enemy ranks. His eyes narrowed as he thought, capture the leader first. If I take him down, victory will be assured. In a flash, Chen darted forward like a streak of black lightning towards Gao Zhengxiong. Seeing Chen charge at him, Gao Zhengxiong's face shifted dramatically as he raised his long knife to meet the oncoming threat. You're Chen? Today, I shall slay you here, he bellowed, swinging his blade towards Chen. Chen's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously thrusting his sword with the grace of a serpent. Gao Zhengxiong quickly retreated a few steps to evade the fierce strike. The two engaged in an intense exchange, neither yielding an inch. Chen's swordsmanship was both fierce and cunning, each move targeting Gao Zhengxiong's vital points, while the latter relied on his extensive battlefield experience and immense strength to fend off the assault. Surrounding soldiers gathered, forming a massive circle to witness this duel of masters. Chen, Do you believe you alone can alter the course of battle? Today marks your demise. Gao Zhengxiong roared, his long knife slicing through the air, unleashing a powerful wave of blade energy towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he stomped his feet against the ground, launching himself high into the air to evade the blade energy. At the same time, he rapidly spun his sword, releasing a formidable wave of soul power that transformed into a blade of energy, shooting towards Gao Zhengxiong. Caught off guard, Gao Zhengxiong was struck by the energy blade, staggering as he nearly fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen charged forward, placing his long sword against Gao Zhengxiong's neck. "You have lost," Lu Chen declared coldly. Gao Zhengxiong's face turned pale, his eyes filled with unwillingness, yet he was powerless to resist. Witnessing their commander captured, the soldiers of the Heaven-Do Empire surrendered en masse. The Spirit Hall achieved a momentous victory in this counteroffensive, reclaiming lost defenses and significantly undermining the morale of the Heaven-Do Empire. As Lu Chen surveyed the battlefield's devastation, his heart felt little joy. He understood that although the immediate crisis had been averted, the situation on the Douluo continent remained intricate, with myriad challenges still awaiting him. Chapter 78. The tumultuous clouds before the battle. Amidst the tense atmosphere as the Spirit Hall vigorously prepared to confront the coalition of the Heaven-Do and Star Luo empires, Lu Chen's figure was busy yet resolute. He stood atop the towering lookout of the Spirit Hall, the biting wind howling past, causing his black cloak to billow dramatically. With arms crossed, he gazed into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed, his deep-set eyes reflecting a mix of gravity and contemplation. Clad in a sleek black outfit that accentuated his athletic frame, the hilt of the sword at his waist was adorned with a gem that emitted a faint glow, echoing the turmoil within its owner's heart. "Brother Chen," a gentle voice drifted from behind. Without needing to turn, Lu Chen recognized it was Ying. He slightly turned, and she had approached his side, dressed in a light purple training outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful form. Her raven hair was tied back in a ponytail, lending her an air of competence. "Inger, you have arrived." Lu Chen's voice was low and warm, his gaze shifting from the horizon to her, the weight of his concerns transforming into a semblance of tenderness. "Brother Chen, I worry for you. You have been tirelessly laboring day and night. Please take care of your health." Inger looked up at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. "Lu Chen gently gaspet Yinga es hunt. I am fine. Given the tense situation, the Spirit Hall is relying on us. I cannot afford to slacken my efforts." Inger nodded slightly, her gaze also drifting toward the distance. "Brother Chen, do you truly believe this war is unavoidable?" Lu Chen took a deep breath. Since the Heaven-Do and Star Luo have allied and declared war, they are certainly emboldened. However, we at the Spirit Hall will not remain idle. I will do everything in my power to safeguard all that we hold dear. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly ascended the lookout tower, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, I have just received the latest intelligence. The coalition of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire has completed its assembly and is advancing into the territory of our Spirit Hall. They are expected to reach our first line of defense in 3 days. Lu Chen's expression hardened as he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. "Understood. You may withdraw now. Keep a close watch on the movements of the coalition and report any developments immediately." The messenger complied and swiftly departed. Lu Chen turned to Inger, realizing that time was not on their side. With that, he promptly descended the lookout tower, followed closely by Inger. Upon returning to the command center of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Generals rushed about, soldiers anxiously transported weapons and equipment, and the air was filled with the sounds of military orders. Lu Chen strode purposefully to the enormous military map, drawing the attention of the assembled generals. "Gentlemen, the coalition will arrive at our first line of defense in 3 days. We must prepare thoroughly before their arrival." His gaze swept across the room, resolute and piercing. "My lord, the first line of defense is manned by my Gale Legion. We will fight to the death and allow not a single soldier of the coalition to pass," declared a robust general, his face etched with determination. Clad in heavy armor, the intricate patterns upon it spoke of his past victories, and a long sword hung at his waist, glinting coldly. Lu Chen nodded slightly. "General Zhao, I have faith in your capabilities. However, the coalition possesses overwhelming numbers. Direct confrontation is inadvisable. The primary task of the first line of defense is to wear down the enemy's forces and buy time for the subsequent lines. You may set traps and deploy hidden mechanisms around the perimeter to deliver a startling blow to the coalition." "Yes, my lord. I understand." General Zhao responded emphatically. "General Wang." Lu Chen turned to another composed general. Your Rock Legion is to support the first line of defense. Should the Gale Legion find itself in a perilous situation, you are to dispatch troops for immediate assistance, while also remaining vigilant against the coalition's flanking maneuvers. I shall obey your command, my lord. General Wang replied, his demeanor grave, determination shining in his eyes. Once the frontline defenses were arranged, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to another crucial location on the map. Douluo. You and several powerful soul masters from our sect will lay an ambush in this valley. Should the coalition breach the first line of defense, they will undoubtedly pass through here. You must launch a surprise attack to disrupt their march. A venerable elder, silver-haired yet spirited, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Rest assured, my lord, I will lead the soul masters to accomplish this task. After deploying all defensive plans, Lu Chen surveyed those present and raised his voice. Gentlemen, the survival of the Spirit Hall hinges upon this moment. Behind us stand countless citizens who place their trust in us. We must not allow the coalition to set foot on our territory. Do we have confidence? Yes. The chorus of voices rang out, reverberating throughout the command center, the morale soaring. Meanwhile, within the encampment of the Heaven Do and Star Luo coalition, the atmosphere was equally tense. The emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shui, sat at the head of the tent, adorned in splendid royal robes and a crown, his face stern and eyes betraying a hint of worry. My loyal ministers, although we have gathered our forces, we must not underestimate the Spear Hall. This expedition requires utmost caution. We cannot afford to be careless. Emperor Shui's voice was deep and authoritative. Your Majesty, fear not. With our alliance with Star Luo, we shall surely conquer the Spear Hall in one fell swoop. Their expansion in recent years has drawn much discontent. We have just cause, and victory shall be ours. A minister in resplendent robes stepped forward, bowing slightly with an air of confidence. The Star Luo Empire's prince, Daimu Bai, was also present in the tent, clad in shining silver armor. His demeanor gallant, and eyes reflecting resolve. Emperor Shui, the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire are eager for battle, ready for your command. However, I have heard that Lu Chen of the Spirit Hall is cunning and resourceful. We must proceed with caution. Emperor Shui nodded slightly, acknowledging the prince's insight. Indeed, Lu Chen has rapidly risen within the Spirit Hall, employing impressive strategies. We must devise a meticulous battle plan, advancing step by step. At that moment, a scout rushed into the tent, kneeling to report. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have just received news that the Spirit Hall seems to have sensed our movements and is reinforcing their defenses, even laying ambushes at critical points. The Emperor's expression shifted, realizing that Lu Chen was indeed formidable. Gentlemen, we must revise our battle plan. We cannot proceed as originally intended. The assembly fell into contemplative silence, and after a moment, a strategist stepped forward. Your Majesty, Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we could feign an attack as per our original plan to draw the Spirit Hall's attention, while secretly dispatching an elite unit to circumvent their defenses and strike at the rear, catching them off guard. Daimu Bai's eyes glimmered with approval. A brilliant strategy. However, this unit must consist of our most elite soldiers, and their movements must remain utterly clandestine to avoid detection by the Spirit Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Zhuyin nodded. Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. Prince Dai, you will personally select the elite troops to form a strike team. Ensure they maneuver to the Spirit Hall's rear without arousing suspicion, waiting for the opportune moment to launch an attack. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my mission, Daimu Bai replied, bowing respectfully. Simultaneously, in the intelligence department of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen was receiving a report from his intelligence personnel. My lord, according to credible sources, it seems the coalition is reconsidering their battle plan. While specific details remain unclear, there are indications of an intention to deploy a small elite force for flanking maneuvers. Lu Chen's brow furrowed in concern as he pondered. It appears the coalition has detected our defensive arrangements and seeks an alternative route. After a moment's thought, he instructed the intelligence officer continue to monitor the coalition closely. We must ascertain their precise plans. Additionally, reinforce our patrols in the rear, should any suspicious activities arise. Report immediately. Understood, my lord. The intelligence officer departed to carry out his orders. Lu Chen was acutely aware that on the eve of battle, every detail could sway the outcome. He paced within his chamber, his mind racing with strategies. If you wish to employ flanking tactics, then I shall turn the tables and ensnare you, he mused, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Subsequently, Lu Chen summoned his trusted subordinate, whispering a few instructions. The subordinate nodded vigorously and swiftly departed to execute the task. Meanwhile, Chen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation as a fierce confrontation seemed imminent. Chapter 79. The Trials of System Upgrade. Chen was fully engaged in countering the crisis posed by the alliance of the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, while simultaneously focusing on enhancing his own strength. After a day spent addressing a multitude of pressing matters, Chen retreated to his exclusive training chamber. The chamber was suffused with a gentle glow of soul power, and the rare soul crystals embedded in the walls emitted a soft radiance, lending an air of mystique to the space. Clad in a black training uniform, Chen sat cross-legged upon a jade platform at the center of the chamber. He inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes to circulate his soul power, striving to break through the current bottleneck and prepare for the impending conflict. As the soul power flowed, a small vortex began to form around his body, its light flickering intermittently. Just as Chen immersed himself in his training, the familiar yet enigmatic voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host. The conditions for system upgrade have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? A surge of joy filled Chen's heart at this unexpected prompt, momentarily interrupting his training. He slowly opened his eyes, a spark of excitement gleaming within them, and without hesitation, he responded inwardly. Upgrade immediately. In an instant, the luminous energy within the secret chamber surged dramatically, as if drawn by an invisible force, wildly converging towards Chen. He felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of soul power, a formidable energy crashing against his body and consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to circulate his soul power, attempting to stabilize himself against this overwhelming force. However, the upgrading process was anything but smooth. As the soul power continued to flood in, Chen suddenly sensed an exceptionally violent energy rampaging within him, as if it sought to break free from the confines of his body. His complexion turned as pale as snow, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. What is happening? System, why is this occurring? Chen anxiously inquired within his mind. The system's cold voice responded. Host. A conflict has been detected between the special soul power rules of the Douluo continent and the energy from the system upgrade, which may lead to a failure in the upgrade. Please adjust the operation of your soul power promptly to accommodate the system upgrade. Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that he had no alternative at this moment. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, concentrating all his focus on attempting to guide the raging soul power within him. He strived to recall the various techniques he had learned for circulating soul power, searching for a method that could harmonize with the energy of the system upgrade. As time ticked by, Chen's body became drenched in sweat, his clothing clinging tightly to him. His lips, having been bitten too hard, bled, yet he persisted unwaveringly. After countless attempts, Chen finally discovered a delicate balance. He carefully guided the soul power within him, directing it along a newly conceived trajectory. With the alteration in the flow of soul power, the ferocious energy gradually began to subside, no longer crashing chaotically. A surge of joy filled Chen's heart as he concentrated even more intently on controlling the soul power. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts, the energy from the system upgrade began to merge with his own soul power, and the upgrading process regained its momentum. The radiance within the secret chamber intensified, and Chen's body seemed to transform into a colossal source of energy, continuously absorbing the surrounding soul power. His aura steadily ascended, breaking through the confines of his previous limitations and advancing towards a higher echelon. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the system's voice echoed once more in Chen's mind. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new ability, Fate Insight. Chen slowly opened his eyes, a mixture of surprise and fatigue shimmering within. He felt the surging soul power within him, along with the newly acquired ability, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. However, before he could delve deeper into the intricacies of his new power, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed on the door of the secret chamber. My lord, dire news. The allied forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire have launched a surprise attack under the cover of night, and our defenses are in peril on multiple fronts. The anxious cries of a servant reached his ears. Chen felt a chill run down his spine, disregarding his fatigue. He swiftly rose and opened the door to the secret chamber. He observed the servant's panicked expression and gravely inquired, "What is the specific situation? From which direction is the enemy attacking?" The servant, panting, replied, My lord, the enemy is divided into 3 battalions, launching assaults from the east, south, and west. The Eastern Front is facing the fiercest assault. It appears to be their main force, led by a titled Douluo from the Tiando Empire. Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeply as he rapidly contemplated a course of action. He understood that he must remain calm in this critical moment. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would find itself in an even more precarious position. Immediately relay my orders. Instruct the troops stationed at the Eastern Front to hold their ground and not retreat an inch. Notify the defensive forces on the other 2 fronts to closely monitor the enemy's movements and be prepared to assist the Eastern Front at any moment. Additionally, summon all the powerful soul masters of the Spirit Hall to accompany me to the Eastern battlefield. Yes, my lord. The servant acknowledged the command and hurried away. Lu Chen swiftly donned a lightweight suit of armor, grasping a long sword that emanated a ghostly glow, an exceptional weapon he had acquired from a previous battle. As he stepped out of the room, Inger hurriedly approached him, clad in a light purple combat outfit and wielding a finely crafted longbow. Her eyes revealed both concern and determination. Brother Chen, I will accompany you, Inger declared, gazing at Lu Chen. He frowned slightly, wanting to refuse. But upon seeing the resolute look in her eyes, he realized persuasion would be futile at this moment. Very well, but you must stay close to me and prioritize your safety. The enemy's advance is formidable. We cannot afford any carelessness. The 2 hastened towards the eastern battlefield. Along the way, injured soldiers were continuously carried off the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries and screams ringing in their ears. When Lu Chen and Inger arrived at the eastern defensive line, they beheld a scene of chaos, with Spirit Hall soldiers fiercely clashing against the enemy forces. The titled Douluo from the Tiando Empire stood at the center of the battlefield, emanating powerful waves of soul energy. Clad in golden armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Every swing he made claimed multiple lives. Today marks the end for you, Spirit Hall scum. He roared, his voice resounding like a thunderclap across the battlefield. Lu Chen's gaze was filled with fury and determination as he beheld the titled Douluo. Brandishing his long sword, he soared into the air, charging towards the formidable opponent. You shall not act with impunity. Today, I shall make you aware that Spirit Hall is not a place you can invade at will. Lu Chen's voice thundered with authority. The titled Douluo, noticing Lu Chen's advance, curled his lips into a disdainful smile. You, a presumptuous little brat, dares to challenge me? He swung his battle axe to meet Lu Chen's charge. The collision of axe and sword erupted in a blinding flash of light. Powerful soul energy radiating outward from their clash. Soldiers nearby were sent sprawling from the force, and the ground cracked beneath them. Lu Chen felt the immense power of his opponent and remained cautiously alert. He understood that this titled Douluo was no ordinary foe and that he must give it his all. The 2 engaged in an intense aerial duel, each clash igniting a cacophony of soul energy, dazzling flashes of light that left onlookers spellbound. Inger, not idle below, drew back her longbow, knocking an arrow forged from condensed soul energy and aimed at the enemy commander. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, targeting the enemy leader. Sensing the impending danger, the enemy commander swiftly dodged, yet the arrow grazed his arm, leaving a crimson mark. You vile woman! The enemy commander seethed with fury, casting a baleful glare at Inger and preparing to retaliate against her. At that moment, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to unleash a newly comprehended soul skill. Shadow Assault. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind the titled Douluo, his long sword thrusting forward with a lethal edge aimed at his back. The titled Douluo sensed the attack from behind and swiftly turned, raising his battle axe to block. However, the force behind Lu Chen's strike was formidable, and he was still pushed back several steps. Not bad, but do you think this will be enough to defeat me? The titled Douluo bellowed, his soul power surging dramatically as he unleashed his ultimate soul skill. Sky-splitting axe slash. A massive red axe beam coalesced from his weapon, crashing down towards Lu Chen with devastating intent. Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he realized the magnitude of the attack. He could not afford to meet it head-on. Swiftly, he circulated his soul power, executing the shadow evasion skill, his form becoming ethereal and dodging the lethal strike. The axe beam struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater and sending dust soaring into the air. Seizing the moment while the titled Douluo was momentarily fatigued, Lu Chen launched his next offensive, his long sword slicing through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at the titled Douluo. The titled Douluo quickly defended himself with his battle axe, and in an instant, the battlefield was filled with the clash of swords and the surging of soul power. While Lu Chen and the title Daw were engaged in a fierce struggle, other powerful soul masters from the Spirit Hall joined the fray, engaging the enemy in a desperate battle. The cries of slaughter echoed through the air as both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Chapter 80. The Rift and Turning Point of the Alliance. During the intense period when the Spirit Hall was diligently responding to the allied forces of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, the situation grew increasingly complex. Lu Chun stood in the command center of the Spirit Hall, the room brightly lit, with a vast map of the Douluo continent spread across a stone table, dotted with small flags representing various factions and military deployments. Clad in a sleek black outfit, he stood tall, his brow furrowed, and his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the map, searching for a solution amid the dense array of markers. "My lord, we have received news from the intelligence agents sent to both nations." A servant hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee to present a sealed letter. Lu Chun swiftly took it and began to read. As his gaze shifted, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a flicker of barely perceptible joy sparkled in his eyes. It seems the alliance between Tiando and Xinglua is not as unbreakable as it appears," he murmured to himself. The intelligence indicated that serious disagreements had arisen between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire regarding the distribution of benefits and the command of military operations. The Tiando Empire, confident in its own strength, believed it should assume a dominant role within the alliance and take a larger share of the spoils post-war, while the Xinglua Empire contended that this alliance was a joint effort, warranting equality in both command and benefits. The two sides engaged in heated disputes, and the conflict gradually escalated. Lu Chun immediately summoned the core members of the Spirit Hall. One by one, they arrived, their faces etched with fatigue and anxiety. But upon seeing Lu Chen's seemingly relaxed expression, a glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts. Once everyone was seated, Lu Chun elaborated on the intelligence report, then cast a resolute gaze over the assembly, declaring, "This is our turning point. The rift between Tiando and Xinglua has emerged. We must seize this opportunity to exacerbate their discord and bring their alliance crashing down." An elder stroked his grizzled beard and nodded in agreement, saying, "What Lord Lu Chen states is indeed correct. However, we must carefully devise a plan to amplify their discord." Lu Chun nodded slightly, rising to approach the map, pointing to a strategic stronghold at the border between Tiando and Xinglua, stating, "Observe, this location is known as Haiyan Pass, a treacherous terrain that both armies must traverse. According to our intelligence, Tiando and Xinglua are engaged in covert struggles for control of this area. We can send our people to create chaos near Haiyan Pass, masquerading as the opposing forces to further intensify their conflict." The assembly began to discuss the feasibility of this plan, finding it sound. At that moment, Ing Er, who had remained silent, spoke up, "Brother Chun, while this plan is brilliant, we need someone to maneuver from within to ignite the conflict completely. I volunteer to infiltrate the camps of both nations, leveraging their suspicions to stir the pot and ensure they turn against each other." Lu Chen was taken aback and quickly replied, "Ing Er, that journey is fraught with peril. The military camps of both nations are heavily guarded. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. I cannot allow you to take such a risk." Ing Er gently grasped Lu Chen's hand, her gaze resolute yet tender. "Brother Chun, I am aware of the dangers, but this is a rare opportunity. I have confidence in my wits and adaptability to return unscathed. For you and the Spirit Hall, I am willing to take this risk." Seeing the determination in Ing Er's eyes, Lu Chun felt a surge of emotion and conflict within him. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. "Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. I will arrange for our most elite shadow guards to protect you discreetly. Should any danger arise, withdraw immediately." Subsequently, Lu Chun began to organize the specifics of the operation. A team of agile soul masters was selected to create chaos near Haiyan Pass, disguised as enemy forces. Simultaneously, Lu Chen chose several adept shadow guards skilled in stealth and tracking to accompany Ing Er to the military camps of both nations. As night fell, Ing Er donned a black cloak, wrapping herself tightly, with only her bright and intelligent eyes visible. She and the shadow guards quietly departed the Spirit Hall. Under the sparse moonlight, they glided through the forest like phantoms. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Tiando Empire's military camp, Ing Er instructed the shadow guards to remain hidden while she utilized her soul power to deftly evade patrolling soldiers and infiltrate the camp. With her keen perception, she located the command tent of the Tiando Empire's main general. The tent was brightly lit, and the sounds of heated arguments could be faintly heard. "Those Xinglua scoundrels have gone too far. We were the first to recognize the significance of Haiyan Pass," yet they insist on contesting it with us. One general exclaimed angrily. Humph, they merely seek to weaken our Tiando strength, so they can seize the benefits for themselves after the battle. Another general concurred. With a slight smile, Er stealthily approached the tent, purposely making a noise. Instantly, the commotion within ceased, and a soldier lifted the tent flap to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Ying slipped in sight. Who are you, to dare intrude upon our military camp? The generals drew their swords, warily eyeing Er. Unfazed, she removed her hood, revealing her stunning visage, and smiled. Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I come bearing an important message. On my way here, I observed a squad of elite soldiers from the Xingluo Empire covertly gathering near Haiyan Pass, seemingly plotting something significant. The general's expressions changed dramatically. Is what you say true? How do you know this? The main general squinted, questioning her suspiciously. Er feigned mystery, saying, I have my own channels for information. Gentlemen, consider this. The Xingluo Empire is acting in such secrecy. They certainly harbor ill intentions. They might be planning to seize Haiyan Pass while you're unprepared, which would leave the Tiando forces at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The generals exchanged glances, their faces darkening. If that is indeed the case, the Xingluo Empire is egregiously overstepping. The main general seethed, seeing the moment ripe. Er added fuel to the fire. I have also heard that the Xingluo Empire is colluding with other factions behind the scenes, preparing to undermine Tiando after the war. You must take precautions, gentlemen. Without waiting for the generals to respond, Er swiftly vanished from the tent. The generals were momentarily stunned before erupting into heated discussions. The atmosphere thick with anger and suspicion. After departing from the Tiando camp, Er hastened to the Xingluo Empire's military camp. Once again, she adeptly infiltrated the main general's tent. Inside, the Xingluo generals were embroiled in a fierce debate over Haiyan Pass. Those arrogant Tiando fools think they are so great. Haiyan Pass is a prize we must secure, a Xingluo general asserted loudly. Humph, they're certainly plotting against us. We cannot allow them to succeed, another general concurred. Employing the same tactic, Er made a noise before entering the tent. Gentlemen, I bring astonishing news. The Tiando Empire is secretly mobilizing troops to launch a surprise attack on Haiyan Pass, intent on claiming this lucrative territory for themselves. Furthermore, they are discussing how to weaken the Xingluo Empire post-war. The Xingluo generals were immediately incensed. How dare the Tiando Empire act in such a manner? We cannot sit idly by. The main general slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet. Er continued to stoke the flames. I have also heard that Tiando is covertly liaising with the Spirit Hall. They may be planning to unite against Xingluo. You gentlemen must be vigilant. With that, Er swiftly departed once more. The Xingluo generals were infuriated, shouting demands to confront the Tiando Empire for answers. Meanwhile, as Er sowed discord within the camps of both nations, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall near Haiyan Pass commenced their operation. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached the patrols of both armies and suddenly launched an attack. The brilliance of their soul skills illuminated the darkness, and cries of battle erupted. The patrols were thrown into disarray, mistakenly believing they were under attack from the opposing side and retaliating fiercely. It's the Tiando forces. They dared to ambush us. A Xingluo soldier shouted in rage. Nonsense. It was evidently the Douluo Empire that initiated hostilities. Do not attempt to cast aspersions upon us. The soldiers of the Heaven-Do Empire showed no signs of retreat. The conflict escalated, with casualties mounting on both sides. News of the confrontation swiftly reached the commanders of both nations. The commander of Heaven-Do was consumed with fury. The Douluo Empire had gone too far in brazenly ambushing our patrol forces. Orders were dispatched, calling for the entire army to remain on high alert. Preparing for war with Douluo. The commander of Douluo was equally enraged, exclaiming that the scoundrels of Heaven-Do were audacious enough to turn the tables. Troops were summoned, and we shall confront them head-on. In an instant, the internal discord within the allied forces of Heaven-Do and Douluo erupted. Tensions mounting as war loomed ominously on the horizon. All of this unfolded precisely as Chen had anticipated. Standing atop the citadel of the Spirit Hall, he gazed into the distance, silently praying for Er's safe return. My lord, a contingent is approaching from our direction. It appears to be and her comrades, reported a soldier. A wave of joy surged through Chen's heart, prompting him to hasten down the citadel to greet them. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by her shadow guards, appeared before him. Upon seeing her safe and sound, the anxiety that had weighed on Chen's heart dissipated. Chinga, Everything went smoothly. Heaven Do and Star Luo have completely turned against each other. I believe their alliance will soon crumble, Ing said with a smile, though weariness and relief were evident in her eyes. Lu Chen grasped Ing's hand tightly. Expressing his gratitude, you have worked tirelessly. Your efforts have been monumental. Had it not been for your infiltration into the enemy's den, we would have found it challenging to exploit their discord so effectively. Just as they were conversing, another attendant approached with urgent news. My lord. Reports from the front indicate that the armies of Heaven Do and Star Luo are locked in a standoff near Haiyan Pass, and the situation is exceedingly tense, with a large-scale conflict poised to erupt at any moment. A confident smile graced Lu Chan's lips. It seems our plan has borne fruit. Dispatch orders for the Spirit Hall's forces to prepare. Once their alliance shatters and they turn against one another, we shall seize the opportunity to strike, breaking free from this passive predicament. As preparations were fervently underway at the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere within the allied camp of Heaven Do and Star Luo grew increasingly charged. Soldiers from both nations stood at the ready, glaring fiercely at one another. The commanders engaged in heated disputes within their tents, with neither side willing to concede. The rift within the alliance widened, and a tragic spectacle of mutual slaughter seemed imminent. Chapter 81. A turning point amidst crisis during this critical period when the Spirit Hall faced the threat posed by the allied forces of Heaven Do and Star Luo. Lu Chen remained tirelessly engaged in his duties. Though his demeanor bore the marks of fatigue, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. One day, having just returned from inspecting a defensive fortification, he appeared in a black battle uniform, dust-laden and with sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead. Upon entering the main hall of the Spirit Hall, he was met by Ing, who approached him with an anxious expression. Clad in a delicate pink gown, her skirt swayed chaotically as she hurried forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern, her lips slightly parted as her voice trembled. Chen, we just received news that the envoy responsible for negotiations with neutral powers has returned with urgent reports. Several neutral kingdoms seem inclined to side with our adversaries under the coercion and temptation from both nations. A heavy weight settled in Lu Chen's heart as he furrowed his brows, creating a deep furrow of worry. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself and replied slowly, Let's not panic just yet, Ing. Which kingdoms are we speaking of? Did the envoy provide any insight into their reasons for wavering? Ing quickly produced a sealed letter from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Chen. Chen, the letter contains detailed information. The Qingyan Kingdom, the Bue Kingdom, and the Fengyu Principality are among those powers that have always been indecisive. Heaven Do and Star Luo have promised them vast lands and resources, threatening that should they not align with them, they would face repercussions post-war. Lu Chen perused the letter swiftly, his expression growing increasingly grave. After reading, he slammed the letter onto the table, exclaiming furiously, Those two empires are truly ruthless. They seek to isolate us at the Spirit Hall through a dual strategy of temptation and coercion. Gently grasping Lu Chen's arm, Ing spoke softly, Chen, what shall we do now? Although these factions are not large, their defection to the Allied forces would pose considerable challenges for us. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lu Chen settled into a chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table as his mind raced. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes as he looked at Ing. Since they are employing the allure of benefits, we shall take a similar approach. We can offer these neutral powers even more favorable conditions, while also conveying that the Spirit Hall will not be easily defeated. Partnering with us is undoubtedly their wisest choice. Ing nodded slightly, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. You are right, Chen, but what conditions should we offer them? Our resources are limited. Lu Chen smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, We can promise them enhanced trade privileges post-war, granting access to the Spirit Hall's soul skill cultivation resources, thereby aiding them in bolstering the strength of their domestic soul masters. Moreover, we must make it clear that should Heaven Do and Star Luo emerge victorious, they will inevitably seek to annex and exploit these smaller nations. Only the Spirit Hall will genuinely engage in equitable cooperation with them. With that, Lu Chen promptly summoned an attendant, instructing them to procure writing materials. I shall personally pen letters to the leaders of these neutral powers. The attendant hurriedly brought forth paper and ink, and Lu Chen leaned over the desk, writing with fervor, each stroke imbued with his steadfast determination. Once the letters were completed, Lu Chen meticulously reviewed each one before handing them to the attendant, solemnly instructing, Select the most capable courier and ensure these letters reach the leaders of each kingdom with utmost speed. Remember, They must be delivered discreetly to avoid alerting the Allied forces. After arranging these matters, Chen recalled another important task. Turning to he said, we cannot rely solely on letters. I plan to send a few esteemed elders to personally visit these neutral powers to articulate the pros and cons directly to their leaders. What do you think? A flicker of concern crossed S face. Chen go. Won't it be dangerous for the elders to go? What if the Allied forces set up an ambush? Gently taking S hand, Chen reassured her, I understand your worries, but this is currently our best course of action. I will select the most formidable elders and send a contingent of elite soul masters to ensure their protection. Furthermore, we will devise a meticulous plan to guarantee their safety. Gazed into Chen's resolute eyes, slowly nodding, very well, Chen Ge. I trust you. Shortly thereafter, several elders were summoned to stand before Chen. Leading them was the venerable elder Xianfeng, his white hair contrasting with the deep lines etched upon his face by the passage of time. Yet, his eyes sparkled with wisdom and authority. Chen rose respectfully, bowing to the elders. Esteemed elders, the Spirit Hall currently faces a grave crisis, and we must rely on your efforts to persuade several neutral powers to cooperate with us. This matter concerns the survival of the Spirit Hall, and I hope you will not spare any effort. Elder Xianfeng nodded slightly, speaking in a calm demeanor. Chen, there is no need for excessive words. The affairs of the Spirit Hall are our own, and we shall dedicate ourselves fully. However, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Chen replied hastily, rest assured, Elder. I will arrange for a strong contingent of soul masters to escort you. Additionally, I have already written to the leaders of each kingdom, elucidating our sincerity and conditions. Your task is merely to reason with them and appeal to their emotions. Elder Xianfeng stroked his beard thoughtfully before stating, Chen, we must not take this lightly. Heaven Do and Star Luo will undoubtedly lay numerous obstacles along the way. We must be vigilant not only against overt attacks, but also against hidden assassins. Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Elder Xianfeng's words. I will ensure that the escorting soul masters remain alert, constantly aware of their surroundings. Moreover, your travel plans must be kept absolutely confidential, opting for the most discreet routes possible. Thereafter, Chen engaged in detailed discussions with the elders regarding their itinerary and strategies for dealing with potential threats. After all discussions were finalized, several elders, escorted by a squad of elite spirit masters, secretly departed from the Spirit Hall. Chen stood atop the castle of the Spirit Hall, gazing at their receding figures, silently praying. May everything proceed smoothly. This is a pivotal step in our quest to break free from our predicament. However, on the third day following the elders' departure, an unexpected message arrived. The spirit master responsible for intelligence gathering burst into Chen's room, panic-stricken, kneeling on one knee as he urgently proclaimed, My lord, it is dire. Our envoy sent to negotiate with the Blue Water Tribe has been ambushed by the Allied forces and under duress. The Blue Water Tribe has declared their allegiance to the coalition. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart jolted, a surge of wrath swelling within him. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and declared, These scoundrels, how despicable! Though the Blue Water Tribe is small, their geographical position is critically strategic. Should it fall into the hands of the Allied forces, a significant breach would emerge in our defensive arrangements. Standing nearby, wore a face of concern, asking, Brother Chen, what should we do now? The defection of the Blue Water Tribe, could it trigger a chain reaction, causing other neutral factions to waver? Chen took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He paced around the room, contemplating countermeasures. Suddenly, he halted, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. We cannot remain passive. Since the Allied forces dare to disrupt our plans, we shall repay them in kind. Looked at Chen in confusion. Brother Chen, what do you intend to do? Chen let out a cold laugh. The Blue Water Tribe's defection is merely a result of their fear of the coalition's might and coercion. We must make them aware of the consequences of opposing the Spirit Hall. I shall personally lead a team of spirit masters to launch a night raid on the Blue Water Tribe, instilling fear in them while demonstrating to other neutral factions that the Spirit Hall is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Air's face turned pale, and she grasped Chen's arm tightly, anxiously saying, Brother Chen, it is too dangerous. This could very well be a trap set by the coalition, waiting for us to take the bait. You cannot go. Chen gently stroked Air's hair, speaking tenderly. Air, I understand your concern for me. However, as the leader of the Spirit Hall, I must step forward at this critical juncture. Moreover, I will not act recklessly. I will devise a meticulous plan to ensure absolute success. Tears welled in Ing Er's eyes as she gazed at Lu Chen, choking up. Brother Chen, please be careful. If anything were to happen to you, Lu Chen embraced Ing Er, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, Ing Er. I shall return safely. You must trust me. Thereafter, Lu Chen began to select the spirit masters who would participate in the night raid. He chose only the strongest and most experienced elites from the Spirit Hall. Upon learning they were to accompany Lu Chen on the night raid against the Blue Water Tribe, the spirit master's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination, all expressing their willingness to follow him to the death. Ladies and gentlemen, this night raid is arduous but holds great significance. We must not only teach the Blue Water Tribe a lesson, but also convey to the coalition that the Spirit Hall is not a force they can easily bully. Do we have confidence? Lu Chen asked aloud. Yes, the spirit masters shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the air. As night fell, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, plunging the earth into darkness. Lu Chen led the spirit masters silently toward the direction of the Blue Water Tribe, moving like phantoms. Throughout the journey, they remained vigilant and cautious. As they approached the Blue Water Tribe, Lu Chen signaled for everyone to halt. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and noted that the defenses had indeed been significantly fortified, with patrolling soldiers moving about frequently. Lu Chen whispered to the spirit masters beside him. Do you see? The coalition has indeed strengthened their defenses here. But this was anticipated. We will split into 3 small teams and infiltrate from different directions. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Our goal is to create panic and destruction. Once chaos ensues, we shall concentrate our forces for a decisive strike. The spirit masters nodded in agreement and swiftly dispersed according to Lu Chen's plan. Lu Chen led one of the teams toward the central area of the tribe. They had scarcely approached a tent when a patrolling soldier spotted them. The soldier was about to raise the alarm when Lu Chen darted forward like a streak of black lightning, swiftly incapacitating the soldier with a precise strike. Move quickly. We cannot afford to be discovered, Lu Chen urged. The group proceeded cautiously, soon arriving near the tribe's storage area. This is the place. Let us incinerate their supplies and let them learn the cost of betrayal. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he waved his hand, prompting several spirit masters to produce torches and ignite the piles of hay surrounding the warehouse. In an instant, a roaring blaze erupted, illuminating the night sky. The tribe descended into chaos, soldiers rushing toward the warehouse. Prepare for battle, Lu Chen commanded, and the spirit masters unleashed their martial spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the arriving enemies. Lu Chen wielded a black longsword, its blade shimmering with an eerie glow, each swing releasing a spray of blood. Lu Chen, you dare to come to your demise. A spirit master from the coalition bellowed as he charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered. I shall see who truly meets their end. With that, he advanced to meet the challenge. The two clashed violently in midair, the collision of spirit power illuminating the battlefield. Lu Chen's swordplay was fierce, each strike aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. The coalition's spirit master, unwilling to yield, unleashed various powerful spirit techniques in an attempt to counter Lu Chen's assault. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the other two teams successfully created chaos in other parts of the tribe. The soldiers of the Blue Water Tribe were left disoriented, completely bereft of the ability to resist. Retreat, Lu Chen commanded as he recognized their objective had been achieved. The spirit masters swiftly regrouped, vanishing into the night before the enemy could react. When Lu Chen led the spirit masters back to the spirit hall safely, Ing Er had been anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chen return unharmed, she burst into tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Brother Chen, you have finally returned. I was so worried, Ing Er cried. Lu Chen gently patted her back, offering comfort. It is all right, Ing Er. We succeeded. This night raid not only taught the Blue Water Tribe a lesson, but also demonstrated our strength and resolve to the other neutral factions. Indeed, not long after, good news arrived. Several previously wavering neutral factions, upon learning of Lu Chen's audacious raid on the Blue Water Tribe, changed their minds and decided to collaborate with the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, upon hearing of these events, grew ever more wary of the Spirit Hall and Lu Chen, compelled to reassess this formidable adversary, as a more intense confrontation seemed to quietly unfold. Chapter 82, Difficult Decisions and Secret Strategies. Lu Chen stood within the clandestine tactical room of the Spirit Hall, the walls adorned with detailed maps of the Douluo continent. various colored flags and markers densely illustrating the distribution and dynamics of different factions. The room was dimly lit, with only a few magic oil lamps casting a faint, flickering glow, adding an air of oppression to the atmosphere. Clad in a deep purple robe, embellished with silver threads outlining intricate and mysterious patterns, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. His deep-set eyes were intently focused on the area marked on the map, indicating the movements of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire's coalition, revealing a hint of gravity and contemplation. His right hand instinctively tapped rhythmically on the table beside him, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the room. "Your Excellency," an agile intelligence officer hastily entered the room, kneeling on one knee. His voice was low and urgent as he reported receiving critical intelligence. The allied forces of Tiando and Xingluo seemed to have altered their strategic deployment. A portion of the troops, initially poised for a frontal assault, had unexpectedly begun to maneuver towards our concealed flank, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively lifting from the map to meet the officer's eyes. "Is the information credible? How many troops have been redeployed? Who is leading them?" He spoke rapidly, a torrent of questions spilling forth. The intelligence officer, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, responded without hesitation. "The information is absolutely reliable, Your Excellency. Approximately 10,000 troops have been shifted, led by General Karl, a soldier of the Xingluo Empire." A jolt of alarm coursed through Lu Chen. General Karl was renowned within the Xingluo Empire for his cunning and martial prowess. His personal involvement in this troop movement could not be mere coincidence. Lu Chen's attention returned to the map, meticulously analyzing the situation while his mind raced through the potential motives of the allied forces. Had they discerned our vulnerabilities on the flank, aiming for a surprise breakthrough? Or was this merely a feint designed to draw our forces away? He murmured to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. At that moment, the tactical room door swung open once more, and Ning Er entered with a light yet hurried gait. Clad in a fitted outfit of soft green that accentuated her graceful form, her long, raven hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, she appeared particularly composed. A hint of anxiety shadowed her features as she approached Lu Chen. "Brother Chen, I have heard about the allied troop movements. What shall we do?" Lu Chen turned slightly to regard her, a softness momentarily flickering in his eyes before the cold resolve returned. "Do not rush, Ning Er. I am contemplating their intentions. This seemingly straightforward troop redeployment may conceal a more intricate scheme." Ning Er stepped closer, her eyes scanning the map, a frown creasing her brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Brother Chen, I suspect they might be attempting a feigned assault on the flank to lure our main forces away, only to launch a full-scale attack from the front, catching us off guard." Lu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging her insight. "Your reasoning holds merit. However, we must not dismiss the possibility that they genuinely intend to breach our flank. Though concealed, that line of defense is relatively weak, should they find a breach. The consequences could be dire." As they spoke, another Soul Master hurriedly entered, clasping his fists in respect. "Your Excellency, several elders have heard of the allied movements and are waiting outside to discuss countermeasures with you." Lu Chen inhaled deeply. "Let them in." Moments later, several elders filed in, led by a venerable old man, his white hair a testament to his years. He leaned heavily on a gem-studded cane, his gait slightly unsteady, yet his gaze remained sharp. He regarded Lu Chen gravely. "Your Excellency, given the Allies' unusual movements, the situation is perilous. Do you have a strategy to counter it?" Lu Chen surveyed the assembled elders. "At present, the Allies' intentions remain unclear, and we cannot act recklessly. However, to mitigate risk, I propose we withdraw a portion of our forces from other lines to bolster the flank's defenses. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the front line to prevent them from executing a diversion." A robust elder furrowed his brow. "Your Excellency, withdrawing troops from other fronts may weaken their defenses. If the Allies have further plans, we risk being caught off guard." Lu Chen pondered for a moment. "That is indeed a risk. Yet, at this juncture, the flank poses the greatest threat. We could first redeploy some highly mobile units. If other areas come under threat, they can return swiftly." Another elder interjected. "Might we consider a proactive strike? Disrupt their plans and prevent them from executing their strategy?" Lu Chen shook his head firmly. "No, our understanding of their plans is limited. A preemptive strike could play directly into their hands. We must prioritize stability and ensure our defenses are fortified." After a vigorous discussion, the elders ultimately resolved to follow Lu Chen's proposal, strengthening the flank defenses while closely monitoring the Allies' movements. Once the elders departed, Lu Chen fell into deep contemplation. Brother Chen, do you harbor other concerns? Ing-Er perceptively inquired, sensing his unease. Lu Chen sighed softly. Ing-Er, the Allies' actions are too enigmatic. I feel there lies a more significant conspiracy behind them. Merely altering their strategic deployment seems insufficient to account for their behavior. I suspect they have hidden contingencies. Ing-Er nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting concern. What should we do then? Lu Chen's gaze hardened as he looked at her. On one hand, we must fortify our defenses. On the other, I intend to dispatch a team of elite soul masters to infiltrate the Allies' rear, seeking their command center to uncover their true battle plans. It is a risky move, but it may grant us the initiative. Ing-Er's heart raced. Brother Chen, infiltrating the Allies' rear is exceedingly dangerous. If discovered, that team could be annihilated. Lu Chen gently grasped her hand. I understand the peril, but this is the best course of action we can devise. I will select the most elite soul masters, all experienced in stealth and combat. Furthermore, I will equip them with the finest gear and communication tools to ensure their safety. Subsequently, Lu Chen began the selection process for the infiltration mission. He issued a call within the Spirit Hall, and soon a multitude of soul masters eagerly volunteered. Lu Chen personally vetted these candidates, scrutinizing the lineup before him. This mission is exceptionally perilous. To penetrate the Allies' rear is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. I need the bravest, the most astute, and the most seasoned soul masters among you. Who among you has the confidence to complete this task? Lu Chen proclaimed. Among the crowd, a tall, young soul master stepped forward, his gaze resolute. My name is Ling Feng, and I wish to participate in this mission. I have executed numerous covert operations and possess extensive experience in stealth and intelligence gathering. Lu Chen appraised Ling Feng thoroughly before nodding. Very well, Ling Feng, I shall remember you. Who else? One by one, several more soul masters rose, each displaying unwavering resolve and fearlessness. Lu Chen selected 10 of the most formidable and experienced soul masters to form the infiltration team. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the team executing this vital mission. In the coming days, you will undergo intensive training to familiarize yourselves with the terrain of the Allies' rear and the potential challenges you may encounter, Lu Chen instructed solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency. The team members responded in unison, their voices brimming with determination. In the ensuing days, Lu Chen personally supervised the team's rigorous training. He observed their diligent efforts on the training grounds, silently praying for their successful mission. Ling Feng, lead the team in practicing stealth techniques in complex terrain. Ensure you remain concealed and make no sound, Lu Chen commanded. Ling Feng nodded and promptly began the training. They maneuvered through the simulated intricate landscape, nearly silent in their movements. Excellent. Maintain that level of focus. However, in actual combat, you will encounter even more complicated scenarios. You must remain ever vigilant. Lu Chen affirmed with satisfaction. Simultaneously, Lu Chen did not relent in fortifying the defenses of the Spirit Hall. He frequently inspected various defensive lines, conferring with the station commanders on strategies for fortification. General Zhang, the fortifications here require further reinforcement. Increase the number of traps and concealed mechanisms to create additional obstacles for the enemy. Lu Chen pointed toward the section of the defensive line, stating his concerns. General Zhang clasped his fists and replied, Yes, my lord. We are expediting the construction and will ensure the defense is impenetrable. As time progressed, the special training of the infiltration team approached its conclusion. Lu Chen summoned the team members for a final pre-battle mobilization. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your mission. This task is pivotal to the survival of the Spirit Hall, and I have faith in your success. Remember, once you uncover the coalition's battle plans, find a way to relay the information back to us. We will be prepared for your return and response. Lu Chen gazed steadfastly at the assembled individuals. Rest assured, my lord, we will complete the mission even at the cost of our lives. The team members chorused in unison. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Very well. Before your departure, ensure you rest well and rejuvenate. That night, Lu Chen stood alone atop the Spirit Hall's battlements, gazing towards the distant coalition camp, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He understood that this strategic move left no room for retreat. Yet, for the sake of the Spirit Hall and the situation on the Douluo continent, he must make this arduous decision. May everything proceed smoothly, Lu Chen murmured softly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hope mixed with apprehension. At dawn the next day, the infiltration team set forth quietly in the soft light of morning. Lu Chen stood atop the battlements, observing their receding figures, silently praying for their safe return. Brother Chen, don't worry too much, They will surely return safely and accomplish their task. Ying Er comforted softly, having appeared by Lu Chen's side unbeknownst to him. Lu Chen nodded slightly. I believe in them. Yet, this mission is exceedingly perilous. I only hope they can successfully uncover the coalition's battle plans to secure an opportunity for us. Meanwhile, within the coalition's camp, General Carl was engaged in discussions with a commander from the Tiando Empire regarding their next steps. General Carl, do you think our feigned attack on the flank will deceive the Spirit Hall? The Tiando commander inquired anxiously. General Carl snickered. They will undoubtedly be on guard. But that is precisely what we desire. Once their attention is diverted to the flank, our true strike will be unleashed. Oh, are you suggesting? The Tiando commander questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face. A glint of cunning flashed in Carl's eyes. We have secretly mobilized a formidable contingent of spirit masters to form a covert unit. When a spirit hall's defenses reveal a weakness, they will launch a surprise attack from an unexpected direction, penetrating the heart of the spirit hall. Brilliant. This stratagem will surely catch the spirit hall unawares. The Tiando commander marveled. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Chen's infiltration team was stealthily approaching their camp, and a thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. Chapter 83. Fractures in the Alliance and Opportunities. The series of actions meticulously orchestrated by Lu Chen rippled through the alliance between Tiando and Xingluo like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. On this day, sunlight filtered through heavy clouds, illuminating the towering spires of the Spirit Hall. Clad in a magnificent yet dignified black robe, Lu Chen stood on the observation deck of the tower, surveying the bustling and orderly scene within the Spirit Hall. Beside him, Ying Er resembled a resplendent flower, dressed in a delicate pink gown that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her brow furrowed slightly as she gazed at Lu Chen, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Brother Chen, while we have caused some minor troubles for the Tiando and Xingluo alliance, they are indeed formidable. What shall we do next? Ying Er inquired softly, her voice as melodious as a lark song. Lu Chen turned slightly, meeting her gaze with a spark of confidence in his eyes. He gently took her hand and replied, Ying Er, do not fret. Our previous actions were merely the beginning. We have successfully sown the seeds of suspicion between them. Now we must continue to widen this rift, causing their alliance to crumble from within. Simultaneously, within the Imperial Council chamber of the Tiando Empire, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Beneath the lofty dome, a splendid crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, yet could not dispel the shadows of worry etched upon the faces of the assembled ministers. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire sat upon his high throne, his brow furrowed, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze over his courtiers. My loyal subjects, since our alliance with Xingluo, the war has not progressed smoothly. First, our supplies were burned, resulting in significant losses, followed by setbacks in several minor skirmishes. There must be something amiss. What are your thoughts? The Emperor's voice resonated with authority, echoing within the spacious chamber. A minister clad in purple robes stepped forward, bowing respectfully, Your Majesty. In my humble opinion, this may very well be the doing of the Xingluo Empire. They might be seeking to deplete the Spirit Hall's strength while conserving their own, waiting to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs erupted among the courtiers. Another minister countered, Your words are misguided. Our alliance with Xingluo is to jointly confront the Spirit Hall. They understand the principle of mutual survival. It could very well be a scheme devised by the Spirit Hall to sow discord. As the arguments continued, the Emperor's agitation grew. Rubbing his temples, he declared, Enough. I seek not your speculations, but solid evidence. Proclaim my edict. Immediately enhance surveillance on the movements of the Xingluo army and discreetly investigate whether there are spies from the Spirit Hall within our ranks. In the encampment of the Xingluo Empire, a similar atmosphere of tension and suspicion prevailed. The Xingluo Emperor sat grimly at the head of the tent, tightly gripping a battle report. Supplies had been destroyed, morale was low, and the Tiando side had yet to offer a reasonable explanation. Are they truly plotting something against us? The Xingluo Emperor seethed through gritted teeth. The Grand General beside him frowned. Your Majesty, the Tiando Empire's actions are indeed suspicious. However, we are currently allied with them. If we were to rashly sever ties, it might provide the Spirit Hall with an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the Xingluo Emperor stated, Send someone to the Tiando camp, indicating that I wish to discuss the war in person and ascertain their true intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already received intelligence from his operatives embedded within both nations. A subtle smile crept across his face. It seems the fish have begun to bite. He mused to himself. Brother Chen, are you planning to stoke the flames during their meeting? Ying Er, possessing remarkable Insicht, swiftly deduced Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen nodded. a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Precisely. We must incite their suspicions to reach a boiling point. I will arrange for our people to create illusions along their route to their meeting, leading them to believe the other side holds ill intentions. Swiftly, Lu Chen selected a group of agile spirit masters skilled in disguise and detailed the mission to them. You must proceed with utmost caution. Along the path to the meeting between the Tiandou and Xinghua emperors, disguise yourselves as the opposing army and launch a surprise attack. Remember, do not cause significant casualties. The primary goal is to instill panic and suspicion. Lu Chen instructed solemnly. Yes, my lord. The spirit masters replied in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. Days later, the day of the scheduled meeting between the Tiandou emperor and the Xinghua emperor arrived. The Tiandou emperor, accompanied by a cadre of elite guards, rode in an ornate carriage toward the designated location. The convoy wound its way along a serpentine mountain path, surrounded by lush greenery. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted ahead. Not good, it's an ambush. The captain of the guard shouted, alarm etched on his face. A group of soldiers clad in Xinghua Empire uniforms burst forth from the trees, brandishing weapons and charging fiercely towards the carriage. The Tiandou emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Xinghua dares to strike at me. He roared in fury as the guards swiftly encircled the carriage, engaging in fierce combat with the assailants. Meanwhile, the imperial entourage of the Star Luo Emperor encountered a similar predicament. A group of individuals masquerading as soldiers of the Tiandou Empire suddenly emerged, inciting the Star Luo Emperor's wrath to an explosive degree. How dare that old fool from Tiandou employ such treachery? After a fierce battle, the ambushers from both sides swiftly withdrew upon completing their tasks. Although neither the Tiandou Emperor nor the Star Luo Emperor sustained injuries, their simmering fury and suspicion ignited like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Return at once. I shall sever all ties with the Star Luo Empire, commanded the Tiandou Emperor in a fit of rage. This grievance shall be avenged. The Star Luo Emperor retorted through clenched teeth. Upon receiving this news, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within him. Success. Their alliance is on the verge of collapse, he exclaimed excitedly to Ying Er. However, the situation did not settle down. Upon returning to their respective camps, both the Tiandou and Star Luo nations busily prepared for war, ready to clash head-on. While the Spirit Hall was temporarily cast aside, Shungu, it seems they're about to go to war. What should we do? Ying asked anxiously. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, we cannot stand idly by while they inflict mutual destruction. Although their fractured alliance is what we desire. If one side is entirely obliterated, the other will only grow stronger, posing a threat to our Spirit Hall. We must intervene at the right moment to mediate, making them understand that the Spirit Hall is the true force that cannot be ignored on this continent. Thus, Lu Chen kept a close watch on the movements of both nations while simultaneously preparing for mediation. He selected a few esteemed elders and eloquent envoys to venture to the camps of both nations. Esteemed ones, this mission is of paramount importance. You must elucidate the pros and cons to both emperors, making them realize that continuing this conflict will only benefit others. Only through cooperation with our Spirit Hall can we collectively uphold the peace and stability of Douluo continent. Lu Chen instructed the envoys. The envoys nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of their task. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not fail in our mission. After the envoys set off, Lu Chen stood before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, gazing in the direction they had departed, silently praying for their success. May everything proceed smoothly. The fate of Douluo continent is about to change because of us. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the Spirit Hall reigning supreme over the continent. Within the camps of the Tiandou and Star Luo nations, the ominous clouds of war loomed thick. Soldiers busily polished their weapons and reinforced their tents, creating an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. The Tiandou Emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor, paced restlessly within his tent, still seething with anger. How dare the Star Luo betray me? They shall pay dearly for this. At that moment, a minister cautiously entered the tent. Your Majesty, envoys from the Spirit Hall have arrived, claiming to have matters of great importance to discuss. The Tiandou Emperor frowned. The Spirit Hall? What do they want? Let them enter. The envoys, adorned in splendid attire and bearing solemn expressions, stepped into the tent. The leading elder bowed respectfully before the Tiandou Emperor, stating, Your Majesty, we come at the behest of Lord Lu Chen to alleviate your concerns. The misunderstandings between you and the Star Luo Empire have escalated, which serves neither party well. The peace of Douluo continent requires the cooperation of all nations. The Tiando Emperor snorted coldly. What is the Spirit Hall's intention in mediating at this juncture? The elder smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall has always sought peace on the continent. If you and the Star Luo Empire were to engage in rash conflict, it would only result in the suffering of the populace and a significant depletion of national strength. The Spirit Hall is willing to mediate, facilitating dialogue for a harmonious resolution. The Tiando Emperor fell into contemplation, realizing that engaging in war with the Star Luo Empire did not guarantee victory. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's intervention might indeed provide a solution to the current predicament. Simultaneously, within the Star Luo Empire's camp, the envoys were making similar efforts. The Star Luo Emperor, Dai Yuqian, appeared somewhat appeased after listening to the envoys. You make valid points. Yet, how can I swallow my pride after such blatant provocation from Tiando? The envoy responded, Your Majesty, since the misunderstanding has arisen, the pressing matter is to resolve it. Lord Lu Chun is willing to mediate, allowing both parties to sit down and discuss, thereby avoiding an unnecessary war. The Star Luo Emperor pondered for a long while before finally conceding, Very well, I shall grant the Spirit Hall this opportunity. Let us see what Lord Lu Chun proposes to resolve this matter. The envoys successfully persuaded both emperors to agree to a trilateral meeting at the Spirit Hall. Upon receiving the news, Lu Chun's face broke into a smile of relief. Everything is under control. Now is the time to showcase the strength and wisdom of the Spirit Hall, he said confidently to Ying Er. As the date of the trilateral meeting approached, the atmosphere within the Spirit Hall was charged with tension as preparations were underway. Lu Chun personally oversaw the arrangement of the venue, striving to exhibit the majesty and solemnity of the Spirit Hall. Amidst this fervent and busy atmosphere, the fate of Douluo continent was subtly shifting. Chapter 84, The Flaw and Turning Point of the Alliance. Under the pressure of the united forces of Tiando and Star Luo, the situation for the Spirit Hall grew increasingly precarious. Yet, Lu Chun remained composed, akin to a calm hunter, keenly seizing every opportunity that could alter the tide of battle. On that morning, sunlight broke through the heavy clouds, illuminating the towering spires of the Spirit Hall. Lu Chun stood atop the tower, surveying the bustling preparations for war within the Spirit Hall. Clad in a black battle robe adorned with golden trim, the gleaming patterns shimmered in the sunlight, resembling flowing flames. The fabric billowed in the wind, accentuating his resolute figure. My lord, you called for me? A lithe intelligence officer ascended the tower swiftly, kneeling on one knee, his gaze intent upon awaiting Lu Chun's directives. Lu Chun turned to him, his expression grave as he commanded, continue to delve deeper into the situation of the allied forces, particularly their internal conflicts and discrepancies. I require the most detailed information. Yes, my lord, replied the intelligence officer, promptly disappearing down the tower staircase. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. The alliance between the two nations appears robust, yet it must harbor flaws. If we can identify and exploit them, we can break through the current predicament. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Empire's tent, the atmosphere felt stifling. The Snow Knight Emperor sat at the head of the table, his countenance dark and brooding, tightly gripping a battle report. Adorned in an opulent golden dragon robe and a crown, the jewels glimmered coldly, failing to dispel the gloom that enveloped his heart. Those rascals from the Star Luo Empire claim to be allies. Yet at this critical juncture, they're leaving no stone unturned to safeguard their own interests. The Snow Knight Emperor slammed the battle report onto the table, his voice seething with anger. The general, Marshal Galong, bowed slightly and replied, Your Majesty, please remain calm. The Star Luo Empire has always been ambitious. This alliance was formed with ulterior motives. Their deployment of troops is likely reserved, as they seek to reap the benefits while we bear the brunt of the conflict. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. What do you suggest we do? Continuing to collaborate with them might ultimately benefit the Star Luo, but if we sever ties now, we risk provoking a counterattack from the Spirit Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Galong slowly suggested, Your Majesty, we might consider probing the limits of the Star Luo Empire, while simultaneously bolstering our defenses against a potential Spirit Hall assault. Additionally, we could discreetly initiate contact with the Spirit Hall to explore the possibility of negotiating a favorable agreement. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation in his gaze. You make a valid point. However, any engagement with the Spirit Hall must be conducted in secrecy. We cannot allow the Star Luo Empire to catch wind of it. Meanwhile, within the Star Luo Empire's tent, an equally subtle atmosphere prevailed. The Star Luo Emperor, Dai Yutian, reclined in a tiger-skin chair, toying with an exquisite jade pendant, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. The inhabitants of the Heaven Do Empire truly believe that we would wholeheartedly collaborate with them. Once they and the Spirit Hall are embroiled in mutual destruction, it will be our moment to reap the benefits, Diu Tian remarked disdainfully. A strategist standing below bowed and said, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. However, Lu Chen of the Spirit Hall is no ordinary adversary. We must not lower our guard. He has been persistently searching for weaknesses within our alliance, attempting to sow discord among us." Diu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, placing a jade pendant on the table as he spoke. "It matters not. As long as we maintain the facade of our alliance, Lu Chen will find it difficult to make any significant moves for the time being. Yet, we must enhance our surveillance over the Heaven Do Empire to prevent any clandestine collusion with the Spirit Hall." A few days later, Lu Chen received intelligence from his informants. "My lord, according to reliable sources, there have been severe disagreements between Heaven Do and Xing Luo regarding the distribution of supplies and troop deployments. The Heaven Do Empire believes that the Xing Luo Empire is deliberately delaying, causing their supply issues, while the Xing Luo Empire accuses the Heaven Do Empire of unilaterally altering the battle plans, disrupting the overall strategy," the informant reported in detail. A flicker of delight passed through Lu Chen's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. It seems their alliance has begun to show signs of fracture. This is our opportunity. He immediately convened the core members of the Spirit Hall to discuss countermeasures. "Ladies and gentlemen, the alliance between Heaven Do and Xing Luo has revealed vulnerabilities. We must seize this chance to divide them and break the current impasse," Lu Chen declared with unwavering determination at the center of the conference hall. An elder stroked his beard and suggested, "Lord Lu Chen, since there is discord among them, should we not consider deploying our forces to strike them individually?" Lu Chen shook his head slightly, saying that would be unwise. Although they harbor conflicts, the alliance is not completely unraveled. If we act rashly, we may inadvertently prompt them to unite against us. We should adopt a more cunning strategy. Standing nearby, Ing Er's beautiful eyes sparkled as she proposed, "Brother Chen, we could send envoys to both Heaven Do and Xing Luo, exploiting their mutual suspicions to further incite discord. Simultaneously, we must demonstrate sufficient strength to make them understand the consequences of opposing us." Lu Chen regarded Ing Er with approval, replying, "What you say is indeed correct. We shall discreetly send envoys to negotiate our terms with both nations, while simultaneously intensifying our military drills to showcase our might and exert pressure on them." Thus, Lu Chen carefully selected 2 eloquent envoys to approach the camps of Heaven Do and Xing Luo. The envoy destined for the Heaven Do Empire, named Su Ran, donned a simple long robe, exuding an air of refinement, with eyes reflecting wisdom and composure. After announcing himself outside the camp, he was brought in to meet the Snow Knight Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am Su Ran, sent by Lord Lu Chen of the Spirit Hall to discuss important matters with you," Su Ran said respectfully as he bowed. The Snow Knight Emperor frowned slightly, scrutinizing Su Ran as he inquired, "Why has the Spirit Hall dispatched you? Surely, it is not to persuade me to collaborate with you against Xing Luo?" Su Ran smiled gently. "Your Majesty is astute. Currently, the Xing Luo Empire is scheming against you within the alliance, and I trust you have sensed this. The Spirit Hall is willing to enter into an agreement with you. If you withdraw from the alliance with Xing Luo, we shall guarantee that we will not launch any attacks against the Heaven Do Empire, and, at the appropriate moment, may even extend certain support." The Snow Knight Emperor felt a stir of interest but still wore a hesitant expression. "How can I trust the words of the Spirit Hall? Furthermore, should I withdraw from the alliance, the Xing Luo Empire will undoubtedly retaliate." Su Ran stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, with the internal discord in the alliance, continuing down this path will bring no benefit to the Heaven Do Empire. The Spirit Hall has always honored our commitments. Should you fear retaliation from the Xing Luo Empire, we can assist you discreetly to bolster the defenses of the Heaven Do Empire." After much contemplation, the Snow Knight Emperor slowly replied, "Let me consider this matter. You may depart for now." Meanwhile, the envoy heading to the Xing Luo Empire, named Lin Yu, was also engaged in negotiations with the Yutian. Lin Yu was robustly built and clad in black attire, exuding an aura of vigor. "Your Majesty, I come representing Lord Lu Chen of the Spirit Hall to discuss matters regarding the alliance," Lin Yu said as he cupped his fists in greeting. The Yutian let out a cold laugh, saying, "What good could the Spirit Hall possibly offer? Are they not attempting to sow discord between me and the Heaven Do Alliance? Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, Your Majesty, the Heaven Do Empire harbors ambitions within the Alliance, and I suspect you are wary. They are covertly liaising with the Spirit Hall, plotting to defeat us before turning their malice upon the Luo Empire. We hope you can recognize the situation and collaborate with us to confront the threat posed by Heaven Do. A flicker of doubt crossed Yu Tian's eyes. Is what you say true? Do you have any evidence? Lin Yu produced a flawlessly forged letter from his robes and handed it over. Your Majesty, please examine this. It is a correspondence we intercepted, detailing the clandestine communications between the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. They are plotting to betray the Alliance, and you must remain vigilant. Yu Tian took the letter and scrutinized it, his expression darkening. I did not anticipate the Heaven Do Empire would dare to act thus. What kind of collaboration do you propose? Lin Yu smiled slightly, stating, Your Majesty, as long as you sever ties with the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Hall is willing to maintain peace with the Luo Empire and provide certain economic and military support. Yu Tian fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Just as the two monarchs were hesitating, Lu Chen ordered a large-scale military exercise along the borders of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall donned unified battle armor, arranged in perfect formation on the drill grounds. Their soul power emanating brilliance as various powerful soul skills were showcased. Lu Chen stood upon a high review platform, clad in black armor, his cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an extraordinary presence. Let us display our might, so they understand the cost of opposing the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen commanded, and the exercise commenced. The Spirit Masters unleashed a range of formidable soul techniques, and in an instant, the sky was ablaze with light, and the sound of booming echoes filled the air. Spies from both the Heaven Do and Luo empires swiftly reported this scene to their respective emperors. The Snow Knight Emperor, upon reviewing the spy reports, wore a grim expression. The Spirit Hall's actions are clearly intended to exert pressure upon us. It seems they are determined to fracture our alliance. Yu Tian received similar news, slamming his hand upon the table in anger. What audacity the Spirit Hall has to act so brazenly. Yet, this also indicates their fear of our alliance. We must not be easily deceived. Nonetheless, the doubts in the hearts of both emperors deepened. In the ensuing days, relations between Heaven Do and Luo grew increasingly tense, with both sides hurling accusations and the discord escalating. Finally, the Snow Knight Emperor could no longer restrain himself and summoned SoulLand once more. I may consider collaborating with your Spirit Hall, but you must present more sincere terms. The Snow Knight Emperor scrutinized SoulLand intently. A flicker of joy surged in SoulLand's heart as he responded, Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall is willing to cede a resource-rich mine on the border to the Heaven Do Empire and dispatch a contingent of high-ranking Spirit Masters to assist in training the army. A glimmer of temptation sparked in the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, I can sever ties with the Luo Empire. But should your Spirit Hall dare to renege on this agreement, I will not spare you. Almost simultaneously, Yu Tian made his decision. He summoned Lin Yu once more, stating, I agree to collaborate with your Spirit Hall, but you must guarantee that you will not covertly aid the Heaven Do Empire. Lin Yu quickly assured him, Your Majesty, rest assured, the Spirit Hall is known for its integrity. As long as you sever relations with the Heaven Do Empire, we shall honor our commitments. Thus, through Lu Chen's astute machinations, the alliance between Heaven Do and Luo finally began to show cracks, gradually heading towards dissolution. The Spirit Hall has encountered a turning point, liberating itself from the predicament of being besieged by the allied forces of two nations. Standing atop the battlements of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen gazes into the distance, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understands that this is merely the beginning and that countless challenges await him in the future. Chapter 85. The whimsical clouds before the great battle. Lu Chen is diligently preparing within the Spirit Hall to confront the impending conflict with the allied forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. A palpable tension pervades the air, reminiscent of the atmosphere before battle. On this particular day, having just returned from the training grounds, sweat soaked his black combat attire, accentuating his robust and athletic physique. His visage, darkened by prolonged exposure to the sun, bears marks of determination, while the depths of his eyes exude calmness and wisdom, as if capable of perceiving all deceitful schemes. Upon returning to the main hall, Lu Chen is about to sit down for a moment's respite and quench his parched throat when a guard rushes in, kneeling on one knee and speaking urgently. My lord, A man claiming to be a secret envoy from the Heaven Do Empire seeks an audience, stating he has matters of great importance to discuss. Lu Chen momentarily falters, his gaze sharpening with vigilance as he contemplates. A secret envoy from the Heaven Do Empire? What could be his purpose at this time? He sets down his cup of water, rises, adjusts his attire, and states in a solemn tone, "Bring him in, but keep a close watch on his every move. Should he display any unusual behavior, apprehend him immediately." The guard complies, and shortly thereafter ushers in a tall man clad in a gray robe. The envoy is slender, yet his eyes shine with remarkable brightness, revealing shrewdness and cunning. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he slightly bows and greets him. "I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Lord Lu Chen. Today, meeting you in person, it is indeed as the rumors proclaim. I am the secret envoy of the Heaven Do Empire, here to discuss a matter that concerns the fate of both our nations." Lu Chen scrutinizes the envoy before responding, his piercing gaze intent on deciphering the nuances of his expression and demeanor. After a moment, Lu Chen coldly remarks, "The Heaven Do Empire has just allied with the Star Luo Empire to wage war against the Spirit Hall. Your so-called secret envoy arrives at this juncture. Are you not merely seeking to gather intelligence?" A flicker of panic crosses the envoy's face, but he quickly regains his composure, hastily waving his hand. "My lord, you misunderstand. I come with pressing matters to discuss. To be candid, the alliance between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire is born out of compulsion. The Star Luo Empire has exerted military pressure, promising to share the spoils of the Douluo continent, forcing our sovereign to acquiesce. However, His Majesty harbors no desire to become adversaries with the Spirit Hall, as its influence on the continent is immense. Reckless warfare would yield no benefit for either side. Lu Chen frowns slightly, his skepticism regarding the envoy's words palpable. "Oh, if that is the case, what does your sovereign wish to discuss with me?" The envoy steps forward, lowering his voice. "His Majesty hopes to establish a secret agreement with you. If you agree to show mercy towards the Heaven Do Empire during the war, following the conflict, the Heaven Do Empire is willing to covertly ally with the Spirit Hall to jointly oppose the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, we shall offer a trove of precious soul-guiding devices and cultivation resources as compensation." Lu Chen's heart stirs. This is indeed a highly tempting proposal. Yet he is acutely aware that the Heaven Do Empire must have ulterior motives behind this move. He paces the hall, contemplating the envoy's words, while the envoy stands nervously to the side, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Humph. You and the Heaven Do Empire certainly have your schemes well laid out." Lu Chen halts, fixing his gaze on the envoy. "But why should I trust you? If this is merely a trap, should I lower my guard? You and the Star Luo Empire could strike a lethal blow against the Spirit Hall, leading me to my demise." The envoy quickly responds, "My lord, His Majesty anticipated your doubts. Thus, to demonstrate sincerity, we have secretly prepared a cache of supplies hidden in a covert stronghold at the border. If you agree to cooperate, these supplies shall be delivered immediately. Additionally, we can send several of our princes to the Spirit Hall as hostages." Lu Chen contemplates for a moment, recognizing that while there are risks, this opportunity could also serve to sow discord among the allied forces. He looks at the envoy with unwavering resolve. "I may consider your proposal, but I have several conditions. First, you must provide me with detailed battle plans and intelligence regarding the Star Luo Empire, without reservation. Second, on the battlefield, you must coordinate with the Spirit Hall's actions and refrain from acting independently. Third, after the war, the Heaven Do Empire must cede 3 cities bordering the Spirit Hall to me." The envoy's expression shifts slightly, clearly troubled by Lu Chen's demands. After a moment's hesitation, he replies, "My lord, the first 2 conditions are manageable, but the matter of ceding cities is of great significance, and I cannot unilaterally decide. I must return to seek His Majesty's counsel." Lu Chen snorts coldly, then return and seek counsel. "But I give you 3 days. If I do not receive a response by then, do not blame me for being ungracious. Show him out." The envoy, left with no choice, bows deeply once more and departs. Lu Chen watches the envoy's retreating figure, pondering, what is the Heaven Do Empire truly scheming? The depths of this situation may be far more complex than it appears. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to strive for a reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen engages in this delicate negotiation with the envoy, within the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, the emperor convenes with several ministers to discuss the war. The Star Luo Emperor, resplendent in a golden dragon robe and crowned regally, addresses the ministers below. What progress has been made concerning the alliance with the Heaven Do Empire? Are they prepared as planned? A minister steps forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Heaven Do Empire is ready. They have pledged to fully cooperate with us during the war to jointly confront the Spirit Hall. The Star Luo Emperor nods in satisfaction. Excellent. With our combined forces, we shall eliminate the Spirit Hall once and for all, eradicating future threats. However, we must not let our guard down against the Heaven Do Empire. We should closely monitor their movements. At this juncture, another minister, visibly anxious, interjects, Your Majesty. It has come to my attention that the Spirit Hall has recently bolstered its defenses and is seeking to rally neutral factions. Should we launch a hasty attack, we may encounter fierce resistance. The Star Luo Emperor scoffs derisively. They are merely flailing in desperation. Our allied forces are formidable, bolstered by numerous powerful soul masters. Do we truly fear them? As long as the Heaven Do Empire remains loyal, victory over the Spirit Hall is assured. Yet, as the Star Luo Emperor confidently schemes the annihilation of the Spirit Hall within the palace of the Heaven Do Empire, the Emperor is similarly engaged in discussions with trusted advisors regarding the contact with Chen. The Heaven Do Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, furrows his brow with concern. What are your thoughts on the feasibility of cooperating with Chen of the Spirit Hall? The Heaven Do Emperor inquires of his ministers. One minister bows and responds, Your Majesty, while this move carries risks, it presents an opportunity. Should we successfully forge a covert agreement with the Spirit Hall, post-war, we might secure greater benefits on the Douluo continent. Moreover, the Star Luo Empire has always harbored ambitions. We cannot fully trust them. The Heaven Do Emperor nods slightly. You make a valid point. However, the matter of seeding cities, as proposed by Chen, presents a difficult dilemma. Those 3 cities are vital border strongholds. Seeding them may incite public discontent. At this moment, another minister suggests, Your Majesty, perhaps we should first placate Chen by acquiescing to his conditions. Once the war concludes, we can find an excuse to delay. After all, the tides of war are unpredictable. The eventual victors remain uncertain. The Heaven Do Emperor contemplates this for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Dispatch an envoy to respond to Chen, agreeing to his terms. Simultaneously, we must prepare for all contingencies. Should our cooperation with the Spirit Hall falter, we will align with the Star Luo Empire to eradicate the Spirit Hall entirely. Within the halls of the Spirit Hall, Chen awaited a response from the Heaven Do Empire. During these 3 days, he had not been idle. Instead, he had diligently reinforced the defenses of the Spirit Hall, trained the soldiers, and maintained a vigilant watch over the movements of the Allied forces. The days swiftly passed, and once more, a clandestine envoy from the Heaven Do Empire arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon meeting Chen, the envoy wore a subtle smile and bowed, stating, Lord Chen, His Majesty has agreed to your terms. Here lies the battle plan we have prepared, along with intelligence regarding the Star Luo Empire and maps of the border supply depots. As he spoke, he extracted several scrolls from his robes and presented them to Chen. Chen accepted the scrolls and examined them meticulously. After perusing their contents, a surge of delight coursed through him. Indeed, this intelligence was invaluable. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied to the envoy, Excellent. I trust that the Heaven Do Empire will not renege on its word. The consequences of such an action are clear. The envoy quickly assured him, Rest assured, my lord. Since His Majesty has consented, he shall honor his promise. May I inquire when you plan to commence your operations? After a moment of contemplation, Chen responded, In 3 days, we shall launch a surprise attack. Your troops must coordinate with us at a critical juncture to sow chaos and disrupt the ranks of the Star Luo Empire. The envoy nodded in agreement, declaring that he would adhere to Chen's directives. Once the envoy had departed, Chen promptly convened the core members of the Spirit Hall to discuss the assault strategy. The assembled individuals sat around the conference table, their expressions solemn. Chen unfurled a map, pointing to marked locations as he spoke. According to the intelligence provided by the Heaven Do Empire, the main forces of the Star Luo Empire are encamped within this valley. We shall divide our troops into 3 units. One will feign a frontal assault to draw their attention. Another will maneuver from the left flank to encircle and cut off their retreat. And the final unit, led by myself, will launch a surprise attack on their central command tent from the right. Concurrently, the forces of the Heaven Do Empire will create disturbances in their rear, preventing them from maintaining a cohesive defense. A soul master furrowed his brow and questioned, My lord, can we truly rely on the Heaven Do Empire's troops to cooperate? If they were to turn against us, we would find ourselves in peril. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I've considered this as well. Therefore, while we engage with the forces of the Heaven Do Empire, we must remain vigilant. Should we detect any unusual movements, we will alter our plans accordingly. Moreover, our primary objective in this surprise attack is to disrupt their deployment and diminish their morale, not to engage in a direct confrontation. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. Lu Chen then meticulously outlined the operational details for each unit and how to respond to potential contingencies. As night descended, the soldiers of the Spirit Hall began to quietly assemble, preparing for the imminent clash. Clad in black armor and wielding a longsword, Lu Chen stood at the forefront, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He understood that this battle would be pivotal in reversing the fortunes of the Spirit Hall. Success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. Chapter 86. The Crisis and Turning Point of the Mysterious Ruins. Lu Chen led the elite team of the Spirit Hall deep into the enigmatic and ancient ruins. The atmosphere within was thick with an air of antiquity and mystery. The walls were adorned with peculiar runes and patterns that shimmered faintly in the dim light, as if narrating tales from ages long past. Lu Chen advanced to the forefront, clad in a specially crafted black outfit embedded with fragments of soul crystals, which emitted a gentle blue glow in the darkness, illuminating his path while enhancing his air of mystique. His brow furrowed slightly as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, his right hand firmly gripping a long sword that radiated an ethereal light, its blade pulsing with unusual soul energy. Be cautious, everyone. This ruin is fraught with peril. Do not disperse carelessly, Lu Chen murmured, his voice echoing softly through the silent corridors of the ruins. The team members nodded in agreement, their expressions equally focused as they summoned their soul powers, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Among them was a robust soul master whose spirit was that of Earth's might, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly as he sought to sense any hidden traps. Another, a lithe female soul master with the spirit of a spirit fox, had her ears twitching, keenly attuned to any faint sounds. As the team ventured deeper, they unexpectedly entered a spacious hall. At the center stood a colossal stone platform, shrouded in mist, obscuring whatever lay atop it. What could that be? Someone whispered, a hint of curiosity and caution in their tone. Lu Chen signaled for everyone to halt, his gaze fixed on the stone platform, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. Regardless of what it may be, there could be danger. Let us first observe the surrounding conditions. At that moment, a horde of skeletal soul beasts surged from the periphery of the hall, their eye sockets ablaze with green flames, emitting eerie howls as they lunged toward the group. Prepare for battle, Lu Chen bellowed, charging forward. His long sword sliced through the air, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes that swiftly dispatched several skeletal soul beasts. The team members unleashed their soul abilities in unison. The brawny soul master struck the ground with great force, raising a wall of earth to block the advance of some of the skeletal assailants. Meanwhile, the agile female soul master darted like a flash of white light through the throng of skeletons, each movement igniting bursts of foxfire that incinerated the surrounding foes. The battle intensified. The skeletal soul beasts seemed endless, pouring forth from all directions. While engaged in combat, Lu Chen observed the unfolding situation, realizing that although each skeletal beast was individually weak, their overwhelming numbers and erratic attack patterns posed a formidable challenge. This cannot continue. We must locate their source and sever the summoning, Lu Chen shouted. Yet, just then, the mist within the hall thickened dramatically, obscuring visibility. The echoes of the skeletal beast howls reverberated in the fog, disorienting the group. Gather close, do not panic, Lu Chen called out, releasing a powerful wave of soul energy in an attempt to disperse the mist. However, it seemed to possess some mysterious force, only slightly dissipating the haze. In the obscurity, the team huddled together, backs pressed against one another, attuned to the sounds around them. Suddenly, a skeletal soul beast lunged from the mist, targeting one of the team members. Reacting swiftly, the member thrust their spear forward, repelling the creature, but soon after, several more skeletal beasts attacked from different angles. Damn it, this mist is insufferable, one team member cursed. Just as the situation grew dire, Lu Chen sensed a peculiar tremor beneath his feet. A revelation sparked within him as he exclaimed, "Everyone, follow me closely and head in the direction of the tremor. There may be a way out." The team closely trailed Lu Chen, maneuvering through the fog with difficulty. As they pressed onward, the vibrations intensified, while the skeletal beast's onslaught grew more fierce. At last, they reached a corner of the hall, where a tightly sealed stone door stood. the tremors emanating from behind it. Could the secret lie beyond this door? Lu Chen pondered aloud. Suddenly, runes illuminated across the stone door, intertwining to form a mysterious pattern. Drawing on his knowledge of ancient symbols, Lu Chen discerned that this could be a trial. Prepare yourselves. This door may lead to some form of challenge, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than the door began to creak open, a powerful force pulling them inside. The team felt a disorienting rush as the world spun around them. And when they regained their bearings, they found themselves in an extraordinary realm. Countless orbs of light floated within this space, each pulsating with distinct waves of soul energy. What is this place? One team member exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Chen had not yet had the chance to respond when, suddenly, one of the luminous orbs shot toward them with great speed. Lu Chen swiftly brandished his sword to block the orb, which collided with the blade, producing a dazzling burst of light. These orbs appeared to possess an aggressive nature. Be cautious, Lu Chen shouted. The team members promptly unleashed their martial spirit abilities to fend off the orb's onslaught. However, the number of orbs increased exponentially, their attacks growing ever more ferocious. Amidst the fierce battle, Lu Chen discerned a peculiar pattern in the orb's assault. While evading their strikes, he observed intently. At last, he realized that whenever the color of an orb changed, so too did the manner and intensity of its attack. Everyone, pay attention to the color changes of the orbs and adjust our defenses and counterattacks accordingly, Lu Chen called out. Upon hearing his words, the team members immediately focused their attention on the color of the orbs. When a red orb soared towards them, a teammate adept in flame-based martial spirits rushed forward, unleashing a more potent fire skill to neutralize the red orb. When a blue orb appeared, another teammate, wielding a water attribute martial spirit, swiftly conjured a curtain of water to block the blue orb's attack. As they gradually mastered their responses to the orbs, the situation began to improve. Just then a low, sinister laughter echoed through the space. Ha ha ha! Do you truly believe you can pass my test? A mysterious voice reverberated. Lu Chen looked up. It could not discern the source of the voice. Who are you? Why have you set these trials? Lu Chen demanded. I am the guardian of this relic. Only by passing my test can one obtain the treasures within. And based on your current performance, you are far from sufficient, the enigmatic voice replied. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. We will undoubtedly pass the tests. But could you reveal to us the key to succeeding? The key lies in your ability to unite and collaborate, to unleash your greatest potential, the mysterious voice stated. And with that, the onslaught of orbs intensified, now featuring various mixed colors that complicated their attacks further. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen addressed his teammates. Listen closely, we must coordinate more closely. When mixed orbs appear, the corresponding martial spirit users must respond together. I believe we will successfully overcome this trial. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. Under Lu Chen's command, they began to synchronize their efforts, gradually stabilizing the situation. They ceased fighting as individuals and, instead, executed their martial spirit skills with precision based on the attributes of the orbs, offering mutual support. After a fierce struggle, the assault from the orbs finally began to wane. Ultimately, all the orbs vanished, restoring tranquility to the space. Well done. You have successfully passed the test, the mysterious voice resounded once more. As the voice faded, a beam of light appeared in one corner of the space. Lu Chen led his team toward the light, and, as they approached, they discovered a treasure chest emerging from within. Is this the treasure of the relic? Exclaimed one team member with excitement. Lu Chen stepped forward and gently opened the chest. A radiant glow emanated from within, revealing a soul orb that shimmered with a spectrum of colors, alongside an ancient martial spirit manual. Lu Chen grasped the soul orb and the manual, his heart swelling with joy. This soul orb harbors immense soul power, which will greatly aid in our enhancement. And this manual may very well allow us to master even more formidable martial spirit techniques. At that moment, the space began to tremble, and the mysterious voice echoed again. You have acquired the treasure. You may now depart. But remember, the power found within this relic must be wielded in the defense of justice. Lu Chen nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed guardian. We shall use this power wisely. With a flash of light, Lu Chen and his team exited the mysterious space, returning to the hall of the relic. At that moment, the mist that had enveloped the hall dissipated, and the skeletal soul beasts vanished without a trace. Lu Chen led his team, treasure in hand, out of the relic. On their way back to the martial spirit hall, the team members animatedly discussed the spoils of their adventure. Thanks to Lord Liu Chen's leadership, we would never have passed those trials otherwise, one team member remarked. Indeed, and we have gained a deeper understanding of the importance of unity and collaboration, another chimed in. Liu Chen smiled at his teammates, who had all performed admirably. This harvest not only enhances our strength but also tightens the bonds of our team. Upon returning to the Martial Spirit Hall, we must thoroughly study this soul, orb, and manual, striving to elevate our prowess to new heights. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation. They understood that with this newfound treasure, the Martial Spirit Hall would possess a greater competitive edge in the Douluo continent, and Liu Chen would lead them toward a more glorious future. Chapter 87. Interwoven Crises and Opportunities for Resolution. Liu Chen stood atop the towering watchtower of the Martial Spirit Hall, the howling winds whipping around him, his black cloak billowing like dancing flames. His expression was grave, his deep-set eyes fixated on a faint wisp of smoke on the distant horizon, an indication of the movements of the united armies of Tiando and Xingluo. Beside him, Ying, clad in a fitted outfit with her hair tied back, mirrored his solemn demeanor. Her lips pressed tightly together, a glimmer of concern in her gaze. Brother Chen, it seems the coalition is up to something new. I wonder what they are planning this time. Liu Chen slightly furrowed his brow, gently placing a hand on Ying's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Do not fret, Ying. Regardless of their schemes, we can handle them. However, the situation is becoming increasingly complex, and we must exercise utmost caution. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the array of Martial Spirit Hall structures behind him, silently contemplating strategies. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase as a messenger from the Martial Spirit Hall rushed in, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent and tinged with anxiety. My lord, we have just received urgent intelligence. Behind us, a mysterious force is quietly gathering, seemingly intent on launching a surprise attack on the Martial Spirit Hall while we are engaged with the coalition. Liu Chen's heart sank, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's. What? A mysterious force? Have you identified which faction it is? The messenger bowed his head, his expression disheartened. Not yet, my lord. We have no concrete information. All we know is that their movements are exceedingly covert, and our intelligence operatives have only just caught a whiff of their presence. Liu Chen released his grip on Ying's shoulder, crossing his arms as he paced swiftly within the watchtower. This is troublesome. With the coalition lurking ahead and this mysterious force emerging behind us, it appears that someone wishes to annihilate the Martial Spirit Hall. He murmured to himself. Ying approached Liu Chen's side, her brows knitted with concern. Brother Chen, could it be that those forces we previously suppressed have united to seek vengeance against us? Liu Chen nodded slightly. There's a possibility, but regardless of who it is, we cannot remain passive. Stopping in his tracks, he looked at the messenger. Immediately summon all core commanders and strategists to the council hall for an urgent meeting. I need to devise a response strategy without delay. The messenger complied and swiftly departed. Liu Chen and Ying hastened toward the council hall. As they walked, Liu Chen's expression darkened, his mind racing with various scenarios. Ying, this crisis is unlike any we have faced before. We must devise a foolproof plan. Otherwise, the Martial Spirit Hall may confront the ultimate test of survival. His voice was low yet resolute. Ying grasped Liu Chen's hand gently, offering him strength. Brother Chen, I believe in you. We will surely overcome this challenge. Upon arriving at the council hall, they found the core commanders and strategists already assembled, their faces etched with gravity, clearly aware of the dire situation at hand. Liu Chen strode purposefully to the central seat, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and candidly stated, I trust everyone is already aware that the allied forces of Tiando and Xingluo approach from the front, while a mysterious faction lurks behind, poised to launch a surprise assault against us. The purpose of today's gathering is to pool our collective wisdom and devise strategies to confront this dual-pronged predicament. An elderly strategist, his hair as white as snow, rose to his feet first. Gently stroking his beard, he spoke slowly, My lord, in my humble opinion, we should first attempt to negotiate with the mysterious faction at our rear to discern their intentions. It is possible that they are not wholly committed to enmity against us, perhaps swayed by external influences. If we can resolve the crisis behind us through dialogue, we could then focus our energies on the allied forces ahead. Liu Chen nodded slightly, contemplating the suggestion before responding, Your perspective holds merit. However, we must not place all our hopes solely on negotiation. This mysterious faction has chosen this moment to strike, suggesting they are well prepared, and discussions may not unfold as smoothly as we wish. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to send envoys to gauge their disposition. At that moment, A young and impetuous general sprang to his feet, fists clenched and eyes ablaze with indignation. What need is there for negotiation? Since when has the Spirit Hall ever feared others? Whether it be the Allied forces ahead or the mysterious faction behind, we should charge directly at them. I am willing to lead a team of elite soldiers to annihilate the threat from the rear without leaving a trace. Chen regarded the fervent general with admiration for his valor, yet concern for his impulsiveness. General, your courage is commendable, but we cannot afford reckless actions. We find ourselves beset on two fronts. If we divide our forces without due caution, we risk being systematically overwhelmed by the enemy. Every step we take must be deliberated with utmost care. Another seasoned general then rose, asserting, "My lord, I propose that we lay traps and fortifications at the rear to delay the advance of the mysterious faction while maintaining a standoff with the Allied forces in front, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Once we identify an opportunity, we can launch a counterattack to break the current stalemate." Chen pondered this general's suggestion seriously, recognizing its potential feasibility. This approach is worth pursuing, but we require a more detailed plan. We must ascertain the strength and movements of the mysterious faction to effectively set our traps. Moreover, the Allied forces will not remain passive while we fortify our defenses. They are certain to take action. As the assembly engaged in fervent discussion, yet another messenger hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "My lord, we have just received word that an elite cavalry unit from the Tiando Empire is advancing towards our left flank, seemingly preparing to launch an attack." Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Their advance was alarmingly swift. It appeared they had detected our movements at the rear and sought to exploit the opportunity to disrupt our plans. He quickly rose and approached the military map displayed in the center of the hall, scrutinizing the unfolding situation. "Which general is in charge of the left flank?" he inquired. A general promptly stepped forward, declaring, "My lord, that responsibility falls to me. I have already fortified our defenses and will steadfastly hold the left flank." Chen nodded approvingly. "Good. Return immediately and ensure you maintain your position. Inform the troops that the Spirit Hall shall not retreat. Additionally, relay a message to the general in charge of the right flank, urging them to remain vigilant against any feigned attacks from the Allied forces." Having addressed the matters concerning the left flank, Chen turned his attention back to the assembly, stating, "It seems the situation leaves us no room for further deliberation. We must act decisively." He pointed to the area on the map where the mysterious faction was likely to emerge, instructing, "Select a cadre of astute scouts to delve into this region and uncover the true nature of the mysterious faction as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, we must mobilize craftsmen and soldiers to set traps and fortifications along the crucial routes at the rear." Next, he focused on those responsible for intelligence, commanding, "Keep a close watch on every movement of the Allied forces. Even the slightest action may conceal a significant conspiracy. Report to me immediately should any anomalies arise." The assembly promptly accepted their orders and departed the council chamber to fulfill their respective tasks. Chen watched their retreating figures, silently vowing to lead the Spirit Hall through this crisis unscathed. "Brother Chen, do not overexert yourself," said softly as she approached Chen. "I believe everyone will unite their efforts to overcome this crisis." Chen looked at his eyes revealing a mixture of fatigue and resolute determination. "Rest assured, I will not allow harm to befall the Spirit Hall or you." He then added, "Now we must take action. You go assist in the fortification efforts at the rear, ensuring that every detail is meticulously attended to." Nodded vigorously, "Allericht, Brother Chen. But you must also take care." With that, she turned and swiftly departed. Chen again cast his gaze upon the military map, his eyes flitting between the markings of the Allied forces and the mysterious faction. He understood well that this would be a formidable battle, yet he remained unyielding in his resolve. In the ensuing days, Chen toiled tirelessly, scarcely finding a moment's rest. He traversed the various defensive lines of the Spirit Hall, personally overseeing the defense operations and bolstering the morale of the troops. At the left flank, he observed the soldiers standing resolute, their expressions brimming with determination and fearlessness. "Warriors, the honor of the Spirit Hall rests in your hands. As long as we hold our ground, the enemy shall not advance an inch," Chen proclaimed, his voice ringing out. The soldiers responded in unison, "Hold the line. Defend the Spirit Hall." Their chorus resounded, filled with fervor. Meanwhile, was diligently leading craftsmen and soldiers in the meticulous placement of traps at the rear. Ignoring the dust and sweat, she oversaw every detail with precision. "Dig a few more traps here and bury the spikes deeper. Ensure the stakes are placed more closely together over there, she directed with unwavering focus. At that moment, a soldier rushed over. Missing, we are running low on materials. What should we do? Air furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding. Immediately send someone to the nearby towns to gather supplies. Inform them that this is a matter of life and death for the Spirit Hall, and we require the materials post-haste. While everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, the scouts charged with investigating the mysterious faction finally returned with news. Breathless, they knelt before Chen, reporting, "My lord, we have uncovered that the mysterious faction consists of several small families previously defeated by us, now united and supported by external forces, numbering approximately 30,000 troops. And they're advancing toward our rear." Chen's heart sank. 30,000 troops were not to be underestimated, especially with external support. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Have we discerned their marching routes and battle plans?" The scout answered. "They seem to intend to split into 3 groups and launch a surprise attack from 3 directions, aiming to disperse our forces." Chen scoffed. Such a trivial tactic. He immediately ordered, "Relay this information to the general responsible for the rear defenses, instructing them to implement our previously devised plan, focusing their defenses along the routes where the enemy is likely to attack and utilizing traps to wear down their strength." After ensuring the rear was adequately prepared, Chen redirected his focus to the Allied forces ahead. At this juncture, it appeared the Allies had sensed the changes in our defensive arrangements, temporarily halting their large-scale assaults. Those small-scale probing attacks persisted without interruption. Standing atop the watchtower, Chen surveyed the rising tendrils of smoke from the enemy camp, pondering strategies to break the deadlock. "We can no longer remain stagnant. We must take the initiative and shatter this stalemate," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 88, The Tumultuous Prelude. On the vast expanse of Douluo continent, the confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the allied forces of Tiando and Xingluo had reached a fever pitch. Chen stood atop the towering watchtower of the Spirit Hall, the biting wind billowing his black cloak, fluttering like a flag in a storm. His brow furrowed, and his profound eyes gazed into the distance, as if striving to pierce through the dense fog and discern every movement of the enemy forces. Beside him, clad in a set of agile attire, slightly knitted her brows, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as she softly spoke. "Chenggu, the allied forces have been making frequent movements lately. It appears they are plotting a large-scale offensive." Chen nodded subtly, his gaze unwavering from the horizon, and he replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, I've sensed it too. They must be well prepared, aiming to achieve victory in one fell swoop. We must make thorough preparations. We cannot allow them to succeed." With that, he turned and descended from the observation tower, with closely following. Upon returning to the command hall of the Spirit Hall, a flurry of activity greeted them. Generals hurried back and forth, relaying various pieces of intelligence and orders. Chen strode purposefully towards the massive operational map before him, which was densely annotated with both sides' troop deployments and strategic points. He stared at the map, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a soul master radiating a powerful aura rushed into the hall, kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Lord Chen, we have just received reliable intelligence that the chief soul master team of the Tiando Empire has secretly infiltrated our rear, seemingly intending to strike at our supply lines." Chen's expression hardened, his mind racing. This tactic is indeed ruthless. If our supply lines are severed, our army will descend into chaos without a fight. He quickly marked the potential locations of the Tiando Empire's Soul Master team on the map, then raised his head, eyes resolute, and commanded, "Immediately assemble a team of elite Soul Masters, led by you, to intercept them before they act. Remember, do not underestimate them. Since they dare to venture deep into our territory, they must be well prepared." "Yes, my lord." The Soul Master accepted the order and promptly departed with determined strides. Chen turned to another general, instructing, "Reinforce the vigilance around the supply lines, establishing additional defensive positions as a precaution. Additionally, maintain close observation of the Allied forces' movements. I fear this may be a feint intended to mislead us." The general clasped his fists in salute, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall attend to it at once." Having arranged these matters, Chen rubbed his temples and took a seat. Approached his side, gently massaging his shoulders, and said, "Chenggu, do not overexert yourself. You have already done exceptionally well. Everyone believes you can guide us through this crisis." Chen grasped Inger's hand, looking at her with gratitude. "Inger, I'm deeply thankful for your presence by my side. However, the situation grows increasingly intricate. A moment's carelessness could plunge us into irretrievable despair. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Chen and Inger exchanged glances, rising to investigate. They found a group of Spirit Hall soldiers escorting several visibly anxious individuals. The leading soldier saluted and reported, "My lord, these individuals have been lurking suspiciously near the Spirit Hall. We suspect they are spies sent by the Allied forces." Chen scrutinized the group, noting one small, shifty-eyed man who dared not meet his gaze. With a cold smirk, Chen stepped forward and demanded, "Speak. Which empire sent you? What is your purpose at the Spirit Hall?" The diminutive figure trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground as he stammered, "My lord, we were sent by the Tiando Empire. They instructed us to infiltrate the Spirit Hall and create chaos at the time of war. Please spare us." A glint of severity flashed in Chen's eyes. Do you think you can wreak havoc in my Spirit Hall? Guards, take them away for rigorous interrogation. We must extract every piece of intelligence." After the soldiers escorted the spies away, Chen turned to Inger and remarked, "It seems the Allied forces can no longer contain themselves and have begun to resort to these petty tactics. However, this also indicates their uncertainty. They wish to use such underhanded methods to shift the tide." Returning to the hall, Chen resumed his examination of the battle plans. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, his face a mask of urgency. "My lord, scouts report that the Allied forces are beginning a large-scale mobilization. It seems they are preparing for a full-scale assault." Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes ignited with martial fervor. "At last, the moment has come. Relay the order for all troops to enter combat readiness, and prepare to face the enemy as per our established plan. Tell everyone, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. We of the Spirit Hall shall not retreat." "Yes." The messenger dashed out to convey the orders. Chen donned the black armor embedded with mysterious runes and grasped a long sword that emitted an ethereal glow as he strode out of the hall. Inger followed closely, her eyes filled with concern and determination. "Chingu, I will accompany you." Chen regarded her and gently shook his head. "Inger, this place needs you to command and coordinate the overall situation. While I confront the enemy, I require you to stabilize the morale behind me. Trust me, I will return safely." Inger bit her lip, ultimately nodding, "All right, Chingu, you must be careful. I await your victorious return." Turning away, Chen led the generals and soul masters to the walls of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, dust swirled in the distance as the Allied forces surged forward like a tide, the sounds of battle cries reverberating in the air. Chen, undaunted by the densely packed enemy troops, bellowed, "Warriors, behold the fierce advance of the enemy, yet we of the Spirit Hall shall not cower. Today, let them come and never return. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers of the Spirit Hall shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens, their morale reaching an apex. The Allied forces drew nearer, and the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, standing atop a splendid war chariot, clad in golden armor and crowned, looked imperiously towards the Spirit Hall, proclaiming to his adjacent generals, "Today marks the demise of the Spirit Hall. No matter how formidable Chen may be, he cannot withstand the combined might of our two empires." The general respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is wise. Our meticulous planning will certainly allow us to obliterate the Spirit Hall in one fell swoop." The Emperor of the Xing Luo Empire, riding a towering steed, joined the Tiando Emperor and remarked with a smile, "Let us hope this collaboration proceeds smoothly. Once we have annihilated the Spirit Hall, we can discuss how to divide this continent." The Tiando Emperor smiled subtly, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "Indeed. However, we must first deal with the immediate threat posed by the Spirit Hall." As they spoke, the Allied forces had reached the base of the Spirit Hall's walls. A Soul Master general from the Tiando Empire stepped forward and declared loudly, "People of the Spirit Hall, heed my words. You are surrounded. Today marks your demise. Those who are wise should surrender quickly. Perhaps a path to survival may still be granted." Chen, standing atop the wall, scoffed coldly in response. "To think you would demand the Spirit Hall to surrender is the height of folly. You two nations conspire to incite war and shatter the peace of Douluo continent. Today, I shall make you pay for your transgressions." With that, Chen swung his longsword, unleashing a powerful sword aura that shot towards the enemy like lightning, exploding among their ranks and toppling numerous soldiers. The Allied forces momentarily fell into disarray, but quickly regained their composure. "Advance," commanded the Tiando Emperor, and the Allied forces launched their assault. Archers drew their bows, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows towards the walls. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall raised their shields, straining to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and screams as the fight officially commenced. Lu Chun surveyed the enemy's offensive and shouted, "Mage team, prepare to unleash magic and deliver a devastating blow to the enemy's front line. Soul Master team, be ready to intercept the opposing Soul Masters at any moment." The mages of the Spirit Hall, positioned atop the walls, began to chant incantations, and shortly thereafter, dazzling beams of magical light soared into the sky, hurtling towards the allied forces. Fireballs, ice shards, and lightning converged, wreaking havoc in the enemy ranks and inflicting substantial casualties. Seeing this, the Soul Masters of the allied forces activated their martial spirits and surged towards the Soul Master team of the Spirit Hall. A fierce clash erupted in the air as various martial spirit abilities flickered and shone brilliantly. A Soul Master from the Heaven Do Empire brandished a blazing long blade, charging towards Lu Chun, shouting, "Lu Chun, prepare to meet your end." Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he met the oncoming attack with his sword. The clash of blade against blade resonated with a crisp sound, and a powerful ripple of soul power emanated from the two combatants. In an instant, Lu Chun flickered like a phantom, maneuvering behind the Soul Master to thrust his sword. Sensing the impending attack from behind, the Soul Master hurriedly turned to defend, but was a step too late, receiving a cut along his arm from Lu Chen's sword aura. "Is that all you've got to challenge me?" Lu Chun scoffed disdainfully. Enraged, the Soul Master ignited with even greater flames and charged again at Lu Chun. Unperturbed, Lu Chun executed a series of intricate sword techniques, engaging the Soul Master in a dance of combat. His movements were fluid, and his strikes unpredictable, each one infused with formidable soul power, gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Coalition's siege weaponry had reached the base of the city walls. A colossal battering ram relentlessly struck the city gates, producing a deep, resounding thud, causing the gates to tremble precariously. "This is bad. The gates won't hold," a commander from a Spirit Hall exclaimed anxiously. Lu Chun felt a pang of urgency. Seizing the moment, he repelled the Heaven Do Soul Master with a swift strike and called out, "Soldiers, follow me to defend the gates. We cannot allow the enemy to breach the city." With that, he leaped off the city wall, racing towards the gates. Chapter 89. The Marvelous Exploration of the System Shop. As the situation in Douluo continent gradually stabilized, the Spirit Hall flourished under Lu Chen's leadership. One day, after attending to the myriad affairs of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen returned to his private quarters. Dressed in a flowing black robe embroidered with gold, the threads of the collar and cuffs glimmered softly in the dim light, while the dark jade pendant at his waist swayed gently with his movements, emitting a melodious chime. Lu Chen settled onto a plush brocade couch, inhaling deeply as his consciousness delved into his mind, summoning the multi-fortune system. Before him, a vibrant kaleidoscopic screen materialized, displaying a plethora of items. This was the system shop. The screen emanated a mysterious glow, illuminating Lu Chen's focused visage, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. "Finally, I have time to thoroughly explore this system shop," he murmured, his gaze flitting across the array of goods. The shop interface was segmented into various zones: soul skill manuals, spirit artifacts, rare materials, medicinal elixirs, and more. Each area radiating a unique aura, as if narrating the extraordinary nature of its contents. Lu Chen first turned his attention to the soul skill manual section. Here lay books radiating diverse glows, ranging from basic yellow-level soul skills to legendary divine-level techniques. He reached out to touch a manual exuding a ghostly blue light, which instantly revealed a line of small text: Ice Shadow Slash, a high-tier Earth-level soul skill. The user can condense ice soul power into a sharp blade, striking at incredible speed towards the target, inflicting significant ice attribute damage and imposing a slowing effect. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating, "This Ice Shadow Slash is indeed impressive. If I could master it, my odds in battle would certainly increase." Continuing his browsing, he discovered another manual glowing with golden light, inscribed with 9 Yang Burning Heaven technique, a top-tier Earth-level soul skill. When activated, it could summon the power of the 9 suns, transforming into roaring flames that incinerate all, dealing immense fire attribute damage to enemies and creating a fiery domain to weaken their strength. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Such a powerful soul skill would undoubtedly grant him an advantage against formidable foes. However, upon seeing the exchange price for the manuals, he was taken aback. The Ice Shadow Slash required 50,000 system points, while the 9-Yang Burning Heaven technique was priced at an astonishing 100,000 points. Lu Chun chuckled wryly. Shaking his head, it appeared his points were woefully insufficient. Currently, he possessed only 30,000 points, leaving him far from being able to redeem either manual. Departing the Soul Skill Manual section, Lu Chun entered the Spirit Artifact Zone. Here lay a diverse array of artifacts, some gleaming like swords, others solid and robust like shields, and still others delicate and smooth like jade pendants. Lu Chun's attention was captured by a small compass floating in midair, its surface swirling with a spectrum of colors, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Gently touching the compass, a message appeared. Heaven and Earth Tracking Compass. Assist the user in locating rare treasures and mysterious relics. Sensing even the most concealed of locations. Required points for exchange, 80,000. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Acquiring this compass would greatly aid his explorations in Douluo continent. He envisioned discovering ancient ruins and unearthing treasures and legacies within, thereby elevating his own strength. Yet, the high exchange cost made him hesitate. It seems I must find a way to earn more points, Lu Chun resolved quietly. Just then, he heard a soft patter of footsteps and turned to see Ying gracefully entering the room. Today, she wore a pale pink gauzy dress, its layers cascading like petals, cinched at the waist with a light purple ribbon, accentuating her graceful figure. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, adorned with a small pink flower that emitted a faint, sweet fragrance. Brother Chun, are you once again exploring the system shop? Ying smiled as she approached Lu Chun, gently linking her arm with his, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as they scanned the vibrant screen. Lu Chun nodded, somewhat exasperated indeed. There are so many wonderful items here, yet my points are far from enough. Just look at this 9-Yang Burning Heaven technique and this Heaven and Earth Tracking Compass. All require a substantial amount of points to redeem. Ying tilsit here hit. Pondering for a moment before suggesting, Brother Chun, didn't you mention that the system issues tasks? Perhaps by completing some higher difficulty missions, we could earn generous point rewards. Additionally, we might discover unique opportunities in Douluo continent that could yield rare items for point exchange. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Ying, you're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? It seems I cannot simply hoard the points I have. I must take proactive measures. He grasped Ying's hand tightly, determination radiating from his gaze. The two continued to browse the system shop, and upon reaching the medicinal elixir section, Ying suddenly pointed at a bottle emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, exclaiming, Brother Chun, look at this. The soul recovery pill restores all soul power instantly and boosts it by 30% for the next hour. If this pill can be utilized in battle, it would be incredibly powerful. Lu Chun followed Ying's finger, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, it was a remarkable item, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. However, redeeming would require 40,000 points. Ying gazed at Lu Chun encouragingly. Brother Chun, don't lose heart. If we work together, we will surely gather enough points to redeem what we need. Lu Chun smiled and nodded. With you by my side, I feel even more motivated. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a melodious notification sound, and a line of prominent text appeared on the screen. Special task issued. Explore the lost ice and fire duality eye ruins. It is said that the ice and fire duality eye is a mysterious place, rich in profound ice and fire energies, surrounded by numerous rare, immortal herbs. Task requirements. Successfully locate the ice and fire duality eye ruins and obtain one rare, immortal herb. Task reward. 100,000 system points. Lu Chun and Ying exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. Brother Chun, this is a fantastic opportunity. Completing this task will allow us to redeem the items we desire. Ying exclaimed animatedly. Lu Chun nodded slightly, his gaze firming. Indeed. However, given the enigmatic nature of the Eye of Ice and Fire, it is evident that both the search and entry will be fraught with challenges. We must prepare diligently. Subsequently, Lu Chun immediately began to devise strategies. He summoned a few capable aides from the Spirit Hall to engage in thorough discussions regarding this mission. You are to gather all information pertaining to the Eye of Ice and Fire, including potential location clues, surrounding dangers, and countermeasures. Expedite the process. Lu Chun commanded with a grave expression. Yes, my lord. The aides responded promptly before swiftly departing. Lu Chun then turned to Ying, saying, Ying, please assist me in preparing essential items, such as protective gear to withstand the forces of ice and fire, as well as potions for restoring soul power and physical strength. Understood, Brother Chun. I will begin preparations at once, Ing Er replied before hastily exiting the room. Once everyone had left, Chen once again focused on the task information displayed on the system screen, silently contemplating. I have ice and fire, regardless of the obstacles. I am determined to find you. Chen clenched his fists, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve. In the ensuing days, Chen and Ing Er devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the preparatory work. Chen trained rigorously each day to enhance his soul power, striving to possess greater strength in the face of unknown dangers. Dressed in a black training suit, he exerted himself in the training grounds of the Spirit Hall, sweat cascading down as he practiced. Each flow of soul power was accompanied by a surge of potent air currents, swirling the surrounding sand and stones into the air. Meanwhile, Ing Er scurried about, gathering various necessary items. She navigated through the Spirit Hall's storerooms, meticulously selecting appropriate protective gear and potions. Her delicate figure bustled among the towering piles of supplies, her expression focused and earnest. At last, the aides returned with information regarding the Eye of Ice and Fire. My lord, we have consulted all ancient texts within the Spirit Hall and inquired with some reclusive elder powerhouses. It appears that the Eye of Ice and Fire is likely located deep within the Sunset Forest at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluar Empire. It is said to be shrouded by a formidable soul power barrier, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to approach. Furthermore, the forest is guarded by many powerful soul beasts. One aide reported respectfully. Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the information. The Sunset Forest is inherently perilous, compounded by the soul power barrier and formidable soul beasts, rendering this mission quite daunting. Nonetheless, we must attempt it. My lord, we are willing to accompany you, even if it means risking our lives, the aides declared in unison, their eyes brimming with loyalty and determination. Chen gazed at them, warmth swelling in his heart. With your assistance, my confidence is greatly bolstered. However, this undertaking is fraught with peril, so everyone must exercise utmost caution. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. That night, Chen and Ing Er sat in the room, once more checking the prepared items. Brother Chen, do you think we will successfully complete the mission this time? Ing Er looked at Chen, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Chen gently clasped Ing Er's hand, smiling as he replied, Ing Er, do not worry. We have made thorough preparations. And with everyone together, I am confident we will succeed. Ing Er nodded slightly, resting her head on Chen's shoulder. As long as I am with you, Brother Chen, I fear no obstacles. The two embraced quietly, patiently awaiting the dawn and the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 90, A Turn of Fate in Desperation. Under the relentless assault of the allied forces from the Tiando and Xingluo empires, the Spirit Hall found itself in an unprecedented predicament. Chen stood atop the battlements of the main hall, gazing at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance, his expression as grave as the ominous clouds before a storm. His black cloak billowed in the wind, and the depth of his weary yet resolute eyes, along with his tightly pressed lips, betrayed the weight of his inner turmoil. The allied encampments sprawled around the Spirit Hall like a constellation of stars, creating an impenetrable blockade. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire reverberated, causing the very ground to tremble. Below the battlements, the soldiers of the Spirit Hall, though maintaining a degree of morale, bore the visible signs of fatigue from days of continuous battle. Their eyes still ablaze with indomitable spirit. Chen slowly turned, descending from the battlements to the temporary command center. Inside, the core members of the Spirit Hall gathered around a massive sand table, the atmosphere stifling and oppressive. My lord, the allied forces are mounting an overwhelming offensive. Our defenses are in dire straits, and our supplies dwindle. If this continues, we may, an elder began, his face etched with worry, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the flags representing both sides' forces on the sand table. I understand the gravity of the situation, but we must not surrender. Let us brainstorm for any solutions to break this deadlock. At that moment, Ing Er, who had remained silent, raised her head, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Brother Chen, I believe we can dispatch a death squad to break through the relatively weak defenses of the southwest corner, then maneuver to their rear to attack their supplies. If we sever their provisions, the allied forces will surely be thrown into disarray. Chen nodded slightly, lost in thought. This is indeed a viable strategy. But while the southwest corner may be less fortified, it is rife with traps and ambushes. It will not be easy for the death squad to break through. Moreover, even if they succeed in breaching enemy lines, locating and destroying their supplies will be no simple task. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. My lord, I am willing to lead the death squad. A young soul master suddenly stepped forward, his stature tall, and his gaze filled with fearless courage. Lu Chen regarded him, touched by his bravery. Your name is Li Yong, is it not? Your valor is commendable, but this mission is perilous. You must consider the stakes. Li Yong knelt, declaring fervently, My lord, the Spirit Hall has shown me great kindness. Now is my time to repay that debt. I am willing to fight to the death to carve a path for the Spirit Hall. Lu Chen approached Li Yong, helping him to his feet and clapping a hand on his shoulder. Very well, I believe in you. But you must select the most elite and loyal soul masters to form the death squad. Before your departure, I will prepare special gear and potions to enhance your chances of success. Just as the group was discussing specific plans, a soldier burst in, panting heavily as he reported, My lord, trouble is brewing. The Allied forces seem to have sensed our intentions and are reinforcing their defenses at the southwest corner, deploying additional troops. The room fell silent as the expressions of those present shifted, the flicker of hope extinguished in an instant. Are we truly to be trapped here? Someone lamented softly. Yet Lu Chen refused to relent. He began to pace the room, his mind racing. Suddenly, he halted, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his eyes. We cannot solely focus on the southwest corner. Since they have bolstered defenses there, let us employ a feigned strategy to divert their attention. The crowd looked on in confusion as Lu Chen pointed to the sand table. We shall pretend to continue gathering forces at the southwest corner, creating the illusion of a forced breakout to attract the Allied forces' attention. Concurrently, we will select a team of adept fighters to break through at the northeast corner. Although the terrain is treacherous there, the Allied forces may underestimate our choice and leave their defenses relatively lax. If we can successfully break through, we can disrupt their plans, granting the Spirit Hall a chance at resurgence. Upon hearing this, the members nodded in agreement, recognizing the viability of Lu Chen's plan. Thus, he immediately began to organize the deployment. On one hand, he instructed the soldiers to create a show of strength in the southwest corner, fabricating the illusion of a massive assembly. On the other hand, he personally selected 20 of the most skilled soul masters to form the breakout team. These 20 soul masters, all elites of the Spirit Hall, stood in a row, their expressions solemn as they awaited Lu Chen's address. Lu Chen approached them, his gaze resolute as he looked into each of their eyes. This mission is exceptionally arduous. You will face numerous challenges and dangers. However, the survival of the Spirit Hall rests solely upon your shoulders. I have unwavering faith in your strength and courage. You shall undoubtedly accomplish the mission. With a resolute vow, the 20 individuals echoed in unison, their voices resonating throughout the chamber. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, subsequently unveiling an exquisite box, which upon opening, revealed 20 pills radiating an enigmatic luminescence. These are the shadow elixirs, painstakingly crafted from rare medicinal herbs, capable of significantly enhancing your speed and soul power for a brief period. At a critical moment, they may prove to be your salvation. The group received the elixirs with utmost care, safeguarding them diligently. Lu Chen then presented a token to the squad leader. This is the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Possessing it guarantees your assistance wherever you encounter our forces across the Douluo continent. With all preparations complete and the night descending, the breakout operation commenced in earnest. In the southwest quadrant, soldiers of the Spirit Hall ignited torches, beating drums and shouting, feigning an assault. The coalition forces, indeed ensnared in this ruse, diverted their attention to the southwest, reinforcing their defenses. Meanwhile, the breakout team in the northeast corner stealthily advanced under the cover of darkness, resembling phantoms as they swiftly approached the enemy's line. Just as they neared their adversaries, an alert sentinel spotted them. Enemy attack. The alarm echoed throughout the coalition camp, soldiers hastily grasping their weapons in readiness. The breakout team exhibited no signs of retreat. With a commanding shout from their leader, "Charge!" they unleashed their respective martial souls, launching a fierce assault against the coalition's defenses. Li Yong, wielding a flaming longsword, surged into the fray like a descending tiger, cutting down adversaries in his path. As he swung his sword, he bellowed, "For the Spirit Hall, kill!" Other soul masters employed their unique abilities. Some manipulated vines to ensnare foes, while others unleashed ice shards against distant enemies. The cacophony of battle cries and agonized screams intertwined in a chaotic symphony. However, the coalition forces, numerous in number, quickly regained their composure and began organizing a counterattack. The enemy surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the breakout team. "We cannot persist like this," a soul master exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, the leader commanded, "Everyone, consume the shadow elixirs and concentrate your strength in a single direction." Heeding his words, the group swiftly ingested the elixirs. Instantly, a surge of formidable power coursed through them, greatly enhancing their speed and soul power. The breakout team surged forth with overwhelming momentum toward a specific point in the northeast. The coalition, caught off guard by their sudden ferocity, found a breach in their defenses. "Break through," the leader shouted, and the team darted through the opening like arrows released from a bow. They raced into the night, pursued relentlessly by the coalition forces. "Do not let them escape. Pursue," the coalition commander bellowed. The breakout team sprinted towards a turbulent riverbank, the rushing waters obstructing their path. Behind them, the shouts of the coalition grew ever closer. "What do we do?" a soul master asked in desperation. The leader gazed at the river, contemplating for a moment before replying, "We shall follow the river upstream. There is a small bridge that we can cross." The group hurriedly followed the river's course. And indeed, they soon spotted a small bridge. Just as they prepared to cross, a sudden twang of bowstrings pierced the air. "Oh no, it's an ambush!" Before the leader could finish, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. The breakout team hastily summoned their martial souls to defend. Yet several soul masters were unfortunate enough to be struck. "Damn it!" Liang furiously wielded his sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. In that critical moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky, followed by the apparition of a colossal phoenix. The phoenix soared majestically, emitting a resounding cry, while waves of powerful soul energy radiated outward. The soldiers of the coalition, stunned by this unexpected turn of events, halted in their tracks. "Was this martial soul?" Someone gasped in terror. It turned out that Chen, concerned for the safety of the breakout team, had discreetly dispatched a hidden powerhouse to provide support. This soul master had remained concealed nearby, revealing their formidable martial soul at this crucial juncture, instilling fear in the coalition forces. Quickly, the leader urged, "Let us go." The breakout team hastily crossed the small bridge, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Chen anxiously awaited news from the breakout team. Pacing the room with a furrowed brow, anxiety etched across his face. "Brother Chen, do not worry too much. They will surely succeed." Air reassured him, softly from beside him. Chen nodded slightly. "I hope so. This breakout is our spirit hall's last hope." Time passed, and suddenly, a soldier rushed in. "My lord, good news. The breakout team has successfully breached the coalition's defenses and is advancing towards their rear." A semblance of relief washed over Chen's face. "Excellent. Splendid. Relay the order to halt the feigned assault in the southwest and conserve our strength. Maintain vigilant observation of the breakout team's movements and report to me at once." "Understood." The soldier departed with a salute. Chen gazed out into the night, silently praying, "May you successfully complete your mission and bring a turning point for the spirit hall." At this moment, the breakout team was hastily making their way towards the logistics camp of the coalition forces. They were acutely aware of the urgency of their task. Should the coalition regroup and retaliate, they would find themselves in an even more perilous situation. Chapter 91, System Assistance, Breaking Through the Predicament. Chen found himself in a serene courtyard of the spirit hall, surrounded by vibrant blossoms and a fragrant ambience. Yet at this moment, he was devoid of any desire to appreciate the beauty around him, his brows knitted tightly in grave contemplation. Recently, the spirit hall had become ensnared in a stalemate against the heavenly fight and Star Luo coalition forces, the enemy leveraging their numerical superiority and cunning tactical arrangements, significantly amplifying the pressure on the spirit hall as defenses. Chen understood that a breakthrough was imperative. Otherwise, the spirit hall would face imminent peril. Seated upon a stone bench in the courtyard, he closed his eyes, seeking to calm his tumultuous thoughts in order to devise a strategy. At that moment, the familiar and icy voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, the current situation is dire. A special mission has been issued. Break through the coalition defenses and turn the tide of battle. Successful completion of the mission will yield a mysterious reward, greatly enhancing the host's strength, while failure will deduct a portion of the host's soul power." Chen abruptly opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. He contemplated inwardly. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity. No matter the cost, I must give it my all. Just then, Air entered the courtyard with light, graceful steps, noticing Chen's serious demeanor, which caused her heart to swell with concern. "Brother Chen, what troubles you? Is there more bad news from the front?" Air inquired softly, her eyes brimming with worry. Chen looked up at Air, sighed gently, and shared the details of the mission issued by the system. Upon hearing this, although worry gnawed at her heart, she feigned calmness, grasping Lu Chun's hand and stating, "Brother Chen, I believe you will accomplish this mission. You are resourceful, and with the system's assistance, you will surely find a way to breach the defenses." Looking into Ying Er's resolute eyes, warmth surged within Lu Chun's heart. He gently patted her hand, replying, "Ying Er, with you by my side, I feel empowered. I will exhaust every means to lead the Spirit Hall through this crisis." Subsequently, Lu Chun promptly summoned the intellects and leaders of the Spirit Hall to the council chamber to deliberate strategies. The assembly gathered around a massive sand table. Scrutinizing the depicted troop deployments and defensive positions of both sides, the atmosphere thick with tension. One commander pointed at the sand table, declaring, "My lord, observe, the coalition's defenses are exceedingly robust, particularly at these critical nodes, where they have stationed a significant number of troops and fortifications. Our repeated offensives have met with failure, incurring heavy losses." Lu Chun nodded slightly, his gaze meticulously scanning the sand table. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "A direct frontal assault is evidently inadvisable. We must seek an alternative path. Let us ponder carefully. Are there any vulnerabilities in the coalition's defenses? Or is there a means by which we could disrupt their deployment?" The assembly fell into deep thought, and after a brief hiatus, one strategist spoke up, "My lord, I have heard that the coalition's supply lines are excessively long, with certain segments traversing a terrain fraught with complexity. If we could dispatch an elite squad to sever their supply lines, it might disarray their formations." Lu Chen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a promising avenue. However, given the intricate nature of the mountainous terrain, the enemy would surely be on guard. "We require detailed intelligence to ascertain their troop deployments and patrol routes within the forest." At this juncture, another general interjected, "My lord, I propose that we simultaneously launch a feint on the front line to draw their attention, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success for the raiding squad." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. This strategy was indeed feasible. Yet, the strength and timing of the feint must be meticulously calibrated to avoid revealing any weaknesses and to prevent unnecessary casualties. After a vigorous discussion, the assembly tentatively outlined a combat plan. Lu Chun promptly arranged for intelligence personnel to gather comprehensive information regarding the enemy's forces in the mountainous region, while also selecting a raiding squad composed of 30 elite spirit masters, whom he personally briefed before the mission. The task ahead was formidable, yet it bore immense implications for the survival of the Spirit Hall. "You are all the elite of the Spirit Hall, and I have faith in your ability to accomplish this mission. Remember, actions must be swift and clandestine. Once you achieve your objective, retreat immediately," Lu Chun declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the spirit masters before him. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall not fail in our mission," the spirit masters shouted in unison, their voices brimming with determination. While awaiting intelligence, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to enhance his own strength through the system. He re-entered the training chamber and, following the specialized cultivation method provided by the system, channeled his soul power. Within the chamber, a radiant glow enveloped Lu Chun as the soul power surged within him like a tumultuous tide. Veins throbbed on his forehead, sweat drenched his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "For the Spirit Hall, for the future of Douluo continent, I must break through," Lu Chun silently urged himself. As his training progressed, he sensed his soul power gradually coalescing, as if a formidable force was stirring within him, poised to emerge from its cocoon. Finally, after several hours of arduous training, Lu Chun successfully transcended his current soul power bottleneck, significantly enhancing his strength. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and confidence flashing within them. It appears the cultivation method provided by the system is indeed effective. With my newfound strength, the probability of completing the mission has significantly increased, Lu Chun murmured to himself. At that moment, intelligence personnel arrived with news that the enemy's troop deployments and patrol routes within the forest had been ascertained. Lu Chun immediately refined the combat plan based on this intelligence. As night descended, the moonlight bathed the earth in silvery luminescence. The raiding squad and the forces responsible for the feint quietly set forth according to plan. Lu Chun stood atop the Spirit Hall's battlements, gazing in the direction of their departure, silently offering a prayer. "Brother Chen, do not fret too much. They will surely succeed," Inger said softly, approaching Lu Chun to offer comfort. Lu Chun nodded slightly, hoping that she was right. This battle was of paramount importance. The feigning force was the first to reach the coalition's front line, and with the command, the Spirit Masters unleashed their formidable spirit powers. creating a cacophony of battle cries and fiery explosions. Upon witnessing this, the coalition immediately bolstered their front defenses, reallocating the majority of their forces to this location. Meanwhile, the raiding squad stealthily infiltrated the forest under the cloak of night, evading the enemy's patrols as they advanced toward the critical point of the supply line. Captain, just ahead is the enemy's grain storage point, but the defenses appear to be quite formidable, one squad member whispered. The captain furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings, and instructed, "Everyone, heed my command. I will first draw their attention. You take the opportunity to rush in and ignite the supplies. Be extremely cautious not to reveal our presence." With that, the captain stealthily maneuvered to the side of the grain storage point before suddenly unleashing a powerful surge of soul power, swiftly incapacitating several nearby enemy sentries. Chaos erupted among the enemy ranks as they surged toward the captain's position. Now is the time. Charge! The squad members seized the moment, pouncing toward the grain storage point like tigers. They quickly ignited the prepared incendiaries, and flames erupted, engulfing the mountain of grain. Not good, the supplies are ablaze. The enemy soldiers cried in panic as the entire storage point descended into disarray. Having accomplished their mission, the raiding squad quickly retreated along the predetermined route, while the feigning force, upon learning of the raid's success, also withdrew in an orderly fashion. Chen observed the towering inferno igniting the distant forest from the battlements, finally allowing a smile of relief to grace his face. "We have succeeded," he exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Inger, brimming with joy, remarked, "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. This will undoubtedly throw the coalition's defenses into turmoil." As Chen had anticipated, the coalition fell into disarray upon discovering the destruction of their supplies. They were compelled to readjust their deployments, revealing significant vulnerabilities in their defenses. Seizing this opportune moment, Chen decisively commanded the main forces of the Spirit Hall to launch a full-scale assault. "Warriors, charge! For the Spirit Hall, for our glory!" Chen, astride a black warhorse and wielding a longsword, led the charge at the forefront, his voice resounding. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall surged forth, their morale soaring as they rushed toward the coalition's defenses. A fierce melee ensued, with the sounds of battle cries and anguished screams intertwining amidst the blood-soaked earth. Leveraging his newfound strength, Chen navigated through the enemy ranks as if traversing unchallenged terrain. As he wielded his longsword, arcs of soul power flashed, causing enemies to topple one after another. Chen, prepare to meet your demise. An enraged coalition spirit master general, incensed by Chen's ferocity, charged at him wielding a battle axe. Chen sneered, "You think you can stop me?" With a powerful kick, he propelled himself off the warhorse, and his longsword erupted in dazzling light. "Behold my newly comprehended soul technique, Soul Break Slash." A formidable wave of soul power sliced through the air toward the general, its velocity rendering him unable to evade. With a thunderous impact, the general was struck by the blade of energy and sent crashing to the ground. Under Chen's leadership, the Spirit Hall's forces breached the coalition's defenses with the momentum of a tidal wave, and the coalition's soldiers began to scatter in disarray. This battle culminated in a resounding victory for the Spirit Hall, effectively turning the tide of the conflict. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Chen was met with fervent cheers and admiration from the crowd. "My lord, you're truly the savior of our Spirit Hall," they proclaimed. "Indeed, without your brilliant strategy, our Spirit Hall would have faced peril," others echoed. Chen smiled at the assembled crowd, stating, "This victory is not solely mine. It is the result of our collective efforts. Moving forward, we must continue to strengthen our defenses and leave no opportunity for the enemy." Subsequently, Chen received a notification from the system. "Host, congratulations on completing a special mission and receiving a mysterious reward. Chaos God Crystal Fragment. This fragment harbors immense power and can aid the host in further enhancing their strength while unlocking a new system feature, Divine Technique Fusion." Chen's heart soared with joy, for he recognized this as yet another pivotal opportunity on his journey toward greater heights within the Douluo continent. Chapter 92, The Whirlwind of Lottery and New Opportunities. Chen's days at the Spirit Hall were marked by a surge of vitality as he adeptly navigated numerous overt and covert struggles, along with external threats, and he increasingly looked forward to the new assistance that the system would provide. On this particular day, as various matters momentarily subsided, Chen returned to his resplendently adorned, yet elegantly refined chamber. The walls of the room were constructed from smooth, white jade, inlaid with radiant soul crystals that emitted a soft, dreamlike glow. Beside the grand floor-to-ceiling window stood a writing desk crafted from rare star-patterned wood, upon which an array of martial soul manuals and strategic scrolls were meticulously organized, clad in a long robe of purple and gold, fashioned from the finest silk. The intricate embroidery depicted mysterious and ancient martial soul motifs, with delicate gemstones embedded at the collar and cuffs, sparkling enchantingly with his every movement. He gently strode to the center of the room, inhaling deeply as he silently invoked the system lottery. In an instant, the room was illuminated with brilliant light, and a colossal golden roulette wheel materialized before him, adorned with an assortment of prizes, ranging from precious soul bones to immensely powerful martial soul skills, and even miraculous herbs capable of instantly enhancing one's soul power. The wheel was a veritable treasure trove. Mysterious runes flickered along its edge, weaving a tale of ancient incantations as they flowed. Liu Chan's gaze was intensely fixed upon the wheel, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, his eyes betraying a mixture of tension and anticipation. "What treasures might I acquire this time?" he murmured, his voice soft yet resonant in the stillness of the room. He slowly raised his right hand, delicately tapping the air, prompting the wheel to spin rapidly. The dazzling lights flashed in a mesmerizing display, and Liu Chan's eyes followed the wheel with unwavering focus, his heart racing uncontrollably. As the wheel began to decelerate, the pointer gradually approached an object, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Liu Chan's eyes widened, his breath seemingly suspended. "It must be something remarkable," he silently implored. Finally, the pointer settled firmly upon an item, the enigmatic martial soul artifact, the Chaos Spirit Pearl. A moment of astonishment washed over him, swiftly followed by overwhelming joy. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he clenched his fists and whispered, "Fantastic!" At that instant, a mechanical and cold voice echoed within his mind. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mysterious martial soul artifact, the Chaos Spirit Pearl. This artifact harbors the power of chaos, significantly enhancing the might of the host's martial soul. Possessing the ability to autonomously absorb the soul power of heaven and earth, it can unleash a chaotic storm to deliver devastating blows to foes at critical moments." Liu Chen, brimming with excitement, eagerly grasped the Chaos Spirit Pearl in his hands. The pearl felt warm and substantial, its surface adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, as if it were a microcosm of the celestial stars. Within the pearl, light swirled, hinting at a formidable power surging within. Liu Chen scrutinized the Chaos Spirit Pearl, his eyes alight with joy and curiosity. What prowess could this Chaos Spirit Pearl truly unleash? He pondered, channeling his soul power in an attempt to forge a connection with the pearl. As his soul power flowed into it, the Chaos Spirit Pearl gleamed brilliantly, a surge of potent and enigmatic energy coursing through Liu Chen's arm and into his being. He felt a tremor ripple through him, as if countless stars were igniting within, an inexhaustible wellspring of power manifesting. "This sensation is simply wondrous," Liu Chen marveled, acutely aware that a subtle bond had formed between his martial soul and the Chaos Spirit Pearl, seemingly amplifying his martial soul's strength manifold in an instant. While Liu Chen basked in the euphoria of his newfound artifact, an urgent knocking resounded from outside his door. "My lord, my lord!" It was the anxious voice of his trusted attendant. "Enter," Liu Chen promptly commanded, concealing the Chaos Spirit Pearl and straightening his attire to restore his usual dignified demeanor. The attendant hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee, breathless as he spoke. "My lord, we have just received news that Shrek Academy has acquired a batch of exceedingly valuable soul beast intercores from an unknown source, which they intend to use to enhance the strength of their students. Moreover, they appear to be plotting a significant operation against our spear hall." Liu Chen's brow furrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Shrek Academy? They are indeed restless. Do we know what they are specifically planning?" The attendant shook his head slightly. "Not yet, my lord. However, according to intelligence reports, they have been frequently contacting certain noble factions within the Heaven Do Empire, seemingly seeking support." Liu Chen rose, pacing the room as he rapidly contemplated countermeasures. "It seems Shrek Academy aims to leverage external forces against us. They underestimate the Spirit Hall." Just then, Inger entered the room. Dressed in a delicate pink gown that flowed like a blooming peach blossom, she noticed Liu Chen's grave expression and inquired with concern, "Brother Chen, what has transpired?" Liu Chen succinctly recounted the situation regarding Shrek Academy. After listening, Ying Er furrowed her beautiful brows, contemplating for a moment before responding, Brother Chen. Shrek Academy's actions are undoubtedly sinister. However, we could turn the tables on them. Since they are plotting against us, we might feign ignorance and secretly observe their every move. Once we ascertain their plans, we can strike back decisively, ensuring they gain nothing from their schemes. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting approval. Ying Er, your reasoning is sound. We must not alert the enemy. Immediately arrange for more intelligence personnel to closely monitor Shrek Academy and their dealings with the nobility of the Heaven Do Empire. Any sign of movement, report to me at once. Yes, Brother Chen. I will make the arrangements immediately, Ying Er affirmed, turning to leave. Wait, Lu Chen called out, a hint of concern in his eyes. This matter must be approached with utmost caution. We cannot allow them to detect our surveillance. Shrek Academy boasts exceptional talent. We must not be careless. Ying Er smiled softly, exuding confidence as she replied, Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will exercise caution. With that, she departed gracefully. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure, silently vowing to ensure that Shrek Academy would pay dearly for their reckless actions. He returned to his writing desk, unfurling a map of Douluo continent, meticulously studying the geographical positions of Shrek Academy and the Heaven Do Empire, along with potential routes of action. Shrek Academy, since you dare to challenge the Spirit Hall, be prepared to face the consequences, Lu Chen murmured softly, determination glinting in his eyes. Meanwhile, within a secluded chamber of Shrek Academy, several high-ranking officials convened, discussing their plans. With this batch of precious soul beast inner cores and the support from the nobility of the Heaven Do Empire, we shall deliver a heavy blow to the Spirit Hall. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. However, the Spirit Hall possesses substantial power. We must proceed with caution. Especially that Lu Chen. He is cunning and should not be underestimated. A middle-aged man interjected, furrowing his brow with concern. What is there to fear? We are well prepared. As long as our plan is executed smoothly, we will surely cripple the Spirit Hall, a young and impetuous instructor declared confidently. Let us hope so. Yet we must not be complacent. We need to ensure that every detail is foolproof, the elder asserted sternly. As they fervently debated, a small black bird silently alighted on the windowsill of the chamber. Its eyes sparkled with an unusual luminescence, capturing everything within the room. This bird was a special intelligence soul beast sent by Lu Chen, capable of relaying all it observed back to him. Seated at his writing desk, Lu Chen suddenly perceived the images and sounds from the chamber in his mind. A subtle smile curved his lips, revealing a cold smirk. It seems your plans are indeed intriguing. However, everything remains firmly under my control. Lu Chen continued to closely monitor the unfolding scenes in his mind while strategizing how to devise a flawless counterattack plan. He was acutely aware that this would be an intense clash with Shrek Academy, and he would not allow the Spirit Hall to experience any misstep. As time passed, the covert battle between the two sides gradually escalated, and a storm was silently brewing. Would Lu Chen successfully thwart Shrek Academy's conspiracy? And what challenges would the Spirit Hall face? All remained uncertain, yet Lu Chen was thoroughly prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Chapter 93. The emergence of the divine artifact sparks controversy. Lu Chen's renown on the Douluo continent grew ever more resounding, and as his influence expanded, various fortuitous opportunities came his way. One day, Lu Chen was in the secret chamber of the Spirit Hall, secluding himself in meditation, seeking to break through his current soul power bottleneck. The chamber was serene and silent, save for the flickering brilliance of his soul power, akin to a resplendent star. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from the distant north, shattering the tranquility of the chamber. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Could this wave herald the arrival of a formidable artifact? He promptly rose, adjusted his attire, and swiftly exited the chamber. Upon entering the hall of the Spirit Hall, he found a considerable number of soul masters gathered, all engaged in animated discussions, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity. My lord, the recent surge of soul power was exceedingly potent, seemingly originating from the farthest north, a soul master hurriedly reported to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the north, his expression grave. It appeared that something extraordinary had emerged. Assemble a team of elite warriors. We shall venture to the far north. He commanded. Soon, a contingent of 20 formidable soul masters was assembled, clad in unified black attire embroidered with a golden emblem of the Spirit Hall, each displaying resolute determination in their eyes. Lu Chen led the way as they soared towards the northern reaches. The journey was fraught with howling winds and swirling snow. Yet the group's pace remained unyielding. After several days of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the far north. The landscape was a frozen wasteland, the biting wind slicing against their faces. Yet for these seasoned soul masters, the cold presented no hindrance. My lord, based on the direction of the soul energy surge, the artifact should lie within that snow-capped mountain ahead. A soul master skilled in tracking pointed towards a towering mountain piercing the clouds. Chen gazed upward, observing the mountain, its summit shrouded in dense clouds, exuding an air of mystery and peril. Let us ascend, Chen ordered, and the group made their way towards the mountain. As they climbed higher, the environment grew increasingly treacherous. Not only did the snowstorm intensify, but formidable ice-type soul beasts occasionally obstructed their path. However, the battle-hardened Chen and his companions faced these beasts with unwavering courage. Chen summoned a black soul power blade, darting into the horde of soul beasts, his blade flashing with icy brilliance as they fell one by one. The other soul masters unleashed their own soul skills, engaging in fierce combat with the beasts. After a grueling battle, they finally reached the mountainside. Before them lay a vast ice cave, pulsating with potent waves of soul energy. The artifact seemed to be within. Everyone, be cautious. Although this ice cave appears tranquil, it harbors hidden dangers, Chen cautioned. The group cautiously entered the cave, which was bathed in a chilling azure hue. The icy walls shimmering with peculiar lights, as if countless eyes were watching them. As they ventured several hundred meters deep into the cave, a colossal ice bear suddenly burst forth from the ice wall, towering 3 meters tall, its body encased in thick ice, and its red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Beware! This is the king of the 1,000-year ice bears. Chen shouted, swiftly summoning his shadow spirit. The shadow enveloped him, rendering his form ethereal. The other soul masters also released their spirits, bracing for battle. The ice bear king roared furiously, its massive paw striking towards Chen. With a swift movement, Chen evaded the attack like a wraith, simultaneously thrusting his soul power blade towards the bear's leg. The ice bear king howled in pain, turning in rage to pounce on Chen once more. At this moment, the other soul masters launched their attacks, their various soul skills bursting forth like brilliant fireworks towards the ice bear king. Although the beast was formidable, it gradually faltered under the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Chen unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy that struck the ice bear king's head directly. The bear collapsed, transforming into a puddle of ice water. The group pressed deeper into the ice cave and, at last, reached its end, where they beheld a stone pedestal radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, atop which lay a sword exuding immense soul power. The blade was a deep azure, seemingly forged from ice, adorned with mysterious runes, and its hilt embedded with a massive blue gem, glowing brilliantly. Is this the artifact? Truly extraordinary. Chen approached to grasp the sword. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, a formidable soul power barrier suddenly emerged, rebuffing him. It seemed that acquiring this artifact would not be so simple. Chen steadied himself, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the cave, and a group of elegantly dressed soul masters rushed in. Leading them was a tall, stern-faced man clad in a white robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns, wearing a golden crown that exuded an air of nobility. Chen, this artifact was first discovered by my Heaven Do Empire. It would be wise for you to depart at once, the coldly arrogant man declared. Shen scoffed, Nunguao. When did this far north become the domain of your Heaven Do Empire? Moreover, artifacts possess spirits. The worthy shall claim them. By what right do you demand I leave? It turned out that the stern man was none other than Nangong Ao, the prince of the Heaven Do Empire. His brow furrowed, anger flickering in his eyes as he replied, Chen, do not provoke me. My Heaven Do Empire has dispatched numerous experts. Do you believe you can easily seize the artifact? Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the formidable prowess of the soul masters behind Nangong Ao, clearly prepared for confrontation. Yet he remained undaunted, his demeanor calm as he responded, Then let us see who possesses the capability. Tension crackled in the air as both parties stood poised for conflict. Just as a battle seemed imminent, another group entered the cave. This time, it was a contingent from the Douluo Empire, led by a sharp-eyed woman clad in black, who was none other than Princess Murong Shui of the Douluo Empire. Ah, what lively gathering. Chen, Nangong Ao, none of you shall monopolize this artifact, Murong Shui said, her arms crossed and a cold smile playing on her lips. Nangong Ao glared at Murong Shui, his expression darkening. Murong Shui, this matter concerns my Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. It will be best for your Star Luo Empire to refrain from meddling. Murong Shui dismissed him with a scoff. Nangong Ao, your assertion is misguided. With the artifact's emergence, it is the fortunate who shall claim it. Why should your two factions monopolize it? Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Chen contemplated quietly. Both the Heaven Do and Star Luo factions had arrived should a conflict erupt. Even if he managed to seize the artifact, he would likely incur significant losses. A strategy was needed to secure the artifact while avoiding unnecessary casualties. Stepping forward, Lu Chen raised his voice. Nangong Ao, Murong Shui, how about this? Let us engage in a contest. The victor shall claim the artifact. What say you? Nangong Ao and Murong Shui exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of hesitation in the other's eyes. After a moment, Nangong Ao replied, very well, I agree. However, the rules of the contest must be determined by us. Lu Chen smiled faintly, agreed, please proceed. Nangong Ao pondered for a moment before speaking. In this contest, each of our three factions will dispatch 3 Soul Masters to engage in a rotating battle. Each participant may only enter the arena once, and the ultimate victor shall claim the divine artifact. Murong Shui nodded in agreement, expressing her approval of the rules. I also find this regulation quite favorable. Lu Chen, do you have any objections? Lu Chen quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and concluded that the rules were somewhat advantageous for his side, replying, no problem. Before long, each faction had selected their trio of Soul Masters. The Tian-Do Empire sent forth 3 formidable titled Douluos. Among them was an elderly man with snow-white hair, wielding a coiling dragon staff, whose eyes radiated both the wisdom of age and the weight of experience. Another was a robust figure clad in heavy armor, bearing a massive battle axe upon his back, exuding an aura of immense strength. The last was a young woman with delicate features, brandishing a long sword. Her form enveloped in a faint blue radiance of soul power, bestowing upon her an air of mystery. From the Star Luo Empire, Murong Shui took to the field herself, brandishing a pair of exquisite daggers, her movements graceful and agile. The other 2 Soul Masters included a burly man with a scruffy beard, whose muscular arms suggested a substantial reservoir of soul power, and a slender elder wielding a feathered fan, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. On Lu Chen's side, he chose 3 powerful Soul Masters whom he trusted implicitly. One was a brawny fighter skilled in close-quarters combat, his towering frame and bulging muscles complemented by a wolf-toothed club that emanated a chilling aura. Another was a woman adept in support, draped in a flowing pink gown, holding a wand with a gentle yet resolute gaze. The last was a middle-aged man, his deep-set eyes clutching a long sword that seemed to slice through the very air. As the contest commenced, the Tian-Do Empire first sent forth the burly Soul Master wielding the battle axe. Lu Chen's formidable fighter stepped forward, ready for confrontation. Come on, let me witness the strength of the Tian-Do Empire. He roared, raising his wolf-toothed club and bringing it crashing down towards his opponent. The burly Soul Master, undeterred, lifted his battle axe to meet the challenge. A thunderous crash echoed as their weapons clashed, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy. The brawny fighter possessed incredible strength, yet the battle axe was no less formidable. They exchanged fierce blows, engaging in an intense melee. Ice shards flew, and the entire icy cavern trembled under the ferocity of their struggle. Ha! The brawny fighter shouted, executing a powerful horizontal sweep with his club. The burly Soul Master narrowly evaded, yet the club grazed his arm, leaving a wound. Seizing the moment when the fighter's attack faltered, the burly Soul Master swiftly swung his axe towards the fighter's legs. With no time to dodge, the fighter instinctively raised his club in defense. The axe struck the club, sparking a shower of flames. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, a commotion erupted from the Star Luo Empire's side. It turned out that Murong Shui, seizing the distraction of the ongoing duel, had stealthily approached the artifact, intent on claiming it for herself. Murong Shui, how dare you? Lu Chen bellowed, his figure flashing to intercept her path. Murong Shui's expression shifted. Lu Chen, mind your own business. This artifact is mine. Lu Chen scoffed. You shall not succeed. Since we have already established the rules of the contest, do not resort to such underhanded tactics. At that moment, Nangong Ao also responded, Murong Shui, if you continue to act recklessly, do not blame the Tian-Do Empire for being unmerciful. Realizing her plan had been uncovered, Murong Shui felt a surge of anger, but had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Meanwhile, the contest continued unabated. Chapter 94. The Temptation and Choice of the System Shop. While Lu Chen navigated the complex dynamics of the Douluo continent, he never lost sight of enhancing his power through the multi-child blessing system. One day, after attending to numerous intricate matters regarding the Spirit Hall, he returned to his exclusive training chamber, utterly exhausted. The chamber was suffused with a soft and enigmatic glow of soul power, and the rare soul crystals embedded in the walls emitted a dreamy radiance, illuminating the space like a fantastical realm. Lu Chen gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm the fatigue and turmoil within. Just as he began to settle into a meditative state, the familiar, cold notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has met specific conditions. The system shop is now officially open. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. The system shop? It has finally opened, he murmured, his voice brimming with anticipation. Eagerly, he focused his mind, immersing himself in the system interface. To his astonishment, a brand new section labeled System Shop appeared prominently on the previously simple system panel. With a surge of exhilaration, Lu Chen clicked into the System Shop. Instantly, a plethora of wondrous items and tools materialized before him, dazzling his senses. There were soul-gathering elixirs capable of instantly elevating one's soul power, their bodies swirling with vibrant colors as if imbued with boundless energy. Soul amplification runes that enhanced the power of one's martial soul, inscribed with mysterious patterns that radiated formidable waves of soul energy, and the phantom cloak, which granted the wearer a fleeting ability to become invisible, its fabric as light as smoke, shimmering with a faint glow. Lu Chen's attention was irresistibly drawn to an artifact called the time-space hourglass, crafted from translucent, mysterious crystals. The hourglass contained grains of sand that flowed in a kaleidoscope of colors, each grain seemingly holding the secrets of time and space. The system description indicated that using the time-space hourglass allowed one to manipulate the flow of time within a small area for a brief period, providing a significant advantage in battle. While Lu Chen was captivated by the allure of the time-space hourglass, he also noted the soul contract scroll nearby. This scroll emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, covered in archaic runes. According to the system, this scroll could establish a soul contract with powerful soul beasts, compelling them to become allies, with their strength influenced by the host, ensuring absolute loyalty. Lu Chen found himself in a dilemma. The time-space hourglass could turn the tide of battle at critical moments, whether against the joint forces of Tian-Do and Star Luo or the potential enemies lurking within the Spirit Hall, making it a potential trump card. However, if used wisely, the soul contract scroll could grant him formidable soul beast allies, significantly bolstering his foundational strength and securing long-term advantages. Which should he choose? Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen unconsciously tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Inger entered the chamber. She wore a delicate pink gown, its hem adorned with exquisite rose patterns that seemed to sway gently with her movements, reminiscent of flowers dancing in a spring breeze. She moved gracefully, like a fairy in the soft wind of a spring day. "Brother Chen, what troubles you?" Inger asked with concern, her beautiful eyes reflecting worry. Lu Chen looked up at Inger, his gaze filled with conflict. He explained the activation of the system shop and the choice he faced. Inger found it sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hand, deep in thought. "Brother Chen, while the time-space hourglass can indeed be a game-changer in battle, it is ultimately a consumable item that will vanish after use. However, if we can find a powerful soul beast to sign a contract with using the soul contract scroll, it would provide enduring support, favoring our future development," she said slowly, her gaze clear and resolute. Lu Chen nodded slightly, appreciating Inger's analysis. Yet hesitance lingered in his heart. "You make a valid point, yet the time-space hourglass may help us navigate pressing crises in the current situation. I fear that if I miss this opportunity, I might regret it later." Gently, Inger grasped Lu Chen's hand and spoke softly. "Brother Chen, I understand your concerns. However, we must not only focus on the present. The conflicts of the Douluo continent are ever ongoing. We need to plan for the long term. With the formidable assistance of soul beasts, our confidence in facing various challenges is significantly bolstered. Moreover, with your wisdom and capabilities, even in the absence of the time-space hourglass, you will undoubtedly discover a means to navigate through crises." As Lu Chen gazed at Inger, a warm surge of emotion enveloped him. He inhaled deeply and declared, "Inger, thank you. Your words have sparked an idea within me. I shall choose the soul contract scroll. Resolute in his decision, Liu Chen promptly expended his system points to exchange for the soul contract scroll. As the scroll materialized in his hand, an ancient and powerful force surged forth, enveloping him. Liu Chen scrutinized the scroll intently, absorbing the mysterious runes that danced across its surface, his heart brimming with anticipation. Next, we must seek a suitable soul beast to forge a contract, he stated with unwavering determination. Brother Chen, what do you intend to search for the soul beasts? Ing Er inquired with curiosity. Liu Chen pondered briefly before responding. The extreme north. The environment there is harsh, yet it harbors many powerful and rare soul beasts. Furthermore, the forces of Tiando and Xinghua have yet to infiltrate that region, making it relatively safer. If I can find a suitable soul beast there to sign a contract with, it will undoubtedly enhance my strength. I will accompany you, Ing Er declared without hesitation, her eyes radiating conviction and resolve. Liu Chen regarded her with a mix of affection and concern. Ing Er, the extreme north is perilously dangerous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Remain at the Spirit Hall, assist me with certain matters, and ensure your own safety. That is of utmost importance to me. Ying Er pudu slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Brother Chen, I do not wish to be someone who merely hides behind you. I also want to fight alongside you and face challenges together. Besides, I possess certain abilities that can aid you. Observing Ing Er's stubborn demeanor, Liu Chen could only smile helplessly. Very well, but you must promise me that in the face of danger, you will heed my commands and refrain from acting recklessly. Yes, I promise. Ing Er beamed, her smile as radiant as flowers blooming in spring. Subsequently, Liu Chen and Ing Er began preparing for their journey to the extreme north. They gathered various equipment and supplies to withstand the extreme cold and selected a team of elite soul masters as their escort. Before their departure, Liu Chen meticulously arranged the affairs of the Spirit Hall, ensuring its smooth operation during his absence. With everything in place, Liu Chen, Ing Er, and the escort team embarked on their expedition to the extreme north. Along the way, they endured the elements, traveling day and night. As they drew closer to the extreme north, the temperature plummeted and the biting cold wind lashed against their faces like a blade. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, transforming the landscape into an expanse of silvery white. Everyone, remain vigilant. The extreme north is fraught with danger, and powerful soul beasts may appear at any moment. Liu Chen cautioned loudly, simultaneously channeling his soul power to send a warm current to Ing Er, shielding her from the cold. Just then, a deep roar resonated from ahead, causing the very earth to tremble. The soul masters of the escort team immediately entered a state of readiness, unleashing their martial souls in preparation for battle. Chapter 95, Breaking Through the Predicament. Liu Chen found himself in a chamber within the Spirit Hall, illuminated by the ethereal glow of soul power, his expression stern, brows knit tightly in concern, and his gaze filled with gravity and determination. At this moment, he faced the gravest crisis since the establishment of the Spirit Hall. The combined forces of Tiando and Xinghua surged like a relentless tide from all directions, encircling the Spirit Hall and rendering the situation perilous. The walls of the chamber were embedded with soul crystals that emitted a soft yet somewhat chilling light, and in this tense atmosphere, they seemed to reflect a hint of anxiety. Clad in a distinctive black robe adorned with golden embroidery, the intricate patterns shimmered subtly in the light, echoing the turmoil within his heart. Is it truly the end for the Spirit Hall? Liu Chen murmured, his voice echoing in the silent chamber, tinged with reluctance. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his bones whitening from the exertion. At this critical juncture, he needed to devise a strategy to break through, yet no ideas surfaced despite his relentless pondering. In the depths of his contemplation and anxiety, a clear and ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his mind, like a divine melody reverberating in the depths of his soul. Ding! The multi-fortune system has detected that the host is facing a significant crisis and has issued a special mission. Break through the coalition's blockade and successfully acquire the mysterious power hidden deep within the misty forest to liberate the Spirit Hall. Completing the mission will yield substantial rewards to aid the host in reversing the situation. Failure will result in dire consequences. Liu Chen was initially taken aback, but soon a spark of hope ignited in his eyes, akin to a traveler who had wandered through darkness, finally glimpsing a ray of light. He inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart, and mused internally. This may be the Spirit Hall's only chance. Although the misty forest is fraught with peril, for the Spirit Hall and for those who follow me, I must brave even the most daunting trials. With renewed determination, Lu Chen swiftly organized his gear, stowing essential items and weapons into his storage soul guide. He then exited the chamber and made his way directly to the training ground of the Spear Hall. The atmosphere in the training ground was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Although the soldiers and soul masters were dispirited, they persevered in their training, their eyes betraying a mix of fear for the unknown and unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Ascending the platform in the training ground, Lu Chen cast a determined gaze over the assembly and proclaimed, "Brothers, the Spirit Hall faces an unprecedented crisis, but I, Lu Chen, shall never surrender. And I hope you will not waver either. I am about to venture into the misty forest in search of the power that can save us. During my absence, you must hold your positions and strengthen our defenses, awaiting my return." The soldiers and soul masters raised their heads in unison, their spirits rekindled by Lu Chen's words. A young soul master shouted, "My lord, rest assured, we will guard the Spirit Hall and await your triumphant return." The others echoed his sentiment, their voices resonating through the air, as if to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He leaped down from the platform and strode towards the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Just as he reached the door, he spotted Ying Er rushing toward him, her hair somewhat disheveled, her face etched with anxiety and concern. "Brother Chen, do you truly intend to go? The misty forest is exceedingly dangerous, and I worry for you." Lu Chen halted, gently grasping Ying Er's hands, his gaze soft yet resolute. "Ying Er, I understand your concern, but this is the only way. The lives of so many within the Spirit Hall depend on this. I cannot falter. Trust me, I will return safely." Tears glistened in Ying Er's eyes as she bit her lip. "Brother Chen, you must be careful. I will wait for you here always." With that, she produced a delicate jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Lu Chen. "This is a family heirloom. It is said to ensure safety. Keep it with you, as a reminder that I am with you." Lu Chen accepted the pendant, carefully placing it within his garments, then gently embraced Ying Er. "Best suit, Ying Er. When I return, we shall together protect the Spirit Hall and forge a brighter future." After a moment of embrace, Lu Chen released her and resolutely stepped out of the Spirit Hall. Once outside, Lu Chen hastened toward the direction of the misty forest. His movements were swift and fluid, akin to a shadow darting through the woods. As he approached the misty forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. The once bright sunlight was now obscured by a thick shroud of mist, casting a dim pall over the surroundings. A damp, decaying odor permeated the air, evoking a sense of nausea. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the misty forest, he was enveloped in a haze so thick that visibility was drastically diminished, as if the entire world had been consumed by this shroud of mist. He advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of triggering the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a chilling howl of a wolf echoed from ahead, reverberating through the fog and sending shivers down his spine. A knot formed in Lu Chen's heart, and he immediately heightened his vigilance. Drawing his long sword from his waist, its blade gleamed with a cold light, illuminating his stern visage. As the howls grew nearer, a pack of colossal phantom wolves burst forth from mist. These wolves were as black as ink, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, drool dripping from their mouths as they bare their sharp fangs, exuding an aura that instilled dread. "Come forth," Lu Chen bellowed. Unperturbed, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, launching himself towards the pack like a bolt of black lightning. With his sword in hand, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, engaging in a fierce battle with the phantom wolves. His movements were graceful, his swordplay fierce, each thrust aimed with precision at the wolves' vital points. Though formidable, the phantom wolves gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against Lu Chen's onslaught. However, just as Lu Chen believed he was on the verge of repelling the pack, a massive phantom wolf king surged forth from behind him, twice the size of its ordinary counterparts. It howled to the heavens, the sound causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Then, with a powerful leap, it lunged toward Lu Chen like a cannonball. Sensing the overwhelming presence behind him, Lu Chen's heart sank. With no time to turn, he instinctively thrust his sword backward. The Phantom Wolf King was swift, reaching Lu Chen's rear in an instant, sinking its sharp teeth into his shoulder, piercing deep into flesh, and blood gushed forth. "Ah!" Lu Chen cried out in pain, yet he remained composed. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he twisted his sword violently, aiming for the Wolf King's belly. The creature yelped in pain, releasing its grip and staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen pivoted to confront the Phantom Wolf King. Blood streamed from his shoulder, staining half of his clothing crimson, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. "Beast, witness how I shall deal with you today," Chen roared, charging once more at the Phantom Wolf King. This time, he unleashed an even fiercer sword technique, his strikes raining down like a tempest upon the Wolf King. The creature fought back fiercely, its gaping maw snapping at Chen with relentless ferocity. In the midst of the fog, a life-and-death struggle unfolded. The ground beneath them pocked with deep craters, and trees toppled at the might of their clash. After an arduous battle, Chen finally spotted the Wolf King's vulnerability. He seized the moment, thrusting his sword toward the creature's throat. The Phantom Wolf King, unable to evade in time, was pierced through. It emitted a mournful howl before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. The remaining Phantom Wolves, witnessing their king's demise, scattered in terror. Chen watched as the wolves fled, exhaling a sigh of relief. He glanced down at his wounded shoulder, hastily bandaging the injury before continuing deeper into the misty forest. As he ventured further, the surroundings grew increasingly hostile, fraught with dangers at every turn. Yet, with unwavering will and extraordinary prowess, Chen repeatedly navigated through perilous situations. At last, after enduring countless trials, Chen arrived at the heart of the misty forest. Here lay an ancient and mysterious relic, emanating a potent and peculiar aura. Chen understood that the enigmatic power capable of saving the spirit hall resided within this relic. He cautiously entered, the dim interior illuminated by the glow of ancient runes and patterns carved into the walls, as if whispering tales of an unknown history. Following a narrow passage, he suddenly encountered a massive stone door. Engraved upon it was a lifelike dragon, its eyes wide open, seemingly guarding something sacred. Chen approached the door, scrutinizing it for a means of entry. As he explored, the dragon etched upon the stone suddenly came to life. It opened its maw, a powerful suction emanating from within, pulling Chen towards it with great force. Alarmed, he swiftly channeled his soul power in an attempt to resist the pull, but the force was overwhelming, drawing him inexorably closer to the dragon's mouth. Just as Chen was about to be engulfed, he noticed two indentations in the dragon's eyes, resembling the two soul stones he possessed. A spark of realization ignited within him. Without hesitation, he retrieved the soul stones from his storage soul guide and hurled them toward the dragon's eyes. The stones fit perfectly into the recesses, causing the suction to cease abruptly and the stone door to creak open. With a sigh of relief, Chen stepped through the threshold. Behind the door lay a vast circular chamber, at the center of which floated a crystal ball radiating a spectrum of colors. Surrounding the orb were mysterious runes, pulsating with a strange light, as though brimming with boundless power. Chen approached the crystal ball, and as he drew near, a surge of formidable energy coursed through him. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself to guiding this power, merging it with his own soul energy. As the energies intertwined, Chen underwent a remarkable transformation. His wounds rapidly healed, and his soul power surged, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the mysterious power and completing the special mission. Reward have been issued. Please check your inventory. The system's notification chimed in Chen's mind. Opening his eyes, Chen's gaze sparkled with excitement and joy. He knew he had succeeded. The spirit hall was saved. He carefully stored the crystal ball and turned to exit the relic. At that moment, he walked with determined steps, radiating a powerful aura, as if he had been reborn. Upon leaving the misty forest, Chen hastened back to the spirit hall. When he appeared before the gathered members, they were all taken aback by the immense energy he exuded. Ing Er, upon seeing Chen return safely, was filled with joy and excitement. She dashed to his side, embracing him tightly. "Brother Chen, you're finally back. I knew you would succeed." Chen gently patted Ing Er's shoulder, smiling as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I promised I would return safely. Now, it is time to let those besieging us know the consequences of provoking the spirit hall." With that, he fixed his gaze on the horizon, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 96. The difficulty of unraveling the hidden task. Chen's adventurous journey across Douluo continent became increasingly captivating. As his status within the spirit hall solidified and his strength continued to escalate, wondrous opportunities began to unfold. One day, while training in his exclusive cultivation chamber, surrounded by soul power that swirled around him like a tangible mist, the familiar and enigmatic voice of the multi-fortune system resonated in his mind. "Host, A hidden task has been triggered. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, surprise and curiosity flickering within. He quickly inquired in his mind, "System, what is this hidden task?" The system's emotionless voice responded once more. In the extreme north of Douluo continent, there lies a mysterious relic perpetually covered in ice and snow. Within this relic is an ancient soul skill manual, containing powerful techniques that can significantly enhance the host's strength. You must locate the relic and acquire the manual within 1 month. Success will yield generous rewards, while failure will result in a deduction of soul power. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The extreme north was fraught with harsh conditions, an icy wasteland teeming with peril. To find the mysterious relic within a month would be no small feat, yet the thought of obtaining the powerful soul skill manual ignited a resolute fire in his eyes. "System, I accept the task," Lu Chen declared without hesitation. Lu Chen swiftly rose to his feet, commencing preparations for his journey to the extreme north. He donned a specially crafted black cold-resistant battle armor, adorned with delicate fragments of ice-blue gemstones that not only shielded him from the frigid temperatures, but also provided a modest enhancement of soul power during combat. At his waist, he secured a cunning bag filled with an assortment of essential items, and in his hand he grasped the shadow-long sword, a companion through numerous battles, its blade glinting with a chilling luminescence. Just as Lu Chen was poised to embark, Inger hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. With a face etched in concern and eyes brimming with reluctance, she gazed at Lu Chen and implored, "Brother Chen, the extreme north is perilous beyond measure. Must you truly go?" Lu Chen gently clasped Inger's hand and replied tenderly, "This is a rare opportunity for me to significantly enhance my strength, enabling me to better protect you in the Spear Hall. Rest assured, I shall return safely." Inger bit her lip and retrieved a delicate jade pendant from her bosom, handing it to Lu Chen. "Brother Chen, this is a protective jade pendant passed down through my family. It can withstand a fatal blow in a moment of crisis. You must keep it safe." A surge of emotion welled within Lu Chen as he accepted the pendant and carefully stowed it in his cunning bag, then enveloped Inger in an embrace. "Wait for me at home. I will return swiftly." After bidding farewell to Inger, Lu Chen set forth on his expedition to the extreme north. After several days of arduous travel, he finally reached the periphery of the extreme north. Before him lay a world cloaked in shimmering white, where fierce winds howled through the blinding snow, producing sounds akin to the wails of tormented spirits. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, channeling his soul power to form a protective barrier around his body, and resolutely stepped into the icy expanse. Having struggled through the treacherous terrain for several days, Lu Chen encountered a formidable ice mammoth soul beast. This colossal creature resembled a moving iceberg, its form cloaked in a thick layer of white fur, with each strand as hard as steel. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling blue light, and upon spotting Lu Chen, it let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive tusks and charging towards him. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lu Chen swiftly unsheathed the shadow-long sword. In a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards the ice mammoth. "Behold my blade," he bellowed, executing a precise arc with his sword, infused with powerful soul energy. Aimed at the beast's leg, the mammoth let out a furious bellow, its thick trunk swinging like a colossal whip, aiming to strike Lu Chen down. He deftly sidestepped the attack, feeling the icy wind whip past him. "This creature is indeed a formidable foe," Lu Chen mused inwardly. He was acutely aware that a direct confrontation would be futile. He needed to identify its weaknesses. As he skillfully evaded the mammoth's assaults, Lu Chen meticulously observed its movements. Suddenly, he noticed that the mammoth's turns were slightly sluggish. "Now is my chance." Lu Chen seized the moment, darting around to the beast's rear, then leaping high to plunge his sword into the joint of its hind leg. "Ack!" The mammoth cried out in agony, blood gushing from its wound, its body trembling in pain. Lu Chen pressed the advantage, launching a series of relentless attacks until he successfully repelled the ice mammoth. Watching the beast retreat into the distance, Lu Chen exhaled in relief. Yet he also realized that the dangers of the extreme north far exceeded his expectations. After a grueling search, Lu Chen finally uncovered clues suggesting the presence of mysterious relics at the base of a towering iceberg. On one side of the iceberg, he discerned faint traces of runes. Upon closer examination, he perceived that these runes seemed to form an ancient array. This must be the key to entering the relics, Lu Chen thought with excitement. However, deciphering the array proved to be no simple task. Lu Chen circled the iceberg, studying the runes intently, striving to discern their patterns. He alternately knelt to touch the runes with his fingers, sensing the residual soul power vibrations, and stood to observe the arrangement from various angles. Time slipped away unnoticed, and hours passed with Chen still baffled. How does one break this array? He pondered, furrowing his brow in anxiety. Just as despair began to settle in, he recalled having read about ancient arrays in the tomes of the Spirit Hall. Closing his eyes, he summoned memories of those ancient texts, seeking clues relating to the array before him. Of course, the principle of yin and yang balance. Chen's eyes snapped open, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Drawing upon his recollections, he began to activate the runes in a specific sequence. Gradually, the runes emitted a ghostly blue glow, intensifying until they coalesced into a massive portal. I did it! Chen rejoiced, stepping boldly through the portal. Upon crossing, he found himself within an expansive ice cavern. The walls of the cavern were encrusted with various peculiar gems, radiating a gentle light that illuminated the space as if it were day. In the center stood a grand stone platform, upon which lay an ancient tome exuding a mysterious aura, surely the soul skill manual spoken of by the system. As Chen prepared to approach the platform for the manual, a deep rumble resonated from the cavern's periphery. Suddenly, a pack of agile ice wolves surged forth from the shadows. These wolves were significantly larger than ordinary ones, their bodies sheathed in crystalline ice armor, teeth glinting with an icy sheen. Clearly, obtaining the manual would require overcoming these ice wolves first. Chen gripped his shadow-long sword tightly, bracing himself. The wolves circled him slowly, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as they searched for the opportune moment to strike. Without warning, one ice wolf lunged forward, leaping high to pounce on Chen's throat. He swiftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously swinging his sword, unleashing a wave of soul power towards the wolf. The ice wolf twisted in midair, narrowly evading the blade before landing gracefully on the ground. Seeing this, the other wolves launched their assault all at once, converging on Chen from every direction. He weaved through the pack, his sword dancing in a flurry of strikes, engaging in a fierce battle with the ice wolves. Though their attacks were ferocious, Chen managed to hold his ground thanks to his agile movements and formidable soul power. However, the wolves appeared tireless, relentlessly attacking in waves, and Chen soon felt his stamina and soul power depleting. This cannot continue. I must resolve this swiftly, he thought, growing increasingly anxious. While fending off their assaults, he sought an opening. Suddenly, he noted that the wolves exhibited brief pauses during their attacks. Seizing his chance, when one wolf lunged again, Chen did not evade, but charged straight at it. Just as the wolf was about to collide with him, he crouched low and thrust his sword upward, piercing the wolf's abdomen. The wolf let out a pained cry and collapsed, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The remaining ice wolves, witnessing their comrade's demise, became frenzied, recklessly charging at Chen without regard for their own safety. Taking advantage of their reckless abandon, Chen unleashed his most powerful move, the Shadow Annihilation. His sword blazed with light as a black blade of energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the pack. Where the energy passed, ice wolves fell, blood splattering across the cavern. With the ice wolves vanquished, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He approached the stone platform and grasped the soul skill manual. The moment his fingers brushed the tome, a torrent of powerful soul energy surged into his body, and the characters upon the manual began to materialize before his eyes. Chen eagerly began to peruse the ancient tome, immersing himself in the formidable soul techniques it contained. At long last, he had successfully acquired the manual. The next step was to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. As he gazed at the tome in his hands, anticipation brimmed in his eyes. He understood that he was one step closer to becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the Douluo continent, all thanks to the hidden task bestowed upon him by the multi-fortune system. At this moment, Chen envisioned a more glorious future awaiting him in the Douluo continent. Chapter 97. Unraveling the Mystery of the Hidden Task. Chen's adventures in the Douluo continent had been nothing short of epic. After successfully navigating numerous crises, he increasingly sensed that his fate was intricately intertwined with that of the continent. Presently, he found himself in a tranquil library of the Spirit Hall, enveloped by the distinctive scent of aged tomes. Sunlight streamed through a narrow window, cascading upon rows of towering bookshelves, forming radiant beams of light through which dust danced freely. Clad in a deep purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, the intricate patterns shimmered with an enigmatic glow as he moved. His brow furrowed, his profound gaze reflecting concentration and contemplation as he strolled between the shelves, searching for clues related to the hidden task. This elusive task had troubled him for quite some time. The hints provided by the system were vague, seemingly pointing toward a long-buried history of the Douluo continent. What kind of secret could be concealed within this vast sea of literature? Chen mused softly, his slender fingers gently tracing the spines of ancient books. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a volume bound in black leather, its cover inscribed with peculiar runes, familiar yet elusive. Intrigued, he reached out and retrieved the book. As he opened it, a faint glow emanated from the pages and, simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. A clue related to the hidden task has been discovered. Would you like to view it immediately? Without hesitation, Chen mentally affirmed, yes. In an instant, the words within the book seemed to come alive, leaping into the air and forming vivid images. He beheld an ancient battlefield, shrouded in smoke and echoing with the sounds of clashing swords. Two factions were engaged in a fierce conflict. One comprised mysterious warriors clad in strange armor, while the other consisted of soul masters wielding formidable soul power. Observing closely, Chen noted that the soul masters' martial souls differed markedly from those he was familiar with. They appeared far more ancient and enigmatic. What era of warfare was this? Why had he never heard of it? Doubt filled Chen's mind. As the images progressed, he glimpsed a crowned king standing atop a towering castle, his expression grave as he surveyed the battlefield. The king wielded a sword radiating a peculiar light, its blade etched with runes, seemingly imbued with boundless power. The vision abruptly ceased, and the text returned to the confines of the book. Furrowing his brow, Chen endeavored to organize the newly acquired information within his mind. He sensed that the sword might be the key to unraveling the mystery of the hidden task. It seems I must seek further records regarding this historical episode, he murmured to himself, carefully stowing the black-bound tome away before departing the library. Upon leaving the library, Chen resolved to head to the archives of the Spirit Hall, where vital documents from its inception were meticulously stored. The archives lay deep within the subterranean depths of the Spirit Hall, the thick black stone walls exuding a cold, damp atmosphere. As he approached the entrance, two guards bowed respectfully. "My lord." Chen nodded slightly and entered the archives. Inside, the archive was expansive, filled with towering shelves brimming with scrolls and tomes. Chen navigated through the aisles, diligently searching for records pertinent to the imagery he had just witnessed. After several hours of meticulous searching, he finally stumbled upon a tattered parchment in a secluded corner. As he unfurled the scroll, the text gradually became legible. The scroll chronicled a little-known history of the Douluo continent. Long ago, there existed a mysterious kingdom known as Atlantis. The soul masters of this kingdom possessed unique cultivation methods and powerful martial souls, guarding an artifact called the Sword of Fate, said to wield the power to alter the world's destiny. However, an unforeseen catastrophe struck, leading to a brutal war between the Atlantis kingdom and neighboring factions, sparked by the contention over the Sword of Fate. Ultimately, the Atlantis kingdom fell, and the sword vanished without a trace. Atlantis, the Sword of Fate, Chen repeated, a sense of clarity washing over him. He became increasingly convinced that this Sword of Fate was the pivotal item referenced in the hidden task. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the archives. Chen looked up to see Ingner rushing in, her expression fraught with alarm. "Brother Chen, trouble. We just received word that the Heaven-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire seem to have caught wind of our investigation into this history. They too have dispatched personnel to search for related clues, and they've already headed towards the rumored ruins of the Atlantis kingdom." Chen's expression darkened, a glint of resolve flickering in his eyes. "We cannot allow them to reach the Sword of Fate before us. Ingner, gather our most elite soul masters immediately. We must set out before them." "Yes, Brother Chen." Ingner swiftly turned and departed. Before long, Chen led a contingent of soul masters on their journey to the ruins of the Atlantis kingdom. Each member of this carefully selected team was exceptionally powerful and fiercely loyal to Chen, dressed in matching black attire adorned with the golden insignia of the Spirit Hall. They gleamed under the sun's rays. As they traveled, the group pressed on without pause. Chen rode a majestic black steed, his demeanor resolute and his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "We must quicken our pace. We cannot allow the forces of Heaven-Do and Star Luo to prevail," he shouted, his voice echoing across the open road. After several days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the fabled site of the Atlantis kingdom ruins. Before them lay a desolate expanse of desert, swirling with golden sands and besieged by howling winds. In the center of the desert, the remnants of ancient structures emerged, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. This is the place. Lu Chen dismounted, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a soul master pointed ahead and exclaimed, "My lord, look, there's a troop over there. It must be from the Heaven Do Empire." Following the direction of the finger, Lu Chen indeed spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance, where a squadron of soldiers clad in blue armor was advancing towards the heart of the ruins. "We cannot allow them to enter first. Move." With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen led his soul masters swiftly toward the ruin's center. As they arrived, the forces of the Heaven Do Empire also reached the site. A tall commander, draped in a blue cape and wielding a spear, regarded Lu Chen and his companions with a derisive smirk. "Lu Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. However, the Sword of Fate is destined to belong to the Heaven Do Empire. If you know what's good for you, depart at once." A slight smirk graced Lu Chen's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. "Do you think you can obstruct me? The Sword of Fate is a divine artifact of the Douluo continent and must not fall into the hands of your Heaven Do Empire. Let us see if you have the capability to stop me." The commander brandished his spear, signaling his soldiers to form a battle formation. Lu Chen glanced back at his comrades, his eyes filled with trust and encouragement. "Brothers, let us protect the glory of the Spirit Hall in this battle." The Soul Masters unitedly roared, their morale soaring. Tension thickened as both sides braced for combat, and just then, a blinding light erupted from the center of the ruins, illuminating the entire desert. In the radiant glow, the faint outline of a sword could be discerned. It was the Sword of Destiny. It had appeared. Someone shouted. This unexpected turn of events caused both sides to momentarily cease their confrontation, directing their gazes towards the luminous blade. Lu Chen felt a surge of intuition, recognizing this as the opportune moment to seize the sword. In a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards the sword. The general of the Tiando Empire, witnessing this, urgently commanded, "Quick, stop him. We cannot allow him to obtain the sword." Soldiers and soul masters alike surged towards Lu Chen. Navigating through the throng with remarkable agility, Lu Chen drew closer to the sword, bolstered by his formidable soul power and swift dexterity. However, just as he was about to touch the sword, a powerful barrier of soul energy abruptly manifested, repelling him. What is happening? Lu Chen steadied himself, confusion swirling within him. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in the ears of all present. The Sword of Destiny recognizes only those truly worthy of possessing it. You who covet it for selfish desires are unworthy. Lu Chen raised his head and declared loudly, "Elder, I seek not for selfish gain." The current turmoil of the Douluo continent breeds conflict among various factions. I wish to harness the power of the Sword of Destiny to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. The ancient voice fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Your words have indeed moved me. Yet, words alone are insufficient. You must undergo a trial to prove your sincerity." Without hesitation, Lu Chen responded, "Elder, please state the trial. I am willing to accept any challenge." The sword in the light trembled slightly, and numerous beams of light shot forth from its blade, coalescing in the air into intricate patterns. You must decipher the soul power code contained within these patterns within 15 minutes. Should you succeed, the Sword of Destiny shall be yours, the ancient voice proclaimed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen concentrated all his focus, scrutinizing the radiant patterns. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. As seconds ticked away, Lu Chen's mind raced, desperately seeking a method to unravel the code. "Come on, Brother Chen," Inger urged anxiously from the sidelines. Other soul masters also watched Lu Chen with bated breath, their anxiety palpable. Just as time was about to expire, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. With his movements, the patterns began to shift, gradually forming a complete soul power rune. "I've cracked it!" Lu Chen shouted triumphantly. The sword in the glow emitted a jubilant cry, and the soul power barrier slowly dissipated. Lu Chen strode forward, grasping the Sword of Destiny. In an instant, an overwhelming and pure power surged into him, elevating his strength to new heights. "Well done, young man. You have not disappointed me. May you wield the Sword of Destiny wisely to protect the Douluo continent," the ancient voice concluded, gradually fading away. Holding the Sword of Destiny, Lu Chen turned to face the assembled members of the Tiando Empire, his gaze resolute. "Will you continue to fight for it?" The general of the Tiando Empire, though filled with reluctance at the sight of the sword in Lu Chen's hand, understood that resistance was futile. He snorted coldly and waved his hand, "Withdraw. We leave." With that, he retreated with his subordinates. Lu Chen watched their departing figures, aware that this was merely a minor episode amidst the myriad conflicts of the Douluo continent. The future held far greater challenges. Yet at this moment, with the sword of destiny in hand, his confidence soared. Resolved to use this power to protect the peace and serenity of the Douluo continent. "Let us return," Lu Chen said, sheathing the sword and addressing the soul masters beside him. They all nodded in agreement, following him on their journey home. The setting sun cast its golden hues upon them, elongating their shadows, as if heralding a more glorious future awaiting them on the Douluo continent. Chapter 98. A significant turn in the hidden mission. Lu Chen's adventures on the Douluo continent have been nothing short of monumental, fraught with numerous challenges and opportunities. Having recently resolved the internal power struggles within the Spirit Hall and repelled the united assaults from external empires, his strength and prestige had grown exponentially. Yet, he understood that this land concealed boundless unknowns and dangers. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to irreversible consequences. One day, as usual, Lu Chen was cultivating in a secluded chamber deep within the Spirit Hall. The chamber was eerily quiet, illuminated only by the soft glow of soul crystals embedded in the walls, casting an ethereal light across the space. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his soul power ebbing and flowing like the tide, sometimes coalescing into strands of light that enveloped him, at other times erupting into powerful waves that struck the chamber walls. With his eyes tightly shut and veins slightly bulging on his forehead, it was clear he was at a critical juncture in his training. Just as Lu Chen was wholly immersed in his cultivation, the cold, mechanical tone of the system echoed in his mind. Hidden mission triggered. Please prepare, host. Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossing his features. The prospect of a hidden mission usually accompanied bountiful rewards. However, he was puzzled by the challenges that might lie ahead. He quickly gathered his thoughts, rising to his feet and stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. At that moment, the stone door of the chamber creaked open, and Inger entered with a light step. Today, she wore a delicate pale pink gown, intricately embroidered with butterfly patterns that seemed ready to take flight with each step she took. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, adorned with a pink flower, accentuating her enchanting beauty. "Brother Chen, I sensed an unusual fluctuation in your soul power. What has transpired?" Inger inquired with concern, her eyes scanning Lu Chen from head to toe. Lu Chen smiled gently, taking her hand in his. "Inger, the system has triggered a hidden mission. It appears we have a new challenge ahead." Inger furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of worry in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Brother Chen, no matter what task arises, I shall remain by your side. You must be cautious. In placing Ying attendally, Lu Qian Li Shu Te, do not. I will exercise caution. However, I need to ascertain the specifics of this mission." Lu Chen departed the chamber and made his way to the information pavilion of the Spirit Hall. The pavilion was dim and damp, lined with towering bookshelves brimming with various scrolls of information. An air of antiquity pervaded the space, with shafts of sunlight occasionally piercing through the narrow windows, forming bright beams where dust danced. As Lu Chen stepped into the pavilion, an elderly man with disheveled white hair emerged from the shadows. Stooped and leaning on a cane, each step he took resonated with a crisp sound against the floor. Raising his head, his murky eyes fixed on Lu Chen, a respectful smile gracing his face. "Lord Lu Chen, what brings you to the information pavilion today?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. "Elder Lu, I seek to investigate recent unusual events on the Douluo continent, particularly those that may be linked to the hidden mission." Elder Lu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. "Lord Lu Chen, there is indeed a recent unusual occurrence. In the far north, a mysterious fluctuation of power has emerged, seemingly calling out for something. Numerous soul beasts have begun congregating in that direction, and there are rumors of strange lights appearing there, as if heralding the emergence of ancient ruins." Lu Chen's heart stirred. Could this be the key clue to the hidden mission? He hastily inquired, "Elder Lu, do you have any further details regarding this mysterious power fluctuation?" Elder Lu shook his head. "That is all the information I have for now, my lord. This news was relayed through several channels by our intelligence personnel, and the specifics require further investigation." After expressing his gratitude to Elder Lu, Lu Chen promptly summoned his most capable subordinates upon leaving the intelligence pavilion. Before long, a formidable assembly of soul masters gathered before him, each displaying a resolute demeanor and eyes that radiated unwavering loyalty to Lu Chen. With a serious gaze sweeping across the group, Lu Chen declared, esteemed colleagues. We have a significant mission at hand. Intelligence reports indicate the emergence of mysterious energy fluctuations in the extreme north, potentially linked to a concealed task within the system. We shall set forth immediately to investigate these phenomena. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. Thus, I implore you all to exercise caution and heed commands. Yes, my lord. The group responded in unison, their voices steadfast and resolute. Thus, Lu Chen and his entourage embarked on their expedition to the extreme north. As they traversed the treacherous terrain, the biting wind howled, and heavy snowflakes danced through the frigid air. Clad in thick fur coats, they trudged laboriously through the snow. Leading the procession, Lu Chen's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed ahead. His face, flushed from the cold, contrasted with the sharp intensity of his eyes. Suddenly, he halted, raising a hand to signal his comrades to remain vigilant. Be cautious. There appears to be movement ahead, Lu Chen murmured. Instantly, the group dispersed, each adopting a combat stance as their soul power began to coalesce around them. Before long, a horde of colossal ice bears burst forth from the snow. Towering over 2 men, their bodies were enveloped in thick, white fur, and their razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously in sunlight. With gaping maws, they unleashed thunderous roars as they charged toward the assembled warriors. Engage, Lu Chen commanded, launching the first attack. His shadow spirit manifested instantly, a dark silhouette shooting forth like lightning into the throng of ice bears, sending snow and ice flying in its wake. One of his subordinates, unwilling to be outdone, summoned a flaming longsword that blazed with fierce fire. With a mighty shout, he surged into the fray, each swing of his sword igniting the air with searing flames, clashing against the icy might of the bears with resounding booms. The battle escalated in intensity. Despite the ferocity of the ice bears, Lu Chen's cohort, comprised of exceptionally skilled soul masters, fought in perfect harmony. While engaged in combat, Lu Chen observed the bears' movements and discerned that they appeared to be driven by some unseen force, relentlessly charging toward a particular direction as if drawn by an unseen magnet. Everyone, take heed. These ice bears seem to be acting with purpose. Let's not linger in combat, but follow their path. Lu Chen shouted. The group, heeding his words, swiftly adjusted their tactics, retreating while continuing to engage the bears. Following their trajectory, after a fierce skirmish, they successfully evaded the ice bears' pursuit. Continuing onward, they ultimately arrived at the source of the mysterious energy fluctuations. Before them loomed an immense ice mountain, within which strange lights flickered, weaving together like threads to form a colossal rune pattern. Is this the source of the mysterious power? One of the soul masters exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the ice mountain. It appears so. Remain cautious. An eerie aura surrounds this ice mountain. Just then, the ice mountain trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Subsequently, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the mountain. It resembled a humanoid form but towered several dozen meters high, composed entirely of blue ice crystals, exuding an aura that instilled dread. What manner of monstrosity is this? Another soul master gasped in terror. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. Regardless of its nature, we cannot falter. Maintain formation and prepare for battle. The massive ice crystal creature raised its arm, unleashing a powerful storm of icy shards that surged toward the group like razor blades, accompanied by a howling wind. Lu Chen swiftly activated his spirit's defensive skill, conjuring a dark shield before them. The shards collided with the shield, producing a piercing sound as it trembled slightly, but held firm against the onslaught. Everyone attacked together. Break its defenses, Lu Chen urged. The group unleashed their respective spirit skills in unison, a dazzling array of light erupting as potent waves of soul power filled the air. Fire, lightning, and fierce winds surged toward the ice crystal creature. Sensing the imminent threat, it let out a chilling roar, its crystalline form glowing brilliantly, warding off their attacks. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Observing the creature's movements closely, he noted that before each of its assaults, the runes upon its body would emit a specific glow. Listen to me. Pay attention to the flashing patterns of the runes on the creature's body. When it prepares to attack again, we shall concentrate our power on the glowing runes. Lu Chen commanded loudly. The group nodded in understanding, fending off the creature's assaults while remaining vigilant of the rune's changes. At last, the creature prepared to strike once more, its runes beginning to shimmer. Now, attack! Lu Chen shouted, as the group channeled all their soul power into a singular, devastating strike aimed at the pulsing runes. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the runes were successfully shattered. The creature emitted a pained roar, its body quaking violently. Seizing the opportunity, Chen launched another offensive. His shadow spirit transformed into a dark silhouette, shooting like an arrow toward the creature's core. The shadow pierced through its body, triggering a violent explosion. With the sound of the explosion, the ice crystal monster collapsed, disintegrating into countless shards scattered across the ground. Chen and his companions had triumphed over the beast, breathing a collective sigh of relief. They noticed the glow within the ice mountain intensifying. Chen led his companions cautiously into the mountain's interior. Inside, they discovered an ancient stone tablet inscribed with peculiar runes that seemed to pulsate with life, shimmering with a mysterious light. Chen approached the tablet, attempting to decipher the runes. The moment his hand made contact, a powerful stream of information surged into his mind. Chen closed his eyes tightly, visions of ancient memories flooding his consciousness. It became clear that this place had once served as a training ground for an ancient deity, and the tablet chronicled fragments of this deity's legacy. "Brother Chen, how are you?" Ing'er inquired with concern. Chen slowly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them as he replied, "Ing'er, we were right to come here. This tablet contains the legacy of the ancient deity, which will greatly aid us in completing our hidden task and enhancing our strength." The group responded with expressions of astonishment. Chen began meticulously studying the runes on the tablet, endeavoring to grasp the secrets they held. Under his guidance, the others immersed themselves in the exploration of the legacy. As they delved deeper into their studies, Chen discovered that fully comprehending the legacy would require the retrieval of several key items, seemingly scattered throughout the vast expanse of Douluo continent. "It appears our mission is far from over. Yet, this presents an excellent opportunity for us to elevate our strength and prepare for future crises," Chen stated with unwavering determination. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to accompany Chen on the quest for the items. Thus, with hope and resolve, Chen and his companions departed from the mysterious ice mountain, setting forth toward the boundless realms of Douluo continent, ready to embrace new challenges and opportunities. Chapter 99. The first encounter with the female protagonist in the bustling and enigmatic tapestry of Douluo continent. Chen had begun to make a name for himself within the spirit hall. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored an enduring yearning for a different kind of warmth. On this day, Chen, under the decree of the Pope, ventured to the misty forest at the border of Douluo continent in search of a mysterious soul guide device. The soul guide device is said to possess extraordinary power. If obtained by the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly solidify their hegemony over the continent. Chen, clad in a black, form-fitting outfit adorned with swirling dark patterns that seem to whisper the majesty of the Spirit Hall, strides forward. His flowing black cloak flutters in the wind, and the silver-threaded emblem of the Spirit Hall glimmers with a chilling brilliance under the sun. A slender dagger hangs at his waist, its scabbard embellished with gemstones that faintly pulse with soul power. As he steps into the misty forest, a damp atmosphere envelopes him, the mist swirling like delicate gauze, fragmenting his line of sight. Furrowing his brow, Chen remains vigilant, his soul power quietly circulating, casting a faint glow around him to ward off hidden dangers. His movements are both light and steady, each step seeming to engage in a silent dialogue with the mysterious woods. Not long after venturing deeper, Chen hears faint sounds of struggle interspersed with low curses. Intrigued, he follows the noise. Parting a thicket of dense thorns, he is momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A woman is ensnared in an enormous spiderweb, which glimmers with an eerie luminescence. She is clad in a fitted, light green hunting attire that accentuates her graceful figure. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall, slightly disheveled as she struggles, while her fair face flushes from exertion, her willow-like brows furrowing, and her striking eyes wide with fury and defiance. In her hands, she tightly grips an exquisite short bow, its body radiating a soft glow, clearly a remarkable weapon. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Chen teases, "My lady, what predicament have you found yourself in?" Caught in a web and looking rather disheveled. The woman turns her head sharply at the sound of his voice, glaring at him with intensity. "Mind your own business. Hurry and help me down." Her voice is melodious and crisp, reminiscent of songbirds in the forest, yet laced with a touch of sass. Chen crosses his arms, observing her with interest. "And why should I assist you? Who are you to be found in such a place?" The woman grits her teeth in frustration. "I am Yi Li, here to train in the misty forest. I stumbled into this spider's trap. If you help me, I shall reward you handsomely in the future. Raising an eyebrow, Chen responds, a reward? I'm not particularly curious about what you might offer. However, considering you are a damsel in distress, I shall lend you a hand this once. With that, he draws his dagger, infusing it with his soul power, causing it to radiate a brilliant light. A swift motion sends the spider's silk severing as if it were mere tofu, allowing Yi Li to tumble free from the web. She lands gracefully, straightening her attire, and glares at Chen. You have some skill. Thanks, but don't think this means I owe you anything. Chen sheathes his dagger and shrugs. I have no expectation of your gratitude. This misty forest is fraught with peril. You would be wise to depart alone. Yidi Sukovs. I'm not afraid. I have much further training to undertake. What about you, sneaking about? What are you doing in this forest? Chen regards her, finding her amusing. My purpose is of no concern to you. Should you insist on remaining, do not expect my assistance should danger arise. With her hands on her hips, Yili retorts. I don't need your help. My strength is formidable. As she speaks, she draws her short bow, an arrow of condensed soul power appearing on the string, and fires it at a nearby tree. The arrow strikes true, exploding in a dazzling display, leaving a sizable crater in the trunk. Chen nods slightly, acknowledging her capabilities, but warns, caution is the mother of safety in this misty forest. Yidi lifts her chin proudly. I know, you seem to be a soul master as well. What is your martial spirit? After a moment's hesitation, Chen replies, Shadow Martial Spirit. Yi Li's eyes light up. Shadow Martial Spirit? That sounds intriguing. Could you demonstrate it for me? Chen smiles wryly. Now is not the time for displays. Moreover, one's martial spirit is not simply for show. Yi Li pouts. Fine. If you won't show me, then what exactly are you searching for? Perhaps I could assist. After pondering, Chen considers her straightforward nature and decides she might indeed be of help in this complex forest. I am in search of a mysterious soul guide device, rumored to possess immense power, hidden deep within this misty forest. Yi Li's eyes sparkle with excitement. A soul guide device? It sounds impressive. I'll accompany you. If we find it, I expect my share of the credit. Just as Chen intends to decline, Yi Li strides ahead, muttering, Perhaps this soul guide device and I are meant to be. With a resigned shake of his head, he follows her. Together, they traverse the forest. Chen ever vigilant of their surroundings, while Yi Li, despite her brash demeanor, grips her short bow tightly, remaining alert. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberates through the air as a massive soul beast emerges from the mist. It resembles a ferocious tiger, its body engulfed in blue flames, its bloodthirsty eyes glinting with a menacing light. Yi Li's expression shifts. That's a blue flame tiger. It's powerful. Be careful. Chen's demeanor becomes serious. Stay back. I shall confront it. As he speaks, his soul power surges, the shadow martial spirit enveloping him, casting an enigmatic and chilling aura. In a blink, his figure flickers like a phantom, disappearing from sight. The blue flame tiger roars and swipes its claws at the spot where Chen stood, but finds only empty air. At that moment, Chen reappears behind the beast, his dagger gleaming with a cold light as he lunges for the tiger's neck. The tiger reacts swiftly, sensing the impending attack, and whirls around, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames towards Chen. He dodges just in time, the flames grazing past him and igniting the trees nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Li draws her bow again, launching several arrows of soul power like shooting stars towards the blue flame tiger. The tiger, enraged, intensifies its flames, creating a barrier that deflects the arrows. While the blue flame tiger is preoccupied with Yi Li's onslaught, Chen capitalizes on the distraction, his figure flickering around the beast as he seeks a weakness. Eventually, he identifies a vulnerability in the tiger's underbelly. Chen charges forward, sliding close to the ground, and plunges his dagger deep into the blue flame tiger's abdomen. The creature howls in agony, attempting to swat Chen away with its claws. Yi Li, seeing the opportunity, fires several arrows to divert the tiger's attention. With a swift motion, Chen drives the dagger deeper, causing a long gash to open, blood gushing forth. Infuriated, the blue flame tiger lunges at Chen recklessly. However, he remains calm, merging with the shadows on the ground just as the beast leaps towards him. The tiger, confused by its missed target, is taken by surprise as Chen emerges from the shadows behind it, channeling his formidable soul power into a powerful strike on its back. The blue flame tiger is propelled forward, crashing to the ground and dissipating in a burst of light, leaving behind a blue soul ring. Yidi approaches, her eyes filled with admiration. You're quite impressive. We worked well together. Lu Chen wipes the sweat from his brow and grins. You did well too. Your assistance saved me considerable effort. They exchange smiles, the earlier awkwardness dissipating, and through this battle, an unspoken bond begins to form between them. After a brief respite, they resume their search for the soul guide device. As they delve deeper, the surroundings grow increasingly strange. The mist thickens, obscuring their vision entirely. Yili trails closely behind Lu Chen, whispering, "This place feels increasingly off. There aren't any traps, are there?" Lu Chen reassures her, "Do not worry, for I am here. Beware of your steps and remain vigilant of your surroundings." Suddenly, Lu Chen felt his footing give way beneath him. Realizing the peril he was in, he shouted, "Be careful. There's a trap." Before he could finish his warning, both he and Yili plunged into a dark abyss. Chapter 100, Dependence and Exploration in Desperation. The wind howled around them, and darkness swiftly engulfed the two. As they fell, Lu Chen's heart tightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Yili, protecting her. Yili gasped in shock and instinctively clung to Lu Chen's neck, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Her body trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events. "Do not be afraid, I am here," Lu Chen shouted, attempting to drown out the roaring wind, while channeling his soul power to slow their descent. His gaze was resolute, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he remained focused on the darkness below, seeking any potential means of cushioning their fall. Just as they braced for a harsh impact, Lu Chen spotted a protruding rock on the cave wall and propelled himself off it with a mighty push. The force of the rebound slightly diminished their fall, and they landed heavily at the bottom of the cavern. Lu Chen let out a muffled groan as his back collided violently with the ground, a wave of pain surging through him, yet he held Yili tightly, fearing for her safety. "Are you all right?" Yili slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lu Chen's face, close at hand, and felt his rapid breaths, causing her heart to race with panic. She hurriedly released her grip around his neck, struggling to rise. Suppressing the pain in his back, Lu Chen managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. You weren't hurt, were you?" He gently pushed Yili aside and sat up slowly, surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in a secluded cavern, its walls smooth as mirrors, emanating an eerie luminescence that cast a sinister glow throughout the space. Yili brushed off the dust from her clothes and, still shaken, remarked, "I'm fine too, thanks to your protection. But where exactly are we? How do we get out?" She stood up, attempting to locate an exit, but all she could see were the smooth walls surrounding them. Lu Chen rose, stretching his sore limbs, and replied, "Do not panic. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. This trap must have some connection to the soul guide device we seek. Let us search for clues." As he spoke, he began to closely examine the walls of the cavern. Yili calmed down, nodded, and followed closely behind Lu Chen. Her eyes sparkled with a lively glint in the eerie light, her short bow gripped tightly in her hands, ever watchful for any lurking dangers. The two advanced along the cavern walls, scrutinizing every minute detail. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted, his gaze fixated on a seemingly ordinary spot on the wall that subtly emanated soul power. He reached out to touch it, and to his astonishment, strange runes began to emerge on the surface of the wall. "Yili, look at these runes. They seem to hold significant meaning," Lu Chen said, his brow furrowed in concentration as he carefully studied the symbols, seeking a way to decipher them. "Yili leanit kulosur, tidtink hadhid in curiosity." I have never seen these runes before. They feel ancient. Could they be the key to activating a mechanism? Her fingers lightly traced the runes, and a faint surge of soul power coursed from her fingertips into the symbols. At that moment, the runes blazed with brilliant light, and the cavern began to tremble violently. Yili gasped and instinctively grabbed Lu Chen's arm. He steadied himself and shielded Yili behind him, warily scanning their surroundings. As the tremors subsided, a stone door slowly creaked open on one side of the cavern, revealing a narrow passage shrouded in a faint mist, obscuring its end from view. "It seems this is our exit. However, there may be even greater dangers within," Lu Chen said, turning to Yili, concern evident in his eyes. Yili clenched her jaw, resolute. "We've come this far. There's no reason to retreat. Let's go. I will stay close to you." Her grip on the short bow tightened, determination shining in her gaze. Lu Chen nodded and took the lead into the passage. He moved with utmost caution, each step deliberate, his soul power primed for any threats. Yili followed closely, her heart racing, the tense atmosphere causing her palms to sweat lightly. The passage was not long, and soon they arrived at its end. Before them stood a vast, circular stone chamber, at the center of which rested a stone pedestal, upon which lay a box radiating a soft glow, undoubtedly the soul guide device they sought. However, as they prepared to approach the pedestal, flames ignited in the four corners of the chamber, and from the fire emerged four towering soul beast puppets. They exuded a formidable aura of soul power, their eyes hollow yet filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Be cautious, these puppets are formidable foes," Chen whispered, summoning his shadow martial spirit. A dark aura enveloped his form, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Yili drew her short bow, concentrating her soul power into an arrow aimed at one of the puppets. Her gaze was focused, breath steady, and though her form appeared delicate, it was imbued with a fierce fighting spirit. The four puppets let out a deep, resonant roar and charged at the two. One puppet, moving with remarkable speed, reached Chen in an instant, swinging its massive fist with a gusting wind aimed at him. Chen's figure flickered, vanishing like a specter, and reappeared behind the puppet. He conjured a dagger of soul power and thrust it forcefully into the puppet's back. Yet, the puppet's body was as hard as iron, the dagger leaving only a shallow mark. "This puppet has formidable defenses," Chen thought, his brow furrowed in surprise. Seizing the moment, Yili let loose a volley of soul power arrows at another puppet. The arrows struck true, but to no avail, as they were effortlessly consumed by the flames enveloping the puppet. "This approach is futile. We must discover their weaknesses," Yili called out, continuing her assault to divert the puppet's attention. While dodging the puppet's attacks, Chen keenly observed their movements. Suddenly, he noticed that each time a puppet attacked, the flames at its neck flickered briefly, suggesting a potential vulnerability there. "Yili, aim for their necks. That may be their weak point," Chen shouted, charging once more at the puppet that had just assaulted him. This time, Chen refrained from reckless attacks, skillfully evading the puppet's strikes while maneuvering closer to its neck. Yili adjusted her aim, focusing her shots on the puppet's neck. With their combined efforts, one puppet's neck was finally struck by Yili's arrow, the flames flickering before extinguishing. The puppet's movements became sluggish, and Chen seized the opportunity to leap onto its back, channeling immense soul power into a devastating blow against its neck. With a resounding thud, the puppet's head was severed, its body collapsing into a heap of debris. With one puppet dispatched, their confidence soared. They continued their synchronized assault, successfully eliminating two more puppets. However, the last puppet seemed to sense the impending danger and grew increasingly cautious. It ceased its aggressive advances, circling the two, searching for an opening. "This puppet has grown wise. We must not underestimate it," Chen murmured, his gaze fixed intently on its every move. Yili nodded slightly. "What should we do?" "It refrains from attacking, making it difficult for us to find an opportunity." After a moment's contemplation, Chen devised a plan. He deliberately feigned a weakness, staggering slightly as if drained of soul power. The puppet, taking the bait, lunged towards him, swinging its fist with ferocity. Just as the puppet's fist was about to strike Chen, he suddenly vanished, darting behind the puppet. Meanwhile, Yili's soul power arrows rained down upon the puppet's neck like a torrential downpour. The puppet attempted to evade the onslaught, but it was too late. The arrows struck true, igniting flames that flickered ominously. Seizing the opportunity, Chen wrapped his arms around the puppet's neck, channeling all his soul power into it. With a thunderous crash, the puppet's neck was utterly obliterated, and its body collapsed with a resounding thud. After vanquishing the four puppets, both of them exhaled a sigh of relief. They approached the stone platform, eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed upon the box resting atop it. At last, they had found it. Chen reached out gently to grasp the box, which felt warm to the touch, its radiance growing ever brighter. Just then, strange inscriptions appeared suddenly on the walls of the stone chamber. Leaning closer, Chen and Yili read the words. "This soul-guiding device possesses the power to obliterate worlds. Those who claim it must harbor justice in their hearts, lest they suffer dire retribution." Chen turned to Yili and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Yili replied, "Since it has awaited a worthy soul here, and we have found it, we should put it to good use for the sake of the Douluo continent." Chen nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." With that, he opened the box. Chapter 101, Cautiously Approaching. After extricating themselves from the traps, the relationship between Chen and Yili subtly transformed, a delicate sentiment beginning to blossom between them. Chen found himself drawn to every movement of Yili, while her gaze toward him now held a hint of shyness and curiosity. On this day, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows as they continued their quest through the misty forest in search of the elusive soul-guiding device. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, Lu Chen stood tall, the dagger at his waist glinting with a cold sheen as it swayed gently with his stride. Yili, dressed in a light green hunting attire that accentuated her graceful figure, sported a ponytail that swayed vibrantly with her every step. Occasionally, Lu Chen would glance back at Yi Li, a trace of gentle warmth in his gaze as he pondered how to know her more deeply. Sensing his attention, Yi Li's cheeks flushed slightly, and breaking the silence, she asked, Lu Chen, how much longer do you think it will take to find that soul-guiding device? Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, surveying their surroundings before responding. Based on the clues we've gathered, the device should be located in this vicinity. However, the misty forest is shrouded in mystery, concealing many secrets. We must search meticulously. Yi Li pouted playfully. This forest is vast. How long will it take us to find it? If only we had a guide. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor, reassuring her. No need to fret, we'll find it in due time. Perhaps the next moment will bring discovery. Besides, having you by my side makes this search far less tedious. At his words, he nervously observed Yi Li's reaction. Her cheeks reddened further, her heart racing, and she murmured shyly, You're quite the charmer. As they pressed onward, Lu Chen remained vigilant, ever mindful of Yi Li's safety, occasionally reaching out to clear branches from her path. Yi Li followed closely behind, gazing at his broad back, feeling an inexplicable sense of security wash over her. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted, raising a hand to signal for silence. Furrowing his brow, he intently focused on a nearby thicket. Whispering, I sense a faint fluctuation of soul power. Something seems amiss. Yi Li quickly masked her playful demeanor, gripping her short bow tightly, inching closer to Lu Chen, and lowering her voice to ask, could it be related to this soul-guiding device? Lu Chen nodded slowly. It's possible. Let us approach with caution and avoid alarming it. Crouching low, they crept toward the thicket with nimble steps. Lu Chen's eyes were sharp, constantly scanning for any signs of movement, each step taken with utmost care to avoid making a sound. Yi Li followed closely, holding her breath, her heart pounding loudly in the tranquil forest. As they drew nearer to the thicket, the pulse of soul power became increasingly pronounced. Lu Chen gestured for Yi Li to halt, then slowly crouched down, parting the branches of the thicket. Through the gaps, he beheld a creature resembling a squirrel, clutching a crystal that radiated a soft glow, with soul power swirling within it. Lu Chen's heart raced. He whispered to Yi Li, this crystal may be connected to the soul-guiding device. The creature does not appear aggressive. Let us observe it for now. Yi Li nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the creature as she quietly replied, it seems to cherish that crystal. How can we acquire it? After a moment's thought, Lu Chen produced a faintly fragrant soul power crystal from his pocket, a prize from a previous hunt. He carefully tossed it a short distance away from the creature. As the soul power crystal landed, it emitted an even more enticing aroma. The squirrel-like creature perked up, its nose twitching with curiosity and greed. Hesitating briefly, it relinquished its hold on the crystal and scampered toward the soul power crystal. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen rose silently, moving swiftly toward the small tree that held the crystal. Just as he reached for it, the squirrel-like beast seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly turning and emitting a sharp cry, Lu Chen's heart sank, but he did not hesitate. He grasped the crystal and bolted. Seeing Lu Chen succeed, Yi Li quickly followed suit. The enraged creature gave chase, its speed astonishing, closing the distance between them in an instant. Yi Li glanced back, panic rising within her. Lu Chen is catching up. What do we do? While running, Lu Chen swiftly devised a plan. Spotting a narrow valley ahead, he shouted, follow me into the valley, and dashed toward it. Upon entering the valley, Lu Chen noted the steep walls flanking either side, with only a winding path available for passage. He halted, turning to Yi Li, we shall set an ambush here. This narrow terrain works to our advantage. Yi Li nodded in agreement, and they concealed themselves behind massive stones on either side of the valley, awaiting the creature's approach. Before long, the squirrel-like beast bounded into the valley. Scanning the area for Lu Chen and Yi Li, Lu Chen seized the opportunity, darting from behind the stone, his dagger infused with soul power, striking toward the creature. The beast, quick as lightning, evaded Lu Chen's strike, retaliating with a blast of icy blue light directed at him. Lu Chen sidestepped, the beam narrowly grazing his shoulder and leaving a deep mark on the wall. Yi Li, from the opposite side, launched her own assault, loosing several soul power arrows at the creature. Despite its agility, The squirrel-like beast struggled against their coordinated attacks. Lu Chen spotted an opening and charged forward, plunging his dagger into the creature's leg. It let out a pained cry, attempting to flee. However, Lu Chen would not allow it to escape easily. He seized the creature and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yili released an arrow that struck the creature squarely in the head, rendering it motionless. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we managed to subdue it. He bent down to retrieve the crystal that had fallen nearby, examining it meticulously. The crystal shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. And the fluctuations of soul power contained within it convinced Lu Chen that it must be closely linked to the soul guide device they were in search of. Yili approached with curiosity, gazing at the crystal. It appeared remarkably unique, and the soul power felt ancient. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, affirming that perhaps this was the pivotal clue to locating the soul guide device. He carefully stowed the crystal away and turned to Yili, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I owe you a great deal this time. If it weren't for our collaboration, dealing with that soul beast would have been quite challenging." Yili's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, saying, "We're partners. After all, it's only natural. Besides, your skills just now were quite impressive." With that, she shyly lowered her head. A warm current surged within Lu Chen as he beheld Yi Li's bashful demeanor. Summoning his courage, he gently took her hand. "Yi Li, during our time together, I've come to realize how much I care about you." Yi Li's heart raced suddenly. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Chen's, her eyes brimming with anticipation and nervousness. Lu Chen took a deep breath and continued, "I wish to embark on more adventures with you. Would you be willing?" A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Li's face as she nodded gently. "I would." Though her voice was soft, it was filled with conviction. Lu Chen tightened his grip on her hand, and they exchanged smiles. In that moment, sunlight cascaded upon them, adding a touch of warmth and sweetness to the mysterious and perilous misty forest. The enigmatic crystal in hand seemed to herald that they were one step closer to the enigmatic soul guide device, with more unknown challenges and surprises awaiting them. Chapter 102: Collaborating on a Mission and Deepening Bonds. Following their unexpected plunge into a trap and subsequent successful escape, the relationship between Lu Chen and Yi Li had subtly intensified, a delicate rapport blossoming between them. One day, the Spirit Hall issued an important mission to investigate the unusual disturbances among the soul beasts in the setting sun forest. Without hesitation, Lu Chen accepted the task, and upon hearing this, Yi Li eagerly volunteered to accompany him, to which Lu Chen readily agreed. As the morning sun bathed the grand stone gates of the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen donned a sleek black outfit, draped with a deep crimson cloak embroidered with golden threads that sparkled with an air of nobility in the sunlight. A belt adorned with black gemstones, through which soul power subtly coursed, encircled his waist. Yi Li, clad in a light azure-fitted hunting attire accentuating her athletic form, had her long hair elegantly tied up, with a few wisps dancing in the breeze, adding an extra touch of vivacity. She bore her cherished short bow on her back, filled with specially crafted arrows, their feathered tips fluttering gently in the wind. The two met at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, and Lu Chen regarded Yi Li with a hint of concern. "This mission is unlike any other. The setting sun forest is fraught with peril. You must not act recklessly while by my side." Yi Li rolled her eyes playfully, pouting as she replied, "I know. Do you think I'm some reckless fool? I'm not like that." Though her words were light-hearted, warmth blossomed in her heart, feeling Lu Chen's care for her. They hastened forth, quickly arriving at the edge of the setting sun forest. Upon entering the forest, a rich aroma of vegetation enveloped them, with towering trees casting shadows that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns. Lu Chen remained vigilant, his soul power gradually circulating, his shadow spirit manifesting a sense of impending danger. Subtly shifting upon the ground, Yi Li gripped her short bow tightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and trepidation, resembling a nimble deer scanning their surroundings. Not long into their venture, they were met with a cacophony of sounds, as if numerous old beasts were in a frenzy, running and roaring. Lu Chen and Yi Li exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without words, and cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Peering through the dense underbrush, they beheld a throng of soul beasts racing madly toward a particular direction. Their forms varied. Some were massive bear-like creatures, while others were agile wolf-like beings, all bearing expressions of fear and agitation. Yi Li whispered in astonishment, "What on earth is happening?" These soul beasts seemed to be terrified of something. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, We must not act rashly. Let's follow and see if we can uncover the cause of their turmoil. They stealthily trail behind the herd of soul beasts, witnessing many of them injure themselves through collisions or trampling. Yi Li's heart ached for the out-of-control creatures. How tragic. What could have caused them to become like this? Lu Chen remained silent, intently focused on the path ahead, a grave expression etched upon his face. As the soul beasts bolted onward, they arrived at the mouth of a valley. A peculiar purple mist enveloped the area, concealing something ominous within. The soul beasts hesitated at the valley's edge, but soon charged in recklessly, as if driven by an unseen force. Lu Chen halted Yi Li, who attempted to follow, and firmly stated, "That mist is suspicious. We cannot enter hastily. We must observe first." Reluctantly, Yi Li complied, murmuring, "How long must we wait?" However, she followed Lu Chen's lead, finding a large rock to hide behind, and watched the valley's movements. After a while, anguished howls echoed from within the valley, suggesting that a soul beast was meeting a grim fate. Unable to resist, Yi Li peered out and saw a massive serpent-like soul beast struggling out of the mist. Its body marred with wounds, blood flowing incessantly until it collapsed lifelessly. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that a formidable, unknown entity resided within the valley, potentially the source of the soul beast's upheaval. "We must find a way to ascertain what lies within," he asserted. Yi Li met his gaze, her eyes glimmering with resolve. "I will go with you." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "All right, but we must exercise caution." They cautiously ventured into the valley, the purple mist thickening, obscuring their vision. Lu Chen unleashed his soul power, forming a faint shield before him, while channeling a portion of his energy to Yi Li, assisting her in fending off any potential dangers hidden within the mist. Feeling the warmth of Lu Chen's soul power, Yi Li was touched, closely trailing behind him, her short bow poised for action. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged forth from a mist, lunging at them. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, shielding Yi Li behind him while summoning his shadow spirit. The shadow spirit enveloped him instantly, rendering his form ethereal. The imposing figure was a lion-like soul beast, covered in sharp spines and spewing forth purple flames. This is the purple flame thorn lion, an exceedingly ferocious soul beast, and it appears to be under the influence of some force, Lu Chen exclaimed. The purple flame thorn lion roared and unleashed a torrent of purple flames toward them. Lu Chen waved his hands, erecting a soul power barrier to deflect the flames, though the impact still forced them to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Li drew her short bow, launching a volley of arrows like shooting stars at the purple flame thorn lion. The spines on the beast's body rose defensively, blocking most of the arrows, yet a few struck its legs. In pain, the lion charged angrily toward Yi Li, observing this. Lu Chen swiftly maneuvered to the side of the lion, delivering a powerful punch infused with his soul power, momentarily halting the beast's advance. Yi Li capitalized on this chance to fire more arrows, this time accurately hitting the lion's eyes. The creature roared in agony, thrashing wildly in place. Lu Chen seized the moment, concentrating all his soul power and delivering a devastating blow to the lion's head. The beast staggered before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. After dispatching the purple flame thorn lion, they pressed onward into the depths of the valley. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, radiating a potent violet glow. It was this very array that exerted control over the soul beasts. Yi Li gazed at the magical formation, her brow furrowed in perplexity as she inquired, "What kind of magical array is this? How can it possess such formidable power?" Lu Chen, frowning as he meticulously examined the intricate patterns of the array, replied, "I have never encountered such a magical formation either. But I am certain that it is the source of the soul beast's turmoil. We must destroy it." Just as they prepared to dismantle the array, a mysterious figure emerged from the mist. Cloaked in a flowing black robe and shrouded by a hood, his visage remained obscured. "Do you believe you can easily obliterate my masterpiece?" The mysterious voice rasped ominously, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. Lu Chen regarded the figure with caution. "Who are you? Why do you seek to control these soul beasts?" The enigmatic figure sneered. "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you shall all perish here today." With a swift motion of his hands, countless beams of violet light erupted from the magical array, hurtling towards Lu Chen and Yi Li. In a split second, Lu Chen yanked Yi Li behind him, summoning his shadow martial spirit to conjure a vast black shield. The violet rays collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds, and fissures began to appear across its surface. Aware that inaction was not an option, Yili swiftly drew her short bow and loosed an arrow at the mysterious figure. He deftly sidestepped, evading the projectile with ease. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted. Yet, as he spoke, Chen seized the moment. His figure vanished instantaneously, reappearing behind the mysterious man, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his back. Sensing the impending strike, the figure contorted his body with serpentine grace, evading the blow while countering with a palm strike to Chen's arm. Chen stifled a groan as pain surged through his limb, yet he pressed on, launching another assault. Meanwhile, Yili continued to unleash arrows, striving to disrupt the figure's movements. The valley erupted in a tumult of soul power and battle cries. The mysterious figure's strength was formidable, and Chen and Yili found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Seizing an opportune moment, the figure conjured a massive violet energy sphere and hurled it towards them. Realizing that evasion was futile, Chen embraced Yili, shielding her with his own body. As the sphere hurtled toward them, a flicker of determination ignited in Yili's eyes. She infused all her soul power into her bow, releasing an arrow that radiated brilliant light. The arrow collided with the violet sphere, resulting in a spectacular explosion that illuminated the entire valley. When the brilliance subsided, the mysterious figure had vanished, and the magical array ceased its operation. Exhausted, Chen and Yili collapsed onto the ground, exchanging relieved glances filled with the joy of survival. Yili playfully nudged Chen. "You fool, why did you protect me just now? You nearly sacrificed yourself." Chen replied with a smile. "How could I let you get hurt?" Their eyes met, and in that moment their bond deepened. After a brief respite, they successfully dismantled the magical array, and the soul beasts returned to normalcy. As they watched the creatures gradually disperse, Chen and Yili understood that their mission had been accomplished. Hand in hand, they exited the sunset forest, the last rays of the setting sun casting a golden glow upon them, transforming their silhouettes into a beautiful tableau. Chapter 103. The female protagonist's thoughts following a series of adventures in the misty forest. Chen and Yili grew increasingly close. One day, sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting dapple shadows as they walked side by side along a forest path. Dressed in a light green hunting outfit, Yili moved gracefully, occasionally skipping to pluck wildflowers or pausing to marvel at peculiar plants. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her face, adding an air of charm. Chen, clad in his signature black attire and draped in a cloak, maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze vigilant for any lurking dangers. As they strolled, Yili abruptly halted, fiddling with a freshly picked purple flower, her gaze becoming distant. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chen turned around. Concern etched on his face. "Yili, what is troubling you? You seem preoccupied." Yili looked up, their eyes meeting, and after a moment's hesitation, she sighed softly. "Chen, what do you think is the purpose of life?" Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her sudden philosophical inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I believe life is about realizing one's ambitions. For me, striving to elevate my status within the spirit hall is driven by a desire to wield greater power and effect change." He then inquired, "What about you, Yili?" Yili bit her lip gently, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "I once thought that living meant continuous training, enhancing my abilities, and becoming a formidable soul master, earning the respect of others. Yet recently, I found myself feeling adrift." Chen approached her, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "What has caused this uncertainty?" Yili paused, gathering her thoughts before responding. "I hail from a humble clan that places a high value on strength. As a child, I was often mocked and bullied for awakening my soul power later than others. From that moment, I vowed to become powerful to earn their respect. I've dedicated years to this pursuit, constantly seeking challenges and engaging in battles. Yet now, I realize that despite my growing strength, the wounds of the past occasionally resurface, leaving me with an unresolved knot in my heart." Chen listened intently, his eyes filled with empathy. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Yili, let the past remain in the past. You have achieved so much. Those who belittled you are not worth your concern. Look at you now, strong, courageous, and kind. That is what truly matters." Yili lifted her gaze to Chen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But Chen, sometimes I can't help but dwell on those memories. I still feel that in their eyes, I might always be that weak version of myself." Chen tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, speaking softly, "Do not let others' opinions define you. You're not living for them. Believe in your own worth. You have your dreams and your convictions, and that is sufficient. Besides, you have me now, and I will always support you. Yili was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She gently extricated herself from his grasp, turning away to speak. Lu Chun, there is something I've never told you. My purpose in coming to the Misty Forest was not solely for training. I also seek a treasure that could alter the fate of my family. Lu Chun stepped closer, standing beside her. What treasure? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Perhaps we could find it more swiftly together. Yili shook her head. This treasure is shrouded in mystery. I've only heard fragments of it from the elders of my family. It is said to be hidden deep within the Misty Forest and possesses extraordinary powers that could enhance our clan's martial spirit legacy. However, no one has ever truly discovered it over the years. I fear that if I spoke of it, you would think I was being fanciful. Lu Chun regarded her earnestly. Yili, I would never dismiss your aspirations as fanciful. Everyone has their pursuits, and your dedication to your family is commendable. If you have this goal, then let us seek it together. Who knows, we might actually find it. Yili turned to meet Lu Chen's unwavering gaze, warmth swelling in her heart. She nodded slightly. Thank you, Lu Chen. With you by my side, I feel emboldened to face whatever comes our way. Lu Chun smiled gently, assuring we are friends. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, encountering a kindred spirit on this Douluo continent is a rare fortune, and I truly cherish the bond we share. The two exchanged a knowing smile before resuming their journey. As they walked, Yili suddenly recalled something and remarked, Lu Chun, your experiences in the spirit hall must have been quite extraordinary. Please, share them with me. Lu Chun gazed into the distance, lost in recollection. At that time, I had just entered the spirit hall as a mere foot soldier, subjected to rigorous training every day. Yet, I was unwilling to resign myself to such a fate. Seizing every opportunity to enhance my abilities, I participated in various assessments and undertook perilous tasks, gradually ascending to my current position. Yili listened with rapt attention, her eyes filled with admiration. Wow, Lu Chun, you are truly remarkable. Rising from the bottom must have been fraught with challenges. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Indeed, the journey was arduous, but I never contemplated giving up. I understood that only by becoming strong could I protect the things I hold dear. Yili pondered his words and replied thoughtfully, hearing you say that, I feel more enlightened about my own path. I can no longer be shackled by the shadows of my past. I must bravely pursue my aspirations for both my family and myself. Lu Chun regarded Yili with encouragement. Exactly. As long as you have a goal and conviction, nothing can hinder your progress. Moreover, no matter the difficulties you encounter, I will always be there to support you. Yili playfully smiled. That is a promise, then? You must go back on your word. If I find myself in trouble in the future, you cannot abandon me. Lu Chun chuckled and nodded. Rest assured, I will not forsake you. However, I believe you are quite capable of resolving many issues on your own. You are incredibly talented. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with vibrant hues of twilight. Lu Chun and Yili found a spacious area to rest for the night. Lu Chun gathered some dry twigs and skillfully kindled a fire, while Yili retrieved some provisions from her backpack and handed them to him. Seated beside the flickering flames, they enjoyed their simple meal, captivated by the dancing firelight, relishing this tranquil moment. As Yili gazed at Lu Chun, an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, Lu Chun had come to occupy a special place in her heart. Lu Chun, do you think we will have many more exciting adventures together in the future? Yili asked softly. Lu Chun turned to her, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Of course, the Douluo continent is vast, and countless mysteries await our exploration. Yili beamed, her smile radiant. Then I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming adventures. As night deepened, Yili leaned against a tree and gradually succumbed to sleep, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Lu Chun watched over her, gently draping a cloak across her shoulders before settling beside her, guarding her. He gazed at the starry sky, silently vowing to protect this kind and courageous girl, helping her realize her dreams. In this serene forest, their destinies seemed intricately intertwined, stretching toward an unknown yet hopeful future. Chapter 104. Lu Chen's thoughtful care. Lu Chun and Yili found themselves trapped in a dark, damp cavern, where the air was thick with the scent of decay, the silence unnerving. Only a few faint rays of light filtered in from the entrance, barely illuminating the cavern's contours. Yili was ensnared behind a protruding rock, her left leg pinned beneath a fallen stone, causing her face to pale as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Yili! Lu Chun exclaimed, panic surging within him as he crawled toward her through the darkness. His palms were scraped by the rough ground, blood seeping from the wounds. but he paid it no mind. I'm here. Yili gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she responded. At last, Lu Chen reached her side. In the dim light, he beheld her suffering expression, and his heart ached. How are you? Where does it hurt? He asked anxiously as he gently removed the stones, pinning her leg. He was cautious with each stone, fearful of further injuring her. My leg. It feels immobile. Yili's voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. The intertwining of fear and pain momentarily overwhelmed this normally resilient girl. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, examining her injury closely. He gently grasped her calf, his fingers tracing the contours of her leg to check for fractures. It might just be a sprain, nothing broken. Don't worry, I'm here, he reassured her in a soothing tone, hoping to alleviate her anxiety. From his pocket, he retrieved a small vial containing a fragrant ointment, something he had prepared for various injuries, never anticipating its necessity at this moment. He uncapped the vial, carefully lifted Yi Li's left leg, and applied the ointment with delicate precision, as if handling a rare treasure. It might sting a bit, bear with it, Lu Chen said, beginning to gently massage the ointment into her injury to promote circulation. Yili bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, but she held back any cries of discomfort. If it hurts, just let it out. Don't hold back, Lu Chen said, his heart aching for her, unconsciously softening his touch further. Me fine. Yili managed a strained smile, though the pain twisted her features. Do not feign strength. If it hurts, speak up. I want to mock you. Lu Chen feigned seriousness, his expression turning deliberately stern. Under Lu Chen's insistence, Yili finally succumbed, letting out soft whimpers. As he continued to massage her injury, the pain seemed to ebb, and her furrowed brow began to ease. How does it feel? Is it any better? Lu Chen inquired with concern, his gaze never leaving her face. Yes, much improved. Thank you, Lu Chen, Yili replied gratefully, her eyes shimmering with tears that glistened in the dim light. There is no need for formalities between us. However, we are trapped here and must devise a means of escape, Lu Chen stated, raising his gaze to the cavern entrance. The opening loomed at least 10 meters above them, its walls smooth and devoid of any handhold for climbing. How are we supposed to get out? Yili voiced her frustration, her recently alleviated spirits now overshadowed by concern. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to explore the cavern, searching for something useful. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a sturdy object. Lifting it into the faint light, he discovered a robust branch, long enough to reach the entrance. I have an idea, Lu Chen exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. I will attempt to climb out using this branch and then find a way to pull you up. A glimmer of hope sparked in Yi Li's eyes. Be careful. Lu Chen positioned one end of the branch against the cavern wall, took a deep breath, and summoned his soul power to adhere his body to the branch before cautiously beginning to ascend. With each upward movement, the branch creaked under his weight, as if it might snap at any moment. Lu Chen, be careful. Yi Li called anxiously from below, her hands instinctively clenching as she held her breath for him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as he persevered upward. At last, he reached the edge of the cavern, pushing himself up and flipping out of the opening. Yili, I made it! Lu Chen shouted triumphantly, his voice tinged with the elation of survival. That's wonderful. Yili replied eagerly from below, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings and found a resilient vine. He securely tied one end to a sturdy tree and lowered the other end down to the cavern. Yili, grab hold of the vine. I'll pull you up. Yili reached out to grasp the vine, while Lu Chen exerted his strength from above. However, due to her leg injury, Yili was unable to leverage herself, and each time she was pulled upward, she would slip back down. This is too strenuous. Your legs won't be able to handle it, Lu Chen remarked, furrowing his brows in contemplation. What should we do? Yili inquired anxiously. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen replied, please wait a moment. Let me think of another solution. He then began to scout the surroundings for tools that could assist Yi Li in her ascent. At last, he discovered several sizable stones and some sturdy branches. Lu Chen moved the stones and branches to the cave entrance, constructing a makeshift ramp that extended towards Yi Li's position. Yi Li, you can slowly climb up this ramp. I will pull you from above, he instructed. Following Lu Chen's guidance, Yi Li cautiously began her ascent along the slope. Lu Chen positioned himself at the cave's mouth, extending his hand to firmly grasp her arm. Do not fear, I have a firm hold on you. Take your time, he encouraged. With Lu Chen's support and encouragement, Yi Li eventually managed to climb out of the cave. The two of them collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, the exhilaration of having escaped washing over them. "We made it out. All thanks to you," Lu Chen, Yili said, turning to him with gratitude and reliance shining in her eyes. "What are you saying? We are in this together. As long as you are okay, that is what matters." Lu Chen replied with a warm smile, his expression glowing in the twilight. After a brief respite, Yili attempted to stand, but as soon as she exerted herself, a sharp pain shot through her injured leg, nearly causing her to fall again. Lu Chen, quick to react, caught her. "Let me carry you," he offered, squatting down without waiting for her response and lifting her onto his back. "This feels so embarrassing," Yili said, her cheeks flushing as she gently rested her hands on his shoulders. "Were you embarrassed about a time like this? You need to get your injury treated quickly. Otherwise, it may lead to complications," Lu Chen remarked as he carried her away from the forest depths. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen's steps were steady and strong. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. Yili nestled against Lu Chen's back, feeling the warmth radiating from his solid frame, her heart stirring with emotions. "Lu Chen, do you think we'll face such dangers again in the future?" Yili asked softly, her voice reverberating gently in his ear. "Perhaps, but as long as we are together, there is nothing to fear," Lu Chen replied resolutely. "Yes, as long as we are together," Yili echoed, a smile of happiness spreading across her face. In that moment, amidst the enchanting mist of the forest, their bond, having been tested through life and death, grew even stronger, as if an invisible thread connected them tightly. Lu Chen's heartfelt care radiated like the warm sunlight, illuminating every corner of Yi Li's heart. Chapter 105. A confession under the moonlight. After Lu Chen and Yi Li weathered numerous adventures in the misty forest, their relationship had deepened, a subtle affection quietly blossoming between them. One evening, having concluded his affairs within the spirit hall, Lu Chen noticed the sky darkening, the moon hanging high. Remembering Yili, a wave of warmth surged within him, prompting him to seek her in the serene garden she often frequented. In the garden, moonlight cascaded like water, draping over the vibrant flowers as if cloaking them in a silvery veil. Yili stood gracefully before a cluster of moon roses, adorned in a delicate pink dress that swayed gently with the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming flower. The moonlight illuminated her face, accentuating her exquisite features. Her fair skin glowing softly, her beautiful eyes reflecting tenderness and tranquility. Lu Chen approached her softly, his footsteps light, cautious not to disrupt the serene beauty of the scene. Yili seemed to sense his presence, turning her head to find him, her eyes sparkling with surprise and her lips curving into a sweet smile. "What brings you here?" she asked. Lu Chen gazed at her, his heart racing involuntarily. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he replied, "I finished my tasks and wanted to see you. The moonlight tonight is beautiful, and you standing here is like a painting." Yili's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the edge of her dress. "You always know the right things to say. But indeed, the moon is particularly bright tonight." As they strolled side by side along the garden path, the fragrant blossoms surrounded them. Lu Chen stole glances at Yili, wrestling with the desire to express his feelings. Yili, too, seemed to sense his unease, occasionally locking eyes with him, her gaze filled with curiosity and shyness. Finally, gathering his courage, Lu Chen halted beneath an ancient cherry blossom tree. He turned to face Yili, inhaling deeply, his eyes filled with sincerity and nervousness. Yili, taken aback by his demeanor, looked at him quizzically. "What is the matter?" Lu Chen licked his lips, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Yili, I have longed to tell you something, words that I have kept hidden in my heart for a long time." Yili's heart stirred, sensing the significance of his words. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks grew warmer as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Seeing her shy demeanor ignited a surge of affection within Lu Chen. He gently reached out, taking her hand in his, feeling the softness of her skin and the slight tremor of her fingers. With newfound courage, he continued, "From the moment we met in the misty forest, my life has changed because of you. You are brave, kind, and honest. Every moment spent with you fills me with joy and comfort." Yili dared to glance up at Lu Chen, her eyes shimmering with emotion and anticipation. I feel the same way," she whispered. Lu Chen's heart soared at her response. He tightened his grip on her hand and continued, "Yili, I have fallen deeply in love with you. This affection is not a fleeting impulse, but a feeling that has matured over time. I want to care for you, protect you, and share every joy and sorrow of the future with you. Will you be my girlfriend?" With that, Lu Chen anxiously awaited her answer, his eyes filled with hope and trepidation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yi Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked up at him, her smile radiant. "I would be honored," she replied softly, her voice like a melodious chime in Lu Chen's ears. A weight lifted from Lu Chen's heart as he embraced Yi Li tightly, as if afraid she might vanish. Yi Li wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. They held each other for what felt like an eternity before Lu Chen released her, gazing into her eyes with tenderness. "Yi Li, I promise to make you happy." Yi Li nodded, her confidence shining through. "I believe in you, but you must promise not to bully me," Lu Chen quickly affirmed. "I would never. My only wish is to cherish you." As he spoke, he gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. With a playful glint in her eye, Yi Li teased, "Then tell me, how do you plan to pamper me in the future?" Lu Chen contemplated for a moment before replying earnestly, "From now on, whenever you return from an adventure, I will prepare warm meals and a comfortable room for you. When danger approaches, I will stand before you without hesitation, ready to sacrifice everything if necessary. I will accompany you to every place you wish to visit and help you explore the wonders of the Douluo continent. Moreover, I will respect every decision you make and support you in all your endeavors." As Yi Li listened to Lu Chen's heartfelt promises, her heart brimmed with sweetness, and she thought to herself that this indeed sounded wonderful. "However, should you dare to go back on your word, I shall not let you off lightly." Lu Chen chuckled as he playfully tapped Yi Li's nose, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will certainly not break my promise. By the way, Yi Li, what kind of gift do you fancy? I wish to present you with something truly special." Yi Li titit had heat in contemplation. "I adore beautiful flowers and those sparkling gemstones. Yet, anything you give me, I shall cherish." Lu Chen nodded. "I shall remember that. When the opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly surprise you with a delightful gift." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the cherry blossom petals to cascade down like pink snowflakes, showering the two of them. Yi Li excitedly reached out to catch a petal, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful." Observing Yi Li's joyful expression filled Lu Chen's heart with love. He gently took her hand and suggested, "Shall we dance in this rain of petals?" Yi Li, though slightly taken aback, smiled and nodded. Lu Chen tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist, while she rested her hands on his shoulders. Under the moonlight, amidst the swirling petals, they began to move gracefully. Their steps were light and harmonious, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. As they danced, Yi Li suddenly halted, gazing at Lu Chen with a radiant smile. "Lu Chen, I feel so happy right now." Lu Chen pulled her closer. "I feel the same, Yi Li. I hope we can remain this blissful forever." Beneath the moonlight, they embraced once more, their silhouettes intertwined under the cherry blossom tree, creating an eternal and exquisite tableau. In that moment, they were enveloped in the sweetness of love, seemingly oblivious to the conflicts and dangers of the Douluo continent, wishing only to savor their romantic time beneath the gentle moonlight. After a while, Yi Li lifted her gaze to Lu Chen, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. "Lu Chen, how will the spirit hall view our relationship? And what of other forces? Might they pose a threat to us because of this?" Lu Chen gently caressed Yi Li's hair, offering solace. "Do not fret. I will handle matters with the spirit hall. As for other forces, should they dare to act against us, I shall not allow them to go unpunished. I will protect you from any harm." Yi Li nodded slightly. "I trust you. However, we must remain cautious, given the complexities of the Douluo continent situation." Lu Chen affirmed resolutely, "Rest assured, no matter what challenges we face, we shall confront them together." The two continued to converse in the garden for quite a while, sharing their dreams and aspirations for the future. As night deepened, Yi Li reluctantly remarked, "It is getting late. I should return." Lu Chen took Yi Li's hand, escorting her to her residence. At the door, he gazed at her tenderly. "Good night, Yi Li. May you have sweet dreams." Yi Li replied with a smile, "Good night, Lu Chen. See you tomorrow." With that, she softly kissed his cheek, blushing as she entered her room. Lu Chen stood at the doorway, touching the spot where she had kissed him, a blissful smile illuminating his face. After a long moment, he turned to leave, his heart brimming with anticipation for a beautiful future with Yi Li. Chapter 106, Sweet Moments of Love. After Lu Chen and Yi Li faced life and death together in the misty forest, their bond deepened significantly, and unknowingly, they had fallen deeply in love. The gentle sunlight bathed the spirit hall's garden, where flowers bloomed in splendid array, vibrant and fragrant. Dressed in a light blue brocade robe adorned with exquisite cloud patterns and cinched at the waist with a white jade belt, Lu Chen stood on the garden path. holding a bouquet of meticulously selected fresh flowers, their petals glistening with morning dew, shimmering under the sun's embrace. Yili, donning a pale yellow dress that fluttered delicately in the breeze like a dancing butterfly, approached with a light step. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her exquisite face radiated a blissful smile, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Brother Chen, you were looking for me? Yili playfully tilted her head as she reached Lu Chen, her gaze falling on the flowers in his hand, filled with surprise. Lu Chen smiled as he presented the flowers to her, saying with deep affection, Shaoli, these flowers are as beautiful as you. They're a gift for you. Yili accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance, a blush rising to her cheeks as she playfully chided, You do know how to flatter me. But these flowers truly are lovely. I adore them. She gently brought them closer to her nose, savoring the scent, her enchanting expression captivating Lu Chen. As long as you like them, that is all that matters. Lu Chen gently took Yi Li's hand, and together they strolled along the garden path. Their figures weaved through the blooming flowers as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that enveloped them in a dreamlike golden veil. Brother Chen, do you think we will always be this happy in the future? Yili suddenly paused, looking up at Lu Chen, a trace of concern in her eyes. Lu Chen affectionately tapped her nose, replying softly, Of course, Shaoli, no matter what challenges arise, I will always be by your side, protecting you. Yili nodded slightly, resting her head on Lu Chen's shoulder, whispering, With you beside me, I fear nothing. The two nestled together in silence for a moment before Lu Chen suddenly exclaimed, Shaoli, let me take you somewhere. He grasped her hand and led her deeper into the garden. After traversing a dense thicket of flowers, they arrived at a small lake. The water was crystal clear, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the sky and the surrounding beauty. Graceful willows swayed by the water's edge, as if softly whispering romantic tales. In the center of the lake stood an exquisite pavilion, its red pillars and green tiles gleaming under the sun's rays. Wow, this place is breathtaking. Brother Chen, how did you discover it? Yili gazed at the enchanting scene before her, filled with awe. Lu Chen chuckled. I stumbled upon it during a walk in the garden and thought to myself that I must bring you here. They walked along the lakeside path to the pavilion, where Lu Chen gently pushed open the door. Inside was a stone table surrounded by stone stools, laden with an array of delicate pastries and fruits. Brother Chen, you. Yi Li's eyes glistened with emotion as she took in the sight. Lu Chen guided her to sit on one of the stone stools and offered her a piece of pastry, saying, Shaoli, try this. I had it specially prepared for you. I know you will love it. Yi Li accepted the pastry, savoring it with a satisfied smile. This is delicious. Brother Chen, you are so kind to me. As they indulged in the treats, they admired the lake's beauty. Occasionally, fish leaped from the water, sending ripples across the surface, infusing life into the tranquil scene. Brother Chen, look at that lotus flower. It blooms so beautifully, Yi Li exclaimed, pointing a lotus in the lake. Lu Chen followed her gaze, admiring the pure white lotus, which appeared particularly radiant against the green leaves. It is indeed beautiful. Yet no flower can compare to your splendor in my heart, Lu Chen declared, gazing deeply into Yi Li's eyes. Hercheks fudushit, ye lipidai fulipanchit Lu Chensarm. You always know how to say sweet things to make me happy. Yet, the happiness in her eyes was unmistakable. Before they knew it, the sun began to set, painting the horizon with vibrant hues of orange and red, casting a warm glow over the lake. Brother Chen, it's getting late. We should head back, Yi Li said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, but today has been truly wonderful. I am grateful to have spent such a delightful time with you. Saying this, he held Yi Li's hand tightly. They rose, hand in hand, leaving the pavilion and walking back along the lakeside. As they journeyed along, laughter and joyous conversation filled the air as they discussed the myriad possibilities of the future. Upon returning to the vicinity of the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Yi Li abruptly halted, turning to Lu Chen and saying, Brother Chen, I wish to present you with a gift. Lu Chen, taken aback, inquired, Oh, what gift is this? Yi Li then produced an exquisitely crafted sachet from her bosom, placing it delicately in Lu Chen's hands. This is a sachet I made by hand, filled with a selection of special spices I gathered. It is said to invigorate the mind and can provide some defense against soul power attacks in critical moments. Brother Chen, you must carry it with you when you venture out. Lu Chen examined the sachet closely. Its intricate embroidery depicted a pair of mandarin ducks, rendered with remarkable lifelikeness. He was deeply moved as he tucked the sachet into his own garment, declaring, Shaoli, this is the most precious gift I have ever received. and I shall treasure it dearly. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting Yi Li's hair. Lu Chen tenderly reached out, tucking her hair behind her ear, his gaze soft and filled with affection. Yi Li tilted her head slightly, their eyes meeting, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that instant. "Brother Chen," Yi Li softly called, her voice tinged with shyness. Lu Chen leaned in slowly, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "Xiao Li, I love you." A blush crept across Yi Li's cheeks as she softly replied, "Brother Chen, I love you too." As dusk descended, the lights of the spirit hall flickered to life, casting a warm and romantic glow around the enamored couple, painting a tender and idyllic scene. They stood embraced, reveling in their sweet moment. Seemingly untouched by the troubles of the world, their hearts filled solely with each other, yearning for their love to endure eternally. Yet, unbeknownst to the blissful Lu Chen and Yi Li, a shadow lurked in the distance, eyes glinting with jealousy and resentment, murmuring, "Lu Chen, Yi Li, your happiness shall not last." Oblivious to this hidden gaze, the couple walked hand in hand toward the inner sanctum of the spirit hall, ready to embrace the next chapter of their beautiful journey. Chapter 107, Trials of Affection. Since their acquaintance, Lu Chen and Yi Li's bond had deepened, supporting one another through their adventures in the Douluo continent, inseparable as shadows. However, fate seemed to delight in placing formidable obstacles in the path of lovers. One day, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow upon the serene valley where they found themselves. Lu Chen donned a simple yet striking white outfit, accentuated by a black belt that emphasized his tall stature. Yi Li, in a flowing pale blue gown that danced lightly in the breeze, resembled a blossoming flower within the valley. Her long hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, a few strands fluttering in the wind, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. As they strolled through the valley, savoring the rare tranquility, Yi Li suddenly paused, gently tugging at Lu Chen's sleeve, her eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and unease. Lu Chen, sensing her distress, turned to her with concern, asking, "Li'er, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought." Yi Li bit her lip, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Chen, I have recently overheard some rumors concerning us." Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "What rumors? Do not let your imagination run wild. Speak plainly." Drawing a deep breath, Yi Li summoned her courage and confessed, "Some claim that your affection for me is not genuine, that you are only with me for my connections to the Spear Hall." She fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, filled with both hope and trepidation, yearning for his reassurance while fearing the answers she might receive. A flash of anger crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he grasped Yi Li's hands firmly, looking deeply into her eyes with unwavering sincerity. "Li'er, how could you believe such baseless fabrications? My feelings for you are as steadfast as the sun and moon. Since the day we met, my heart has belonged solely to you, without a trace of doubt." Yi Li met Lu Chen's earnest gaze, her worries slightly alleviated, yet still plagued by uncertainty. "But the rumors are so compelling, and there are whispers of you being close to other women within the Spear Hall." Lu Chen sighed helplessly, gently pulling her into an embrace. "Li'er, as a significant figure in the Spirit Hall, I inevitably engage with other women for work. But that is all is merely professional. In my heart, you are irreplaceable, and no one can take your place. If you do not believe me, I can take you to confront those who are spreading these rumors." Yi Li remained silent for a moment in Lu Chen's embrace before gently pushing him away. "Chen, I believe you. However, these rumors are circulating around us, and I fear they may affect our relationship. I do not wish for my presence to bring you trouble within the Spirit Hall." Lu Chen gazed at her, his eyes filled with compassion. "Silly girl, do not burden yourself with such thoughts. Our love cannot be shattered by mere gossip. As for the Spirit Hall, I will handle it. Just trust in me and stay by my side." Yi Li nodded slightly, resting her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. "Yes, I trust you, yet I still feel uneasy." Lu Chen tenderly stroked Yi Li's hair, responding softly, "I understand your feelings. How about this? Once we have dealt with our current matters, let's take some time for ourselves, just the two of us, and cast aside these worries." Yi Li lifted head, gazed to Lu Chen, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. "Really? Where shall we go?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment before smiling. "I have heard the sunsets by the seaside are breathtaking. Let's journey there, just the two of us, basking in the sun, sand, and sea, far removed from all this turmoil." Yi Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That sounds wonderful. I have never seen a seaside sunset." However, just as they were lost in their delightful reverie, A cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the valley. Lu Chen and Yi Li exchanged a wary glance, their expressions alert. Soon, a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire appeared at the entrance of the valley. Leading them was a tall man with a stern countenance, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain. He wore a black cloak adorned with golden runes, a long sword at his waist, its jeweled hilt radiating a mysterious glow. Upon spotting Lu Chen and Yi Li, a sinister smile crept across his lips. "Ah, if it isn't Lu Chen and Yi Li. How delightful to see you both in such a romantic setting." Lu Chen positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Li, glaring at the man. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The man sneered. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is this. Yi Li, you're coming with us." Yi Li furrowed her brow, stepping out from behind Lu Chen. "Why would I go with you? What do you want?" The man's gaze lingered on Yi Li, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. A high price has been placed on your head, and we are merely carrying out our orders. If you are wise, you will come with us willingly to avoid any unnecessary violence." Lu Chen's expression darkened, his soul power surging around him. "You have the audacity to threaten my loved ones. None of you will leave here alive today." The man scoffed. "Lu Chen, do not presume that your status within the Spirit Hall makes you invincible. Even if you're the Pope of the Spirit Hall, you could not save her." With a wave of his hand, his followers spread out, encircling Lu Chen and Yi Li. In a low voice, Lu Chen instructed Yi Li, "Lier, find an opportunity to break free. Do not worry about me. I will handle these intruders." Yi Li shook her head resolutely. "No, Chen, I will not leave you. We will face this together." As she spoke, a finely crafted dagger appeared in her hand, determination gleaming in her eyes. In an instant, the battle erupted, and Lu Chen dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, leading the charge against the group of adversaries. His shadow martial soul enveloped him, blending seamlessly into the darkness, leaving behind only fleeting, indistinct afterimages. His hand struck with the ferocity of eagle talons, each assault infused with formidable soul power, and in mere moments, several foes were struck, screaming as they were sent hurtling away. Yi Li, not one to be outdone, moved with agility, resembling a streak of blue lightning weaving through the throng. The dagger in her grasp glimmered with a chilling light, accurately targeting the enemy's vital points. Her gaze was resolute and composed, delivering each strike without mercy. However, the sheer number of foes and their formidable strength began to overwhelm them. As the conflict continued, Lu Chen and Yi Li found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. Lu Chen's white attire was now stained crimson with blood, his forehead glistening with sweat, yet his eyes remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. Yi Li's light blue dress had become tattered, a shallow wound marring her arm, blood trickling down slowly. Yet she bit her lip, suppressing the pain, and continued to battle fiercely. The man, observing their waning strength, broke into a triumphant laugh. "Ha! Lu Chen, today marks your demise." With that, he drew a long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering ominously as he lunged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sidestepped to evade the attack, but was inadvertently ambushed from behind by another enemy, a punch landing squarely on his back. He let out a low grunt, staggering forward. Seeing this, Yi Li rushed recklessly to his side, shielding Lu Chen with her body. "Chen, are you all right?" Seizing the opportunity, the man aimed his sword at Yi Li, and Lu Chen's eyes widened in terror. He summoned every ounce of his strength, using his soul power to push Yi Li away, but in doing so, the sword pierced his shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining his garments. Yi Li's gaze fell upon the injured Lu Chen, tears welling in her eyes. "Chen, why are you so foolish?" A surge of guilt and anger filled her heart, and the dagger in her hand radiated a more potent glow. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from afar. Everyone turned in astonishment to see a massive crimson phoenix plummeting from the sky, its body ablaze with fierce flames, igniting the very air around it. The phoenix landed before Lu Chen and Yi Li, the flames gradually dissipating to reveal a woman clad in a flowing red gown. Her beauty was unparalleled, skin as fair as snow, and her long red hair billowing like flames. Her gaze was icy yet noble, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. The woman glanced at the injured Lu Chen and Yi Li, addressing the group coldly. "You possess great audacity to lay hands on those I am sworn to protect." With that, she formed a seal with her hands and began to chant incantations. Instantly, the sky filled with countless fiery meteors, raining down upon the group below. The assailants looked up in terror, fleeing in every direction, but the meteors descended with blinding speed, leaving them no refuge. In a cacophony of screams, they were struck down one by one. The leading man, witnessing the chaos, recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. The woman scoffed, attempting to escape. Not so easily. With a flick of her wrist, a flame morphed into a binding rope, ensnaring the man's legs and pulling him to the ground. She approached him, looking down imperiously. "Who sent you?" Grinding his teeth, the man retorted defiantly, "I will not divulge anything. Do as you wish." The woman's gaze hardened as a ball of flame appeared in her hand, inching closer to his face. "If you remain silent, I possess ample means to extract your secrets." Feeling the searing heat of the flames, fear crept onto the man's face, yet he remained resolute, refusing to speak. At that moment, Chen struggled to stand and approached the woman. "Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance. However, do not kill him just yet. I have questions to ask." The woman regarded Chen briefly, then nodded slightly, extinguishing the flames. Chen crouched down to face the man. "I shall give you one more chance. Speak. Who orchestrated this?" The man hesitated before finally confessing. "It is a mysterious force within the spirit hall. They promised us a substantial reward and enhanced power if we eliminated Yili." Chen's brow furrowed, a surge of fury rising within him. It was indeed the spirit hall's internal factions that were scheming. Why do they wish to kill Yili? The man shook his head. "I do not know. They only stated that Yili posed a threat to their plans." Standing tall, Chen's eyes glinted with cold determination. "I will uncover this mysterious force and bring them to justice." Yili approached Chen, her eyes filled with concern for his wound. "Chen, you're injured. We should find a place to tend to your wounds." Chen looked at Yili, smiling reassuringly. "I am fine. I can endure. Thanks to this young lady's intervention. I am in your debt. May I ask for your name?" The woman smiled gently. "I am Feng Yao. I merely cannot stand by and watch these bullies prey upon the weak. You should attend to your wounds. I will handle the aftermath." After expressing their gratitude to Feng Yao, Chen and Yili departed the valley. This harrowing trial only served to strengthen their bond, and as they embraced tightly, they understood that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would face them together, hand in hand. Chapter 108: The Emergence and Resolution of Misunderstanding. After enduring a series of adventures, Chen and Yili's relationship deepened significantly. However, fate seemed to have a penchant for mischief, as a misunderstanding loomed over them like a gathering storm. Following their escapade in the misty forest, Chen, burdened with the affairs of the spirit hall, often found himself dispatched on missions, leading to a gradual decrease in the time he spent with Yili. One day, filled with joy, Yili meticulously prepared a gift, a jade pendant imbued with special soul power that she had crafted herself, hoping to surprise Chen. Adorned in a delicate pink gown embroidered with exquisite flowers that swayed gently with her light steps, she resembled a fairy amidst a floral grove. Carefully placing the pendant inside an ornate box, she set off to Chen's residence within the spirit hall, her heart brimming with anticipation. Upon arriving outside Chen's abode, Yili was taken aback to see another woman engaged in an intimate conversation with him. Clad in a purple gauze dress, the woman appeared graceful. Her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Chen. Although Chen wore a polite smile, to Yili, it seemed glaringly inappropriate at that moment. Her smile faltered, and a wave of bitterness and anger washed over her. Biting her lip, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she approached them without hesitation, demanding, "Chen, who is she? What's going on here?" Chen's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Yili, but before he could explain, the woman in purple interjected with a playful laugh. "Sister, you are mistaken. I am merely catching up with brother Chen after a long time apart." Yili shot her a cold glare. "Catching up? Given your closeness, it seems to be something more." Turning to Chen, she pressed, "You explain this to me. What is happening?" With an exasperated expression, Chen hastily clarified, "Yili, you truly misunderstand. She is merely the sister of an old friend who happened to visit today to inquire about some matters." Yili, however, dismissed his explanation, her anger flaring. "Happened to visit? Oomph. Chen, do you take me for a fool? If she is merely an old friend's sister, why the intimacy?" With that, she flung the ornate box to the ground. "I once believed there was something special between us, but it seems I was merely deluding myself." Chen's heart sank as he gazed at the fallen box. He hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, opening it to reveal the exquisite jade pendant, feeling as though he had been struck a heavy blow. "Yili, please, let me explain. There is nothing inappropriate between us." He raised his eyes, filled with urgency and sincerity. Yili turned her gaze away, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Explain? What is there to explain?" Chen, I no longer wish to see you. Having uttered those words, she turned and fled, tears welling in her eyes, blurring her vision. Lu Chun yearned to pursue her, but was halted by the woman in the purple veil. Lu Chun, please don't chase after her. Let her calm down. He forcefully shook off her hand. It's all your fault. If not for your sudden appearance, Yili wouldn't have misunderstood. With that, disregarding the woman's astonished expression, he hurriedly dashed in the direction Yili had departed. Yili ran wildly, her heart swelling with grievances and anger like a surging tide. She reached a serene garden behind the spirit hall, a place once cherished for strolls and heartfelt conversations with Lu Chun, but now it was merely a sanctuary of heartache. Crouching beneath a large tree, she hugged her knees and wept uncontrollably. Before long, Lu Chen's anxious figure appeared in the garden. He searched for Yili, finally catching the faint sound of her sobs. Following the sound, upon witnessing her sorrowful visage, his heart felt as though it had been torn apart. He gently approached her, crouching down, and cautiously said, Yili, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not considering your feelings, leading to this misunderstanding. Please believe me. You are the only one in my heart, now and forever. Yili lifted her tear-streaked face to look at him. Really? Then why were you so close to her? Lu Chun sighed helplessly. She is indeed the sister of an old friend, someone I've known since childhood. She came to me today because her brother went missing during an adventure, and she sought my assistance in finding clues. I was solely focused on helping her and failed to realize how my actions might have led to your misunderstanding. That was my oversight. Yili bit her lip, hesitating for a moment. Then why didn't you clarify things from the start? Lu Chun offered a wry smile. You were so angry at the time that I had no opportunity to explain. Moreover, I never anticipated you would be so affected. I thought you would trust me. Lowering her head, Yili murmured, I care too much about you. Seeing you so close to another woman made my heart ache. And in a moment of impulse, Lu Chun gently enveloped her in his embrace. It's my fault for causing you distress. I will be more mindful of my words and actions to prevent such misunderstandings in the future. Can you forgive me? Nestled in Lu Chun's warm embrace, Yedi had anger dissipate gradually. I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, I won't let you off so easily. Lu Chun nodded fervently. There won't be next time. By the way, why did you suddenly come to find me today, and with a gift? Yili recalled the carefully prepared present, her cheeks flushing slightly. I intended to surprise you, but it's all your fault. Lu Chun gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, its smooth texture adorned with their names, encircled by intricate patterns of soul power, clearly a product of great effort. Yili, I truly adore this pendant. I will keep it by my side always. He carefully hung it at his waist, observing his action. Yili's lips curled into a slight smile. At least you have good taste. This pendant took me considerable effort to create. It contains special soul power that can protect you at critical moments. Lu Chun looked at her with deep gratitude. Yili, you are so kind to me. I will cherish you even more from now on. Yili shot him a knowing glance. Just know that. However, it would be wise to limit contact with your old friend's sister. Lu Chun smiled and nodded. All right, I'll heed your advice. As long as you no longer misunderstand me, that's all that matters. The two embraced in the garden, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon them, elongating their silhouettes. This misunderstanding not only failed to fracture their bond, but instead deepened their recognition of each other's significance in their hearts. Their relationship emerged from this turmoil even more unbreakable. In the days that followed, Lu Chun placed greater emphasis on nurturing his relationship with Yili. No matter how busy he was, he would carve out time to be with her. Yili, in turn, became less impulsive, opting to remain calm and listen to Lu Chun's explanations when faced with challenges. They strolled together in the Spirit Hall's garden, exchanging insights on soul skill cultivation, enjoying a sweet and fulfilling life. However, the situation in Douluo continent did not settle as a result, with the tensions between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando and Xingluo empires escalating. A more significant storm was quietly brewing. Lu Chun and Yi Li would soon find themselves swept away by this surging tide, yet in this moment, they reveled in each other's affection, savoring this rare tranquility. One day, after hastily attending to urgent matters at the Spirit Hall, Lu Chun hurried to the meeting spot he had arranged with Yi Li. She had been waiting there, and upon seeing him approach, she smiled but quickly noticed his weariness. Lu Chun, what is wrong? Are you too tired? Yi Li asked with concern, gently smoothing the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead. Lu Chun grasped her hand and smiled faintly. Me fine. It's just that affairs have been rather hectic lately. Seeing you makes all my fatigue vanish. Yi Li looked at him with worry. Please don't overexert yourself. While the Spirit Hall's matters are important, you must also take care of your health. Lu Chun nodded. I I know. Having you by my side, caring for me, makes a world of difference. By the way, did you need something when you called for me today? Yedise eis biriktenet. I've recently discovered a new cultivation method that I believe could significantly enhance our strength. Shall we explore it together? Intrigued, Chen responded. Oh, please enlighten me. Thus, they sat on a stone bench in the garden, with Yili excitedly detailing her newfound method. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured with her hands, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chen listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions and insights of his own. I believe this method has innovative aspects, yet the soul power transformation stage may require refinement to avoid chaos in the soul power flow, Chen remarked, furrowing his brow. Yedititit had heat in contemplation. You make a valid point. Perhaps we could incorporate some auxiliary soul skills to stabilize the transformation of soul power. So they engaged in a fervent discussion, oblivious to the encroaching twilight. Moonlight bathed the garden in a silvery sheen, wrapping them in a veil of tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A servant from the spirit hall rushed in, kneeling on one knee. Lord Chen, the Holy Emperor urgently summons you to the Holy Palace. Please go at once. Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Yi Li. His eyes filled with regret. Yi Li, understanding, smiled reassuringly. You should go. It must be something important. Chen stood, gently squeezing her hand. I'll return quickly, and we can continue our discussion. With that, he followed the servant in haste. Yi Li watched Chen's retreating figure, silently praying for his success. She understood that he bore the weighty responsibilities of the spirit hall, and all she could do was support him from behind as they faced the challenges ahead together. The Pope has issued a decree commanding me to lead an elite team of soul masters to the borders to repel the allied forces. This battle is pivotal for the very survival of the spirit hall, and we must dedicate ourselves fully to this endeavor. Yi Li, without a moment's hesitation, declared, I shall accompany you. Though my strength may not rival that of the top soul masters, I can still offer my assistance. At the very least, I will not be a hindrance to you. Chen gazed at Yi Li, his eyes brimming with concern and indecision. The peril was too great. He did not wish for her to face such danger. Yi Li grasped Chen's hand, her gaze unwavering as she looked into his eyes. Chen, we have faced life and death together. We share in both fortune and adversity. Do not think to leave me behind. Moreover, I wish to contribute to the spirit hall and long to stand by your side, fighting together. Seeing the steadfast determination in Yi Li's eyes, Chen understood that he could not dissuade her and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must promise me to exercise caution during the battle, to heed my commands, and to avoid reckless actions. Yi Li nodded vigorously, assuring him, Do not worry, I am aware of that. Before long, Chen assembled a formidable team of 50 elite soul masters, each exuding an aura of exceptional prowess, their expressions stern and imbued with an iron resolve. Chen donned a suit of black battle armor, inscribed with arcane runes that glimmered coldly under the sun. He wielded a lance that emanated a fierce wave of soul power. Yi Li, on the other hand, was clad in lightweight leather armor, carrying her cherished short bow, its quiver brimming with specially crafted soul arrows. The team swiftly advanced towards the borders, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Chen rode a black warhorse, his expression grave as he contemplated strategies to counter the allied forces. Yi Li rode closely beside him on a white steed, casting glances at Chen, her eyes reflecting concern and care. At last, they arrived at the border. In the distance, the enemy camp sprawled like a dark ocean, the flags fluttering ominously in the wind, adorned with the emblems of Tiando, Xingluo, and various minor factions. Chen reined in his horse and dismounted, addressing the soul masters behind him with a commanding voice. Brothers, before us lies the formidable allied forces. They aim to invade the territory of the spirit hall, and we must not allow them to succeed. Do you have confidence? Yes. The 50 soul masters roared in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, their morale soaring. Chen turned to Yi Li, instructing, when the battle commences, you will provide long-range support from the rear, using your arrows to disrupt the enemy's formations. If you find yourself in danger, retreat immediately. Do not linger in combat. Yi Li nodded, I understand, and you must also be cautious. Just then, the sound of horns erupted from the allied camp. A cavalry unit clad in heavy armor surged forth from the tents, brandishing long lances. A tide of steel rushing towards the spirit hall. Chen remained calm, issuing commands with authority. Shield masters to the front, form a defensive wall. Attack-oriented soul masters. Prepare to unleash your soul techniques. Follow my lead. At his command, the shield masters advanced swiftly, their soul powers manifesting as massive shields that formed an impenetrable barrier. The attack masters gathered their soul power from behind, readying their assault. As the cavalry charged within 100 meters of the defensive line, Chen bellowed, "Fire!" Instantly, a barrage of soul techniques erupted forth like dazzling fireworks, raining down on the cavalry. Fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of lightning intertwined, striking the enemy. Chaos ensued among the cavalry, screams of anguish piercing the air as some were struck down, horses and riders tumbling to the ground, causing disarray among the ranks. Yili was not idle. She drew her bow, her soul arrows soaring like meteors towards the enemy. Her shots found their marks with precision, alleviating some of the pressure on the Spirit Hall's defenses. However, the sheer numbers of the Allied forces soon allowed them to regroup and charge anew. Their attacks more ferocious this time, with cracks beginning to appear in the soul power shields. Realizing they could no longer remain on the defensive, Chen planted his lance into the ground, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and shouted, "Everyone, heed my command and charge." With that, he led the charge into the fray, his fellow soul masters following closely, slicing through the enemy's formation like a razor. Yili watched Chen's retreating figure with a tightening heart, yet she understood that now was not the time for worry. She continued to draw her bow, providing vital support for Chen and the other soul masters. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries and cries of despair. Chen wielded his lance, weaving through the enemy ranks, unstoppable as he struck down foes with every swing, his weapon as fierce as a dragon emerging from the sea. As Yili witnessed Chen's valor, she felt a mix of pride and concern. She relentlessly fired arrows, striving to eliminate threats surrounding him. Suddenly, an enemy soul master recognized her as a danger and charged towards her. Yili felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly regained her composure. She swiftly nocked a special arrow, one imbued with explosive power. As the enemy approached within a mere 10 meters, she released the string, the arrow shooting forth like lightning. The enemy soul master sensed the impending doom and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The arrow detonated before him, the force of the explosion sending him crashing to the ground. Yili exhaled in relief, plunging back into the fray. The battlefield had descended into a stalemate, with both sides suffering considerable losses, neither willing to yield. Amidst the chaos, Chen fought valiantly, when suddenly he spotted an enemy commander orchestrating an assault against the Spirit Hall's defenses. A spark of determination ignited within him. He resolved to capture the commander first. Timing his move, he darted towards the commander. The commander, seeing Chen approach, paled and hastily summoned his soul to defend himself. Chen scoffed, his lance radiating brilliance as he thrust it forward, piercing through the commander's defenses and unseating him from his mount. The enemy soldiers faltered in disarray upon witnessing their commander's demise. Seizing the opportunity, Chen shouted, "Brothers of the Spirit Hall, the enemy is in disarray. Let's attack with all our might and drive them back." The soul masters of the Spirit Hall, invigorated by Chen's rallying cry, launched an even fiercer assault. The Allied forces, unable to withstand the onslaught, began their retreat. Chen observed the withdrawing enemy, refraining from issuing a pursuit. He knew that this was merely a probing attack, and fiercer battles lay ahead. Turning back to Yili, he inquired with concern, "Are you unharmed?" Yili smiled and shook her head. "I am fine. Your valor was remarkable. You decimated the enemy with relentless ferocity." Chen returned her smile. "It was thanks to your support from the rear. Otherwise, my task would have been far more arduous. This battle is just the beginning, and we must remain vigilant." With that, Chen began directing the soul masters to clear the battlefield, tending to the wounded while reinforcing their defenses, preparing for the next wave of the Allied forces. Yili stood resolutely by Chen's side, her gaze unwavering, knowing that no matter the trials and tribulations the future held, she would fight alongside him to safeguard the Spirit Hall. The Tiando and Xinghua empires have united, clandestinely amassing a formidable force that is currently advancing towards our Wuhuan Temple's vital strongholds. Moreover, they appear to have allied with certain enigmatic factions lurking in the shadows, preparing to launch a large-scale assault against us. A shiver ran through Yi Li's heart, her complexion paling slightly, but she swiftly regained her composure. Grasping Chen's hand tightly, she said, "Chen, do not fear. Together we shall devise a plan. Please, share the specific situation as you understand it." Chen led Yi Li to a stone table, unfurling a map and indicating several marked locations. According to reliable intelligence, their main forces are advancing along 3 routes, targeting our strongholds, the Qingyan City to the northeast, the Black Wind Fortress to the northwest, and the Sunset Pass to the south. Should we lose these 3 strongholds, there will be a significant breach in the defenses of Wuhuan Temple, with dire consequences. Yili studied the map, her brows furrowing in concentration. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, Qingyan City features flat terrain, conducive to large-scale military operations, yet its walls are formidable. If we can hold out for a while, we may await reinforcements. The Black Wind Fortress is nestled in the mountains, easily defensible but challenging to assault. However, the dense surrounding forests may afford the enemy opportunities for ambush. The Sunset Pass serves as a crucial corridor connecting us with other factions, holding immense strategic significance. Should it be breached, our logistics and troop deployments would suffer greatly. Lu Chen regarded Yi Li with admiration, nodding in agreement. Your analysis is astute. Currently, the forces of Wuhuan Temple are rather dispersed, making it difficult to concentrate our strength for a comprehensive defense in a short span of time. Thus, we must devise targeted counter-strategies. A glimmer of resolve shining in her eyes. Chen, I will accompany you. Though my strength may not compare to those elite soul masters, I can still be of assistance. Lu Chen gazed into Yi Li's determined eyes, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Yet he hesitated. Yi Li, this mission is exceedingly perilous. I do not wish for you to take such risks. She gently patted his hand, saying, Chen, we have faced life and death together. Now that Wuhuan Temple is in peril, how can I remain uninvolved? Moreover, being together allows us to look after one another. Understanding her firm resolve, Lu Chen ceased his protests. Very well, then we shall go together. However, you must promise me that no matter what happens, your safety comes first. Yi Li nodded. I understand. So, where shall we begin? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen replied, the Sunset Pass is paramount. If it falls, the situation will turn dire for us. We shall first secure the defenses there. Simultaneously, we must dispatch messengers to the other strongholds to bolster their vigilance and summon nearby reinforcements post-haste. The two swiftly rose, preparing to depart. Clad in a suit of black armor adorned with mysterious runes emanating powerful soul energy, Lu Chen bore a long sword at his waist, its hilt set with a gleaming gem. Yi Li donned a set of lightweight combat attire, its fitted design accentuating her athletic figure, and strapped a finely crafted short bow to her back, its quiver filled with specialized soul arrows. Upon arriving at the plaza of Wuhuan Temple, Lu Chen swiftly rallied a squad of elite soul masters and soldiers. Each individual bore a serious demeanor, their eyes alight with unwavering determination. Brothers, Lu Chen called from a height, his voice resonating. The Tiando and Xinglua empires seek to invade our homeland. We shall not waver. As we journey to the Sunset Pass, we carry the weighty duty of safeguarding Wuhuan Temple. Our survival hinges upon this battle. Do you possess confidence? A resounding affirmation echoed from the crowd, their voices soaring to the skies, spirits lifted high. Satisfied, Lu Chen gestured grandly onward. The contingent swiftly set forth, racing toward the Sunset Pass. Along the way, Lu Chen and Yi Li rode side by side, he frequently surveying the surrounding terrain, contemplating tactics against the enemy. Yi Li remained vigilant, alert to any signs of an ambush. After several days of rapid marching, they finally reached the Sunset Pass. The commanding officer awaited them, having received prior notice of their arrival. My lord Lu Chen, you have finally come. The officer, a robust, middle-aged man clad in heavy armor, bore the marks of fatigue. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Lu Chen dismounted and inquired, what is the current status of the pass? How long until the enemy arrives? Furrowing his brow, the officer replied, My lord, the defenses of the pass are currently stable, but the soldiers, having been on high alert for an extended period, are somewhat weary. According to scouts, the enemy's main force is expected to arrive in 2 days. However, we have observed small contingents of enemy scouts active nearby, seemingly probing our defenses. Lu Chen nodded, promptly arranging for the soldiers to take turns resting to recuperate. He also ordered heightened vigilance, closely monitoring the movements of the enemy scouts without alarming them. Yes, sir, the officer acknowledged before departing. Lu Chen and Yi Li ascended the walls of the pass, surveying the surrounding terrain. The Sunset Pass was flanked by towering mountains, with a broad road leading directly into the fortress, a strategically advantageous position. Yet, this very feature would make it exceedingly difficult to thwart the enemy should they breach the defenses. Chen, if the enemy launches a direct assault, We can utilize the fortifications of the pass for resistance. However, they may very well exploit the mountains on either side to send small detachments to encircle us. Yi pointed out. Lu Chen followed her gesture, nodding slightly. You are correct. We shall deploy some ambush troops in the mountains. Once the enemy's flanking forces enter our trap, we will catch them unawares. Thus, Lu Chen swiftly dispatched a contingent of elite soul masters and soldiers, dividing them into 2 teams to stealthily infiltrate the mountains and set their ambush. Simultaneously, he made meticulous preparations within the pass to confront the enemy's frontal assault. 2 days later, the enemy's main force descended like a dark cloud. Dust billowed, and the air rang with the sounds of battle cries. At the forefront rode a general of the Tiando Empire, mounted on a towering steed, clad in golden armor, brandishing a spear with an imposing presence. Wuhuan Temple personnel. Heed my words. Today marks your doom. Surrender obediently, and perhaps we shall grant you a chance to live. The general bellowed. Lu Chen stood atop the fortress, coldly regarding him. You deluded invader. You shall find no return today. With that, Lu Chen swung his sword, and a volley of arrows rained down from the walls upon the enemy forces. The enemy's ranks fell into disarray as they raised their shields in defense. Meanwhile, Yili unleashed a flurry of soul arrows from her bow, striking towards the enemy general. Sensing danger, the general hastily dodged, but one arrow grazed his arm, staining his armor with blood. Curse it! Assault the fortress! The general commanded, fury evident in his voice. The enemy's soldiers surged forward, pushing siege engines toward the fortress like a relentless tide. Boulders from catapults thundered against the walls, creating a cacophony of sound. Ladders were raised, and enemy soldiers began to scale them. Seeing this, Lu Chen shouted, Brothers, hold the line. Do not allow the enemy to breach our walls. The soldiers of Wuhuan Temple fought valiantly, repelling wave after wave of attackers with boiling oil and boulders. The wall echoed with cries of battle and anguished screams, creating a scene of utter carnage. Just as the 2 sides were locked in fierce combat, the ambush troops positioned in the mountains launched their surprise attack. They charged down upon the enemy's flanking forces like tigers descending from the mountains, battle cries erupting from behind the enemy lines. The enemy was thrown into chaos, beset from both sides. Not good. We are ambushed. The general's face paled, and he hastily ordered a retreat. Yet, it was too late to escape unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen opened the fortress gates and led a contingent of cavalry forth. Leading the charge, Lu Chen wielded his sword, cutting down foes wherever he rode. Yili provided cover from the walls, expertly targeting and eliminating key enemy commanders with her arrows. Under the relentless onslaught of the Spirit Hall's forces, the enemy suffered grievous losses and fled in disarray. As they gazed upon the retreating figures of the adversary, Lu Chen and Yi Li exchanged a knowing smile. This victory had temporarily stabilized the situation at the Sunset Pass, yet they were acutely aware that greater perils loomed ahead. Chapter 111. Aftermath of battle and new crises before the Sunset Pass. The acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and dust. Mounted upon a formidable steed, Lu Chen wore black armor splattered with the life essence of his foes, glimmering ominously in the sunlight. He wielded a long sword, from which droplets of crimson still dripped, his gaze resolute and steely as he surveyed the direction of the enemy's retreat. Yi Li descended swiftly from the fortifications, her light blue combat attire marred by a touch of dust. A faint flush adorned her delicate features from the exertions of battle, and strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks. Grasping her short bow tightly, she noted the dwindling arrows in her quiver. Approaching Lu Chen, she looked up at him, concern and relief evident in her eyes. Chen, are you unharmed? That battle was truly perilous. Lu Chen lowered his gaze to meet hers, the coldness in his eyes softening into warmth as a faint smile graced his lips. I am unscathed. What of you? No injuries, I hope? He quickly assessed her condition. Yili shook her head gently. I'm fine as well. Thanks to our prior preparations, we managed to repel the enemy this time. However, judging by their demeanor, they are unlikely to relent easily. Lu Chen nodded gravely, dismounting and sheathing his sword. He scanned the surroundings, observing the bustling soldiers atop the fortifications, some clearing the battlefield, others repairing the damaged defenses, and still others tending to their wounded comrades. Despite their victory, they had incurred significant losses. The combined might of the Tiando and Xinghua empires should not be underestimated. They would undoubtedly return, perhaps with even more meticulous strategies. We must swiftly prepare for our next course of action. Yili followed Lu Chen into the midst of the soldiers, who, upon seeing him, paused their tasks and regarded him with admiration. Chen addressed the weary yet determined soldiers in a booming voice. Brothers, your hard work today is commendable. In this battle, we have demonstrated the might of the Spirit Hall, making it clear to those invaders that we are not to be trifled with. Yet the fight is not over. We cannot afford to become complacent. Rest well and regain your strength, for even more formidable challenges await us. Yes, my lord. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with resolve. Chen and Yili proceeded to the command tent within the fort. Inside, several commanders were gathered around a map, deep in discussion. Upon noticing Chen and Yili's arrival, the commander saluted. Lord Chen, Miss Yili, one elder commander began, his expression grave and furrowed. Though the enemy has retreated, our scouts report that they have encamped 50 miles from the Sunset Pass, seemingly awaiting something. Moreover, we have detected small detachments moving in the vicinity, their intentions unclear. Chen approached the map, scrutinizing the enemy encampment's position and the surrounding terrain. His brow furrowed as he traced his finger over the map, contemplating for a moment before speaking. They are likely awaiting reinforcements or devising a new siege strategy. We cannot afford to remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative and disrupt their plans. Yili studied the map and echoed Chen's sentiments. I propose we send an elite team to infiltrate the enemy's camp under the cover of night, to incinerate their supplies and provisions. Without their resources, their morale will undoubtedly falter, hindering their offensive capabilities. A young commander interjected, concern etched on his face. Miss Yili, the enemy camp will surely be heavily guarded. Infiltration would be no simple feat should we be discovered. That team could face annihilation. Chen acknowledged the young commander's apprehension with a nod, yet his eyes remained steadfast. The risk is indeed considerable, but it is a chance worth taking. I will select the most elite soul masters and soldiers to form this team, and I shall lead them personally. No, Yili exclaimed, urgenji in her voice. Chen, it is too perilous. The enemy will surely anticipate this move and may have laid numerous traps. As a vital figure of the Spirit Hall, you cannot afford to take such risks. Chen gazed into Yili's eyes, taking her hand gently. Yili, I understand your concern. However, it is precisely because I am a member of the Spirit Hall bearing the responsibility of safeguarding everyone that I cannot shy away from such dangerous missions. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to lead the team to success and return safely. Yili bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. Yet she recognized Chen's determination and knew she could not dissuade him. Very well, but you must promise me to exercise utmost caution. I will prepare for your return here at the fort. Should anything arise, I will come to your aid immediately. Chen nodded, locking eyes with Yili earnestly. I give you my word. Subsequently, Chen commenced the selection of personnel for the mission. He meticulously evaluated the soldiers and soul masters, ultimately choosing 20 formidable and seasoned individuals. Upon learning of the assignment, these members displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. This mission bore significant implications for the safety of the Sunset Pass and the very existence of the Spirit Hall. We must infiltrate the enemy camp under the cover of darkness, setting fire to their supplies and provisions. The path ahead will be fraught with danger. Yet I have faith in each of your abilities. Do you all possess the confidence to accomplish this task? Chen proclaimed before his team. We do. The team echoed in unison, their voices resolute and powerful. As night descended, darkness enveloped the land like a vast shroud. Dressed in black stealth attire, Chen led his team away from the Sunset Pass with ghostly silence. They navigated the woods with utmost caution, striving to emit no sound. Chen took the lead, his gaze sharp as an owl's, ever vigilant to the slightest disturbances around them. Approaching the enemy encampment, Chen signaled for the team to halt. He crouched in the underbrush, observing the situation within the enemy camp. The area was heavily patrolled, with sentries positioned at regular intervals, their vigilance palpable. Listen closely. I will first eliminate the guard at that outpost, and then we will swiftly infiltrate the camp. Following our previous plan, we will divide into 4 groups to target the locations where the supplies and provisions are stored. Actions must be swift and silent. Should we be discovered, ignite the fire-starting materials and retreat immediately. Understood? Chen instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. The team responded quietly. In a flash, Chen darted towards the outpost like a shadow. His movements were light and swift, making not a sound. As he neared the sentry, he found 2 guards chatting with their backs turned. In an instant, Lu Chun's dagger glinted, and he swiftly covered one guard's mouth, slitting his throat before he could utter a sound. The second guard, sensing the commotion and turning to face him, was met with a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, and Lu Chun swiftly ended his life with his dagger. Lu Chun signaled to his team, who quickly sprang into action, dividing into 4 groups and silently infiltrating the enemy camp. Leading one of the groups, Lu Chun stealthily made his way towards the storage of supplies. They adeptly avoided the patrolling guards along the way. Upon reaching the towering stacks of provisions, they discovered the defenses were even more formidable. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating how to breach the defenses. Just then, one team member whispered, "My lord, there's a drainage outlet over there. We can enter through there." Lu Chun followed the direction indicated by his teammate and indeed spotted a small drainage opening. Nodding, he replied, "Very well, we shall enter from there. Take heed, once we enter, do not act recklessly. Wait for the other 3 teams to position themselves before we proceed together." The team members nodded in agreement, then one by one, they crawled through the drainage outlet into the supply zone. Shortly after their entrance, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the air. Lu Chun signaled for everyone to hide, and soon, a squad of patrolling soldiers appeared. "Something feels off today. It seems as though someone has infiltrated our ranks," one of the patrolling soldiers remarked. "Don't spook yourself. The camp's defenses are too formidable for anyone to breach," another soldier scoffed dismissively. As the patrol gradually moved away, Lu Chun let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the communication jade pendant at his waist vibrated slightly, signaling that the other 3 teams had taken their positions. Lu Chun gestured to his teammates, who promptly retrieved the fire-starting materials they had prepared in advance. However, just as they were about to ignite the materials, a loud shout rang out, "Assassin!" It turned out that another team member had inadvertently revealed their location. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the enemy camp, and countless soldiers surged in every direction. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Ignite the fire and retreat," Lu Chun shouted. The team members swiftly set fire to their materials, and the supplies erupted into flames, illuminating the entire camp with a fierce blaze. Lu Chun led his teammates in a dash toward the camp's exit. Enemy soldiers quickly converged, but Lu Chun brandished his longsword, its cold gleam flashing as he felled the enemies that stood in his path. Each team member unleashed their soul skills, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy forces. "This way, my lord," a team member shouted, leading the charge ahead, while Lu Chun and the others followed closely behind. Yet, as more enemy soldiers appeared, their escape grew increasingly perilous. "Chen, I'm here to assist you." At that moment, Yi Li's voice rang out from outside the camp. Standing on a small hillside, she wielded a short bow, unleashing a barrage of soul energy arrows that streaked toward the enemy like meteors. With Yi Li's cover, Lu Chun and his team finally broke through the encirclement. As they glanced back at the enemy supplies engulfed in flames, expressions of relief spread across their faces. Though the operation had been fraught with danger, they had ultimately succeeded in destroying the enemy supplies, buying precious time for the Sunset Pass. "Let us return to the pass," Lu Chun commanded, and with Yi Li's support, the team swiftly made their way back to the Sunset Pass. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy, reeling from this setback, was concocting an even more sinister scheme. Chapter 112. Aftermath of battle and new challenges on the battlefield before the Sunset Pass. The smoke had yet to fully dissipate, intertwining with the dust and the scent of blood. Clad in blood-stained armor, Lu Chun stood resolutely atop the city walls, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the chaotic scene below. His once pristine black cloak was now torn in several places, fluttering ominously in the wind. Beside him stood Yi Li, her exquisite features marred by a touch of dirt, yet her eyes shone with unwavering resolve and bravery. She gently brushed the dust from her face and turned to Lu Chun, her expression filled with concern. "Chen, are you unharmed? The battle was so intense. Did you sustain any injuries?" Yi Li's voice trembled with urgency as she scrutinized Lu Chun, searching for any sign of a wound. Lu Chun turned slightly, offering her a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. See, I'm quite well." He then examined Yi Li with equal care. "What about you? It was quite dangerous on the city walls. You weren't hurt, were you?" Yi Li shook head lightly. "I am unharmed. Those enemies couldn't touch me. However, while this battle has temporarily repelled the enemy, they will certainly not relent. What shall we do next?" Her brows furrowed in worry, revealing her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun turned his gaze once more to the horizon. "They will undoubtedly return with renewed fervor, perhaps even more ferociously. We must use this time to bolster the defenses of the Sunset Pass and find ways to communicate with other strongholds to share intelligence and form a coordinated defense. At that moment, the commanding officer of the Sunset Pass hurriedly ascended the walls and knelt before Lu Chen. My lord, it is thanks to you and Lady Yi Li's astute leadership that the enemy has been thwarted. However, we have also suffered considerable losses, and our supplies of food and arrows have dwindled significantly. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the situation. Immediately arrange for the medics to tend to the injured. We must ensure that every wounded brother receives proper care. As for food and arrows, send someone to nearby towns to gather supplies. Spending extra gold is acceptable. We must ensure our resources are sufficient. Additionally, organize the craftsmen within the city to expedite the production of arrows and other defensive equipment. Yes, my lord. The officer replied before swiftly departing to execute the orders. Lu Chen watched the officer's retreating figure and turned to Yi Li. Yi Li, I intend to visit the other strongholds to assess their situations and discuss strategies. I am entrusting this place to you. Can you manage? A hint of concern glimmered in his eyes. Yedi si trektenet her posture, eudin confidenge. Rest assured, Chen, I will safeguard the Sunset Pass. You go ahead. With me and the commanding officer here, there will be no issues. Just be careful out there and return soon. Lu Chen gante graspet Yedi's hand. Very well. I will return as swiftly as possible. You must take care. Do not take unnecessary risks. With that, he released her hand, turned, and descended the city walls, preparing to set off. As Yi Li watched Lu Chen's figure fade into the distance, she silently prayed for his safe journey. She then devoted herself entirely to the defense preparations at the Sunset Pass. Lu Chen rode swiftly toward the nearest city, Qingyan. Along the way, his expression remained grave, his thoughts racing. He understood that the joint assault by the Tiandou and Xingluo empires posed an unprecedented threat to the Spirit Hall. The strongholds must unite in cooperation to have any hope of victory. After a day and night of travel, Lu Chen finally arrived at Qingyan City. The city lord, having heard of Lu Chen's arrival, personally awaited him at the city gate. The lord was an elderly man with white hair, yet a vigorous spirit. Clad in a blue robe, his eyes reflecting wisdom. My lord Lu Chen, you must be weary from your journey. Please come inside. The city lord warmly welcomed him. Following the city lord into the manor, Lu Chen wasted no time in inquiring, Lord, what is the current state of defense in Qingyan City? Have there been any movements from the enemy? The city lord sighed softly. Though the walls of Qingyan City are sturdy, the enemy boasts a vast army. And in recent days, small groups have been persistently harassing us, attempting to deplete our forces and resources. Our soldiers remain on high alert and are in high spirits. But if this continues, it will be difficult to maintain. Lu Chen nodded, understanding the predicament. I comprehend the current challenges, Lord. I have come to discuss strategies with you. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must devise a way to take the initiative and disrupt the enemy's plans. A flicker of doubt crossed the city lord's eyes. Take the initiative? But the enemy outnumbers us. If we strike recklessly, we could find ourselves in peril. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Rest assured, my lord. I do not advocate for blind assaults. We can select a contingent of elite soul masters and soldiers to form a raiding party, infiltrating the enemy camp under the cover of night to incinerate their supplies and tents, thus undermining their morale. This will undoubtedly throw them into disarray, allowing us to launch a frontal assault with greater efficacy. The city lord pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Your plan is indeed astute, my lord. However, the raiding party bears significant responsibility. Selecting the right members is of utmost importance. Precisely, the members of this raiding party must be both powerful and prudent. My lord, you may select some suitable candidates from within the city, and I will also choose a few from my own contingent to form the raiding party. We shall act tonight. The city lord immediately rose. Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once. Soon, the lord of the city selected a group of elite warriors from Qingyan City, and Lu Chen also chose several outstanding individuals from his own contingent. The assembled group gathered at the training ground of the lord's manor, and Lu Chen, observing the spirited warriors before him, proclaimed loudly, Brothers, tonight we shall undertake a mission of utmost importance, to infiltrate the enemy's camp and incinerate their supplies and tents. This is a perilous endeavor, yet holds the potential to alter the tides of battle. I have unwavering faith in your strength and courage. Do you all possess the confidence to fulfill this task? Yes. The crowd roared in unison, their voices echoing into the heavens. As night fell, the moonlight glimmered like silver. The raiding team, clad in black stealth attire, exited the city like phantoms. Lu Chen led the way, his gaze resolute and composed. He vigilantly observed the surroundings to ensure their movements remained undetected. After navigating through numerous challenges, the raiding team finally approached the enemy camp. The camp was ablaze with light, and patrolling soldiers wandered about. Chen signaled, and the team immediately dispersed in search of their targets. He, accompanied by several teammates, stealthily approached the stockpile of enemy supplies. Just then, a patrolling soldier was heading their way. With a swift motion, Chen appeared behind the soldier like a specter, drawing his blade in one fluid motion. Before the soldier could utter a sound, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen quickly dragged the body to a concealed spot and continued onward. At last, they reached the supply depot. Chen whispered, "Prepare to ignite. Move swiftly and try not to alert the enemy." The team members produced the fire starters they had meticulously prepared and set the supplies ablaze. In an instant, a roaring fire erupted, illuminating the entire camp. Not good. The supplies are on fire. The enemy camp erupted into a cacophony of frantic shouts. Observing the chaos, Chen shouted, "Brothers, retreat." The raiding team swiftly dashed towards their predetermined escape route. Upon realizing they were under attack, the enemy immediately dispatched a cavalry unit in pursuit. As they ran, Chen glanced back to assess the enemy's pursuit. Suddenly, he spotted a teammate who had stumbled and fallen, about to be overtaken by the enemy. Without hesitation, Chen turned back, drawing his sword to confront the enemy cavalry. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off," he bellowed. Li, leading the other teammates forward, felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware of the danger Chen faced. Gritting her teeth, she halted, turned around, and readied her short bow, aiming at the enemy cavalry. Arrows imbued with soul power flew like meteors towards the enemy, causing cavalrymen to fall from their mounts. With Li's cover, Chen successfully evaded the pursuing cavalry and rejoined his teammates. They sprinted frantically and finally returned safely to Qinyan City. Upon their arrival, the Lord had been waiting at the city gates. Seeing Chen and the others return unscathed filled him with immense joy. "Lord Chen, you have succeeded. This fire will inflict severe losses upon the enemy." Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, "This is merely the first step. We must capitalize on this victory and expand our gains. Inform the soldiers to prepare. At dawn tomorrow, we will launch a frontal assault." Meanwhile, at the Sunset Pass, Li was not idle. She intensified the patrols around the pass, organized the soldiers to reinforce the defensive structures, and inspired their morale. "Brothers, Lord Chen has achieved a significant victory over at Qinyan City, burning the enemy supplies. We must steadfastly hold the Sunset Pass, letting the enemy know that our spirit hall is not to be trifled with," Li proclaimed from atop the fortifications. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' spirits soared, and they rallied with cries of "Defend the Sunset Pass. Protect the spirit hall." However, a veil of worry lingered in Li's heart. She was uncertain whether Chen would fare well in the ensuing battles at Qinyan City, nor did she know if the enemy would launch another attack on the Sunset Pass. All she could do was silently pray for smooth sailing ahead. Chapter 113, A Perilous Exploration into the Enemy Camp. The victory at Sunset Pass served as a potent tonic, invigorating the hearts of the Spirit Hall's members. Yet Chen and Li understood that the true storm was still brewing. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense, candle flames flickering, casting shadows that danced across Chen's furrowed brow and Li's worried yet resolute gaze. Chen scrutinized the maps spread before him, his finger gliding over the lines marking enemy movements, his expression grave. "Li, the coalition forces are regrouping 100 miles away, and mysterious Soul Master teams are appearing. Our situation is becoming increasingly precarious. We cannot merely defend. We must take the initiative to uncover their secrets." Li nodded gently, her eyes radiating determination. "I shall stand with you. Together we will break through." Chen turned to her, concern and anxiety evident in his eyes. "This endeavor is fraught with danger. I cannot bear to see you harmed." Li smiled softly, reaching out to caress Chen's face. "Chen, we have faced countless perils together. Our fates are intertwined. I wish to assist you and share in the trials ahead." Chen sighed helplessly, taking her hand gently. "Very well, but you must stay close to me and act with caution." The two swiftly prepared their gear, leading a select group of elite soul masters, and under the cover of night, they quietly departed the Sunset Pass. The moonlight cast a chilling glow upon them as they melded into the shadows of the night, racing through the mountains and forests. Hours later, they stealthily approached the vicinity of the coalition camp. Chen raised a hand to signal for silence, lowering his voice. We are close to the enemy camp. Everyone split into groups and infiltrate. Focus on uncovering the whereabouts of the mysterious Soul Master Team. Once you have any findings, do not act rashly. Report back immediately. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly vanished into the darkness like phantoms. Lu Chen and Yili paired up, crouching low as they stealthily approached the enemy camp along a hidden path. The camp was brightly lit, the sounds of patrolling soldiers and their conversations distinctly audible. The vigilance palpable. Yili leaned closer to Lu Chen and softly asked, Lu Chen, with so many guards, how do we enter? Lu Chen's gaze shifted to a lush thicket at the edge of the camp. That thicket can provide cover. Let's reach it first and then find a way to blend in. They cautiously made their way towards the trees, but just as they were about to reach them, faint footsteps approached. Lu Chen's heart raced, and he quickly pulled Yili behind a large rock. A patrol of coalition soldiers was approaching, their footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Yili held her breath, tightly gripping Lu Chen's hand. He gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. As the patrol's figures came into view, armed with long spears and exuding a vigilant demeanor, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, closely observing their every move. As they were about to pass, Lu Chen seized the opportunity, darting forward with lightning speed to position himself behind one of the patrolmen. With one hand covering the soldier's mouth and the other swiftly snapping his neck, he silenced him. Simultaneously, Yili emerged, her dagger glinting coldly as she silently dispatched another patrolman. The entire operation was executed with precision. The remaining patrolmen had yet to react when Lu Chen and his team swiftly subdued them, dragging the bodies into the nearby foliage to conceal them. Quickly, we must move before we are discovered, Lu Chen urged quietly to Yili. They took advantage of the cover provided by the trees and stealthily advanced towards the enemy camp. Lu Chen surveyed the layout within the camp and noticed that one tent was surrounded by particularly tight security, with peculiar soul masters frequently entering and exiting. Yili, look over there. That tent is likely connected to the mysterious Soul Master Team, Lu Chen pointed out. Yili followed his gaze and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the guards are formidable. There must be something amiss. How shall we proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, we will circle around to the rear of the tent, where the guards are fewer. Perhaps we can find an opportunity to infiltrate. The two cautiously navigated the perimeter of the enemy camp, carefully circumventing to the back of the tent. As anticipated, the number of guards was indeed reduced. Yet the patrols were more frequent. Lu Chen seized the opportunity during the patrol's lull and swiftly pulled Yili towards the tent. Just as they were nearing the entrance, a guard seemed to sense their presence and abruptly turned around. Who goes there? The guard bellowed, raising his weapon. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chen's mind. He darted forward, appearing before the guard in an instant, delivering a powerful blow that rendered the guard unconscious. However, the shout had already alerted other guards, and soon the camp was engulfed in alarm. This is bad. We've been discovered, Yili exclaimed. Stay calm, Lu Chen replied, his expression composed. According to our plan, we must enter the tent first. The two dashed into the tent, where an array of peculiar artifacts and rune scrolls were scattered about. In the center, a map lay unfolded on the table, marking various strongholds of the Spirit Hall, alongside certain locations indicated by special symbols, seemingly linked to the movements of a mysterious Spirit Master Team. As Lu Chen prepared to scrutinize the map, the sound of approaching enemy troops echoed from outside the tent. Yili rushed to the entrance, vigilantly observing the commotion outside. Chen, the enemy is coming. What should we do? While quickly stowing the map away, Lu Chen instructed, prepare for battle. We'll break through from the rear and attempt to retreat, aiming to regroup with the other teams. No sooner had he spoken than the enemy stormed into the tent, led by a burly commander wielding a large blade, who glared at Lu Chen and Yili. How dare you trespass into my camp? Today shall be your demise. Lu Chen scoffed, the outcome is yet to be determined. With that, he summoned his soul power, drawing his sword in a flash, unleashing a fierce sword energy aimed at the enemy commander. The commander hastily raised his blade to counter, resulting in a thunderous clash as sparks flew. Meanwhile, Yili knocked her bow, releasing a volley of soul-powered arrows that shot towards the enemy troops like meteors. Many soldiers fell, but the relentless waves of the enemy continued to surge forth. Lu Chen moved like a wraith among them, his sword dancing with potent soul energy, bringing down soldiers with each strike. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, gradually encircling the pair. Chen, this is not sustainable. There are too many of them. Yili shouted amidst Hashuten. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy for their escape. Suddenly, he noticed a ventilation shaft in the corner of the tent. Though narrow, it might accommodate their agile forms. Yili, look at that ventilation shaft. We can escape through there. Lu Chen called out. Yili glanced in the direction he indicated and nodded in understanding. The two coordinated their movements, advancing towards the shaft. Lu Chen forged a path ahead while Yi Li provided cover, finally carving out a bloody route to the ventilation opening. Lu Chen lifted Yi Li up first, and after she successfully emerged, she reached back to pull him through. The moment they exited the tent, they were met with a barrage of enemy soldiers. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. The enemy commander shouted. Lu Chen and Yi Li maneuvered through the enemy camp, employing their agility and formidable skills to temporarily evade their pursuers. However, just as they believed they had successfully broken free, a mysterious team of spirit masters appeared before them, clad in black robes and hoods obscuring their faces. They emanated an eerie aura of soul power. The leader of the spirit masters wielded a black staff topped with a glimmering red gem radiating an ominous light. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Lu Chen inquired warily. The leader of the mysterious spirit masters sneered. The remnants of the spirit hall dare to intrude upon the United Forces encampment, hoping to leave unscathed? Today marks your end. With that, he waved his staff, sending a wave of black flames surging toward Lu Chen and Yi Li. Reacting swiftly, Lu Chen pulled Yi Li aside, narrowly avoiding the flames that scorched the ground, creating a deep crater. A flicker of anger flashed in Yi Li's eyes as she drew her bow and loosed an arrow at the leader. The leader merely waved his staff, conjuring a barrier of soul power that effortlessly deflected her arrow. Is this all you can muster? He taunted. Lu Chen shouted back. Do not be so smug. He infused his soul power into his sword, its brilliance intensifying as he charged at the group of spirit masters. They unleashed their soul techniques in response, engaging Lu Chen in a fierce battle. Yi Li continued to shoot arrows, assisting Lu Chen in the fray. The combat intensified, with the spirit master's techniques proving elusive and unpredictable, gradually encroaching upon Lu Chen and Yi Li. Seizing an opportune moment, the leader swung his staff once more, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy towards them. Recognizing the imminent danger, Lu Chen shielded Yi Li behind him, bracing himself for the impact. A resounding explosion reverberated as Lu Chen was thrown back by the force, stumbling several steps and tasting blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi Li rushed to support him. Chen, are you all right? Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Chen reassured her. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Keep fighting. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted in the distance. It turned out that other teams of spirit masters had arrived to provide reinforcements. Seeing the tide turn against them, the leader of the mysterious spirit masters ordered retreat. In an instant, the team vanished into the shadows. Lu Chen watched them disappear, pondering the origins of these enigmatic spirit masters and their connection to the United Forces. It was evident that a grander conspiracy lurked behind the veil of this war. Turning to Yi Li, who looked at him with concern, he said, What should we do next? Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen replied, We must return to the Sunsetting Pass and analyze the information on the map before determining our next course of action. Although this encounter was perilous, it has yielded valuable insights. Thus, Lu Chen led the group back to the Sunsetting Pass under the cloak of night, where they would interpret the secrets of the mysterious map and prepare for the intricate and perilous challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 114. Deep into the tiger's lair, where crises abound, Lu Chen and Yi Li concealed themselves behind a massive rock, scarcely daring to breathe. The footsteps of the patrol grew increasingly audible, each step resonating like a drumbeat against their hearts. Yi Li clutched Lu Chen's arm tightly, her fingers paling from the tension, her breath quickening. Yet she strove to suppress any sound. Lu Chen, meanwhile, wore a solemn expression, his eyes fixated on the direction of the patrol, his soul power quietly circulating within, poised for any sudden developments. As the patrol advanced, low murmurs filled the air. I don't understand why we have to set up camp in this desolate wilderness, constantly wary of attacks from the spirit hall. It's exhausting, a lanky soldier complained. Another stout soldier chimed in, Humph, it's the orders from above. Who are we to question? However, I heard that we have allied with several mysterious forces, waiting to deliver a decisive blow to the spirit hall. As their voices faded into the distance, Lu Chen and Yi Li exchanged glances, each reflecting concern and curiosity. Once the patrol was far enough away, Lu Chen whispered, It seems the United Forces are indeed well prepared. Those mysterious factions are the key. We must swiftly ascertain their situation. Yi Li nodded, Herr Gaze resolute. The two continued advancing toward the woods, successfully entering and using the cover of the trees to approach the camp. Inside the camp, tents were erected in abundance, soldiers bustling about in a flurry of activity. Lu Chen observed the layout, noting that the northeastern corner was heavily guarded, possessing an air of mystery compared to the rest. Yili, look over there. It's quite possible that those mysterious spirit masters are situated in that area, Lu Chen whispered, gesturing toward the northeastern section. Yili followed his gaze and nodded. It seems highly probable, but there are too many guards. How can we get past? After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen's eyes fell upon a nearby cart brimming with supplies. They devised a plan to sneak into the cart, hoping it would transport them to the other side. Yili hesitated, feeling the weight of the danger. What if they were discovered? Lu Chen grasped her hand firmly, assuring her that this was their best option and that, if they were cautious, nothing would go awry. As the cart approached, they stealthily climbed aboard, concealing themselves beneath a pile of sacks. The cart driver remained oblivious, leisurely making his way towards the northeastern corner. As the cart swayed, Yili nestled closely against Lu Chen, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Lu Chen whispered soothingly, "Do not fear. I am here." Yili nodded slightly, comforted by the strength of his embrace, her trepidation easing. Finally, the cart came to a halt in the enigmatic area of the northeastern corner, where supplies were unloaded into a nearby tent. A guard issued instructions, and the driver complied, beginning to unload. Seizing the moment when the guard and driver were distracted, Lu Chen and Yili quietly slipped off the cart, hiding behind the tent. "What now? Should we go in?" Yili inquired softly. Lu Chen shook his head. "No, we cannot rush in without knowing the situation inside. It would be too perilous. We must first observe and look for an opportunity to slip in." The two crouched behind the tent, attentively watching the movements around them. They noted the frequent comings and goings of strangely dressed soul masters, exuding powerful and eerie waves of soul energy. One soul master, in particular, caught Lu Chen's attention. He was tall, adorned with a black mask that concealed all but his icy eyes. This individual seemed formidable, likely one of the leaders among these mysterious soul masters. Lu Chen whispered to Yili, "That individual appears to be of significant importance." At that moment, a scruffy-looking henchman rushed over to the masked soul master, reporting, "My lord, everything is ready. We await the coalition's full-scale assault to flank the spirit hall and deliver a fatal blow." The masked soul master sneered. "The spirit hall will find no escape this time. Inform the brothers to stay alert. There will be ample rewards once we succeed." Lu Chen's heart raced. It appeared that the coalition and these enigmatic forces had meticulously plotted a large-scale attack. Just as he pondered this, a loud shout rang out from behind them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lu Chen and Yi Li's hearts sank as they turned to find two patrolling guards had discovered them. Without a moment to spare, Lu Chen sprang forward, appearing before the guards in an instant, his hands moving like lightning as he swiftly incapacitated them, rendering them unable to make a sound. "We must flee. We've been spotted," he urged, pulling Yili along. However, their commotion had already attracted attention, and soon shouts erupted as a throng of guards and mysterious soul masters pursued them. "Run towards that dense forest. It will provide cover," Yili shouted, pointing westward. They sprinted towards the thicket, pursued relentlessly by their assailants. "Chun, this won't do. We must devise a plan to shake them off," Yili panted as they ran. Lu Chen scanned their surroundings and suddenly spotted a narrow canyon ahead. "We can enter the canyon and use the terrain to evade them." They dashed into the canyon, where the path was rugged and littered with strange rocks. As they navigated through the rocky terrain, their speed began to wane. The pursuers followed suit, scattering to search for Lu Chen and Yi Li's whereabouts. "Split up. We must find them and ensure they do not escape," barked a leader among them. Hiding behind a large boulder, Lu Chen and Yi Li listened to the chaos outside. Yi Li, feeling anxious, whispered, "Chen, there are too many of them. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen retrieved a smoke bomb from his pocket. "I will throw this smoke bomb to create confusion. It will give us the chance to break free. Stay close to me and do not stray." Yi Li nodded, gripping her short bow tightly. At the opportune moment, Lu Chen hurled the smoke bomb, and an instant later, a dense fog enveloped the canyon. "Charge!" Lu Chen shouted, pulling Yi Li with him towards the canyon's exit. The pursuers, caught off guard by the smoke, began to cough and flounder in disarray. Just as they were about to escape the canyon, a figure emerged before them. It was the masked soul master. "Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily," he declared, brandishing a black longsword that shimmered with a sinister glow, lunging towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen swiftly drew his sword, parrying the attack. "Yi Li, you must go. I will hold him off," he shouted. Yi Li hesitated. "No, I cannot leave you." No time for arguments. Hurry. Go find our allies for support. Chen insisted, defending against the masked Soul Master's onslaught. Gritting her teeth, Yili turned and sprinted towards the canyon's exit. The masked Soul Master attempted to pursue her, but Chen engaged him fiercely. Your opponent is me. Chen roared, unleashing his soul power as he entered into a fierce battle with the masked Soul Master. The masked Soul Master was powerful, each strike infused with a lethal wave of soul energy, forcing Chen to defend himself while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Their figures danced amid the smoke, swords clashing with a sharp ring. Yili, having exited the canyon, did not flee immediately but concealed herself among the trees. Her heart raced with worry for Chen, who remained in combat with the masked Soul Master, in constant danger. I cannot leave him. I must return to assist Chen, she resolved silently. Drawing her bow, she aimed at the masked Soul Master engaged in battle with Chen. However, the smoke made it challenging to aim accurately. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Yili relied on her keen instincts and exceptional archery skills to release an arrow. The arrow, imbued with fierce soul energy, cut through the smoke toward the masked Soul Master. Sensing the attack, he dodged to the side, the arrow grazing past him and striking a nearby rock, sending debris flying. How dare you return? The masked Soul Master scoffed, dismissing Chen and turning to pursue Yili. Seizing the moment, Chen charged after him, launching an attack from behind. The masked Soul Master was compelled to turn and defend against Chen's assault. Caught in a precarious situation, Yili, strike together. Chen called out. Yili notched another arrow, coordinating her attack with Chen against the masked Soul Master. The adversary began to falter under their combined assault. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries echoed from outside the canyon. Their elite Soul Masters, having heard the commotion, rushed to provide assistance. The masked Soul Master, realizing the tide was turning, feigned an attack and swiftly fled. Chen and Yili watched as the masked figure vanished into the distance, breathing a sigh of relief. I owe you my gratitude for returning to help. Otherwise, I would have struggled. Chen smiled at Yili. She rolled her eyes, responding, what are you saying? How could I possibly abandon you? However, now that they had gleaned some insight into the coalition and the mysterious forces' plans, they had also compromised their own position. What shall we do next? Yili asked. After a moment of reflection, Chen replied, we must return and inform everyone of what we have discovered, then strategize our response. This crisis is graver than we anticipated. We must prepare thoroughly. Thus, Chen and Yili, along with their companions, hastily made their way back to Sunset Pass. Throughout the journey, their spirits remained heavy, aware that a far more arduous battle awaited them. Chapter 115. The turmoil on the eve of a grand wedding. Through their trials, Chen and Yili's bond had solidified into something unbreakable. While the Spirit Hall temporarily attained a semblance of stability after a series of battles, Chen resolved, in this rare moment of tranquility, to host a grand wedding for Yili, allowing the entire Douluo continent to witness their love. Once the news spread, the Spirit Hall immediately became a hive of activity. The palace, both inside and out, was adorned with vibrant decorations. Red silk draped elegantly from every pillar, while golden threads intricately embroidered exquisite patterns upon a fabric, shimmering luxuriously under the sun's rays. Floral artisans meticulously selected rare blossoms and herbs from across the Douluo continent, weaving them into magnificent bouquets and garlands that adorned every corner of the wedding venue. The air was thick with a rich and sweet floral fragrance, as if the entire world were enveloped in this joyous atmosphere. Dressed in an extraordinarily opulent red wedding robe, intricately embroidered with ancient, mysterious runes and gold thread that flickered subtly with soul power, Chen exuded an aura of nobility. The collar and cuffs were embellished with a circle of dazzling gemstones, each radiating a gentle glow that complemented his resolute and handsome visage, enhancing his remarkable demeanor. Standing outside the bridal chamber, he gazed at the bustling crowd, his heart brimming with hopes and aspirations for the future. Inside the bridal chamber, Yili was surrounded by a group of maidens. She wore an exquisite white wedding gown that trailed several meters behind her, adorned with lifelike butterflies intricately stitched into the fabric. Each butterfly's wings appeared as though woven from the finest silver threads, glimmering in the candlelight, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Upon her head rested a magnificent crown crafted from diamonds and pearls, with cascading beaded curtains that gently swayed, partially concealing her bashful yet stunning visage. My lady, you are truly beautiful. Today, you must be the happiest bride in the Douluo continent. one maid could not help but exclaim. Yili's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently bit her lip, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. Really? I'm a bit nervous. I don't know what to say when I see Chen later. Another maiden chimed in with a smile. My lady, you and Lord Lu Chen share a profound bond. Words are unnecessary. A mere glance will convey your heart's intentions. At that moment, the door to the bridal chamber was suddenly flung open, and a soldier of the spirit hall rushed in, kneeling on one knee, his expression frantic. It is bad. Miss Yili, Lord Lu Chen is in trouble outside. Yili's heart jolted, her smile vanishing instantly as she anxiously inquired, what is happening? Speak quickly. The soldier gasped for breath. A group of unidentified soul masters has invaded the wedding venue, claiming to halt this ceremony, and they have clashed with our guards. Lord Lu Chen is out there dealing with them. Yili's brows furrowed, a flicker of anger and concern flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she stood up, lifted her gown, and dashed towards the door. Upon arriving at the wedding scene, she saw Lu Chen standing resolutely before a group of unfamiliar soul masters, his expression grim. These soul masters were clad in black robes, their faces obscured by eerie masks that revealed only cold, menacing eyes. The surroundings were in disarray, with the spirit hall's guards on high alert, standing defiantly against the uninvited guests. Seeing Yili approach, Lu Chen's heart clenched, and he quickly urged, Yili, what are you doing here? It is dangerous. Return. Yet, Yili firmly stepped beside him, gripping his hand tightly. I will not leave, Chen. We will face this together. Who are these people? Why do they wish to stop our wedding? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. I am also uncertain of their origins, but their intentions are malevolent. At that moment, a tall figure in a black robe stepped forward, exuding a formidable and sinister aura. He regarded Lu Chen and Yili with a chilling laugh. Lu Chen, did you truly believe you could marry this woman so easily? Today, we are here to ruin your wedding and make you experience the pain of losing your beloved. Lu Chen glared furiously. Who are you? What grievance do you hold against me? Why target Yili and me? The black-robed soul master sneered. You need not know who we are. Merely understand that your existence obstructs our plans, and thus, you must perish. And she, his gaze shifted to Yili, filled with malevolent intent, will become our trophy. Lu Chen instinctively shielded Yili behind him, his soul power surging as a powerful aura enveloped him. You shall not harm a single hair on her head. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. Yili, undaunted, conjured a delicate short bow in her hands. Drawing the bowstring, soul power arrows rapidly formed. You vile rogues dare wreak havoc in the spirit hall. You are merely courting death. The black-robed soul master waved his hand, and his companions swiftly surrounded Lu Chen. Yili and the guards, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Lu Chen was the first to strike, dashing towards the black-robed soul master like a bolt of black lightning. He swung his sword, unleashing fierce sword energies towards them. The black-robed soul masters also unleashed their soul powers, various strange and malevolent lights flashing from their hands, colliding with Lu Chen's sword energies, erupting into dazzling brilliance and thunderous roars. Yili stood resolutely behind Lu Chen, firing soul power arrows to support him. Her gaze was focused and unwavering, each arrow finding its mark on the black-robed soul masters. One of the black-robed soul masters attempted a sneak attack from behind Lu Chen, but Yili, ever vigilant, swiftly turned and shot an arrow into his arm, causing him to yelp in pain and nearly drop his weapon. Chen, be wary of their coordination. They seem well-trained. Yili varnit lude. Lu Chen, engaged in battle with the black-robed soul masters, replied, I am aware. Yili, you must also be cautious. The guards of the spirit hall fought valiantly. Although they lacked the strength of Lu Chen and Yili, their fierce resolve and loyalty to the spirit hall drove them to engage in a desperate struggle against the black-robed soul masters. The sounds of clashing weapons and cries of battle intertwined, transforming the wedding venue into a brutal battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chen gradually discerned the weaknesses of the black-robed soul masters. While they coordinated well, their attack methods were somewhat singular, primarily relying on collective malevolent soul power assaults. Seizing the opportunity, when the black-robed soul masters launched another group attack, Lu Chen did not confront it head-on. Instead, he evaded skillfully and summoned his shadow soul, seamlessly merging into the shadows of the ground. As the black-robed soul master's attack missed, confusion spread among them, and Lu Chen suddenly emerged from the shadow of one of the black-robed soul masters, driving his sword deep into the man's back. The black-robed soul master let out a pained scream and collapsed. Witnessing this, the remaining black-robed soul masters converged, intent on retaliating against Lu Chen. Yili seized the moment, channeling all her soul power into her short bow, launching a massive soul power arrow. The arrow, imbued with tremendous force, flew towards the black-robed soul masters like a meteor. Sensing the immense threat, the black-robed soul masters had no choice but to abandon their assault on Lu Chen temporarily and unite to counter Yi Li's arrow. Just as the stalemate ensued, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed. A squadron of reinforcements from the Spirit Hall arrived, led by an elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the elder's expression darkened as he bellowed, "You audacious ruffians dare wreak havoc on the Spirit Hall's territory. Seize them." The arrival of reinforcements turned the tide of battle, trapping the black-robed soul masters in a perilous predicament. Recognizing their dire situation, they attempted to retreat. However, Lu Chen would not permit their escape. He, along with Yi Li and the guards of the Spirit Hall, launched a relentless pursuit, culminating in a final assault against the black-robed soul masters. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, the black-robed soul masters fell one by one, leaving only their leader remaining. As he discerned the inevitable decline of the situation, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he unleashed a self-destructive soul technique, intent on perishing alongside Lu Chen. Sensing his intent, Lu Chen swiftly shielded Yi Li behind him, channeling all his soul power in preparation for this final strike. Just as the black-clad soul master S attack was about to reach Lu Chen, a radiant light flashed, and an elder from the Spirit Hall intervened just in time. Using his own soul power to thwart the black-clad soul master's assault. "Lu Chen, be cautious," the elder called out. After the black-clad soul master S attack was deflected, he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Once the battle concluded, Lu Chen gazed at the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your timely assistance, Elder. Otherwise, both Yi Li and I would have faced grave danger today." The elder smiled and nodded. "It is my duty. Lu Chen, your wedding with Yi Li is a matter of great significance to the Spirit Hall. We cannot allow these villains to disrupt it." Yi Li s'était put formarth. Bowing to the elder, "Thank you, Elder." Lu Chen looked at Yi Li, his eyes brimming with joy and affection for having survived this ordeal. He grasped Yi Li's hand tightly, declaring, "Yi Li, regardless of the challenges we encounter, I will not permit anyone to jeopardize our wedding. We shall surely find happiness together." Tears shimmered in Yi Li's eyes as she nodded emphatically, "Yes, Chen, we certainly will." At that moment, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the wedding venue and dispelling the shadows cast by the recent battle. The members of the Spirit Hall began to clear the battlefield, re-establishing the festive atmosphere for the wedding. After considerable effort, the scene was restored to one of celebration and joy. Hand in hand, Lu Chen and Yi Li slowly made their way towards the wedding hall amid the blessings of those gathered. Their faces radiated happiness, and their eyes sparkled with dreams of a beautiful future. This tumultuous wedding finally reached its most splendid moment. Chapter 116. Life and death depend on each other. Through thick and thin, after enduring a series of perilous adventures, Lu Chen and Yi Li's bond had solidified into an unyielding fortress. However, the situation on the Douluo continent had grown increasingly intricate, and the Spirit Hall faced challenges that loomed ever lower like dark clouds. One day, the Spirit Hall received intelligence that the alliance of Tiando and Xingluo was orchestrating a large-scale offensive, aiming to obliterate the core strength of the Spirit Hall in one fell swoop. As a pivotal figure within the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen bore the weighty responsibility of organizing the defense, leaving him utterly engrossed in his duties. Yi Li watched with a heavy heart as Lu Chen's complexion grew more haggard each day. She quietly entered Lu Chen's study, where she found him bent over a vast military map, his brow furrowed in concentration, gesturing with his hands and marking annotations on the map. The table was cluttered with various intelligence reports, and the candlelight flickered in the gentle breeze, illuminating his weary yet resolute profile. "Chen, you should take a break. Don't exhaust yourself," Yi Li said softly, her voice laced with concern. Lu Chen looked up, managing a faint smile despite his fatigue. "I'm fine, Yi Li. This offensive is crucial for the Spirit Hall. I cannot afford any lapse in vigilance." Yi Li approached him, gently taking his hand. "I understand the burden you carry, but if you wear yourself down, who will lead the Spirit Hall through this crisis? Come, have some tea." With that, she lifted a prepared cup from the table and brought it to Lu Chen's lips. He chuckled helplessly, accepting the cup and taking a small sip. "Having you by my side is my greatest fortune." Yi Li felt her cheeks flush slightly, stopped jesting. "Tell me, how dire is the current situation?" Lu Chen set down the cup, pulling Yili to sit beside him as he pointed at the map. Look, the Allied forces are splitting into multiple paths, encircling us from all directions. They are well prepared this time, having mobilized a significant number of troops and allied with several smaller factions in the vicinity. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, we remain uncertain whether they have hidden reinforcements. Yili observed the densely marked map, her brows knitting together. What shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, Chen replied, we have already fortified our defenses at various strongholds, but our forces are still somewhat dispersed. I propose we concentrate our superior strength to hold a few key strategic locations while dispatching elite teams to probe for weaknesses in the Allied forces' positions and launch surprise attacks to disrupt their plans. Yili nodded in agreement. That is a feasible strategy. However, sending a strike team deep behind enemy lines is fraught with peril. Who will lead them? A glint of determination shone in Chen's eyes. I will lead the team myself. Absolutely not. Yili exclaimed almost instinctively, gripping Chen's arm tightly. Her expression filled with worry. It's too dangerous. You are the backbone of the Spirit Hall. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the Spirit Hall? What would I do? Chen gently caressed Yili's hair. Yili, I understand your concern. However, precisely because I am the backbone, I must lead by example. Only in this way can I inspire morale and instill confidence in everyone to overcome the alliance. Moreover, I possess sufficient strength to protect myself. You must trust me. Yili bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I believe in you. But I can't help but worry. Is there truly no other way? Chen enveloped Yili in his embranje. Do not fear it, Yili. I promise I will return safely. You must remain in the Spirit Hall, assisting the other elders in stabilizing the situation. That is equally important. Yili inclined her head slightly within his embrace. All right, but you must be careful. I will wait for your return here. After several days of intense preparation, Chen selected the most elite soul masters to form a strike team. Before their departure, Yili meticulously arranged his battle armor, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Chen, you must remember your promise to return safely, Yili said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Chen grasped Yili's hand. Rest assured, Yili, I will return victorious. With that, he mounted his horse and led the strike team, rushing forth like a whirlwind of darkness. Yili watched Chen's retreating figure, her heart silently praying for his safety. Leading the strike team, Chen traveled day and night, eventually discovering the enemy's supply depot in a valley behind their lines. The area was heavily guarded, surrounded by traps and hidden sentries. Chen surveyed the terrain, addressing his teammates. Listen up, this is the lifeblood of the Allies' supplies. If we set it ablaze, it will undoubtedly disrupt their offensive rhythm. However, the enemy's defenses are tight, and we must proceed with caution. We will split into 3 teams, one to divert the front guards, one to infiltrate from the flanks, and the third team will follow me for a rear assault. Move out. Each team sprang into action. The first team created a ruckus to attract the attention of the front guards, seizing the moment of confusion. The second team and Chen's group stealthily advanced. However, just as they were nearing the supply pile, a soul master concealed in the shadows spotted them. Enemies, he shouted, unleashing a powerful wave of soul power. Chen's expression shifted as he realized the dire situation. No, we've been discovered. Everyone, remain calm and proceed as planned. With that, he charged towards the soul master, his sword glinting coldly as he engaged in fierce combat. The other team members also clashed with the approaching enemy forces. And soon the valley erupted in chaos, shouts of battle echoing as soul power flared and flickered. Meanwhile, Yili remained at the Spirit Hall, anxiously monitoring the situation at the front lines. She paced restlessly in her room, her heart racing. Chen, you must be safe, she murmured, filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. Lady Yili, we have received news from the front. Lord Chen's strike team has engaged the enemy and is embroiled in a fierce battle. Yili's heart tightened. What? Quickly, take me to the battlefield. The servant hesitated, but Lord Chen instructed that you remain at the Spear Hall. Yili gritted her teeth, disregarding the warning. I cannot stand idly by as he plunges into danger. Go. Unheeding of her attendant's protests, Yili mounted her swift steed and galloped towards the battlefield. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield was exceedingly dire. Though Chen possessed formidable strength, the relentless tide of enemies began to overwhelm him. Brothers, hold fast. We shall complete our mission. Chen bellowed, his sword dancing in a flurry of strikes as he valiantly repelled the onslaught of foes. Just then, a powerful soul master stealthily circled behind Chen. poised to deliver a fatal blow. Be careful. A clear, ringing shout pierced the chaos, followed by a soul-powered arrow that shot forth like a meteor towards the ambushing Soul Master. Startled, Lu Chen evaded to the side, turning to see Yili galloping towards the fray, her short bow in hand, her gaze resolute. "Yili, what are you doing here? It's perilous," Lu Chen exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and anger in his voice. "I cannot allow you to take risks alone," Yili responded, loosing arrows with precision, alleviating the pressure on their team. "Listen up, everyone. We shall concentrate our strength and break through the enemy's encirclement, charging towards the supply depot," Lu Chen declared with keen insight. Under the leadership of Lu Chen and Yili, the ambush team fought valiantly, ultimately breaking free from the enemy's grasp and reaching the supply depot. "Set ablaze," Lu Chen commanded, and the team hurled their torches at the supply stacks. In an instant, a towering inferno erupted, illuminating the entire valley. The Allied forces, witnessing their supplies ablaze, fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen led the team through the chaos, retreating towards the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Lu Chen regarded Yili with a blend of ire and gratitude. "You impetuous girl, what if something had happened to you?" Yili playfully stuck out her tongue. "I was merely worried about you. Besides, didn't we complete the mission together?" Lu Chen chuckled helplessly, embracing Yili. "You must not do this again. I truly do not know if I could have made it back unscathed without you." Leaning against Lu Chen, Yili declared, "As long as we are together, no challenge can defeat us." After this life-and-death trial, the bond between Lu Chen and Yili deepened, solidifying their resolve to protect the Spirit Hall and face adversity together. This incident of the supplies being burned also forced the Allied forces to temporarily shelve their grand offensive plan, granting the Spirit Hall a precious respite. However, a greater storm was silently brewing. Chapter 117. The truth unfolds and the crisis escalates. Lu Chen and Yili navigated the perilous vicinity of the Allied camp, narrowly evading patrolling soldiers as they successfully infiltrated the forest. The moonlight filtered through the mottled branches, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that illuminated their tense and focused expressions. Lu Chen grasped Yili's hand tightly, lowering his voice. "Yili, the defenses here are formidable. We must exercise utmost caution. Refrain from using soul power to avoid detection." Yili nodded slightly, her palms clammy with sweat. Yet her eyes radiated determination as she squeezed Lu Chen's hand in response. The two moved like shadows through the thicket. Suddenly, Yili's keen senses detected faint fluctuations of soul power nearby. She gently tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, signaling him to pay heed. Following her direction, Lu Chen beheld several figures shifting deeper within the woods, encircled by an ethereal glow. They approached cautiously, taking cover behind trees, and overheard snippets of conversation. This collaboration with the Heaven Do and Star Luo will surely yield ample benefits for our Shadow Alliance. Otherwise, we would not have deployed so many adept fighters. A tall man with a deep, gravelly voice remarked. Another, somewhat frail and sharp-voiced individual retorted, "Indeed. The Spirit Hall has become a target. United, we can dismantle it and carve out a place for our Shadow Alliance in Douluo continent." Lu Chen and Yili exchanged startled glances, realizing that these enigmatic figures belonged to the Shadow Alliance, a clandestine organization that had operated under the radar in Douluo continent. They were conspiring with the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires to confront the Spirit Hall. Yili could not restrain herself, whispering, "Chen, what exactly is the Shadow Alliance? Why have we never heard of them before?" Lu Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I have heard whispers of the Shadow Alliance. They are masters of concealment and assassination, operating in secrecy. It is astonishing that they have now emerged and are involved in this grand conflict." Just then, a commotion erupted from the camp. Flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of battle erupted. Clearly, the other teams they led had begun their operations, successfully diverting the Allied forces' attention. "This is our chance," Lu Chen whispered. "Let us delve deeper amidst the chaos and see if we can uncover more about the Shadow Alliance and the Allied forces' plans." Yili nodded, and without hesitation, they swiftly moved toward the heart of the camp. The chaos within the camp was palpable, with Allied soldiers scurrying to respond to various attacks. Lu Chen and Yili navigated through the turmoil with ease, deftly avoiding the panicking crowd and patrolling guards. They spotted a larger tent, surrounded by a relatively strong guard presence, indicating its significance. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Chen stated, "Yili, this tent must hold something of importance. We need to find a way inside." Yili scanned the area and noticed that the rear guard was comparatively weaker. Pointing to it, she said, "We can break in from the back. I will draw the attention of those 2 guards while you slip inside." Before Lu Chen could voice his objections, Yili had already darted towards the guards. She picked up 2 stones and tossed them into the distance. The sound of the stones hitting the ground drew the guards' attention, and they moved to investigate. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen approached the tent with ghostly swiftness, lifting the edge of the tent to slip inside. Within, a massive operational map lay displayed, detailing the troop deployments of the Allied forces and their attack plans against various strongholds of the Spear Hall. Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement as he prepared to examine it closely when suddenly, he heard Yi Li's startled cry from outside the tent. Alarmed, he hastily stowed away the map and rushed out of the tent. There he found Yi Li confronting several Allied soldiers, one of whom wielded a long knife, menacingly aiming it at her. With a furious shout, Lu Chen surged forward, positioning himself before Yi Li, his sword slicing through the air, sending a wave of soul power that sent the soldier's knife flying. "You must flee. There are powerful foes approaching," Yi Li urged anxiously. Lu Chen turned to see a figure clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a black mask, striding towards them, emanating a formidable aura of soul power. "Clearly a master. How dare you infiltrate our camp? You shall not escape today," the figure uttered coldly. Lu Chen sheathed Yi Li behind him, dejdaring, "Yi Li, wait for an opportunity to break free. Do not concern yourself with me." Yet Yi Li stubbornly insisted, "No, Chen, we face this together." Without further ado, the cloaked figure unleashed a barrage of black soul power rays towards Lu Chen and Yi Li. Lu Chen swiftly wielded his sword to deflect each ray, but their immense power left his arms tingling. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Li drew her short bow and fired several soul-powered arrows at the black-robed figure. The figure sidestepped effortlessly, evading the arrows. Just as the standoff persisted, the members of Lu Chen's other teams, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to provide support. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Lu Chen felt a surge of hope and shouted, "Everyone, let us press the attack. Do not let him escape." In a coordinated rush, they surrounded the black-robed figure. The figure in the black robe, undaunted, let out a cold laugh. A bunch of self-important fools. His soul power erupted around him, forming a formidable cyclone that sent the crowd reeling backward. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward the black-robed man's chest while he was still recovering from his previous exertion. The black-robed man was caught off guard, resulting in a slash across his arm, blood seeping forth. "You will pay for this," he snarled, realizing the precariousness of his situation, and unleashed an evasive soul technique. Vanishing from sight, Lu Chen aimed to pursue, but was restrained by Yi Li. "Chen, do not chase a cornered foe. We have already acquired crucial leads. Let's retreat and regroup." Reluctantly, Lu Chen acquiesced, leading the group swiftly away from the Allied camp. Upon returning to the Sunset Pass, Lu Chen immediately unfolded the map he had retrieved from the tent, collaborating with the commanders of the Spirit Hall to devise a counter-strategy. According to this map, he stated gravely, "The Alliance plans to simultaneously assault multiple strongholds of our Spirit Hall, aiming to disperse our forces for a decisive strike. Moreover, it appears the Shadow Alliance will dispatch elite assassins to target our key figures at critical junctures." A commander furrowed his brow and replied, "Lord Lu Chen, this escalates our situation considerably. Our troops at each outpost are already stretched thin, and we must also guard against the Shadow Alliance's assassins. What course of action shall we take?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen responded, "We must reallocate our forces, concentrating our superior strength to defend the most vital strongholds. Simultaneously, we must enhance the protection of key individuals, assigning specialized experts for covert safeguarding. Additionally, we must find a way to expose the collusion between the Shadow Alliance and the Allied forces, revealing their true nature to other neutral factions, potentially fracturing their coalition." Yi Li nodded in agreement, adding, "Chen is right. We can also exploit the differences in interests between the Shadow Alliance and the Allied forces, sending agents to sow discord among them." The group unanimously expressed their approval, promptly setting about organizing defensive measures and responses. Yet, Lu Chen knew in his heart that this war had reached a boiling point, and the crisis facing the Spirit Hall was unprecedentedly severe. Every decision carried the weight of life and death for the Spirit Hall, and both he and Yi Li would undoubtedly face further trials in this tempest. Chapter 118. The Perilous Infiltration of the Enemy Camp. After successfully acquiring intelligence regarding a mysterious team of soul masters, Lu Chen and Yi Li recognized the urgency of their situation. They needed to delve deeper into the enemy encampment to gather more critical information to formulate an effective strategy for the Spirit Hall. After deliberation, they decided to take advantage of the night to infiltrate the more central regions of the Allied forces. The night was as dark as ink, a heavy shroud enveloping the earth, with only a few cold stars flickering, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by darkness. Clad in a specially crafted black stealth suit embroidered with intricate runes that concealed his presence, Chen moved with an almost spectral grace, glinting faintly under the dim starlight. A small yet razor-sharp dagger hung at his waist, its sheath forged from black steel, embedded with a dull gemstone that exuded an unintentional chill. Yili was similarly attired in a black, form-fitting outfit, her movements light and agile, resembling a shadowy panther. Slung across her back was her beloved short bow, with a quiver filled with specially crafted soul power arrows, each radiating a subtle blue glow. The duo ghosted along the periphery of the Allied camp. Chen leaned slightly, lowering his voice to convey to Yi Li, "Stay close. We will breach from the eastern section where the defenses are relatively lax. The patrol intervals are wider there, giving us a chance to slip in." Yi Li nodded softly, her bright eyes glinting with determination in the darkness as she replied, "Rest assured, Chen, I won't slow you down." As the patrolling soldiers turned their backs, they surged toward the eastern edge of the camp like a gust of wind. Chen darted ahead, swiftly clearing the outer barrier without a sound. Yi Li followed closely, using Chen's outstretched hand to leap gracefully into the camp. They quickly concealed themselves behind a stack of storage crates, holding their breath and keenly observing their surroundings. Within the camp, a roaring bonfire blazed, with soldiers either gathered in hushed conversation or moving about the tents. Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully discerning the purpose of each tent. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a larger tent in the distance, pointing it out to Yi Li. "Look at that tent. It is heavily guarded, and it likely harbors crucial intelligence. We must investigate." The two crept forward, moving stealthily through the shadows. Just as they neared the tent, a soldier seemed to sense something amiss and glanced in their direction with suspicion. Chen's heart sank. He quickly pulled Yi Li behind him while his soul power coalesced in his palm. As the soldier prepared to call out, Chen unleashed a shadowy projectile that struck the soldier's throat with precision, an assassin's weapon forged from soul power. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed silently to the ground. Chen and Yi Li swiftly approached the tent, just about to lift the entrance flap when a fierce argument erupted from within. "We can no longer delay. The Spirit Hall is surely on guard now. If we tarry any longer, our plan will fall apart," bellowed a gravelly voice in anger. "But without sufficient soul crystals, those mysterious soul masters will not exert their full strength to assist us. Do you not realize how greedy they are?" countered a sharp voice. Chen and Yi Li exchanged knowing glances. They understood that this was vital intelligence. They dared not make a sound and continued to listen intently. "Then we must find a way to procure soul crystals. Our dealings with those mysterious soul masters must be concluded swiftly. Otherwise, our chances of victory in this war will be bleak," declared the owner of the gravelly voice, seemingly resolute. "That is easier said than done. Soul crystals are not so easily acquired. Moreover, Chen of the Spirit Hall is no ordinary adversary. He has thwarted our plans time and again." The sharper voice voiced concerns. At that moment, a low and chilling voice interjected, "Why the panic? No matter how formidable Chen is, he cannot fend off the multitude alone. Provided we strategize effectively, we can obliterate the Spirit Hall in one fell swoop. The most pressing task now is to secure those mysterious soul masters and ensure they act according to our plan." After a brief silence, the gravelly voice responded, "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to gather soul crystals. Let's hope it is not too late." Upon hearing this, Chen and Yi Li knew they could linger no longer. If discovered, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. They began to retreat cautiously, preparing to return the way they had come. However, just as they turned, a patrol squad leader happened to pass by. The leader, illuminated by the firelight, caught a glimpse of Chen and Yi Li and immediately shouted, "Intruders! Call for help!" In an instant, alarms blared throughout the camp, and soldiers rushed in from all directions, encircling Chen and Yi Li. Yi Li swiftly drew her short bow, knocking a soul power arrow and firing it at the foremost soldier. The arrow streaked through the night sky like a shooting star, striking true, and the soldier fell with a cry. Chen quickly unsheathed his dagger, channeling soul power into it, causing it to glow brilliantly. He charged into the throng of enemies like a fierce tiger, his dagger flashing as it cut through the air, blood splattering in his wake. Despite being outnumbered, The soldiers found it difficult to approach Lu Chen due to his ferocious onslaught. Yili, do not linger in battle. We fight our way out. Lu Chen shouted. Understood. Be careful, Chen. Yili replied, firing arrows as they fought their way towards the camp's edge. The enemy soldiers surged towards them like a relentless tide, wave after wave. Lu Chen wielded his dagger with precision, each swing drawing forth a spray of blood. Yi Li's arrows struck like deadly meteors, continually felling approaching foes. Suddenly, an enemy soul master joined the fray. Clad in a blue robe and wielding a staff topped with a shimmering blue gem, he radiated an ominous aura. The soul master chanted incantations, and in an instant, a colossal wall of ice rose before Lu Chen and Yi Li, blocking their path. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple, the soul master sneered. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, surveying the ice barrier before him as he rapidly devised a strategy. At that moment, enemy soldiers closed in once again, intensifying the perilous situation. Yi Li glanced at the ice wall and said to Lu Chen, Chen, let me see if I can shatter it. With that, she infused her entire soul power into her short bow and released an arrow that radiated a brilliant light. The arrow struck the ice wall, erupting in a dazzling display and leaving numerous cracks in its wake. Observing this, Lu Chen immediately advanced, channeling all his soul power into his dagger and thrusting it fiercely at the ice barrier. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, seizing the moment of the enemy's astonishment. The two surged forward once more. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, another enemy, Soul Master, blocked their way. This Soul Master, though short in stature, was exceptionally stout, wielding a massive hammer that emanated a potent wave of soul power. None of you will leave here alive today, the diminutive Soul Master bellowed, swinging the hammer towards Lu Chen. The hammer, imbued with tremendous force, sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Lu Chen dared not take the blow head-on. He swiftly dodged to the side as the hammer struck the ground, sending dust flying. Yi Li seized the opportunity to shoot several arrows at the short Soul Master, but he deftly deflected them with his hammer. Lu Chen, waiting for the right moment, charged at the short Soul Master from the side, aiming his dagger at his waist. Sensing the imminent danger, the Soul Master attempted to turn and defend himself, but Lu Chen's assault was too swift and the dagger still grazed his clothing, leaving a wound on his side. The short Soul Master howled in pain, attacking Lu Chen with renewed ferocity. Lu Chen evaded left and right, searching for a flaw in his defense, while Yi Li continued to harass him with arrows, diverting his attention. Finally, Lu Chen spotted an opening. As the short Soul Master swung his hammer once more, Lu Chen flashed behind him and plunged his dagger into the back of his neck. The short Soul Master crumpled to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen and Yi Li pressed on. After a strenuous effort, they finally broke free from the enemy encampment, vanishing into the vast night. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall's camp, Lu Chen and Yi Li meticulously reported the intelligence they had gathered from the enemy's camp to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. Upon learning that the enemy was amassing soul crystals and engaging in transactions with mysterious soul masters, the gravity of the situation became apparent. A fierce confrontation surrounding the soul crystals and the enigmatic soul masters was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 119. The Perilous Exploration of the Mysterious Relic. While tracking the mysterious soul master group, Lu Chen and Yi Li stumbled upon a hidden relic nestled deep within the mountains. The entrance to the relic was shrouded by an ancient and enigmatic soul power barrier, faintly radiating an extraordinary glow, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time and mystery. Standing before the entrance, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity and caution. Dressed in black attire, the hilt of his long sword glimmered with a faint light, seemingly resonating with some formidable power within the relic. Yi Li stood beside him, equally cautious, gently gripping her short bow and whispering, Chen, this place feels eerily strange. We must tread carefully. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the soul power barrier. While it appeared fragile, it concealed a potent wave of soul energy. Recklessly barging in could trigger danger. He extended his hand, slowly approaching the barrier to gauge its strength. The moment his fingers grazed the surface, a powerful force rebounded, numbing his arm and forcing him to retract his hand quickly. Such formidable power. Lu Chen frowned, pondering ways to breach it. Yi Li observed him, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Chen, should we return and gather more people before exploring? Lu Chen shook his head resolutely. We have worked too hard to find this place. If we miss this opportunity, the mysterious Soul Master Group may seize the secrets within the relic before us, posing a significant threat to our Spirit Hall. Just as they were deliberating, they suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching. Lu Chen and Yi Li immediately heightened their vigilance, swiftly hiding behind a nearby boulder. A group of mysterious soul masters clad in black robes appeared at the entrance of the relic, exactly the group they had been tracking. Among them, a tall figure wearing a hood stepped forward, chanting incantations. As his spell took effect, the soul power barrier began to ripple, gradually revealing an opening through which one could pass. So they possess a method to break the barrier, Lu Chen murmured, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Yi Li nodded slightly. Once they enter, we should follow. One by one, the black-robed soul masters slipped into the relic, and Lu Chen and Yi Li seized the moment to stealthily trail behind them. Inside, the relic was dimly lit, permeated with an ancient aura. The walls were adorned with various strange runes and patterns that appeared particularly enigmatic in the subdued light. Lu Chen and Yi Li carefully navigated the passage, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, they were greeted by the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace toward the commotion. They beheld the black-robed soul masters engaged in combat with a group of formidable sentinels formed from condensed soul power. These sentinels were tall and imposing, wielding weapons and exuding a powerful presence. Although the black-robed soul masters were formidable, they struggled against the onslaught of the sentinels. Should we assist? Yi Li whispered. Lu Chen contemplated for a moment. Not yet. Let's observe the situation. We cannot reveal ourselves. We shall strike once they are worn down. Just then, one of the black-robed soul masters seemed to sense Lu Chen and Yi Li's presence. He turned and looked in their direction. Alarmed, Lu Chen quickly pulled Yi Li up, preparing to retreat. Who goes there? Show yourselves. The black-robed soul master shouted, unleashing a soul power attack towards Lu Chen and Yi Li. Lu Chen swiftly drew his sword, deflecting the attack. They've spotted us. Engage, he called out, joining the fray alongside Yi Li. Yi Li drew her short bow, unleashing a barrage of soul power arrows at the sentinels to alleviate the pressure on Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen wielded his sword like a streak of black lightning, weaving through the sentinels. His swordsmanship was sharp, each strike aimed precisely at the sentinels' vital points. Upon witnessing Lu Chen and Yi Li joining the battle, the black-robed soul masters were initially taken aback, but soon fought with renewed vigor against the sentinels. The relic echoed with the sounds of battle and flashes of soul power. Under the combined efforts of all, the sentinels began to falter, gradually dissipating. The black-robed soul masters, panting heavily, turned their wary gazes toward Lu Chen and Yi Li. Who are you? Why have you been following us? The leader of the black-robed soul masters asked coldly. Lu Chen sheathed his sword and offered a slight smile. Who we are is inconsequential. What matters is that we too have the right to explore this relic. The black-robed soul master scoffed. Those who know their place should leave at once. The treasures here are beyond your reach. Yi Li stepped forward fearlessly, retorting, on what grounds? This relic does not belong to you. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. Just as tensions escalated between the two parties, a deep rumbling echoed from within the relic. A massive stone door slowly creaked open, and a powerful force surged forth. This is bad. Something formidable is about to emerge, Lu Chen exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. The squabble forgotten, everyone turned their attention toward the stone door. A colossal figure emerged slowly from behind the stone door, resembling a humanoid form, yet adorned with immense wings and razor-sharp claws, emanating an eerie purple glow that sent chills down one's spine. What manner of beast is this? A black-robed soul master exclaimed in terror. Lu Chen gripped his sword tightly, his eyes radiating resolve. Regardless of its nature, we must unite our strengths. Otherwise, none shall escape this place alive. The black-robed soul masters hesitated momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. They formed a defensive formation, preparing to confront the impending assault of the creature. The monster unleashed a thunderous roar, flapping its wings and sending a powerful gust of wind crashing toward the group. Lu Chen and Yi Li quickly summoned their soul power to shield themselves, while the black-robed soul masters executed their soul techniques in an attempt to stabilize their positions. Let us all direct our attacks toward its wings, Lu Chen shouted, leading the charge toward the beast. Yi Li swiftly knocked an arrow onto her short bow, infusing it with potent soul energy, and released it toward the creature's wings. The black-robed soul masters responded in kind, unleashing a barrage of soul techniques upon the monster's appendages. Sensing the threat, the creature swiped its claws toward Lu Chen. He deftly evaded the strike with a nimble movement, countering with a slash of his sword that left a gash upon the beast's wing. Purple blood oozed from the wound, sizzling as it dripped onto the ground. Enraged, the monster bellowed, vigorously flapping its wings and sending those nearby hurtling through the air. Lu Chen and Yi Li crashed to the ground, but quickly regained their footing. Rejoining the fray. This cannot continue. We must discern its weakness. Yi Li called out, evading the creature's onslaught. Lu Chen nodded, scanning the beast for any vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed that the monster's eyes momentarily revealed a flaw during its assaults. Target its eyes, Lu Chen shouted, charging toward the creature once more. Understanding his intent, Yi Li swiftly readied another arrow, channeling all her soul power into it. As Lu Chen drew the creature's attention, Yi Li seized the moment and released her arrow, which streaked toward the monster's eye like a shooting star. The creature sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The arrow struck true, piercing its eye, and the monster let out a pained roar, its form swaying precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen plunged his sword into the creature's body. The other black-robed soul masters followed suit, launching a final, concerted assault on the beast. Under the combined efforts of the group, the creature finally succumbed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Breathless, the group gazed at the fallen monster, their hearts filled with gratitude for their narrow escape. We owe our survival to you all. Without your aid, we would have been utterly powerless against this fiend, the lead black-robed soul master remarked, his vigilance toward Lu Chen and Yi Li wavering. Lu Chen offered a faint smile, replying, "We are all here to explore the ruins. It is only fitting that we assist one another." At that moment, a brilliant light erupted within the ruins, and a treasure chest, radiating a soft glow, materialized in the space behind the stone door. All eyes were drawn to it, hearts brimming with anticipation. "Perhaps this chest conceals the secrets of the ruins," Yi Li exclaimed excitedly. Yet, as they prepared to approach and open the chest, an ominous laughter echoed throughout the ruins.